My family exploded. After just transmigrating into the top-tier villain, I started in hellish difficulty with the Lin family's crisis looming. Luckily, I awakened my golden finger and instantly mastered our family's martial arts to perfection. But I still needed techniques to level up. Just then, a maid rushed in frantically what was going on behind her. Who understands, family? I just got my golden finger, and in a second, I pushed our century-old martial arts to completion. Let me tell you, that feeling of power exploding was like everything around me slowed down. It felt like I had unlocked a cheat and could one-shot anyone. In this territory of the Baichan dynasty, I felt invincible. But did you think I had it easy from the start? Let me tell you, just 10 minutes ago, I was still in hellish difficulty. Lin Zhe, transmigrated, and it was a fetal transmigration for a full 18 years. Just now, my memories from my past life suddenly awakened. Goodness, I literally cracked open right there. I entered a ridiculously toxic novel I had read, becoming a top-tier villain with the same name. My identity in this life sounded impressive. My grandfather was the Baichan war god. My maternal grandfather was the current emperor, and my mother was a princess. With this setup, I should be the chosen one, right? Wrong. It was all a trap. The first major pitfall. I am the only survivor of the Lin family for 3 generations. My father, uncle, and brother all died in various accidents, leaving me as the lone sprout. Think about it. Is this script normal? It's just waiting for the day when I also have an accident and the Lin family will be completely extinct. The only reason I'm alive is that my war god grandfather is still around. If I were to die, he would probably overturn the entire dynasty. Those old schemers are just too scared to act for now. The second and most deadly pitfall, the original plot. That terrible book is the pinnacle of dumb literature. The female lead meets the male lead, and regardless of any vendetta, she immediately throws herself at him. The male supporting characters are all like they have some severe illness, choosing to send minions to give experience and gear instead of finishing off the protagonist when they have the chance, focusing on a companionship growth theme. And I am the biggest clown. In the book, I am a hopeless romantic, crazily pursuing a woman named Xia Qinghe, giving her all the treasures of my family. And what happens? She turns around and gives all those resources to the protagonist, helping outsiders undermine my family. By the time I realized, I had only scolded her a few times, then like a fool, I personally delivered heads to the protagonist. 2 years later, boom, the Lin family was gone, and I, the big fool, was personally crushed to ashes by Xia Qinghe. Damn it. Family, remember my bloody lessons. Being a love-struck fool can lead to your entire family's demise. When I saw that part, I was so furious I deleted the book and left a bad review, cursing the author to no end. But karma came. I really transmigrated in to perform myself. Fortunately, I awakened early that Xia Qinghe and the protagonist hadn't even appeared yet, so I still had room to maneuver. Just when I was feeling anxious, pondering how to change the situation, ding, God-level comprehension LV1 activated. Let me tell you, this golden finger is simply explosive. Any technique, I can glance at it and instantly master it to perfection. Moreover, the energy needed for upgrades is drawn directly from the heavens and earth. I don't even have to pay out of my own pocket. Isn't this pure technology and skill? I was so excited that I immediately pulled out our Lin family's core technique, the human-level supreme 8 Desolations battle method. This thing has 9 levels. My war god grandfather spent over 60 years struggling to reach the 8th level. I opened the first page. Ding! 8 Desolations battle method has been mastered, reaching perfection. 8 Desolations battle method LV9, perfection. Boom! In an instant, countless insights and techniques of spiritual power surged into my mind like a flood of data, directly etched into my DNA. I felt like I had practiced this technique for 80 years, every detail clear as day. Even more explosive was that my cultivation level skyrocketed alongside the technique. From the 3rd layer of acquired realm, 5 layers, to 9 layers, peak. In less than 3 seconds, I transformed from a 3rd layer novice into a super powerhouse at the peak of the acquired realm. As long as no innate powerhouses emerged from the Baichan dynasty, I could walk sideways. I lightly clenched my fist, and the air in front of me twisted. The feeling of power was incredible. And this was just LV1. I checked the talent upgrade progress, 310. This absolutely needs to be maxed out. What family crisis, what protagonist plot, all or nothing in the face of absolute strength. Today, I'm tearing the script apart. Our Lin family is wealthy, and the library has plenty of other techniques. My 8 Desolations battle method focuses on offense. My agility and body refinement were still lacking, so it was perfect to supplement and turn myself into a hexagonal warrior. Without hesitation, I headed straight for the library. Just a few steps in, a fragrant breeze wafted my way. A stunning beauty approaching me nominal sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan. She was my brother Lin's fiancée, who hadn't married yet. After my brother's death, her family was not good, essentially selling her to our Lin family. My grandfather, being kind-hearted, let her stay and raised her as a half-granddaughter. In these 18 years, to be honest, she felt like both a sister and a friend to me, even a bit like childhood sweethearts. But now that my memories have awakened, I am fully aware that this sister-in-law is also a heavyweight character in the original work. While enjoying the protection of our Lin family, she was also flirting with the protagonist. In the end, when our Lin family was exterminated, she was still hesitating whether to take revenge for us. According to that foolish author's style, she would definitely end up saying, a mere extermination grudge is not worth avenging, and happily join the protagonist's harem. Damn it, family, I was really annoyed. So, seeing her now, I felt mixed emotions. I kept a straight face, my eyes cold, and when I walked past her, I subconsciously took half a step to the side, afraid of catching even a bit of that love-struck fool's lowering aura. She seemed stunned as she called out to me. Zay, I heard you fainted? I barely turned my head, stiffly replied, thank you for your concern, I'm fine, and continued walking away. Seeing her look of shock and confusion, I could only sigh internally. Sister-in-law, it's not that I'm heartless, but your future actions are too outrageous, I have to guard against it. Upon reaching the library, I headed straight to the 3rd floor. The guards were 2 7th-layer experts, loyal Lin family soldiers who had fought alongside my grandfather. In the outside world, they would be big figures capable of holding down a territory, but here they were just guarding the door, showcasing the Lin family's heritage. When they saw me, they respectfully called out young master. I surprisingly replied, thank you for your hard work, before slipping inside. The 2 of them exchanged glances at the door, probably wondering if I'd gone mad. The 3rd floor held human-level superior techniques, although there were only 4 books, they were enough for me to enjoy. I picked up a mobility technique called Sky Feather 6 Phantoms and a sword technique named Shadowless Sword Point. Ding! Sky Feather 6 Phantoms perfected. Ding! Shadowless Sword Point perfected. With 2 crisp sounds, I instantly became a grandmaster in mobility and finger techniques. The talent progress also rose to 510. Adding the other 2 heart methods, I shot up to 710. Just 3 points left. I hurried down to the 2nd floor, which was filled with human-level medium techniques. The quality wasn't enough, so I made up for it with quantity. I didn't even look at the titles if it was a book. I flipped through it. Ding. Progress 710 ding. Progress 710 after flipping through 4 books. The progress finally jumped. Ding. Progress 810. There's hope. There are over 40 books here, definitely enough. I started sweeping through like a madman. Progress 910, progress 1010 ding. God level comprehension upgraded to LV2. New ability unlocked. Technique deduction. Can enhance master techniques to a new realm. Level 1. Wow. At that moment, I felt like my brain was about to explode, and I seemed to float into the cosmic starry sky, seeing the ultimate truths of all things. Ding. 8 Desolation battle technique deduction successful. Comprehended the 10th layer. Ding. Heavenly Feather 6 illusions deduction successful. Comprehended the 7th illusion. Ding. Shadowless sword point deduction successful. Comprehended the 10th style. All techniques won, especially the 8 Desolation battle technique. With this 10th layer, I felt like I had 1 foot already stepping into the threshold of innate, becoming a half-step innate. Just 1 more layer, and I would completely transcend the ordinary. LV3. I must level up to LV3. My eyes sparkled, and I swept through all the remaining techniques on the 2nd floor and all the inferior techniques on the 1st floor. By the time I had devoured the entire library, I had completely transformed, becoming an ultimate hexagonal warrior with no weaknesses. My physical body was strong enough to withstand spells, and my vitality was as robust as a furnace. Now, let alone those old schemers in the dynasty, even if the protagonist came, I could slap him against the wall, and he wouldn't be able to peel himself off. The crisis was averted, but I was worried again. I glanced at the new progress bar for my god-level comprehension. LV213100. To upgrade to LV3, I needed 100 points. I had emptied the entire Lin family and only gained 13 points. That still left 87 points, which would require 87 high-quality, human-level technique manuals. Where was I supposed to get that many technique manuals? Just as I was fretting, guess what happened? A maid rushed over to me, panting heavily like a broken bellows, saying, "Young master, finally found you." I told her to slow down, not to rush. As soon as she looked up and saw me, she froze directly, her little face turning bright red. I tell you, the look in her eyes was just like a star-chasing girl suddenly seeing her idol. In his natural state, my brother appeared even more striking than in retouched images, leaving me in a state of astonishment and a hint of infatuation. I could only speculate. What could have prompted such a transformation? Had he perhaps undergone a semi-permanent treatment in Korea? How could he suddenly exude such youthful charm? Stammering, I managed to say, "It is my grandfather, Lin Jia Lao Tai Yi, who urgently seeks my presence." Instantly, I understood the gravity of the situation. The inevitable had arrived. The quintessential scene from the original narrative, where a mentally challenged individual unwittingly becomes a benefactor, was finally about to unfold. With resolute strides, I entered the family estate, immediately spotting my formidable grandfather, Lin Ao. His commanding presence was akin to that of a 2-meter-8 tall colossus, reminiscent of a walking nuclear weapon. Though he had retreated from the world for many years, his aura of decisiveness and charisma remained undiminished, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yet, the most incongruous sight was the string of prayer beads he held in his hands. My grandfather, a man who had spent his life battling the heavens and the earth, a staunch believer in ancestral spirits rather than deities, was now engaged in this unusual practice. I realized that this was a result of desperation. With 2 generations of our family extinguished, we were left as the last remnants, an elderly man and a young one, forcing even the toughest of men to bow to mysticism. His penetrating gaze scanned me from head to toe, perhaps questioning whether I had been possessed by someone else. After all, I had emerged from a bout of unconsciousness with an entirely transformed demeanor. My previous gloom and timidity had vanished, replaced by a stance of confidence and vitality. He scrutinized me for a considerable time before finally speaking. "The autumn examination at Bachin Academy has concluded. In a few days, His Majesty will host the Golden Autumn Banquet, and you shall attend." Indeed, the Golden Autumn Banquet. Those who understand the family's history know that upon hearing this phrase, my very DNA ignited. This was the genesis of all tragedies within the Lin family. At this banquet, the original protagonist met the female lead, Xia Qinghe, igniting a relentless cycle of servitude and sacrifice, ultimately leading to the downfall of our entire lineage. It was also at this gathering that my grandfather's health began to decline, culminating in his self-sacrifice to protect the original protagonist, thus marking the end of an era for the legendary warrior. Discreetly, I assessed my grandfather's condition, and the sight was harrowing. His body bore countless scars, reminiscent of a QR code, remnants of battles fought long ago, a veritable embodiment of a shattered warrior, seemingly beyond salvation. His invitation to the Golden Autumn Banquet was but a means to pave the way for me, fearing that should his life extinguish abruptly, I would struggle alone in the world. "Why do you gaze so?" he inquired, having sensed my scrutiny. I swiftly averted my eyes and replied with conviction, "I shall go." Of course, I had to attend. How else could I save my grandfather? I recalled with clarity that within the imperial palace lay a set of top-tier medical techniques, known as Jiuji Ming Xianzhen, while others might only grasp the surface. With my extraordinary aptitude, I could master it to perfection. Just one additional push with my half-step innate cultivation would suffice to rescue my grandfather in no time. Moreover, the imperial library was the grandest repository of resources within the entire Bachin dynasty. Was it not an opportune moment to seize this chance and reap the rewards? My eagerness was palpable, leaving my grandfather momentarily taken aback, likely contemplating why I was so unusually agreeable today. His expression turned complex as he spoke earnestly. "I know you harbor grievances against your maternal grandfather, due to external whispers. Yet, he is still your blood relative. He shall not mistreat you." I was acutely aware of the underlying implications. My maternal grandfather was the emperor, and my grandfather was a warrior of great renown, wielding influence far beyond imperial edicts. It was a wonder how the emperor could sleep soundly knowing the truth. The deaths of our family members were undoubtedly laced with intrigue. The original protagonist's previous facade of mediocrity was merely a guise to evade an untimely demise. This was a masterclass in survival within the treacherous corridors of power. Noticing my silence, my grandfather sighed. "I asked for nothing but your safety." With that, he gestured for me to prepare, mentioning that Lao Mo would accompany me. Lao Mo, the steward of the Lin family, was a formidable figure, a master of the 8th level and my grandfather's loyal deputy. With such formidable allies, my grandfather as the warrior and the steward as a stalwart, I was positioned at a significant advantage. Yet, the original protagonist had managed to squander this incredible hand of cards. Was it not unfair to receive such a low rating for this? Having bid farewell to my grandfather, I made my way to my quarters, contemplating where to acquire more high-quality techniques. Just as I began to grasp the magnitude of my talent, my mind was consumed with thoughts of advancement. As I pondered, I looked up and was taken aback to see someone practicing swordplay in the pavilion. It was my betrothed, Lu Hanyan. Upon noticing me, she halted abruptly, her expression akin to that of a ghost, likely bewildered by my transformation. I had no desire for idle chatter. A nod sufficed as a greeting before I swiftly departed. However, upon seeing her, a sudden realization struck me. I recalled a pivotal scene from the original narrative. The protagonist had stumbled upon a fragment of an unparalleled technique. I remember distinctly that it was a mid-grade, Earth-level technique. Though incomplete, its merit was undeniable. Elation surged within me as I promptly reversed course, heading straight for Cheonghua Street. I recalled that the technique could be found at a small stall there. And at this moment, the protagonist had yet to acquire it. Upon my departure, 2 6th-level bodyguards stealthily followed, even graciously offering me a fan. Such treatment was extraordinary. Arriving at Cheonghua Street, I pretended to browse various stalls before precisely halting at my target. I picked up the worn and tattered ancient book and casually flipped through its pages. In the next moment, a system notification rang in my mind. You have examined Huan Yuqi Lu, discovering it to be a mid-grade Earth-level technique fragment. It can be reconstructed. Completion is estimated in 30 days. I was momentarily stunned. Could it be? This extraordinary aptitude could automatically restore techniques? Did this not equate to receiving a complete Earth-level technique for free? In 30 days, I could directly challenge the innate realm? This was an incredible windfall. Suppressing my excitement, I inquired of the stall owner, how much for this? The owner, upon seeing my fine attire, presumed I was affluent and boldly declared, 1 spirit crystal. 1 spirit crystal equated to 1,000 gold coins, a staggering sum for an ordinary person. He likely anticipated I would haggle, perhaps settling at 10 gold coins. Instead, I did not even blink, retrieving a spirit crystal from my pocket and tossing it to him. Deal. With the transaction complete, I swiftly turned to leave, not wasting a word on trifling matters. The stall owner stood dumbfounded, likely regretting his hasty judgment, wishing he had quoted 100 spirit crystals instead. Not long after I departed, a girl clad in pink rushed to the stall, her distress palpable upon discovering the book was gone, pleading with the owner, what happened to that tattered book? The stall owner gestured in my direction. It was just purchased by a young master. What? The girl stomped her foot in frustration, her face a mask of regret. Muttering, I was clearly here first. I couldn't help but chuckle. My apologies, dear girl, but this was merely a contest of speed, and your internet connection was too slow. With this unexpected delight in hand, I returned to the estate, content and satisfied. A few days later, the Golden Autumn Banquet officially commenced. Lao Mo himself served as my charioteer, ushering me into the imperial palace. The grandeur was beyond imagination. Upon the sight of the venerable old Mo in front of the carriage, the palace guards immediately stood at attention, their eyes brimming with admiration. After all, he was the former deputy commander who had fought alongside the war god, a formidable figure of the 8th level, a living legend within the military. The captain of the guards hastily approached, bowing respectfully. Lin Guanjia, His Majesty has long instructed that you and the young master proceed to Fenghua Hall for a private audience, as he yearns to see you. Well, it seems special treatment was once again in store. Upon reaching Fenghua Hall, my imperial grandfather, the Beichen Emperor, immediately transformed into a dramatic actor upon seeing me. With a beaming smile, he descended from the dragon throne, grasping my hand with enthusiasm. Oh, my dear grandson. After all these years, you've grown so much. You resemble me in my youth, almost as if carved from the same mold. He proceeded to introduce me to potential suitors and insisted I sit for a private drink, exuding warmth and familiarity. The nearby eunuchs and palace maids were wide-eyed, likely having never witnessed such a down-to-earth demeanor from the emperor. As the cups were raised multiple times, he began reminiscing about the past, half-truthfully recounting the tales of my father and second uncle's tragic demise in battle, subtly implying that it was the handiwork of the Longdu kingdom, and that he bore no responsibility. I listened quietly to his performance, choosing not to expose the facade. After all, I had my own secrets, and with confidence in my safety, I felt no fear of those who schemed against me. As our conversation continued, the night deepened, and suddenly his tone shifted, his expression turning serious as he addressed the shadows. Are we prepared? In an instant, A throng of fully armed imperial guards emerged from the darkness, radiating an aura of menace. I feigned ignorance. What is happening, grandfather? He chuckled coldly. Tonight, many spies from the Longdu kingdom have infiltrated the banquet. I intend to capture them all in one fell swoop. Come, Zaire, let us see how many of these rodents are lurking. With that, he led me toward the main venue at One Yuan Pool. The One Yuan Pool was ablaze with light and lively chatter. A group of students who had passed the autumn exams were engaged in spirited discussions, igniting a vibrant atmosphere. However, someone soon noticed something amiss. Next to the emperor's throne, there was an empty seat, one that was even more prominent than those occupied by the attending princes. Whose seat was that? Oh, it belongs to the Lin family's young master. Ah, the descendant of the war god. Then it is of no concern. But wait, how can a subject sit ahead of the princes? A newcomer, unaware, remarked, this Lin family young master holds a unique status as the emperor's own grandson, the sole descendant of the war god. With 70% of the Bachan army having been raised by the war god, who would dare object to his grandson's position? Consequently, the crowd began to gossip about me. Unfortunately, it was said that this Lin family young master was rather ordinary. Indeed, gloomy and lacking distinct traits, merely a burden. Chill. Lower your voices. Don't you think that precisely because he is so unremarkable, he has managed to survive until now? This remark silenced those around, instilling a sense of dread. All these discussions were overheard by a white-clad maiden seated at the front of the students, Xia Qinghe. Upon hearing this, her face revealed a mixture of pity and regret. My dear, perhaps it's time for your intelligence network to undergo a complete overhaul. At that moment, a eunuch's voice rang out, His Majesty has arrived. The hall fell into an immediate hush. Following my imperial grandfather, I made my entrance amidst the crowd's gaze. I could distinctly feel Xia Qinghe's eyes upon me, akin to a spotlight that refused to waver. Surely, she must have been pondering, where is the supposed useless waste? The figure before her, dignified and exuding an extraordinary aura, was nothing short of breathtaking. The rumors had been thoroughly dispelled. I, too, cast a token glance in her direction, as she was the designated heroine of the original narrative and deserved some acknowledgement. To my surprise, she appeared displeased. My family, who can comprehend such complexities? I merely glanced, yet her brows furrowed, her expression a blend of irritation and indignation, as if to say, why are you looking at me? What kind of gaze is that? I was utterly bewildered. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. My imperial grandfather paid no mind to such trivialities. He took his seat and waved his hand grandly. Tonight, let there be no distinction between ruler and subject. Everyone, feel free. With his command, the banquet commenced, the atmosphere igniting with fervor. Fine wines and delicacies flowed as the princes mingled among the students, transforming the event into a grand recruitment fair. On the high platform, the Bachan emperor observed with delight, occasionally raising a cup in my direction, seemingly oblivious to the fact that we were to capture traitors this very evening. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The eldest prince had uncovered something amiss, withdrawing a poisoned silver needle from a cup held by a palace maid. The second prince reacted swiftly, striking out and causing a dagger concealed by a servant behind him to clatter to the ground. Good heavens! This had stirred a hornet's nest. Assassins, protect His Majesty! Cries erupted as the dancers, who moments ago appeared ethereal, now transformed. Weapons emerged from their skirts, sleeves, and various unexpected places, launching in a battle. The infiltrators among the students cast aside their pretense, brandishing their blades against those nearby. The scene devolved into utter chaos, a whirlwind of blades and shadows. I stood on a high platform, utterly enthralled by the spectacle. Meanwhile, the old emperor, the Bachan emperor, remained unfazed, as if watching a film, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. Just as the imperial guards charged in and swiftly subdued the assassins, everyone believed the story was reaching its climax. But, dear family, the most unexpected twist was yet to come. The maid who had been pouring wine for me suddenly erupted into action. A glinting blade was thrust against my neck. She shouted, "Everyone, cease at once, or I shall kill him." The hall fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened in shock, their expressions more terrified than during the earlier assault. I assure you, these individuals understood that the death of a few princes would be a mere trifle today. But I, Lindsay, must not lose a single hair. Why? Because if I were to perish, my mad war god grandfather would be unshackled, and would surely upheave the entire Bachan dynasty. In that case, every soul present would face retribution. How dare you? Release young Master Lin. A flurry of voices rose in urgency as panic ensued, yet no one dared to move. The female assassin sneered, pressing the blade closer against my skin. Release him? Do you think I would still have a life if I did? She barked at the old emperor on the high platform. Do not attempt to play tricks. If you dare make a move, I will take him with me. My worthless life is worth trading for your Lin family's sole heir. The old emperor's gaze was profoundly deep. He seemed poised to speak. However, I, the one who should have been most alarmed, calmly raised my wine cup and took a sip, as though the blade at my throat were nothing more than the air before me. This action rendered the entire hall speechless, including the female assassin. She laughed. It seems young Master Lin is not as inept as rumored. This composure holds some merit. Lowering my cup, I finally spoke, addressing her. You truly possess skills. I hadn't even stepped away from my spot, yet you managed to capture me. I'm at a loss, whether to commend your fortune or lament your misfortune. No sooner had I finished speaking than a flicker of light coursed through my body, rendering me somewhat ethereal. The assassin's pupils dilated in alarm. Instinct warned her that something was amiss. She tightened her grip on the knife. What do you mean? My voice suddenly resonated from behind her. It means, in your next life, you should be more cautious. She whirled around to face me, only to witness the figure she had held captive shatter into countless feathers, vanishing into thin air. By the heavens! Tian Lu Wan! Someone below exclaimed in astonishment. That was the fourth illusion. Wasn't he supposed to be at the third level? This had to be at least the sixth level. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at me as if I were a monster. The old emperor wore an expression that seemed to question how his grandson had become so formidable. Yet, did you think this was the end? Far from it. I materialized behind that female assassin and extended my hand. Did she think she could escape? Too late. With a thunderous roar, my palm became akin to a black hole, summoning a tempest. The terrifying pull ensnared the female assassin, twisting her like a pretzel in the wind until she shrank, until I tightened my grip. With a splatter, a large pool of blood cascaded from my fingers like rain. When I opened my hand again, only a handful of ashes remained. This fellow specialized in a physical transcendence, scattering even the ashes. Immediately, I flicked my fingers to unleash several sword energies. The energies sliced through the air, bifurcating into two, then four, instantaneously transforming into a torrential rain of swords, precisely penetrating the hearts or foreheads of every assassin present. Screams erupted, followed by a deathly silence. In less than a minute, apart from a few captured alive by the Imperial Guards, all the assassins lay defeated. The entire Wenyuan pool was awash with blood, silent as a grave. Everyone seemed struck dumb, their minds blank as they stared at me. After a long while, someone gasped audibly, resembling the sound of a machine. They finally realized that my earlier move was the pinnacle of the Lin family's Bahuang Zhanfa, the mastery of the 8 wildernesses. No, it seemed even more ferocious. Wasn't that the 9th level of ultimate perfection? The peak of the postnatal realm? My goodness, an 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. The way they looked at me transformed entirely, from disdainful contempt to sheer awe, as if they were beholding a peerless prodigy. I, on the other hand, casually wiped the blood from my hands, turned to the old emperor, and bowed. Grandfather, I was a bit late to act, and I apologize for alarming you. The old emperor stared at me for quite a while, his expression truly remarkable. I thought to myself, watching from the side, this old man has quite the acting chops. The Oscars owe him a little golden statuette. Who knows what he was thinking, but suddenly he burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Cher, you have truly given me an immense surprise. His face radiated satisfaction. I have long said that the bloodlines of the Li and Lin families could never produce mediocrity. I very cooperatively offered my apologies. I didn't inform you in advance. I hope you won't hold it against me, grandfather. Oh, how could I ever blame you? The old emperor, caught up in his theatrics, sighed. It is good to be cautious. Continue your performance. Following this, he berated the incompetent department heads mercilessly, ordering them to uncover the truth within a day or face dire consequences. He also admonished the Bachin Academy to conduct an internal investigation. Finally, his gaze returned to me, and with a smile, he said, Zaire, you have accomplished a great feat today. Speak, what reward do you desire? High office and wealth, or the hand of a princess? I shall grant you anything. What a stroke of fortune, the opportunity to receive a pillow just as sleep beckoned. I have been ruminating on an excuse. I immediately feigned indifference to fame and fortune. Grandfather, slaying a few rogues is hardly a great merit. If you truly wish to reward me, allow me to spend half a day in the royal library." The old emperor raised an eyebrow, likely thinking my request was too simple. Little did he know the extent of my capabilities. He assumed I would barely remember a single book in half a day, fearing I would be stingy. With a grand flourish, he declared, "Half a day is far too short. Thus, I grant you 3 days. You may roam freely in the first 3 floors of the library." As he spoke, he removed his waist token and tossed it to me. My heart leaped with joy. Was this not akin to providing a wolf with an all-you-can-eat buffet voucher? I promptly accepted the token, expressed my gratitude, and departed without lingering for even a moment longer. Once I left, the others felt emboldened to breathe freely, and the entire banquet transformed into a personal symposium on my achievements. Goodness, he has concealed his talents too deeply. An 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. He must have been pretending to be a grandson since he was 8. Such a temperament is terrifying. I had no time to listen to their boasts. Clutching the token, I made my way directly into the royal library. Upon entering, I immediately activated my sweeping mode, flipping through books without discerning their contents. Ding! Talent progress 1 flipping through. I scanned the first floor over 300 tomes, and the progress bar surged by 13 points. Up to the second floor, progress soared to 54 points. Finally, the third floor. 8 of the most exquisite human-grade advanced techniques awaited me. Without hesitation, I perused each one. Ding! Jiuji Ming Xian Zhen comprehended to ultimate perfection. Ding! Liexin Wangquan comprehended to ultimate perfection. After finishing all 8, my talent progress skyrocketed to 62,100. At that moment, an immense explosion resonated within me. Having previously accumulated energy through techniques, I had already condensed a bloom of qi. Now, having absorbed so many physical training techniques, my essence bloom had also blossomed. A wave of terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, enveloping the entire palace. The 2 guards stationed at the door turned pale, mistakenly believing a formidable innate expert had passed by. Little did they know, it was me, merely 1 step away from the innate realm, on the verge of condensing the divine bloom. Having thoroughly drained the 2 great treasures of the Beichan dynasty, it was time to consider my next destination. When I exited the library, only half a day had passed. The 2 guards at the entrance looked dazed, their expressions reflecting disbelief at my premature departure. I returned the token without uttering a word and transformed into a feather, vanishing, leaving behind 2 stun guards. One remarked, "When he emerged, I felt like he was flawless, excessively strong, and exceedingly uncanny." Of course, my mind techniques, body techniques, physical training, boxing techniques, palm techniques, and finger techniques were all at the peak of ultimate perfection. I had become a perfect, master-level hexagonal warrior. Yet, the only regret was that the royal family also possessed a supreme human-grade sword technique. If I could obtain it, that would be the true killing blow. Unfortunately, that treasure was the Li family's heirloom, akin to my family's Bahuang Zhanfa, reserved solely for the direct line. As an outsider, I could only dream of it. Just as I reveled in my triumph, news from home reached me. Let me tell you, my grandfather, Lin Ao, was utterly restless at home. The maid, Xiao Chui, dashed into the study like a rabbit freshly pulled from the pot, breathless and frantic. "Master, something has happened in the palace." As soon as she spoke, I must say, the scene was extraordinary. My grandfather was then stringing a set of jade Buddhist beads when his hand trembled, and with a crack, the beads he had been handling for years, now polished, developed a fissure. His gaze immediately locked onto Xiao Chui, radiating an aura of murderous intent that I could feel even across time and space. "What has happened?" "ISNT Lao Mo in the palace." His voice remained steady, yet Xiao Chui trembled like a leaf, aware that beneath his calm exterior lurked a volcano ready to erupt. Xiao Chui hurriedly spilled the beans about the assassin incident at the Golden Autumn Feast, detailing how I had eliminated them all, and how the emperor rewarded me with 3 days in the library. Upon hearing this, my grandfather's CPU overheated. His murderous aura dissipated instantly, replaced by sheer bewilderment. What? My seemingly unremarkable grandson, whom I have watched grow up, could annihilate top assassins infiltrating the Golden Autumn Feast? This script is all wrong. He was well aware of his grandson's capabilities. So how could this be? Are you certain it was the young master who acted? My grandfather's tone brimmed with skepticism, questioning whether she was jesting. Xiao Chui felt equally aggrieved. She had been taken aback too. How could their postnatal third-layer young master suddenly transform into the legendary prodigy who had endured in silence for years. Was this even plausible? Yet, this was witnessed by everyone at the Golden Autumn Feast, and it could not be fabricated. Xiao Chui could only nod fervently. Indeed, master. Everyone saw it. It was the young master. My grandfather fell silent, his hands ceasing to spin the beads. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, "Recount the entire affair to me." Word for word. Once Xiao Chui detailed how I was seized at the banquet and then retaliated with a move from the Yuba Huang, transforming the assassin into a mere puddle of blood. My grandfather was utterly unsettled. Yuba Huang? That technique requires at least an 8th layer of cultivation. My grandson is only at the 2nd layer. ISNT? Xiao Chui added. They even claimed that the young master Tian Yulu Huan was extraordinarily effective. My grandfather felt as if the world had suddenly turned surreal. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Where is the young master now?" "In the library." "Go. Summon Lin Wei back to me. I must personally inquire into what transpired at the Golden Autumn Banquet." By dawn the next day, I sauntered out from the palace. The ever-watchful Mo Yi, who had stood guard all night, regarded me with a gaze that was a complex blend of shock, confusion, and admiration, as if he were beholding an extraterrestrial being. Just as he was about to call out young master, I shot him a glance. "Mo Yi, go back and tell them. Grandfather is anxiously awaiting." Mo Yi, understanding the unspoken command, led me to the carriage, and we headed home. Upon entering the estate, Xiao Chui was taken aback. "Ah, young master, you have returned?" I teased her. "What? Do you not wish for my return?" Xiao Chui shook her head vehemently. "No. It's just that you said you could stay in a library for 3 days, yet you've only been gone half a day." "Oh, I finished reading and came back," I casually replied. Xiao Chui pursed her lips, clearly incredulous. The mischievous young master has deceived me again. Half a day to finish the royal library? Do you take me for a fool? I ignored her and directly asked, "Where's grandfather?" "Oh, the elder is waiting for you in the main hall." I nodded, leading Mo Yi towards the main hall, and before departing, I added, "Go fetch a set of silver needles and deliver them to the main hall." In the main hall, my grandfather had been waiting for me all night. After hearing the complete story from Lin Wei, he disregarded his injuries and awaited my return for a confrontation. As I entered, I respectfully greeted him. My grandfather lifted his gaze, scanning me from head to toe. In the next moment, a sudden and overwhelming pressure from the peak of the postnatal realm slammed into me. The entire courtyard was engulfed in a tempest, the intensity akin to 1,000 troops dancing around me, casting darkness upon the sky. Even Mo Yi, at the 8th layer of postnatal cultivation, was forced to channel his energy to withstand it. However, I stood at the center of the storm, gently waving my folding fan, as calm as a gentle breeze, utterly unfazed. Seeing this, my grandfather let out a long sigh and withdrew the pressure. He realized that despite exerting all his might, he could no longer perceive through my facade. "You rascal," he began to express his thoughts, but suddenly, he sprang into action, his figure transforming into a flurry of feathers that vanished in a thin air, and immediately after, the blood-red malevolence of Yuba Huang surged towards me. What surprise! He wasted no time in attacking. Yet, this was merely a trifling matter for me. With my folding fan, I blocked, swept, and fanned, neutralizing all his assaults. My grandfather, invigorated, escalated his strength, intensifying his onslaught. We became 2 fleeting shadows in the courtyard, moving so swiftly that even Mo Yi, a master of the postnatal 8th layer, could only perceive a blur, muttering, "The Lin family has a successor." After several exchanges, we simultaneously halted. My grandfather stroked his beard, a mix of pride and reflection on his face. "Good lad. Tian Yulu Huan, the 8 wilderness combat technique, formless sword gestures. You have managed to master them all to perfection without a sound. No wonder you were able to conceal yourself for so many years. Even I, who have been watching you daily, was deceived." I smiled. The Lin family attracts attention. If I do not put on an act, some individuals would lose sleep over it. At the mention of this, my grandfather's expression dimmed, and he sighed. "Caution is a virtue. I am very pleased with your achievements today. Just wait and see who still dares to claim that the Lin family has no successors." He believed my attendance at the Golden Autumn Banquet was a premeditated show of strength. I shook my head. Not entirely. "Oh," just as I was about to explain, Xiao Chui arrived with the silver needles. I took the needles and said to my grandfather, "This is the primary reason for my visit to the palace." Both my grandfather and Mo Yi looked bewildered, staring at the seemingly ordinary silver needles, their faces filled with questions. "You went to the palace just for this?" "Impossible. After a moment of contemplation, they grasped a chilling possibility. The palace, silver needles. You also possess medical skills? I nodded. In the world of Jianghu, it is wise to have many skills. Besides, I have been concerned about your injuries all along. Over the years, I have studied medicine, fearing that one day, should your old wounds resurface, I might be powerless to assist. As I spoke, my gaze sharpened, and moreover, grandfather, do not hide it from me. My eyes have been trained in Qing Yuling Tong. Your condition can no longer be concealed and appears as clear as day before me. My grandfather's hand, which was stroking his beard, froze instantly. He thought this information was known only to Mo Yi, unaware that I had already seen through everything. Mo Yi, in a panic, asked, "Young master, is there a remedy for the elder's condition?" "Of course," I replied with unwavering certainty. "I have long had insights into your injuries and merely lacked an advanced acupuncture technique. My trip to the palace was to acquire the Tai E Bureau's Jujing Ming Xianjun. With it, combined with my cultivation, it will suffice." Upon hearing this, my grandfather, Mo Yi, and Xiao Chui immediately envisioned a poignant tale of a prodigious youth enduring humiliation and diligently studying medicine to save his loved ones, ready to award me an Oscar in their minds. Who understands, I thought. How can I explain this? I cannot say that I possess a divine level of comprehension, learning everything in a mere half day, as that would not align with my tragic hero persona. I quickly interrupted their musings. "Now, I shall commence treatment. Clear your mind and do not resist." With that, I entered a focused state, my pupils transforming into a jade green hue, activating the Qing Yuling Tong. My grandfather remarked, "Witnessing you in this state brings me fulfillment. Be bold in your attempts." Without further ado, I activated the Jujing Ming Xianjun. The silver needles danced to life, infused with vibrant vitality, mending my grandfather's deteriorating body. As I pressed the needles into the acupoints, thick, dark blood oozed forth, splattering onto the ground with a corrosive intensity akin to king water. After several cycles, in less than a quarter of an hour, I withdrew the needles. "It is done." My grandfather opened his eyes, sensing his body, meridians flowing smoothly, feeling utterly rejuvenated. He was momentarily stunned. "This is it?" His expression seemed to ask me, "Brother, what technology and fierce techniques have you employed?" It is noteworthy that his injuries left even the current imperial physician helpless. He had only allowed me to try. Yet my attempt had miraculously cured him. Does this not imply that my 18-year-old medical skills have surpassed what the esteemed imperial physician has studied for over a century? My grandfather began to doubt himself. Comparing himself at 18 to me, he realized he had been a novice back then. At 18, I was at the peak of the postnatal realm, excelling in both martial arts and medicine. He, at 18, was merely at the 4th layer of postnatal cultivation, with the 8 wilderness combat technique still at the 3rd layer. At 18, I bore humiliation and shone brightly. He at 18, well, let us not mention it. Ultimately, my grandfather concluded that he, a prodigy of Beichun, was but an ordinary person compared to his own grandson. I, however, was the true genius. In his heart, he felt both humbled and infinitely proud. The Lin family has a successor. This is of utmost importance. Good lad, you have once again surprised me greatly. He laughed heartily. I cautioned him. You are not completely well yet. You must rest for a while. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Healing my grandfather was just the first step. I then suggested, "Grandfather, I recall that there were many injured veterans who retired alongside you, right? These are the staunch supporters of the Lin family. And in the original tale, when the Lin family faced adversity, they would return without hesitation to provide support. Now that I possess the ability, I must awaken this hidden strength to enhance the strength of the Lin family, and, moreover, my extraordinary talent for comprehension resembles an insatiable abyss, necessitating an abundance of martial arts to satiate it. I must cultivate a few loyal subordinates to assist me in scouring the world for secret manuals." Upon hearing this, my grandfather immediately grasped the implications. His keen political instinct led him to realize that healing these veteran soldiers would effectively provide the Lin family with 2,000 formidable private troops, an event that would undoubtedly ignite the entire court. He instructed Xiao Cui and Moi to withdraw, leaving just the 2 of us in the room. His expression turned grave. "Summon the old guard and heal them all. You should understand what this signifies." I replied succinctly, "I do." After a moment of silence, he resumed, fiddling with the cracked prayer beads, stating, "I do not know your intentions, but this Lin family will ultimately belong to you. Pursue your desires boldly. for your grandfather will always support you. But remember, we Lin family members must act with integrity and propriety. I understood this well. However, I added with a hint of significance. Yet, I fear that some individuals may lack such awareness. The Lin family was on the verge of collapse, and now I was rising strong. Undoubtedly, some individuals would find it intolerable. My grandfather paused, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. The aura of the war, God returning. You, take care of yourself. I gently waved my folding fan, gazing into the distant sky with a smirk. I only hope they do not fall too swiftly. There was no helping it. I was brimming with energy, eager to find someone to spar with, to test just how far ahead my divine equipment truly placed me. Indeed, following the Golden Autumn Banquet, the entire imperial capital erupted in chaos. Lin Zhe became the most talked-about figure in the city, soaring directly into 7th place on the divine martial rankings. This ranking holds immense prestige. The minimum qualification is a postnatal 8th level, each contender a master in their own right. The top 2 spots belong to the emperor and my grandfather. For a mere 18-year-old to break into the top 10 is nothing short of monumental. In an inn within the imperial capital, a man shouldering a heavy sword sat at a table laden with delicacies, unmoving, engrossed in gossip. He was the unfortunate soul displaced from 7th to 8th by my ascent. At that moment, a scholarly figure in a blue robe entered and seated himself opposite, smiling. You arrived quite early. Not early, just right, he replied. Inside the inn, patrons were engaged in lively discussions. In my opinion, the divine martial rankings have unfairly placed young Master Lin too low. The 8th layer's Bahuang combat technique surely merits a place in the top 5. Yet, one must acknowledge that Lin Zhe is still quite young. And when compared to those seasoned experts, there remains a gap in experience and tactics. Nevertheless, in a few years, the situation may very well change. Just then, an unwelcome voice chimed in. TSK, I must say, your perspectives are rather limited. Everyone turned to look as the speaker leisurely sipped his wine, continuing. Do not forget who young Master Lin is. A man capable of enduring for 10 years. Do you truly believe a single assassination attempt could compel him to reveal himself? Impossible. Consider the number of experts within the palace. The head of the Mirror Bureau, the chief of the Inner Court, the commander of the Imperial Guards, and even His Majesty, who among them could not effortlessly eliminate an assassin from afar. Rescuing young Master Lin would be a mere matter of moments. If I can deduce this, do you think he cannot? As he posed this question, the room fell silent, and upon reflection, the truth of his words began to resonate. The next moment, he articulated the collective speculation of all present. Clearly, this was a confrontation between young Master Lin and that individual. TSK, a man who had feigned weakness for years suddenly appearing at the palace. I tell you, this matter is far from superficial. At that time, I was in a nearby tea house, listening to those seasoned fellows analyze the situation. It was remarkable, each one a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. They reasoned, consider this. Who is the emperor, the founding monarch, and who is young Master Lin, the top contender on the divine martial rankings for a decade? When these two converge, their cunning surpasses even that of a hive of bees. What about the assassin's coercion? Merely a performance. The emperor is testing him, and he, taking advantage of the current situation, boldly declares, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I reveal my hand. Then, the revelations came crashing in. Some disclosed that the Lin family had issued a summons, recalling all retired veterans. I was jolted. What on earth were they planning? The entire room was stunned, the air thick with tension. Was this the precursor to rebellion? As the news spread, the court erupted the following day. A certain Wei, named Wei Pingyuan, a hound raised by the emperor to counter the Lin family, immediately leapt forward to voice his accusations. He pointed at the Lin family, denouncing them as traitors. He claimed Lin Zhe was harboring strength with malicious intent. Furthermore, he asserted that the current gathering of private troops was irrefutable evidence of rebellion, demanding the emperor execute the entire Lin family. I found this utterly amusing. This individual was adept at creating a scene, relying solely on conjecture. However, the Lin family was not to be trifled with. A general boldly stepped forward, unleashing a barrage of retorts. Lord Wei, if you are so formidable, have you informed His Majesty of how many dogs you keep? How often do they bark? Do they bark at you or at their excrement? And how often do you and your wife share intimate moments? What positions do you prefer? Have you reported all this to His Majesty? If not, are you not also wary of His Majesty? Your servant also wishes to report. Lord Wei has deceived the emperor and harbors ill intentions. Ha ha, my friends, who understands? That series of retorts left Wei Pingyuan utterly speechless. The entire assembly of officials stifled their laughter, turning purple in the face. Ultimately, it was the emperor who intervened to defuse the situation, feigning protection of the Lin family, claiming, "We are all family. Let us not disrupt harmony." I am delighted by the prowess of my grandson. But do you think I was the end? The old fox swiftly assigned Lin Zhe a task, dispatching his most trusted eunuch, Xiao Guangzi, to deliver the decree. Ostensibly a reward, beneath the surface, it was a reminder. You may be impressive, but do not overreach. Be mindful of the repercussions. Yet, who could have anticipated? The Lin family's recall of veterans was not for war, but for healing. I must tell you, the scene was nothing short of extraordinary. A multitude of battle-hardened warriors, rising from the sea of corpses, witnessing their young master capable of healing their long-standing ailments, were overcome with emotion, their eyes reddening with tears, ready to kneel. This maneuver elevated the stakes entirely. This was the true essence of winning hearts and minds, a masterclass in strategy. Beside him, his nominal childhood betrothed, Lu Hanyin, stood in disbelief. She thought she understood Lin Zhe, only to realize that over the past decade, he had concealed himself too well, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. That evening, after Lin Zhe concluded his training and began to meditate, she, feeling concern, approached to wipe the sweat from his brow. However, upon his eyes opening, the look he bore was one of sharp vigilance and distance. Who among my family understands this? At that moment, her heart shattered. She now comprehended that Lin Zhe was not merely wary of enemies, but guarded even against her, his childhood companion. She failed to grasp that Lin Zhe was not wary of her, but rather the insidious protagonist halo that may be tethered to her. Such is the hallmark of an advanced player's self-cultivation. Just as this awkwardness lingered, the maid Xiao Zui hurried in, announcing that Gong Guang from the palace had arrived with a decree, and they had been waiting for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's figure transformed into a flurry of shimmering feathers, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in the reception hall moments later. Upon witnessing this dramatic entrance, the eunuch Gong Guang was momentarily stunned, adopting an exceptionally humble demeanor. He proceeded to announce the decree, which appointed Lin Zhe as the head of the Mirror Bureau, a position of considerable power, tasked with overseeing the officials and maintaining order within the imperial capital, akin to the ancient head of the KGB. Additionally, he was assigned to the Beichin Academy to oversee the new cohort of examinees and root out any spies. After the announcement by Guang Gong, he subtly brought up the matter of private armies. Lin Zhe, adept at theatrics, feigned a look of sudden realization and exclaimed, "Ah, I recently found inspiration in medical texts and intended to treat the old soldiers while asking them to help me gather martial arts manuals. I have no other hobby but to collect martial arts from around the world. I had no idea it would lead to misunderstandings." The eunuch, upon hearing this, eagerly climbed on board, saying, "Ah, esteemed master, you are truly a martial arts prodigy. I happen to possess 2 ancient texts I cannot decipher. I shall send them to you for your perusal." Such a favor was remarkable. Once the eunuch departed, I pondered the emperor's intentions when suddenly Lin Zhe coldly addressed a shadow in the courtyard. "After listening for so long, must I request you to reveal yourself?" To my astonishment, a cold and lethal figure emerged from the shadows. The master of Shura Mountain, Yi Shaoran, ranked 28th on the divine martial list. Excitement surged through me. I thought, finally, a formidable battle awaited. Lin Zhe, equally exhilarated, pretentiously clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, "Well done, you did not bring me any fakes. Considering your sincerity, I shall grant you 3 opportunities to strike." However, what happened next was unexpected. The gentleman stepped forward, refraining from any combat. Instead, he clasped his fist in salute and bowed. "I am Yi Shaoran of Shura Mountain, with no intention of opposing young Master Lin. I come with grave news that someone has hired me to kill you." I was momentarily taken aback. Lin Zhe, equally stunned, asked with a complex expression, "So you sold him out?" The assassin Yi Shaoran chuckled. "To oppose you would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, an act of self-destruction. I, Yi Shaoran, am an assassin, not a fool." This was a true professional, adept at assessing the situation and promptly switching allegiances when the employer became untenable, even handing over the lethal poison and substantial deposit as proof of loyalty. Lin Zhe accepted the poison and inquired about the employer's identity. Yi Shaoran replied, "That person is elusive and conceals himself, but I have tracked him down to Beichin Academy. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed. Was it not fortuitous? The emperor had just assigned him to the academy as an inspector, and now a spy from Longdu Kingdom had delivered himself right to their doorstep. This was a precise infiltration, a direct strike. Lin Zhe cast another glance at the perceptive assassin Yi Xiaoran and asked what he desired. The latter, quick to understand, stated, I have already received compensation from someone else. I seek nothing but to befriend you, young Master Lin, and should opportunities arise in the future, I hope you might offer me some work. Very well. No need to wait for the future. I have a significant task for you right now. I have a passion for collecting martial arts manuals of all kinds. As Ashura Mountain has ample resources, this task should be a piece of cake for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran's eyes lit up, and he stood at attention, declaring, understood. This task shall be accepted by Ashura Mountain. From now on, every 7 days, I will personally deliver a batch of manuals to you. I nodded in satisfaction. This young man was perceptive. Just as he was about to leave, I called him back. I inquired, isn't Ashura Mountain known for gathering intelligence? Do you have any information about the Longdu Kingdom surprise attack on our Beichun army over a decade ago? To my surprise, he shook his head vigorously, as if evading a dangerous topic. Young Master Lin, I understand your intent, but we truly cannot meddle in military intelligence. Once involved, it could lead to our demise, whether it be the Beichun army or the Longdu army. It is far easier for them to crush Ashura Mountain than to squash an ant. I apologize for disappointing you. I had not expected much from him anyway. If this matter were truly so easy to investigate, my father, Lin Ao, would have turned the world upside down over the past decade. I waved him off. The next day, I boarded a carriage and set off for Beichun Academy. Upon my arrival, I was greeted by a throng of high-ranking officials, from the academy head to the scholars, all gathered at the entrance to welcome me with great fanfare. Indeed, my status had changed. I was now the emperor's appointed Jing Sizong Si, representing the royal face in this investigation. Coupled with my peak strength, how could they dare disrespect me? As I disembarked, my gaze fell upon a scholar in a blue robe, Zhang Tong, the head of Beichun Academy and the 6th ranked on the divine martial list. I tell you, the moment he laid eyes on me, his pupils trembled, for he, a master at the 9th level of the acquired realm, could not sense even a hint of my presence. Those who understand will recognize this as the essence of returning to simplicity, a high-level maneuver. He must have thought, this young man is even more formidable than I imagined. Suppressing his astonishment, he led everyone to bow before me. We pay our respects to Master Lin. I could not help but chuckle. Ranked 6th on the divine martial list, today was a perfect opportunity to test my skills. With a gentle wave of my fan, an invisible yet commanding force lifted everyone, preventing them from bowing down. I deliberately applied a bit more pressure on Zhang Tong, as if to challenge him to stand against me. What was the result? The old man cowered. Not only did he not resist, but he straightened up under my force and, in turn, began to flatter me. It is said that Master Lin is a prodigy, and today, I see it is indeed extraordinary. I was astounded. Was this 6th on the divine martial list truly so spineless? I had intentionally provoked him, yet he remained submissive. Reluctantly, I entered the academy and got straight to the point. Head Zhang, you know why I am here. The autumn festival has displeased my grandfather, the current emperor. Zhang Tong's face instantly contorted into a grimace as he hurriedly professed his loyalty. Rest assured, Master Lin, I have thoroughly investigated the academy. All students with suspicious backgrounds have been sent to branch schools outside the capital. Those remaining in the imperial capital are undoubtedly innocent. I chuckled coldly inwardly. Forging documents was not difficult. I had no intention of assisting the royal family in their investigation. I came to unearth the spies from Longdu and perhaps deal with the original protagonist in the process. I casually flipped through the records, then snapped my fan shut, my expression growing cold. Perhaps the students were innocent, but what about the scholars? The moment those words left my mouth, the room fell silent. I continued. The Longdu spies are indeed remarkable, infiltrating your prestigious Beichun Academy, and with so many masters above the 6th level, including you, the 6th ranked head, none have detected them? So, is it a matter of your incompetence, or is someone among you deliberately shielding them? I elongated the final hum, which sent the scholars into an uproar, each proclaiming their innocence, declaring their 2 decades of diligent service could not possibly equate to being spies. I smiled coldly. If you lack the courage to harm the court, do you possess the audacity to harm the Lin family? Everyone was bewildered. When had this occurred? What did it mean? I focused my thoughts and produced the poison vial left by the assassin the previous night, manifesting it before everyone. This vial, among you, should be quite familiar, yes? I assured them, activating my heart's resonance, akin to a living lie detector. No heartbeat could escape my ears. The moment the vial appeared, the heartbeat of a middle-aged scholar at the back of the crowd skyrocketed to 108. It was him. I granted him no chance to defend himself. With a swift motion of my right hand, I summoned a terrifying force that yanked him from the crowd. The middle-aged scholar was helplessly drawn toward me, and I seized him by the crown of his head, lifting him into the air. You, what are you doing? Head, save me. The man, terrified, sought to invoke the Academy's authority against me. Head Zhongtong's expression darkened as he stated, Master Lin, this scholar has been with us for 10 years. He would not dare harm the Lin family. Please investigate thoroughly. Very well, I opted for diplomacy first. I replied calmly, last night, an assassin attempted to kill me with this vial of poison. The mastermind is among your academy. Only that individual with the surname Zeng experienced an unusual heartbeat upon seeing the bottle. Do you comprehend now? The crowd erupted in astonishment. To attempt to assassinate me? A mere post-heaven pinnacle? Such a thought is utterly nonsensical. Yet, Zeng, the master, remained defiant, crying out his grievances. Growing weary of his words, I increased the pressure in my grip, leaving 5 distinct imprints on his skull, causing him to scream in agony. Speak. Who sent you? He persisted in his resistance. So I swiftly unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! A fiery blaze of orange-red enveloped him instantly. But this flame was lethal. It scorched his nerves, inducing unbearable pain. Following that, I injected a surge of icy cold energy into him. The contrasting sensations of heat and frost were exhilarating. Before long, Master Zeng could no longer endure it. Crying and pleading, I will tell you. It was Lang Do who sent me. Just as the words escaped his lips, he suddenly froze. His eyes turning blood red. In the next moment, bang! His head burst like a watermelon in my grasp, splattering blood and brains all over my hands. Unfazed, I took a handkerchief to wipe my hands, my mind as clear as a mirror. This was a remote elimination, indeed. I let out a cold chuckle as I surveyed everyone present. You of Beichen Academy truly harbor hidden talents. With that, I shook my fan and proceeded deeper into the academy. While I was engaged in such significant matters, a brash youth arrived at the Lin family's entrance. Carrying a hefty sword as large as a door, he proclaimed himself the 8th on the divine martial ranking, the Xianzhong Sword King. After 5 years of seclusion, he emerged to confront me, claiming he sought to reclaim the 7th position. The gatekeeper informed him of my presence at the academy, and upon hearing this, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed that both his rivals were present and rushed towards the academy with his great sword. The atmosphere grew lively. Leading a group of academy officials with ashen faces, I entered the Chongqing Hall where students were attending classes. Upon entering, I spotted Xia Qinghe. But what stunned me was the presence of a girl in pink sitting beside her, her beauty rivaling that of Xia Qinghe, lively and charming like a neighborly little sister. I was perplexed. This was not in the script. Where did this conspicuous confidant of Xia Qinghe come from? I furrowed my brow, and upon noticing, Xia Qinghe's face paled, likely pondering why I appeared displeased with her. I disregarded her and directly addressed everyone present. Last night, did anyone see Master Zeng leave the academy? The crowd exchanged glances, none responding. Just as I was about to pose another question, the pink-clad girl suddenly stood up, her voice clear. I saw him. Oh, my interest piqued. I gestured for her to continue. The girl flashed me a mysterious smile. Lin Zongshi, not only do I know about Master Zeng's affair, but I also possess knowledge of a matter that could shatter the Beichen Academy. She paused, gauging my reaction. The question is, do you dare to hear it? I snapped my fan shut, radiating an aura of calm authority, my voice imbued with unwavering confidence. I am eager to hear the details. The girl, seemingly reassured, took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping across all the academy officials before locking onto the headmaster, Zhang Tong. In the next moment, her revelation plunged the entire hall into silence. Headmaster Zhang Tong is a spy for Lang Do. Boom! The Chongqing Hall erupted in chaos. The masters turned red with fury, jumping up to drag the girl away. Annoyed, I unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that exploded from me. This young master commands silence. The single word caused the temperature in the hall to plummet to freezing point, frost forming on the walls. Everyone was frozen in fear, gazing at me with trepidation. I cast a cold glance at each individual. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to interrupt her, I shall deem them a traitor to Lang Do and execute them on the spot. Headmaster Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Tong maintained an impassive expression, as if the matter bore no relevance to him. What Lin Zongshi states is indeed correct. I nodded, turning to the girl in pink. Very well, continue. This young lady was clearly prepared for an explosive revelation. Collecting her thoughts, she began her analysis. I inadvertently overheard several traders from the Golden Autumn Banquet conspiring. They mentioned that among the Academy's higher-ups, there exists someone with a powerful backer, possessing immense authority and absolutely untouchable. Upon analysis, I found that the masters lacked the requisite standing, and the supervisors of various institutes often change. The only two individuals who have remained unaltered since the Academy's inception are the heads of the writings and martial arts institutes, and you, Headmaster Zhang Tong. Thus, from that moment forth, I categorized all three as prime suspects. I spent my days lurking around like a paparazzo, observing whether the traders from the Golden Autumn Banquet exchanged glances with these three influential figures. To my astonishment, I uncovered numerous details. I knew that if I presented these details in isolation, you might find them rather ordinary. However, one must shift their perspective. One must first presume an answer and then work backward through the process. The sensation is extraordinary. For instance, if I had initially determined that Zhang Tong was suspicious, then upon examining his actions, each seemed staged. He would frequently venture out, and I couldn't help but wonder, was he perhaps rendezvousing with Lang Do's liaison? He would summon students to his office late at night under the pretext of answering queries. I swear, to me, it appeared as if he were exchanging coded messages, swapping intelligence. In any case, as long as one views his actions through the lens of him being a traitor, everything he does appears to be a performance. I understood that mere conjecture from my mouth could not bring him down. A figure of post-heaven pinnacle status and a spiritual leader in the Beichen literary world. Could I truly condemn him based on my mere speculations? That seemed implausible. However, I possessed an irrefutable piece of evidence that he could never, ever refute. I tell you, the moment my words left my lips, Zhang Tong's eyes narrowed, his fingers instinctively tightening. He undoubtedly sensed that I, his student, was not ordinary. Every ear in the room perked up, all fixated on me. I cleared my throat and began to enumerate. Mianshu Lu, 3rd floor, Tianzi number 2 bookshelf, the 9th book from the left. With each word I uttered, Zhang Tong's expression darkened. His previously ethereal demeanor vanished, and he appeared as gloomy as a well that had not seen light for a millennium, his gaze flickering like a faulty television set. What say you, Headmaster Zhang? Is this evidence explosive enough? Or would you prefer Lin Zongshi to personally make a trip to your study and rummage through until it is unearthed? Before you are willing to acknowledge it, silence enveloped the room. Zhang Tong, that old man, remained mute, unable to utter a single word. The tension in the air thickened, every heart racing. Why wasn't the headmaster refuting? He ought to say something. Surely it was impossible, absolutely impossible. He is our spiritual belief. The heads of the two institutes in the martial and literary departments were nearly jumping out of their skins, shouting at Zhang Tong. Headmaster, she must be spouting nonsense. Quickly, say something. And what do you think happened? Zhang Tong completely ignored them, merely fixing his gaze on me, sighing deeply before asking, Mianshu Lu is my private domain. No one is permitted entry, and I have specifically set restrictions on the 3rd floor. How did you manage to gain access? Boom. Upon uttering this, the entire hall erupted. My friends, do you understand? This was tantamount to him publicly acknowledging it, acknowledging that he harbored secrets, acknowledging that those secrets had been uncovered by me, acknowledging that he was indeed the traitor. Heavens, Headmaster, how could you? You are our belief in Beichen literature. Why? The atmosphere spiraled into chaos. As everyone felt the ground crumble beneath them, their faith shattered. Some continued to press for answers, questioning why, given his esteemed position in Beichen. Even the emperor would grant him respect. He would choose to ally with the sworn enemy. Lang Do? Zhang Tong remained unresponsive, his gaze still fixed on me. Awaiting my reply, I merely scoffed and muttered to myself, Big brother, you call that a restriction? In our neck of the woods, that would elicit nothing but laughter. Observing his bewildered expression, I hastily waved my hand and cleared my throat. In any case, I have my own methods. How I came to this conclusion is of no concern to you. You should rather contemplate how to explain this to Lin Zongshi. With that, I took a step back, preparing to watch the spectacle unfold. The imminent clash of titans in 2 days is a rare sight, one that I must observe and learn from meticulously. Zhang Tong sighed deeply. There are always greater beings beyond us. I have concealed myself for a lifetime, only to find myself undone by a mere girl. With that, He finally shifted his gaze to Lindsay. Lindsay snapped his fan shut with a flourish and chuckled. I must say you, the sixth-ranked expert of the Shinwu list, are behaving quite submissively today, as if you were a grandson. It seems you're feeling rather insecure. Zhang Tong dropped the pretense, his voice turning grave. You and I are both at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. If we were to engage in a real battle, we would both suffer, and in the end, it will be the royal family that benefits. You are well aware of the current predicament of the Lin family. We are in essence on the same side. If you turn a blind eye to this matter, we can consider it as if it never occurred. How about that? Lindsay toyed with his fan and nodded. You make a valid point. In some sense, we are indeed on the same side. Moreover, I have an aversion to meddling in others' affairs. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope appeared on Zhang Tong's face, believing he had made an impression. However, Lindsay suddenly lifted his head, his smile turning icy and menacing. You should never have entertained the thought of targeting me. He brandished the jade vial containing a lethal poison. You sought assassins to kill me and even attempted to poison me. You truly have a flair for games, don't you, grandson? Zhang Tong's expression darkened. That was the intention of the Longdu. Your talents have posed a threat to them, and they deem it necessary to eliminate you. I cannot dissuade them. Lindsay shook his head, his laughter tinged with contempt. Truly, the older one gets, the smaller their mind becomes. Enough of this idle chatter. He extended 3 fingers. I shall grant you 3 moves as a courtesy to an elder. Presumptuous child. Zhang Tong erupted in fury. Granting him 3 moves? As equals at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Who does he think he is? Zhang Tong had earned his reputation over 30 years as the 6th of the Shinwu list. Even the Emperor and Lin Ao would not dare to be so audacious. The scholars in the academy were equally astonished. Allowing Zhang Tong 3 moves? Was Lin Zongshi out of his mind? He was a seasoned peak expert. The disillusioned students instantly transformed into vengeful spirits, crying out, Lin Zongshi, do not underestimate him. This Zhang Tong is cunning and surely has a trick up his sleeve. Zongshi, you must eliminate this rogue. Of course, a few naive souls still wept. Master, you must have your reasons, right? Please reconsider. Summer Qinghe and I stood aside quietly, observing that the joys and sorrows of people truly do not resonate with one another. Listening to the accusations and pleas, Zhang Tong's face momentarily displayed a complex expression before it hardened once more. Betray North Star? Huh, have you all forgotten? Once, North Star and Longdu were both known as Wuan. The Li family is merely a band of treacherous rebels. Having said that, he ceased all trivialities, his aura surging powerfully. With a thunderous roar, a wave of righteous energy engulfed the heavens, transforming the skies above the capital with an overwhelming pressure that seemed capable of annihilating the world. The realm of the divine, a being of the divine realm, was ready to unleash their full might. Those knowledgeable in the city were paralyzed with fear. When celestial beings engage in battle, it is the mortals who suffer. At the entrance of the academy, the Xianzhong Sword King paused, sitting atop his massive sword. Muttering to himself, well done, Zhang Tong, you concealed yourself well. However, to force you into full action, it seems this Lin Ergongzi is no ordinary opponent. He settled down to witness the unfolding drama. Within the academy, Zhang Tong had transformed into a figure of literary sanctity, radiating an imposing presence. Yet Lindsay, he remained casually fanning himself as if nothing were amiss, clearly indicating his intent to allow Zhang Tong 3 moves. Zhang Tong, infuriated to the point of smoke billowing from his ears, declared, this insolent child, today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Lin Ao. He roared, and a colossal literary phantom soared into the sky, morphing into a fierce tiger, a mighty dragon, and legions of soldiers, charging towards Lin Zhe with earth-shattering force. The spectacle was such that it appeared as if the heavens themselves would be torn asunder. Yet, Lin Zhe stood there, unfazed, just as the cataclysmic strike neared his face. He leisurely raised his fan and gave it a gentle wave. With that single gesture, a light breeze swept through, and Zhang Tong's earth-shattering strike dissipated instantaneously. Such trivial attempts at probing should not be presented for ridicule. Lin Ze's voice drifted through the air. My patience is limited. You have 2 chances left. Zhang Tong's visage darkened further. Very well. If that is your desire, I shall fulfill it. This time, he was resolute. Gentleman's righteousness technique. 1 word to subdue the mountains and rivers. Subdue. As he uttered the command, a droplet of ink appeared from thin air. instantly darkening the sky and transforming into an unending range of mountains, bearing down with an overwhelming force meant to crush Lin Zhe. I must say, it felt akin to an ancient divine mountain descending, suppressing even thoughts, leading one to believe that Zhang Tong was the righteous one, while we were the villains. Finally, it seemed Zhang Tong had displayed the strength expected of someone at the 9th level of the acquired realm. Yet, Lin Zhe's expression bore no hint of fear. Instead, it appeared he was eager for the challenge. As his words fell, deep violet flames erupted from his being, crackling with intertwining lightning. The radiant display was nothing short of divine. "Break!" Lin Zhe commanded, and a bolt of divine purple lightning, ablaze with thunderous fire, cleaved through the air, shattering the magnificent mountains and rivers with ease. The streak of lightning continued unabated, striking Zhang Tong with a velocity that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang! Pua! By the time we registered the event, Zhang Tong was sent flying like a rag doll, carving a long trench into the ground before crashing against the southern wall, bloodied and disheveled, utterly devoid of any semblance of scholarly dignity. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood in shock, glancing from the seemingly unaffected Lin Zhe to the cornered Zhang Tong, who was struggling to swallow his own blood. Defeated? The esteemed 6th of the Shinhua list, a seasoned peak expert, was vanquished with a single move. Is this even reasonable? This was more absurd than my own attempts. Even Lin Zhe appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly contemplating the situation. No way, is he really that weak? It seemed as if he had merely unleashed a fraction of his energy, not even a proper attack. I finally understood. It was not that Zhang Tong was weak, but rather that Lin Zhe was so powerful he had surpassed the very concept of strength. What he considered a simple attack was, in the eyes of others, a cataclysmic strike. How boring, utterly devoid of excitement. Lin Zhe shook his head, losing all interest as he dissipated the lightning flames and strolled leisurely to Zhang Tong's side, extending his hand, the palm gathering an aura of terrifying power. "It appears you will not have the opportunity for a final move. Do you have any last words?" Zhang Tong trembled, pointing at him. "Why, you have already taken that step?" Lin Zhe glanced at him with disdain. "Your last words are quite unique." With that, he clenched his palm, and the terrifying suction from the golden autumn banquet re-emerged. Instantly, Zhang Tong was drawn towards him, his body contorted and crushed, until with a resounding explosion, he was reduced to mere dust, not a drop of blood remaining, evaporated completely. A once great hero, gone in an instant. The Academy members awoke from their stupor, rushing forward to shower Lin Zhe with praise. "Congratulations, Lin Zongshi, for slaying the thief. We are grateful for your removal of this great menace from our academy." Lin Zhe wiped his hands nonchalantly. Responding, he merely stumbled into my path. "If thanks are due, they should go to—" He turned his gaze towards me. "By the way, what is your name?" I felt a shiver run down my spine under his scrutiny. Yet I replied, "I am called Wu Tong." Lin Zhe nodded. "Wu Tong, is it? At the 3rd level of the acquired realm. You were able to see through Zhang Tong. Quite impressive. Very well, I shall remember you." Suddenly, Lin Zhe seemed to realize something, turning sharply to fixate on me, his expression akin to one who had encountered a ghost. "Wu Tong, a female?" I felt uneasy under his gaze, wondering what he meant. Did I possess some unclean essence? He seized the heads of the 2 departments beside him, whispering urgently, "In your academy, is there anyone else named Wu Tong? Or perhaps a name that sounds similar?" The 2 heads pondered for a moment before decisively responding, "No, this is the only one." Lin Zhe's expression instantaneously transformed into something remarkably vivid, fluctuating between sunshine and storm. I must tell you, at that moment, I felt as if the very air had solidified. I observed Lin Zhe's lips moving soundlessly, seemingly asking, "Where is my protagonist? Am I not the grand protagonist? What has become of the male lead, the one endowed with an aura that dulls intelligence? How has he turned into a girl? Something is amiss in this world. This must be the most fashionable gender-bent protagonist of 2025. The 2 deans noticed the change in his demeanor, mistakenly assuming there was an issue with my identity, and approached him in hushed tones. "Lin Zongshi, is there a problem with this Wudong?" Lin Zhe waved his hand, forcibly explaining, "It's nothing. I had a friend with the same name. It just came to mind. Who would believe him?" But he remained silent. And who would dare to inquire further? At that moment, the dean of the Wenwu Academy leaned in and remarked, "Lin Zongshi, Zhang Tong has concealed himself for many years. There must be other hidden pieces at play. This matter might require questioning this Wudong girl." Lin Zhe swiftly appeared before me, and I felt a rush of goosebumps. I must tell you, I had never encountered someone so terrifying. In his presence, I felt utterly transparent, as if he could see through me completely. What kind of figure is he? He fixed his gaze upon me and spoke slowly. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to inquire. Since you are aware that Zhang Tong is a traitor, surely others must not have escaped your keen observation? The muscles in my face stiffened, and I could only force a smile and clear my throat twice. Lin Zhongshu, you overestimate me. I possess no such ability. I've mentioned it was sheer luck. Purely luck. If I had that capability, I would have dominated Beichun long ago, rather than remaining a mere nobody. I truly regretted opening my mouth. What does it matter if Beichun falls? I could simply relocate. The neighboring Xinyue dynasty is not an unwelcoming place. And now here I was, targeted by this monster named Lin Zhe. My family, who understands? I felt as if my life's progress bar was about to reach its limit under his intense gaze. Those people from Songjin Mountain are truly blind. How could they overlook such a formidable entity? They deserve to be suppressed by the Duanjiao sect. As I mentally railed against this situation, I hastily diverted the conversation, saying, the evidence left by Zhang Tong likely contains the answers you seek, Lin Zhongshu. Perhaps you should examine it yourself? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe indeed became intrigued. Oh, were those pieces of evidence? What could compel a cunning fox like Zhang Tong to confess? I must tell you, when his curiosity piqued, his gaze was as penetrating as X-rays, sending shivers down my spine. He began to analyze, stating that someone like Zhang Tong would never leave behind any letters or records. Of course, who would write a diary while causing trouble? Lin Zhe's mind was incredibly sharp. He immediately deduced that Zhang Tong was not a traitor, but rather an undercover agent. A die-hard loyalist of the former royal family of Wuhan. He had been lurking in Beichun, causing chaos. Thus, there was no betrayal, and naturally, no secret letters were necessary. The question then arose, what evidence could compel Zhang Tong to surrender so readily? Lin Zhe's gaze drifted toward me, and I hurriedly shook my head. I don't know. I truly don't. I was just lucky, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, and I managed to deceive him for a moment. Who would have thought it would actually work? Was it merely a coincidence? His tone clearly indicated disbelief. I could only force a smile. People with good looks rarely have bad luck. Lin Zhe fell silent, clearly caught off guard. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Take me to that Minshu building. I wanted to refuse. Being alone with such a peculiar individual made me fear my secrets would be exposed. I quickly said, just the two of us? That wouldn't be proper. It would tarnish your reputation. To which he retorted, the specific location is known only to you. Should I find on my own? I was left speechless. I had no choice but to bring Xia Qinghe along as a buffer, saying, then let Xia he come with me. Xia Qinghe shot me a glance, but did not decline. Lin Zhe appeared entirely unconcerned, and before we left, he commanded the deans to seal off the entire academy, allowing no one to escape, and sent a guard to the palace to summon the Jingxi to clean up the mess. After delegating all matters, he followed the two of us to the Minshu building. I must tell you, the Minshu building was indeed situated in an obscure location, deep within the academy, backed by mountains and surrounded by bamboo, resembling a retreat for the elderly. I boldly pushed open the door, feeling quite at home. Upon entering, Lin Zhe began to survey the premises. The first floor was filled with ancient sage quotes and notes from renowned figures, prompting me to exclaim, this is so tedious. I can hardly bear it. Xia Qinghe, standing beside me, quietly remarked, I've been at the academy for 6 years and have never been here. I froze, quickly attempting to laugh it off. Haha. I also took a wrong turn and came here once, only to uncover Zhang Tong's secret. ISNT that a coincidence? I glanced at Lin Zhe, but he paid me no mind. After flipping through several books and finding them unremarkable, he ascended to the second floor. The second floor was even less engaging, filled with poetry and prose. He couldn't be bothered to look and proceeded directly to the third floor. The entrance to the third floor was intriguing. Zhang Tong had set up a restriction, purportedly a technique from the immortal realm, which would backlash against anyone attempting to breach it without the proper cultivation. I was curious to see how Lin Zhe would handle this peculiar barrier, and to my astonishment, he simply waved his hand. I hardly blinked, and that impressive barrier disintegrated like a puff of smoke. I was left gaping in disbelief. Good heavens! Could you show a little respect for the fundamental laws separating mortals from immortals? The techniques of the immortal realm were as flimsy as a window pane in his presence. Easily pierced, I seriously suspected he was an ancient demon, returned to the world for a taste of life. He paid no heed to my astonishment and directly asked, Where's the book you mentioned? I snapped back to reality and approached a bookshelf, pulling out a volume, then turning left twice, shifting right twice, and forcefully pushing it inward. With a clatter, an iron box sprang forth from beneath the shelf. Lindsay opened it, and his eyes narrowed with intrigue. Inside was a neatly arranged collection of the peculiar poisons he had previously confiscated. He picked up a vial and poured a bit of powder for comparison. It was identical. He mused, what does Zhang Tong need all these poisons for? He moved the poison vials aside, revealing an ancient book beneath, titled Initial Unraveling of Restrictions. Upon seeing the title, I recognized it as a treasure likely originating from the realm of innate immortals. Lindsay opened the book, and I felt his entire aura shift, as if he had instantaneously downloaded a gigabyte of information. At that moment, Xia Qinghe suddenly exclaimed, is this Peng Yong? We leaned closer to examine the page, where blood-written lines of text seemed to exude hatred. It detailed a man named Peng Yong vowing to eradicate the Li royal family and restore the Wuan dynasty. Xia Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically as she informed me. This Peng Yong is the former royal prince who fled to Longdu. Historical records claimed he had long since perished. Yet here he was, quietly entering the immortal realm for cultivation. Considering the timeline, he must have cultivated for at least 20 years. My friends, one capable of effortlessly obliterating us is now a potential threat returning to our world. This is a grave predicament. Xia Qinghe anxiously observed Lindsay, hoping to glean something from his expression. And what did Lindsay say? He leisurely replied, I will sit and watch. I almost burst out laughing. I was unconcerned and remarked, what is the problem? If he becomes an innate immortal and returns, it might actually be a good thing. In that case, only the Li family would suffer. For us, it would simply mean a change of leadership, sparing us from daily skirmishes and allowing us to live peacefully. Xia Qinghe considered this and found it reasonable. She turned to Lindsay and inquired, what are your thoughts, Lin Gongzi? Lindsay completely ignored us and flipped to a specific page in the book, and, as I leaned in to look, I discovered it described a sinister technique called demonic heart restriction, which could control hearts when used in conjunction with specially formulated poisons. Lindsay swiftly grasped the situation, pointing at the lines of cryptic symbols in the book and inquiring if we could decipher them. Xia Qinghe took it and studied it for a while, her complexion growing increasingly pale. She said, it states here that Peng Yong has acquired a special kind of goo insect. Combined with this MOXIN gene, it can silently control a person's life and death, undetectable even by those at the postnatal 9-fold level. He intends to use this technique to turn the entire upper echelon of Beichun into puppets. I felt a chill run down my spine. Lindsay immediately picked up the poison powder, employing the celestial techniques he had just learned. To my astonishment, what appeared to be poison powder was, in fact, densely packed goo insect eggs. This was a scheme to incite a biological crisis within a person's body. That cunning old fox, Zhang Tong, had never spoken the truth in his life. His assassination attempt on Lindsay was merely a ruse. The real plan was to unleash this vial of poison to control Lindsay with goo insects. Xia Qinghe panicked at once, her first thought being of herself. Her face ashen. This is bad. She realized that in the entire Beichun imperial city, who knows how many people had already become hidden poisoners. Lindsay extended his hand. Let me take a look. Xia Qinghe's face flushed instantly as she leaned closer, whispering, I don't need to remove everything, do I? I was speechless, wondering what she was thinking. Lindsay, equally exasperated, replied, just your right hand. He placed 2 fingers on Xia Qinghe's wrist, and in an instant, 2 streams of gentle light penetrated her body. After a short while, Lindsay instructed her to endure the pain. Then, 2 beams of blood light erupted from his fingertips as he forcefully activated the MOXIN gene. The next moment, Xia Qinghe's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down her brow. Yet, the agony was fleeting. With a flick of his fingers, Lindsay captured a writhing black insect between his fingertips. I was horrified, witnessing its frantic struggles, my skin crawling. Xia Qinghe was even more terrified, unable to fathom that such a creature had been lurking within her all along. With a decisive crack, Lindsay crushed the goo insect and turned to me. I hurriedly stepped back, shaking my head vigorously. I'll pass. I've been wary of Zhang Tong, a surely Haven-T fallen victim. He didn't press me further, instructing Xia Qinghe and me to alert others while he remained on the 3rd floor, searching for additional clues. Just as we departed, Lindsay entered a frenzied state of acquisition. I tell you, it was akin to downloading software. Each tome of techniques flipped through his hands at lightning speed, his aura becoming increasingly ethereal and terrifying. In just 15 minutes, he had completely drained Zhang Tong's lifetime collection. When he closed the last book, his eyes shone like searchlights. His vitality surged dramatically. I felt that before. Defeating Zhang Tong was a mere flick of the wrist. Now, it seemed a mere breath from him would suffice to obliterate Zhang Tong. He stepped out of the Mian Shu building, transforming into a flash of light and disappearing. Meanwhile, pandemonium erupted at the entrance of the academy. The Jingxi operatives surrounded the entire academy, led by a man named Wei Jinghai, the second in command of Jingxi, notorious for his animosity towards the Lin family. Ignoring the multitude of suspects within the academy, he chose to confront Lin Zai's two guards, posturing arrogantly. Does the Lin family disregard all decorum? Now that everyone is a suspect, none are permitted to leave. Those who defy the order shall be executed. This includes your Lin family. His brazen demeanor practically screamed, I am the villain. Come and challenge me. The two guards from the Lin family clenched their fists in fury, but dared not retaliate. Wei Jinghai grew more emboldened. What? Do you wish to strike? Attacking me is akin to slapping the imperial court. Is the Lin family planning a rebellion? Come, try to strike me. At that moment, a sharp slap echoed throughout the venue. Everyone was stunned. A vivid red handprint appeared on Wei Jinghai's face, and he stood frozen, touching his stinging cheek, his fury escalating to a boiling point. He had been struck, a member of the Wei family, humiliated before the Lin family guards. This was more painful than death. His eyes turned bloodshot as he bellowed, You Lin family scoundrels. He summoned all his strength, preparing to annihilate the two guards on the spot. But before he could finish his threat, a chilling voice cut through the air behind him. It was I who struck you. Do you have any objections? Wei Jinghai froze, turning abruptly to see Lin Zai, his handsome face exuding an icy demeanor. The next instant, another resounding slap. Wei Jinghai was sent flying like a cannonball, his head crashing into the bluestone pavement, creating a large crater. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Several of Wei's subordinates rushed forward, demanding, Lin Zhongshe, what is the meaning of this? What qualifications do you have? Lin Zai shot them a glance, and they fell instantly silent. He flickered, appearing next to one of the loudmouths, lightly resting a hand on his shoulder. Qualifications? He inquired softly, before applying pressure. Crack! The man's shoulder shattered instantly. The excruciating pain dropped him to his knees, blood and bone fragments spilling on the ground. Lin Zai. The man attempted to curse, but Lin Zai seized his face, his cold gaze rendering him mute. Do you understand now? The man trembled uncontrollably, terror filling his eyes. It seems you still do not comprehend. Lin Zai released his grip. Just as the man sighed in relief, a thunderous explosion resounded, and his head burst like a watermelon, blood spraying onto those nearby. The remaining Wei family members were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, abandoning all notions of Wei family dignity, desperate for Lin Zai to look away from them. Yet that demonic voice resonated again. And you? Do you comprehend? The few remaining members were nearly paralyzed with fear, nodding fervently. We understand. We understand. We comprehend. What is it that you understand? In that moment of hesitation, Lin Zai declared, It appears you still do not understand. Boom. Another spray of blood. Boom. A second. Boom. A third. In the blink of an eye, only one Wei family member remained, watching helplessly as his companions were executed, completely unraveling. He screamed, I know. I understand. You are the commander. You are the chief. Your word is the ultimate qualification. At that moment, Wei Jinghai finally climbed out of the pit, trembling with rage as he glared at Lin Zai. Lin Ershao. Killing is but a matter of a head touching the ground. Do you think our Wei family and the emperor have no temper left after such humiliation? Lin Zai turned, furrowing his brow. Humiliate you? He sighed. In the next instant, countless rays of light coalesced into a massive hand beside Wei Jinghai, lifting him into the air before slamming him against the wall. Wei Jinghai's face was forcefully pressed against the rough wall, rubbed back and forth. Watch closely. This is what it means to humiliate you. I must say, the scene was utterly heart-wrenching. Every single member of Jingxi stood frozen in shock, jaws nearly hitting the ground. They witnessed Wei Jinghai, reduced to a pathetic state, being ground into the earth by my comrade Lin Zai, utterly devoid of strength to resist. The contrast between the Wei Jinghai, who had just moments ago, swaggered arrogantly, and the quivering form now was nothing short of miraculous. And Lindsay? He remained unfazed, his gaze as nonchalant as if observing a mere stone by the roadside, as though what he had just done was not an earth-shattering event, but merely extinguishing a speck of ash. The Wei family. Their background meant nothing in his eyes. He was entirely unrestrained. The members of Jing Si gulped audibly, trembling like quail, scarcely daring to breathe. They understood that the heavens of Beichun were about to change. As for the seasoned veterans of the Beichun Academy, they had maintained their composure throughout, each clutching a melon, as though awaiting the grand spectacle. It was no joke. Even their old powerhouse, Zhang Tong, had been dispatched by Lindsay with a single strike. What was Wei Jinghai, after all? Did he dare to come and trouble the Lin family? Truly believing the Lin family was still that soft persimmon from before? Allow me to convey a tale of intrigue and conflict. I must tell you, do not even mention Wei Jinghai. Even if your father, Wei Pingyuan, were to arrive, he would have to comply. How truly vexing it is that good counsel often goes unheeded. It was advisable for him to handle affairs with due diligence, yet he insisted on courting disaster. The Wei family, having the emperor's backing, has long been a thorn in the Lin family's side. Now, I am eager to see how he will extricate himself from this predicament. Amidst the cacophony of onlookers, Wei Jinghai, who had been subdued, finally caught his breath and erupted in impotent fury. Lindsay, how dare you be so audacious? Are you not afraid that His Majesty and our family head will obliterate you? Lindsay paid him no mind, instead casting a calm glance at the last remaining soldier of the Wei clan, his gaze unsettlingly tranquil. It appeared that this official was lacking in wits compared to his subordinate. He addressed the soldier, according to the laws of the court. What punishment is warranted for a subordinate who defies their superior and refuses to obey orders? The soldier trembled in fear, stammering. According to the law, they should receive 50 lashes, and if the circumstances are severe, resulting in a delay of official duties, the superior has the authority. What authority? Lindsay pressed further. With a determined resolve, the soldier replied, to execute first and report later. Is my calling you here for official business? Lindsay inquired. Yes. The soldier affirmed. Lindsay nodded, shifting his gaze back to Wei Jinghai. Did you hear that? I can end your life right now. Wei Jinghai's face darkened profoundly. Nevertheless, Lindsay's tone shifted as he added, however, I am a magnanimous individual, and I detest violence and bloodshed. Wei Jinghai squinted, his heart racing. What did this mean? Was he sparing his life? What trickery was he up to? Lindsay leisurely proclaimed, thus, you shall remain kneeling. The next moment, a chilling crack echoed as Lindsay rendered Wei Jinghai's spiritual power useless, shattering his kneecaps. He then casually discarded him against the wall, forcing him to face it while kneeling. Even more cruelly, Lindsay waved his hand, and a colossal character for Lin materialized on the wall. Does anyone comprehend the significance? He was compelled to kneel before the symbol of the Lin family. This was a fate far worse than death, a veritable torment. Wei Jinghai went mad on the spot, his eyes bulging like saucers, blood vessels bursting. Lindsay, if you have the guts, kill me. Kill me now. Lindsay ignored him entirely, turning to issue directives to his subordinates. Clean this up promptly. Do not allow any delays. Yes. The subordinates responded with crisp efficiency and utmost respect. Content. Lindsay nodded and prepared to leave with his 2 guards. However, just before exiting, he turned back to the still howling Wei Jinghai, delivering a final blow. Oh, and you should kneel for 10 days. Until I say otherwise, no one is permitted to let you rise. He smiled, a grin that sent shivers down spines. Of course, you may wish to pray for your family's intervention. It would spare me the trouble of finding an excuse. With that, he departed, leaving Wei Jinghai to wail in anguish. Upon leaving Beichun Academy, the smile vanished from Lindsay's face. His guards, concerned, quickly inquired, Young master, what troubles you? Xia Qinghe and the others must have informed you about the poison, correct? Yes, we have failed and disappointed you, young master. Lindsay shook his head. It is not your fault. Hurry home. I fear that the entirety of Beichun, including our Lin family, has fallen victim to the poison. The guards gasped in shock. Is it that severe? Lindsay's countenance darkened, heavy with foreboding. Not only Beichun Academy, but even those Wei family members we encountered have been afflicted. Indeed, he had employed the methods of the devil to eliminate the Wei family members, discovering that they too harbored the cursed insects within them. If the Wei family, with their military connections, were ensnared, the situation for the entire Beichun metropolis was dire. The trio wasted no time, hastening towards the Lin residence. Upon arrival, they found the wounded soldiers and veterans eagerly awaiting Lin Zhe's return. The young master has returned. Pay your respects. Lin Zhe acknowledged their greetings with a nod, instructing his guards to elucidate the events at the academy while he rushed into the main residence. He sought out his grandfather, Lin Ao. Upon seeing Lin Zhe's urgent demeanor, Lin Ao raised an eyebrow. What has transpired? Lin Zhe nodded, succinctly recounting the academy's events. Lin Ao's expression shifted, his brow furrowing deeply. Such a calamity. A mere insect could orchestrate such chaos throughout Beichin. The methods of the celestial sect were insidious and indefensible. Lin Zhe extended his hand. Let me examine you first. Lin Ao complied, extending his hand. Lin Zhe's spiritual energy coursed through his grandfather's body, traversing its pathways. Yet found nothing amiss. Well, Lin Zhe shook his head. You harbor no cursed insects. Does this imply it is ineffective against those of high cultivation? That remains uncertain. Lin Zhe shook his head, then turned to the side. Let me check Old Mo extended his hand as well. After a brief examination, Lin Zhe's brow furrowed. He had discovered the insidious shadow lurking within Old Mo's meridians. Old Mo's heart sank at Lin Zhe's expression. I have been afflicted? Indeed, Lin Zhe confirmed. Both Lin Ao and Old Mo's faces darkened. This was absurd. Old Mo was a seasoned warrior at the 8th stage of cultivation. Yet he had fallen prey without a trace. The cursed insects were indeed formidable. They exchanged apprehensive glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation. Beichin Metropolis had likely succumbed to a significant extent. Is it that difficult to deal with these cursed insects? Lin Ao inquired. Lin Zhe shook his head, his frown stemming not from the challenge of the cursed insects, but rather from a puzzling dilemma. Why had Old Mo been afflicted while his grandfather remained unharmed? After all, these two elders were nearly inseparable, with equal opportunities for exposure to the source of the cursed insects. According to the ancient texts, even those at the pinnacle of the 9th stage could not evade them. The fact that Old Mo, so close to that level, had succumbed indicated the severity of the threat. Yet, his grandfather, weakened by years and injuries, should have been more vulnerable, yet he remained unscathed. This was indeed perplexing. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Lin Zhe stated, it is not troublesome, but it is unfortunate that you, Old Mo, have also been afflicted. He produced a vial containing the toxic powder obtained from Zhang Tong. Old Mo, please examine this and see if it is familiar. Old Mo took the vial, inspecting and sniffing it, even pinching a bit. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. This substance, he exclaimed, incredulous as he attempted to ingest a small amount. Old Mo, what are you doing? Lin Ao exclaimed in alarm. I must confirm. Old Mo insisted. Lin Zhe remained calm. It is fine. Old Mo, you may try it. I can extract the cursed insects if necessary. With permission granted, Old Mo tasted the powder. Indeed, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is the Yangshin powder and Jingyuan pill sent from the palace 7 days ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Ao trembled, immediately directing his gaze at Lin Zhe. Jingyuan pill. Lin Zhe, taken aback, asked, what are you looking at me for? Old Mo hurriedly clarified. Young master, you may not know, but a few days ago when you were in a stupor, the emperor dispatched someone to deliver the royal antidote, Jingyuan pill, for you, along with a cup of Yangshin powder for your grandfather. I personally oversaw both, so there is no mistake. Young master, you should investigate yourself and examine your grandfather closely. Lin Zhe was stunned. This meant he should have been afflicted by the cursed insects long ago, yet he felt perfectly fine. This was indeed a puzzling enigma. Among the three, both Lin Zhe and Old Mo had encountered the Jingyuan pill, while Lin Ao and Old Mo had interacted with the Yangshin powder. Yet, only Old Mo had been afflicted. The grandfather and grandson remained unscathed. Lin Zhe was suddenly struck by an outrageous thought. Could it be that our family possesses some ancestral immunity to all poisons? This question left his grandfather momentarily speechless. That is impossible. Your great-grandfather was merely an ordinary cultivator, and your great-grandmother was just a daughter from a small family. Where would such a physique come from? If it truly existed, how could I have been poisoned by arrows on the battlefield? Well, it seems I was overthinking it. Let us set that aside for now, Moe. I will extract the goo poison from you, so bear with me. Lin Zhe invoked the magical heart prohibition, and in just a few breaths, he managed to force a goo worm out of Moe's body. With a blast of purple lightning fire, it was instantly reduced to a specimen. Moe looked at the creature on the table in astonishment, Such a tiny thing could grow so large within me without me feeling a thing. The treasures of the immortal sect are truly bizarre. Lin Ao shook his head. I see that Peng Yong is still far from being a true innate master. If he were truly a master, he would not resort to such underhanded tactics. An innate being would disdain such methods. His tone shifted, however, as he added, but seeing how bold the wolves have become recently, it is indeed true that Peng Yong is returning. Mo Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, causing chaos at the Golden Autumn Feast and now stirring up goo poison. Such madness surely indicates that Peng Yong is back to support them. Confidence? Lin Ao scoffed coldly. The aura of a battlefield god returning to him. Without attaining innate mastery, one remains an ant, even with all his immortal sect skills. Can he contend against the thousands of troops of Beichen? He calmly twirled his prayer beads, unfazed, as if the sky were falling. The Emperor should be aware of this by now, Lin Ao inquired. Lin Zhe waved his fan, a smile hinting at mischief. Perhaps he is known for some time. Why else would he specifically send me to Beichen Academy? Maybe he is just waiting for me and Zhang Tong to fight to mutual destruction. Lin Ao paused, the beads in his hand halting as he sighed. Perhaps. He instructed Mo Yi to investigate the other members of the Lin family and then dismissed everyone else, leaving only the two of them in the main residence. Lin Zhe, sensing the atmosphere, immediately quipped, "Grandfather, you're not going to lecture me about loyalty and patriotism again, are you?" Lin Ao shook his head, his eyes revealing a sense of weariness. To buy osmanthus flowers while carrying wine is never quite like the carefree days of youth. I am no longer that passionate young man, nor is he the person I once knew. He has his own royal stance, and I have my own bloodline legacy. We must simply focus on ourselves. Changing the subject, Lin Ao's expression grew serious. I must speak to you about a matter that pertains to your destiny. You mean the immortal sect? Precisely. Lin Ao gazed at Lin Zhe, his eyes brimming with pride. Zhe, your talent is exceedingly rare, surpassing even my own. This mundane world is too small a pond to nurture such a true dragon as you. You must go to the immortal sect. Isn't that a bit premature? The next recruitment at Songjin Mountain 1TB for another 20 years, Lin Zhe protested. However, Lin Ao smiled mysteriously. What if it were not Songjin Mountain? He turned and entered the inner chamber, opening a mechanism beneath the bed to retrieve a box crafted of mysterious gold, entwined with chains. The treasure within was even more extravagant than the Lin family heirloom, the Ba Huang Zhan Fa. He pushed the box towards Lin Zhe. Upon opening it, Lin Zhe found a jade plate of azure hue, quietly glowing and enveloped in an ethereal aura. At its center, a dragon-soaring phoenix dancing character for a mortal brought tranquility to the mind. What is this? The immortal fate token. Lin Ao spoke in a solemn tone, holding it up. With this, you can participate in the trials of the 9 sects of the Qing domain. Regardless of the trial's outcome, you may choose to join any one of the 9 sects. None may refuse. What? Lin Zhe was astonished. This thing is so overbearing? Why didn't you use it back then? When I acquired it, I had already surpassed that age. Lin Ao reminisced about Lin Zhe's grandmother, and she was in poor health at the time. How could I bear to leave her? After her passing, I lost all desire. This immortal fate token is meant for the most gifted descendants of the Lin family. Following his grandfather's guidance, Lin Zhe infused his spiritual energy into the jade plate, pressing it against his forehead. A hum resonated as countless ancient images flooded his mind, finally settling on a towering peak that pierced the heavens. When he regained his senses, everything became clear. This token was forged collaboratively by the 9 sects of the Qing domain during ancient times, with only 1,000 in existence, scattered among millions. Whoever obtains it is deemed the chosen one, the king of fortune. Thus, the 9 sects uphold this principle. Regardless of your skill, as long as you possess this token, you are effectively guaranteed acceptance. The 9 sects of the Qing domain are the absolute rulers over the entire Qing domain. Songjin Mountain is unworthy to carry their shoes. I was flabbergasted. Dear family, is this reward perhaps a bit too grand? With this token, how did the Lin family lose in the original story? This defies logic. Is simply absurd. How do you feel? Are you stunned? The old man looked at me in a daze, wearing an expression of delight at my predicament. What can I say? I can only acquiesce. Yes, yes, you are indeed the most formidable, the mighty god of War of Beichun. The grandfather and grandson exchanged a knowing smile. The trial is in about 2 months, right? Approximately. Then in these 2 months, you must prepare well. As for matters in Bachin, Lin Zhe's determination instantly solidified. 2 months is ample time. I shall take care of everything in Bachin. Otherwise, I would not feel at ease departing. Lin Ao's eyes flashed with killing intent. Good. With the goo poison causing such a commotion, those lurking in the shadows can no longer hold back. This time, I shall ensure that I capture them all. Meanwhile, in the Bachin Imperial Palace. Bang! Crash! The Emperor of Bachin was furious, smashing the treasures within the palace to smithereens. Wretched scoundrels! How dare you deceive me? He drew the Emperor's sword, striking at the dragon pillars. The officials below trembled in fear. Once his rage subsided, he plopped back onto the dragon throne, bellowing, I trusted you, Zhang Tong, and you repay me with this treachery. Useless fools. You are all nothing but useless fools. The officials hastily protested, claiming that Zhang Tong had connections to the immortal sect, making him untraceable. Someone suggested a thorough investigation of all officials emerging from Bachin Academy to root out the traitors. Upon hearing this, the officials from Bachin Academy turned pale, pleading for mercy. The enraged emperor was in no mood for such excuses, waving his hand. Bring forth every official from the Bachin faction, regardless of rank, and have them imprisoned in the dungeons for trial. Instantly, a quarter of the great hall was emptied. The emperor finally calmed slightly, coldly demanding, Now, speak up. I wish to hear solutions. A military general immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe we should take the initiative and strike at Longdo directly. Catch him off guard. Yes. I volunteer for battle. I'm willing to go. The generals clamored for war, while the civil officials hurriedly shook their heads, rushing to dissuade. No, absolutely not. I tell you, this bunch of pedants will spring into action immediately. One leading figure, Lord Wang, boldly interjected, What do you mean by attacking? Is this the right time for war? Good heavens. He launched a tirade that left the military generals dumbfounded. He said, Dear family, who understands? Our own backyard is about to explode. Who is the traitor? Unknown. Who has been poisoned? Unknown. We are completely in the dark. If you hand over military power and it falls into the hands of the enemy as spies, they could turn the tide against us. And wouldn't that be pure folly? Moreover, he pointed at the generals, even if you were fortunate enough not to hand over power to the wrong person. Can you guarantee your own safety or that of your soldiers for being poisoned? In the heat of battle, if the enemy snaps their fingers, boom, your commander could just seize up and foam at the mouth. How can you continue fighting? This statement brought the once boisterous generals back to their senses. Indeed, it made perfect sense. The emperor was equally vexed, slamming his hand against the dragon throne. Silence. He then turned to shout, Summon the imperial physician. Before long, the elder imperial physician arrived, trembling. The emperor, momentarily casting aside his dignity, leaned forward and urgently inquired, What progress has been made in studying that wretched insect? To which, the chief imperial physician, with both hands raised in surrender, lamented, Your Majesty, it is beyond our capability. He explained that this creature was akin to a plus version from the realm of immortal heroes, and our earthly physicians could not even locate it, let alone cure it. The only viable solution was to delve into the martial arts manual left behind by the nefarious Zhang Tong, titled Mo-Xing. At that moment I thought, Isn't that absurd? By the time they deciphered that manual, all hope would have withered away. The emperor's expression darkened, and he bellowed, Continue the search for me. If you cannot find it, you shall cease your duties. However, the chief physician, displaying remarkable tenacity, boldly declared before the entire court, Your Majesty, I am incapable. This task is beyond my abilities. It was akin to staging a modern workplace reform, was it not? Just as the emperor was about to unleash his wrath, the old man swiftly changed his tone. However, I have a recommendation. Who? Your esteemed grandson, the second son of the Lin family, Lin Zhe. The chief physician then launched into an extravagant praise of Lin Zhe, declaring him the first to uncover this issue and boasting that he had previously cured a multitude of condemned veterans, showcasing unparalleled medical prowess, distinctly ahead of his peers. If anyone in Beichun could resolve this venomous affliction, it must be Lin Zhe. The old minister implored the emperor to summon the second son, Lin Zhe, to the palace without delay. Upon uttering Lin Zhe's name, the atmosphere in the grand hall became palpably tense. Those present understood that this name had become a taboo in the court. Why? Because intelligence had just reported that the formidable Zhang Tong, ranked 6th on the divine martial list, had been vanquished by Lin Zhe with a single strike. What does that signify? Even the emperor himself could not achieve such a feat. This was tantamount to openly stating that Lin Zhe surpassed the emperor in prowess. All eyes discreetly glanced at the figure on the dragon throne, fearful that he might retaliate at any moment. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the emperor not only remained calm, but appeared quite pleased, letting out a deep sigh. "Ah, my dear grandson, truly a prodigy of Beichun," he continued. "The child has just accomplished a significant task and must be allowed to rest. We, as elders, should show understanding and not hastily summon him back to work." Then came the pivotal moment. The emperor cleared his throat and called out to the eunuch beside him, "Xiao Guangzi, draft an edict." He immediately conferred a marquis title upon Lin Zhe, bestowing upon him the honorific of Divine Martial Marquis. I was astounded. To be granted a marquis title in the Beichun dynasty is akin to receiving the highest accolades, rarer than any limited edition skin. In all the years since the founding of the nation, counting Lin Zhe, one could enumerate the marquises on one hand. Moreover, this title of Divine Martial was practically inscribed upon Lin Zhe's forehead, ensuring all knew of his remarkable abilities. The members of the Wei family turned pale, with one burly man ready to protest, likely thinking, what right does he have? Perhaps he believed it was merely due to Lin Zhe's handsome appearance. However, he was swiftly restrained by their patriarch, Wei Pingyuan, whose piercing gaze quelled any dissent. The emperor nodded in satisfaction and dispatched the chief eunuch, Xiao Guangzi, to the Lin residence to convey the edict and inquire if Lin Zhe had any insights regarding the venom. As soon as the edict was sent, officials from the Lin faction eagerly followed, each more animated than the last. "Your Majesty, since the second son is so remarkable, why not appoint him as the commander-in-chief to deal with the wolves?" My goodness, the support was overwhelming. Not a single member of the court voiced opposition. Even Wei Pingyuan, who had consistently opposed the Lin family, fell silent. The emperor pondered for a moment and replied, "That is reasonable, but let us not rush. We must first resolve the venom issue. The child is indeed weary and needs rest." He then issued a decree to seal off the imperial capital, declaring, "Not a single fly shall be permitted to escape. Within 3 days, I demand that all traitors within the court be unearthed. Otherwise, they will face execution." With that, he dramatically swept his sleeve and departed, leaving us all in a state of disarray. After the emperor's departure, the Wei family erupted in chaos, surrounding Wei Pingyuan with accusations. "Uncle, why did you stop me? Lin Zhe has insulted us." Jinghai is still kneeling at the academy's entrance. Wei Pingyuan shot them a glare, sternly commanding silence. "You fools, do you think this is a game? Do you truly believe you can challenge the Lin family? Have you forgotten the bloodshed caused by the Lin patriarch in the past? The last time Lin Zhe fainted, the entire Beichun was gripped by fear, dreading the wrath of that old war god. The emperor has conferred a marquis title upon him. Is that not a clear signal?" With a heavy sigh, his expression reflected deep resignation. He gazed into the distant sky, remaining silent for a long moment, before turning back to his youthful relatives, declaring, "From this day forth, conduct yourselves with humility. Anyone who dares provoke the Lin family shall be cast out, lest they bring ruin upon our entire clan. And what of Jinghai? Let him kneel, until the esteemed Divine Martial Marquis is satisfied." He then instructed his subordinates to prepare a generous gift, stating, "Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the Lin residence to offer my congratulations." Upon hearing this, the Wei family understood the gravity of the situation. The skies of Beichun had irrevocably changed, and their era had ended. Meanwhile, in the Lin residence, the chief eunuch Xiao Guangzi had completed the proclamation and had even handed over 2 ancient texts. Lin Zhe remained remarkably composed, as if being granted a marquis title was as commonplace as deciding what to have for dinner. The maid, Xiao Chui, was nearly bursting with excitement, circling around him, exclaiming, "Marquis, you are now a marquis." The entire Lin family was in an uproar. Lin Zhe waved his hand dismissively, his expression tranquil. "Enough, enough. Let's first consider whether any of you have been infected by the venom." Once the eunuch relayed the details regarding the venom, Lin Zhe remained pragmatic. "My grandfather holds me in high regard, but I can only promise to do my utmost." He did not boast. While treating an individual case of venom was manageable, the scale of this citywide infection was daunting. As soon as the eunuch departed, the Lin family erupted in fervor, all kneeling in unison. "We pay our respects to the Divine Martial Marquis." The commotion was overwhelming. Only Lu Hanyan, his nominal sister-in-law, stood there, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Perhaps she was reminiscing about her youthful dreams of heroes, imagining a gallant figure clad in golden armor, riding on clouds of vibrant colors to claim her heart, only to find that the hero was right beside her and was, in fact, her younger brother-in-law. Lindsay waved his hand to disperse the crowd. "You may leave. I will notify you when I have news." Just as he dismissed them, he promptly summoned two trusted experts, Lin Ying and Lin Wu, instructing them to monitor all exits of the imperial capital to prevent any potential traitors from escaping. However, just as he finished making arrangements, another subordinate rushed in, breathless, reporting, "Marquis, it is dire. Our internal investigation has revealed that the situation is quite grim. Half of our personnel may have been infected, and those infected are all core members." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. The magnitude of this task was akin to handling a massive influx of deliveries during the Double 11 shopping festival. At that moment, Lu Hanyin suddenly spoke up, inquiring about the symptoms of the venom. "For instance, does it cause fever or diarrhea?" Lin Zhe replied, "There are no visible reactions. The incubation period is longer than anyone could imagine. If it remains dormant, it is virtually undetectable." Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyin's eyes lit up. "No symptoms?" This is a crucial clue. She mentioned that her family's ancestral medical texts seemed to have recorded something similar, and if she could examine a live specimen, she might recognize it. Realizing that he had overlooked Lu Hanyin's medical lineage, Lin Zhe promptly said, "Give me your hand." Lu Hanyin blushed, momentarily uncertain of his intentions. To examine the goo insect, Lin Shi retorted impatiently. Upon examination, to his surprise, it turned out she was not infected. Lu Hanyin explained that she had grown up bathing in medicinal herbs, rendering her immune to toxins. Lin Zhe's eyes brightened, and he then turned to Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui displayed remarkable charm, batting her eyes as she said, "My lord, do take it easy. I fear the pain. Rest assured, it will be over swiftly." Lin Zhe's hands moved deftly, and in an instant, he extracted a small black insect from her body, placing it before Lu Hanyin. "Here, it's alive. Take a look." Lu Hanyin scrutinized the creature for a considerable time, her brows alternating between relaxation and furrowing, before finally remarking, "I believe I have encountered this before, but I cannot recall where. I shall have to return home and sift through the ancient texts left by my ancestors to ascertain it." The mention of home immediately dimmed her expression. Who could understand the sorrow of being sold off like mere property? That place was a well of melancholy for her. Lin Zhe, catching the shift in her demeanor, promptly said, "Xiao Chui, prepare the carriage." Then, turning to Lu Hanyin, he added, "I will accompany you." The mere utterance of those 4 words reignited the light in her eyes. Lin Zhe, feigning indifference, remarked, "The capital has been rather unstable these past few days. Without my guidance, you might not even make it past the city gate." Of course, his true intention was to gain knowledge from her family's library without any cost. Lu Hanyin fixed her gaze on him, then broke into a charming smile. "Are you not afraid I might bring you misfortune?" Lin Zhe chuckled, fanning himself. "If you could bring harm to me, I would concede that you possess considerable skill." The atmosphere was charged with palpable tension. Lu Hanyin rose to prepare herself, while Xiao Chui discreetly whispered to Lin Zhe, "This is Mrs. First return home. She must look her best." Before long, Lu Hanyin emerged, strikingly beautiful. I must say, her figure and charm, once slightly refined, transformed her into a living work of art, captivating to the point of being unable to look away. Lin Zestole Aglens then quickly averted his gaze, urging, "Let us board the carriage." Once inside, an awkward silence enveloped them. Xiao Chui, ever the clever assistant, broke the tension by exclaiming, "Oh, it's so stuffy. I need some fresh air," and dashed outside, leaving the two alone. The silence thickened, infused with the scent of Lu Hanyin. Ultimately, it was she who broke the stillness, asking softly, "You must have endured much hardship over the years." Lin Zhe replied, "It's been manageable. As long as the outcome is favorable, all is worthwhile." Lu Hanyin pouted, "Did you secretly mock me while I was lecturing you?" Lin Zhe laughed lightly. "How could I? You were merely looking out for me." "You certainly must have laughed at me, so young yet lacking a single honest word," she retorted, not entirely devoid of truth. He replied, his lips curling into a smirk. "Which statement, pray tell?" Lu Hanyin inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Shi tished, "Guess." The effect was instantaneous. Lu Hanyin blushed deeply, lowering her head in silence. This young man was indeed skilled in his craft. The carriage soon arrived at Lu's territory, Wushuangpa. It was evident that this place was on the verge of being renamed Lu Family Slope, with their enterprises sprawling everywhere, exuding grandeur. Lu Hanyin gazed out the window, her expression a blend of emotions. Upon reaching the entrance, her father, Lu Jun, rushed out with a retinue, bowing and smiling broadly at Lin Zhe. "Ah, young master, you have arrived. Our humble abode is graced by your presence." He was eager to prepare a feast and slay a chicken, treating his long-lost daughter as if she were invisible. Lin Zhe interrupted. "There is no need for such fanfare. I have come to investigate an important matter." Hearing investigation, Lu Zhan's legs nearly gave way, fearing trouble had befallen them. He hastily distanced himself. "Young master, you are astute. Our Lu family has always been loyal to the Lin family in Beichen." He hoped Lu Hanyin would speak on his behalf. Throughout, Lu Hanyin did not cast a glance at her father, who could understand that in his eyes, only power and profit existed, not a daughter. Ignoring Lu Jin entirely, she grasped Lin Zhe's wrist and turned to leave. "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the library." I must say, the scene was nothing short of awkward. Hand in hand, we walked away, leaving her entire family behind, looking like a group of NPCs, each face reflecting confusion and bewilderment. Once we had distanced ourselves, I could easily imagine Lu Zhan's expression, dark as a pot's bottom, cursing, "How dare that girl spread her wings?" Meanwhile, his wife urged, "Enough, let us not speak ill. It's rare for our daughter to return." At that moment, a timely ally emerged. A younger relative, with keen insight, timidly asked, "Father, isn't Sister Hanyin supposed to marry the eldest son, Linja? Why is she holding hands with the second son?" This single statement sent Lu Zhan's mind racing. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Yes, the eldest son, Linja, was deceased, and Lu Hanyin had never entered into a formal engagement with him. Technically, she was not even considered a member of the Lin family. He had previously worried that the Lin family might one day return Lu Hanyin, leading to a loss of their advantageous position. But now, Lu Hanyin was entangled with me. I, Lin Zhe, a genius far superior to that deceased elder brother. Should this relationship flourish, the Lu family would ascend from economy class to first class. I could vividly envision the glint in that old fox's eyes, his lips stretching into a grin, likely already rehearsing his acceptance speech for becoming the nation's father-in-law. Nearby, a younger relative murmured, "Isn't this inappropriate for uncle and sister?" Lu Zhan erupted, "Nonsense. What do you mean, sister? Hanyin has not yet wed Linja, nor has she crossed the threshold. I warn you all, if anyone dares to utter Linja's name in front of the second son again, I shall flay your skin." Who could grasp the rapid transformation of his disposition? In one moment, he was admonishing his daughter, and in the next, he was scheming to secure the second son. He immediately summoned several trusted aides, exchanging knowing glances. "You lot, keep a watchful eye on the movements of the young lady and the second son. Find a way to convey my intentions." The subordinates responded as if receiving a royal decree. "Understood. Rest assured, master." They dashed off, invigorated to execute his orders. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyin led me away, finally exhaling, her pace slowing. She shyly said, "I hope I did not embarrass you." I shrugged, gesturing at Xiao Chui. Indeed, it was a spectacle. Lu Hanyin paused, glancing in the direction I pointed, where Xiao Chui was curiously staring at our clasped hands. Xiao Chui added with a playful tone, "Miss, you were holding on rather tightly, weren't you?" In an instant, Lu Hanyin's face flushed to her ears, and as if shocked, she released my hand and hurried ahead, feigning nonchalance. Xiao Kui, ever the lively spirit, chased after her, teasing, "Miss, do tell me, what does it feel like to hold the Lord's hand? I have yet to experience that." Xiao Kui. Lu Hanyin's embarrassment was palpable. Xiao Chui quickly pointed toward a nearby pavilion, exclaiming dramatically, "Ah, we have arrived. This must be the library." Finally, we reached our destination. Upon entering, Lu Hanyin was taken aback. This was not merely a library. It was a trendy hotspot. A throng of people filled the space, each Lu family descendant pretending to read while their eyes darted towards us. As we entered, everyone instantly stood, greeting us in unison, their enthusiasm as if rehearsed. Lu Hanyin's lips twitched in resignation. "This place has changed so much. I may need some time to find what I seek." Inuda noburias. "You search for what you need. I shall browse at my leisure." Browse at my leisure? What a jest. No one understands the significance of the words library better than I. For me, it was not merely a place of books. It was a buffet of knowledge. Without further ado, I dove in, flipping through the pages with such speed that I felt like a high-speed currency counter. The actors from the Lu family were utterly astonished. Their jaws dropped as they pondered. Is this fellow reading or merely fanning himself? Can he truly discern the words with such a method of flipping through the pages? They could not comprehend my extraordinary understanding, for I need not read word for word. A mere glance suffices. Experience points surged upward as I perused Lu Zhongzhen's travelogue and grasped the remnants of Yuxianbu. The myriad notes and manuscripts amassed by the Lu family over centuries, considered mere waste paper by others, were, for me, an abundant source of experience. This journey was fortuitous. While I was immersed in this literary feast, the actors began to mobilize, for the master's orders took precedence. Just as I reveled in the joy of leveling up, I suddenly heard a gasp from Lu Hanyin. "We found it." As she turned, a maid carrying water collided with her, and splash! A full cup drenched Lu Hanyin, instantly soaking her delicate summer attire, clinging to her figure, creating an ethereal scene, hazy and suggestive. "Ah, miss!" The maid knelt, dramatically exclaiming, "I deserve to die." Lu Hanyin, resigned, waved her hand. "It's all right, I do not blame you. Go fetch a clean garment." At that moment, I approached, and Lu Hanyin, oblivious to her wet clothes, excitedly held up the ancient book, exclaiming, "Look, I've discovered the origin of the gu insect. It's this, the Jieshanggu." I leaned in for a closer look. The book illustrated a black insect, identical to the one I had encountered earlier. The text was ominously intriguing, stating that this creature was a lowly creation of a certain blood-poisoned old demon from the immortal sect, whose poison remained undetectable until it struck, leading to a gruesome demise. Yet, the Lu family ancestor who penned this was a formidable figure, determined to unravel its mystery, ultimately uncovering two antidotes, one ground from Shijiang, the other steeped from Yingqiao root. As I absorbed the details of the antidote, an alluring fragrance wafted through the air, elicited by the moisture. Instinctively, I followed the scent, only to be captivated by the hazy water, which was quite overwhelming. I quickly averted my gaze, silently reminding myself, form is emptiness. Women merely slow my experience accumulation. Lu Hanyin, however, noticed my discomfort and, realizing her own state, blushed fiercely, clutching the book to her chest. The atmosphere grew palpably delicate. Fortunately, the maid returned with a change of clothes. To my astonishment, they presented a sheer, translucent gown. What difference was there between wearing it and not? Lu Hanyin protested vehemently. "What is this attire?" Understanding the implications, I realized the Lu family had indeed invested heavily. Alas, such theatrics in the library bore no benefit for me. I promptly removed my outer garment and offered it to Xiao Chui. "Let the young lady wear this for now." Then, I turned back to my reading. Experience points were paramount. Before long, Lu Hanyin rushed back, her expression a mix of shock and urgency. "You must see this." Turning around, I beheld her ancient book, the soak page revealing 4 blood-red characters. "Do not use Shijiang." I was taken aback. Could the narrative twist so dramatically? Was the antidote a mere ruse? This author is truly cunning. I immediately instructed Xiao Chui to bring a basin of water and submerge the entire book. In an instant, the pages transformed into an eerie crimson, inscribed with a multitude of incomprehensible symbols. Even more astonishing, my system promptly displayed a notification. "You have discovered a bizarre, unknown technique." This technique bears a peculiar resemblance to the previously acquired remnants of Huan Yuqi Lu. The combination of these two techniques may unveil the true nature. I was stunned. All this time, the Lu family's ancestral manuscripts were, in fact, the missing half of my incomplete technique. This plot twist was undoubtedly crafted to entwine me with Lu Hanyin. Regaining my composure, I released a hint of pressure, causing the air in the library to stifle. The Lu family members trembled in fear. I pointed at the maid who delivered the clothes. "You, summon all the elder members of the Lu family who can speak." Then, I bellowed at the others. "You all, gather every piece of information regarding this author Lu Changfeng. Leave nothing unexamined." The group scurried off, terrified. Lu Hanyin, misconstruing my fierce demeanor as understanding of the blood characters, inquired, "Do you comprehend it? What does it say?" I nodded, to some extent. "However, I am far more curious about the origins of your Lu family. I regard her meaningfully. Your ancestor, Lu Changfeng, is likely more than just a physician." Before long, Lu Zhen and the other elders hurried in, pale-faced, fearing impending doom. Lu Zhen approached, trembling. What has transpired, second young master?" I handed him the blood-stained book. "Lu family head, can you elucidate the meaning behind this 'do not use Shijiang'?" Lu Zhen, Upon seeing the book and glancing at Lu Hanyin wrapped in my coat, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. I wager he was mentally berating himself. Why meddle? Why act covertly? Now you've truly messed up. After much deliberation, the old men could not arrive at a coherent explanation. Ultimately, an elder related to Lu Changfeng recalled. Trembling, Lu Changfeng joined an organization called the Holy Sect a century ago, later having a falling out with his family and disappearing. Shortly after his disappearance, the Lu family began to suffer misfortunes, ultimately forced to flee from the Zhuji Emperor's dynasty to seek refuge here. Having absorbed this information, I had a clear understanding. Lu Changfeng was likely embroiled in the conflicts of the Immortal Sect, and had brought back something he should not have. I instructed them to retrieve all information regarding Lu Changfeng for further examination, only to find that his travelogue reacted. It appeared this was the sole lead. Having nearly completed my information gathering, I was filled with experience points, reaching GodlyInsight LV2, 85,100. Remaining here served no purpose. I stood up decisively. Let us return. Remember to take that travelogue. Lu Zhan attempted to persuade me to stay for a meal, but I had no time for such pleasantries. My heart was set on returning. No need, urgent matters await. Upon boarding the carriage, I summoned my guard Lin Ling. Proceed immediately to the Shura Mountain Villa and inform them that I require all information regarding the previous head of the Lu family and Lu Changfeng. The more detailed, the better. Lin Ling was taken aback, clearly unprepared for my covert alliance with the assassins of Shura Mountain Villa. Indeed, high-level hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Upon returning to the Lin residence, I instructed Lu Hanyin to test the Ying Chao route first, and we would discuss further upon my return. Then, clutching the two books, I hurried back to my room. Closing the door, I placed Huan Yu Qixing Lu alongside Lu Changfeng's travelogue. In the next moment, a miracle transpired. Following the guidance of the mysterious technique, you have uncovered the hidden secrets of Huan Yu Qixing Lu. You have discovered the Earth-grade middle-tier technique, Zhen Hua Sheng Mo Ju. A hum resonated. The two books pulsed with a sanguine aura, 5 glaring crimson characters suddenly emerging before my eyes. Zhen Hua Sheng Mo Ju. Let me tell you, at that moment, all my thoughts converged. The trivial 21-day completion, the condensation of the divine flower, were rendered unnecessary. An unimpeded expressway leading directly to the innate divine realm lay starkly before me. This journey with the Lu family was a resounding success. The mysterious portal to the innate realm had swung wide open for me. I can assure you, in that instant, I felt utterly transformed. My mind buzzed as if something within had been unleashed. Almost immediately, an enigmatic door materialized before my very eyes. Upon the opening of that door, an inexhaustible force surged forth like a torrential flood, relentlessly flooding my being without any regard for cost. It washed over me inside and out, and the sensation was 1,000 times more exhilarating than indulging in a top-tier spa. As I cast my gaze downwards, I was astonished to find that my body resembled a jade figurine, translucent and radiant, with veins glimmering like glass and blood flowing like jelly. I had attained the innate realm. Just as I was reveling in this newfound power, I opened my eyes and realized that I had perhaps gone a bit overboard. An invisible pressure erupted from my being, instantly enveloping the entirety of the Beichin Empire. I pondered what I had done. I merely leveled up. It felt akin to the arrival of a great demon lord. In the palace, my grandfather sprang from his dragon throne, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, trembling as he exclaimed, "Innate?" The head of the Wei family was equally alarmed, and my grandfather, Lin Ao, was on the verge of crushing his prayer beads, all speculating which divine being was undergoing tribulation. Did they think that was the end? How amusingly narrow-minded. The next moment, the commotion escalated. With a thunderous roar, the sky turned black, ominous clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. The scene stretched from the Beichin Empire to the neighboring Longdu and Xinyue kingdoms. And guess what? Along the way, a mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak was so startled by my commotion that he was rendered speechless. Initially, he believed it was a powerful figure from the divine vein realm passing by. However, as my energy erupted, a blood-red sun ascended into the sky, from which a great dragon emerged. The man was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "You must be kidding. Blood, energy like a dragon. True body realm. What on earth is happening?" He turned to flee. In a most intriguing twist, just as he was about to escape, my breakthrough concluded, and with a wave of my hand, All the celestial phenomena vanished in an instant, leaving a clear sky. The bewildered man stood in the wind, likely cursing. What the hell? Is this a new form of bullying? Who are you trying to scare? He stomped off in frustration. Little did he know, his guesses were not entirely off. I was not merely a passerby at the true body realm. I was the source. Moreover, I did not just break through one level. I leaped 3 levels in one go. From Yuan, to Divine Vein, to true body realm, I achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd realm. My blood energy surging like a dragon. I tell you, I felt like a humanoid mecha, capable of uprooting the 7 kingdoms of the Eastern domain with a mere breath. Once I savored this exhilaration, I opened the system panel, and lo and behold, my golden finger, the divine level comprehension, had also upgraded to LV3. The new feature was even more formidable, called Cultivation Fusion. Was this not tailor-made for me? The hundreds of tattered martial arts manuals I possessed could finally be transformed from waste into treasure. I dove right in, using the Bahuang battle method as the main ingredient. I infused it with 109 human-level heart techniques as fodder. Ding! The Earth-grade lower-tier Bahuang Shixinju was born. Next, I tackled body refinement techniques, merging the true, fire, sacred Demon Ju with 127 assorted body refinement arts to create the even mightier Feng Sheng Mo Gong. As for movement techniques, finger techniques, palm techniques, after a series of operations, all were elevated to human-level supreme quality. With this wave of enhancement, I felt as though I had ascended to a whole new echelon. My aura now is reclusive as an unfathomable abyss. In the territory of Songjin Mountain, I was invincible. Having secured my own power, it was time to address matters at home. I swiftly teleported to the pharmacy, where Lu Hanyan was diligently studying some luminous grass roots. I approached her and said, "Stop researching, sister. You're headed in the wrong direction. The true antidote is me." Without further ado, I made a small incision on my hand and demonstrated the ability to create blood from thin air. Under my control, a blood droplet coalesced, leaving Lu Hanyan astonished as she rushed over to bandage me. I reassured her, "Do not panic, sister. This is merely a trickle of blood, akin to losing a hair." She then realized the significance of the blood inscription left by our ancestor lay in my blood, cultivated through the true fire, sacred Demon Ju. She hurried to retrieve a certain medicinal herb called Shijiang to mix with my blood. Meanwhile, her little maid, Xiao Chui, was sent to procure medicine and returned, thoughtfully closing the door behind her, taking all the bodyguards outside. Family, who understands? This girl was playing the perfect assist. Lu Hanyan and I exchanged awkward glances, the air thick with tension. I quickly transmitted a thought to summon Lin Wu as a test subject. After he consumed a cup of the antidote, I activated my amber ocular enhancement, and lo and behold, the goo worm within him melted away faster than ice cream. Success! I immediately instructed Lin Wu to gather everyone to take the antidote and informed Lu Hanyan that my blood was essential for the antidote to work. With the antidote secured, it was time to deliver good news to my grandfather. I stealthily approached him from behind and called out, "Grandfather." The sudden sound startled both him and the steward Lin Mo. They inquired when I had arrived, and I replied, "Do not mind that. Look at this." I released a subtle hint of innate pressure, just a touch. The wind stirred and thunder rumbled. My grandfather exclaimed, "You rascal. It's you." I nodded, "Indeed. It is I." This revelation left them both dumbfounded, circling around me in astonishment, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. What is absurdity? This is absurdity. An 18-year-old innate deity. Who would believe it? Once they regained their composure, my grandfather embraced me, tears of joy mingling with laughter, expressing how the heavens had not been unkind to him. I felt a pang of sympathy for my grandfather. These years had not been easy for him. After the emotional moment, it was time for the substantial matters. I casually broke off 2 pieces of floor tiles and inscribed 2 human-level supreme cultivation techniques, Tianyu Jinghong and Qishuan Jinji, and handed them to my grandfather, saying, "Here, upgrade the equipment for our special forces." I then pulled out a piece of jade and inscribed the Earth-grade lower-tier Bahuang Shixinju into it, advising this Earth-grade technique is for your private practice. Keep it confidential. My grandfather's eyes conveyed understanding. Everything was left unspoken. He knew that his grandson was more perceptive than he had imagined. My grandfather inquired about the goo poison situation, and I reassured him that the antidote was already arranged and would take effect shortly. Only then did he feel completely at ease and asked, "What are your thoughts on the situation in Beichin?" I gazed out the window and smiled. No rush. Let them stew for a while. Someone will eventually lose their composure and reveal their hand. For the next few days, our family would close its doors and simply observe the unfolding events. As expected, chaos erupted outside. I do not know which genius conceived the ill-fated idea that everyone should be afflicted by the goo, ensuring no one could escape, leading to a collective battle for survival. The city was in turmoil, desperately hunting for traitors, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. While a few minor characters were captured, the real big fish remained hidden. After 2 days of this standoff, just when I thought the mastermind would crack under pressure, an unexpected visitor arrived, instantly shattering the deadlock. The Xinyue Kingdom sent envoys. These individuals, who typically kept their distance from us, what could they possibly want? I assure you, they were not here for a social call. They bore an ultimatum. One named Zhang Ho made an entrance as if a special effect had been activated, emerging from a swirl of purple flames, resembling a magician. He wasted no time with pleasantries, launching straight into the matter at hand. The 4 words that left my grandfather, the Emperor of Beichun, reeling. A great war approaches. He stated that the Zhuji Empire had gone mad, fueled by ambition to swallow the entirety of our eastern domain's 7 kingdoms. My grandfather narrowed his eyes, his imperial aura undiminished, even amidst the chaos. He retorted, "Are you exaggerating? I am well aware of the Zhuji Empire's capabilities. Do they possess the strength to conquer the 7 kingdoms? It seems it is your Xinyue Kingdom that cannot withstand the pressure and seeks to drag us Beichun down with you." However, Zhang Ho shook his head solemnly and replied, "I am not exaggerating. They have already made their move. Just yesterday, the Eastern Yu, Douluo, and Lingshan kingdoms were all overrun. Now, the entire eastern domain is left with only us, Beichun, and them, the Xinyue. I must inform you that this is not the end." He continued, "When I departed from our nation, the formidable army of Zhuji had already reached our first border. At their current pace, the second border is in jeopardy. If you do not ally with us soon, once we are defeated, you shall be next." Upon hearing this, my grandfather's expression instantly changed. How could it be possible to silently annihilate 3 nations? The strength of the 7 kingdoms in the eastern domain has always been mutually constraining. Otherwise, unification would have occurred long ago. How could Zhuji possess such power? The Ziyang Marquis, noticing his disbelief, stated, "This is absolutely true. If you do not believe me, send your fastest expert to verify. Why would I deceive you in such matters?" Just then my grandfather suddenly grasped a critical point. "Wait, you mentioned only we and Xinyue remain. What about Longdu?" The mention of Longdu caused the Ziyang Marquis' face to darken, even revealing a hint of horror. He replied, "Longdu is the closest to us. Upon receiving news, I rushed there immediately. However, there was not a single soul in the entire nation. At least in the vast area I flew over, there was no sign of life, not even a corpse. It was as if the entire nation had vanished from existence." "What did you just say?" My grandfather leaped from his dragon chair, disbelief etched across his face. "Longdu has completely vanished. How could that be possible? He is the Emperor of Beichun, having battled with Longdu for a lifetime, and has embedded countless spies there, even in the midst of the turmoil caused by the poison. Monitoring Longdu has never ceased. How could he have received no news of such a significant occurrence? A nation simply disappearing? This is more absurd than science fiction. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." My grandfather paced back and forth in the study, engulfed in profound shock and confusion. The Ziyang Marquis sighed, "I understand your feelings. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would not believe it either. But it is the truth." My grandfather's face turned ashen as he summoned his most secret elite force, the Shadow Guards. This group follows only his orders, handling the most confidential matters. Soon, a hoarse voice emerged from behind the screen. "Your Majesty, has any news come from Longdu today?" "None." My grandfather's heart sank entirely. If even the Shadow Guards reported no news, it indicated that a grave situation had indeed arisen. The Ziyang Marquis, sensed the timing was right, and urged, "Emperor Beichun, we have little time left. If our 2 nations unite, we still possess the strength for one battle. If we are picked off one by one, it will all be over." My grandfather pondered for a long while before finally speaking. "Even if we must fight, we need to understand the enemy's capabilities. What gives Zhuji the ability to conquer 3 nations in succession?" The Ziyang Marquis uttered 2 words that sent my grandfather into a state of icy dread. "Goo poison." Good heavens, goo poison again. My grandfather's pupils shook violently. The Zhuji dynasty swept through the 6 nations relying on goo poison, and now, with Longdu, who previously poisoned Beichun, mysteriously disappearing at this critical juncture, there must be a connection. Anyone would believe so. The Ziyang Marquis continued. According to our intelligence, the Jiuji dynasty utilized a very special type of goo insect, rendering those three nations utterly incapable of resistance, leading to their swift collapse. As he spoke, he noticed my grandfather's face darkening further. Emperor Beichun, what troubles you? My grandfather shot him a glance, his voice laced with despair. If it truly is through goo poison, then Beichun may not be able to assist you. For we and Beichun are also deeply entangled in the chaos of goo poison. Now, it was the Ziyang Marquis' turn to be bewildered. How could you be afflicted by goo poison? It was not Jiuji, but the suddenly vanished Longdu. They are using goo poison that has leaked from the Xianmen. The mention of Xianmen goo poison caused the air in the room to stiffen. After a prolonged silence, the Ziyang Marquis finally said, I believe I understand. A few days ago, a terrifying innate deity descended upon the eastern domain, and this matter is likely related to him. Everything became clear. Behind all events, an invisible hand, transcending worldly power, was orchestrating everything. Amidst the atmosphere of despair, the Ziyang Marquis abruptly said, Report to Tsangjian Mountain. Tsangjian Mountain, the celestial realm that presides over our region, seldom intervenes in worldly affairs. However, if another innate deity is involved, it would be a provocation to their authority, and they would surely take action. Yet my grandfather shook his head. It is too late. By the time our people reach Tsangjian Mountain, it will be too late. Furthermore, Jiuji's army is blocking us from the west. Whether our people can even get there is uncertain. So, do we just sit idly by? My grandfather remained silent for a long time, and finally, as if resolved, his gaze fell upon the direction of the Lin family. Let us go to the Lin family. That is our only hope. The Ziyang Marquis looked puzzled. The Lin family? I have heard of your General Lin Ao, but at this moment, I am not referring to Lin Ao. My grandfather interjected, his tone complex, but rather my grandson. Lin Shi, your grandson? The Ziyang Marquis' expression was one of utter disbelief. If Lin Ao cannot withstand the pressure, what could your grandson, at most a few decades old, possibly achieve? My grandfather simply looked at him deeply and said, When you meet him, you will understand. With that, he stepped forward, his figure vanishing instantaneously from the palace. The Ziyang Marquis, filled with questions, hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, atop the mist-laden celestial mountain, at the peak resembling a divine sword, within the Tsangjian Palace, a seemingly youthful swordsman, who was actually over 78,000 years old, suddenly opened his eyes. Ahem! The ancient sword that had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years trembled slightly. His sword was afraid. In the next moment, boundless sword energy erupted from his being, soaring into the heavens, forming a towering sword pillar. The entire Tsangjian mountain trembled under this force. The disciples below, rather than being alarmed, rejoiced. The mountain lord has awakened. This mountain lord, Tsangjian, possesses a natural sword body, with an acute intuition for crises in the world. His sword's tremor signifies that tremendous trouble is imminent. He simply uttered one sentence. Songfeng, come see me. A flash of sword light appeared, and a middle-aged man materialized before him, respectfully calling out, Brother, my sword has trembled. Songjin stated calmly. Songfeng's expression changed. He realized the gravity of the situation. Songjian inquired, Recently, have any significant events transpired in our region? Songfeng pondered briefly and replied, The only significant event was a super strong being at the level of qi and blood like a dragon, passing through a few days ago. However, he seemed merely to be passing by. I can no longer sense his presence. Anything else? Nothing more. Songfeng shook his head. I do not concern myself with the trivial matters of the mortal realm. Songjian shot him a glance. You must personally venture into the mortal realm. He paused, his expression becoming exceedingly grave, for this tremor felt eerily similar to that of the blood-poisoned sorcerer from the fire demon sect many years ago. Blood-poisoned sorcerer. Songfeng's body involuntarily shuddered. That figure was the childhood nightmare of their generation. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a beam of sword light and rushed toward the mortal realm. The scene shifts back to the Lin family. My grandfather and the Ziyang Marquis had arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, the Ziyang Marquis recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing this, my grandfather Lin Ao and I exchanged glances, our expressions remaining unchanged. Trouble had come knocking at our door. Finally, my grandfather turned his gaze towards me, his face heavy with concern. Sir, your grandfather has thought long and hard. In all of Beichun, you're the only one capable of breaking through Jiuji's blockade to seek aid from Tsangjian Mountain. I know your capabilities are extraordinary, and you are perhaps just a half step away from the innate realm. The Ziyang Marquis, hearing this, was taken aback. Wait, you say your grandson? Half-step innate. My grandfather ignored him, continuing to regard me with a solemnity befitting the fate of a nation resting upon my shoulders. However, my grandfather and I wore expressions of serene calmness. I even managed to smile as I spoke. There is no need to complicate matters. What does this mean? My grandfather was perplexed. It meant that I gazed at him, and a fleeting amber glimmer shone in my eyes. Suddenly, the entire world became devoid of color. All of existence transformed into a gray stone sculpture, and time came to an absolute standstill. In this silent, monochrome realm, only my grandfather and I retained the ability to move. I leisurely approached him, plucking a leaf that hovered in midair, turning my back to him as I spoke softly. Whether it be the Jijidi army or the Northern Star's goo poison, or even your desire to unify the Eastern domain, I can fulfill it all. As long as you answer one question, I can assist you. My grandfather's body stiffened. He understood what I was about to inquire. You wish to know if the demise of 2 generations of the Lin family was orchestrated by me, correct? Then was it you? I turned to face him, my amber pupils seemingly penetrating the darkness of his heart. In the presence of absolute power, all schemes and plots became mere jest. Since the game had reached this point, I was disinclined to wait any longer and decided to overturn the table. My grandfather remained silent for a long while, and finally, he looked at me with an incredibly complex expression, resolutely admitting, the Lin family's decline was indeed my deliberate design. I am the emperor. How can I allow others to rest beside me? The Lin family's influence was too vast. I had to weaken them. He scoffed, stating that regarding your father's and your second uncle's deaths, I can only say it was heaven's assistance. The words echoed in the stillness, causing the frozen world to tremble. Colors and sounds surged back like a returning tide. When the Ziyang Marquis and my grandfather emerged from the stasis, it felt as though only a moment had passed. They only heard the latter part of my previous statement. The Jijidi dynasty I can extinguish with a mere snap of my fingers. My grandfather's pupils constricted sharply, and a cold sweat drenched his back. Was that merely an illusion? No, it felt too real. He looked at me, bewildered, while I merely smiled mysteriously in return. Who could comprehend the moment when my grandfather's gaze upon me resembled that of a demon? The Ziyang Marquis remained stunned. Extinguished with a snap? The demeanor of the young duke is impressive, yet we should still proceed cautiously. I disregarded him, merely raising my gaze toward the Jijidi dynasty. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the eastern domain. A colossal blood-red dragon suddenly materialized across the sky. Its terrifying aura enveloped the entire eastern domain, causing all living beings to shudder from their very souls. The Zongfeng, who had just reached the skies above the Wolf City, was directly frightened by this dragon's presence and plummeted from the heavens, shattering a mountain upon impact. He crawled out from the ruins, gazing at the blood dragon above with a face full of despair, chi and blood like a dragon's realm. It is over. The demon sect has revived a figure of this caliber. Terrified, he hurriedly prepared to flee back to Zongjian Mountain to report. The blood-red dragon had already soared above the Jijidi dynasty's army. Its massive head descended, and the overwhelming pressure immobilized all soldiers in place. The leading Liang Wang scrambled to the ground, prostrating himself. Your esteemed divine presence. This humble king was unaware of your arrival. If there has been any disturbance, please forgive me. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. I am the Northern Star's divine martial Marquis. What? The Northern Stars? The Liang Wang's mind exploded with realization. He scrambled onto his horse, summoning all his strength to shout, all troops retreat. From this day forth, no one from the Jijidi dynasty shall step into the Northern Star's territory. Retreat. At his command, the grand and imposing Jijidi army fled in a panic as though they had seen a ghost. Noblatschend, nonigo the Shiaschens. All because of my words. A single utterance could disperse a multitude. This maneuver was akin to the divine presence of I am him descending upon us. Meanwhile, across the New Moon dynasty, from the emperor to the soldiers, all stood in astonishment. Their New Moon king, sword in hand, had been prepared to sacrifice himself for the nation. Yet this was the outcome? He muttered in disbelief. Ziyang, I sent you to seek help, and you brought back a deity. I tell you, the people of the New Moon dynasty were left dumbfounded, pondering. They remarked that our eastern domain has not been without deities for millennia. But those great figures were never of the royal lineage. Once they ascended, they no longer concerned themselves with mortal affairs. At most, they might lend a hand out of kinship before departing to the celestial realm, bidding farewell to the mundane world. There was even one ruthless individual whose first act upon ascending was to obliterate his homeland, sacrificing billions without a second thought. Thus, the attitude of this newly emerged deity from the Northern Star remains uncertain. However, after some contemplation, the New Moon King concluded that since he is the Northern Star's divine martial marquis, he likely does not belong to the Li family royal lineage. As long as he is not related to the Emperor, the situation should not be dire. Before this deity departs, we can afford to be a little timid. The greatest trouble now lies with the fleeing Jijidi army. As long as the deity is present, they will not dare to act. Once he leaves, the impending threat will still loom. All troops, keep your eyes peeled and continue the search. Meanwhile, a black-robed figure hiding atop a high mountain was grinding his teeth in frustration. Absurd. This was utterly ludicrous. He was ranting in disbelief, wondering how someone of the chi and blood, like a dragon realm, could be the divine martial marquis of a mere insignificant dynasty. Are you joking? Such a figure, even at the height of our holy sect's power, would be a top-tier entity, with ordinary deities lacking the qualification to even meet them. Would such a person reside in this desolate place? I refuse to believe this. He speculated that within the Northern Star dynasty, there must be some family connected to this great figure who simply stopped by to pay a visit. He touched the blood crystal ball in his hand. Feeling that he had collected enough chi and blood and fear energy, it was time to leave. Only a fool would stir up trouble in the territory of a chi and blood like a dragon realm expert. However, before departing, he intended to collect some interest. The resources of our holy sect are not given freely. The black-robed figure vanished in a flash. Simultaneously, Zhang Feng from Zhongjian Mountain was also bewildered. He believed Lin Zhe had indeed come to pay a familial visit. After all, they had governed this territory for many years. How could they not have a sense of the presence of such powerful figures? As for Lin Zhe's recent breakthrough, who could claim that a newly ascended deity would immediately reach the third stage of the true body realm, after living for tens of thousands of years? I would not dare to dream such dreams. However, with this, the blood sacrifice incident in Wolf City should have nothing to do with this individual. The demon sect would be eager for more deaths to harvest energy. How could they possibly come to rescue anyone? Zhang Feng thought, well, since he's not an enemy, I shall go meet this great figure. It would be beneficial to have him assist in uncovering whether the fire demon sect was behind the Wolf City incident. With such a powerful figure's word, the entire Huaguang realm sects would surely mobilize. His influence is immensely significant. With that thought, Zhang Feng set off toward the Northern Star. Meanwhile, on the Lin family side, Lin Zhe's single statement had sent the Jijidi army fleeing, dispersing the previously cataclysmic aura. I tell you, as the oppressive presence dissipated, everyone felt as if they had emerged from the depths of water, gasping for breath. The Ziyang Marquis, his legs trembling, was utterly terrified. My goodness, a preeminent divine being. I was just conversing with a living deity. I was internally chiding myself. He suddenly dropped to his knees before Lin Zhe, stumbling over his words. This humble mortal, Ziyang, bows before your divine presence. I did not recognize the mountain's majesty, and please disregard my foolish words. Lin Zhe waved his hand, indicating it was nothing, and to rise. However, this individual shook his head vigorously. No, I dare not. I shall remain kneeling. Lin Zhe, indifferent, paid him no further mind. At this moment, the members of the Lin family army approached, their eyes gleaming with fervor, as though they could ignite the very air around them. Just now, the esteemed North Star divine, Martial Marquis, spoke, and they truly listened. What a marvel! Our young master is indeed the living immortal who can instill awe across the entire Eastern domain with but a thought. Congratulations to the young master for achieving the innate state. Cheers to the young master for attaining the innate state. The voices rose in waves, echoing throughout the imperial capital. All of Beichun turned towards the Lin family, offering their utmost respect. Lin Zhe smiled, raising his hand to beckon for silence. I have received your heartfelt sentiments. Let us drink a few more cups this evening. We shall discuss other matters later. Yes, that single affirmation reverberated as if shaking the very earth, akin to fervent devotees encountering a deity. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Zhe opened his palm, conjuring a brilliant blood crystal out of thin air, which he presented to the Emperor of Beichun. This artifact, combined with Shijiang powder, would suffice to eliminate all the poison in the imperial capital. The Emperor of Beichun stared intently at Lin Zhe, his gaze so complex it could inspire an 800-word essay. He opened his mouth, yet all the words coalesced into a long sigh, his retreating figure a mixture of solitude and liberation. Once the emperor and Ziyang Marquis departed, Lin Zhe turned to his grandfather, Lin Ao, and stated, "Grandfather, the deaths of father and uncle heir have nothing to do with the emperor." Understanding immediately, Lin Ao recognized that Lin Zhe had communicated with the emperor through divine means. The old man sighed, finally unburdened after years of mental turmoil, yet still puzzled by how a mere skirmish with the wolf capital could lead to utter annihilation. At that moment, Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Nothing. Someone is looking for me. I shall meet with him." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhe's figure vanished. High above Beichun, Song Feng had been waiting for quite some time. Upon his arrival, he slightly released the aura of an innate master as a form of greeting. Seeing Lin Zhe approach, he immediately clasped his hands in salute. "Song Feng of Songjian Mountain, honored to meet you, senior. In the realm of cultivation, those who are adept take precedence. Your prowess makes you a senior indeed." "From Songjian Mountain?" "Indeed. My elder brother is the master of Songjian Mountain, and I convey his regards to you, esteemed senior." Song Feng's words served both as an introduction and an attempt to gauge Lin Zhe's strength. However, Lin Zhe's response rendered him momentarily speechless. "Yes, I am a North Star Divine Martial Marquis." Song Feng thought the conversation had suddenly become challenging. With a forced smile, he pressed on. "May I ask which sect you hail from, senior? I have a matter of great concern regarding the safety of the entire Qing domain to report." "Oh, what matter?" Song Feng's expression grew grave as he uttered a name. "The cult of the fire demon." Above the heavens, a cold wind swept through, and the two exchanged glances. Lin Zhe remained calm, while Song Feng appeared bewildered. "Wait, my friend. The cult of the fire demon. Could you not react a bit more? Am I not being clear enough? Please continue." Song Feng's lips twitched. "Your composure is truly remarkable. It is thus, my elder brother, the master of Songjian Mountain, recently sensed a tremendous crisis, akin to the old blood poison demon of the cult." The blood poison demon? At the mention of this name, Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Song Feng noticed the reaction and quickly continued. "My brother dispatched me to investigate, and I discovered that the entire populace of the wolf capital had vanished. I found traces of blood rituals. The entire nation has been sacrificed to the cult. Esteemed senior, with your profound cultivation, could you possibly visit the wolf capital? The demons of the cult can surely not evade your discerning gaze." Lin Zhe nodded, and with a mere thought, the two instantaneously teleported to the wolf capital. Song Feng pointed to a location. "Esteemed senior, look there." Lin Zhe's eyes transformed into a shimmering amber hue, instantly perceiving the essence of the situation. He observed the familiar blood-red flames and ominous demonic aura. This was indeed the power of the true fire saint demon technique he practiced, yet it felt slightly different, as if an imitation, incomplete. He even sensed that he could control these forces. "Congeal," Lin Zhe silently commanded. The remnants of demonic energy and flames in the sky over the wolf capital instantly responded, as if summoned by an ancestor, obediently converging before erupting, all being absorbed into Lin Zhe's body. The demonic flames within him surged, loosening his cultivation bottleneck. He was on the verge of breaking through to the fourth realm of innate mastery. Remarkable, the speed of advancement in demonic arts is truly exhilarating. While Lin Zhe marveled at this, Song Feng was utterly astounded. He watched in disbelief as Lin Zhe absorbed all the demonic energy. Is this not the technique of the demons of the cult? Good heavens, have I brought trouble to the very source? In the next moment, Song Feng's mind screamed one word: run. With a whoosh, he transformed into a streak of sword light, burning several drops of his essence blood, desperately fleeing. Lamenting internally, "It's over, I was too careless." However, just as he had covered 1,000 miles, he looked up to find Lin Zhe casually blocking his path. Song Feng's heart sank, his sword drawn, prepared to fight. The demons of the cult waste no words. "Come, if you wish to kill or maim." Lin Shi, bemused, remarked, "Why the urgency to flee before I have even finished speaking? If I were a member of the cult, you would already be fertilizer for the wolf capital." Song Feng froze, questioning his existence. "You truly are not from the cult?" Lin Zhe replied nonchalantly, "I have stated from the beginning, I am a North Star Dynasty's Divine Martial Marquis. I do not wish to repeat this for a third time." Song Feng fell silent. He seated himself cross-legged, allowing his formidable consciousness to sweep across the entirety of the North Star dynasty. 1 second passed, and he frowned. 2 seconds later, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. 3 seconds on, he began to tremble. When he withdrew his consciousness, he looked as though he had seen a ghost. A chill racing from his soles to the crown of his head. He pointed at Lindsay, speechless. Why, you are 18 years old. Who understands, dear friends, the concept of an 18-year-old innate immortal? Fine, I can accept that you might be the reincarnation of an ancient deity. But an 18-year-old at the peak of the third realm, brimming with vitality? How is this to be understood? This is pure, unadulterated cyber ascendance. Our mountain master, a genius emerging once every tens of thousands of years, reached this realm only at nearly 60,000. You, at 18, must have been born an immortal. Song Feng was utterly bewildered. What? Does this not appear to you as if I am 18? Lindsay jested. Song Feng stammered. And no, I meant to say you. At that moment, a cold voice resonated through the heavens. My younger brother's understanding is limited, causing the sage to be amused. As the words faded, the air was filled with sword energy, coalescing into a figure clad in azure, sharp as a blade unsheathed. With his arrival, the world grew noticeably colder. The master of Song Jian, bowed before the sage. Sage. At the mention, Song Feng nearly shattered. This is a supreme existence that transcends the sixth realm of innate mastery. The legendary dragon, seen but never fully revealed, stands before me today. His journey had been a whirlwind of seniors and demons, and now he found himself before a sage, his heart racing as if on a roller coaster. You address me as a sage? Lindsay narrowed his eyes. Song Jian explained. I have heard that sages are formless and faceless, embodying countless forms in an instant. Anyone we encounter may be an incarnation of the sage in the mortal realm. Among the most intriguing of these incarnations is that of dreams. In dreams, the sage may forget themselves and experience an entirely new life. Song Jian fixed his gaze firmly on Lindsay. An ordinary individual could never achieve the third realm of innate mastery at 18, but within the sage's dream, anything is possible. If you are not an incarnation of the sage's dream, then where can we find a sage? Good heavens! This fellow has concocted an entire fantasy epic in his mind. Lindsay understood clearly that he was merely a traverser with an advantage, yet this misunderstanding seemed rather pleasant. Thus, he simply smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, perhaps. What I wish to know now is, what is the origin of the cult of the fire demon? Upon hearing this, Song Jian eagerly began his exposition. 8,000 years ago, the cult of the fire demon rose to power through a demonic technique known as the True Fire Saint Demon technique. This technique allows one to absorb the vitality and fear of living beings to advance at a terrifying speed. Moreover, there exist both large and small versions of this technique. The cult leaders practice the larger version, enabling them to directly devour their followers who practice the smaller version, akin to raising pigs, fattening them up before slaughter. With this strategy, the cult became a behemoth within a century, rampaging through cities and nations. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of the half-saint ancestor of the Changhe sword sect that they were subdued. To my astonishment, merely 8,000 years have passed, and these fellows have made a triumphant return. Song Jian was filled with emotions. He promptly dispatched his younger brother, Song Feng, to notify the various sects, then turned to Lindsay with sincerity, saying, Saint, as you step into the mortal realm for the first time, you must have numerous confusions about this world. Why not accompany me back to Songjian Mountain for a few days as our guest? Upon hearing this, Lindsay's eyes sparkled with excitement. A visit to Songjian Mountain? I care not for anything else. I'm solely intrigued by your esteemed library. As the leader of this region, your collection must be vast. If I could wander its halls, my exceptional comprehension could surely ascend to new heights. This opportunity to benefit without cost must not be missed. He instantly agreed with a smile. Then I shall impose upon you. Upon their return to Songjian Mountain, Song Jian immediately ordered a complete lockdown of the mountain, conducting a thorough search for the disciples of the demonic sect. After arranging for the innate experts, he began calling out the names of the acquired disciples. Xianhua, you are meticulous in your work. You shall lead the postnatal disciples. After calling for some time with no response, an elderly man with a white beard shakily stepped forward. Reporting to the mountain master, are you referring to senior brother Jin Xianhua? Indeed, Song Jian replied. The old man continued to inform you. Senior brother Zhen could not break through to the innate level and passed away 1400 years ago. Song Jian paused for a moment, recalling that he had slept for 3,000 years. 3,000 years may be but a fleeting moment for an immortal, yet for mortals, it spans generations. What a pity. He had once held great hopes for that young man. However, in the realm of cultivation, the old must pass, and the new must emerge. One must simply grow accustomed to it. He waved his hand, pointing at the elderly man. In that case, you shall be responsible for the team. The old man accepted the command, and Song Jian finally turned his gaze towards me. I must say, sword cultivators possess a certain straightforwardness. Their minds are solely occupied with swords and cultivation, resembling steel beams. He approached without any pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Brother, to be frank, I have summoned you to request your assistance. Before I could respond, his eyes gleamed with fervor, resembling two searchlights, as he stated. I seek to inquire about the second step of the true body, blood like the great sun. What is its essence? To my surprise, he began to lament, explaining how he had been stuck at the Qi and blood wasteland realm for nearly 20,000 years. His vitality had long been honed to its limits, and he was merely half a step away from achieving blood like the great sun. That half step felt insurmountable, having hindered him for thousands of years. Each time he felt close to an epiphany, that spark of inspiration would vanish before he could grasp it. He solemnly assured me, if you are willing to teach me, I will offer you anything from Song Jian Mountain. Take whatever you desire without hesitation. Well, I certainly would not be modest in response. I replied, since you have offered, I shall spend 3 days in your library. How does that sound? No sooner had I finished speaking than a token imbued with sword energy flew before me. A deal is struck. Engaging with such individuals is truly enjoyable. Efficiency is paramount. I accepted the token with satisfaction and wasted no time in elaborating the key insights of blood like the great sun. Remarkably, his talent was indeed exceptional. After only a few explanations, his eyes closed and his entire being surged with vitality. It seemed he was on the brink of ascending right then and there. Very well. Carry on with your endeavors. I must hasten to immerse myself in the ocean of knowledge. I quietly slipped away, making my way towards the library. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of the Beichen Empire, my dear sister, Xia Qinghe, was basking in the praise of passers-by who sang my praises, declaring me unparalleled and a figure of unprecedented greatness, leaving her mouth agape in awe. However, beside her, Wu Tong's expression was turning a shade of green. Dear friends, who understands? The sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate with one another. While others exalted my prowess, she was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, pondering if she had lost her own identity. Her mind raced with anxiety. It's over, it's over. That Lindsay fellow is actually a master at the third stage of the true body. He was so close to me at the Mianshu Lu. He must have seen through me. But if he did see through me, why did he not react? This defies logic. How could anyone be uninterested in such matters? She found herself utterly perplexed, her thoughts twisting into knots. Eventually, her eyes glinted with a rebellious determination. Oh dear, Xiaohe, I have a terrible stomachache, she exclaimed, clutching her abdomen with a pained expression. You go ahead, I must return home. With that, she dashed away in a flash. Returning to her room in the academy, she wasted no time in packing her belongings. Indeed, she was preparing to flee. She thought to herself, I can no longer remain in this wretched place. I initially believed it to be a novice village, only to discover it harbored a hidden answer. What a pity it was for my dear sister. With a sigh, she penned a farewell letter. Then, while everyone else reveled in my ascension to the innate level, she melded into the shadows and departed Bei Chun under the cover of night, vanishing without a trace. On the other side, the young emperor of the Joji Empire was in a frenzy within the palace. Innate. Where did this innate being from Bei Chun emerge from? My ambitions for unification are thwarted by incompetence. In his fury, he casually executed several palace maids and eunuchs, instilling fear in all who surrounded him. Just then, a figure cloaked in black glided in like a ghost. Ah, it seems His Majesty is blaming me for inadequate performance. Upon seeing this person, the young emperor's anger intensified. You dare to show your face. Did you not claim that Beichan was entirely under your control? Where did this Shun Wu Ho come from? Provide me an explanation. Explanation? The figure in black laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of blood-red demonic eyes. With a flash, 2 beams of divine light shot forth, unleashing a terrifying innate aura that instantly weakened the young emperor's legs. causing his pupils to tremble. "Why you are?" "Oh, do not be alarmed," the black-robed figure nonchalantly replied, as if strolling through his own garden. "Young Emperor, you are far inferior to one named Peng Yong." At least he recognized who I was from the very beginning, though he too was foolish enough to believe that an innate being would assist him in restoring his kingdom. And what transpired? The entire wolf pack became my nourishment. I had initially laid my plans for Beichun, but your so-called Shun Wu Ho has disrupted everything, leaving me unable to approach even the vicinity of Beichun. The young emperor's face turned pale with fear. What do you mean? The meaning became clear as the black-robed figure appeared behind him like a specter, a bloodied claw grasping his head. "You know too much. I shan't inquire further." With a dull thud, the young emperor's head was crushed, his essence instantly drained, leaving behind a lifeless husk. "Apologies, do take heed in your next life." The black-robed figure kicked the corpse aside and comfortably reclined on the dragon throne. I must say, this individual possessed a keen understanding of double standards, bowing and scraping before a master of the true body, yet unleashing ferocity upon mere mortals. He had barely settled into his seat when his expression shifted, and he quickly knelt to the ground. A wisp of demonic energy emanated from him, coalescing into a skeletal visage devoid of flesh. "Respected master." The black-robed figure was terrified, trembling. The skeletal face issued a command. "Plans have changed. The master has given direct orders. All must remain still and conceal themselves." "The master?" The black-robed figure's heart raced, daring not to ask further, and repeatedly affirmed yes. The command of the leader of the holy sect was indeed a matter of utmost significance. He cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, which dissipated into a wisp of demonic energy before vanishing. The scene shifts back to me. Holding the token, I stood before the library of Tsangjian Mountain, utterly astonished. I assure you, that was no mere library. It was an entire mountain. The entire mountain had been hollowed out and constructed into a colossal library. The height of the mountain mirrored the grandeur of this library. Compared to it, the Beichun Royal Library I had previously encountered was nothing but a feeble imitation. The celestial sects truly embody grandeur. This scale is simply astonishing. As I stepped inside, I was greeted by rows upon rows of meticulously organized bookshelves. As I lifted my gaze once more, I beheld a series of floating stone platforms suspended within the heart of the mountain, shimmering with an enigmatic primordial light. Unmistakably exquisite treasures. My heart surged with excitement. Such unparalleled wealth had finally come to me. How much experience must this be worth? With my divine perception elevated to LV4, I was assured of success. I soared into the air and alighted upon a stone platform inscribed with earth-tier techniques. The first tome, Xianguang Xinju. I casually flipped through a couple of pages, and an influx of information flooded my mind. Ding. Suanguang Xinju Love Mui. Perfect. Divine Perception LV3, 105-1000. Splendid. I grasped another tome, Jing Kong Jiubian. Ding. Jing Kong Jiubian LV10, perfected. Thus, I swept through their hidden trove, completing all 11 Earth-tier techniques, including Tsang Jianju. My progress bar surged to 305-1000. I must tell you, the Immortal Sect is truly affluent. This venture yielded twice the progress compared to my arduous efforts in Beichun. Subsequently, I began to peruse various miscellaneous texts like Dong Tian, Chu Jie, and Fu Di Ling Fu. I labored from dawn to dusk, and then from dusk to dawn. By noon the following day, I had finally emptied the vast library mountain. Upon checking my progress bar, I was astounded. Divine Perception LV3, 850-1000. Just a mere 150 points shy of leveling up. After deducting the 100 points from the unread Huan Yu Qi Xing Lu, I needed only a paltry 50 points. Surely, I could easily gather that from trivial literature. This trip to Tsangjian Mountain was a resounding success. After finishing my reading, I did not rush to leave. Instead, I sat cross-legged in a corner, activated my divine perception, and began to merge the techniques. I used the 11 newly learned Earth-tier techniques as primary materials, adding over 1,000 assorted texts as auxiliary ingredients, creating a veritable stew. Ding! You have comprehended the Earth-tier mid-grade technique, De Huang Yin Tian Lu. Ding! You have comprehended the Earth-tier mid-grade technique, Du Jing Hong. After this flurry of activity, my entire repertoire of techniques was upgraded, all ascending to the primordial level. Now, I can confidently assert that I am a true hexagonal warrior. capable of enduring, striking, fleeing, and controlling. My techniques finally match my realm. With this configuration, not to mention in Huaguang realm, even across the entirety of Qingyu, I stand head and shoulders above my peers. I exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling a sense of transcendence. With a step, I exited the library mountain and returned to Tsongjian Palace, where the elder brother was still in seclusion, unable to awaken for the time being. I took my leave and returned to Beichun. Later, I heard that Tsongjian Mountain conducted an extensive investigation, but to no avail. That demonic sex fiend had seemingly evaporated from existence, while the two unfortunate souls, one reduced to a desiccated corpse and the other having lost everything, left no witnesses, and the matter was ultimately laid to rest. In the Beichun Imperial Palace, the old emperor sighed after sending off the envoy from Tsongjian Mountain. His attendant, Gong Gong, foolishly congratulated him, claiming that with a grandson like me, he could rest easy. However, the old emperor promptly elucidated, "You see, you failed to grasp why Tsongjian Mountain supports our Beichun's unification of the Eastern Domain. Is it merely because I am his maternal grandfather? Donotist. It is because my grandson is no ordinary primordial being." At that moment, Gong Gong realized the gravity of my earlier display, summoning a blood-red dragon, a feat unattainable by an ordinary primordial. He understood in an instant. The old emperor issued a decree, draft the edict. Gong Gong's brush danced upon the paper, ultimately inscribing 3 heavy characters, Divine Martial King, before the divine beings, Beichun, which had never conferred the title of king, was finally compelled to make an exception. I was granted the title of Divine Martial King, with the kingship hereditary. Yet, this matter did not stir much commotion at home. The title of nobility held little significance for me. Time flew by, and before long, the first snow of the year had fallen. I brewed tea in my courtyard, calmly observing the snowstorm, relishing the tranquility of time. Due to my existence, the entire Eastern Domain was unified without shedding blood, with individuals daily arriving to pay homage with their techniques, eager to curry favor. I welcomed all, yet never accepted without reciprocation. Either they traded with spirit crystals or exchanged techniques, resolving any debts on the same day. I had no intention of owing anyone anything. My grandfather, Lin Ao, had entrusted all family matters to me 10 days prior and retreated into seclusion to pursue the primordial realm. As I sipped my tea, Xiao Kui entered. "Young master, Yi Xiaoran from Shu Luo Mountain seeks an audience." Yi Xiaoran? Ah, right. I had previously tasked him with investigating the Lu family. Very well. It would be prudent to hear him out. Perhaps he could uncover the origins of Lu Chongfeng's Huanyuqi Xing Lu. Let him in. Shortly thereafter, the lone wolf, Yi Xiaoran, appeared behind me. Kneeling on one knee, I greet the second young master. "Congratulations on your ascension to the primordial realm. Speak." I took the secret letter he presented. He began to report, stating that Lu Chongfeng had also been a genius over a century ago, but later fell into debauchery, believing in some holy sect and attempting to recruit his father, Lu Hong. Lu Hong refused, leading to a fallout between them. Not long after, Lu Chongfeng vanished, and his father, an 8th-layer postnatal expert, suddenly perished. Most peculiarly, all who were aware of the sect's name collectively suffered amnesia. Only the words holy sect remained in their minds. Strange, indeed. I mused that as a mortal organization, how much could they truly uncover? Yet, Yi Xiaoran's next words stunned me. He lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "We unearthed his father's grave." I exclaimed, impressive. I deduced that Lu Hong must know the truth. He continued, "Thus, I pried open his tomb, and indeed, I found a specially crafted blood silk within the flesh of his chest." As he spoke, he produced a meticulously wrapped item from his bosom. Upon unveiling it, I discovered a blood-red silk cloth, inscribed with densely packed, small characters. It contained information regarding that holy sect. I examined it closely. The content was similar to what Song Jian had informed me, detailing the affairs of the fire-worship demon sect. However, it concluded with a cryptic warning: "Beware of the Wan Wu Tian Chunzong." Wan Wu Tian Chunzong. I recalled having seen it in the library mountain, the dominant force in the Xianwu realm, leagues away from here. How could Lu Hong, a Huaguang realm individual, be aware of such a thing? Why leave behind such a warning? It was all quite baffling. I decided to dismiss it. I had little interest in the tales of the demonic sect. I merely sought the origins of the techniques. However, I had to commend Yi Xiaoran. He was indeed resourceful and astute. I gazed at him and inquired, "Well done. Would you be interested in serving the Lin family in the future?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran, without a moment's hesitation, rejoiced immensely, immediately bowing in a gesture of allegiance. To serve second young Master Lin is indeed a stroke of fortune for Yi. Yi Xiao Ran, representing Shu Luo Mountain, pays homage to the Lord. A clever individual, recognizing the opportunity to align with me, has a bright future ahead. Very well, rise. I nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Lord. I called out to the courtyard. Moye, young master. I introduced, this is Yi Xiao Ran, the master of Shu Luo Mountain. My young master has just made a greeting. Henceforth, this gentleman shall belong to our Lin family. You may arrange accordingly. Goodness. Mou was also perceptive. Without further ado, he nodded in agreement. In the past, such a dubious figure as a killer leader would have faced thorough scrutiny from Mou. But now, what a jest. My young master was already a primordial being. Did they not understand the distinction between immortals and mortals? Before him, a mere mortal could hardly make waves. Mou led Yi Xiao ran away to make arrangements, while my young master returned his tea, glancing at the Huan Yuqi Xing Lu that was currently undergoing restoration. Divine Perception LV3 905 1000. 7 days remain until completion. Family who understands. Just a step away. In another 7 days, my divine perception will ascend to LV4. This anticipation is far more exhilarating than waiting for a package. Setting the book aside, the young master continued to sip tea, listening to the snowfall, relishing in the tranquility of time. A few days later, tranquility was abruptly shattered. From the neighboring Sangjian mountain, a raucous and mocking laughter echoed, so thunderous that it nearly caused the mountain to tremble. Ha ha, Sangjian Dalu, the impoverished Taoist, have arrived. The moment that sound reverberated, the faces of everyone on Sangjian Mountain turned a sickly green, their expressions a perfect reflection of the contemporary youth's mental state. Why? Because that voice was all too familiar to them. Aside from the old fellow from the neighboring Dunyi sect, there was no one else it could belong to. This old fellow was truly a crafty one. The last time he visited, he executed a smooth little combo and stealthily made off with the fourth spiritual sword, Baishue, belonging to the mountain lord of Sangjian. That sword had been nurtured with precious iron for 4,000 years. A cherished treasure the mountain lord himself could hardly bear to use, yet it was swindled away by this old rascal. This had incited Sangjian Mountain's ire for millennia. And now he was back for what purpose? In its Sangjian palace. The mountain lord was deep in seclusion when the raucous laughter jolted him awake. His eyes flew open, and with a resounding boom, a torrent of sword aura erupted. He raised his hand and commanded, sword come. Boom! The earth shook. My friends, the most explosive scene was upon us. Their main peak, the towering mountain housing Sangjian Palace, cracked open with a resounding snap. It was no mere mountain. It was a colossal sword, a titanic sword reaching to the heavens. With a hum, the sword shrank into a 3-foot azure blade, landing in the hands of Sangjian. In that instant, man and sword became one, the aura so potent it seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, Sangjian swung the sword toward the old fellow from Dunyi, unleashing a strike that was as unstoppable as the sun blazing in one's face. Terrified, the old Taoist from Dunyi immediately cried out, wait. Fellow Taoist, please hold. I did not come here to fight. The sword aura halted before him, transforming into countless shadows of Sangjian, encircling him tightly. Sangjian's voice was as cold as ice. Return my Baishue. Return it, I demand it. The old Dunyi Taoist forced a smile that resembled a grimace. I assure you, I came specifically to return Baishue. The sword's edge remained pointed at his nose, and Sangjian did not believe a word of it. How about we sheathe the sword first? Let's find a place to discuss this. Discuss? You, the crafty one, would not come here without a scheme. Sangjian was well aware, but suddenly he recalled the recent rumors surrounding the saint from Beichun. Could it be related to that? No, if it were for that, he could have gone directly to Beichun. Why come to me? Seeing that Sangjian was unmoved, the old Taoist grew anxious and transmitted a secret message. Daojia Mountain. Upon hearing those words, Sangjian's pupils widened in shock. Daojia Mountain. That was the fabled trial ground of the Qingyu region, accessible only to those holding a Xianyuan Ling. How could this old fellow know about it? The two entered the empty hall, and Sangjian immediately inquired, what is going on with Daojia Mountain? On the 12th of next month, this year's trial is about to commence. Sangjian's gaze sharpened. Only the holder of the Xianyuan Ling knows of this matter. How do you know? The Dunyi Taoist chuckled. Did you not guess it already? You possess a Xianyuan Ling? Sangjian was astonished. Let me tell you, There are only 1,000 of those Xianyuan lings across the vast expanse of the Qingyu region's 3,900 realms. Obtaining one is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Those who acquire it are the destined children, the protagonists of their era. Song Jian scrutinized the old Dunyi, his expression suggesting disbelief that someone like him could be the destined one. Stop looking, it's not me. The Dunyi Taoist waved his hand. It is my disciple. Your disciple? Does he not fear you will take it from him? Do I seem like that kind of person? You do not seem like it. You are indeed that kind. Forget it. The Dunyi Taoist sighed. He had no choice but to inform me, for this trial holds significant uncertainties. Then, the old fellow dropped a bombshell of information. You remember that semi-saint from the Changhe sword sect, right? Of course, who could forget? He clashed with the leader of the demon sect, obliterating 1,000 segments of the Qingyu map in the process. So guess what? The Dunyi Taoist said, his voice low, that semi-saint is about to ascend. Impossible. Song Jian stood up in shock. Semi-saints live as long as the heavens. How could he ascend? In that great battle, he suffered an irreparable Dao injury and has endured for 8,000 years. Now he is out of energy. Thus, he intends to find the strongest successor through this trial at Daojin Mountain to inherit all his teachings. My friends, the nature of the situation has drastically changed. Previously, it was a selection for entry into a sect. Now, it is a direct selection for the throne. The entire Qingyu region is about to erupt. After a long silence, Song Jian finally asked, so, what is the content of the trial that compelled even you, the old fox, to take such risks to inform me? Alas, the Dunyi Taoist sighed. In the past, once the time arrived, the token would directly pull people in. This time, the 9 sects of Qingyu have made the entrance to Daojin Mountain publicly available in every realm. It is plainly visible for all to see. Good heavens! This is quite extravagant. My friends, this is akin to a large-scale werewolf game. Those holding the token are the civilians, while everyone else are hungry wolves, just waiting for you to walk into their trap. With the meager resources of the Dunyi sect, they could not withstand an all-out assault from experts across the realm. Thus, he thought long and hard and decided to seek out his longtime rival, Song Jian. Strong enough, trustworthy in character, and most importantly, this chap is a pure sword cultivator, straightforward, and not one to employ underhanded tactics. Naturally, he proposed a steep price. I will have my disciple join your sect, becoming our mutual apprentice. We both pledge our Dao hearts. My goodness, openly sharing an account, are we? The Dunyi Taoist truly knew how to strike at the heart. He continued, Song Jian, your talent is extraordinary. Rising from nothing to reach this level after 70,000 years, isn't it all due to a lack of a good inheritance? Now, the opportunity for a top-tier inheritance lies right before you. Can you afford to miss it? His words rendered Song Jian speechless. Indeed, who understands the plight of those without a background? After tapping the table for a long time, he finally spoke. Tell me about your disciple. The Dunyi Taoist rejoiced. But Song Jian added, but do not rejoice too soon. If he does not meet my expectations, old grievances and new grudges will be settled, and I will snatch him away. Rest assured, the Dunyi Taoist immediately began to extol his disciple. I will say just one thing, and you will understand. My disciple possesses the bloodline of the Qi Ling clan, only 1,200 years old, and has achieved the innate first stage. Qi Ling clan. Song Jian's eyes widened. There was nothing more to say now. The Qi Ling bloodline was indeed a high-level lineage, surpassing even his innate sword body by a considerable margin. Song Jian promptly made his decision. Done. All right, I will go prepare. You should come to the Dunyi sect as soon as possible, so we can aim for a spot in the top 500. The old Dunyi Taoist departed, but not before throwing a final jibe at Song Jian. By the way, I have already given Baishue to your new disciple as a greeting gift. As their master, you cannot possibly hesitate to part with a sword, right? Ha ha ha. Song Jian's face darkened. That scoundrel. He immediately retrieved his second spiritual sword, Hanfeng, and ventured into the forbidden area of the sword tomb to extract the third spiritual sword, Jimming. He was now equipped with the 3 most supreme swords, ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, in the Lin family, our young master also received the trial information contained within the Xianyuan Ling. His brows arched in amusement. Inciting a struggle across the realm? How intriguing. Just then, his tome, Fantasy Moon 7 Stars Record, finally completed its restoration. Divine Level Comprehension LV3, 10101000. Divine Level Comprehension upgraded to LV4, 1010000. From now on, You will gain the ability to supplement the corresponding bloodline and physique based on the specific nature of certain cultivation techniques. My friends, the divine level comprehension has risen to LV4. Moreover, a new, astonishing function has been unlocked. What does this mean? It signifies that from this point forward, if our young master wishes to cultivate techniques that require specific bloodlines or physiques, he can effortlessly acquire that bloodline and physique and install it onto himself with just a click. My goodness, this cheat is beyond comprehension. This signifies the extraordinary potential of a naturally gifted sword body and the bloodline of the Chilean tribe. With the appropriate cultivation techniques, he can effortlessly unlock his powers. How can others compete with that? At this moment, the young master's realm began to fluctuate, leading to an immediate breakthrough as he stepped into the realm of Half-Innate. A mere month. I must emphasize that he transitioned from an inconspicuous postnatal third layer to Half-Innate in just 1 month. Such velocity is swifter than a rocket. He exchanged a few words with Xiaoting, mentioning an appointment from 2 months prior, asking her to inform the old master before soaring into the skies alone, embarking on a journey towards the shadow of Daijishan. At this juncture, in the Huaguang realm as Tianyun mountain range, a colossal mountain emanating an ancient aura had mysteriously descended. This was none other than the shadow of Daijishan. The sight was nothing short of miraculous. Consequently, a careless rogue cultivator attempted to test the waters. Before he could finish his words, a colossal hand emerged from the clouds, sneering. Test? Do you possess the Xinyuaning? Allow me to see it. Predecessor, I do not. Without it, you dare to join the fray? With a thunderous crash, that rogue was crushed into a mist of blood. At this point, everyone understood that this place had transformed into a top-tier hunting ground, surrounded by ambushes and ravenous wolves. Above the clouds, 3 of the 5 titans of the Huaguang realm had also arrived. One was the volatile Shuehen Jinju, who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Another was the seemingly amiable Tianji Lauren, harboring a heart full of schemes. And the last was the enchanting Miaoyu Xianzi, exuding an intoxicating allure capable of ensnaring souls. Upon their meeting, these formidable figures began to test one another, each suspecting that the Xinyuaning was in the hands of the other. The irascible Shuehen Jinju, in a fit of rage, drew forth his unparalleled fierce sword, bellowing, "Come over here, I shall show you." The murderous intent was palpable, nearly tearing the heavens asunder. Meanwhile, outside the mountain range, Sangjian and Dunyi Laodao had arrived with their precious disciple. Observing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the mountain, Dunyi Laodao exchanged glances with Sangjian, and they knew that the real test was about to commence. They had devised a plan to first create chaos for others, and if that failed, Sangjian would use a fake Lingpao as bait, drawing all fire while Dunyi Laodao snuck their disciple inside. This was nothing short of an espionage operation. They even reassured their disciple, "Do not worry. As long as you can enter Daijishan, both I and your master Sangjian will be absolutely safe. After all, in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests." Indeed, my 2 unreliable masters had told me the same. They patted my shoulder, asserting that once I entered Daijishan, I would be under the protection of the 9 sects of Qingyu. Even the Lord of Huaguang would have to bow before me. If they dared to lay a finger on my master, I would summon the elders of the 9 sects to raise their homeland. I was filled with fervor, just about to pledge my resolve, when, unexpectedly, something peculiar occurred. My typically aloof master, Sangjian, suddenly seemed distracted, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, his expression grave as if the sky were collapsing. Despite Dunyi Laodao calling to him incessantly, he remained unresponsive until, exasperated, Dunyi Laodao shouted, "Old sword, what are you looking at?" Only then did Sangjian snap back to attention. When he spoke, both Dunyi Laodao and I were left dumbfounded. He said, "The plan has changed. He has arrived." "Who?" we both asked, utterly bewildered. Sangjian's voice trembled as he replied, "A being who may very well be the incarnation of a saint." Good heavens! I could only exclaim in astonishment. An incarnation of a saint? What does that even entail? It signifies a celestial figure descending to earth. The Qingyu realm hasn't seen such a figure in almost 1 billion years, and you tell me one is floating in the sky? Dunyi Laodao immediately countered, "Old sword. This jest is not amusing." Yet Sangjian pointed to the figure soaring through the snow, meticulously stating, "He is Beichen Shinwu Wang at the 3rd stage of his true form, and he is merely 18 years old." At that moment, my mind went blank, leaving me with just one word: incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, who can comprehend this? 18 years old. At that age, I was still playing in the mud while he was nearing the status of saint. As we three stood in collective shock, Song Jian suddenly trembled, stating that his sword body instinctively alerted him, not of danger, but of opportunity. His intuition urged him to follow. This might be the only chance to infiltrate Daijishan. Dunyi Laodao, resolute, made an instant decision. I will trust you this once. Let's go. Thus, my masters stealthily trailed behind the esteemed figure known as Lin Zhe. The scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Countless lurking cultivators in the Tianyun mountain range, their eyes like searchlights fixated on Lin Zhe. Atop the mountain, three formidable figures, Xuehen Jianju, Tianji Laoren, and the enchanting Miao Yu, observe him as one would a potential prey. But Lin Zhe, he strode forward with unwavering confidence towards Daijishan and suddenly halted. A profound silence enveloped the area, as all anticipated his next move. What happened next was utterly astonishing. He smirked, revealing the Xinyuaning, its brilliance blinding to behold. Then, with a tone both frigid and audacious, his voice echoed across the mountain range. Thank you for your patience. The Xinyuaning is here. Those who seek it, come forth at your peril. After a brief pause, he added with an even bolder declaration, I suggest you all come at once, for I am pressed for time. Boom! Upon this proclamation, chaos erupted. All those lying in wait surged forth like a flood, unleashing their treasures and divine abilities upon Lin Zhe. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, Lin Zhe appeared profoundly impatient. He had already stated he was in a hurry. There was no need for these insignificant beings to embarrass themselves. As he spoke, he casually unleashed a punch. Bang! In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. An indescribable terror descended from the heavens, akin to a nuclear explosion at the heart of the mountain range. A visible shockwave, imbued with destructive power, radiated outward. Mountains, forests, and boulders, all were rendered as fragile as paper, disintegrating into nothingness. When the dust settled, we were left in disbelief. The Tianyun mountain range had vanished, reduced to a barren plain. The only remnant was Daijishan, standing amidst a desolate expanse where not a blade of grass remained for thousands of miles. The cultivators who had rushed forth were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Lin Zhe emanated a true aura of dominance. Half-step Shanhai. In the entire Huaguang realm, there are only 4 at this level. My master's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and Dunyi Laodao pointed at Songjian, exclaiming, Is this what you call the 3rd stage of true form? Songjian's expression twitched. He has broken through again. The 3 titans atop the mountain could no longer remain composed. Tianji Laoren and Xuehen Jinju wore expressions of grave concern. Lin Zhe wasted no time. Having dispatched the lesser cultivators, his gaze locked onto them. And you? I have no time to waste with you. At this, the man known as Xuehen Jinju was utterly ignited with fury. He instantly materialized before Lin Zhe, tearing the chains from his fierce sword. You are audacious. With a swift motion, a blood sea materialized in the sky, countless bones writhing within. The moment the sword was drawn, the vitality of the surrounding flora was instantly siphoned away. The aura was akin to that of a deity descending. Xuehen Jinju pointed his sword at Lin Zhe, frantically inquiring, Any last words? In response, Lin Zhe smiled radiantly, his expression incandescent. He gestured towards the celestial Tianji, Laoren, and Miao Yu, uttering a phrase that left me in sheer awe. Then let the 3 of you come at once. How audacious! Such unparalleled boldness. His words rendered the entire assembly speechless. Xuehen Jinju was a figure capable of single-handedly annihilating an entire sect. Yet he was challenging 3 at once? The elder Tianji's face darkened instantly, and with a sudden surge of power, he transformed from an old man back to his youthful peak, ready to engage in battle. However, the enchanting beauty, named Miao Yu, merely chuckled, taking a seat on a swing to enjoy the spectacle, declaring it was none of her concern. At this moment, a sense of foreboding struck Tianji in his heart. Something felt amiss. He quietly performed a divination, only to find a blank result. The cunning old fox immediately became timid, attempting to smooth things over with words about moderation and the importance of maintaining harmony. Yet, the bloodstained sword master could not tolerate this and erupted in fury. If you dare not fight, then leave. With that, he swung his sword towards Lin Zhe, the sword's aura reminiscent of an impending cataclysm, reeking of hellish bloodshed. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe casually responded, Schwarzmannship. I'm also proficient. In an instant, a blade of energy, terrifying 1,000-fold compared to that of the bloodstained sword master, surged forth as if it had transcended from the primordial era, ripping through the sea of blood. Within the torrent of sword energy lay a more lethal edge. The bloodstained sword master's pupils constricted, and he shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The sword energy storm rapidly engulfed him, hurling him into the ground like a cannonball, creating a bottomless pit. When we used our divine senses to observe, we were astonished to find that the bloodstained sword master had been torn to shreds, even his formidable sword shattered. With just one strike, the bloodstained sword master, one of the 5 titans of Huaguang, perished on the spot. The entire arena fell silent, everyone too frightened to breathe. My master, the hidden sword master, was filled with existential doubt, for he recognized that Lin Zhe's technique was the ultimate plus version of the Zhongjinju he had perfected over 70,000 years. Yet Lin Zhe had refined it in less than 20 days. As we turned our attention back to the elder Tianji, he had retreated to a distance of 800 meters, reverted to his old man demeanor, sitting cross-legged in the sky with a benevolent expression, beginning a mutual flattery. Young friend, your skills are unparalleled. I am in awe. Lin Zhe merely scoffed. You no longer desire the immortal fate order? No longer needed. The elder hastily replied, young friend, your destiny is preordained. This sly old fox, just when the excitement had peaked, he chose not to engage. Lin Zhe, clearly displeased, shifted his gaze to an inconspicuous young cultivator amidst the crowd. And what about you? Are you convinced? Everyone followed his gaze and was left dumbfounded. The young cultivator sighed, and with the transformation, became a formidable middle-aged man clad in black, with a vast divine ocean behind him. To our astonishment, it was the Huaguang realm master himself. This old trickster had disguised himself as a minor figure among the crowd, hoping to seize an opportunity. Lin Zhe inquired, will you fight or not? The Huaguang realm master turned pale, likely running through a litany of curses in his mind. Fight? What nonsense! The bloodstained sword master had been vanquished in a single blow. Stepping forward would merely be offering his head. He quickly adorned a smiling facade. Young friend, you jest. The immortal fate order rightfully belongs to you. Unable to fight, he was entirely incapable. Lin Zhe shrugged, seemingly contemplating how fragile these challengers truly were. He activated the immortal fate order, a divine light flashing as the true gates of Daojia Mountain opened, and he vanished. Only then did the crowd dare to exhale deeply. At that moment, my 2 masters exchanged glances, seizing the opportunity while everyone relaxed their vigilance. In a swift motion, they pushed me through the still open light gate. By the time the others grasped what had transpired, I had already entered. The onlookers turned pale, each one pounding their chests in frustration, their gazes filled with a desire to devour my masters alive. Upon regaining my senses, I found myself standing at the foot of a majestic ancient mountain. A young man in plain garments recorded, 9th place, reward, 992 strands of Tao Tribulation energy. That was Lin Zhe's score. Shortly thereafter, I was also transported by divine light. The young man in plain clothes paused, seemingly pondering why so many of us had gathered here. He expressionlessly noted, 10th place, reward, 991 strands of Tao Tribulation energy. At that moment, I was dumbfounded, my mind swirling with disbelief. 10th place? I had actually achieved 10th place. I had initially thought that merely entering the top 500 would be a triumph. This was akin to a windfall. After the initial excitement subsided, clarity dawned upon me. I understood whose light I was basking in. I turned to Lin Zhe, who had just arrived, and deeply bowed. Thank you, esteemed king of martial valor. To my surprise, the great figure merely waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance, saying, no need to thank me. Your ability to keep up is your own merit. Rather than dwell on this, consider your next steps. Upon hearing this, I realized the lesson imparted. However, just as my excitement began to settle, I looked up and was struck with astonishment. To my disbelief, there were already 8 individuals standing in front of me. 8. Not only had they arrived faster than I, but they had outpaced even the great figure. What did this signify? I pondered how the great figure had swept through with an overwhelming force, akin to a rampaging force, leaving no one in his wake. Unless these 8 were similarly equipped with extraordinary talents, yet they did not appear to be so. While I was lost in thought, a chubby little Taoist boy came bouncing over, exuding a cheerful familiarity. Upon speaking, both Lin Zhe and I were taken aback. He scratched his head and asked, hey buddy, did you guys also wake up and find yourselves here? I was left speechless. Lin Zay's lips twitched uncontrollably, utterly baffled by the absurdity of it all. The chubby Taoist, noticing our expressions, earnestly explained, "Indeed, those of us who entered earlier were in a deep slumber when the shadow of Daojian Mountain suddenly descended upon us. I merely rolled over and was transported here." He gestured towards a distance. "Oh, except for that first-place fellow. His situation is even more outrageous." I thought to myself, how much more outrageous could it possibly be? Eagerly, I pressed him for details. The chubby Taoist wore an expression as if I would never guess. He was directly struck by the shadow of Daojian Mountain. I was left utterly flabbergasted. In my heart, I could only think, what madness. My master and I had strategized and maneuvered tirelessly for the immortal fate order, nearly sacrificing everything, only for someone to stumble in after a nap. Where could I voice my grievances? However, upon reflection, I felt relieved. It was merely a stroke of luck. Not that there were 8 candidates as monstrous as the great figure. Otherwise, what chance would we have? But just as I began to relax, a new concern arose. What relief? Wasn't this an even greater issue? If one's fortune alone could lead them to this stage, wouldn't the subsequent challenges be a guaranteed pass? This was the true gaze of a fortuitous sovereign. My heart sank, and I quickly cast a sidelong glance at the great figure, noting his lack of reaction. Thus I, the forerunner, had to take the initiative. I donned a facade of 1,000 wits and cheerfully approached the chubby Taoist. Ah, what a coincidence. Our situations are quite similar. We reside nearby. Upon hearing this, the Taoist beamed as if he had won a prize, boasting to the others. I smirked inwardly, thinking to myself, "Oh, you naive one." I continued to probe. "So, Tao brother, since you arrived first, do you know what comes next? This is the half-saint successor selection. Surely there will be some new twists?" The chubby Taoist shook his head in confusion. At this moment, a young man clad in red stepped forward, coolly stating, "If all goes as expected, the first trial will still be climbing stairs." He pointed to the winding, dilapidated stone steps at the mountain's base, adding, "This has been a rule for over 1 billion years, unchanged." I glanced at the worn steps. While they appeared ancient, I couldn't discern any particular significance. I inquired, "What is so special about these steps?" The young man in red laughed. "You've come to the right person. These are known as the ancient stone steps. With each step you take, ancient illusions will flood your mind, testing your willpower. Those lacking in resolve will falter after just a few steps, suffering light emotional turmoil, or, at worst, a lifelong psychological scar." Upon hearing this, my complexion shifted. So, the first trial is a test of elimination? Those unable to endure will be directly disqualified? The red-clad youth erupted into laughter. Finish it." I stood there in utter confusion. The chubby Taoist quickly clarified, "Brother, you're overthinking it. For over 1 billion years, only 13 individuals have managed to complete these steps." 13. I was astounded. He continued, "This is not an elimination round. It is a scoring round. Each stage stands alone. The extent of your progress determines the amount of Jiechi points you acquire, culminating in a final score." He further remarked that the selection criteria of the Qingyu 9 clans are remarkably flexible. Whether you possess good fortune, unwavering determination, or exceptional talent, they acknowledge it all. They practice tailored education through comprehensive evaluation. Upon hearing this, I was filled with respect. No wonder they are a top-tier sect. Their vision is truly expansive. Just as I was becoming excited, the plump Taoist boy urged me to meditate and adjust my breathing, cautioning me not to suffer losses due to poor condition. I found it somewhat puzzling. Why was this fellow so kind-hearted? He divulged everything to me without fear of me seizing his opportunity. "What do you suppose?" he said. With pride, he quoted his father. "My father once said, if everyone clings to their own petty interests and resorts to lowly tactics, then Xingyu is doomed." He added, "If you constantly compare yourself to the trash, you will inevitably become trash. Only when opponents are evenly matched can one improve." His words struck a chord with me, and I was thoroughly convinced. This plump Taoist boy's father is undoubtedly a sage. I promptly expressed my heartfelt gratitude. As we were deep in conversation, a newcomer arrived with a whoosh. This fellow was unlike any other, exuding a menacing aura and holding a bloody, severed head in his hand. As he landed, his gaze scanned us like a scanner, as if searching for his next meal delivery. The atmosphere instantly turned icy. The plump Taoist furrowed his brow. The young man in red immediately retorted, "Hey, tone down your small-town bravado. This is not a place for you to act tough." The burly man, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fixed an ominous glare on the young man in red. "Is that so?" With that, He crushed the head in his hand with a sickening sound. The young man in red shook his head. TSK, good advice is wasted on the wicked. At that tense moment, the senior brother from the 9 clans, who had previously announced the rewards, reappeared. He glanced around and calmly stated, "Fighting is prohibited before the trial begins." With a single glance at the burly man, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Cut. Just one word. And the previously arrogant man turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his face, fear written all over him. Clearly, in that fleeting moment, he experienced some unknown terror. The young man in red remarked, "Fool, you were warned and still didn't believe it." The esteemed figure and another seemingly languid young man in blue, the first place holder who had been struck by a boulder, exchanged thoughtful glances with the burly man. The first place holder appraised the esteemed figure with a spark of interest, though it quickly faded, and he resumed his slumber. The esteemed figure returned his gaze. I thought to myself, indeed, none of the ones who entered before us are to be underestimated. This trial is indeed the right choice. As time passed, the crowd at the foot of the mountain swelled, resembling a bustling marketplace. Eventually, a heavyweight individual made his appearance, and the entire venue fell silent. An elderly man, appearing frail and on the verge of collapse, emerged. The surrounding talented individuals gasped in astonishment. Master Kurong. I was taken aback. How could this venerable elder be here? Before I could ponder further, the genius swordsman from the 9 clans appeared again. Upon seeing the elder, he respectfully greeted him as Senior Kurong. The elder waved his hand, humbly responding that he did not deserve such honor, stating that the Tian Jianhuang's realm far surpassed his own. Upon the utterance of Tian Jianhuang, the entire assembly drew a collective breath. Tian Jianhuang, a monarch, a legendary figure among cultivators. We were actually in the presence of a living legend, and he was here to serve as our judge and distributor of rewards. The Qingyu 9 clans truly revealed their prowess to us. Instantly, all present bowed deeply. We pay our respects to Tian Jianhuang. The Tian Jianhuang, exhibiting remarkable humility, stated, "You are a dear friend of my master, who has guided me. I dare not act pretentious." The two began to converse, implying that Master Kurong and Tian Jianhuang's teacher were old drinking companions from millions of years ago. Goodness, what a celestial circle of friends. Time swiftly passed, and the throng at the mountain's foot continued to grow. Unbeknownst to us, at the summit of Dao Jie Mountain, 9 true masters, along with the organizer of this trial, Qing He Ban Sheng, were personally overseeing us. It was said that all the sect leaders had arrived, and the judges had been elevated to the level of monarchs, all to select a reliable heir for Ban Sheng. It was all about fairness, justice, and transparency. Before long, the masters deemed it time to commence. Upon receiving the signal, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens. "Time's up. The trial begins." As his words fell, all passageways instantaneously sealed shut. Those still outside, striving desperately, would surely be distraught. Tian Jianhuang stood beside the crumbling staircase, his voice serious as he announced, "First stage, the ancient heavenly ladder. This trial will elicit your deepest greed, anger, and ignorance, revealing various illusions. The more steps you take, the more terrifying the illusions become. Should you find it unbearable, quickly shatter your Xian Yuan Ling to preserve your life. Do not push through, or you will face the consequences." With that, he vanished, leaving behind a blazing Jiechi countdown. In the next moment, a flurry of individuals surged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, each one exuding arrogance. "Is this all? Ha ha ha, everyone! I shall take the lead." They appeared exuberant and spirited. However, I must tell you, the most terrifying aspect was yet to come. I, being more cautious, refrained from rushing in, opting instead to observe the situation. As I did so, my scalp prickled with unease. Those who claimed it was effortless had not moved an inch. They remained stationary, as if frozen in place. Yet their faces bore expressions of intense effort, as though they were climbing a mountain. They had long since fallen into an illusion. The plump Taoist beside me wore a grave expression. This is the most insidious aspect of the first stage. You think you are climbing, but in reality, you have not moved at all. The young man in red leaned in, a wicked smile on his face. Not only that, even our current conversation and everything you see may well be within the illusion. Upon finishing his words, he patted my shoulder. "Let us go, Luo Dalu." Wait, Luo Dalu? My mind buzzed with realization, a sudden awakening from my stupor. I had never disclosed my surname to him. Boom! The scene before me shattered in an instant. and I suddenly realized I had ascended dozens of steps without even noticing. How fortunate! Just as I breathed a sigh of relief and looked up, I caught the young man in red turning back to me with a mysterious smile before he resumed his ascent. What the heck? Again, am I truly out of it? I began to question my existence. Meanwhile, the 9 masters of the summit were live streaming the entire event. Someone chuckled. 2 young ones from the Qi Ling clan. Intriguing. It seems that I share a kinship with that young man in red. His talent is assisting me. The masters paid little heed to this matter, as soon their attention was captured by another individual. Our esteemed figure, Lin Zhe. This esteemed figure was making a bold statement. He sought to showcase himself. Thus, the moment the trial commenced, he charged ahead. The illusions of the ancient heavenly ladder felt like mere tickling to him. He surged forth like a force of nature, swiftly ascending over 600 steps, leaving everyone else far behind. The masters atop the mountain were astonished. What is the background of this young man? Lao Jiang. At how many levels did you start hesitating? 536. He surpasses me. Just then, the first place holder, who had been lazily napping, finally stood up. He gazed at the far-ahead esteemed figure, and for the first time, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. So, it is you. Now things are getting interesting. With that, he too ascended the heavenly ladder, navigating it with ease, the illusions fading as he began to catch up. Meanwhile, our esteemed figure had reached the 799th step, the most challenging juncture. He did not hesitate for a moment. Stepping forward, in the next instant, the illusion erupted in full force. The esteemed figure's form finally came to a halt. I cannot fathom what he witnessed, but in his world, he had returned to a place entirely different. Towering buildings, bustling streets. He touched the key in his pocket, ascending the stairs and opening the door. A familiar yet foreign voice rang out. Son, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands. Your father will soon return with wine, ready for dinner. He had returned to the home he had been separated from for 18 years. He sat down at the dining table, waiting. Soon, the door swung open, and his father returned, carrying 2 bottles of beer. My son is back. Come on. Today is your 19th birthday. Let us share a bottle. Dalu took the beers, opened both, and placed them in front of his father. He then walked into the kitchen to assist his mother, who was bringing out steaming dishes filled with sumptuous food. The atmosphere at the dining table was simply delightful. The 3 of us were lively, my parents continuously serving me dishes and wishing me a happy 19th birthday. Yet astonishingly, I did not eat a single bite or utter a word. My parents grew anxious. Son, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Have you faced any grievances outside? I managed to force out a smile that was more grotesque than tears, shook my head, and finally spoke. It's nothing. I just wanted to take one last look at both of you. The moment I uttered those words, the air seemed to freeze. I was terrified. I feared that once I exited this illusion, I would no longer remember their faces. Who understands the depth of family? From the very beginning, I knew this was a fabrication. It was an illusion conjured by Daiji Shan. Why? Because I harbored the greatest secret within my heart. Not a desire to enter some exalted sect, nor a wish for immortality, but the fact that I am, indeed, a traveler from another realm. This was a truth I had never shared with anyone. Thus, when this illusion revealed my most profound secret, I realized it was over. This was certainly a deception. Yet, even if it was false, I was willing to linger in that moment. I fixated on my parents' faces, and it seemed they understood something as they smiled. And then, the entire world, the earth I was so familiar with, crumbled into chaos. All phenomena perished, just as I regained my senses from the illusion. I felt 9 gazes lock onto me from the summit. The 9 most formidable figures of the Qingyu were utterly bewildered. What was this child doing? It was merely the 800th step. Was it so difficult that he could not move forward? Something felt amiss. His condition did not indicate he was overwhelmed. Rather, it seemed he simply did not wish to depart. There was only one possibility. The secret within his heart compelled him to recognize the falsehood, yet still desire to pause for it. Who hasn't had a dream they were reluctant to awaken from? While these great figures marveled at my youth, they suddenly discovered something even more absurd. Hey, look down there. What is that young man doing? I tell you, not far beneath me, a languid young man clad in green was strolling upward at a leisurely pace, as if this treacherous, celestial staircase were his backyard. The 9 eminent figures were astonished. How was the calamity energy circumventing him? Not only that, observe how each of his steps landed on the weakest points of the calamity energy. No, it was as if the calamity energy had suddenly become disordered. Even a mountain winds blew in harmony with his footsteps. Had he gained control over Daiji Shan? Impossible. I felt no energy fluctuations. Rather than saying he controlled Daijishan, it was more accurate to say Daijishan was aiding him. This fellow was not merely using a hack. He wielded GM privileges. The 9 ancient beings, having lived for thousands of years, glanced at one another, their minds overheating. Daijishan assisting a trial taker? This was more outrageous than the revival of Qingxing. At that moment, an elder known as Lao Jiang seemed to recall a legend, his brow furrowing. Could it be? But before he could finish, he swallowed his words. Let us observe a bit longer. While they conversed, Eileen Zay finally moved. The dream had ended. It was time to act. I unleashed my full power, treating the final stretch as a 100-meter sprint, soaring upward. I granted no opportunity to the individual behind me and was the first to reach the summit. As soon as I steadied myself, a man known as Tianjian Huang appeared beside me. He was the judge for this trial. I tell you, the way he looked at me was peculiar, as if he were gazing at an extraterrestrial. He was undoubtedly thinking. Throughout history, only 13 individuals have completed the Daijishan celestial staircase, and none have done so without exhaustion. Yet you, having merely paused for a moment at the last 200 steps, took off like a rocket? Do you think this is your home staircase? While he muttered, he announced my results. First trial passed, level 999, reward, 1,000 strands of Daiji Aziki. For completing the entire celestial staircase, I received an additional reward based on time. He paused, glanced at me again, and his expression was simply ridiculous, beyond absurdity. Time used, 57 strands of calamity energy, an additional reward of 943 strands. In an instant, the number in my Xin Yuanling surged from 992 to 2,935. I tell you, this leap propelled me from 9th place to a commanding 1st place, leaving the 2nd place so far behind that they could barely catch a whiff of my exhaust. Tianjian Huang's demeanor changed on the spot, becoming exceedingly enthusiastic. Congratulations. 1st place. His shift in attitude was palpable. Previously indifferent to others, he now regarded me as if I were a future superior. The title of senior was dismissed. He cheerfully remarked, "In the future, I might even call you Shirshu or even Shizu." Goodness, this was a direct reservation for my future as the head of Jiuzone. He introduced himself as Xue Jianqing, Tianyuan Huang, with the title Tianjin Huang. I also introduced myself. I am Lin Zai, Beichen Shinwu Huang. Beichen? Xue Jianqing raised an eyebrow. The name sounded familiar. ISNT that the Beichen dynasty under Huawang's Songjin Shan? Now it was my turn to be astonished. How could someone of his stature know of such a mundane small nation? Xue Jianqing smiled. Indeed, what a serendipitous connection. It turned out that he had a junior apprentice who, years ago, took on a disciple who was of the former royal family of Wuanchao. After Wuanchao was destroyed, it split into Beichen and Longdu. I had learned of the name Beichen from him. It was said that a distant relative of Longdu had written to him seeking assistance. Longdu, distant relative, assistance. I tell you, my mind buzzed. The clues were unfolding. I had always thought that the exiled monarch, Pingyong, had joined the immortal sect through the demonic cult. However, upon reflection, the timeline did not align. The demonic cult only emerged 20 years after Pingyong's sudden death. It appeared that the thigh he had clung to back then was this junior apprentice of Xue Jianqing. Now, it seemed my dealings with Longdu were far from over. While I pondered this matter, the languid young man in green, Hong Tian, also reached the finish line. Yet, he did not walk up. He shattered his Xin Yuanling and chose to forfeit his transmission. Why? Because I had seized the 1st place, and he found it uninteresting. I tell you, this fellow operated on the principle of either 1st place or forfeit, exuding arrogance to an extreme. When Tianjian Huang, Xue Jianqing, announced his results, he did not even glance his way, his eyes fixed intently on me. Xue Jianqing's face revealed a hint of discomfort, undoubtedly cursing internally. Who are you to be so audacious? Just as he began to feel a flicker of anger, I tell you, something terrifying occurred. The very heavens seemed to reject him, and the spiritual energy within him surged uncontrollably. This happened merely because he harbored a trace of murderous intent toward that young man in green. Xue Jianqing was so startled that his soul nearly fled. He hurriedly composed himself, and that dreadful sensation dissipated. His gaze toward Hong Tian shifted from displeasure to horror. Who on earth is this person? At that moment, Hong Tian finally spoke to me. This time, you have won, but next time, I will take it seriously. My name is Hong Tian. Remember, I will be your greatest adversary in the 2nd trial. I was left speechless, internally thinking, who are you? Another typical arrogant character. Please, spare me. However, seeing my silence only fueled his enthusiasm. His impatience even seemed to accelerate the flow of time throughout Daijishan. No one noticed except for the ultimate boss, Qinghe Ban Sheng, locked by countless divine chains of law atop the mountain. He opened his eyes, the entire world illuminated. His gaze first fell upon Hong Tian, observing him for a while before turning to glance at me. Soon, the dormant wounds of his Tao within began to throb painfully. Before long, time for the first trial was up, and everyone was transported to the finish line. Many wore bewildered expressions. Is it over? Was it so quick? Meanwhile, a young man named Luo Wuchan found the red-haired youth who had previously aided him. Why did you help me? The red-haired youth chuckled. Because we are both from the Chilean tribe. By lineage, you must call me Sanshu Gong. What a revelation of kinship on the spot. As they conversed, the topic turned to me. Who exactly is that guy? Is he an incarnation of a saint? The plump Taoist boy, who had been silent all along, suddenly uttered 4 words. Kong Ling Xian Ti. I tell you, the moment those words were spoken, the eyes of the red-haired youth and the eavesdropping Ku Rong Zun nearly popped out. What is Kong Ling Xian Ti? To put it simply, this is not a physique that a mere mortal can possess. It is a super VIP status granted by the Tao, naturally devoid of bottlenecks. Cultivation is as effortless as drinking water, merely requiring the accumulation of experience. While others toil uphill, his cultivation is akin to riding an elevator, a scenic elevator at that. Moreover, there's only one of this kind in each generation. It cannot be stolen, snatched, or imitated. It boasts ultimate copyright protection. Anyone who dares to lay claim will incur the wrath of the Tao, facing divine retribution. Luo Wuchan gasped. This is utterly absurd. Indeed, it would be better to guess that I am an incarnation of a saint. Just as the crowd at the foot of the mountain marveled at what kind of a mortal body I had, the figure of Tian Jian Huang reappeared. The second trial, the ancient heavenly monument. With a wave of his hand, a mist dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of crumbling stone tablets. Within them lie the remnants of 9 ancient techniques. Your task is to piece them together and comprehend them. Time limit: 5,000 strands of calamity energy. As his voice faded, the young man named Hong Tian dashed in, sending me a message. This time, I won't hold back. I cast a sidelong glance at him and smiled. Competing with me in anything is one thing, but in comprehension, my friend, you may not realize whose domain this truly is. The Plus edition of the library. No one understands this better than I do. With eager anticipation, I stepped into the stone tablet grove, instantly activating my divine comprehension. You discovered a fragment of a mid-grade Earth-level technique Chong He Luo Ri Jianju. You discovered a fragment of a mid-grade Earth-level technique Tai Xian Shengong. You discovered a fragment of a mid-grade Earth-level technique Hai Shang Sheng Mingyu. You discovered Xiao Wu Xing Zhenju, I tell you. In that moment, only 2 words remained in my mind. Take off. Is this truly a mid-grade Earth-level technique? The Qingyu 9 sects are indeed wealthy. Mid-grade Earth-level techniques are treasures that even major realm masters covet, only capable of being practiced by true core disciples. Yet the Qingyu 9 sects casually toss them into the Tao Calamity Mountain for trial takers to observe. Not only that, but look at this fragment. The Chong He Luo Ri Jianju, born from the core technique Chong He Luo Ri Yuan of the Chong He Sword sect. Its grade is already infinitely close to a high-grade Earth-level technique. The Chong He Luo Ri Jianju is so, and the other 8 techniques are likely similar, all being the cream of the crop among mid-grade Earth-level techniques. Ah, the Qingyu 9 sects truly live up to their name. Let us not waste any time. Let us comprehend. Such opportunities are rare. Upon discovering the essence of these 9 ancient techniques, everyone hurriedly dove into the stone tablet grove, casting aside all distractions, solely focused on quickly grasping these top-tier techniques. In an instant, the stone tablet grove fell into a profound silence. Only the sound of constant scribbling testified to their existence. Before a large stone tablet, Hong Tian closed his eyes, quietly feeling the rhythm of the universe, accepting the guidance of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, lifting a corner of several fragments. The corner of Hong Tian's mouth curled up. He had found the Tai Xian Shengong. Saying this, Hong Tian swiftly noted down the contents of the fragments, piecing together the complete Tai Xian Shengong. Afterward, he sat cross-legged, preparing to fully comprehend the Tai Xian Shengong. Before doing so, Hong Tian glanced at Linzai. This time, you cannot be faster than me. With that, Hong Tian closed his five senses. Around him, a mysterious aura gradually rose, creating the best environment for comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe had already gathered all the fragments of the 9 techniques. Comprehension, begin. You browse through Chang, He Luo Ri Jianju under your terrifying comprehension. Chang He Luo Ri Jianju has been completely unraveled and deduced to the 10th layer. Chang He Luo Ri Jianju LV10, great perfection. You comprehended a mid-grade, earth-level technique. You feel the power of divine comprehension. Divine comprehension LV4, 11010000. You browse through Tai Xian Shengong. After a round of comprehension, Lin Zhe mastered all 9 techniques in the Stone Tablet Grove. Simultaneously, his talent progression increased by a staggering 900 points. Divine Comprehension LV4, 91010000. Looking up again at the remaining time for the Calamity Energy, only 9 strands had burned away. 9 strands. The comprehension phase had ended before it even began. With the arrival of these 9 mid-grade, Earth-level techniques, Lin Zhe seemed to glimpse the fusion birth of high-grade, Earth-level techniques. Once this trial is completed, he can proceed to merge and officially break through to a higher realm. However, it was evident that this was not the time to conclude. 9 strands of Calamity Energy time was astonishing, far beyond human comprehension. Even if Lin Zhe wished to show off, it could not be in such a manner. Thus, he meditated on the spot, waiting while observing others' performances to estimate their approximate results. Time passed slowly. After 100 strands of Calamity Energy, Hong Tian awoke. He first glanced at the time, then muttered to himself. With 100 strands, he comprehended about 70 to 80%, just enough to handle the trial. Hong Tian nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Lin Zhe, noting that Lin Zhe was still meditating and had not yet awakened. A subtle smile crept across Hong Tian's face. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Is that all you can do? Alas, the long road ahead, without a single rival. This world is indeed too desolate. With a soft sigh, Hong Tian closed his eyes, continuing to follow the rhythm of heaven and earth in search of the second technique. After a moment, Hong Tian found the second technique. He sat cross-legged, ready to continue comprehending the second technique. At this moment, he glanced at Lin Zhe again. Discovering Lin Zhe still lost in comprehension, Hong Tian felt a wave of boredom wash over him. His pursuit of these techniques was solely to compete with Lin Zhe. Now, seeing Lin Zhe in such a state, even with mid-grade, earth-level techniques before him, Hong Tian felt utterly unmotivated. Boring. Extremely boring. Just as Hong Tian lamented the tedium, Lin Zhe awakened. Oh, yes, awake. A slight smile graced Hong Tian's lips. Lin Zhe had gained insight, which pleased him more than his own comprehension. He looked at the time. Only 10 strands had passed since Lin Zhe awakened. Excellent. There is still fun to be had. Hong Tian felt joy in his heart. However, unexpectedly, the next moment, Lin Zhe stood up and walked toward the stone at the end of the grove. This meant Lin Zhe chose to test his comprehension progress, signaling the end of this trial. In that moment, Hong Tian's elation evaporated entirely. He was stunned. The hidden Shui Jianxing and the others of the mountain peak were also taken aback. Lin Zhe placed his hands upon the imposing black detection stone, infusing it with a torrent of spiritual energy. A resonant hum reverberated through the mountains as a wave of energy rippled outward. A majestic river, cascading from the heavens, flowed toward the setting sun, while a crimson sun shone brilliantly above this river. This was the very essence of the Changhe Luri sword technique. Atop the mountain, the sect leader of the Changhe sword sect narrowed his eyes in contemplation. In a mere span of over 100 strands of Calamity Energy, Lin Zhe's achievement had already surpassed that of many novices approaching the realm of mastery. It was evident that his affinity with the Changhe Luri sword technique was extraordinarily high. This youth seemed destined to be intertwined with my Changhe sword sect. The others exchanged glances, a smirk playing on their lips, dismissing the notion of fate. They believed Lin Zhe had simply chosen the Changhe Luri sword technique by chance. Before they could voice their thoughts, the vision of the Changhe Luri faded, giving way to a vast ocean that ebbed and flowed in the twilight. A luminous full moon slowly ascended from the horizon, illuminating the sea. The lord of the Xinhua mansion sat up abruptly, disbelief etched across her features. The moon rising over the sea, in just over 100 strands of time. He had comprehended 2 techniques. The lord of Xinhua was astonished, while below, Hong Tian stood in stunned silence. 2 techniques? He stole a glance at the time. reconfirming that indeed, only 10 strands had passed. How could he have grasped two techniques in such a brief moment? I have only just begun to comprehend one. But that was not the end of it. Following the manifestation of the moon over the sea, two energies of yin and yang entwined in the void, illustrating the transformation of the cosmos. This was the imagery of Yin Yang Xianbian. Chapter 90. The Celestial Body of All Laws. Yin Yang Xianbian. At this moment, even the usually reticent leader of the Yin Yang Xian sect could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet. The path of the Yin Yang Xian sect is the great way of Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang, heaven and earth, light and dark, life and death. These represent the two extremes of the universe. Therefore, among the 9 sects, the threshold for mastery in the Yin Yang Xian sect is the highest, with the most stringent requirements for comprehension and talent. Historically, the comprehension of Yin Yang Xianbian during the trials of Dalu Mountain has consistently ranked 9th, with a number of comprehensible instances countable on 2 hands. Those rare talents who grasped Yin Yang Xianbian were often reckless youths. Due to the high demands of Yin Yang Xianbian, those who invested the time and effort to comprehend it could have mastered at least 2 other techniques instead. The strictness of Yin Yang Xianbian was evident. Now, this individual not only comprehended Yin Yang Xianbian in short span, but simultaneously grasped the Chang'e Luri sword technique and the moon rising over the sea. The leader of the Yin Yang sect was astounded. What a prodigy! Before he could finish his thoughts, his expression froze in disbelief. Upon the detection stone, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth replaced the yin and yang energies, illustrating the wondrous spectacle of the 5 elements. The lesser 5 elements' true technique. The 4th technique. The onlookers were left speechless. Even the enigmatic Hong Tian appeared dazed, lost in thought. Others were equally shaken by Lin Zhe's demonstration. They gazed at him as though he were a monster, a terrifying divine being. How long had it been? I have yet to fully grasp a single technique. And he has already mastered 4? Is he even human? Silence reigned. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the atmosphere. At this moment, all voices were silenced. The world felt serene, with only Lin Zhe's visions ascending and radiating brilliant light across the heavens. After a moment, the imagery of the lesser 5 elements' true technique dissipated. The light upon the detection stone gradually returned to calm. Observing this, the crowd finally released a collective breath. It was finally over. Let us not see anything like this again. It was too astonishing. However, before they could fully exhale, a radiant light surged once more from the detection stone. The Taishan Fenghua, the Tao, descending upon the world. Good heavens! The 5th technique. The crowd stood transfixed, their expressions dazed, as if caught in a dream. Even the rare prodigies of the Qing domain could not reach such heights. Atop the mountain, the 9 great sages exchanged glances, their faces contorted in disbelief. 5 techniques already. If this continued, it seemed likely that, judging by Lin Zhe's premature conclusion of his comprehension and his remarkable achievements, he might have already grasped all 9 techniques within the Steel Forest. As expected, following the manifestation of the Taishan divine art, the 6th technique began to reveal itself amidst the profound silence. The 7th, 8th, and 9th techniques followed in succession. Thus, Lin Zhe's 2nd trial came to a definitive conclusion. All 9 techniques were complete. Atop the mountain, the 9 esteemed sages remained silent for a long time. Eventually one spoke, remarking that the characteristics of the ethereal celestial body did not seem to pertain to comprehension alone. Truly, the ethereal celestial body could very well be deemed the celestial body of all laws. The celestial body of all laws, one of the 9 celestial bodies of the Great Way, is renowned for its mastery over all laws. It is said that those who possess the celestial body of all laws have comprehension nearly akin to the Tao, understanding all the laws of the universe. To be more specific, a person with the celestial body of all laws, merely gazing at the heavens, can perceive the shifting laws of the sky and thus comprehend the great way of the heavens. Even digging in the earth, they can discern the profound mysteries of the land, and merely taking a sip of water can lead to the enlightenment of unparalleled techniques. The bearer of the celestial body of all laws requires no scriptures, for they embody the very essence of the laws. Every action, every gesture holds immense power. Their divine skills manifest effortlessly. The extraordinary nature of Lin Zhe's performance and comprehension closely mirrors the descriptions of the legendary celestial body of all laws. But how can we explain his mere 18 years of age and his half-step divine sea realm? There is no barrier to his cultivation. This is the power of the ethereal celestial body. Could it be possible for two celestial bodies to coexist within a single individual? Strange glances were exchanged among the onlookers. As if I had said nothing, a moment of silence ensued. Ultimately, they could no longer contain their curiosity and turned their gaze toward the half-Saint Qing He. The situation of this individual indeed seemed to surpass common understanding. Half-Saint Qing, he sensed their scrutiny but remained silent, his eyes gently closed, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. The others dared not disturb him. The summit of Dalu mountain fell into tranquility. At the end of the steel forest, Shui Jianqing's figure emerged, staring at Lin Zhe as though he had seen a ghost. The Sword Emperor sighed deeply. Brother Lin, your comprehension is truly unparalleled. In all my years traversing the Qing domain, I have never encountered someone of your extraordinary talent. With your gifts, it is not far-fetched to say that in less than 100,000 years, the entire Qing domain will revere you. Lin Zhe smiled modestly. Your praise is too generous. Sword Emperor, not at all. It is not flattery. Shui Jianqing shook his head. Given Lin Zhe's exceptional display of willpower and comprehension, even if he performed poorly in the third trial, he would undoubtedly be the successor of a half-saint. With the support of a half-saint and Lin Zhe's innate gifts, Shui Jianqing believed that his prediction of 100,000 years was conservative. First place, comprehending all 9 complete techniques, reward 1,000 strands of calamity energy. Shui Jianqing announced Lin Zhe's achievement loudly, subsequently infusing an additional 1,000 strands of calamity energy into his celestial fate token. This brought Lin Zhe's total calamity energy to an insurmountable peak. On the other side, Hong Tian's expression was an enigma, a mixture of emotions. Once again, he had lost. And this defeat came even after giving his all. Hong Tian bit his lip, his expression a bizarre blend of amusement, anger, and an ignited competitive spirit, tempered by the caution of facing a lifelong rival. He swiftly appeared beside Lin Zhe. You have won again. What else could it be? Hong Tian smirked. This is rather interesting. He turned to Shui Jianqing. Will and comprehension have been tested. It is time for the real battle, is it not? I am determined to challenge him once more. I refuse to believe that in actual combat, he can surpass me. Speaking of combat, Hong Tian exuded a fierce battle spirit, exhibiting no fear. Clearly, when compared to the tests of comprehension and will, actual combat is his strongest suit. Shui Jianqing furrowed his brow upon hearing this. At that moment, a sense of abandonment from heaven and earth resurfaced. The next challenge is indeed a duel of magic. Chapter 91. Fusion of superior earth-level skills. Excellent. Hong Tian smiled, a trace of mysterious aura swirling around him. Having completed the trial with him, I suggest arranging a battle between us. Shui Jianqing shook his head, deeming it against the rules. After stating this, the feeling of abandonment returned. Damn it, is this never-ending? Shui Jianqing felt helpless. If both of you strongly insist, I can consult the half-saint and the sect leader to allow you two to enter the third trial early. With that, Shui Jianqing turned his gaze towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe glanced at Hong Tian, understanding his stance. Like him, he was a half-step divine C. What can a half-step divine C boast about? It's pointless to fight. Lin Zhe's target for battle has always been singular. His gaze fell upon the venerable Ku Rong. Among those present, Ku Rong undoubtedly possessed the highest realm, the human Dao Tian Yuan. A human Dao Tian Yuan level cultivator entering the fray would undoubtedly result in overwhelming dominance. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to the very concept of human Dao Tian Yuan. Even now, Lin Zhe would face a significant disparity in realm. The gap between half-step Divine C and Tian Yuan is an entire Divine C realm. Moreover, the one honored with the title of Venerable is a human Dao Tian Yuan. The innate 5 realms of Tian Yuan, classified based on the Tian Yuan condensed, include Lingguang Tian Yuan, Human Dao Tian Yuan, Di Dao Tian Yuan, and Tian Dao Tian Yuan. Each step represents a new heaven. Most individuals in the world condense into Lingguang Tian Yuan. Those who can condense into Human Dao Tian Yuan are indeed exceptional figures. Hence the title Human Dao. With the realm of Ku Rong as a Human Dao Tian Yuan, defeating Lin Zhe, an extraordinary half-step Divine C, would pose no challenge whatsoever. Regrettably, Lin Zhe would soon no longer be a half-step Divine C. After the fusion of techniques, he would be capable of contending with a Human Dao Tian Yuan. With this thought, Lin Zhe's lips curled into a smile. The long-awaited battle was finally approaching. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Hong Tian's confidence faltered momentarily. Aren't these words his usual rhetoric? Infuriating. Hong Tian intended to retort, but noticed Lin Zhe had already stepped aside, closing his eyes in meditation, evidently preparing for the upcoming battle. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to transform into another Hong Tian. Seeing this, Hong Tian fell silent, realizing how vexatious he had been. Underestimating me. Are you? Soon you shall realize how gravely mistaken you are. With that, Hong Tian also retreated to another corner to meditate. Atop the Dalu mountain, the 9 great sages could not help but chuckle. These 2 young fellows, should they truly wish to commence their battle prematurely, I would be inclined to agree, eager to witness the sparks that these 2 prodigies might ignite. Indeed, Hong Tian is no ordinary talent. Grasping a technique in merely 100 strands of time is an exceptionally rare gift. Particularly, his method of suppressing the Dalu mountain seems as if the mountain and this realm are aiding him. Truly unfathomable. What do you think? Have you discerned the essence of this Hong Tian? Lao Jiang, you appear to have some insights earlier. Lao Xing deeply. I have been speculating that Hong Tian might also be a celestial body. Even if not, he is at least one of the 17 sacred bodies. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Sacred body? Celestial body? Lin Zhe has yet to determine which celestial body he embodies. Now another one emerges. Do you think the legendary celestial and sacred bodies are as common as cabbages, present everywhere, and all appearing in my Qingyu? Have we uncovered the nest of celestial bodies today? During this Qingyu grand election, have we drawn forth all the hidden celestial and sacred bodies? Let us not digress. Lao Jiang, please continue. Lao Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully. I have been observing Hong Tian since earlier, whether ascending the heavenly ladder or piecing together fragments of techniques. He seems to possess a mysterious force aiding him. When he ascends the ladder, the path dims, guiding each of his steps to the weakest points of tribulation. When he seeks techniques, the wind of tribulation stirs those fragments. Everything aligns perfectly, as if the world favors him. Lao Xing Vima. This extraordinary favoritism from heaven and earth resembles that of a certain sacred body and a particular celestial body, does it not? As Lao Jiang's words fell, the group immediately thought of 2 names, Hongyun sacred body and Tianming celestial body. The Hongyun sacred body, the embodiment of luck among the 17 sacred bodies. One who possesses the Hongyun sacred body is graced with supreme fortune in all aspects. This luck manifests in countless ways, finding unparalleled techniques while venturing out, surviving a fall from a cliff to inherit the legacy of a powerful being, casually acquiring a sword that turns out to be a divine weapon, or encountering life-threatening enemies suddenly struck down by heavenly lightning. These are merely basic occurrences. As for the Tianming celestial body, it embodies fate. If the Hongyun sacred body represents the manifestation of worldly luck, then the Tianming celestial body is the crystallization of destiny. The most renowned saying about the Tianming celestial body is, all actions and thoughts become reality. All hearts and intentions shape the world. Destiny is within my grasp. The interpretation of this phrase is subjective. In any case, the existence of the Tianming celestial body, much like the Kongling celestial body and the Wanfa celestial body, represents an apex, possessing the bizarre and profound nature of the Tao's creation. Atop the Dalu mountain, the mention of the Tianming celestial body and Hongyun sacred body stirred the 9 great sages once more. They exchanged glances between Lin Zhe and Hong Tian, hesitating to speak. After a prolonged silence, the 9 great sages sighed deeply. Talent emerges in every generation. 2 extraordinary prodigies suspected to be celestial and sacred bodies. This trial at Dalu Mountain promises to be spectacular. I can hardly wait to witness the sparks ignited between them. With Ku Rong present, it might add fuel to the fire of this contest. Could having Ku Rong as a sharpening stone be too excessive? No matter, we will observe, eager to witness the limits of suspected celestial body existences. Having lived so long, this will be my first encounter with a living celestial body. As the 9 great sages discussed, time swiftly passed. While Lin Zhe meditated, he had successfully integrated the 9 high-quality, Earth-level mid-tier techniques with all he had learned. You have contemplated the world and gained new insights into your learned techniques. You have fused your acquired mental techniques. Your primary mental technique is Dahuang Yuntian Lu, with a total of 2 auxiliary materials. Dahuang Yuntian Lu has achieved a quality breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earth-level superior technique, Tianhuang Liangji Jingong. You have contemplated the world and gained insights. You have fused your learned body refining techniques. Your primary body refining technique is Fenxing Jinma Gong, with a total of 2 auxiliary materials. Fenxing Jinma Gong has achieved a quality breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earth-level superior technique, Yanma Jinti. Chapter 92. Elevation of Realm. With the arrival of 9 high-quality Earth-level mid-tier techniques, Lin Zhe's accumulated knowledge has finally integrated and upgraded to Earth-level superior. Mental technique, Earth-level superior, Tianhuang Liangji Zhengong LV10. Body refining technique, Earth-level superior, Yanma Jinti LV10. Body technique, Earth-level superior, Yuhua Jinjue LV10. Sword technique, Earth-level superior, Wana Tsangfeng Jian In LV10. Fist technique. Under the powerful impetus of these Earth-level superior techniques, Lin Zhe's aura instantaneously ascended to the extreme. Boom! The illusory sea plunged into the realm of reality. Lin Zhe dove into the sea, exploring the ocean of heaven and earth. The divine sea realm was achieved in an instant. The ethereal waves gently washed over Lin Zhe's body, cleansing him of worldly impurities and crashing against his divine sea. The energy within Lin Zhe's divine sea surged with increasing intensity. In just a few breaths, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the divine sea realm. Suddenly, the invisible waves surged and ebbed, causing his divine sea to tremble. They gathered into towering waves, intent on clearing the heavens above and revealing the brilliant Tian Yuan that would guide his fateful path. The heavens roared in anger, threatening to obliterate the divine sea that dared to defile their realm. The entire world quaked. As it trembled, glimmers of light began to emerge in the sky. The radiant Tian Yuan belonging to Lin Zhe began to shine forth, guiding him through the tumultuous waves. As the light of the Tian Yuan manifested, the divine sea swelled with ferocious waves. Within the divine sea, a colossal dragon sword, a blood-colored dragon, representing Lin Zhe's true form, suddenly opened its eyes, releasing a roar that echoed through the heavens, determined to unleash a lifetime of waves to break through the thick clouds and achieve the Tian Yuan. Yet, in the next moment, the waves gradually calmed, quelling the fury. Lin Zhe chose to halt at this juncture, for after reaching the pinnacle of the divine sea, the next step would be to condense the Tian Yuan. The Tian Yuan is the culmination of a cultivator's lifelong pursuit, the highest recognition from heavens, a license bestowed by the cosmos itself. 4 types of Tian Yuan represent 4 distinct opportunities. Once condensed, there is no chance for alteration or return. The process of condensing the Tian Yuan must be approached with utmost caution. It requires the perfect alignment of time, location, and personal harmony. Each element is indispensable. Given Lin Zhe's current condition, condensing the Di-Dao should pose no issue. However, he sought not the Di-Dao, but the Tian Dao. Possessing a godly insight such as his, it would be a disservice not to manifest a top-tier Tian Dao, Tian Yuan. If he were to attain a Tian Yuan, it must be the finest. Thus, Lin Zhe opted to pause momentarily, awaiting entry into the Qing Yu Jiu Zone to deepen his foundation and secure better conditions before breaking through. Opening his eyes, Lin Zhe exhaled deeply. With his realm now at the pinnacle of the divine sea and his cultivation technique upgraded to the top tier of the earth level, this phase should present no significant problems. Glancing at the time, he realized that since merging his technique, over 2,000 strands of time had quietly passed. Some individuals present displayed signs of distress. This trial was nearing its conclusion. Lin Zhe grew increasingly eager for the forthcoming 3rd trial, having long anticipated a thrilling battle. He prayed for it. The 9 great sages atop the mountain were left in a state of shock. Witnessing an 18-year-old at the half-step divine sea was one thing. However, witnessing the ascent to the pinnacle of the divine sea right before their eyes was truly astonishing. They watched as Lin Zhe seamlessly transitioned from half-step divine sea to the peak in an instant. Just like that, the 9 revered sages were left speechless. After living for millions of years, had they ever seen someone break through their realm in such an effortless manner? They remained silent for a long time. Eventually, one of them muttered, "The ethereal celestial body, it cannot be denied. If this were not the case, I would swallow the entire Dao Jia mountain." But what of his insight? It cannot be a dual celestial body. It must be either a sacred body or a celestial body. Or perhaps he possesses an extraordinary ancient bloodline with astonishing insight, coupled with the ethereal celestial body. This does seem plausible. What nonsense! I truly wonder if my millions of years have been in vain. The 9 great sages began to chatter among themselves. Meanwhile, Qin He Ban Sheng kept his eyes closed, remaining silent. Time swiftly passed, reaching 5,000 strands. The second trial concluded. Without a doubt, Lin Zhe emerged as the first, achieving full comprehension of all 9 gates. He became the first individual in the history of Dao Jian Mountain's trials to attain this remarkable feat. The others managed to grasp 2 to 3 gates to varying extents. This cohort of the half-saint selection comprised the pinnacle talents from across Qingyu, resulting in significantly better trial performances compared to previous occasions. Among them were the plump Taoist boy, the red-haired youth from the Qiling clan, and an unexpectedly formidable bearded man who comprehended 4 gates before time expired. Under normal circumstances, the 9 great sages would have exchanged pleasantries and perhaps begun to bet or vie for talent. However, in this instance, in the presence of Lin Zhe and Hong Tian, 2 seemingly celestial beings, the brilliance of the others was completely overshadowed, rendering them mere ordinary figures beneath their radiance. They were of little concern. Their focus was solely on what remarkable displays Lin Zhe and Hong Tian would exhibit next. Thus, upon the conclusion of the second trial, Xue Jianqing received the highest directive from the 9 great sages to promptly commence the third trial. With a wave of his hand, Xue Jianqing offered no concluding praise, directly unveiling the mist at the end of the stone forest. Within that mist lay a winding mountain path leading straight to the summit of Dao Jian Mountain. At the peak stood an ancient battlefield, majestic and imposing. Standing before the winding mountain path, Xue Jianqing declared, "The third trial is the ancient battlefield. This round will test your intrinsic potential." Before he could finish, Xue Jianqing's brow furrowed. "Are you not tired?" He cast a glance at Hong Tian. Reluctantly, he added a few more words in your combat abilities. Our Qin Yu Jiuzong has always believed that a person's innate potential encompasses various aspects. A mere assessment cannot reveal their true potential. Only in life and death situations, when trapped in dire predicaments, can your intrinsic potential be maximally developed and showcased. Therefore, we have merged the testing of innate potential with combat abilities. During the battle, this ancient battlefield will record your innate qualities, ultimately providing an evaluation. As for your combat performance, that will be determined by your rankings. Follow me. With that, Xue Jianqing led everyone earnestly up the mountain path toward the ancient battlefield on the summit, arriving at the vast battleground. What met their eyes was a scene of devastation. An ancient, savage, and melancholic aura enveloped them all, resonating deeply within their hearts. Chapter 93, An Unexpected Character. At the end of the ancient battlefield in the high heavens, 10 awe-inspiring figures, unparalleled in history and overwhelming the 9 realms, stood proudly. Among them, one was enveloped in chains of divine laws, their mere presence stirring the world. Undoubtedly, these 10 were the most exalted half-saints and the 9 great sect masters of Qingyu. After enduring the trials, the crowd finally beheld these legendary figures. They immediately bowed in reverence. "We pay our respects to the half-saint. We pay our respects to the 9 sect masters." The half-saint remained silent, his gaze seemingly unfocused, as if observing someone, yet appearing to see no one at all. The other 9 spoke. "Do not mind us. Focus on your trials." Jianqing, proceed. "Yes." Xue Jianqing turned and cast a cold glance over everyone. The third trial is the ancient battlefield. This trial will be conducted without rules or restrictions. Hidden weapons, techniques, divine weapons, elixirs, and poisons. All methods of combat you can conceive are permissible in this trial. Such is the nature of real combat, in a life and death struggle. No one will adhere to rules. Surviving is your only choice. With that, Xue Jianqing waved his hand, and all participant celestial tokens were instantly collected into the air, swirling rapidly amidst a tempest of chaos. The storm obscured the reality within. The ancient battlefield is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a free-for-all. All of you will be divided into 10 groups for an unrestricted melee. The top 10 from each group will earn an additional designated challenge opportunity. The second part will be a designated challenge. After the tumultuous battle concluded, your innate qualities would be recorded by the battlefield. allowing for a comprehensive ranking based on the total calamities experienced during your 3 trials. Should you find your ranking unsatisfactory, there will be an opportunity to challenge any participant on the list, ultimately determining your rank as the final assessment of your combat prowess in the 4th trial. The gathered crowd understood that the first chaotic skirmish served merely as a warm-up, a demonstration where those with innate potential showcased their abilities while others relied on explosive potential. The outcome was inconsequential for those unable to compete. It was the 2nd round that would genuinely determine the results. With that, the drawing of lots for combat groupings commenced. Amidst the swirling tempest, the celestial tokens shot forth like radiant beams from the storm, each corresponding to its respective master, who appeared at the 4 corners of the battlefield. Shui Jianqing's voice echoed across the arena, announcing that the groupings were set and the melee officially began. As soon as Shui Jianqing finished speaking, chaos erupted. Shouts of "Die" and "Get lost" echoed as flames and shockwaves filled the arena. Divine lights burst forth, and sword marks tore through the sky and the earth. Everyone unleashed their unique abilities, plunging into an intensely chaotic free-for-all. Lindsay found himself placed in the 7th group. This group lacked the presence of the corpulent Taoist and the crimson-haired youth of the Qi Ling clan, as well as the esteemed Ku Rong and Hong Tian. Instead, it consisted of inconspicuous minor characters. On the other hand, Hong Tian was equally dismayed, having drawn a group devoid of notable adversaries. With a glance towards Lin Zhe's direction, he lamented the situation, recognizing that Lin Zhe was the only one worth watching in the entire Dao Jie Mountain trial. The others? Hong Tian withdrew his gaze, coldly surveying those in his group. They were aware of Hong Tian's formidable reputation and contemplated uniting against him. Hong Tian scoffed disdainfully, a swarm of ants. Perish! With a stamp of his foot, a violent shockwave erupted beneath him, sweeping across the battlefield as his half-step divine sea cultivation erupted forth. Yet, to those with profound cultivation, Hong Tian's true prowess became apparent, causing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as one prepared to eliminate this troublesome opponent with a mere gesture, the world dimmed around him. The vibrant colors faded to a grim gray, and an aura of destruction and decay enveloped the atmosphere, as if the very world were on the brink of annihilation. In terror, he sought to resist, but found his body utterly immobilized, trembling involuntarily. In the next moment, a massive sword energy surged from behind him, seemingly unleashed from another battlefield grouping. Following closely was a small stone caught in the tempest of the battlefield, hurtling towards him with a bizarre force. Astonishingly, this seemingly insignificant stone posed a lethal threat, even to one of his stature as a divine sea cultivator. It was over. At that moment, a figure clad in green appeared, swiftly whisking him away. It was Shui Jianqing, who had sensed the impending danger and intervened. Once rescued, the individual immediately spoke to Shui Jianqing. "Sword Emperor, something fell amiss." "I understand," replied Shui Jianqing, who then waved his hand to save several others on the brink of perishing due to unforeseen calamities. In quick succession, he continued to act, and in the blink of an eye, the battlefield belonging to Hong Tian was left devoid of any opponents. Hong Tian emerged as the sole victor. Did we just lose? Were we even fighting? The onlookers were left aghast, as if they had encountered a ghost. What has happened? Is this a valid strategy? In stark contrast, Hong Tian appeared as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task, leaving the battlefield with an indifferent demeanor, awaiting the commencement of the 2nd round. "Sword Emperor, is this not a bit excessive?" Shui Jianqing simply replied, "You have all been eliminated. There is but one victor in this round. Prepare well for the designated challenges in the next round." With that, Shui Jianqing resumed his inspection of the battlefield. The 9 esteemed sect leaders remained unfazed. If Hong Tian, suspected to be a celestial body, could lose, that would indeed be peculiar. After Hong Tian's performance, their attention shifted to Lin Zhe. On the other side, Lin Zhe similarly concluded the chaotic melee with a single punch. The entire process was devoid of suspense and lacked significant highlights. A decisive blow determined the victor. The esteemed Ku Rong, the apparent frontrunner, likewise faced no exceptions. The 3 rounds of group skirmishes had commenced yet concluded before they truly began. The other groups performed unremarkably, as this chaotic melee served merely as a warm-up to gauge innate qualities, not determining critical outcomes. Prematurely revealing one's true capabilities could prove detrimental in the forthcoming contests, leading to a more restrained display of power. After a time, the melee concluded, and the ancient battlefield assessed everyone's innate qualities, aggregating the previous calamity scores to provide the final rankings. Without a doubt, Lin Zhe claimed the top position, having defeated his opponents with overwhelming superiority in every round. The second place, however, was awarded to an unexpected contender, one who entered closely behind Lin Zhe and Luo Wuqing, the burly man with a twisted beard. Chapter 94. The final battle of Ku Rong. The burly man's unexpected rise astonished all, save for Lin Zhe and Hong Tian, who had recognized his unusual presence from the outset. Those who could enter Dao Jia Mountain at the onset were undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Who among them could be truly foolish? His placement as second was entirely justifiable, as he had exhibited extraordinary comprehension, mastering 4 aspects and demonstrating commendable prowess on the heavenly ladder, thus securing a top rank upon entering Dao Jia Mountain. Considering his innate qualities, it was reasonable for him to rank second. The crowd exchanged murmurs regarding the burly man. Xue Jianxing and the 9 esteemed sect leaders merely cast a cursory glance. In ordinary circumstances, he might be regarded as a noteworthy figure. Yet in this contest, only Lin Zhe and Hong Tian shone as the 2 most radiant suns. The brilliance of their light was enough to eclipse all else. In the presence of these 2 prodigies, the others were perhaps the greatest unfortunate souls. With a wave of his hand, Xue Jianxing returned the celestial tokens to each participant. The second round of designated challenges commenced. From this moment forth, should anyone dispute their ranking, they could challenge any participant. A successful challenge would result in a rank exchange, while failure would preclude any further challenges, leaving them vulnerable to others' challenges. Time elapsed as Xue Jianxing released an aura of calamity, which would continue to burn until the 5,000 strands of calamity were depleted. With that, Xue Jianxing ceased his speech and turned his gaze towards Hong Tian. Unsurprisingly, he would be the first to act. Indeed, as soon as Xue Jianxing's words concluded, Hong Tian could no longer contain himself. I challenge the first place. I demand to challenge the first. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. One was Hong Tian, and the other belonged to the elderly Ku Rong. Both aimed to challenge Lin Zhe. Observing this, Xue Jianxing stated, 2 individuals challenge the first place, but as the ranking of Ku Rong precedes yours, he has the right to challenge first. Upon hearing this, Hong Tian let out a resigned sigh. He cast a glance at Kuro Rong Zunja and remarked, "Old man, at your age, still engaging in combat? Aren't you afraid of shattering your bones?" Kuro Rong Zunja stroked his grizzled beard and chuckled. "I am but a withered soul, half buried in the earth. What is there to fear about being shattered? While I still possess a modicum of strength, I wish to observe the youth of the Qin Yu generation, illuminating my final moments and penning a fulfilling conclusion to this long journey of life." He continued, "Moreover, by challenging you first, I can pave the way for you young talents to perform your best. Yes?" Hong Tian scoffed. "Who needs your guidance? Forget it. If you wish to meet your end, I shall not stop you. Let's begin. I am next." In his words, Hong Tian seemed to have already concluded that Kuro Rong Zunja, a venerable figure of the human Dao Tian Yuan, would surely falter. Xue Jianxing and the 9 esteemed sect leaders were equally astonished. Transitioning from a half-step to the pinnacle of the divine sea was an exceedingly arduous task, particularly against a human Dao Tian Yuan, especially one as storied and seasoned as Kuro Rong Zunja. The disparity in strength between him and the pinnacle of the divine sea was unfathomable. Even if Lin Zhe possessed the ethereal celestial body, he remained merely at the pinnacle of the divine sea, far from invincible. The outcome of this battle was uncertain, even to the 9 esteemed leaders. What faith did Hong Tian have in Lin Zhe? Did he truly believe that having lost to Lin Zhe, there existed no one else of merit? These celestial bodies, one and all, seemed to regard the chasm of cultivation as trivial. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Zhe had already reached the center of the battlefield. He had awaited Kuro Rong Zunja for quite some time. "Come, Kuro Rong Zunja, please. Young friend, after you." The 2 took their positions, and the grand battle was on the verge of erupting. The others no longer concerned themselves with challenging one another. After all, time was ample, and battles could occur any time. However, a duel with Kuro Rong Zunja was a rare opportunity. I wager 108 pills that Kuro Rong Zunja will win. Kuro Rong Zunja is an established powerhouse. It is hard to see the first winning against him. Perhaps not. His strength has always been apparent. No more talking. Let the battle commence. As they spoke, Both Lin Zhe and Kuro Rong Zunja unleashed their astonishing auras, their pressures fully manifest. To confront Kuro Rong Zunja, Lin Zhe held nothing back. He unleashed the true art of Tian Huang's two extremes at level 10, the true body of Yin Mo at level 10, and the true technique of Yu Hua at level 10, with the full force of three superior grade techniques at level 10. Lin Zhe's momentum surprisingly matched that of Kuro Rong Zunja, a distinguished human Dao Zun. As the spectators gasped, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Kuro Rong Zunja invoked his renowned technique, Kuro Rong Sheng Miegong, with a thought of decay and vitality. The left side of his form rejuvenated, his hair turning a vibrant blue, radiating boundless life. The earth revived, as if spring had returned, blooming with flowers. The right side of his form succumbed to decay, his hair white as snow, exuding an aura of inexorable death. A vast expanse of desolation spread, where vitality and demise were starkly delineated. Kuro Rong Zunja stood proudly at the boundary, akin to a deity governing life and death. With a subtle clasp of his hands, the power of decay and vitality illuminated the heavens and the earth. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with intensity. This was an opportune moment. Tian Huang's two extremes, reversing yin and yang. Lin Zhe wielded the two energies of yin and yang, one hand grasping white, the other black, as two yin-yang fish swirled within his gaze. The enigmatic aura of Tian Huang swiftly enveloped the battlefield, traversing the eons. Suddenly, a vast river emerged behind Lin Zhe, flowing from the heavens. Within this river lay a multitude of concealed swords. A blazing sun hung above, casting a chilling light upon the myriad swords, causing all who beheld it to shudder in fear. 10,000 rivers concealing the sword at level 10. Tian Huang's two extremes at level 10. Slash. In an instant, the black and white energies plunged into the celestial river. The swords, drenched in the essence of life and death, roared through the skies. They clashed with Kuro Rong Zunja's energies of decay and vitality, neither side yielding. Witnessing this, Kuro Rong Zunja displayed a hint of surprise. Although his strike was not his full might, the power of a human Dao Tian Yuan was undeniably overwhelming. For Lin Zhe, a being of the divine sea, to withstand even a fraction of his might was remarkable. If that is the case, let's engage more earnestly. A semblance of seriousness crossed the youthful visage of Kuro Rong Zunja. In the next moment, a rumble shook the heavens and the earth, eclipsing the sun and moon. Kuro Rong Zunja's energies of decay and vitality expanded, forming a realm of eternal spring and autumn amidst the Dao Jia mountain. He floated in the air, standing proudly in this domain of life and death, his left hand gripping decay, while his right hand grasped vitality. His eyes gleamed with the brilliance of falling stars. A divine spear, forged from the very essence of decay and vitality, materialized before him, imbued with the power of the human Dao Tian Yuan. Its tip aimed directly at Lin Zhe. Be cautious, young friend. Sensing the formidable threat emanating from the spear, Lin Zhe felt exhilarated rather than fearful. His combative spirit ignited with fervor. The blood within him surged with vigor. After traversing through time until now, he finally faced a battle that would consume his fiery passion. Comme fort. The energy of Tian Huang's two extremes roared within Lin Zhe. A surreal flame began to blaze in Lin Zhe's eyes, merging with the black and white energies, unleashing a cataclysmic force that reverberated throughout the realm. Ethereal feathers drifted around him, rendering his form indistinct, shrouded in divine light. It was as if he existed in a dream, an illusion. A majestic dragon surged forth from the depths of the sea, descending upon the world. The true body of Yin Mo, the flame of magic swirled across the sky. The true art of Tian Huang, the cycle of yin and yang. The true technique of Yu Hua, a feather soaring through the air, converge. Simultaneously, Lin Zhe summoned multiple techniques, each one reaching the zenith of its potential. A towering figure of a god and demon transcended the boundaries of time and space, resurrecting from the ancient past, the descent of the divine and demonic, a calamity of all things. With a single punch, the figure struck out, aiming to shatter the undefeated myth of the Tian Yuan. This blow was the culmination of countless methods, an awe-inspiring synthesis. The gaze of the ancient god loomed over the world. The grandeur of the setting sun over the river was boundless. The The strange reversal of the 5 elements unfolded. The arrogance of extremes manifested. Upon witnessing this, the 9 esteemed sect leaders were left in a state of shock. Is this the pinnacle of the long river's setting sun sword technique? No, it transcends that. He seems to have integrated other elements, refining the sword technique. How long has he been learning? The 9 leaders exchanged bewildered glances, each grappling with their astonishment. The long river's setting sun sword technique and the transformation of yin and yang were indeed foundational teachings from their respective sects, yet they had evolved from superior grade techniques, possessing an intricacy that was unparalleled, even among their ranks. Achieving mastery within a millennium was the hallmark of a prodigy. Yet here stood Lin Zhe, who had just begun his studies. He had mastered it, and even improved upon it. Was this reasonable? Absolutely absurd. But soon after, an even greater shock awaited them. Is this truly the Zhenhua Sheng Mo Ju? It bears a resemblance to the Zhenhua Sheng Mo Ju, yet seems to surpass it in brilliance. How outrageous! Has he even improved upon this flawed technique? Van Faxianti. If this is not one FACNT, I would consume Dao Jieshan on the spot. Does such an absurd entity as the Shuang Xian truly exist in this world? Wait, where did he acquire the Zhenhua Sheng Mo Ju? This is bad. The 9 eminent sect leaders, standing tall at the pinnacle of Qingyu, could no longer maintain their composure. Their inquisitive gazes turned towards Ban Sheng Qinghe, Bonxing, ancestor. Observing the indifferent expression of Qinghe, it was evident that he had long recognized Lin Zhe's mastery of the Zhenhua Sheng Mo Ju. Remain calm. Continue observing. With the Ban Sheng's command, the crowd could only acquiesce, suppressing the multitude of questions swirling in their minds as they continued to watch. In the midst of their conversation, the clash between Lin Zhe and the revered Ku Rong had reached a fever pitch. The Tian Shun Jichong and Shun Mo Jiying were in a fierce contest. They were at a stalemate. Waves of tremors rippled through the void, causing countless spatial fissures to erupt with violent energy from the intersection of spear and fist, sweeping across the entire virtual realm. The mountains resonated. The realm wept. Amidst the fierce exchanges, the body of Ku Rong was aging rapidly, his vital essence being swiftly depleted. Lin Zhe, concealed within the ethereal haze of his transformation, was also struck, his skin shattered, revealing gory flesh, which dripped onto Dao Jieshan. However, under the formidable regenerative powers of Lin Zhe's Yin Mo Jinti, new skin quickly grew back, restoring him to peak condition. It appeared that Ku Rong was on the verge of defeat due to exhaustion. This revelation sent a shiver through everyone present. Unbelievable! The revered Ku Rong was being matched by this first-rate talent with a mere Shunhai body. Not only matched, but look, the depletion of Ku Rong was evidently greater, while this first-rate talent appeared untouched. My goodness, even a venerable figure like him, despite age and waning vitality, should not be outmatched by Shunhai. Who exactly is this first-rate talent? How vast is his innate origin? Amidst the fervent discussions, no one noticed that the few drops of blood dripping from Lin Zhe's body were being absorbed by Dao Jieshan at an astonishing speed, vanishing without a trace. At the base of Dao Jieshan, within a mysterious dark space, a pair of crimson eyes quietly opened. They closed slightly, appearing weak and feeble. Ba Huang Su. After uttering this phrase, it seemed to exhaust him. He weakly shut his eyes, falling silent. After a prolonged period, a barely detectable wave of weakness traveled to the mountain summit. This fleeting ripple seemed to deplete all his strength. In a mysterious space, silence returned. Cloaked once more in darkness, atop Dao Jieshan, Lin Zhe suddenly felt an intense heat coursing through his body. It was not the heat of overload, but rather an extraordinary force seemed to be completely awakened within his bones and blood. The ancient aura inscribed within him was reviving. A profound and mysterious power flooded Lin Zhe's entire being. You have awakened the ancient bloodline hidden within your body, bringing forth the Ba Huang Shui. You have regained a deeper understanding of the Ba Huang combat technique through your ancient bloodline. You have reread the Ba Huang combat technique. You discover that your bloodline possesses the utmost inclusivity of the world, able to encompass all phenomena. Under the guidance of the bloodline, you attempt to forcibly merge the Qi refinement method, essence refinement method, and spirit refinement method into one, centering on the Ba Huang bloodline. You do not yet possess an equivalent spirit refinement method. You have fused the Tian Huang, Liang Jizhen Gong, and Yin Mo Zhenti. You have comprehended the exclusive high-grade technique, the Huang Zhen Yin Gong, belonging to the ancient Ba Huang bloodline. The Huang Zhen Yin Gong, extreme, LV10 great perfection, driven by the bloodline S exclusive de Huang Zhen Yin Gong. Lin Zai's physical form and spiritual energy harmonized seamlessly, indistinguishable from one another. At this moment, a mere thought from Lin Zai could unleash a terrifying power far exceeding his previous capabilities. Realizing the arrival of this newfound strength, Lin Zai was momentarily stunned. Then, he murmured, "It truly exists." Regarding his bloodline constitution, Lin Zai had harbored suspicions for quite some time. The point of doubt stemmed from the incident involving the demonic sex poison among the numerous members of the Lin family afflicted by the curse. Lin Zai and Lin Ao had even directly ingested the poisonous powder. Yet curiously, the rest of the Lin family was poisoned while the two of them retained their true Lin family bloodline. Back then, Lin Zai suspected that the Lin family possessed a concealed bloodline that had not manifested, leading him to directly inquire with his grandfather, Lin Ao. Unfortunately, even the patriarch Lin Ao was unaware of the source of their bloodline. Thus, Lin Zai set the matter aside, for at that time, he was not concerned with bloodlines. Focusing solely en cultivation technique. Little did he expect that this inadvertent occurrence would awaken the Lin family's bloodline. How did it awaken? Lin Zai cast a contemplative glance at Ku Rong. Could it be that intense combat activates the bloodline factors? Or is it merely a matter of luck? As he pondered, Ku Rong appeared to have reached his limit. He sighed deeply. To battle the Tian Yuan Zunjia with a Shun-Hai body, the younger generation is indeed formidable. After speaking, Ku Rong's expression tightened once more. Come now, the final strike. Let this old man witness the limits of this era's strongest prodigy. With those words, Ku Rong ignited all his spiritual energy, squeezing out the last vestige of his vitality. Ku Rong Fa, reversing spring and autumn. Boom! The terrifying Ku Rong domain expanded once more. Ku Rong unleashed a devastating strike. This blow shattered the void. Darkness descended. This is not good. This old fellow is serious now. Strike. The earlier performance was likely the limit of this young one. He cannot withstand this blow. The 9 eminent sect leaders were poised to intervene, to save Lin Zai. Regardless of Lin Zai's astonishing talents or the origins of the Zhanhua Sheng Mo Ju, he absolutely cannot come harm. In the eyes of the 9, Lin Zai was the most flawless and exquisite treasure in existence. The Zhanghe Jianzong leader was about to act. Yet, as his hand lifted, bang, in the center of the battlefield, Lin Zai waved his hand, effortlessly unleashing a sword chi. Clang! The sword resonated with the heavens. Ku Rong's domain was unexpectedly sliced open by Lin Zai's single finger of sword chi. It cut through with no resistance, as if slicing through tofu. A single sword swept through. Bang! The domain shattered, and Ku Rong was rebounded by the backlash. Draining all his energy, he lay in the center of the battlefield, gasping for breath, devoid of any dignity as a revered figure. His eyes were filled with astonishment. You actually did not exert your full strength. Lin Zai shrugged. He too had not anticipated the sudden awakening of such an extraordinary bloodline. The ancestors of the Lin family are truly remarkable. Lin Zai flew to Ku Rong's side, assisting him upright. In this battle, the younger generation has thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Thank you, revered one. Ku Rong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled in understanding. As long as you are satisfied, that is enough. With that, Ku Rong departed the battlefield. The outcome was clear. The victor, Lin Zai. What? Incredible. He, a mere Shanghai realm, actually won. Battling a revered figure and emerging victorious. This is madness. Lin Zai's victory sent the crowd into a frenzy. Everyone was stunned, believing themselves to be dreaming, except for Hong Tian. Upon witnessing Lin Zai's triumph, he rushed towards Xue Jianqing, urgency in his voice. It's my turn. I wish to challenge him. Xue Jianqing, recovering from a shock, regarded Hong Tian with a complex gaze. What nonsense is this? Fine, let you two monsters have at it. With a wave of his hand, the battlefield reappeared. Hong Qian, with a radiant smile, strode into the battlefield, fixating his gaze upon that proud figure. The onlookers were rendered speechless. This fellow had been defeated even by the Venerable One. What was he thinking stepping forward? Did he truly believe himself superior to the Venerable? A fool. Hong Tian paid no mind to the crowd. His focus was solely on Lin Zai. At long last, the moment had arrived. I want you to, before his words could finish. Linza stepped onto the battlefield, unleashing a seismic wave that surged towards Hongtian. A mere half-step into the Shanghai realm. How audacious. Hongtian hastily evaded, his body twisting at an uncanny angle to dodge the strike. Not a fraction too much or too little, perfectly timed. You lack martial ethics. At least let me finish speaking. Linza raised an eyebrow. His previous attack had not been intentionally misdirected. It had been aimed squarely at Hongtian. How could a mere half-step Shanghai evade his assault? Intriguing indeed. No wonder he was so arrogant. Once more, Linza was now serious. His eyes narrowed slightly, emanating two beams of violet light, swift as the wind and thunderous as lightning. The violet light soared into the heavens, dominating the battlefield. It locked onto Hongtian. Whoosh! The violet light reached Hongtian in an instant. He did not attempt to evade. He merely closed his eyes, and the world was engulfed in darkness. The violet light was consumed by the shadows, vanishing without a trace. On the battlefield, all was calm. The violet light seemed never to have existed. What was happening? The initial attack had been thwarted. What manner of being was this Hongtian? This trial at Daojiashan had truly summoned all manner of demons and monsters. Were we to be left in despair? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Yet at the heart of the battlefield, Linza squinted. He understood well that his attack had not been blocked. It had been negated, denied by the world, rejected by the rules. Such a method, outside the arena. The 9 venerable sect leaders gazed on with astonishment. Heaven's will. My will is heaven's will. My heart is heaven's heart. Though anticipated, witnessing the reality of this statement was still quite shocking. The Douluo Jiuxian body, each devoid of reason. This lad is indeed a Tiansheng Xiani. Let us see whether the Tiansheng Xiani prevails over the Kongling Xiani or the Wanfa Xiani. How remarkable that our Qingyu has produced 2 such beings in a single era. Should the people of other realms discover this, they would surely go mad. Chapter 97. Sacred Weapon. Gantin Suo. Very well, let us observe in peace. It is a rare opportunity to witness a battle between 2 extraordinary celestial bodies. We shall discern whether Linza is of the Kongling Xiani or the Wanfa Xiani. Surely he cannot possess both celestial bodies? If he does possess both, I would begin to suspect he is a child of the Tao. The 9 conversed. In the arena, Linza and Hongtian commenced a new round of combat. Twice you have attacked first. This time it is my turn. With that, Hongtian concentrated his essence, pointing to the heavens and then to the earth. Heaven's punishment. Earth's annihilation. As his words fell, Hongtian transformed into an emperor, issuing a final decree to the world. The very heavens and earth responded to Hongtian's summons. Thunder roared. Boom! Without wind or rain, resounding thunder manifested within the mysterious void. It rapidly converged into a storm eye. Thick, violet divine lightning coalesced within the storm eye. In the next moment, bang! The violet light surged skyward. A colossal pillar of thunder descended with a devastating force toward Linza. Meanwhile, the ground of Daojiashan echoed with a deafening roar. It was repelling Linza, compressing him. The weighty power of the earth formed an immortal prison. It bound Linza and rejected his attempts to harness the earth's power. In the sky, the violet divine lightning also disrupted the atmosphere, delivering divine retribution and rendering Linza unable to utilize the heavenly advantage. This was the true essence of calling upon heaven and receiving no answer, of calling upon the earth and finding it unresponsive. Boom! The lightning engulfed all. The earth consumed all manifestations. The pressure of the earth, the baptism of divine thunder. They simultaneously assailed Linza, subjecting him to the grinding force of heaven and earth. The spectators were left in astonishment, commanding the heavens and earth. What had transpired? I pondered, yet I did not so much as blink. However, a select few with profound backgrounds discerned Hongtian's true nature, commanding the heavens and earth, usurping heaven's will. Was this not the legendary Tiansheng Xiani? The legends of the Douluo Jiuxian body were indeed true. Amidst the awe of the crowd, a new development unfolded on the battlefield. The colossal thunder pillar was abruptly shattered by an inconceivably powerful force. The earthly prison was torn asunder. Ancient blood of the 8 desolations. Ignite, true flame of the great wilderness. Arise. An image of a demon god hurled the earthly prison into the storm of thunder. Bang! The divine punishment and the prison were obliterated. The demon god's image surged toward Hongtian at an imperceptible speed. The shadow of the fist split the air. Hong Tian's expression remained unchanged. Reverse. The world was commanded once again. Time flowed backward. Linzi's fist shadow seemed to retreat. Linzi smirked. So, reversal is now in play. I shall activate it as well. Reverse. Hong Tian commanded once more. The shadow of that punch surged back towards Linzi. Linzi swiftly transformed into myriad phantoms, evading the punch shadow and closing in on Hong Tian again. Hong Tian resorted to the same trick, initiating another reversal. Linzi struck again. Hong Tian continued to negate. The two remained locked in a stalemate, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times. The battlefield ablaze with the light of blades and the flames of war. What an eye-opener. The onlookers were speechless. Having lived so long, it was their first time witnessing a battle conducted in such a manner. Absurd. Utterly absurd. The 9 venerable observers watched with great delight. Those of lower realms could only perceive their exchanges as mere touches and countertouches. However, they witnessed one continually wielding the power of Heaven's will, while the other persistently broke free from its constraints. They toyed with the rules of destiny, tearing them apart and mending them anew. When had the rules of destiny become a plaything to be manipulated at will? These celestial bodies of the Tao truly possessed no sense of reason. The conflict of celestial bodies was indeed profound. In this world, perhaps only celestial bodies could triumph over one another. But how long could they continue this way? At that moment, the previously silent Banqing suddenly spoke. It is over. Huh? The 9 turned their attention to him. They observed Hong Tian and Linzi, their figures shifting. Hong Tian's complexion had turned noticeably pale. The power of negation had dimmed. Linzi's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems you are running out of strength. Hong Tian scoffed. Your skin and fists are indeed tough. Even the purple thunder cannot smite you. To negate, you once consumed several days of my Heaven's will. I shan't continue fighting you. It is a loss. With a sigh, Hong Tian continued, but I have never tasted defeat in my life. I truly do not wish to yield so easily to you. The Dao Jiu body. A singular being in an era, 2 celestial bodies would seldom encounter one another in a lifetime. Yet, I have cursed my luck to meet you. This shall be my final move, a decisive strike. Hong Tian declared, pointing once more to the heavens. You must be wary now. Another call for thunder? Choose a mightier one. Hong Tian replied, this time, I do not summon thunder. I shall negate your very existence. Linzi's eyes narrowed. Not only could he negate attacks, but he intended to deny my very being? Am I the one gaining an advantage? Or are you? Let's see. Come fort, sword. Hong Tian beckoned. Chaos erupted in the void. A seemingly unremarkable broken sword appeared in Hong Tian's grasp. Upon seeing this rusty, weathered blade, all present, including the 9 venerable ones, were left in a state of shock. A sacred weapon? Santian's sword. The gazes of several great sages were fixed upon the entity known as Lao Jiang. Lao Jiang, your home has been invaded. Lao Jiang, the master of the Kantian Dao sect, was well aware that the seemingly unremarkable broken sword, the Kantian sword, was indeed the sacred weapon of their sect. As the name suggests, a sacred weapon is a life-forged artifact created by a saint, imbued with the extraordinary power of the holy ones. However, this particular sacred weapon did not belong to the Qingyu Qing Sheng himself. His life-bound sacred weapon had long been enshrined in the forbidden grounds of the Changhe sword sect, serving to suppress the lifeblood of Qingyu. The Kantian sword was a trophy seized by Qing Sheng. In ancient times, a great war erupted, where Qing Sheng single-handedly faced 8 adversaries and severed the heads of 8 saints. Their sacred weapons were also confiscated by Qing Sheng, stripped of their holy seals and bestowed upon the other 8 sects as their sacred weapons. The Kantian sword was one of these 8 sacred weapons. Master Lao Jiang had kept this sword sealed for millions of years, never once wielding it, not even during the chaos of the demon sect. Yet now, during a trial of Dao Jia Mountain, a selection test, the Kantian sword had been silently borrowed by this destined celestial body. Lao Jiang's lips twitched madly. Had he gone mad? Could one truly control a sacred weapon? Stop him. A sacred weapon is no child's play. The Kantian sword must not be drawn, especially not in the sacred grounds of Dao Jia Mountain. As he spoke, several individuals rushed to prevent Hong Tian from making a foolish move. At that moment, Hong Tian's complexion suddenly turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Kantian sword, which had just come into his possession, inexplicably returned through the chaotic void to the Kantian Dao sect, vanishing from sight. Chapter 98. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Watching the Can Tian sword apart, Hong Tian was incredulous. The sacred weapon actually rejected me? With the remnants of his destined power, he was unable to wield much of the sword's strength. That was his own limitation. But for the summoned sacred weapon to refuse to leave, that was a flaw of the sword. How dare a mere relic that had fallen into the hands of the ancient Qing, Sheng, reject my call? As one of the 9 celestial bodies of the great Tao, the destined celestial body commanded the very world itself. How could a mere relic refuse him? Was this a denial of his authority? It was a slap in the face to destiny. How could a mere remnant dare to defy him? Hong Tian could not believe the absurdity of it. He called out once more, "Can Tian's sword come?" This time, he fortified his celestial decree, specifically naming the Can Tian sword. Under Hong Tian's renewed summoning, the rusted end of the Can Tian sword traversed the void once more, extending into the ethereal realm. However, in the next moment, Hong Tian once again spat blood, his complexion turning a brilliant gold. Clearly, he had suffered another backlash from the rejection of the sacred weapon. Hong Tian was bewildered. In all his life, this was the first time his will had been defied. The first time, Can Tian sword. Can Tian sword. You wretched Can Tian sword. You've truly gone too far. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zhe had arrived behind Hong Tian, observing with intrigue as the Can Tian sword disappeared into the void. Hearing this, Hong Tian reacted like a cat with its tail stepped on, instinctively retorting, "This is not my fault." He gritted his teeth. It was that sacred weapon that was to blame. Lin Zhe, non-committal, added, "Weren't you just denying my existence? Why then turn around to summon a sword? Is this not a diversion? You deny a celestial body like mine? Are you not seeking death?" In Hong Tian's eyes, Lin Zhe's instantaneous comprehension of the 9 ancient techniques corresponded to the myriad laws of the celestial body. Thus, Hong Tian felt an even stronger urge to compete with Lin Zhe. In the realm of the great Tao, there was but one of each celestial body per lifetime. The 2 celestial bodies might never encounter each other again. Therefore, who among the 9 celestial bodies was superior had always lacked a definitive conclusion. Now that he had met Lin Zhe, how could he not feel a burning desire to prove himself? This was not merely a matter of his past failures, but a quest to demonstrate that destiny surpassed all laws. Yet the outcome, alas, was all the fault of the Can Tian sword. Hong Tian glared fiercely in the direction the Can Tian sword had departed. This was the humiliation of destiny. One day, he would tear this broken artifact apart and use it to fill the latrines of the mortal realm. I shall not fight any longer. My condition is not optimal. Hong Tian left the center of the battlefield, reluctantly leaving behind a remark. Even if you win, with Hong Tian's words, the battlefield was once again left with only Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe had claimed the first throne. Upon witnessing this, all spectators were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to process the events. The 2 battles had left them utterly astounded. In one, a being of the Shunhai realm had bested a Tianyuan venerable. In another, it was preposterous enough to have summoned a sacred weapon, the Can Tian sword. How outrageous! How absurd! When had the threshold of the Dao Jie mountain trials been raised to such heights? They appeared utterly stunned. Indeed, after the 2 battles, few remained concerned about how others fared. All attention had converged upon Lin Zhe and Hong Tian, these 2 dazzling figures. The second-ranked burly man cast a grave glance at Lin Zhe and Hong Tian. For this half-saint selection, he had exerted great effort, hoping to make a stunning impression and earn the half-saint's favor, becoming a successor. Yet now, before these 2 prodigies, all his aspirations had turned to mere illusions. After a lengthy pause, the burly man sighed deeply. Perhaps this is fate. He resigned himself to the situation. There was no choice but to accept it. One had shattered a venerable, and the other had summoned a sacred weapon. What could he do? The burly man accepted his fate, but someone else clearly did not. If I cannot contend for first, I shall contend for second. If he could not become the half-saint's successor, then he would strive to become the core, true disciple of the 9 sects. Thus, he became the target for those eyeing the second position. After a moment of silence, someone shouted, "I challenge for second." Upon hearing this, the burly man's eyes instantly blazed with fury. "If I cannot handle those 2, how could I not handle you?" Seeking death. Whoosh! A fierce battle erupted once more. But Lin Zhe and Hong Tian were no longer concerned. For them, the trial had concluded. Time flowed on. Soon, in a series of battles, 5,000 strands of calamity energy were completely expended. The contest for rankings had finally come to an end. Thus, the 5 trials of the Qingyu 9 sects on Dao Jie Mountain, fortune, will, comprehension, root bone, and combat, had all concluded successfully. The 9 great sages and half-saints descended from the void to bestow rewards upon the trial participants. The trials were over. Now, all who participated could freely select the sect they desired to join. Having spoken, 9 portals appeared atop Dao Jia Mountain, each bearing the names of the 9 sects of Qingyu. Passing through these gates would lead them directly to the lands of the 9 sections. Upon arrival, individuals would be received according to the calamity energy and rankings indicated by their celestial fate tokens. After finishing their remarks, the 9 sages awaited the participant selections before dispersing. Traditionally, at this time, they would retain a few exceptionally talented individuals for special treatment, initiating a scramble for outstanding disciples. Yet this time, aside from Lin Zhe and Hong Tian, it mattered little whether others stayed or left. Moreover, some forthcoming discussions were not suitable for others to overhear. They approached Lin Zhe and Hong Tian directly. The others understood the intention of the 9 great sages and, after selecting their preferred sects, tactfully exited the scene. Soon, only Lin Zhe and Hong Tian remained on the stage. As all others departed, Lao Jiang first approached Hong Tian. The audacity of one who would dare to wield the remnants of the Tianjian while possessing only the semblance of a divine body is indeed remarkable. Enough of idle chatter. Let us proceed directly to the crux of the matter. Should you join my Sangtian Daozong, the next leader will undoubtedly be you. You shall wield the authority of the sect leader, with all resources of our sect laid bare before you. You will have the liberty to command all within the sect. What say you? Hong Tian stifled a yawn. What say I? As a being of divine destiny, whatever I desire can be summoned with but a clap of my hands. Nothing in this world holds any allure for me. At this moment, the sole entity that could potentially capture his interest was Lin Zhe. Do not direct your inquiries towards me. Rather, seek him. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Upon hearing Hong Tian's response, the group felt a sense of resignation. If Lin Zhe was indeed the half-saint inheritor, then it was clear that Lin Zhe's accomplishments outshone Hong Tian's in every respect, both in merit and enigma. Thus, the mantle of half-saint inheritor appeared firmly secured in Lin Zhe's grasp. This was precisely why Lao Jiang had not sought Lin Zhe earlier. After all, the half-saint had yet to make his intentions known. As the half-saint inheritor, Lin Zhe would surely venture to the Changhe sword sect. To think that Hong Tian would accompany him there, allowing the Changhe sword sect to gain not 1, but 2 divine bodies. How splendid! Upon hearing this, the sect master of Changhe sword sect burst into laughter. The 9 sects of the Qing domain are like branches of the same tree. Wherever you go, you remain disciples of our lineage. I shall respect your choices. The remaining 8 exchanged exasperated glances, but with the presence of the half-saint. They could do little but chuckle politely. However, prior to any further discussions, another matter of utmost significance arose. The sect master of Changhe sword sect fixed his piercing gaze upon Lin Zhe, stating, Lin Xiaoyu, you have practiced the true fire saint demon technique. This was not a question, but a declaration. No matter how it transformed, they would recognize this technique, even if it turned to ash. This cultivation method has been utterly obliterated by the 9 sects of the Qing domain through immense karmic power, and all high-ranking members of the demon sect have been reduced to naught. It is impossible for any remnants of this demonic art to surface again. From whence did you acquire this technique? The 9 pairs of serious eyes turned towards Lin Zhe. Unfazed, Lin Zhe had anticipated this moment well before his arrival. As a half-saint, a being only a step away from the realm of the saints, and one who had clashed with the demon sect's leader, he was certainly aware that his practice of the true fire saint demon technique would not go unnoticed. Yet what of it? He had no ties to the demon sect. He would simply speak the truth. I came upon this technique unexpectedly. It originated from the Lu family of the Beichen dynasty, from a man named Lu Changfeng. Before the others could inquire further, Lin Zhe continued. This Lu Changfeng was a figure from a century ago who joined the fire worship demon sect and vanished after leaving this technique behind. At his words, the 9 were momentarily taken aback. From the mortal realm? They retorted. Impossible. That technique was imbued with karmic ties. Not only in the mortal realm, but even the Mingxian realm could not retain a trace of that demonic art. Indeed, this was the truth, and they had even discovered traces of the demon sect in that realm. Lin Zhe then disclosed to the 9 the occurrences related to the demon sect within the Beichen dynasty. The group remained silent for an extended period. Finally, one spoke gravely. It appears that person has indeed returned. Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. That person? The implication of this statement suggested that even the half-saint had been unable to vanquish the leader of the demon sect. The 9 exchanged glances laden with unspoken thoughts. The half-saint broke the silence, speaking more than he had at any previous moment. Though that fiend has yet to reach the holy realm, their methods are insidious, allowing a fragment of their soul to escape at the last moment. During that battle, I too was caught off guard and sustained injuries that hinder my pursuit. In desperation, I utilized the bloodline power inherited from my ancestor, the Qing Saint, to impose great karmic forces upon this realm, preventing the spread of their demonic art, to forestall any resurgence. Thus, if any remnants of the demonic art still existed in this world, they could only have originated from that fiend. Linza surmiset eso. Lu Changfeng is the leader of the demon sect? The half-saint shook his head. The great karmic power imposed by the Qing Saint's bloodline is no trifling matter. Even if that fiend's methods are devious, it is impossible for the demonic art to persist for a century. To maintain its existence, they must act personally. And you, my dear, carry the aura of that fiend. The half-saint revealed the final conclusion. In other words, the demonic art was bestowed upon you directly by that fiend. She has chosen you. With that, the half-saint gazed deeply at Lin Zhe, remarking that sometimes what one says is not of paramount importance. For words can be disguised and lies told. However, what actions are taken, what guidance is offered, and what is ultimately obtained cannot be concealed. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed. All the incongruities he had encountered in the original text suddenly coalesced into a coherent narrative in his mind. The inexplicably appearing fragmented scrolls of Earth-level cultivation methods, revered by countless individuals. The Bachin poison case leading to the Liu family's library. The Liu family's library housing the hidden demonic art. Each link in this chain seemed meticulously orchestrated, guiding the protagonist toward the next step. Lin Zhe recalled that during the poison case, aside from himself and Lin Ao, there had been another person who was immune to the poison. She had claimed it was due to the effects of a medicinal bath. Yet, the Zhu Shanggu, originating from a primordial source, could only be resolved by those with special bloodlines or those who had reached the third level of the true fire saint demon technique. How could mere mortal herbs remedy it? Moreover, she had been the first to propose the lead regarding the Zhu Shanggu, suggesting that the Liu family's ancestral letters might contain records. Thus, Lin Zhe was compelled to visit the Liu family, which led him to the travelogue containing the true fire saint demon technique. This travelogue was also something she had personally found and handed to him. All these occurrences were not mere coincidences, but rather deliberate guidance, as the half-saint had indicated. What one says is not crucial. The ultimate goal achieved is what truly matters. Yet that person is not. Indeed, all the absurdities exist solely within the realm of fiction. Once translated into reality, every irrational aspect becomes profoundly unsettling. It seems you have deduced who it is. Alas, it is too late. With her cunning and guile, she certainly anticipated your arrival at the Jia Mountain and must have departed long before. Lin Zhe continued to ponder, or perhaps from the very beginning. The main thread of the narrative was a web of plots spun by powerful beings, and he simply overlooked the conclusion. At that moment, the half-saint spoke again. Fear not. Find solace. At least until my demise, she would not dare to act against you. With the idle conversation concluded, it was time to address the matter at hand. The half-saint fixed his gaze upon Lin Zhe, uttering the most pivotal words of the entire trial. Child, do you wish to inherit my legacy? He looked at Lin Zhe, the shackles upon him tightening in that instant. The chains of divine law shimmered with radiance. It seemed as though the entire cosmos conspired to prevent him from selecting a successor. All gazes turned towards him. The half-saint of the Qing domain held a position of immense significance. The legacy he bore was intertwined with the very lifeblood of the entire Qing domain. Witnessing the transfer of the half-saint's legacy was akin to witnessing the handover of history. Such an event was profoundly sacred and solemn. Consequently, the nine grew exceedingly grave. In response, Lin Zhe simply stated, as a junior, I shall not disappoint your expectations. The half-saint was the revered ancestor of the Changhe sword sect, and Lin Zhe's initial choice had been the Changhe sword sect, for it was the Changhe sword sect that represented the ancient lineage of the Qing saint, the sole sect in the Qing domain to possess a holy legacy. This signifies that only the Changhe sword sect possesses celestial-level techniques. Coupled with the recent emergence of the demonic sect leader, Lin Zhe finds himself in dire need of a more formidable and absolute power. Thus, he has no intention of venturing anywhere but to the Changhe sword sect. The half-saint nodded in acknowledgement, then closed his eyes, leaving behind a singular phrase. Once you achieve your destiny, I shall await you in the forbidden grounds of the sword sect. With that, a series of divine chains of laws erupted with the power to shatter worlds and reshape the cosmos. A thunderous sound resonated as countless chains vanished from sight. Half-Saint Qinghe also disappeared within the Dao Jie Mountain. Farewell to the Half-Saint. Farewell to our ancestor. After his departure, the 9 esteemed sect leaders exhaled in relief. Their demeanor finally relaxed. In the presence of the absolute sovereign of the Qing domain, none dared to act recklessly. The master of the Changhe sword sect approached Lin Zhe and his companion, gazing upon them as though he beheld 2 resplendent mountains of gold. Immortal physiques. 2 of the famed 9 Dao immortal physiques had now found their place within the Changhe sword sect. With the extraordinary capabilities of these immortal bodies, they would undoubtedly break through their shackles and achieve the realm of sanctity in the coming year. At that time, the Changhe sword sect would boast 3 saints. What a magnificent vision that would be! The Changhe sword sect was destined to shine and create new brilliance in this generation. Just the thought of it stirred excitement within him. Thus, the sect master's smile grew ever more radiant, nearly blooming like a chrysanthemum upon his face. "Ha ha! You two, welcome you both to join our Changhe sword sect," he proclaimed, as if fearing the other 8 might seize the moment. Swiftly gesturing to open the void gate leading to the Changhe sword sect before Lin Zhe and his companion. "Please do enter." The remaining 8 could only watch in speechless astonishment. "This old fellow, Hong Tian, have you no further considerations?" they implored. "As long as you desire, our Yin-Yang Xianmen shall always welcome you with open arms. Whatever you seek, the sect shall fulfill." Though they had abandoned hope of claiming Lin Zhe, the Half-Saint's inheritor, they still believed they could salvage Hong Tian. After all, he possessed an immortal physique. In the Tianlan world, the term immortal physique carried the ultimate authority. With proper nurturing, he would surely attain sanctity in the coming years. Thus, the others attempted to persuade Hong Tian once more, yet he merely tilted his head, donning a look of intrigue. "What do you believe I lack? Even if he could borrow a holy weapon, it would require the expenditure of his fate power, which would take time to recover. Yet, for a cultivator, time was the one resource they possessed in abundance. To Hong Tian, all things in the world, as long as one awaited their destiny, were merely a matter of, bring it forth. This Tianlan was akin to his personal supermarket. He could take whatever he desired. What could Yin-Yang Xianmen offer him? His words left the representatives of Yin-Yang Xianmen momentarily speechless. Faced with an ethereal, immortal physique, they could promise all manner of high-grade spiritual herbs to restore him to the sacred realm instantly. However, the fickle nature of fate, ha. Dear friends, until we meet again, I shall escort these young friends to the sect now. The laughter of you two echoed through Dao Jie Mountain. Subsequently, Lin Zhe and his companions stepped through the void gate, departing the mountain. The other 8 could only shake their heads in resignation. What the predicament? Let us return and see if there are any other talents among this generation. After all, it has gathered the elite from all realms, which may provide some semblance of comfort. Each of them stepped through the void gate, vanishing from sight. The winds stilled among the mountains. The ancient holy site left by the Qing saint within Dao Jie Mountain fell into a profound silence, devoid of sound. As time flowed on, it was uncertain how long had passed when a voice, resonating from the depths of antiquity, echoed within the mysterious space at the mountain's base. Descendants of the 8 desolations, a resonant, ancient sigh lingered in the air, time stretching endlessly. The temporal flow of Dao Jie Mountain was thus arrested. In the Beichen dynasty, the Lin family, Xiao Chui was lamenting as she tidied up Lu Hanyan's chamber. "The young master has departed, and miss, you two leave without a word. It has been so many days. You could at least inform someone of your whereabouts to alleviate our worries." As she organized Lu Hanyan's belongings, everything remained in perfect order, showing no signs of an extended absence. Could it be that she was abducted? No, given the Lin family's current influence. Who would dare commit such a crime in the Cangjin mountain area? Yet, where could she possibly be? Xiao Chui furrowed her brow, her expression heavy with concern. At that moment, Lin Wu and Yi Xiaoran arrived outside the door. Xiao Chui hurried over, anxious to inquire. "Any news of Miss?" Both shook their heads. Yi Xiaoran replied, "I have mobilized the entire Shura Manor to search, but found not a trace. Miss Lu seems to have evaporated from the mortal realm." On the Lin family military front, they too had investigated the vicinity of the Lin estate and found no suspicious individuals. For several consecutive days, their findings remained unchanged. which left them all deeply troubled. Lu Hanyin was missing. What would they say if the young master returned, or if the Lord awakened? The three were engulfed in worry. In an unknown location, atop distant mountains, Lu Hanyin stood proudly clad in a pale blue long gown. At this moment, she was no longer the fresh and graceful figure of yore. Instead, she emanated an air of unfathomable mystery. Tendrils of crimson, demonic flames danced around her form. Behind her, several figures shrouded in black robes knelt respectfully. Master, we pay our respects to you. It is our incompetence that has let you down. The cloaked figures trembled slightly. For according to the contingency plans left by the master, it was evidently not yet time for her true resurrection. This moment had come several years too early. Moreover, on that day, the master had personally contacted them, instructing them to halt all activities within the sect, which was inconsistent with the original plan. Clearly, they had botched the master's grand design. They deserved the gravest punishment. Please forgive us, master. Lu Hanyin gazed toward the distant mountains, as if peering through the illusion to perceive the reality within a certain space. Her crisp, cool voice rang out, "It is not your fault. This is the change of fate. The heavenly secrets of the Qing domain have been thrown into disarray." The others listened, only partially comprehending. Of course, Lu Hanyin had no expectation that they would grasp the full meaning. She merely fixed her gaze in a direction, the location of the Changhe sword sect. Revolutions at the Changhe sword sect, the land of picturesque mountains and clear waters. A void gate materialized above the sect. Yu Tu descended with Lin Zhe and his companion, landing steadily before a congregation of elders from the Changhe sword sect who had been awaiting their arrival. They had learned from the newly admitted disciples about the trials at Dao Jia Mountain, aware that an immortal physique had emerged to claim the top position. Naturally, this individual, as the inheritor of the half-saint, was now within their Changhe sword sect. Thus, they gathered here, eager for a glimpse of the true form of the immortal physique. The 9 Dao immortal physiques had long been whispered of in the world, yet seldom seen. Now that a genuine immortal physique had manifested, everyone was eager to witness what the legendary being truly resembled. Master, we pay our respects. After greeting the sect master, several quickly turned their gaze to Lin Zhe and his companion. Two individuals? How could the sect master, with such humble merit, have brought another immortal physique with him? Are these two truly the embodiments of the immortal physique? Indeed, Yu Tu replied, a beaming smile adorning his face. Unable to contain his elation, he began to introduce them. This is Hong Tian, the destined celestial body. He will henceforth be the foremost true disciple of our Changhe Jian Zone, with all resources of the sect fully accessible to him. Yes, I shall adhere to the sect master's edict. After introducing Hong Tian, Yu Tu proceeded to present Lin Zhe, an even more significant figure. As for this individual, Lin Zhe, he is the designated heir of our semi-holy ancestor. Henceforth, he shall be the acting sect master of our sect. Do you comprehend? In just a few words, Yu Tu established the identities of Hong Tian and Lin Zhe. One ascends directly to the first true disciple, while the other becomes the acting sect master. Such accolades are absurd and unprecedented in any sect. Throughout history, no major sect has ever enrolled disciples and granted them the status of first true disciple and acting sect master on the very first day. Especially in the case of the Qingyu 9 sects, a dominant force with a heritage spanning over 10,000 years. Yet, the members of Jinzone were unfazed. For the mere mention of the Dao of 9 celestial bodies warranted such treatment. One could even argue that the arrival of the Dao of 9 celestial bodies at their Changhe Jinzone was a matter of their sect being honored. Furthermore, one of them has gained the recognition of the semi-holy ancestor as a successor, which places him in a position of utmost reverence, deserving to be addressed as the grand ancestor by those who are at least several million years his junior. Thus, after exchanging glances, the elders and officials of Jinzone, who usually prided themselves at the pinnacle of Qingyu, immediately extended the highest form of respect to Lin Zhe and Hong Tian. We pay our respects to the acting sect master. We have met the first true disciple. Their demeanor was exceedingly warm, clearly indicating their deference to Lin Zhe and Hong Tian. However, Hong Tian showed no sign of emotion, wearing an expression of indifference and weariness, a visage that suggested he was on the verge of slumber. Since the moment he became the destined one, it has become increasingly difficult for anything in this world to stir his emotions. There was even a moment when Hong Tian pondered whether the Dao of 9 celestial bodies was not a blessing, but rather a peculiar curse. Perhaps it is true what people often say, To gain something, one must lose something. Perhaps this is the very reason the previous destined celestial body met its demise, paving the way for the new destined one. I am weary. I shall take a nap. Ignoring the multitude of Jinzong elders and officials, Hong Tian cast one final glance at Lin Zhe before departing to seek a place to rest. Once I have regained my strength, I shall come to find you. Until next time, I hope you will continue to maintain the stature of a victor. With that, Hong Tian's figure melded into the void and vanished. The expressions of the elders and officials froze momentarily. Their sentiments mirrored those when the Tianjin emperor was similarly disregarded by Hong Tian. After all, they were all esteemed elders and officials of the Qingyu Nine sects, prominent figures in the entire Qingyu. However, upon reflection, they realized that he was the destined celestial body, destined to be unlike ordinary individuals. It is only natural for a dragon not to dwell with a snake. A bit of arrogance is to be expected. With this thought, they shifted their gaze to Lin Zhe. At that moment, Lin Zhe was absorbed in the direction of Hong Tian's departure, contemplating something of great significance. That is, his divine level comprehension ability, LV4, generates corresponding exclusive physiques and bloodlines based on the cultivated techniques. Although the Tao of 9 celestial bodies is said to be extraordinary, unique to one in an era, it is still a form of physique and bloodline, thus falling within the purview of divine level comprehension ability, LV4. Given this, a question arises. Does the Tao of 9 celestial bodies possess an exclusive technique? It is worth investigating. With this thought in mind, Lin Zhe did not harbor much desire to engage with the elders and officials of Jinzhou. This was their first encounter, and they were not yet familiar with one another. Moreover, he came to Jinzhou primarily for the techniques, not for interpersonal relations. Thus, after retracting his thoughts, Lin Zhe merely exchanged pleasantries with the elders and officials before taking a brief tour of Jinzhou, officially establishing the status of himself and Hong Tian within the sect. This marked the conclusion of the meeting. Subsequently, Lin Zhe made his way to the library of Changhe Jinzhou. Along the way, he encountered the Tianjin Emperor, Xue Jianqing, who was leading Luo Wuqing and a red-haired youth. Brother Lin, we meet again. I have yet to congratulate you on inheriting the semi-holy legacy and assuming the role of acting sect master. Xue Jianqing greeted him enthusiastically. Senior Sword Emperor, you flatter me. Xue Jianqing waved his hands with a smile, stating, it is I who am joking. If we were to speak formally, I would still need to address you as Grand Ancestor. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Luo Wuqing also approached with excitement. Thanks to Lin Zhe, he managed to infiltrate the Dao Jia Mountain and joined Changhe Jinzhou while unexpectedly reconnecting with his family organization. Without Lin Zhe, Luo Wuqing might have suffered the same fate as the other 200 individuals trapped at the entrance of Dao Jia Mountain. Senior Shenwu Wang. Upon encountering Luo Wuqing, Lin Zhe expressed mild surprise, not expecting him to choose Changhe Jinzhou as well. Given that Luo Wuqing is a disciple of Dun, he should have opted for the Songtian Dao sect instead. Luo Wuqing hurriedly explained, at first, I intended to choose the Songtian Dao sect. However, unexpectedly, I encountered an ancestor from my clan. We possess some influence within Changhe Jinzhou, so I followed my ancestor here, simultaneously returning to my family to acknowledge my roots. Oh, I forgot to introduce. Senior, this is my great-uncle, Qi Fei Hong. The red-haired youth, Qi Fei Hong, bowed to Lin Zhe. Qi Fei Hong pays respects to the acting sect master. No need for such formalities. After their introductions, Luo Wuqing suddenly inquired, by the way, Senior, will you be returning to Huawanging? Certainly, I must return. Huawang Beichun is the place of origin, as well as a secret ground. The Lin family bloodline, the last descendant of the wolf, and the likes of Lu Hanyin, the leader of the demonic sect. There are so many variables and secrets. Once I complete my tasks here and acquire the power to sweep across Qingyu, I shall thoroughly investigate all these matters. I intend to uncover the secrets hidden behind them. After wrapping up the series of events, I will return. How about it? Do you wish to accompany me? Upon hearing that Lin Zhe would also return to Huawanging, Luo Wuqing immediately displayed an expression of hesitation. He thought for a moment and glanced at Qi Fei Hong. After a moment of silence, Qi Fei Hong nodded almost imperceptibly. Observing this, Luo Wuqing said, since Senior also plans to return, there is a significant matter concerning Huawanging and the Qi Ling clan that I wish to discuss with you privately. May I inquire if it is convenient for you at this time? Upon hearing this, Xue Jianqing immediately interjected, I have some urgent sect matters to attend to. You may converse amongst yourselves. Oh, by the way, Brother Lin, the little disciple I mentioned earlier has been instructed to hurry to Jinzong. I believe he will arrive before tomorrow night. Thank you, Sword Emperor. No trouble at all. We are all of the same sect. With that, the two exchanged bows and departed. Chapter 102. Phoenix. Lin Zhe's speculation after Xue Jianqing's departure. Lin Zhe inquired, "Speak. What is the matter?" Luo Wuqing, slightly awkward, said, "I apologize, Senior Shenwu Wang, but I deceived you earlier. In truth, we did not happen to be passing by. Rather, we specifically awaited your arrival. You are the foremost figure, and, as the semi-holy heir, a visit to the Jinzong Library is an essential part of your journey. So we have been waiting here for you since early morning. However, with the Sword Emperor present earlier, I did not dare to speak freely." Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. "This seems rather important. It appears they have a significant matter to discuss with him. No harm done. Please proceed." Qi Fei Hong glanced around and discreetly conjured several symbols of the Qi Ling clan, shielding them from eavesdropping. After laying down the symbols, he further established several formations, effectively concealing their presence. It was not until several moments later, after exhausting his methods, that Qi Fei Hong finally ceased. At this point, he explained, "This matter is indeed of great importance, not only concerning the Qi Ling clan and Hua Wanging, but also the very lifeblood of the entire Qingyu. I must exercise utmost caution." Seeing that Qi Fei Hong spoke with such gravity, it was evident that the matter had escalated to a level that could potentially affect the very lifeblood of the Qingyu. Lin Zhe felt a flicker of interest and urged him to elaborate. Qi Fei Hong, with a solemn expression, uttered two words, "Phoenix." Taken aback, Lin Zhe pondered the recent peculiarities of the Qingyu. The legendary Dao, 9 immortal body had emerged, and now even the rare celestial being, the Tiandi Zhanling Phoenix, had made an appearance? In the Tianlan world, the Phoenix, like the true dragon, stood as one of the highest celestial beings embodying destiny and creation, a favored child of the world. They reigned supreme over the myriad races of Tianlan. As a favored child of the world, it is said that a single tear from a phoenix can revive the dead, while a single feather can bestow eternal youth. A drop of its blood can transform one's innate talent, allowing them to soar to great heights. To consume a phoenix would mean possessing the most ancient and supreme phoenix bloodline, thus achieving transcendence and immortality. One could say that the phoenix is a treasure in its entirety. This has led all the races of Tianlan to pursue such celestial beings with fervor. However, as a favored child of the world, the phoenix itself possesses unparalleled strength, making any attempts to scheme against it mere folly. It is akin to claiming that one could become the greatest in the world simply by acquiring a certain object. First, one must defeat the current greatest who possesses that object. Therefore, those who aspire to covet the phoenix are invariably the most exalted existences within the Qingyu. With this thought in mind, Lin Zhe cast a peculiar glance at Qi Fei Hong and Luo Wuqing. Even if a phoenix were to manifest, what could two mere novices like Qi Fei Hong and Luo Wuqing, along with his perceived divine body, hope to achieve against a phoenix? Such audacity! Noticing Lin Zhe's strange gaze, Qi Fei Hong quickly clarified, No, it's not as you think, Zhongzhu. This matter is quite intricate and requires a lengthy explanation. It all began 18 years ago. He continued, approximately 18 years ago, two young phoenixes, one male and one female, suddenly intruded upon our Qingyu. Instantly, the upper echelons of the Qingyu were thrown into turmoil, reacting hastily. However, it wasn't too long before they dared not move. This was because the male and female phoenixes were being pursued. The pursuer was none other than an exalted being of immeasurable power. Upon their entry into the Qingyu, the enraged being sought to strike. Given that the Qingyu is the domain of the ancient supreme being Qing Sheng, safeguarded by an absolute Dao prohibition, no other exalted being could approach without consequence. Just as the prey was about to escape, the enraged being risked the backlash of Qing Sheng's Dao prohibition and launched an attack. In that moment, the male phoenix fell, while the female, sacrificing the male, fled into the endless void, vanishing without a trace. The upper echelons of the Qingyu searched tirelessly and divined the heavens, but found no trace of the surviving female phoenix. Ultimately, it was speculated that she must have successfully returned through a secretive means of the Phoenix clan. Thus, this highly publicized Phoenix incident within the Qingyu eventually came to a close. Qi Fei Hong succinctly recounted the origins of the Phoenix issue in the Qingyu. He then added, however, I have only recently discovered that the female Phoenix remains within the Qingyu. She never left. Upon hearing this, Lin Zai's gaze flickered. What makes you say that? Qi Fei Hong and Luo Wuchen exchanged a glance, and with honesty, Qi Fei Hong responded, "In truth, my Qi Ling clan is a subordinate clan of the Phoenix lineage. The Qi Ling clan possesses an innate sensitivity to the aura of the Phoenix. I sense the Phoenix's presence within Wuchen. Although faint, it is indeed there. This indicates that the surviving Phoenix from 18 years ago must be in Huawanging. And with the knowledge that you are also from Huawanging, I am even more certain. 4. Lin Zai, the aura of the Phoenix emanates most strongly from you. It is even strong enough to suggest prior contact. In other words, Lin Zai had encountered that Phoenix. This revelation caused Lin Zai's eyes to shine with sudden clarity. The female Phoenix, he had seen her. Among the many women Lin Zai had known, one stood out as enigmatic and perplexing. Wutong. Wutong, the one who resides in the Wutong tree. Is Wutong that very Phoenix? With this thought, Lin Zai silently chuckled. The situation was beginning to grow increasingly convoluted. Lu Hanyan was the leader of the demonic sect. Wutong had undergone a transformation from male to female and had become a phoenix. This seemingly insignificant land of Beichon was indeed a nest of hidden talents. However, as these revelations unfolded, Lin Zai's clues began to clarify. Drawing upon his experience from countless narratives in his past life, a bold hypothesis took shape in Lin Zai's mind. In truth, the world remained unchanged. He had not erred in his arrival. It was merely the identities of the deceased that had been mistaken. The narrative he had come to know involved the demise of Wutong. Thus, the Phoenix lived on, and the male had become Wutong. Now, with the Phoenix dead and the female alive, she had transformed into Wutong. Furthermore, considering Lu Hanyan, whose vendetta against the murder of her father seemed trivial, was indeed the leader of the demonic sect, it suggested that the story had been a conspiracy all along, a web of schemes surrounding the Phoenix, orchestrated by powerful beings. So what of Xia Qinghe? What role did this seemingly mindless follower of the protagonist play? And where did the bloodline of the Lin family originate? Was the downfall of the Lin family a mere exit from the stage, or a strategic retreat by another schemer? If Lin Zai's conjecture held true, many seemingly irrational aspects of the original narrative would warrant deep contemplation. How intriguing. Schemes, indeed. Lin Zai narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the Sword Sect's scripture repository. Once I have perused this repository, I shall settle accounts with you all. You will come to understand that I am not one to be trifled with. Temporarily setting aside these thoughts, Lin Zai turned to Luo Wuchen and Qi Fei Hong. So, what is your Qi Ling clan's stance regarding that Phoenix? Qi Fei Hong's eyes flickered. That will depend on your thoughts, Zhongzhu. Oh, my thoughts. Qi Fei Hong continued. To be candid, we have contemplated these issues since the Phoenix's arrival 18 years ago. As a subordinate clan of the Phoenix lineage, we should ideally assist the female Phoenix in her return, thereby regaining the friendship and blessings of the Phoenix clan for our Qi Ling clan. However, the Qingyu is a unique land, under the protection of Qing Sheng. Many in our Qi Ling clan have developed thoughts that would normally be deemed unthinkable. That is, to slay the Phoenix and obtain its blood, to replace the Phoenix and elevate the Qi Ling clan to fame. In other regions, such thoughts would be unthinkable, for the Phoenix possesses a clan that, as a supreme celestial being, would never tolerate any subordinate clan overstepping its bounds or insulting the Phoenix bloodline. Should our Qi Ling clan dare to act thus, we would likely be annihilated by the Phoenix clan's experts the very next day, erasing all traces of our existence. Yet in the Qingyu, the Phoenix's authority holds little sway. The ancient Qing Sheng reigns supreme. We need not fear retribution from the Phoenix clan for slaying it and taking its blood. The red light in Qi Fei Hong's eyes flickered wildly. It appeared he was somewhat tempted by this proposition. Meanwhile, another faction within the clan believed they should adhere to the original pact made among the myriad races. They ought to uphold the righteous path of heaven and earth. Moreover, as a subordinate branch of the Phoenix clan, it would be even more reprehensible to betray the call of blood. Thus, some members of the clan believed they should swiftly locate that female Phoenix, protect her, nurture her, and find a way to return her to the Phoenix clan. Thus, my Qi Ling lineage has a debt of gratitude to the Feng Wang clan. At that time, no matter what we do, we shall find it convenient. These two decisions have long been at odds within my Qi Ling tribe, with neither side able to persuade the other. Therefore, Qi Fei Hong once again bowed to Lin Zai, and I pondered that perhaps someone could assist our Qi Ling tribe in making this decision. Qi Fei Hong implied that Lin Zai was to be our guiding star. His thoughts were simple. The current situation was quite clear. First, Lin Zhe is the only person who has truly seen the Feng Huang, and thus knows its whereabouts. Second, Lin Zhe is from the Huaguang realm, where his entire family resides. If the Qi-Ling tribe seeks to stir things up in the Huaguang realm, we cannot bypass him. Third, Lin Zhe possesses an immortal body. The significance of an immortal body is self-evident. He is destined to become the supreme ruler of the Tianlan world in the future. Moreover, he has inherited the mantle of the half-saint and stands behind the direct descendant of the ancient Qin Sheng, Qin He. In summary, cultivating a good relationship with Lin Zhe is undoubtedly the right choice. Allowing him to take the lead for the Qi-Ling tribe ensures that regardless of his choices or his own ideas, the Qi-Ling tribe will have support and a foundation for the future. This is indeed the pathway to enduring stability for our Qi-Ling tribe. This was also the true reason behind Qi Fei Hong's deliberate disclosure of the Feng Huang's information to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe understood Qi Fei Hong's intentions. This was a straightforward revelation regarding the Feng Huang. The Qi-Ling tribe wishes to ally with him. How intriguing. Fate is indeed wondrous. Initially, I encountered your master, Song Jian, unexpectedly, and forged a connection with you. Now this has extended to the Qi-Ling tribe through you. Lin Zhe smiled and said, I comprehend your intentions. Very well. For the sake of this connection, as long as I, Lin Zhe, am present in the Jian Zone, I shall grant the Qi-Ling tribe a day of splendor. Upon hearing this, Qi Fei Hong felt a surge of joy. After all he had said, it was for Lin Zhe's affirmation. Thank you, Deputy Sectmaster. Qi Fei Hong produced a crimson seal of the Qi-Ling tribe. This is the core seal of our Qi-Ling tribe. With this seal, all members of the Qi-Ling tribe can communicate freely. Should you wish to contact us in the future, simply relay your message through the seal. He presented the seal and then took his leave. The Deputy Sect Master surely has pressing matters to attend to. I and Wu Chun shall not disturb you. You may continue your affairs. We take our leave. Wu Chun bid farewell. Having achieved his purpose, Qi Fei Hong refrained from further interruption, packing away the array disc and all talismans before departing. Lin Zhe watched as Qi Fei Hong and his companion left. After a moment, he proceeded onward to the Songjinggu of the Chong He Jian Zone, as a transmission of the sage lineage that has endured for tens of millions of years. The Songjinggu of the Chong He Jian Zone is undoubtedly the finest in the Qing domain. The volumes here will surely not disappoint Lin Zhe. Once he has perused the scriptures, his strength is bound to undergo a monumental transformation. Upon arriving at the Jian Zone's library, Lindai Zhongzhu, greetings, Deputy Sect Master. No need for excessive formalities. Let us get straight to the point. I have come to examine the classics of the Jian Zone. Of course, please, feel free to explore. As the heir of the half-saint, all texts within the Jian Zone are entirely open to you. Lin Shen nodded. What is the layer where the sacred techniques are stored? The celestial level techniques correspond to the saint realm. Therefore, the world commonly refers to celestial level techniques as sacred techniques. In response to the Deputy Sect Master, our sacred techniques are not housed in the Tsang Jinggu. They are personally safeguarded by our half-saint ancestor. Historically, only the heirs of the saints have been permitted to practice them. Lin Zhe acknowledged. Are they with the half-saint? Perfect. By the time I finish reading the books here, I should be at the Ming Xian realm. At that point, I can directly seek the half-saint for the sacred techniques and ascend to become an unparalleled saint. Holding the Deputy Sect Master's decree, Lin Zhe entered the Jian Zone's library. The library is situated within an independent realm and is divided into 5 levels. The first level is the entrance level, unguarded. Lin Zhe glanced around hastily and was somewhat astonished. Just this entrance level is densely packed with supreme human-level techniques. In the Bei Chun Empire, there are only 2 supreme human-level techniques, yet here they abound. Various secret arts, formations, and alchemical texts, all of the highest caliber among mortals. As for the upper human-level techniques and below, they are regarded as mere refuse by the Chong He Jian Zone, unworthy of entering its threshold. Lin Zhe casually picked a supreme human-level technique and opened it. Good heavens, even a random selection boasts an exquisite level of intricacy that defines the pinnacle of human-level techniques, far surpassing the ordinary. Chong He Jian Zone. O Chong He Jian Zone, a true bastion of wealth. This visit shall propel me directly into new heights. Chapter 104, God-Level Comprehension, LV5, Self-Creation. Thus, Lin Zhe began a brazen and unrestrained exploration. You have perused, immersed in a sea of books. Lin Zhe voraciously consumed a wealth of martial knowledge, surveying the pathways of heaven and earth. His god-level comprehension talent progressed swiftly with each supreme human-level technique he absorbed. God-level comprehension LV4 91310000. God-level comprehension LV4 3910100000. Lost in the depths of literature, Lin Zhe had lost track of how many techniques he had reviewed. He continued to flip through the pages numbly. The sheer volume of techniques in the Chang He Jian Zone is staggering. This only accounts for the techniques. It does not even include those miscellaneous texts discussing the principles of the 5 elements and the yin-yang of the universe. Lin Zhe's talent progression had already reached God-level comprehension LV4 99101000. Calculating that each supreme human-level technique contributes 3 points to progress. Lin Zhe had perused a full 3,000 supreme human-level techniques. Moreover, each one of these techniques was a carefully selected masterpiece from the Chang He Jian Zone. If 3,000 masterpieces exist, how many more would there be if not selectively chosen? Lin Zhe felt numb. He quietly surveyed the remaining volumes. Remarkably, he had yet to even reach half of them. This round has truly been a windfall. He had anticipated that the Chang He Jian Zone would be affluent, but never to this extent. Truly, it is the lineage of the ancient and formidable Qin Sheng. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhe resumed his reading. 1 book, 2 books. Time in the library is unfathomable. Eventually, Lin Zhe reached a point where his god-level comprehension ceased to respond. It was only then that he halted his mechanical motions. At this moment, Lin Zhe's god-level comprehension talent had escalated to god-level comprehension LV4 219101000. Upon seeing this number, Lin Zhe felt a sense of disbelief. Over 20,000 points of progress. This is more than 20 times the progress he painstakingly accumulated previously. This is remarkable. You have extensively surveyed the texts and finally gained insights, deepening your understanding of the essence of your God-level comprehension talent. You have developed a new ability within your God-level comprehension. God-level comprehension has upgraded to LV 51191100000. From now on, you will acquire the ability to create your own unique techniques derived from your understanding of the world. The definition and grade of your self-created techniques are not fixed. Their limits are determined by your interpretation of the Tao. The more techniques you learn, the more adept you become at amalgamating diverse strengths. The higher your realm, the clearer the principles of heaven and earth will be. A level 5 talent allows for self-creation of techniques. This concept is quite intriguing. Relying solely on others has its limitations. Forging one's own path is the ultimate trump card. Lin Zhe felt quite satisfied with the capabilities of his level 5 talent. However, contemplating this further, the God-level comprehension talent escalates with each level. At present, a level 5 talent signifies the ability to carve one's own path. What kind of extraordinary abilities might a level 6 talent possess? With these thoughts in mind, Lin Zhe turned and stepped into the second level of the Chang He Jian Zone's library. The second level is home to the lower-grade, earth-level techniques collected by the Chang He Jian Zone. The criteria and philosophy for selection mirror those of the first level. Only the finest, no rubbish. This philosophy is thoroughly embodied by the Changha sword sect. Lin Zhe casually flipped through a tome. It was also a remarkable piece among the lower-grade, earthly texts, possessing its own unique intricacies. Without further ado, he dove right in. 3 days later, at the Changha sword sect, Lin Zhe had yet to emerge from his seclusion. The Tianjin Emperor, Xue Jianqing, had summoned the young disciple who had been waiting for Lin Zhe for a full 2 days. On the 3rd day, Lin Zhe showed no signs of emerging. According to the accounts from the Sangjing Pavilion, Lin Zhe, the acting sect master, was a martial arts fanatic, having immersed himself in the texts, oblivious to the world around him, wholly focused on the classics of the sword sect. It seemed unlikely he would emerge anytime soon. This left the young disciple in a state of distress. Wisdom dictates that comprehension at the innate stage often spans centuries. How long would Lin Zhe remain in the Sangjing Pavilion? Surely, he could not wait indefinitely. He had his own path to discern, his own journey to undertake. Therefore, early on the 3rd day, the young disciple sought an audience with his master uncle, Xue Jianqing. Greetings, Master Uncle Pengyu. Please have a seat. Thank you, Master Uncle. You wish to inquire when that semi-saint heir will emerge, correct? Indeed, Master Uncle. Your insight is remarkable. You youngsters lack patience. This is a common trait. Pengyu replied helplessly. Master uncle, it is not a matter of impatience. It is simply that seclusion at the innate level often spans centuries, and I truly cannot wait. Shui Jianqing cast a glance at Peng Yu, urging him to remain calm. It would not be long. This semi-sane heir was no ordinary individual. Based on his comprehension, he could emerge from the Sanjing Pavilion in as little as 7 days or as much as half a month. Just wait a few more days. Before Peng Yu could respond, Shui Jianqing added, "This is a unique opportunity exclusively for you. Others may wish to wait, but they lack the proper reasons." Peng Yu understood Shui Jianqing's implication. During his days at the Sword Sect, he had come to realize the stature of the person he was to meet. The first of Daojia Mountain, the semi-saint heir, the Dadao Jiuxian body, the acting sect master of the Sword Sect, the next ruler of the Qingyu domain. Such titles were all embodied by that young supreme talent. To meet him was indeed an enviable opportunity. However, waiting hundreds or thousands of years was an unreasonable demand. Very well, I shall heed my master uncle's advice and wait another 10 days. We shall discuss it then. I understand. As Peng Yu prepared to take his leave, a sudden, soul-shaking terror swept through the entire Sword Sect. It rapidly radiated from a sect, engulfing the entire Qing Tian realm. The force was as fierce as a gale and as overwhelming as a mountain flood, wreaking havoc across vast distances. In the Qing Tian realm, hazy, ethereal glimmers cascaded from the sky, transforming into resplendent, celestial flowers that fell to the mortal world. The earth erupted with golden holy lotuses, blanketing the landscape in a sea of gold. Celestial flowers rained down. Earth surged with golden lotuses. Is someone breaking through to the human Dao Tian Yuan? It's from the Chanhe Sword Sect. Indeed, the ancient Qing Sheng Dao lineage is impressive. Just a few years ago, a Tianjin emperor consolidated the earth Dao Tian Yuan. And now another human Dao Zun is about to emerge. Before finishing the thought, an anomalous phenomenon reappeared in the sky. Threads of purple energy suddenly spread across the Qing Tian realm. The purple energy traveled from the east for thousands of miles. Chapter 105, Seven-Colored Tian Yuan. Entering the mysterious commanding forces. Majestic purple energy rolled like clouds. The ultimate principles of heaven and earth became evident in the azure sky. The purple energy from the east. What an unusual sight. By the heavens, the Chanhe Sword Sect is producing another Sword Emperor. Within the Chanhe Sword Sect, Tianjin Emperor Shui Jianqing rose abruptly. Purple energy from the east, the Earth Dao Tian Yuan. Is there truly someone in our generation capable of consolidating the Earth Dao Tian Yuan? Shui Jianqing, the leader of the Chanhe Sword Sect, was exceptionally gifted, having risen above the crowd through countless trials and tribulations, ultimately achieving the status of emperor. He was well aware of who was superior or inferior among the current generation. It was likely that a few would reach the human Dao Tian Yuan, but the Earth Dao Tian Yuan. Only by achieving the Earth Dao could one comprehend its true difficulty. Reflecting on his own journey, Shui Jianqing, who had once been the top of the Chanhe Sword Sect for a millennium, spent 300,000 years in arduous cultivation, experiencing trials, accumulating wisdom, and fighting fiercely. It took 5 sets of 30,000 years to finally emerge as a Tian Yuan emperor. The hardships endured were not for outsiders to know. Shui Jianqing pondered the possibility of another Tian Yuan emperor emerging from this generation. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that wicked woman, Miao Yu? In the Sword Sect's Tianyu Palace, one of the 5 great leaders who had briefly shone in the Huaguang realm, Miao Yu gazed at the celestial phenomenon in the sky, licking her lips. I mentioned that we would meet again soon, but even before we meet, you have already given me such a delightful surprise. With the purple energy emerging, this cannot be your full potential, can it? As her words faded, another phenomenon appeared in the sky. In the Qing Tian realm, the sun and moon shone together. They seemed to descend into the Tianlan realm. Dividing the Qing Tian realm in two, on one side, the blazing sun blazed fiercely, incinerating everything in its path. The terrifying heat rapidly expanded, consuming all under the scorching sun, turning the landscape into a hellish inferno. On the other side, a silver disk hung high, the bright moon radiating a serene glow. The soft moonlight enveloped the slumbering world in a delicate veil, imbuing the night with an air of mystery. The scene was tranquil and harmonious. Witnessing this, Miao Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, her eyes sparkled with mysterious colors. The Tao of heaven and earth. This man is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Shui Jianqing was equally taken aback. The Tao of Heaven. Miao Yu, that wicked woman, can consolidate the Tao of Heaven. I cannot believe it. Absolutely impossible. But who else could it be if not Miao Yu? Shui Jianqing furrowed his brow. At that moment, he glanced at Peng Yu, who trembled uncontrollably under the pressure of the breakthrough. A figure suddenly emerged in Shui Jianqing's mind. Is it him? But didn't he just break through to the pinnacle of the divine sea? How could he challenge the Tian Dao Tian Yuan in just a few days? At the very least, he should have waited until he turned 19. A wave of helplessness washed over Shui Jianqing. These celestial bodies truly disregard the norms. Meanwhile, another celestial body, Hong Tian, awoke from his slumber, yawning as he observed Lin Zai's breakthrough. The Tao of Heaven and Earth. Isn't that standard for celestial bodies? It merely requires hands. I wonder why everyone is so astonished, making such a fuss. After finishing his yawn, Hong Tian stretched lazily. So he's breaking through to the Tian Yuan. That's a bit quicker than I expected. Well, I'll take a nap now. Once you break through, it will be my turn. With that, Hong Tian turned over and resumed his slumber. The sect leader, you too, and others gazed at the sight of the sun and moon shining together, shaking their heads in disbelief. Indeed, a celestial body is just a celestial body. He just reached the pinnacle of the divine sea, and now, in just a few days, he is breaking through to the Tian Yuan? Sect leader, what kind of celestial body is he? At this speed, it must be the ethereal celestial body. But how can his comprehension not even match the heavenly fate celestial body? Is it not the myriad laws? Alas, could it be true that such an extraordinary entity as the Shuangxianti exists in this world? The senior members of the Jianzong were struck with a sense of incredulity. They gazed at the celestial phenomenon of the sun and moon coexisting in the sky, remaining in a stupor for an extended period. Meanwhile, the anomalous spectacle in the heavens approached its climax. Following the cascading golden lotuses and the purple clouds stretching for thousands of miles, a brilliant golden Tian Yuan suddenly pierced through the vast expanse of clouds, illuminating the sky with an intensely blinding radiance. As they beheld this golden Tian Yuan, a wave of purification swept through the hearts of all present, rendering them transparent and pristine. An aura of supreme sanctity emanated from this golden Tian Yuan, allowing all within the Qing Tian realm to perceive the essence of the heavens. The divine light reached the heavens. How fortunate indeed! This was the fabled Tian Dao Tian Yuan. My goodness, the Jianzong is defying the heavens. It is indeed the Tian Dao Tian Yuan. Amongst humanity, the human path is revered, the earthly path esteemed, while the heavenly path stands alone as divine. Another celestial being of cultivation has descended. Remarkably, since the dawn of the ancient Qing Sheng, our Qing Yu has only witnessed 15 entities bestowed with the title of divinity throughout billions of years. How fortunate we are! How fortunate we are to witness the emergence of a celestial being in our lifetime. Let us proceed to the Chang He Jianzong to bear witness. At this moment, within the Dongjing of the Chang He Jianzong, Lin Zai found himself engulfed in silence. For resplendent seven-colored Tian Yuan floated above his divine sea. 7 colors. Lin Zai was aware that the Ling Guang Tian Yuan was blue, the Run Dao Tian Yuan was purple, the Di Dao was red, and the Tian Dao was gold. But what could this 7-colored entity be? Despite perusing the vast collection of texts within the Chang He Jianzong, he found no references to a 7-colored Tian Yuan. Not even the faintest fragment of information. Had his Tian Yuan undergone a mutation? Lin Zai sensed the power of the 7-colored Tian Yuan, which surpassed the previous golden phase by a significant margin. Furthermore, it bore a striking resemblance to the Tian Dao Tian Yuan, lacking any distinctive aura. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zai decided to conceal the brilliance of the Tian Yuan. Never mind, I shall press on with my breakthrough. The next step is to reach the limit of the innate beings, Ming Xian. Lin Zai closed his eyes, and the earthly great supreme technique, Chang He Luo Ri Yuan, began to operate autonomously, each page infusing him with mysterious runes. Lin Zai's 7-colored Tian Yuan absorbed all these runes, nurturing an understanding of the profound mysteries of life, paving the way towards the divine realm. Ming Xian Break. Chapter 106. The Legacy of Heaven and Earth. As Lin Zai nurtured the power of Ming Xian within the Qing Tian realm, the winds of change once again stirred. Following the celestial spectacles of golden lotuses and the sun and moon's coexistence, An overwhelming aura descended upon the world. This time, its reach extended beyond the Qing Tian realm, encompassing the entirety of the Qing Yu. Boom! The heavens and earth resonated, echoing through the ages. A dazzling Tian Yuan, enveloped in countless ancient and mysterious celestial runes, surged into the sky, finally carving out a realm beyond the comprehension of mortals within the vast expanse of the heavens. Seven-colored radiance cascaded from the celestial realm. The glory from above illuminated the Tian Yuan, celebrating its comprehension of the mysteries of life and heralding its ascent to the next evolutionary tier of existence. The heavens and earth bore witness, and all spirits rejoiced. Another innate being had reached the pinnacle of life, achieving Ming Xian, ascending to the revered status of eternal sage. In that moment, all within the Qing Yu trembled. Ming Xian, our Qing Yu has gained another innate sage of the utmost realm. How joyous indeed. But who could it be? Among the current Tian Yuan powers, the most senior must surely be Ku Rong, who has transcended to the Run Dao Tian Yuan for over 23 million years, possessing profound depth. It should undoubtedly be him. Yet, I have my doubts about Ku Rong. After all, he is merely a Run Dao Tian Yuan. The probability of a Run Dao body breaking through to Ming Xian is not particularly high. This old fellow has lived for over 20 million years. If he could have broken through, he would have done so long ago. Now, as his lifespan approaches its end, how could he muster sufficient vitality to confront the Ming Xian realm? I suspect the one from the New Moon Mansion has also achieved Ming Xian. The Qing Yu erupted in celebration at the emergence of a Ming Xian sage, and discussions of this figure's identity proliferated. Meanwhile, within the Qing Tian realm, silence prevailed. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Their lips trembled, their hands and feet quaked, rendered speechless for a protracted period. The cause of this astonishment was clear to all within the Qing Tian realm. They distinctly sensed that the life force breaking through to Ming Xian was identical to that of the individual who had just materialized the Tian Dao Tian Yuan. In other words, the person who achieved Ming Xian and the one who condensed the Tian Dao Tian Yuan was one and the same. How could it be possible for someone to break through to the Tian Yuan and then, less than a minute later, immediately transcend to Ming Xian? This is preposterous. Is the heavens playing a jest upon us? The crowd was bewildered, their faces etched with disbelief. Within the Chang, He Jianzong, the Tian Jian Emperor Shui Jianqing also fell into silence. He seemed to recall mentioning at Dao Jian Mountain that within 100,000 years, the entire Qing Yu would be led by Lin Zhe. 100,000 years was a conservative estimate. He had underestimated the situation, too naive in his understanding. In the Tian Yu Palace, the enigmatic Miao Yu found herself at a loss for words as she observed Lin Zhe stepping into Ming Xian. Her enchanting brows suddenly furrowed, as a sense of foreboding arose. In the secluded mountains of the Jian Zone, the slumbering Hong Tian awakened once more. Ming Xian? Hong Tian glanced at the sky, blinking in confusion. Could it be that I have slept for several years? Yet it was evidently not the case. Hong Tian pondered. While I can understand the rapid condensation of the Tian Dao Tian Yuan, is it too excessive to break through to Ming Xian without so much as a pause? Am I fated by the heavens? Or is it you who is destined? Hong Tian found himself engulfed in existential doubts. Sleep eluded him. At this moment, the celestial phenomena transformed once more. A primordial chaos enveloped the entire Qing Yu. Within the hazy chaos, a handsome visage emerged high above the sky. He stood at the pinnacle of the heavens, gazing down upon the myriad of beings. His sight was vast, his vision seemingly infinite. Before this colossal visage, humanity appeared so diminutive, so fragile. This realm was vast beyond comprehension, and yet so confining. The hearts of the crowd quivered. In this moment, the expansive Qing Yu transformed into a fish pond. The others were but struggling fish within the pond, mere mortals. And the owner of this visage was outside the pond, possessing the power to dictate their lives and govern the pond and its inhabitants. What is this? Is this power truly Ming Xian? Has someone attained sanctity? No, it seems to be from the Chang, He Jianzong. The sect leader Yu Tu and others trembled at the sight of this massive face. A chilling realization surged through the hearts of the elite within the Qing Yu. The legacy of heaven and earth. As these words echoed, the colossal face overseeing the multitude of beings ascended even higher. The entirety of the countenance manifested above the Qing Yu. It was a youth clad in snow-white garments, with a handsome visage and a demeanor befitting a scion of a noble family. After casting a glance at the myriad beings, he resolutely turned and stepped into the unknown realm, leaving behind a magnificent silhouette facing away from the masses. Soon after, that silhouette dissipated into the cosmos, transforming into a resplendent character of Zhe. An ancient tome of time traversed through the eons. Within the forbidden grounds of the Jianzhong, darkness enveloped the void. The semi-saint Qinghe, bound by 3,000 chains, finally opened his eyes. Previously, even the convergence of the heavenly Tao and the successive assaults on the Mingxian could not rouse him. However, with the emergence of the Book of Time, this ancient semi-saint, the direct descendant of the ancient Qing Sheng, was awakened from his slumber. With a piercing gaze, Qinghe focused on the Book of Time, which opened its heavy pages. Each page symbolized a long river of time. On a blank page, a character representing Zhe was inscribed, deeply engraved. Witnessing this, the semi-saint Qinghe smiled silently. In the void, the seemingly endless chains of laws trembled. The clanking sound of the chains resonated sharply, as if they might snap at any moment. The echoes of the chains were incessant. Subsequently, Qinghe glanced towards the direction of the Jianzhong's scripture repository and closed his eyes once more. In the skies above the Qing domain, after inscribing the character Zhe, the Book of Time vanished back into the chaos, leaving no trace. All extraordinary phenomena finally dissipated. After a long while, the world experienced no more sudden changes. Thus, this grand breakthrough came to an end, yet its reverberations continued to resonate within the Qing domain. Indeed, that was unmistakably the renowned legacy spoken of by the ancient sages, the inscription of names in heaven and earth. Today, I, Dao Yi, have truly witnessed it. Such legendary events are indeed real. Chapter 107. God-Level Insight LV6. Theft of Dao Fruit's Senior Uncle. What does it mean to have names inscribed in heaven and earth? What does it mean? To your inquiry, I, Dao Yi, cannot provide a clear answer. Regarding the inscription of names in heaven and earth, I have only heard some ancient legends from my predecessors. It is said that this inscription serves to commend those extraordinary talents who have made remarkable contributions to the Tianlan world. There are also legends stating that it is a proof granted by this world to those unparalleled powerhouses who have exhausted their creative potential. Another rumor suggests that it serves as a memory anchor for the glories of this world. As for what this anchor truly represents, one can only inquire of the heavens. In any case, you must understand that the inscription of names in heaven and earth is a matter of great significance. Just consider, in the past several billion years of our Qing domain, which Mingxian sage has achieved such an honor. Leaving aside the Qing domain, how many in nearby realms, among their various talents, have caused such extraordinary phenomena upon breaking through Mingxian? Since none have done so, how has this legend persisted? Thus, it is called a legend. Today, I, Dao Yi, have truly opened my eyes. Lin Zhe's breakthrough caused a stir throughout the Qing domain. Meanwhile, within the scripture repository, Lin Zhe set aside the Changhe Luri Yuan, returning it to its original place. At this moment, he had completely absorbed the ancient repository, reaching the pinnacle of innate beings, achieving all breakthroughs within the innate stage. His knowledge was refined at the moment of breakthrough, centered around his ancient 8 desolations blood. With the support of the vast treasury of the Changhe sword sect, Lin Zhe's current cultivation had reached the peak of the earthly level. However, regrettably, the Great Desolate True Flame technique, exclusive to the ancient 8 desolations blood, remained at only 2 levels of essence. The method of refining the spirit, particularly the higher-tier techniques, was severely lacking. Even with the stature of the Changhe sword sect, such methods were scarce. Nonetheless, Lin Zhe had now attained the ultimate realm. At this moment, he was uncertain if he could be considered a semi-saint. The realm of saints is too mysterious and profound, akin to the difference between the innate and postnatal. The latter can only gaze upwards, never to enter. In summary, Lin Zhe's aura at this moment was remarkably terrifying, deep as an abyss, vast as an ocean. Boundless light of the laws manifested within Lin Zhe's body, and the supreme majesty of the heavens erupted from the 7-colored Tinyuan enveloped in mysterious runes, spreading throughout his being. With every blink of his eyes, a force of the heavenly Tao surged forth, cleansing all injustice in the world. The slightest fluctuation of his aura seemed to threaten to tear apart the layers of the Qing domain. He appeared as an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, a celestial wayfarer, embodying the majesty of the heavens. Simultaneously, propelled by the treasury of the Changhe sword sect, Lin Zai's god-level insight had absorbed enough progress to reach LV6. You have perused numerous texts and finally gained insight, achieving a deeper understanding of your god-level insight talent. You have developed a new capability for your god-level insight. Your god-level insight has upgraded to LV6, 368001000W. From now on, you will possess the ability to steal Dao fruits. The ability at LV6 is straightforward and easily comprehensible. It literally means the ability to steal Dao fruits. However, the question arises, what exactly do these Dao fruits refer to? Dao fruits have various interpretations across different worlds, each more grandiose than the last. In essence, they are elusive in nature. This left Lin Zai momentarily at a loss. He hadn't encountered any explanations regarding Dao fruits in the extensive texts of the Changhe sword sect, just like with his 7-colored Tianyuan. Lin Zai surmised that the concept of Dao fruits would only become clearer at the saintly realm, which he had yet to reach. Thus, Lin Zai tidied himself and exited the secluded chamber, stepping out of the scripture repository where he had spent several days. This visit to the repository was undoubtedly the most rewarding experience since his birth. Not only had he elevated his god-level insight from LV4 to LV6, but he had also pushed his realm to the utmost limit of the innate stage. A tremendous prophet, Lin Zai stepped out of the scripture repository with great vitality. In the next moment, Yu and other high-ranking members of the sword sect appeared before him. They gazed at Lin Zai with expressions of astonishment, as if they had encountered deities. The group exchanged glances, speechless. Even if someone wished to speak, they found themselves at a loss for words, swallowing their intentions. Lin Zai had no choice but to break the awkward silence. Sect Master, esteemed elders, I have merely been in seclusion for a few days. Why do you all act in such a manner? Merely a few days of seclusion? Such a statement is quite the understatement. If I had such abilities, I would do the same. Yu's lips twitched, finally uttering, "Are you truly a dual saint body?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zai glanced at the location of Hong Tian, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. A dual saint body? Not at present, but perhaps in the future. Who can say? What do you think, Sect Master? I think. What do you mean by that? How could I possibly inquire further? Yu fell silent. At this moment, an elder beside him urgently asked, "Acting Sect Master, did you just step into the wondrous realm of having names inscribed in heaven and earth? The legendary inscription of names in heaven and earth. What does it truly feel like? Indeed, the world speaks of the inscription of names as a reward and proof from the Tao to the strongest beings. What kind of sensation is it?" The crowd eagerly pressed for information regarding the inscription of names in heaven and earth. It is no wonder they were so insistent. Since the inception of this legend, it had circulated through the world without a single instance of reality. In the past several billion years, those who broke through Mingxian in the Qing domain and other realms were all exceptional talents, the embodiment of their respective domain's brilliance. Yet none had ever achieved the legendary inscription of names in heaven and earth. For the people, this inscription was akin to an ethereal faith, a story used by predecessors to inspire successors. Yet now, the legend had become reality. The inscription of names in heaven and earth had truly manifested, right before their eyes, within their sword sect. This ignited a fervor among the high-ranking members of the sword sect, who pressed for answers. Yu shot a glare at everyone, reprimanding, "Look at how unruly you all are." The implications of Yu Tian suggest that the phenomenon of Tiandi looming might pertain to certain aspects of Lin Zai's privacy, urging the elders to refrain from acting recklessly and overstepping their bounds, lest they provoke Lin Zai. The current Lin Zai is far more than merely an immortal body. He has also become an unparalleled being who has achieved Tiandi looming. He is a nearly mature, fully realized, immortal form. It dawned on everyone that their impatience had led to a misunderstanding. Chapter 108. Wutong Speculation Ahem. Esteemed sect leader, we have indeed been rather abrupt. We implore your forgiveness. The high-ranking officials, having come to their senses, repeatedly expressed their apologies. Lin Zai waved his hand, dismissing their concerns. It is but human nature. However, regarding the so-called Tiandi looming, Lin Zai mused for a moment. Even if you inquire, I find it challenging to articulate specifics, as my understanding of this concept is also rather limited. At the moment of Tiandi looming, Lin Zhe merely felt as if he had transcended a certain limitation and grasped a sense of transcendence. In that instant, all living beings were laid bare before him. The land of Qingyu transformed into an immense chessboard. All individuals were but mere pieces on that board, and he, the player with the privilege to move the pieces. Vaguely, Lin Zhe felt a unique connection with this realm, as if the dynamic of their relationship had shifted from subservience to one of equal dialogue. Yet upon closer perception, it became evident that Lin Zhe's form of existence hindered their unity. In other words, while he possessed the credentials of equality, he had yet to attain the corresponding strength. To truly unravel the mysteries of Tiandi Luming, the seven-colored Tianjuan, and the Dao fruit, Holy Realm. Holy Realm. Indeed, it is the Holy Realm. Lin Zhe must transcend the profound and enigmatic supreme Holy Realm to glimpse the entirety of this world. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the crowd displayed expressions of contemplation, refraining from further inquiries to avoid inciting the wrath of this supreme, immortal capable of leaving a mark on the heavens. They redirected their sentiments to congratulate Lin Zhe. It is of no concern. With the abilities of the esteemed sect leader, the legendary mysteries of Tiandi Luming will eventually be unraveled. It is indeed so. We have yet to congratulate the sect leader on breaking through to Tianjuan and Mingxian, shattering the two pinnacle realms of innate supremacy, thus achieving an unprecedented feat in Qingyu. Congratulations, sect leader. The crowd lauded Lin Zhe, eager to curry favor with him. However, Lin Zhe had numerous pressing matters on his mind. The various intrigues surrounding the Phoenix, the secrets of the Lin family bloodline, and his own ascension to the Holy Realm left him little time for unnecessary socializing. Thus, he casually responded to the crowd. At that moment, the will of the Heavenly Sword Emperor, Xue Jianqing, manifested again, bringing news of Peng Yu's arrival. I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Lin Zhe said, extricating himself from the throng of enthusiasm, and in a fleeting thought, he vanished from sight. In a certain terrifying place in Qingyu, shrouded in ominous, demonic energy, Lu Hanyan gazed at the sky, remnants of the astonishing phenomenon still lingering in her eyes. One of her four great protectors appeared flustered, Tiandi Luming. Such legendary existence truly exists. It is said that only those unmatched in this era can pierce the veil of Tiandi Luming. Their very existence symbolizes an epic. With his presence, our holy sect. The gazes of several individuals turned toward Lu Hanyan. Her beautiful eyes remained unfazed, as she stared at the heavens for a prolonged period before a soft sigh escaped her lips. Everything has become chaotic. The anticipated little phoenix did not arrive. Yet those who ought not to exist have reversed the natural order. Cause and effect have become entangled, and fate is turned upside down. Qing Tsang Jisheng. Was even this within your calculations? Lu Hanyan's gaze transcended the time and space of Qingyu, landing upon the mysterious Dao Jie Mountain. A thread of chilling demonic energy erupted in her eyes. In the realm of Huaguang, a sparsely populated mortal kingdom, Wutong shivered. She ground her teeth in frustration. A monster, a monstrous freak. How could such a person exist in this world? It seems he clearly discerned my identity back then. Why then did he feign ignorance? Wudong was utterly perplexed, filled with incomprehension. If a living phoenix stands before you, even if you have no ulterior motives, you should at least utter a few words, right? No, this world is too perilous. I must hasten to retrieve my brother's Fengyuan to restore the phoenix body. I recall that before my brother departed, he had cast the Fengyuan eastward toward this direction in Huaguang, using the phoenix seeker method. It should be correct. Onward to the east. Wudong took a step forward. Wait, something is amiss. Wudong suddenly recalled something. Since Lin Zhe is an innate divine being, why did he endure the existence of mortals in Beichin? Why did he tolerate the Lin family's decline? Later, when he revealed his true self, it was neither early nor late. Yet he chose to unmask himself only upon encountering me. Was he waiting for me? Did he deliberately want me to seek my brother's Fengyuan? Wudong's pupils contracted sharply. A chill coursed through her entire being. Cold, bone-chilling cold. This chill was omnipresent. In the surrounding darkness and the void, it seemed as if someone was watching, concealing their powers, silently surveilling Wudong. Linsha, you possess such profound schemes. Encountering a scoundrel like you has truly brought me misfortune. You desire the Fengyuan, do you? I shall deny you that. Even if I have to feed it to wild dogs, I will not give it to you. Wutong seethed with rage, her teeth clenched in fury. Yet on the surface, she feigned ignorance, glancing around as if nothing had happened, and then turned to head westward toward Huaguang. At the Changhe sword sect, with a single thought, Lin Zhe transformed into countless minute particles of light, reassembling within Shui Jianqing's estate. Before him, clad in blue robes with a blue sword, Shui Jianqing and a strikingly handsome young man immediately bowed upon Lin Zhe's appearance. We pay our respects to Lin Senior. We pay our respects to Lin Sect Leader. There is no need for such formalities, Sword Emperor. Let us revert to our previous camaraderie. Lin Zhe interrupted Shui Jianqing. Shui Jianqing shook his head, a pained expression crossing his face. One must not disregard etiquette. You have now ascended to the status of Mingxian Daxian. How could I dare to be presumptuous before you? Time has changed, though it has only been 3 days. And the transition seems somewhat absurd. The reality is that 3 days ago, Lin Brother had ascended from the peak of Shanhai to become Mingxian Daxian, reaching the same echelon as his master, if not surpassing him, as a superlative existence. The title of Lin Brother can no longer be uttered. Seeing Shui Jianqing's rigid adherence to propriety, Lin Zhe had no choice but to shift the topic. Is this the little disciple that the Sword Emperor previously mentioned? The Wuan royal family? Do share your story. I am quite curious about your connection with the Wolf Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Peng Yu stiffened, straightening up promptly. Yes. In response to Lin's sect leader, I am but a humble mortal of the Wuan dynasty royal family in the Huaguang realm. By bloodline, I can barely be considered a prince, as my father is the Wuan emperor. Yet my mother was merely an ordinary palace maid, and my birth was merely a fleeting whim of the emperor. Due to this identity, I faced much hardship in the palace and was far from content. Later, I fortuitously met my mentor, who took pity on me and brought me into his fold, allowing me to leap from a mortal into the realm of innate beings. Chapter 109. The Great Battle of 10 years ago. Afterward, I bid farewell to Huaguang Wuan and follow my mentor to the Changhe sword sect, no longer concerning myself with worldly affairs. Until later, I unexpectedly received a plea for help from Peng Yong. He claimed that Wuan was undergoing a great upheaval, that the royal family was ensnared by treachery, and that our nation was crumbling, with the rightful Wuan reduced to a state of mere survival in the Wolf Kingdom. He hoped that, given our shared royal bloodline, I could assist in restoring Wuan and vanquishing the traitors of Beichen. As he spoke, Peng Yu cast a glance at Lin Zhe's expression. He had come to understand that the formidable figure before him, adorned with an impressive array of titles, was none other than the divine martial king of Beichen, the bloodline of the Lin family intertwined with the imperial lineage of Beichen. The purpose of this summons was most likely to hold him accountable. Consequently, as Peng Yu observed Lin Zhe's slightly frosty demeanor, he hastily declared that he harbored no fondness for the Wuan royal family, due to his own origins and experiences. He regarded the Wuan royals with the indifference one might reserve for a stranger. In fact, upon hearing of Wuan's demise, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Yet, as he reflected upon the undeniable fact that he bore the blood of Wuan, albeit reluctantly, he acknowledged this inescapable reality. Thus, out of consideration for this final bond of blood, he had assisted Peng Yong on one occasion, effectively severing any lingering ties with Wuan, leaving them with no debts to one another. He continued, explaining that during his frequent excursions in the territory of the Wanwu Tien Kanzong, he had provided Peng Yong with several teleportation talismans and a letter of recommendation, making him a disciple of the outer sect there. As for whether he could ascend to the inner sect and gain the power of vengeance, you sent him to Wanwu Tien Kanzong? At the mention of this name, Lin Zhe's eyes momentarily glinted. Wanwu Tien Kanzong. This name had appeared on the blood-soaked silk within the tomb of Lu Hong. At that time, Lin Zhe had paid little heed to it, for he was disinterested in the narratives entwining the demon sect and the Qingyu, as long as the demon sect did not provoke him. But now, Lin Zhe's gaze flickered with intrigue. Soon, you shall learn that not everyone can challenge the formidable. Indeed, Peng Yu hesitated for a moment, then asked Lin Zhongzhu, is there something amiss with Wanwu Tien Kanzong? Do not concern yourself. Continue. Speak of what transpired after Peng Yong entered Tien Kanzong. Were there any peculiar occurrences, particularly concerning the Beichen Lin family? Upon hearing this, Peng Yu directly stated, there is indeed something regarding the Beichen Lin family. Although I ceased communication with Peng Yong afterward, he frequently contacted me to inform me of the developments within Longdu, seeking to position me as a cornerstone for the restoration of Longdu. Among these correspondences, there was indeed a rather strange incident concerning the Lin family. I recall it involved a minor skirmish between Longdu and Beichen approximately a decade ago. Yes, I am quite certain. This event left a lasting impression on me due to its peculiar nature. Upon hearing the mention of a minor skirmish a decade prior, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed. If his recollection served him right, what Peng Yu was about to recount was the border conflict that claimed the lives of his father and second uncle. Furthermore, upon hearing Peng Yu describe the event as peculiar, Lin Zhe's fingers twitched. The deaths of the two exceptional members of the Lin family during that border clash had always been shrouded in mystery. It was already established that the Emperor of Beichun had not acted in the shadows. The Lin family's military was formidable, and given the relatively small scale of the conflict, it would not have been easy for the two Lin family heroes to meet their demise. Please, elaborate, Lin Zhe urged. Certainly, Peng Yu organized his thoughts and began. It was a snowy night about 10 years ago when the Longdu army launched a night raid against the Beichun army led by the Lin family. During the fierce battle, two beams of white light suddenly illuminated the battlefield. In an instant, it seemed as though everyone experienced a shift in time and space. Losing track of the years and days, they fought instinctively, attacking anything in their path. When the white light dissipated and everyone regained their senses, the battlefield was left in ruins, littered with corpses. The number of survivors who remained standing was fewer than 100, all of whom were from Longdu. The entire Beichun army, led by the Lin family, was utterly annihilated. There was not a single survivor. They had fought this great battle in a bewildered state, and Longdu emerged victorious. In the days that followed, those few Longdu soldiers who had survived the battlefield succumbed to festering wounds and infections, leaving not a single soul alive. Peng Yong found this matter exceedingly bizarre and sealed all information regarding it, seeking my guidance on how to handle it and whether it would impact Longdu. At that time, I too found the situation strange, but wishing to sever ties with Longdu, I refrained from intervening. Eventually, the matter faded into obscurity. That encompasses all the information I possess regarding the Lin family. After absorbing Peng Yu's narrative, Lin Zhe fell into a prolonged silence. Two beams of white light, upon awakening. The ground was strewn with corpses. In the aftermath, everyone perished from their wounds. This was a cover-up, but what could have warranted such drastic measures? In this moment, Lin Zhe contemplated many possibilities. It seemed he needed to return to Huaguang post-haste. Lin Zhongzhu? Peng Yu inquired cautiously, as if facing judgment. At this moment, his heart raced with anxiety. He feared that Lin Zhe might direct his ire toward him due to his previous assistance to the Wuan royal family. After all, this individual was no ordinary person. He was an immortal being, a figure of great significance wielding the power of life and death. If Lin Zhe wished to take his life, neither his master nor his grandmaster, Xue Jianqing, could save him. As Peng Yu's heart oscillated between hope and dread, Lin Zhe finally spoke. He cast a glance at Peng Yu and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your information. It is immensely helpful to me." Instantly, Peng Yu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, turning a perilous situation into one of safety. He sighed with relief, recognizing the value of the information he had provided. It was a stroke of fortune to assist Lin Zhongzhu. "What is it that you desire? Speak freely." Lin Zhe interrupted Peng Yu's flattery, asserting, "I am known for my fairness in reward and punishment. The information you provided has aided me and warrants compensation." Taken aback, Peng Yu pondered for a moment, wondering if speaking a few words could indeed yield a reward. He glanced at his grandmaster, Xue Jianqing, who returned a subtle signal for him to withdraw. Subsequently, he said, "Lin Xianpei, you are far too kind. My young disciple merely spoke a few words, hardly deserving of your generosity. It is already a great mercy that you do not hold this matter concerning Beichun and Longdu against him. Thus, if you truly wish to offer a reward, allow me to do so on your behalf, as I have been considering promoting a few younger disciples myself." "Disciple, you may take your leave," Xue Jianqing instructed. "Yes, I take my leave," Lin Zhe replied. "Very well. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I still possess some influence in Qingyu." Xue Jianqing laughed heartily. "Let us hope that there shall be no such troubles for you, Lin Xianpei." With that, he raised a teacup filled with freshly brewed chunshan tea, extending it to Lin Zhe. "Please indulge." Chapter 110. The mandate of heaven's immortal scripture and the spirit clan as a cup of fragrant tea warmed his insides. The two engaged in discourse about the world, discussing various matters. Upon the topic of the three meridians of heaven and earth, Lin Zhe suddenly recalled a crucial detail. His 8 desolation bloodline, which was a convergence of the 3 meridians, still lacked the final refinement of the spirit. If he could gather this last refinement, His 8 desolation blood would ascend to new heights, allowing his essence, energy, and spirit to merge completely, greatly enhancing his combat prowess. Moreover, Lin Zhe sensed that his current state of 8 desolation blood was not complete. Only with the unification of the 3 meridians would the true, astonishing power of his 8 desolation blood be unleashed, revealing its authentic form. Thus, a thought sparked within him, and he eagerly inquired, regarding the 3 meridians of heaven and earth, does the esteemed Sword Sovereign know if there are any high-ranking members of the Spirit Clan residing in Qingyu? Though Tianlan is home to myriad clans, they ultimately revolve around 3 principal veins. 1 is the cultivation of qi centered around humanity. Another focuses on the essence of the demon race. And the final one is the cultivation of the spirit centered around the Spirit Clan. Among these, the demon and human races maintain a long-standing interaction, be it through warfare, trade, or cooperation, forging a deeper connection. Consequently, the practices of essence cultivation and qi cultivation flourish throughout Tianlan. Conversely, the cultivation of the spirit, led by the Spirit Clan, remains relatively mysterious and serene, existing apart from the world, never intervening in the conflicts of the various domains within Tianlan. Thus, the methods of spirit cultivation are rarely disseminated. This is the very reason why the esteemed Longhe Sword Sect, a prestigious lineage of saints, possesses so few genuine texts on spirit cultivation, not due to an inability to acquire them, but rather because they are monopolized by the Spirit Clan. In his quest to discover a suitable method for refining his spirit, Lin Zhe found himself compelled to trace the roots of such knowledge. Indeed, with his godlike comprehension, he possessed the capability to create a unique refining technique to unify the 3 meridians. However, in the absence of sufficient reference samples, relying solely on his insight left him uncertain about what he could devise and how long it might take. Hence, having a ready-made solution would be most desirable. When Lin Zhe inquired about the Lingzhu, Xue Jianqing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I regret to disappoint you, Senior Lin. The Qingyu is not a territory where the Lingzhu dwell. It will be quite challenging to find a true member of the Lingzhu here. They are known for their eccentricity and tendency to distance themselves from the mundane world. Even if a Lingzhu were to enter Qingyu, we would likely remain unaware. Lin Zhe was not surprised by Xue Jianqing's response. If locating a Lingzhu were so simple, the esteemed Changhe Sword Sect would not possess so few refining techniques. No worries. I merely asked out of curiosity. It is not of great importance. After some more conversation, seeing that time was running short, Lin Zhe bid farewell to Xue Jianqing and departed from Tianjin Palace. No sooner had he left than a familiar figure trailed behind him. Dressed in casual blue attire, the newcomer exuded a unique air of languor, no one other than Hong Tian. Though Hong Tian followed, he remained silent, merely shadowing Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, perplexed, wondered what Hong Tian intended. It's nothing, Hong Tian finally stated. Continue as you were. I am merely observing your cultivation methods. I will see if it bears any efficacy. Lin Zhe retorted, what are you trying to do? Are you attempting to surpass me? In this day and age, even celestial physiques are embroiled in competition. As Lin Zhe made his way toward the forbidden area, Hong Tian followed closely. The two walked in silence until they neared the entrance to the forbidden zone. Suddenly, Hong Tian spoke. Are you searching for high-ranking members of the Lingzhu? Your ears are quite perceptive. Hong Tian smirked and added, what ears? Nothing in this world can obstruct destiny. Even holy weapons, except for that cursed remnant heaven sword, come to me at my beck and call. At this declaration, Lin Zhe's heart stirred with realization. Indeed, Hong Tian was a celestial physique. How could he have overlooked this? He turned to Hong Tian and asked, can you summon a tome of Lingzhu refining techniques? Hong Tian's expression faltered momentarily. What? Lingzhu techniques? Do you think I'm omnipotent? Isn't that so? Lin Zhe responded, prompting Hong Tian's face to shift dramatically. With a pinch of his nose, Hong Tian replied, of course. But why should I assist you? I to aid your enemies? Looks like you cannot do it after all. If you had said so earlier, you would have spared me the waste of time. Lin Zhe shot back. Fine, just wait. Are you serious? Hong Tian glanced at Lin Zhe. Of course not. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes and stepped into the forbidden area of the sword sect. At that moment, Hong Tian called after him, hold on. I am serious this time. It is impossible for you to obtain the holy level Lingzhu refining techniques. The destiny tied to such is greater than that of holy weapons. At my current realm, I cannot manage it. However, I can certainly procure a high-grade earthly technique. Take your pick. Before he could finish, Hong Tian suddenly added, but you must assist me as well. Lin Zhe sighed. This was your true intention all along, wasn't it? Just state what you require. Hong Tian pointed to the heavens. You must help me acquire the Tianming Xianjing. The Tianming Xianjing? Given the name and Hong Tian's demeanor, it must surely be the exclusive technique for celestial physiques. Lin Zhe's heart quickened at the thought. Hong Tian, appearing helpless, remarked, I have no choice. You are far too formidable. If I do not find a way to obtain the Tianming Xianjing, I will not be able to contend with you in the future. Moreover, Hong Tian shot a glance at Lin Zhe. I suspect you have already acquired the Wanfa Xianjing. Haven't you? Otherwise, how could you have progressed so swiftly? The previous Wanfa celestial physique was truly benevolent, allowing you access to the Xianjing so early, unlike my predecessor, who callously cast the Xianjing into the River of Realms. The River of Realms? Lin Zhe contemplated. Very well. It is a deal, but it will take some time. I have matters to address first. Hong Tian shrugged in agreement. I've waited this long. A few more days are inconsequential. Just let me know when you are ready. Lin Zhe nodded and stepped into the depths of the Sword Sect's forbidden area. After Lin Zhe's departure, Hong Tian's expression gradually turned cold. He gazed into the distance, asserting, just because I choose not to engage with you does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Show yourself. With a resounding crash, a bolt of ethereal thunder erupted, transforming into countless chains of law that ensnared a hidden shadow in the void. The figure was clad provocatively, radiating an aura of desire, unmistakably Miaoyu. Hong Tian grasped the air, constricting Miaoyu's throat and suspending her in midair. A chilling menace enveloped him. You foul creature, I know not your intentions, but let me make this clear. He is my adversary and also my brother of the celestial physique. The revered celestial physique is not to be coveted by mere mortals. Whatever schemes you harbor, suppress them. Otherwise, regardless of who stands behind you, I shall eliminate you. Chapter 111. Sword Tomb, 5 blades with that. Hong Tian waved his hand, forcefully driving the powerless Miaoyu deep into the earth, creating a profound pit. Oof. Hong Tian turned, delivering a cold warning. Remember my words. Should you disregard them, next time will not be a mere warning. With that, Hong Tian transformed into a bolt of heavenly thunder, vanishing into the ether with a thunderous roar. After Hong Tian's departure, Miaoyu slowly revealed herself from the depths of the Sword Sect. Her hair was disheveled, and her demeanor was one of disarray, as she gazed at the direction in which Hong Tian had departed, then at the forbidden area of the Sword Sect, with a delicate touch to her forehead. Her eyes shimmered with allure, displaying a countenance that invoked pity. That insufferable man, so oblivious to the nuances of affection. The celestial physique is indeed impressive. I hold no intention of causing him harm. After all, he is my everything. With a melancholic glance toward the forbidden area, Miaoyu lamented. I'd hoped to reveal our fated connection to him. What a dense man. With a soft sigh, Miaoyu turned and departed. The Sword Sect's forbidden area was a realm devoid of light, a sword tomb shrouded in darkness. Only a few divine blades occasionally emanated a faint glimmer, illuminating the surroundings and rendering the shadows somewhat visible. As Lin Zhe entered the sword tomb, he felt the weight of countless buried swords gazing upon him. The deeper he ventured, the more potent the brilliance of the embedded swords became, akin to igniting street lamps along a path leading to the heavens. As the light from these buried blades illuminated his path, Lin Zhe found himself experiencing a profound insight into the way of the sword. With the emergence of these sword insights, several blades within the tomb began to gleam with renewed vitality. They resonated, beckoning, yearning for Lin Zhe to liberate them from their confinement and rescue them from this sea of suffering. Faintly, Lin Zhe could hear the anguished cries of countless swords echoing in his ears. Save me, free me, I can elevate you to the realm of saints. Grant you unmatched prowess, release my seal, and I will bestow upon you the boundless power to conquer the world. Together, we can forge an unparalleled legacy. I can provide you with all that you desire. The seductive whispers of the swords reverberated in Lin Zhe's mind, persistently attempting to awaken the darker inclinations within him. The insights he had previously gained regarding the way of the sword transformed into a haunting obsession, relentlessly testing his limits. Now, Lin Zhe comprehended why this place was deemed the forbidden area of the sword sect. With the overwhelming malevolence of these cursed swords and the twisted thoughts they harbored, any ordinary disciple would be easily led astray and make grave mistakes. The allure of this place was simply too potent. As Lin Zhe contemplated the malevolence of the sword tomb, a series of clanking chains resonated through the air. The crisp sound of chains colliding echoed, instantly dispelling all traces of malevolence. The demonic swords, which had just been clamoring for dominion over the world, fell silent as if encountering a cat, losing all their brilliance. "You arrived much sooner than I anticipated. Child, come here." The ancient voice of the half-saint, weathered by the passage of time, reached Lin Zai's ears, guiding him along the path. A road composed of countless nine-colored sword energies led directly to the unseen core of the sword tomb. In a fleeting thought, Lin Zai arrived. Upon entering the core, he was momentarily struck still. Before him stood 5 towering swords, piercing the dark void of the sword tomb. One sword was entwined with the essence of the 5 elements, illustrating the profound truths of their interplay and evolution. Another sword soared with the forces of life and death, alternating between stark whiteness and shadowy darkness, encapsulating the mysteries of existence and the duality of yin and yang. A third sword symbolized the cycle of day and night, the transformation of sun and moon, at times radiating the resplendent light of the sun, and at others, the serene clarity of the moon, embodying the moon rising over the sea. A fourth sword emanated unmatched brilliance, its tip gleaming with a light potent enough to rend the heavens and shatter the earth, sending shivers down one's spine with its piercing radiance. The fifth sword released an aura of invincibility, its might capable of transmuting decay into the miraculous. Each of these 5 swords was a peerless sacred weapon, capable of tearing apart realms and unleashing boundless power. Each of them surpassed the remnant heaven sword Lin Zai had glimpsed during his battle with Hong Tian. More terrifying, at that moment, the sound of chains rattling emerged once more. You should now comprehend the significance of these 5 swords. Lin Zai turned his head. The half-Saint Qing, he materialized from the dark void. The instant he appeared, the entire sword tomb trembled. The void was in turmoil. The earth mourned. Even the omnipresent darkness emitted a fearful resonance. The barriers of this world tightened in reverence, becoming fragile and teetering on the brink of collapse. This was far beyond the half-Saint Lin Zai had encountered at Dalu Mountain. They were not even on the same level. Clearly, this was the true half-Saint Qing he. Lin Zai understood that his previous encounter at Dalu Mountain was likely merely a fragment of his will or a fleeting projection. And upon witnessing the true form of half-Saint Qing he, Lin Zai realized one crucial truth. Half-Saint Qing, he was undoubtedly more than just a mere half-saint. As a scion of the ancient and formidable Qing Sheng, he was anything but ordinary. Lin Zai bowed respectfully to the half-saint. He spoke. The rising moon over the sea of Xianyu Mansion, the true essence of the remnant Heaven Dao sect, the transformations of yin and yang from yin-yang Xianmen, and the profound mysteries of the Chang He sword sect are all encapsulated within these 5 swords. It is said that the forbidden grounds of the sword sect enshrine the sacred weapons left behind by the ancient Qing Sheng. After speaking, Lin Zai glanced at the half-saint, suspecting that if his assumptions were correct, the current 9 sects of the Qing domain all stemmed from the venerable Qing Sheng. The half-saint smiled, remarking that this was a tale from a distant ancient era. Long ago, my ancestor, Qing Sheng, achieved mastery over the transformative forces of nature, comprehending the great principles of the universe, and established the 9 formidable sacred laws that shook the heavens. He imparted these sacred laws to his own progeny and 8 disciples, which led to the existence of the 9 sects of the Qing domain. This is what outsiders fail to understand, the true reason why my ancestor bestowed sacred weapons upon the other 8 sections. Hearing this, Lin Zai felt a stirring within. 9 sacred laws? I know you harbor many questions. There is ample time, and I shall recount each in turn. First, let us discuss the realm of the saint. After a moment's reflection, the half-saint inquired, "Do you truly understand what the saintly realm is? A thought encompasses myriad possibilities?" The half-saint nodded, as the world claims that a saint's thought encompasses myriad possibilities. Yet, few realize that to encompass myriad possibilities is to transcend the formless. The formless transcends the constraints of physical form, harmonizing with all things amidst the cosmos, comprehending the cyclical nature of time and space, and sharing a lifespan with the universe. This is the formless. Beyond the formless lies the formless essence. The formless essence transcends the tangible aspects of the mundane world, revealing the truth of reality. In the realm of the formless essence, all things are but illusions, and the cycles of cause and effect in time and space are mere shadows. Thus, when the universe perishes, the formless essence remains undying. One achieves transcendence. And beyond the formless essence is the beginningless and endless. The beginningless and endless erase the roots and remain untainted by the end. What does this phrase imply? The half-Saint Ching, he gestured, drawing forth a slender river of time and space from the boundless void as an illustrative example. Lin Zhe could even glimpse the thousand-year history of the Qing domain within this river of time and space. He witnessed the cyclical nature of existence over millennia. However, Lin Zhe was not astonished. From the moment he beheld the true form of half-Saint Qing, he understood that this sole descendant of the ancient Qing Sheng was far from merely a half-saint. In the initial explorations of the path of the beginningless and endless, the people of Tianlan generally perceived it as cyclical. As he spoke, half-Saint Qing, he connected the two ends of the river of time and space. Behold, it forms a closed loop, a circle with no beginning or end. Any point could be a starting point or an ending point. In this closed loop of time, have you achieved the beginningless and endless? Before Lin Zhe could respond, half-Saint Qing, he extended the river of time and space from the closed circle, tracing a line back to the origins. While I do not hold fondness for the bald monks of the Western Buddhist realm, they have a saying about the beginningless that resonates deeply with me. It states that all phenomena in the world, like sentient beings, have no beginning. The present life arises from the causes and conditions of past lives, and likewise, past lives arise from previous lives. Thus, upon delving deeper, one finds that the origins of sentient beings and all phenomena are unattainable, hence termed beginningless. In other words, you have a past life, and that past life has its own past life, and so forth infinitely. In this segment of time, you have completed a closed loop. What then of the lives before your past life? In this life, you are a Tianlan person. In your past life, you may have been from the realm of illusion or the realm of the formless. Lin Zhe interjected. This points directly to the essence of the matter. All phenomena and realms are indeed interconnected by causes. With a swift motion, half-Saint Qing, he shattered the earlier segment of the river of time and space. If I were to shatter the river here, the riverbed would dry up, becoming stagnant and lifeless. Thus, we of Tianlan ultimately discard the closed loops of realms and time, returning the beginningless and endless to the essence of self. Consequently, the system of saints in Tianlan is ultimately established. Qing, he created a small black dot within the river of time and space. It flowed along with the currents, representing an individual, a journey of life. This self is the acquired self, flowing with the tides. Soon after, the small black dot paused in the river, resisting the waves. This self is the innate self, having glimpsed the truth of the world, striving for the essence of existence. Then the small black dot vanished, or rather, it permeated the entire river of time and space, becoming omnipresent. This self is the formless self. I'm everywhere. Everywhere is me. With a wave of half-Saint Qing, his hand, the small black dot left the river of time and space, observing the currents from outside, quietly watching the rise and fall of tides. This self is the formless essence of me, transcending the concepts of realms and time. For me, time and space have become illusions. Thus, I return to myself, within which I perceive 2 points. Half-Saint Qing, he effortlessly erased the river of time and space. The small black dot split in the void, transforming into 2 points. One represents the starting point, the other the end. If I were to erase the starting point now, then there would be no past life in this world, nor would there be any preceding lives, and I would be rootless, formless, and without origin. This is the essence of the beginningless. The gaze of half-Saint Qing he deepened, as if penetrating the endless void, perceiving certain creatures lurking in the shadows. And this is precisely the greatest secret of our Qing Yu. After uttering these words, the Ban Sheng fell into a prolonged silence. He cast a glance at Lin Zhe, his gaze exceedingly intricate. This secret involves numerous elements, encompassing supreme causality. Should you wish to inherit my legacy, you will become entangled in this monumental vortex that commenced with my ancestor, the Qing Sheng. The hardships therein are beyond anticipation. Therefore, I present you with 3 choices. Initially, there were but 2 options, yet your performance has truly surpassed my expectations, thus granting you the privilege of a 3rd path. Lin Zhe promptly responded, "Please, do enlighten me." Ban Sheng stated, "First, depart from this tumultuous land of Qing Yu, avoiding the calamities that befall it. I shall provide you with recommendation letters to the most esteemed paths of the great domains in Tianlan. You may choose whichever you desire, allowing you to delve directly into the core and cultivate the sacred methods of another domain. Lin Zhe remained unmoved. Ban Sheng silently chuckled. He continued, secondly, inherit my legacy and select one of the 9 sects Dao fruits. The Dao fruit has finally arrived. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled as he inquired, what is the Dao fruit? With a wave of his hand, Ban Sheng manifested 9 luminous orbs, each radiating the essence of the 5 elements, yin and yang, the setting sun over a vast river, and the bright moon upon the sea, among other phenomena. They correspond to the true meanings of the 9 sects of Qingyu. This is the Dao fruit. It is the crystallization of a saint's path. Without it, there exists no so-called sacred method in the world. Bonshin elaborated. Each saint represents the pinnacle of their respective Dao. Their existence embodies their unique path. If a saint enters the Dao through fire, then all fire in the world shall be gathered under their tutelage. Should another aspire to the path of fire, unless that saint willingly relinquishes the Dao fruit or allows it to disperse into the heavens and earth, no amount of study into the sacred methods of fire will enable them to attain sainthood in their lifetime. In other words, Ban Sheng's words were laden with temptation. Should you unlock this Dao fruit, your cultivation of Changhuluri Yuan will automatically transform into a sacred method, guiding you on the path to sainthood. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe displayed no elation. Instead, he furrowed his brow. If that is the case, then why? Ban Sheng smiled. Well, it is commendable that you have not been intoxicated by the power of the Dao fruit. He continued to explain, as a descendant of my ancestor, the Qing Sheng, I have no need for the Dao fruit. The bloodline of my ancestor far surpasses the power of the Dao fruit. In saying this, Ban Sheng playfully glanced at Lin Zhe, revealing the true reason why, despite being a Ban Sheng, I possess strength that far exceeds that of a mere Ban Sheng. I am astounded. The bloodline of Qing Sheng is indeed remarkable. While others traverse realms, you have directly transcended the levels of existence. This is because my ancestor, the Qing Sheng, was the only primordial being of the ancient era. The world has honored him with the title of the most sacred. It is precisely for this reason that Qingyu has drawn the envy of many powerful beings. They all wish to unravel the secrets left by my ancestor, to glimpse the power of the primordial. Lin Zhe inquired further. Since the Qing Sheng has attained such a realm, where did he ultimately go? And why did he impose an absolute prohibition on the Dao in Qingyu? Ban Sheng shook his head. The answer to that question remains unknown to all. In the past, he merely left behind a mountain of Dao tribulation, establishing an absolute prohibition on the Dao before vanishing without a trace. The world has speculated on my ancestor's whereabouts, yet he has long since become rootless and formless, with no means to pursue. Even those formless beings are only aware that there exists a most sacred known as Qing Tsang, yet they know not the origin of the name Qing Tsang, nor do they comprehend who this most sacred truly is, existing without roots or source. Even when I used my own bloodline as a foundation, collaborating with a saintly friend skilled in the art of celestial divination to deduce my ancestors' traces, the results were astonishing. The celestial mechanism revealed that my bloodline emerged from nothing, without source. You see, it is evident that something exists, yet the great Dao denies it, proclaiming falsehoods with open eyes, disregarding the principles of heaven and earth, and the great Dao remains non-existent. This is the realm known as primordial. At this point, a glimmer of sentiment regarding the realm of the primordial surfaced in Ban Sheng's eyes. Naturally, this further ignited the yearning of those formless beings for the state of the primordial. Thus commenced a vortex of schemes surrounding Qingyu. Ban Sheng recounted, in the beginning, they were still wary of my ancestors' residual might and did not dare to act. They could only traverse the river of time, manipulating the historical process to repeatedly observe the past, present, and future to ascertain whether my ancestor had departed, or whether he viewed the heavens and earth with an indifferent heart, treating all things as mere fodder, remaining untainted by the world. As time progressed, countless twists of fate unfolded over the span of billions of years within this river of time. They witnessed innumerable changes and causations, yet failed to observe the existence of my ancestor, the most sacred Qing Tsang. Thus, they ultimately resolved to make their first move, testing Qingyu, the first to strike. I cannot ascertain whether she was indeed the first, yet she was the first I sensed. She was the leader of the demon sect from 8,000 years ago. This individual was also exceptionally talented. Under my ancestors' absolute prohibition on the Tao, no true form or avatar above the saint level could enter Qingyu. Yet she, through some means unknown, circumvented the prohibition, quietly creating a demonic embryo within Qingyu. Ban Sheng sighed. I am not a saint, unable to dwell truly beyond the realms, constantly observing the river of time, nor can I engage in strategic games with her, making her actions difficult to perceive. You may find this hard to grasp. Upon reaching this point, Ban Sheng paused. To clarify, the strategic games among formless saints resemble a game of chess, and both parties play openly. This means that I can foresee countless future scenarios, as can you. The future of Qingyu and the individuals who will emerge are all under the watchful eyes of the formless beings. Even the words I am conveying to you now may have been foreseen by formless beings a billion years ago. Thus, the competition among formless beings is one strategy, determining who possesses the superior intellect. However, as I'm not even a saint, how can I consistently hold the chess pieces? How can I accurately perceive where my opponent places theirs? Consequently, that demonic embryo rapidly matured within Qingyu, developing into the formidable Bifire Demon sect, seeking to engulf the 9 sects of Qingyu and unravel the mystery of the mountain of Tao tribulation. By the time I realized the true nature of the demonic embryo, I'd already fallen into the game, burdened by the wounds of Tao that clung to me like maggots to flesh. Ban Sheng recounted the past with a sense of reflection. Since then, I became aware that the great saints had laid a trap for Qingyu. Thus, disregarding the pain of my wounds, I ignited my ancestors' bloodline to forcefully observe the time for 8,000 years, to dismantle the trap surrounding Qingyu. At this juncture, Ban Sheng Qinghe's expression turned helpless, and this might very well be the outcome she desired. Yet, knowing this might be her scheme, I had no choice but to engage in the game. Alas, alas! After this lamentation, Ban Sheng fell silent. Lindsay could somewhat comprehend Ban Sheng's feelings. It was a sense of helplessness and powerlessness in the face of formless beings. After a moment of silence, Ban Sheng continued. Fortunately, this time, the burning of my bloodline yielded some results. Within the span of 8,000 years, I witnessed a shifting scenario. This change occurred 18 years ago. 18 years ago, 2 juvenile phoenixes unexpectedly intruded into our Qingyu for reasons unknown. And formless being was set to pursue them through the predetermined timeline. One of the phoenixes was destined to perish, and as the phoenix essence fell to the earth, the other phoenix, seizing the sacrifice of its counterpart, fled into the endless void, thereby acquiring the favor of Qingyu's great fortune, embarking on a legendary life aimed at dismantling the Tao prohibition of Qingyu under the deliberate machinations of various schemers. However, a shift occurred. The celestial mechanism suddenly altered. On a day 18 years ago, the celestial mechanism became confounded. All the predetermined pathways were obliterated by the arrival of an unexpected event. 18 years ago, the phoenix that was supposed to perish survived, while the phoenix destined to dismantle the Tao prohibition of Qingyu was extinguished. Upon hearing this, Lin Zai's eyes gleamed with realization. His earlier conjecture was indeed correct. Wu Tong's transformation into Wudong was not due to his arriving in the wrong world, but rather an unexpected alteration in the timeline. He had died in the wrong instance. Since then, the temporal chaos of Qingyu has entered a period of unpredictable fluctuations. My already weakened state renders me incapable of deciphering the transformations of time and space, unable to trace their origins or perceive the variables at play. Yet, I perceive this as a fortuitous development. My inability to observe implies that those cunning, formless entities may also be unable to perceive, at least. They would need to expend significantly greater effort to reorganize their strategies. I believe this may indeed be one of the contingencies left by my ancestor, Qingxing. After all, I have always held on to a singular belief. The half-saint once remarked that while formless entities can see certain phenomena, my ancestor, Qingxing, would perceive even more and with greater clarity. Every step they take may very well be anticipated by my ancestor, a deliberate move on the cosmic chessboard. Unless my ancestor has become entirely detached, indifferent to the fate of Qingyu. If that truly were the case, then I can only say I have done my utmost. The fate of Qingyu now rests with the will of heaven. Following this assertion, the half-saint fell into a brief silence. The endless chains stretching 3,000 zhong into the void trembled slightly, clearly indicating his reluctance to leave matters to fate. After all, Qingyu has been his steadfast commitment for billions of years, as well as the fruit of his arduous observations of time and space for 8 millennia. Lin Zhe found himself at a loss as to how to console the half-saint. He knew nothing of the life of Qingxing. After a long while, the half-saint composed himself. Age brings with it a propensity for idle chatter. Let us return to the matter at hand. In summary, since the phoenix replaced the foam, I have been awaiting the emergence of variables. After 18 years of waiting without results, I find myself with little time left to continue this vigil. Thus, I took the initiative to act, seeking the presence of the variable through the selection of the Tao Tribulation Mountain. For as a variable, even if that essence cannot enter the Tao Tribulation Mountain, those formless entities lurking in the shadows will surely find a way to bring them in. It is for this reason that I have laid eyes upon you. Chapter 114. The day you attain the Tao, I returned to the inn the half-saint, Qinghe, stated. I mentioned during the Tao Tribulation Mountain incident that you possess her demonic powers. The true fire, holy demon technique should have been learned by that little phoenix. Yet has now found its way to you. Clearly, she has chosen you. However, the presence of many witnesses at the time precluded my elaboration. Aside from myself, no one else understands the intricacies of the situation within Qingyu, lest chaos ensue. Moreover, at that time, you had only reached the pinnacle of the divine sea, and you were not yet in a position to engage with me, let alone contend with the superior demon sect leader and other unknown participants. Therefore, I allowed you to reach the Mingxuan stage, granting you the qualification to touch the Tao restrictions before returning to the forbidden ground to explain the circumstances. However, I did not anticipate. The half-saint, Qinghe, stroked his beard, gazing at Lin Zhe with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Despite his status as a scion of the Qingxing bloodline, having witnessed the vast transformations within Qingyu throughout his life, he had never encountered an individual as dazzling as Lin Zhe in the annals of human history. An 18-year-old Mingxuan sage. Such an achievement makes even the Tao of 9 immortals seem inferior in his presence. This extraordinary figure left the half-saint bewildered, uncertain of Lin Zhe's origins or whether he truly possessed an immortal body. Yet he understood that this was the embodiment of a variable. That alone sufficed. Your arrival has been remarkably swift, far exceeding my expectations. Furthermore, you have achieved a name that will be etched in history, as foretold in ancient legends. Do you understand? In the entirety of antiquity, aside from my ancestor, Qingtsong, no one else has accomplished this. In other words, you are the second coming of Qingxing. Lin Zhe remained silent. A life of extraordinary fortune requires no explanation. The half-saint did not press further. He lacked the energy to pursue the matter any further. At this juncture, he had reached a point of desperation. Thus, with a wave of his hand, 9 Tao fruits vanished, replaced by 5 sacred weapons embodying the ultimate principles of the 9 schools. These transformed from colossal swords into weapons of standard size, hovering before Lin Zhe, radiating an unparalleled might capable of obliterating the heavens. You deserve a third choice, to inherit my ancestors' true legacy, the 10th sacred law. There's a 10th? The half-saint, Qinghe, remarked, I cannot ascertain whether this is a chance coincidence or one of my ancestors' contingencies left for Qingyu. Let us consider it his legacy. In any case, these 5 sacred weapons have been enshrined in the sword tomb for billions of years. They have absorbed the demise, slaughter, and despair of countless weapons, thus generating a force that fuses all 9 principles to give birth to an entirely new Tao. This force, born of the fusion of 9 principles and refined over billions of years by demonic energy, possesses immeasurable potential. Should you thoroughly comprehend and perfect this power, the path of formlessness will not be far from you, and you may even glimpse the realm of the primordial. As soon as this was said, the half-saint also mentioned the drawbacks of this path. However, the third option is fraught with difficulty. Understanding and perfecting it is arduous, and resisting the influence of the 5 sacred weapons, which have absorbed demonic energy for billions of years, is even more challenging. A moment's carelessness may lead you to lose your clarity and descend into madness. This is the disadvantage of the third choice, compared to the second option, which guarantees ascension to sanctity. It is indeed more treacherous. Lin Zhe interjected, yet compared to the second option, it seems to offer greater promise, does it not? The half-saint smiled and nodded indeed. While the second path guarantees ascension, it is a road that has been irrevocably blocked. Although my ancestor has surpassed the limitations of the Tao fruits, these 9 Tao fruits originate from him. He transcended from the very path of these 9 Tao fruits. Thus, once you utilize these Tao fruits, the path ahead is severed. You will be unable to transcend through them, and for this life, you shall remain in formless entity. Unless my ancestor has perished, the path of transcendence will not be revealed again. You must consider this carefully. After the half-saint finished speaking, he ceased to elaborate, awaiting Lin Zhe's decision. Lin Zhe cast a glance at the 5 sacred weapons. The half-saint had presented 3 choices, but for Lin Zhe, there was effectively only one. The first option would undoubtedly lead to a failure. The inheritance of his own Qingyu was the strongest. Why seek anything from other domains? The second option, while guaranteeing his ascension to sanctity, had a path that was already closed off. Given Lin Zhe's extraordinary life, choosing that path would surely be unwise. Although Lin Zhe's godly comprehension at level 6 could allow him to seize the Dao fruits for himself, the realm of Qingxing clearly transcended the concept of Dao fruits. Such uncertain matters, Lin Zhe was reluctant to wager upon. Furthermore, even if he could pilfer the Dao fruits generously bestowed by the half-saint, it would be utterly unbecoming to steal from one's own ancestor. Naturally, the third path emerged as Lin Zhe's optimal choice. The challenges of comprehending and perfecting the third path posed no difficulty for Lin Zhe. It aligned perfectly with his expertise. However, before choosing a path, Lin Zhe was more concerned about one query. Actually, I have a question. Why do you not use the 9 Dao fruits yourself? Lin Zhe inquired. You mentioned earlier that you are not a saint. This is why you have found yourself at a disadvantage in your confrontations with powerful beings from other domains. If you were to utilize the Dao fruits and harness the power of the Qingxing bloodline to govern Qingyu, would those outsiders not be thwarted? While the 9 Dao fruits are indeed limited, given the current circumstances, would you truly remain constrained by them for a lifetime in the realm of the formless? I cannot believe that. Moreover, if one could rely on oneself to break through to sainthood, the half-saint would have achieved this long ago, rather than waiting until now. There must be more to this story. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the half-saint was not surprised. He gestured to the chains around him. This is the reason I do not use the Dao fruits. Qingyu has been bound by my ancestors' Dao restrictions. The restriction of the Dao is the prohibition of the Great Way. The rules governing above the saintly level have effectively been excised from Qingyu by my ancestor. An entity that does not exist cannot be wielded. Under these Dao restrictions, not only outsiders are affected, but we, the people of Qingyu, are also influenced. Thus, even if there were Dao fruits, they would merely be rendered useless and denied. Half-saints are the highest authority I can attain through my ancestral Qingsheng bloodline. Lin Zhe wanted to say something, but the half-saint continued, do not rush. As I mentioned, the Qingsheng bloodline allows me to ascend to the rank of half-saint and mobilize the grand cause of the Qing domain to hunt down the leader of the demon sect. The Dao prohibition originates from Qingsheng. This root of the Dao prohibition in the Qing domain, the ancient, weathered gaze of the half-saint pierced through infinite time and space, seemingly tracing the footsteps of a certain individual, seeking an enigmatic answer. It is, in fact, the Qingsheng blood within me. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe was taken aback. He grasped the meaning of the half-saint. The half-saint, Qing He, fixed his intense gaze upon Lin Zhe, the brilliance in his eyes unprecedentedly potent. Regardless of the path you choose, the day you achieve Dao will mark the end of my journey. Chapter 115. Such chaotic destiny, the day you achieve Dao will be the day of my conclusion. This Qingsheng bloodline is truly a grand jest. Just as Lin Zhe was about to speak, the half-saint raised his hand to silence him. There is no need for further persuasion. Since I entered this predicament, my Dao injuries have worsened day by day. Even if I do not actively transcend and simply meditate, it would merely be but a blink of an eye lasting thousands upon millions of years. It is an inevitable fate. It will be better to see you, an extraordinary individual unprecedented in history, succeed. That would be the greatest contribution of my life to the Qing domain. However, the chains binding the half-saint began to tremble, and his gaze grew exceedingly complex. Since the departure of my ancestor, Qing Sheng, I have guarded the Qing domain for billions of years. I have steadfastly defended this sacred land belonging solely to the most powerful of Tianlan. But what have I truly protected? If one day you have the chance to reach the same realm and encounter him across the boundless time and space, please ask him a question for me. Why? This question is exceedingly intricate. Lin Zhe fell into silence for a moment. I promise you. That's good. That's good. The half-saint sighed, then closed his eyes. Take your time to contemplate. There is no rush. You may deliberate longer. Lin Zhe shook his head, declaring there was no need for consideration, as he had already made his decision. I choose the third path. Good. The half-saint nodded, waving his hand. A rustic sword box materialized in the void. Subsequently, 5 primordial holy weapons flew into the sword box and were sealed within. With a surge of overwhelming waves, the holy weapons returned to tranquility, quietly floating before Lin Zhe. From now on, these 5 holy weapons are entrusted to you. You may carry them at your side and contemplate them at any time. Just remember to be cautious of their demonic nature and use the power of the holy weapons with care. Lin Zhe exclaimed, "You are passing them to me directly? These are primordial holy weapons." The half-saint replied, "These holy weapons are destined to be passed on to you. Firstly, when my Tao collapses and the Tao prohibition crumbles, those lurking in the shadows will undoubtedly strike hard. For you, who have just entered the formless realm, it would be quite challenging to contend with them. With the primordial holy weapons at your side, you will not be overly passive and will be able to protect yourself amidst the turmoil. Secondly, having the holy weapons accompany you day and night will aid you in comprehending the essence of the 10th sacred law more swiftly, allowing you to consolidate your own Tao fruit. Well then, I have said all that I needed to say. The remaining path relies on you, my child. This sword tomb is not a place to linger. You may depart." Lin Zhe remained silent for a moment, bowed respectfully to the elder who had watched over the Qing domain for billions of years, then took the ancient sword box and departed the sword tomb. Subsequently, the sword tomb fell into silence, with only the remnants of swords emanating a faint demonic glow. After leaving the sword tomb, Lin Zhe sought a secluded and tranquil forest in the sword sect to sit down. He unfastened the sword box at his back, slightly revealing the sword light within. In an instant, the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Endless beams of law light streamed forth from the small opening. The sharp sword light tore through the heavens and split the earth. Just that mere hint of sharpness emanating from the sword box was enough to cause the surrounding void to be riddled with cracks. It is unfathomable to consider what terrifying changes would ensue should the sword box be fully opened and the holy weapons drawn. Truly, these holy weapons left by the ancient soul primordial being are remarkable. Lin Zhe marveled, then focused his mind on the sword box, meticulously comprehending the intricate interplay between the 9 essences and the demonic nature, repeatedly pondering over it. Divine level comprehension, level 6 activated. You have discovered the marvelous fusion and transformation of the 9 great essences, such as yin-yang, 5 elements, sun-moon, under the demonic stimulation in the sword tomb. You have uncovered the nascent 10th path of creation. You have realized the true intent of this path. If perfected and completed, its grade could reach the heavenly mid-grade, directly pointing toward the formless road. You attempt to perfect it, to deduce and complete it. It is estimated that in 30 days, you will perfect this law and obtain the heavenly mid-grade technique 9 extremes of the holy law. Perfect. Just as simple as completing the illusory moon 7 stars record before. In 30 days, I will become a formless saint. Furthermore, I shall reach level 10. By then, with these 5 primordial holy weapons and the fully matured ancient 8 desolations bloodline, let us see how anyone dares to confront me. Lin Zhe's eyes ignited with a fierce glow. It is time to reap the net. With that, Lin Zhe stowed the sword box back behind him. He took a step forward, and with a shift of his thoughts, returned to Hua Guangjing. Simultaneously, a crimson spirit seal flew toward the Qi Ling clan. A spiritual sound transmitted to Hong Tian. Qi Ling clan. Qi Fei Hong received Lin Zhe's seal. He has come. The elders of the Qi Ling clan were stirred. What does he say? Will it be to kill the phoenix for its blood, or to regain the friendship of the phoenix clan? Today's outcome will tell us. Let it be murder. Kill that phoenix, and we will obtain the spoils. We might at least gain some blood and feathers. Ha ha! On the day of killing the phoenix, we will achieve great success. Our Qi Ling clan has reached its peak fortune in recent years. Qi Fei Hong scanned the crowd, capturing everyone's gaze. What will it be? Speak quickly. Qi Fei Hong replied coolly. The intent of the esteemed one remains unclear for the moment. He has asked me to accompany him to Hua Guangjing, so that through the special perception of the Qi Ling clan, I may first locate that phoenix and inquire about some crucial information. In that case, very well. Fei Hong, you may proceed. But remember, you must ensure the esteemed one feels our sincerity. We must not provoke his ire. Qi Fei Hong Sai In Wa Li. Unfortunately, some have already lost their sincerity. Lin Zhe's intent is indeed as Qi Fei Hong just expressed. He did not reveal any inclination. However, he added another sentence. Make a note of those who support killing the phoenix for its blood. though it was merely this one sentence. Qi Fei Hong understood Lin Zai's meaning. The Qi Ling clan, as a subordinate of the Phoenix clan, dares to commit regicide. If today you can betray the Phoenix, then one day you shall betray me, Lin Zai. Those who harbor intentions to kill the Phoenix today will surely not gain my trust in the future. Yes, father. With that, Qi Fei Hong transformed into a streak of red light and departed from the Qing Tianjing. What brings you here? In the skies above Hua Guangjing, Lin Zai glanced at Hong Tian. Did I not say I would handle some matters? I expect to join you in about 7 days to retrieve the immortal scripture from the Realm River. Hong Tian shrugged. No matter. I was bored staying at the Sword Sect, so I came to see some fun and pass the time. I must say it was worth the trip. Your place is quite interesting. This chaotic destiny is something I, as a heavenly destiny immortal body, have never encountered before. Chapter 116. Returning to Huaguang. Spirit Clan Lin Zai raised an eyebrow. How chaotic is it? Oh, how chaotic. Hong Tian glanced at the northern land beneath them. It's a complete mess. It's almost as if the place is being poked full of holes. You managed to emerge from such a place? Goodness. Who among us is the true heavenly destiny immortal body? Speak in detail. Hong Tian carefully sensed the surroundings. Indeed, one particular aura of destiny was overwhelmingly demonic. With flames of chaos raging mightily, it was unmasked, revealing itself openly. If I am not mistaken, this must be the former leader of the demonic sect who could contend with the semi-saint. However, the aura of destiny seemed peculiar, lacking the coherence of a complete individual, resembling something more fragmented. Hong Tian contemplated for a moment, then raised an eyebrow, expressing a hint of astonishment. My goodness, a saint has actually crossed over. No wonder that entity could rival the bloodline of the Qing Shang. You can discern this? Just from a brief visit, you can perceive this secret known only to semi-saints. TSK. The body of destiny is indeed remarkable. As he pondered this, Lin Zai suddenly felt compelled to accompany Hong Tian in retrieving the celestial scriptures. With such a supreme constitution, it was akin to having a cheat code for the entire realm. Hearing the incredulity in Lin Zai's words, Hong Tian proudly lifted his chin, feeling that he had finally surpassed this anomaly in some regard. I've said it before, in the presence of my destiny, there are no secrets in this world. It's trivial, truly trivial. However, suddenly Hong Tian paused. Wait, you knew about this already? Not by much. Oh, Hong Tian finally exhaled in relief, realizing it was a semi-saint who had informed Lin Zai, which startled him. Please continue. Aside from the leader of the demonic sect, who else is there? Hong Tian continued to sense there's also. He glanced at Lin Zai with a strange expression as if a sleepy head had been offered a pillow. It seems there is also an aura of the Ling clan that you are seeking. How strange. The Ling clan is typically enigmatic and solitary, never meddling in the affairs of Tianlan. Yet they have appeared here. What could be so enticing about this place? Are there extraordinary treasures buried beneath? Upon hearing this, Lin Zai's eyes narrowed slightly. The Ling clan. Who are they? Hong Tian shook his head. I don't know. This Ling clan is quite different from the leader of the demonic sect. This individual conceals themselves deeply, their aura exceedingly faint, as if they have undergone millions of differentiations. Were it not for my body of destiny, I would have never detected them. As for the others, Hong Tian rubbed his chin, intrigued. It seems even the little phoenix that escaped 18 years ago has passed through here. What a remarkable hiding place. Is there anything else? There are a few more faint auras of destiny, even fainter than that of the Ling clan, indistinguishable, but they have definitely meddled here. Lin Zai had a rough idea. I understand now. Thank you. With that, Lin Zai's gaze fell upon the Lin family estate. At a glance, the Lin family was on high alert. All members of the Lin army in battle readiness, poised for action. It appeared that the Lin family was on the verge of war. This caused Lin Zai to furrow his brow, his expression turning cold instantly. Had trouble arisen in the Lin family merely 2 months after his departure? Lin Zai materialized within the Lin family estate, his figure reassembling before Xiao Cui and the others like countless particles. Young master, they exclaimed in astonishment. You're back. It's wonderful to see you safe. Lin Zai was puzzled. What could possibly have happened to me? Xiao Cui replied, Young master, you may not know. A while ago, we witnessed a magnificent spectacle of golden lotuses blooming in the sky. Then your face appeared in the heavens, only to be locked away in an ancient tome. It terrified us. We thought you had become ensnared in a trap laid by the innate deities, which is why we hastily gathered the army to rescue you. In the eyes of Xiao Chui and Lin Mo, they did not comprehend what Tian Yuan or leaving a name in the world meant. They only knew that their young master might be in danger. The icy demeanor on Lin Zai's face softened as he looked at Lin Mo and the others, feeling a warmth in his heart. How poignant it was to realize that in these short months, he had reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, poised to break through to the saint level, while his old friends and family remained trapped in mortal forms. Indeed, he had advanced too swiftly. What troubles could I possibly have? What you witnessed was merely a disturbance caused by my recent breakthrough. Xiao Chui and the others nodded, somewhat grasping the situation. It is good that young master is unharmed. However, there is another matter. Xiao Chui hesitated. Lin Mo leaned closer and whispered to Lin Zai, "The young lady has vanished. Ever since you left, she has seemed somewhat sullen, as if transformed. Approximately 10 days ago, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. We mobilized the Lin family army and all assassins from the Shura Manor to search, yet no sign could be found." Lin Mo spoke, but he noticed Lin Zai remained calm, unfazed. "I am aware of the young lady's departure. Recall everyone. There is no need to investigate further." "Understood." Lin Mo complied, though puzzled, for Lin Zai's words were the ultimate command of the Lin family. What grandfather? He is still sequestered in meditation, yet to emerge. Then let us not disturb him for the time being. The Lin family shall proceed as usual. With that, Lin Zai made his way toward Lu Hanyan's quarters. Upon arriving at the courtyard of Lu Hanyan's room, Hong Tian's figure reappeared beside Lin Zai. Lin Mo and Xiao Chui instinctively became alert at the sight of Hong Tian. Yet in the next moment their hair stood on end, as if mere mortals stood before a deity. An innate fear surged within them. "Why, you young master? L'un zouave da honte? Suppressing Hong Tian et sora. Don't frighten my family." Hong Tian shrugged in exasperation. "Can you blame me? Look around. The leader of the demonic sect is actually your sister-in-law. It's truly astonishing that you are still alive." "The leader of the demonic sect? Sister-in-law?" Hong Tian's words left Xiao Chui and Lin Mo in a daze. They recognized each word, yet the meaning eluded them. Chapter 117. The Truth. What is truth? Lin Zai ignored Hong Tian. He expanded his senses, searching for traces left by Lu Hanyan. In the next moment, his gaze landed on her vanity. Wisps of demonic energy swirled about, unabashedly present. It seemed she had intentionally left it behind. Lin Zai's eyes sparkled with a divine light, striking the demonic energy. After a moment of transformation, 3 ominous words appeared before Lin Zai. "Who are you?" As these words materialized, the image of a stunning beauty, exuding an aura of demonic charm, emerged in Lin Zai's mind. Through countless layers of reality, her scarlet-tinged, enchanting eyes locked onto Lin Zai's. Witnessing this, Lin Zai concentrated his spirit, his formidable instinct surging forth like a tidal wave across the Huaguang realm, expanding with a thunderous force into the surrounding realms. With a swift motion, his will projected into the void. He saw Lu Hanyan, existing in an unknown realm, amidst illusions. Her eyes flickered with a strange light. "You have grown stronger." In just 2 months, he had reached this level. Lin Zai's expression was nuanced. "You flatter me. My humble progress is nothing compared to your formidable skills, sister-in-law. Besides, if you wish to know who I truly am, why not wait until I return to discuss it properly? You left without even a word. Sister-in-law, that seems rather unkind." In the ethereal space, Lu Hanyan gazed intently at Lin Zai, then glanced at the ancient sword box he bore on his back. A hint of inexplicable expression crossed her crimson eyes. "If you truly remain, then I shall not escape." Lin Zai smiled faintly, responding to his sister-in-law's words. "Am I to wield my sword against you? After all, we share many years of camaraderie. With such a bond, could you not be a tad gentler in your approach? That remains to be seen in our forthcoming discussions." Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan let out a gentle sigh. "You still detest being deceived as you did in your childhood. It is not mere deceit. You wish for my demise. What did Qing He tell you? Guess." Lu Hanyan fell silent for a moment. "I do not know what Qing He truly said, but I must inform you that Qing He had no choice but to enter the fray. Nor did I. We are, in essence, all players in this game." With that, her ethereal figure vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. As for the rest, let us converse again after you have gathered your composure over the years. Watching Lu Hanyan's ephemeral shadow fade away, Lin Zai's smile turned increasingly frigid. "A few years of calm? You underestimate me. Soon, when I acquire the Tianming Xianjing, and with the strength of the Tianming Xiantian body combined with my divine comprehension, Forge an unparalleled method of tracking. I shall see where you attempt to flee. You think you can escape without clarifying things? Such simplicity does not exist in this world. Do you wish to know who I am? You shall learn soon enough. The void shattered. Lin Zai's were returned. He turned and departed from the courtyard where Lu Hanyin had lingered. Summon Lu Zhen and the higher-ups of the Lu family to meet me. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, felt a chill in his heart, though he was unaware of the true nature of the young lady's predicament. The recent dialogue and the young master's current demeanor indicated that it could not be a favorable situation. There must be an issue with the young lady's identity. Yes, I shall go at once. With that, Lin Mo personally went to deliver the message to the Lu family. After Lin Mo left, Lin Zai cast a glance towards Lin Ao's secluded chamber. After a moment, he shifted his focus to the Lin family cemetery, specifically to the graves of the Lin family's two exceptional figures. There was something he needed to verify. He then turned to Hong Tian and said, "This is a friend of mine from the Xiantian realm. Please treat him well." "Of course, young master." Hong Tian understood that Lin Zai's next course of action was undoubtedly of a highly confidential nature. Thus, he added, "You go ahead. I shall explore the capital for a while. It has been a long time since I walked among mortals, and I wish to experience the human realm's charm." Lin Zai nodded and stepped forth, appearing at the Lin family cemetery, before the tombstones of the two exceptional figures. Standing before their graves, Lin Zai first bowed deeply. "Father, uncle, I am unfilial to disturb you both. However, there is a matter of great importance concerning the bloodline of the Lin family that I must approach with caution. Should I be mistaken, I shall choose an auspicious day to seek your resting place anew. If I have offended you, I implore you to forgive my unfilial transgressions." With that, Lin Zai concentrated his thoughts. The tomb of the two exceptional figures of the Lin family suddenly cracked open. The surrounding soil parted, revealing two coffins buried deep within. Following that, the coffin lids shifted aside. Two eerie white bones hovered in midair under Lin Zai's watchful gaze. Lin Zai fixed his gaze upon the two skeletal remains as the Lin family bloodline within him began to stir. One breath, two breaths, no reaction. Lin Zai approached the bones, extending his hand to make contact. Several drops of blood flowed from his palm into the bones. Another breath, two breaths. Lin Zai released his hand. This time, he remained silent for a long while. Indeed, the remains of the Lin family's two exceptional figures belonged to them. Both their skeletal structure and the appearance at the time of burial, along with the characteristics of the Lin family bloodline, were identical. Everyone in the Lin family had witnessed their burial. These two corpses had deceived all, yet there existed something they could not replicate, something that could not be deceived. That was the 8 desolate blood hidden within the Lin family members. From these two corpses, Lin Zai could sense no response from the 8 desolate blood. It was not merely faint or dormant. It simply did not exist. Clearly, these two corpses were false. They were not the true exceptional figures of the Lin family. Lin Zai's initial suspicion was confirmed. In the original narrative, the Lin family's annihilation was not a complete eradication, for there were still Lin family members alive. The deaths of Lin Zai and Lin Ao were merely the machinations of another schemer from the Lin family, sacrificing Lin Zai and Lin Ao as pawns in a tactical retreat. In that instant, Lin Zai found himself at a loss for words. He remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a sigh. Very well, truly remarkable. Lin Zai departed the Lin family cemetery. Walking within the Lin family estate, he instinctively gravitated toward the main residence, just as he had in his childhood when he felt troubled. He wished to visit his grandfather Lin Ao. Approaching his grandfather's secluded chamber, he opened his mouth, intending to speak. Yet, as the words hung on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for how to begin. For all these years, his grandfather had relentlessly pursued the true cause of his father and uncle's demise. Now that the truth was revealed, could he accept such a reality? What is truth, after all? Alas, he turned and departed the Lin family main residence. Chapter 118. The unfathomable Xia, Qinghe Lin Zai wandered through the bustling capital of Beichin. His emotions were quite complex. He sought solace. The vivid colors of the human realm often alleviated feelings of melancholy. Some recognized him, whether as the former second young master of the Lin family or as the formidable divine martial king who had stirred the Sword Mountain. Lin Zai's renown in Beichin was considerable. People greeted him with warmth and respect, and occasionally, passers-by would burn incense and kneel before him, as if encountering a living deity, making wishes for blessings. Divine Martial Immortal, I beseech you for blessings. May I hold a chubby child next year. Divine Martial King, I wish to attain immortality like you. Please bless your faithful and guide me on the path. Divine Being Lin, I implore you to bless us common folk, restore our manhood. Let us see if those little vixens dare to boast tonight. This left Lin Zhe both amused and bemused, dissipating some of his inner gloom. He couldn't help but reflect on how, after achieving the Xiantian realm, the realms of the transcendent and the mundane truly felt like two separate worlds. While lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly caught Lin Zhe's attention. Divine Martial King? Lin Zhe's gaze sharpened as he turned to look. There stood a graceful maiden in a white dress, exuding a freshness reminiscent of early summer, with an elegance likened to the gentle caress of a drifting snowflake. Xia Qinghe, whose eyes sparkled with autumn's depth, gazing at Lin Zhe with a hint of joy gracing her features. After a long absence, she remained as captivating as when they first met. Upon noticing Lin Zhe's attention, Xia Qinghe hastily offered her respects. This humble maiden, Xia Qinghe, pays her respects to the king. Lin Zhe regarded Xia Qinghe, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. You remain in Beichen. In terms of scheming, Lin Zhe surmised that both Xia Qinghe and Lu Hanyan, pivotal figures in the original narrative, would have sensed something amiss and left Beichen. Yet, to his surprise, Xia Qinghe had chosen to stay. This was beyond Lin Zhe's expectations. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Xia Qinghe appeared momentarily perplexed. I do not understand what you mean, my lord. Lin Zhe scrutinized Xia Qinghe, his gaze piercing through her exterior, yet he found no anomalies. She seemed just an ordinary person. Oddly, even with Lin Zhe's current cultivation, he could not discern Xia Qinghe's true nature. Could it be that she was genuinely an ordinary individual? Or perhaps, Lin Zhe maintained his expression, pondering that ignorance may indeed be bliss. Xia Qinghe nodded, seemingly grasping part of the situation. She then looked at Lin Zhe and remarked, It seems, my lord, you are preoccupied with something. Do even the divine beings have their troubles? Lin Zhe merely cast a sidelong glance at her. Xia Qinghe continued speaking. Although the common girl does not comprehend your troubles, she understands that certain emotions require release. Expressing them can be a source of relief. Would you like to listen? Xia Qinghe smiled, indicating her willingness if the prince desired it. Ah, if you wish to hear, then I shall share my thoughts with you. Upon uttering these words, a glimmer illuminated Lin Zhe's eyes. Suddenly, the entire world fell into an eerie silence. The cacophony of sounds vanished without a trace. As one gazed around, the entirety of Beichen imperial capital appeared strangely deserted, leaving only Lin Zhe and Xia Qinghe in their solitary company. They seemed to have transcended to an uninhabited realm of Beichen, entering a world apart. Xia Qinghe, taken aback, remarked, Is this the power of the innate divine beings? Lin Zhe cast a profound glance at her, acknowledging her words. He then began to recount his tale. The story I wish to share pertains to a friend of mine, and it all begins with an imperial banquet, the moment when the gears of fate commence their relentless turning. Lin Zhe narrated the plot of the original novel. Later, my friend was ruthlessly obliterated by the woman he adored, his entire family extinguished. Pray tell, who exactly was that woman? What thoughts lingered in her heart? In revealing this tale, Lin Zhe had already laid his cards on the table. Although he refrained from naming names, the narrative aligned perfectly with the original trajectory. Even if Xia Qinghe were merely an ordinary person, she ought to grasp the essence of what was being articulated. Observing Xia Qinghe, Lin Zhe's gaze deepened to an unprecedented level, as if he had transformed into an unfathomable abyss, his thoughts inscrutable. However, Xia Qinghe's reaction surpassed Lin Zhe's expectations. Her countenance reflected a blend of confusion and astonishment. The story you shared. No, not merely this story, but rather this strikingly similar scene. I feel as though I have encountered it in a dream. Oh, in a dream? Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did you uncover any answers within that dream? Xia Qinghe pondered carefully, recalling, in that dream, I seemed to express that perhaps the woman did not truly kill your friend. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with intensity. Why? Xia Qinghe awkwardly responded, Dreams are often absurd, and my logic in dreams can be rather skewed, but I shall speak nonetheless. I might believe her reaction towards your friend was too peculiar, unlike that of a normal person. If love were unrequited, would it lead to enmity, especially to the point of gifting another with someone else's belongings? Such actions seem morally questionable. When events unfold strangely, there must be something amiss. Furthermore, since you mentioned that woman personally dealt the fatal blow to your friend, leaving him in ruins, only she could truly know whether he lived or perished. Of course, these are merely my wild speculations and should not be taken seriously. Upon finishing, Xia Qinghe felt her dreamlike assertions to be somewhat absurd, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she lowered her gaze. Moreover, if you had truly sought my affection, how could I possibly refuse? The latter part of her statement was spoken so softly, like a whisper, that even those nearby would struggle to hear. Yet, with Lin Zai's cultivation, how could he miss her murmured words? Xia Qinghe. Lin Zai furrowed his brow. She appeared genuinely sincere, with each word spoken reflecting her true feelings. This realization left him somewhat bewildered. Lin Zai cast one last glance at Xia Qinghe before his figure vanished. The world returned to normalcy, the clamor flooding back. The citizens of Beichun reappeared in the city. Xia Qinghe looked up, but Lin Zai had already disappeared from sight. Feeling a sense of loss, she surveyed her surroundings before sighing softly and gracefully returning to Beichun Academy. Meanwhile, Lin Zai had located Hong Tian, who was indulging in drink within the city. He forcibly pulled Hong Tian aside. "Help me investigate a person." Chapter 119. The Three Ancient Relics and the Seven Emotions Technique. Hong Tian set down his wine jug, smirking. "You really are quite demanding. You expect me to assist you just like that?" As they spoke, Lin Zai had already led Hong Tian through the void. He pointed ahead at Xia Qinghe, who was heading back toward Beichun Academy. "This person, do you sense the aura of fate around her?" Hong Tian rolled his eyes in disbelief. "I feel like a fool, coming here without reaping any benefits, and now I must work for you." Despite his words, Hong Tian's gaze was already fixed upon Xia Qinghe. If it were anyone else, he would have ignored them entirely. But Lin Zai, who could forget that both he and Lin Zai were of the celestial body, the 9 celestial bodies of the great Tao, one in a lifetime. They were rivals and brothers in the creation of the great Tao. As the gaze of fate fell upon Xia Qinghe, a majestic aura enveloped Hong Tian. Threads of destiny appeared before his eyes. After a moment of observation, brilliance ignited within his gaze. This person must be the one I mentioned before. A member of the spirit race who has undergone millions of transformations, her aura exceedingly faint. But Hong Tian glanced at Xia Qinghe, then at the location of the Changhe sword sect. The identity of this spirit race is quite remarkable. Previously, when I saw that woman at the sword sect, I did not pay much attention, but now, seeing her again, indeed, she must be connected to the 7 emotions technique of the spirit race. Understanding Lin Zai's position in the Qing domain and his ignorance of matters beyond, Hong Tian elaborated without waiting for Lin Zai's inquiry. The 7 emotions technique is the high-tier spiritual cultivation method you seek. This technique can dissect human emotions and reincarnate them into real beings, allowing them to experience the myriad facets of life and the tumult of the mortal world. After enduring countless joys, sorrows, fears, loves, and desires, one ultimately integrates these myriad transformations into a singular self, thus honing one's spiritual will and amplifying the divine path with astonishing results. It is said that within the spirit race, a certain saintess once transcended countless trials, ultimately achieving unity and entering the realm of saints. I had always thought such tales were exaggerations concocted by outsiders, but now it appears there is truth to them. If that woman from the Changhe sword sect is the main body, then the woman before us is merely a fragment of her emotions manifested through the 7 emotions technique. Conversely, if the true body lies within the spirit race, then the individual at the Changhe sword sect is a fragment of desire birth from the 7 emotions technique. Such cycles of division are infinite. The 7 emotions technique of the spirit race is indeed as legendary as its reputation suggests. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. As he marveled at the wonders of the spirit race's 7 emotions technique, the brilliance in Hong Tian's eyes intensified. How intriguing, how fascinating. The celestial body has descended. Dark forces are infiltrating, and the spirit race is secretly intermingling, intertwined with other unidentified forces at play. All that was meant to arrive has indeed come. Reflecting on this, could it be that my arrival from beyond, alongside your emergence, Lin Zai, signifies the convergence of 2 celestial bodies within the Qing domain, perhaps even orchestrated by that old Spectre Qing song? Upon hearing this, Lin Zai's gaze flickered. As a descendant of the 8 desolations, he had a broader perspective than Hong Tian. It was crucial to note that his ancient 8 desolations bloodline could harmonize the 3 essences of spirit, energy, and matter, unifying the 3 veins of heaven and earth. Now, in the Qing domain, The high-tier spirit race representing the divine essence has made its appearance. The true spirit phoenix, representing the essence of energy, has also manifested. Meanwhile, the Qing domain serves as the core region for humanity, which represents the essence of matter. Thus, the three essences of spirit, energy, and matter, along with the 8 desolations bloodline capable of encompassing all three, have all converged. Is this mere coincidence? Absolutely not. Consequently, Lin Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Hong Tian. What do you mean by that? Hong Tian shrugged. It is well known that the Qing domain has served as the grandest chessboard of the world since ancient times. It is precisely for this reason that I have come to the Qing domain. He sighed. You understand, as beings of the 9 celestial bodies, this world for us is akin to adults playing with children. As I surveyed the vast expanse before me, it became apparent that there existed no rival in this realm. To us, the countless souls scattered across the world appeared as mere superficial beings, inconsequential and alien. Perhaps it is we, the two of us, who stand as misfits, estranged from the human experience, devoid of kinship. Lin Zhe, Hong Tian continued, recounting how, at that moment, a vanquished foe from beyond our domain challenged me with words. If you truly believe yourself to be unrivaled in this world, why not venture to the chess domain, where strategists abound, and engage in combat with the masters of the game? Unravel the enigma of the chess domain? From that point forward, my entry towards the so-called mystery of the chess domain burgeoned. I began to delve into the depths of this enigma, which, to fully comprehend, necessitated a journey back to billions of years prior, to the age of antiquity and the esteemed sage Qing Song. Hong Tian elaborated. The sage Qing Song was the sole figure in the ancient era to attain the status of the primordial one. No soul knows the manner of his ascension, nor the true nature of Qing Song himself. From a moment he reached the pinnacle of his existence, all traces of his origin and past were obliterated. In the understanding of the populace, Qing Song appeared as if he had always existed. Consequently, the sages of that age endeavored to study him, seeking to grasp how he achieved the unparalleled state in hopes of reaching that same transcendent realm themselves. During that epoch, 3 monumental relics of the ancients were known to exist, having been passed down from the era of the presage. It was said that these relics concealed the secrets bequeathed by the presages. He who could decipher these 3 ancient relics would tread the path to celestial heights, aspiring to rival the presages of old. The 3 relics consisted of the ascending divine ladder, the rootless stone forest, and the ancient battlefield. Does this sound somewhat familiar? Lin Zhe realized these were the 3 trials of the Tao Tribulation Mountain. On tient nodded affirmatively. He continued, since Qing Song became the primordial one, the fervor for these ancient relics intensified, as many believed that Qing Song had unraveled their mysteries, thereby illuminating the path to the primordial state. This led to a surge of individuals flocking to the 3 relics, and with that influx, calamity ensued. The populace was astounded to discover that the previously unfathomable ascending divine ladder, which had never been fully explored, indeed had an end. The ladder was severed in the middle, and its fragments vanished without a trace. The rootless stone forest lost a significant portion, and the ancient battlefield too faced devastation, with a gaping hole carved into its center. Hong Tian's expression turned contemplative. The reason these ancient relics have endured through the ages is their intrinsic mystical powers, safeguarding them from harm. Until now, when they were irreparably damaged. Who could be responsible for such destruction? In this world, apart from the sage Qing Song, there exists no other. Before he attained the status of the primordial one, the relics remained intact. Yet once he achieved that status, calamity befell them all. This could only be the doing of Qing Song himself. And indeed it was so, without reservation. Qing Song erected a Tao Tribulation Mountain composed of fragments from the 3 ancient relics, even inviting 8 formidable ancient beings to join him in comprehending the path of the primordial one. However, the outcome was tragic. Of the 8 who went, none returned. Qing Song, wielding the might of the primordial one, vanquished the 8 powerful sages, staining the Tao Tribulation Mountain with their blood. The sacred weapons of the 8 sages were subsequently confiscated by the ancient being, cleansed of their marks, and bestowed upon his 8 disciples. Hong Tian expressed his admiration. First, he reclaimed the relics for his own use, then eliminated the 8 sages to eradicate opposition. All believed that Qing Song intended to monopolize Tianlan, ushering in an era of tyranny. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, After slaying the 8 sages and severing the relics, Qin Song merely enclosed the chess domain, establishing an absolute prohibition of the Tao, before vanishing without a trace. For billions of years, Qin Song has not been seen again. Some speculate he grew weary of Tianlan and ventured beyond, in search of a new world. Others conjecture that by meddling with the ancient relics, he violated the prohibitions set by the pre-sages, leading to his complete erasure by their remnants. Still, others believe that having become invincible, he grew weary of the mundane world, relinquishing his true essence to reincarnate anew. Regardless of the theory, Qin Song has seemingly evaporated from existence, leaving behind the Tao Tribulation Mountain as an eternal enigma. Hong Tian continued discussing the mystery of the chess domain. Consequently, various factions began to stir, casting covetous glances towards the chess domain. Everyone in Tianlan sought to uncover what secrets Qin Song had left within the Tao Tribulation Mountain, and why he had stained it with the blood of the 8 sages. Thus, under the guise of Qin Song's enigmatic actions, the chess domain evolved into a vortex of intrigue, where powerful beings began to scheme and position themselves. Bored and restless, I found myself drawn to the chess domain, hoping that this realm, abundant with strategists, would afford me even a modicum of challenge. Hong Tian sighed, lamenting, alas, the external tales are grandiose and mythical. Yet in my eyes, the tempestuous chess domain appears rather mundane. I perceive the chess domain through the lens of destiny, discerning that while it may seem chaotic, it is devoid of true adversaries. I then ventured to inspect the so-called repository of ancient secrets, the Tao Tribulation Mountain. I was the first to enter, having explored its insides thoroughly before your arrival. Regarding the so-called enigma of the Tao Tribulation Mountain, my assessment is succinct, better left unexamined. Lin Zhe inquired, "What did you discover?" Hong Tian shrugged, "I saw nothing at all. After departing from the 3 ancient relics, whether the ladder, the stone forest, or the battlefield, all had lost their charm, leaving only the scars of time. The Tao Tribulation Mountain, touted as a wellspring of mysteries, in truth harbored nothing. Qin Song merely played a jest on posterity, leaving behind an empty board to entice them into futile endeavors. This old trickster is even more cunning than my predecessor, who tossed the celestial scripture into the river of realms. Of course, it's also possible that I have yet to grasp the depths of the celestial scripture and have not fully realized my celestial form. In any case, prior to that, I found the world to be excessively bland, preferring the solace of slumber. Until your arrival." Hong Tian gazed at Lin Zhe, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Celestial body meeting celestial body. This is an unprecedented scenario. Can you fathom the exhilaration I felt? Encountering a kindred spirit, I, Hong Tian, am no longer traversing this path in solitude. With a hint of excitement, Hong Tian continued, "Subsequently, I followed you to this northern star realm, witnessing the leader of the demon sect, observing the Ling clan's 7 emotions technique, and encountering unforeseen schemes and transformations. Only then did I realize that perhaps the old trickster, Qin Song, did not leave behind an empty chessboard. Rather, he is orchestrating a grand design, drawing all the myriad races into the game. This old fellow is plotting something monumental. Ha ha ha! This place is even more intriguing than I had imagined. I am utterly enamored with this realm." As he spoke, the intensity in Hong Tian's eyes surged. He turned to Xiaqing and excitedly remarked to Lin Zhe, "So what shall we do now? Shall we break the riddle, or shall we observe a while longer? This is your domain. I heed your counsel." Lin Zhe began, "Does the Xiaqing possess a conscious self?" To which Hong Tian shook his head. The 7 emotions technique operates hierarchically. The higher tier is aware of the lower tier, yet the lower tier remains oblivious to the higher. In essence, the woman from the Changha sword sect is whom I refer to. While she knows you, Xiaqing, he remains unaware of her. However, Xiaqing, he recognizes you, and thus, the woman will certainly know. Lin Zhe understood. I see now. No wonder that Miao Yu appeared so enigmatic. Lin Zhe then queried, in that case, is it possible to acquire the 7 emotions technique through them? Hong Tian snapped his fingers. Others may find it challenging, but this is a trivial task for a celestial body. Initially, summoning the 7 emotions technique would pose some difficulties. But now that we have an incarnation of the 7 emotions technique before us, it shall be a mere breeze. Hong Tian pointed at Xiaqing, declaring that she was a tome of cultivation. With a grand gesture, he summoned Xiaqing into the void, shattering and distorting her essence. Lin Zhe refrained from intervening, recognizing that a mere fragment of an avatar was but a minuscule fraction of the true entity. With a resounding crash, as Hong Tian grasped the air, Xiaqing had twisted and vanished entirely. Yet, in her final moment, she seemed to transcend Hong Tian's dominion of fate, casting a meaningful glance towards Lin Zhe. Subsequently, she was replaced by an ancient book radiating vibrant hues. Lin Zhe gazed upon this transformation with envy, marveling at the efficacy of the Tianming Xiantian body. Perhaps he should forsake other matters and embark on a quest for the Xianjing tomorrow. Hong Tian, however, wore an expression of surprise. Was it truly a book of cultivation? Lin Zhe questioned. You are uncertain? His words did not imply that she was merely a tome to be slain, from which he could extract the 7 emotions method through the threads of destiny. Rather, he was astonished to discover that her very essence was indeed that of a cultivation manual. Xiaqinghe was the 7 emotions method itself. In chapter 121, the two exchanged a silent glance, pondering whether Lin Zhe had acted prematurely. With a bemused glance at Hong Tian, Lin Zhe remarked on the simplicity of the Tianming Xiantian body, to which Hong Tian had offered no resistance. He summoned the radiant ancient tome, revealing the 3 graceful characters inscribed, 7 emotions method. As he turned to the first page, it detailed the profound intricacies of the method, each word crystal clear and the path straightforward. Such insights could enable even a novice to grasp the 7 emotions method with ease. The signatures at the end read, Su Rumeng. Who was Su Rumeng? Lin Zhe's understanding of Tianlan was largely confined to the Qingyu region, with only fragmented knowledge from various texts beyond that. Notably, the Qingyu region lacked significant figures aside from the revered Qing, Sheng Qing Song, and the semi-Saint Qing He. The name Su Rumeng clearly did not belong to this realm. Hong Tian furrowed his brow, attempting to sense Su Rumeng's presence through the power of the Tianming Xiantian body, yet he found no trace after considerable effort. The currents of fate revealed no ripples, indicating that this individual was not to be underestimated. Lin Zhe nodded indifferently, choosing not to dwell on Su Rumeng for now. In 30 days, he would confront each orchestrator behind the scenes, compelling them to reveal their truths. At that time, answers would present themselves without his seeking. 30 days would pass in the blink of an eye. What truly mattered now was that Lin Zhe had finally acquired the high-level cultivation method of the spirit race he desired most. With that, his essence, spirit, and energy were finally harmonized, allowing him to merge the 3 channels and fully awaken the ancient 8 desolations bloodline. With a determined heart, he grasped the 7 emotions method and turned to depart, leaving behind a promise to accompany Hong Tian in retrieving the Xianjing once his training was complete. Observing Lin Zhe's departure, Hong Tian scratched his head, feeling a sense of urgency that Lin Zhe seemed to possess even more than himself regarding the Xianjing. He resolved to take advantage of the time to break through at his own pace, acknowledging that the current circumstances in Qingyu necessitated greater strength than merely a half-step into the divine sea. He could not afford to lag behind. Otherwise, he would never catch up to that prodigy. With that thought, Hong Tian settled into a meditative position, traversing the void to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Medicinal herbs, elixirs, and methods come forth. In the void, Hong Tian further excavated and elevated the power of the Xiantian body. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe sat cross-legged, holding the 7 emotions method as the power of his divine comprehension activated. As he perused the text, his terrifying insight allowed him to fully decipher the 7 emotions method and even extrapolate it to the 10th layer. He achieved the pinnacle of the 7 emotions method, reaching a state of consummation. With the rapid ascent of his cultivation, Lin Zhe's mental fortitude expanded at an astonishing rate, becoming increasingly indomitable. Simultaneously, as his mental acuity strengthened, clarity enveloped his mind. Suddenly, he felt as though he had shed some unseen restraint, experiencing a profound sense of liberation, akin to returning to nature after long captivity. His perception became as clear as crystal, resplendent as precious glass, and as sturdy as stone. Lin Zhe's spiritual awareness sharpened tremendously, expanding hundreds of times without a hint of unfamiliarity. Regardless of distance, he perceived as if he were present, able to see and hear all around him. As his spiritual realm ascended, the ancient 8 desolations bloodline within him surged forth with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, his blood boiling and igniting with fiery tendrils coursing through every inch of his being. The ancient power dormant within his bloodline guided him to merge the 3 channels, initiating the awakening of the bloodline divine abode. Under this guidance, he attempted to forcibly amalgamate the refining chi method, refining essence method, and refining spirit method, uniting the three into one. He successfully fused the Great Desolation True Flame method with the Seven Emotions method, attaining comprehension of the ancient Eight Desolations bloodlines' exclusive lower-tier heavenly method, the formless holy shadow of the Eight Desolations. To his surprise, the union of the three channels had propelled him directly to a lower-tier heavenly method. Clearly, the power of the Eight Desolations bloodline was far more enigmatic than Lindsay had anticipated. The culmination of the three harmonies at this tier was not the end. With the completion of the three realms, the ancient power hidden within his bloodline awakened. Lindsay's eyes sparkled with starlight as he extended his hand, a glimmer of light emerging from his fingertips. In that moment, the radiant glow became the sole luminescence in the dark cosmos, emanating an overwhelming presence that commanded the very fabric of time and space. It possessed the dominance of physical energy, the grandeur of celestial essence, and the might of will. This single ray of light encapsulated the quintessence of the three realms. A single strike unleashed the path of annihilation. Its power was not merely a sum of its parts. Simultaneously, Lindsay attained a heightened immunity to the pure forces of the three channels, gaining formidable resistance. Basic physical or spiritual energy attacks would no longer inflict significant harm upon him, as most would be mitigated by the power of his bloodline. In Lindsay's understanding, his assaults had transformed into chaotic strikes, where each blow harmoniously combined physical prowess, spiritual energy, and willpower. His defenses evolved into divine armor, rendering single-force attacks from others largely ineffective, while only similar chaotic assault could inflict meaningful damage upon him. It was undeniable that the fully awakened Eight Desolations bloodline was a force to be reckoned with. The advantages of chaotic attacks and divine armor alone were sufficient for Lindsay to stand above the rest. Moreover, the transformations following the complete awakening of his bloodline only added to his prowess. In summary, Lindsay had reached an extraordinary state, transcending the realm of mortals and surpassing the innate tier. However, in terms of realm, he remained at the Ming Xian stage, as the Qingyu region lacked sacred-level rules. Yet, much like Lindsay's breakthrough at the Tianyuan stage, his comprehension of the realm was sufficient. Once the restrictions were lifted or he ventured to another domain, he would be poised to shatter the shackles and reach the pinnacle of the formless saints. In other words, the arrival of the Qiqing Fa has transformed Lindsay into a true saint, capable of metamorphosing at any moment. Thus, the realm of saints has been established. Lindsay closed the Qiqing Fa. At this moment, the flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the grass was lush and green. The sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze was delightful. Everything in this world radiated beauty. Chapter 122, The Boundary River. At that moment, a grand wave resonated through the heavens and the earth. Celestial flowers cascaded, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Purple chi soared from the east for thousands of miles. The scene of the sun and moon sharing the sky also unfolded. The Tao of heaven, which once shook the realm of Qingtian and rippled across the four seas, resurfaced. In the sky, a resplendent golden Tianyuan flickered, once again descending the supreme and majestic power of the Tao of heaven, bestowing honor upon all beings in the world. Yet another divine cultivator has appeared. Am I dreaming? Is this a mistake? What on earth has been happening in this Qingyu? A divine cultivator, who takes millions of years to emerge, has shown up in just a few days. Damn it. Either I've gone insane, or this world has. Amid the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Hong Tian effortlessly achieved a breakthrough, ascending to a new generation of divine cultivators with the body of Tianyuan. The entire process was as smooth as gliding across water, utterly devoid of turbulence. It was as simple and composed as eating and drinking. And indeed, for the Tianming Xiantai, such breakthroughs are merely commonplace. Having surpassed Tianyuan, Hong Tian gathered his Tianming and remarked nonchalantly, "Not bad." He clenched his fist, lamenting that the Xianjing had not yet come into his possession. Otherwise, he could have swiftly completed the journey to the Mingxian, thereby simplifying matters. This brings us to mention Hong Tian's predecessors, Tianming Xiantai. That damnable fellow. While others lack gold in the five elements, you, indeed, lack virtue. How could you toss the Xianjing into the boundary river? Truly, how could you even conceive of such an idea? After cursing his predecessor a few times, Hong Tian stepped into the void. After sensing Lin Zai's presence, he followed the trail. As the Wanfa Xiantai, Lin Zhe was likely to possess the Xianjing. Having already surpassed Tianyuan, there was no reason for him not to have concluded his own affairs. A mere Qiqing Fa could hardly hinder one of the Wanfa, who shares the same exalted status as the Tianming. At this moment, Lin Zhe must have at least reached the initial stage of Qiqing Fa's great accomplishment. As expected, when Hong Tan beheld Lin Zhe, he observed his mental fortitude, which was as clear as a mirror, as solid as stone, and as brilliant as a flame. It was evident that the Qiqing Fa had indeed reached the state of consummate transformation. Damn, is the Xianjing truly that extraordinary? This sudden realization altered Hong Tian's mood from mildly pleased to somewhat perturbed. He cast a glance at Lin Zhe and snapped his fingers. A void gate, spanning countless layers of realms and leading directly to the Tianlan boundary river, materialized before the two. He then stepped through the void gate, leaving behind a simple command. Let us go. It's your turn to work. Lin Zhe promptly followed suit. The two entered the enigmatic Tianlan boundary river, an infinite expanse. The Tianlan boundary river, a realm of extremes, lies at the world's edge. Although referred to as a boundary river, it is in fact a boundless expanse of darkness, formed by countless void materials. As it flows through the void, it generates ripples, resembling a long river, hence its name. It spans the world's edge, blocking the passage to the Tianlan realm, safeguarding the tranquility between realms. It has remained this way for countless years. On this day, the usually tranquil boundary river rippled slightly. Two guests traveled from afar to the river's edge. The silhouettes of Lin Zhe and Hong Tian flickered at the boundary river shore. The two observed the gentle undulations within the river, gazing at the fleeting fragments of worlds amidst the myriad void materials. One world, another countless. After a while, Lin Zhe looked at Hong Tian with a peculiar expression, asking, "So how do you expect me to assist you in retrieving it? Should I personally descend into each world to search?" The boundary river held innumerable world fragments. Who knows in which world the Xianjing had truly fallen? Hong Tian waved his hand, not to worry. During my time knowing the Xianjing's presence in the boundary river, I have expended considerable effort to ascertain that the Tianming Xianjing has lingered only within 3 fragments of worlds during this period. However, I cannot enter these 3 worlds. For some reason, a peculiar entity has been guarding those worlds, and I cannot deal with it. Lin Zhe expressed his surprise. What kind of entity could even pose a challenge for you? Having battled Hong Tian before, he was well aware of Hong Tian's combat prowess. To summarize, he is a formidable opponent, and now, having ascended to the Tianyuan realm and condensed the power of the Tao of Heaven, his strength had significantly increased. Yet even so, Hong Tian claimed he could not handle it. This left Lin Zhe feeling perplexed. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Hong Tian frowned and replied, "What can I say about that entity? It is referred to as a Yinling, yet it is neither entirely dead nor alive, existing in a state of limbo. One might call it a form of madness, yet it lacks the powerful intent characteristic of such madness. In short, it is hard to articulate. You will understand once you encounter it." Lin Zhe then inquired, "With so many powerful beings in Tianlan, have you considered seeking their assistance?" Hong Tian shook his head. "That entity is troublesome to deal with. It is exceedingly peculiar. If I were not in Xiantai, I would have perished beneath its claws long ago. Even I, as in Xiantai, find it challenging, let alone those ordinary mortals of Tianlan. They would stand no chance. Furthermore," Hong Tian spread his hands. "As a dignified Tianming Xiantai, seeking help from those anomalies would be a disgrace to my status." In Hong Tian's mind, a thick barrier had long been established between the Xiantai and others. To him, all of humanity were anomalies, and more accurately, the Xiantai is the true anomaly in the eyes of the world. Anomalies are destined to be unable to comprehend or integrate into the world, nor can they be understood by it. Only another anomaly can understand and integrate with an anomaly. Of course, a matter that one anomaly cannot resolve must be entrusted to another anomaly. Thus, in this vast world, only Zhe and Tian remain. Lin Zhe shot a glance at Hong Tian. "All right, you speak, I shall act." "Very well." Hong Tian pointed his finger into Lin Zhe's brow. A mysterious Tianming imprint symbol manifested between Lin Zhe's brows, radiating an enigmatic purple glow. The Tao of the 9 Xiantai cannot be perceived, seen, or obtained by others. The same applies to the Xianjing belonging to the 9 Xiantai. Although you are also in Xiantai and can perceive the Xianjing that ordinary beings cannot see or touch, It is likely that this is the first instance in history where a Wanfa Xiantai attempts to retrieve the Tianming Xianjing. It remains uncertain whether you will be able to see any Xianjing beyond the Wanfa Xianjing. Therefore, for safety's sake, I have left you this Tianming imprint. This imprint contains the essence of my Xiantai, ensuring that you can sense and see the existence of the Tianming Xianjing. Ling Shi replied, understood. Due to the uniqueness of the 9 Xiantai, Lin Zhe had previously contemplated whether the Xianjing could be perceived by non-Xiantai individuals. However, adhering to the philosophy that things will resolve themselves in due course, and considering the potential reward for the Xiantai, he decided to proceed. Now, before the task has even begun, the problem has already found its resolution. What good brother? Chapter 123, Ghost Shadow, True Body of the 8 Desolations. The arrival of the Tianming imprint caused Lin Zhe's eyes to sparkle with brilliance. He gazed at Hong Tian, his eyes gleaming. What are you looking at? Hong Tian instinctively took a step back. For some reason, he suddenly felt a tremor within his Tianming, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Something is off with you. It's nothing. I'm just assessing whether you're trying to deceive me. Lin Zhe shifted his gaze, extinguishing the flames in his eyes. All right, is there anything else I should be aware of? After pondering for a moment, Hong Tian replied, There's nothing much to note. Just ensure you can slip past that ghostly entity, with a mark of destiny upon him. It is only a matter of time before you sense the existence of the celestial scriptures. Oh, and remember, do not linger among those fragments of worlds. Upon finding them, return immediately. These world fragments are merely different projections left by each realm in their respective space-time, not the true realm. The laws and timelines there are chaotic and illusory, exceedingly unstable, and may shatter at any moment. We are not yet saints, even with the esteemed status of an immortal body. Lingering too long poses the risk of becoming lost in the illusions and chaos. All right, I shall take my leave. On tient nos dead, réassuringly. Go with peace of mind. I shall safeguard you. With that, Lin Zhe leaped into the turbulent river of chaos. Hong Tian then unfurled the true realm of destiny. A purple mark identical to the one on Lin Zhe's brow appearing. His breath of destiny connected to Lin Zhe, constantly monitoring his movements, ready to reverse time to the origin at the slightest hint of danger. On the other side, Lin Zhe entered the infinite river. Fragments of worlds passed by him. Amidst those shards, Lin Zhe could vividly perceive the movements of beings from various realms, witnessing the unique splendor of each world. There were those cultivating immortality, those practicing demonic arts, martial artists, and those raising spiritual beasts, an array of choices as if they were mere commodities for Lin Zhe to select. This immediately reminded Lin Zhe of his past life. With so many fragments in the river, could there be one belonging to the earth of his former existence? However, this thought was swiftly suppressed. For Lin Zhe, his current objective remained singular: to grow stronger, to grow stronger, to grow stronger still, with strength. What in this world could he not accomplish? Once he transcended completely, he could ponder such matters at leisure. Thus, after a brief glance, Lin Zhe released his perception and began to seek out the world fragments resonating with Hong Tian's mark of destiny. He traversed the boundless river, which seemed infinitely vast and without origin. After a prolonged search, he still had not glimpsed the river's edge or found the 3 world fragments mentioned by Hong Tian. After an indeterminate span of time, the mark of destiny on Lin Zhe's brow finally responded. Before his eyes, 3 world fragments emanated a shimmering purple aura, resonating with the essence of destiny. He had found them. Lin Zhe swiftly appeared near the 3 fragments. First, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, extending his perception to its utmost. He did not detect the ominous presence that Hong Tian had warned him about. Surrounding the 3 world fragments were merely various other shards floating and drifting in the river, appearing perfectly normal and devoid of danger. This made Lin Zhe's gaze flicker. A spark ignited in his eyes. Indeed, the situation was delicate. Sometimes, an overly normal appearance is the greatest abnormality. If even something as formidable as Hong Tian had struggled with this entity for so many years, Lin Zhe did not believe it would simply vanish without a trace. Clearly, its ability to conceal itself was exceptional. Lin Zhe then feigned intent to enter one of the world fragments. In the next moment, a chilling, skeletal claw emerged from the side. With a swift sidestep, Lin Zhe evaded, allowing the claw to strike the sword box instead. The impact caused the sacred weapon within to unleash a tremendous force that reverberated through the river. A powerful demonic might cascading through the waters. Amidst the rise and fall, it resembled a storm across the starry river. Numerous fragile and unstable world fragments shattered under the overwhelming pressure of a sacred weapon. The river felt markedly emptier. Be mindful of your commotion. You might disrupt my celestial scriptures. Fear not. I am well aware, Lin Zhe replied as he discerned the true form of the claw. The owner appeared to be a humanoid entity, shrouded in a dense black mist, obscuring its true appearance. Save for a pair of crimson, demonic eyes visible in the facial area. Its aura oscillated between yin and yang, an indistinct essence cloaked in the black fog, embodying an enigmatic obsession or some form of demonic nature. Just as Hong Tian had described, it was exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, when its claw struck the sacred weapon's box, the recoil did not harm it in the slightest. Although the sacred weapon had not fully awakened, merely emitting a fraction of its retaliatory energy, it was nevertheless a weapon of the primordial one, possessing the power to obliterate myriad forms. The fact that this entity could withstand the weapon's energy without injury indicated it possessed considerable strength. No wonder even Hong Tian found it challenging. Indeed, it served as an excellent test of combat prowess. Ever since the battle with Dao Jieshan and the venerable Ku Rong, Lin Zhe's strength had undergone remarkable advancements. He had not only overcome the Tian Yuan and Ming Xian trials, reaching the innate limit, but had also achieved the unification of spirit, energy, and essence, completely revitalizing his bloodline. His combat power surged exponentially. Now he had grown to an unknown level. Even he was uncertain of the extent of his full capabilities. This entity's arrival was perfectly timed. Lin Zhe grasped the air with both hands, a war god's ethereal figure, ablaze with sacred blood, materializing behind him. Ba Huang Wu Xing, Sheng Ing LV10. With a surge, the war god's shadow merged with Lin Zhe's body, causing him to expand dramatically, growing until he reached the height of a small giant, akin to the war god himself. As Lin Zhe's form grew, a multitude of auspicious figures, such as dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, formed from ethereal energies, encircling him. The culmination of divine will radiated with brilliance, coalescing into a striking halo of divine light behind Lin Zhe, resonating through the heavens and earth, suppressing the ages. Ba Huang Zhen Sen Seng Ying Dai. An ancient demonic presence, transcending time and space, descended upon the river. Its arrival dimmed the heavens and silenced time itself. With a single punch, Lin Zhe, in his Ba Huang Zhanshen state, shattered the void. The river surged with towering waves. A punch shadow, racing across the boundaries of heaven and earth, hurtled toward the ghostly figure. The entity extended its claw once more, launching an attack. A chilling black mist enveloped the surroundings, as if a flood had breached its dam. Boom! The punch shadow clashed with the black mist. After a brief contact, the dark energy shattered. Lin Zhe's punch struck the ghostly figure, causing its black mist to waver. A successful strike. Yet, Lin Zhe furrowed his brow slightly. In that fleeting moment, despite being brief, Lin Zhe, with his current cultivation level, could not have misperceived it. The exchange seemed to exhibit a momentary stagnation. This force felt as though, in the vastness of Lin Zhe's gaze, a fleeting glimmer of inexplicable light flickered and vanished. Again, Changhe Luo Ri Yuan LV10. A brilliant sun broke through the river's haze, descending upon its surface. The radiant sun illuminated the surroundings, scorching the infinite river. Lin Zhe transformed the river into a scene of the setting sun. That magnificent sun cleaved through the mortal realm, striking down from the heavens. Annihilate. The colossal sun, with an intensity capable of melting countless acres, soared through the river, incinerating the ghostly figure's chilling black mist, exposing it to the relentless sun, eradicating all impurities with its brilliance. The ghostly figure, unwilling to yield, let out a roar that seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld, extending its fearsome claw, charging forth once more, determined to tear through the blazing sun. Shatter. The sun was nearly extinguished. Remnant flames blazed. Lin Zhe shifted his offensive, dissolving the sun's radiance into the sea. With a tremendous splash, waves surged. After the sun's descent, a pristine moon emerged from the ocean surface. It cast a pure and luminous glow across the expanse, reflecting shimmering scales upon the vast ocean. The light danced beneath the moonlight, shimmering with dreamlike hues. At that moment, the sea transformed into a mirror, revealing the ghostly figure upon its surface. The ghostly figure, and the radiant moon appeared as one. Flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water. Illusion shattered. With a resonant clang, countless beams of sword energy, akin to the transitions of the sun and moon, erupted forth from the luminous mirror. At this moment, the fierce flames and frigid ice complemented each other, revealing the divine might of the blazing sun and the radiant moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An innumerable array of sword energies surged forth, transforming into a vast sea of swords. The ghostly figure ebbed and flowed amidst the ocean of swords, emitting ominous and malevolent roars. It yearned to break free from the dual onslaught of the residual heat of the sun and the clarity of the moon. Yet it found itself ensnared within the mirror, suppressed beneath the remnants of the sun's blaze. Helplessly, it could only watch as its corporeal form suffered the sword's punishment from the celestial bodies. With each beam of sword energy piercing through it, the dark aura surrounding it diminished, revealing the true essence of its ghostly form. Roar! It let out increasingly frantic howls, shattering the sea of swords, attempting to break through the encirclement of the sun and moon. However, how could Lindsay allow it to have its way? With a shift in breath, two streams of black and white energy swirled above Lindsay's true form. Yin and Yang, the profound transformations. Circulate. The essence of Yin and Yang infused into the rotation of the sun and moon. The recently shattered sea of swords reformed, transitioning from death to life, continuously spiraling within the mirror of the sun and moon, passing through the ghostly figure. Lindsay clenched his virtual hand. The infinite sea of swords coalesced into mighty rivers, cascading with the force to sweep away all existence, targeting the ghostly figure. Under the illumination of the sun and moon, the ghostly figure appeared diminutive, shattering at the slightest touch. Shatter! Boom! The rivers cascaded, the heavens and earth upheaved. Beneath the long river, the world ceased to exist. Within the river of realms, life was no more. It seemed that the ghostly figure had been subdued. Yet, Lindsay remained vigilant, a contemplative glint in his eyes. Beware! Behind you! The warning voice of Hong Tian echoed. Lindsay turned leisurely. A ghostly claw struck. The true form of Ba Huang withstood the blow. Clang! Lindsay's Ba Huang true form, as solid as cast iron, donned the armor of a celestial warrior. The strike of the ghostly claw inflicted no harm, a mere tickle. Seizing the moment, Lindsay grasped the ghostly figure with his colossal hand, eager to unveil its true nature. Reveal yourself. Lindsay's hand penetrated the chilling black aura, as if traversing through a forest shrouded in frigid darkness. The cold pierced to the bone. The touch was frigid, akin to grasping a shard of ancient ice. Its chilling essence seeped through the skin of Lindsay's Ba Huang true form, penetrating to the marrow. Yet in the next moment, it was washed away by the searing blood within Lindsay, extinguished to nothingness. Seizing this opportunity, Lindsay tightened his grip, flames igniting in his hand. He sought to unveil the ghostly figure's dark shroud and extract its true self. However, in the next heartbeat, the ghostly figure's enigmatic power surged once more. It inexplicably vanished, reappearing at its original position, charging towards Lindsay. Witnessing this, Lindsay became utterly convinced. Since his ascendance, he had only encountered such a bizarre encounter once. Destiny. Do not linger in battle. Advance swiftly. My realm of destiny cannot endure much longer. The voice of Hong Tian resonated again. Lindsay looked up, his gaze piercing through the river of realms, locking on a Hong Tian momentarily. He then thrust his palm to repel the ghostly figure, utilizing this interval to enter one of the world fragments resonating most strongly with the essence of destiny. In the remnants of an unknown world, Lindsay shed his Ba Huang true form, stepping onto the ground of this realm. Please, revered deity, descend. A startled voice echoed. Lindsay raised his eyes and beheld a throng of Taoists clad in azure robes, staring at him in astonishment from across the altar. They had witnessed this being step forth from the void, with fragments of the void reassembling around him. Such power could only belong to a deity. Is this truly the arrival of a divine being? What is this? I must not be blind. Hasten to pay respects to the immortal. Indeed, the disciples of Qing Yimin pay respects to the immortal. May the immortal be blessed with boundless fortune. The Taoists of Qing Yimin immediately bowed in reverence, trembling with fear, as if in the presence of an ancient deity. Lindsay merely cast a glance at them, disregarding their presence. He expanded his perception, seeking the celestial scripture of destiny that resided within this realm. Moments later, Lin Zhe identified his target. The mark of destiny responded, in a small fishing village to the southeast of this realm. In a flash of thought, Lin Zhe vanished, appearing in the small fishing village, leaving behind the Taoists of Qingyi men who dared not gaze upon the revered deity. In the southeast of this realm, at the seaside fishing village, a boy and a girl, both around 10 years old, were gathering seafood along the shore. "Brother, look, this should be enough to exchange for many pastries," the girl exclaimed proudly, her expression urging him to praise her. The boy remained silent, instinctively pulling the girl behind him, eyeing the newcomer warily. "Who are you?" The visitor was Lin Zhe. He glanced at the two children and noticed the peculiar starfish-shaped stone around the boy's neck, glimmering with crystalline light. Through the mark of destiny on his forehead, Lin Zhe clearly perceived two ancient purple characters emanating from the stone. Destiny. This uniquely shaped stone was precisely the celestial scripture of destiny that Lin Zhe sought. Chapter 125, The Acquisition of the Celestial Body of Destiny. Thus, facing the wary gazes of the boy and girl, Lin Zhe pointed at the celestial scripture hanging from the boy's neck and spoke, "I have come for it." With those words, Lin Zhe transformed the stone into gold, effortlessly converting the entire beach into a golden shore. The shore sparkled with fine golden sand, dazzling under the sunlight. "I heard your sister mention that it could be exchanged for many pastries. This golden shore should suffice for you and your sister's prosperity for generations to come. What do you think of this deal?" Upon hearing Lin Zhe's proposal, the girl stared in awe at the radiant golden shore. This was not just a handful of gold, but an entire coastline. She had never seen so much gold in her life. "Brother, look at all this. So much," she exclaimed, shaking the boy's arm. The boy, too, appeared exhilarated. However, his excitement was not for the gold, but for the realization, "You can see the little stone?" The boy exclaimed joyfully, clutching the celestial scripture. "I knew it. The little stone must exist. It's not just my imagination." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe suddenly understood. The celestial scripture, like the celestial body, was an entity invisible and unattainable to mortals. Ordinary people could not perceive its existence. The fact that this boy could see the scripture and wore it around his neck indicated only one possibility. Looking at the boy, a brilliant light erupted in Lin Zhe's eyes. Undoubtedly, this boy was also one of the 9 celestial bodies. As for which celestial body he was, it was of little consequence. It was merely a fragment of a world, and who could tell from which time or realm it originated? It was uncertain whether he would ever meet the original host. The most pressing and tangible matter was the celestial scripture of destiny. Just as Lin Zhe pondered this, the boy had already removed the celestial scripture from his neck, extending it towards Lin Zhe. "Here." Lin Zhe was taken aback. The boy grinned, revealing his teeth, and said, "Although the little stone is extraordinary, only I can see it, so it must be a treasure. But after holding it for so many years and trying various methods, it hasn't reacted at all. I can sense that it doesn't belong to me. The little stone and I are not fated. It's better to exchange it for something valuable with you. You can turn stones into gold and conjure such an expansive golden shore. You must be a remarkable immortal." Lin Zhe took the Tianming Xianjing, having accomplished the purpose of his journey. This was far easier than he had anticipated. While he may not be an extraordinary immortal, fulfilling one's wishes should not pose a challenge. "Speak, what do you desire?" Although this is merely a fragment of the world, a projection of reality, Lin Zhe has always adhered to the principle of exchange, disliking any form of indebtedness. Whether in the realm of truth or the realm of projection, the essence remains unchanged. The young boy stated directly, "I do not wish for gold. I seek your guidance in cultivation." Lin Zhe shook his head, expressing his lack of desire to teach a disciple. Moreover, he could not remain in this fragment of the world for long. "If you genuinely wish to cultivate, how about I provide you with a technique?" Instantly, a gleam of fervor erupted in the boy's eyes, akin to the blazing sun illuminating the golden coast. "Excellent. It is a promise." With that, Lin Zhe pointed at the boy's brow, imparting a technique named Zi Yuhuan Xian Tong into his mind. Lin Zhe's extensive knowledge, having assimilated various teachings and techniques, had culminated in unique creations residing within his consciousness, among which Zi Yuhuan Xian Tong was one. Naturally, this did not constitute any infringement, nor did it violate the rules of the sect. Trading one's own possessions brought Lin Zhe a sense of peace. "Now, you provide me with a stone, and I shall grant you the technique. Our exchange is complete, and we owe each other nothing." Having achieved his objective, Lin Zhe stored the Tianming Xianjing and vanished from the spot, seeking a tranquil place to comprehend the Tianming Xianjing and attain the Tianming Xiantai. After Lin Zhe's disappearance, the boy stood momentarily in place. Then, a purple crescent moon flickered in the boy's eyes. Ziyu Huan Xiantong was now his. Atop the lush, primeval forest, Lin Zhe sat cross-legged in the void. He grasped the starfish-shaped Tianming Xianjing in his hands, pushing the Tianming mark to its utmost limit, aiming to peer into the true essence of the Xianjing. In the next moment, the Tianming Xianjing became searing hot, responding to the Tianming mark. The supreme understanding at level 6 activated. You have discovered the unparalleled treasure, Tianming Xianjing. However, you are not the Tianming Xiantai and cannot unravel the profundities of the Tianming Xianjing to perceive its true form. You attempt to forcibly decipher the Tianming Xiantai, converting the Tianming for your own use. Can this be achieved? Sensing the influx of information from his supreme understanding, Lin Zhe felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had always held confidence in his extraordinary abilities. Even advanced techniques like the Qing Sheng sacred weapon and the Ba Huang blood-exclusive techniques were within his grasp. Yet, the Tianming Xiantai was indeed somewhat beyond the norm, arguably another form of extraordinary ability altogether. Moreover, it bore a super-exclusive rule of being singular in a lifetime. Whether his supreme understanding could master the Tianming Xiantai remained uncertain. Nonetheless, as he often stated, it was worth attempting. Success would yield immense rewards, and failure would incur no loss. Fortunately, his formidable supreme understanding did not disappoint. You have unraveled the mystery of the Tianming Xiantai. You have successfully transformed your physique into the Tianming Xiantai. In the next moment, Lin Zhe sensed an indescribable essence within his body. He felt an extraordinary sense of control over the entire world. With but a thought, it seemed as though the world around him would shift in accordance with his will. This is what is meant by, "My will is the will of heaven. My heart is the heart of heaven. The Tianming resides within me." Simultaneously, with the body of the Tianming Xiantai, you re-examine the Tianming Xianjing. In this examination, you are like a fish in water, experiencing no sense of awkwardness. You comprehend the true meaning of Tianming. Your Tianming Xiantai has been completed, achieving further transformation and elevation. Your mastery over Tianming has increased, cost reduced, and you have understood additional profound techniques of Tianming. The understanding of the Tianming Xianjing has empowered Lin Zhe's Tianming Xiantai, rendering even more formidable. Armed with the supreme power of Tianming, Lin Zhe can now traverse time and space at will, defy the heavens and earth, and observe the causal connections of all things. What mere mortals cannot achieve. In other words, Lin Zhe's gaze penetrated the barriers of worlds, glimpsing the distant Qingyu. Old friends, your good days are numbered. Chapter 126. The toxicity of the Xianjing beyond the River of Realms. The vast expanse supporting the Tianming true realm, Hong Tian, suddenly felt an unsettling chill creeping up his spine, a sensation reminiscent of a thief's intrusion. Indeed, it felt as though a burglar had entered his home. Frowning, Hong Tian pondered why, as a Tianming Xiantai, he would experience such a feeling. How peculiar! Just as he was deep in thought regarding this strange sensation, the River of Realms stirred. Lin Zhe emerged from the world fragment, holding a stone that shimmered enticingly in Hong Tian's eyes, calling forth all his will. The Tianming Xianjing has been located. Immediately, Hong Tian exerted all his strength to expand the Tianming true realm, ensuring Lin Zhe's safe exit from the River of Realms, lest he fall prey to that sinister entity. Although Hong Tian could not discern what that entity truly was, it had consistently lingered near the three world fragments housing the Tianming Xianjing, suggesting it would not passively allow the Xianjing to be taken. There was a chance it might resort to desperate measures. Caution was warranted regarding that sinister being's potential ambush. However, contrary to both Hong Tian's and Lin Zhe's expectations, the entity remained motionless upon witnessing Lin Zhe retrieve the Tianming Xianjing. It merely revealed a pair of crimson demonic eyes, staring intently at Lin Zhe, as if attempting to convey some silent message. A hoarse voice, seemingly emanating from an ancient era, filled with the desolation of bygone ages, echoed in Lin Zhe's ears. This voice was intermittent, resembling the ramblings of a dying person. Lin Zhe could only discern fragments of the message. Tianming contends with the emperor. Tianming retreats, entangled in epics. Thus, the ancient shattered, transforming into countless dust. I now comprehend the terrifying magnitude of Tianming between life and death, warning future generations with these words. Beware, beware. The Xianjing is toxic. The Xianjing is toxic. Upon hearing the phrase, the Xianjing is toxic, Lindsay was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he inquired, what does this mean? The shadow did not respond. Its crimson eyes remained fixated on Lindsay, incessantly repeating the words he had just spoken, particularly emphasizing, the Xianjing is toxic. It seemed that this entity was left with nothing but this lingering obsession, unable to communicate, merely reiterating this remnant of a distant past. Soon after, it vanished into the River of Realms, never to be seen again. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhe departed the River of Realms and approached Hong Tian. Upon witnessing Lin Zhe's successful exit from the River of Realms, Hong Tian exhaled in relief and dismantled the Tianming True Realm. With the Xianjing secured, Hong Tian was in high spirits. Typically unwilling to concede to Lin Zhe, he could not help but give him a thumbs up. It was indeed your intervention that brought resolution. That wretched entity had tormented me for so long. Finally, someone dealt with it. Lin Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Hong Tian. So, who exactly was that shadow? Hong Tian paused, asking me. I know nothing. That entity seemed to have a grudge against me. It pursued me relentlessly as soon as I descended, unlike its gentleness towards you, only attacking at your doorstep. I intended to probe its depths, but each time I exerted my utmost effort, I could barely withstand a single strike. I have no idea where that thing came from. It's utterly abnormal. Lin Zhe was speechless. He understood that it was not that Hong Tian, the genuine Tanming Xiantai, was incapable of sensing the shadow's anomalies. Rather, he was too weak to compel the shadow to utilize the power of Tianming. Your perspective is rather limited, which explains your inability to perceive the truth. Hong Tian smirked slightly. Are you implying that he, a formidable Tianming giant body, possesses a low realm? What prowess do you possess? What destiny do you hold? How extraordinary you are. How intriguing. But wait, do you truly comprehend its essence? Lin Shi inquired. Perhaps, to an extent. However, prior to that, I have a question. Go ahead. Have you ever pondered how the previous generation of Tianming giant body met their demise? The moment this question was posed, Hong Tian's expression shifted subtly. He gazed at the sky, then at the ground, ultimately shrugging in resignation. This inquiry is not just my concern. It is a mystery that perhaps every soul on this earth is keen to unravel. The Tao of 9 giant bodies allows for but one in an era. If the previous generation had not perished, the next would not emerge. Yet, with the strength of the 9 giant bodies, achieving immortality is but a trivial feat. Invincibility is merely a matter of course. They are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the great Tao, and once they achieve enlightenment, they will undoubtedly reign supreme, unparalleled in the universe. For such beings, seeking death is exceedingly difficult. Under their suppression, the emergence of the next generation of giant bodies seems nearly impossible. Yet, here we are, the two of us. How does one explain this? Hong Tian pondered before responding. I cannot speak for your myriad laws. But as for our Tianming side, a hint of melancholy crosses features. I suspect it may simply be too mundane. After all, as a Tianming giant body, I embody celestial will. My heart mirrors the heavens. Destiny resides within me. This sensation of dominion over all, of fulfilling every desire, may seem blissful if only fleeting. But should it accompany one throughout their life, it transforms into a tormenting curse. Lin Zhe's lips twitched slightly. Hong Tian's words echoed the sentiment of acquiring wealth, yet losing peace of mind. What if I told you it too is a Tianming giant body? At least it can wield the power of Tianming. Lin Zhe gestured toward the river below, speaking candidly. Upon hearing this, Hong Tian was taken aback. What on earth? After a moment of dazed contemplation, Hong Tian finally realized. No wonder I felt as though someone had infiltrated my domain. It was this entity. Lin Zhe remarked, here, take this. With a hint of unease, Lin Zhe tossed the Tianming Xianjing to Hong Tian and swiftly changed the subject. Examine the Xianjing carefully for any issues. What happened? When I emerged with the Xianjing, that ghostly figure conveyed a message to me. Lin Zhe relayed the words of the specter to Hong Tian. The two exchanged glances and began to contemplate deeply. Moments later, Hong Tian's expression darkened. No wonder the predecessors had thrown the Xianjing into the river. They must have uncovered something profoundly significant. In retrospect, the ghostly figure guarding the Xianjing and preventing my approach was likely a safeguard left by the predecessors. continuously protecting me. Upon this realization, Hong Tian felt a twinge of guilt. He had previously insulted the predecessor's lineage. This cannot stand. Once I attain enlightenment, I must amend this disgraceful past. At this moment, Lin Zhe stated, if you wish to discern what your predecessor uncovered, we must dissect it from the beginning. The phrase Tianming contends with the emperor for divinity. Tianming retreats. The ancient shattered into myriad dust likely serves as the basis for their warning about the toxicity of the Xianjing. Have you heard anything similar during your time in the Outer Realms? Hong Tian shook his head without a moment's thought. That was far too distant. Presently, in the Tianlan realm, ancient events remain elusive, let alone those from the primordial era that preceded it. The distant primordial age has left behind merely 3 ancient relics as remnants, barely validating its existence. Hong Tian shrugged his shoulders. Unless I were to ascend to the Saint realm right now and utilize the transcendent results of the Saint combined with the Xianjing to complete the Tianming power, perhaps I might glimpse those buried tales within the torrents of time. But looking at the Xianjing, which I had long sought in vain, Hong Tian sighed helplessly. Now, the Xianjing presents a significant problem. Oh, predecessor, you left but a warning of toxicity. How am I to proceed? Should I read the Xianjing or not? Lin Zhe remained silent. The 3 ancient relics? This matter inevitably circles back to Qing Song, the sole primordial entity responsible for the deterioration of the 3 ancient relics. What are you contemplating? Nothing much. Lingering here serves no purpose. Let us depart for now. Hong Tian shook his head. You may return first. I intend to thoroughly examine this Xianjing to discern the root of its issues. Additionally, let's temporarily refer to that ghostly figure as ghostly figure. I wish to wait a bit longer to see if it will appear again and provide me with some hints. Lin Zhe nodded, casually tearing open a portal through the void, and turned to leave. As he departed, Hong Tian's voice echoed once more. Do not grow complacent in these days. With the Xianjing in my possession, ascending to the realm of destiny and even the Saint realm is but a trifle. Do not be too negative, or I may surpass you. Lin Zhe waved in farewell. We shall speak of it once you ascend. Stepping through the void, Lin Zhe returned to the Qingyu North Star Lin family. Now that the Tianming giant body has been established, he can manipulate destiny and bring those schemers to account one by one. And the first, a slight smile graced Lin Zhe's lips. Sister-in-law, are you ready to meet me? Outside the North Star Imperial Capital, at the location of the Lu family in Wushuangpo, Lin Mo personally conveyed Lin Zhe's divine decree. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's command, the Lu family members' expressions shifted dramatically. They were ordered to gather the Lu family's high-ranking officials without exception and immediately present themselves before Lin Zhe. This hardly sounds like a favorable development. Could it be related to Han Yan's disappearance a few days ago? If that is indeed the case, Han Yan could not have fled on her own, could she? Foolish, utterly foolish. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhen, turned pale. Steward Lin, our Lu family has always been loyal to the Lin family and the second young master, never daring to harbor any disloyalty. Please, second young master, see reason. Lin Mo's expression remained tranquil as he reiterated his official stance. Lu family head, it is not for me to determine your family's matters. I am merely conveying the second young master's orders. The high-ranking officials of the Lu family must see the second young master. Not a single one can be absent. I do not wish to repeat myself. Lu Zhen's expression grew stern. Yes, yes, I will comply with the second young master's decree. Then let us proceed. With that, Lin Mo's gaze swept across the Lu family officials as he personally escorted them to the Lin family. Shortly thereafter, a grand procession arrived at the Lin family's courtyard. Lin Mo reported, Young master, Lu Zhen and the others have been brought. The courtyard fell silent for a moment before an ethereal, distant voice, seemingly from beyond this world, resonated throughout the Lin family. Enter. Yes. Lin Mo led Lu Zhen and the others into the Lin family's courtyard, where Lin Zhe resided. Upon opening the door, they beheld Lin Zhe seated in the void, emanating an aura of supreme authority, akin to a celestial emperor gracing the mortal realm. He sat in the void, his eyes tightly shut, not displaying any sign of movement. Yet, it felt as though heaven and earth were under his dominion, as if he held absolute control. Though thunder and rain did not manifest, his presence alone instilled awe and reverence in every soul present. Is this the innate divine being? Is Lin Gongzi's divinity not excessively formidable? Tremors coursed through Lu Zhen and the others' bodies, their knees buckling involuntarily. In this moment of weakness, they felt compelled to kneel. Thud! Lu Jun and the Lu clan bowed before the second young master. May the second young master possess boundless powers, enduring through the ages. Lindsay did not open his eyes. At that moment, he was utilizing the foundation of the Tianming giant body to comprehend the cosmos. Forging a unique path of his own, he spoke, "There is no need for alarm. This young master has summoned you all merely to seek an answer. Please do inquire." Lu Jun's heart tightened. What answer could it be? Could it be that the rebellious girl has secretly fled? Rebellious girl. Rebellious girl. You are leading my Lu family to utter ruin, to be reduced to ashes. Just as Lu Jun was seething with indignation, Lindsay spoke. He said previously, "I inquired about Lu Changfeng, but it appears you have not been truthful with me." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun was taken aback. Truthful? Was it not because of that rebellious Han Yin? Lu Jun felt a sense of relief as long as it was not Han Yin who was in trouble. He began to protest, "Second young master, I am wronged. There are deeper secrets regarding Lu Changfeng." With that, Lu Jun cast a glance at the clan uncle who was privy to Lu Changfeng's detailed information. Uncle, quickly, reveal the entire matter to the second young master. All eyes immediately turned to the clan uncle, filled with pleading and hope. The clan uncle sighed inwardly. "It seems I cannot keep this under wraps any longer," he said. "I beg for the second young master's forgiveness. Lu Changfeng is indeed the source of calamity for the Lu family." At the time, I dared not speak more. Lindsay calmly responded, "Speak." "Yes." The clan elder of the Lu family organized his thoughts. In the next moment, he uttered something astonishing. "To be honest, second young master, our Lu family was actually the primary lineage of the Bi-Fire sacred cult back in the day. The cult's founder was one of our own. The term sacred cult was not comprehensible to others, but the clan uncle knew that Lindsay, who had become an innate deity and entered the innate realm, would certainly understand. For the four characters of Bi-Fire sacred cult, even after many years, remained an unquenchable nightmare in the hearts of countless innate deities. Upon hearing this, Lindsay, who was immersed in comprehending his unique cultivation technique, was also taken aback. He knew that Lu Hanyin was born of a demonic womb, but he never expected that the Lu family was the very clan from which the demonic womb had emerged 8,000 years ago. So this means that the Lu family indeed has a bloodline connection and recognition of the demonic womb. Such thoughts stirred within Lindsay, and he calmly said, "Continue. Focus on this cult leader." Subsequently, a faint thread of fate enveloped Lindsay. The wonders of destiny are boundless. The Lu family's bloodline and their understanding of the cult leader would significantly aid Lindsay in locating the demonic womb. The clan uncle hesitated slightly. The second young master's reaction was remarkably calm, unlike what he had learned from Lu Hong, the clan leader. Could it be that the era of the innate realm has changed? Yes. He felt puzzled and continued his narration. In fact, this cult leader is the sole pivot around which all fortunes of the Lu family revolve. In the distant past, 8,000 years ago, our Lu family was merely an ordinary family of physicians. But one day, a certain lady of our Lu family gave birth to a divine daughter. This girl possessed extraordinary talent. Her bones were astonishing. She could walk within 3 months, sprinting like the wind and speaking eloquently. People regarded her as divine, believing that some celestial being had bestowed this divine womb upon us Lu family for our great deeds in saving lives and healing the wounded, thus leading our family to glory and prosperity. Therefore, we Lu family dedicated all our efforts to nurture this divine womb, hoping she would grow strong and usher in a new era for the Lu family. And indeed, this divine womb did not disappoint. The clan uncle recounted. By the age of 9, she was knowledgeable and wise, comprehending the principles of heaven and earth, breaking through the 7th stage of the postnatal realm. By 12, she transcended the mysteries of the postnatal realm and ascended to its peak. At 15, this girl became extraordinary, advancing to the innate realm, and even created an extraordinary technique named Zhenhua Shengma. She conferred this technique to all of Lu family, permitting everyone to practice it. Simultaneously, she opened the gates of the mountain, establishing herself as the Bi-Fire cult leader, promising all who wish to ascend to the innate realm the opportunity to practice her method, paving the way for countless disciples and followers. The clan uncle sighed softly. Thus, from that day forth, the world of our Lu family underwent a complete transformation. From that day on, the majority of Lu family members began a frenzied slaughter to achieve the innate realm. They became indifferent to life and death, wantonly deciding the fates of mortals. The Lu family, once known for its benevolence and healing, was replaced by a cult lineage that slaughtered the world in pursuit of demonic powers. After a century of such madness, our Lu family's power reached unprecedented heights, birthing 2 beings of the mysterious realm, 7 of the heavenly origin realm, and dozens of formidable beings of the divine sea, establishing an unmatched strength and ascending to the pinnacle of the Qingyu. While one main lineage of our Lu family had achieved such feats, the entire cult was as vast as a towering giant tree, and at its peak, even the supreme 9 sects of Qingyu had to avoid its sharpness. As for the cult leader who created the demonic powers and established the cult, her strength was unparalleled. Had it not been for that powerful semi-saint, no one in Qingyu could have matched her. The clan uncle continued, glancing at Lin Zhe's expression. He remained calm and composed. This was peculiar. It was understandable if he had never heard of the cult. But how could someone of the innate realm not have heard of the 9 sects of Qingyu and the semi-saint? Proceed. Lin Zhe's aura of destiny thickened. We are almost there. The clan uncle regained his focus. You should already know what happened later. The cult leader was slain by the semi-saint. The cult's power was completely eradicated, and a divine punishment was enacted, leaving no chance of survival. Fortunately, some members of our Lu family at the time insisted on practicing medicine for good and refused to be tainted by the cult, forming another branch of the Lu family, which allowed us to escape disaster and preserve some of our lineage. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's aura of destiny surged even more. A faint purple light flickered within his closed eyes. She did not kill your branch because of her feelings for you, the clan uncle said, according to Lu Hong. The clan leader, that cult leader ultimately hails from our Lu family and harbors sentiments for us. Seeing that we refuse to practice the demonic arts and commit murder, she left us a path to survive, allowing us to learn the arts at the Wanwu Tianqian sect and refine our medical skills. Later, when the cult was destroyed, the Wanwu Tianqian sect feared being implicated and secretly expelled our branch from the mountain, returning us to the mortal realm. Hearing this, Lin Zhe chuckled coldly. Her feelings for you truly run deep. The clan uncle was puzzled by his meaning. What do you mean, second young master? Continue. Yes. Subsequently, our Lu family lived peacefully, enduring over 7,000 years of tranquil times. Until 100 years ago, Lu Changfeng ventured out and was unexpectedly discovered by cult members, who recognized his bloodline and learned of the past. Lu Changfeng then sought to return to the cult's embrace and persuaded the Lu family to assist that cult leader in making a comeback. The previous clan leader, Lu Hong, refused to support the cult again, leading to a rift with Lu Changfeng and orchestrated the decline of the Lu family, moving from the Jiujing Empire to Beichun to evade the cult's scrutiny. I, due to my close relationship with second Uncle Changfeng, learned some secrets, which is why the previous clan leader, Lu Hong, entrusted me with these secrets and revealed the past. This is the entirety of the Lu family's secrets, and I hope the second young master will investigate thoroughly. Is that all? Yes. I would not dare deceive the second young master. Every word I utter is the truth. The Lu family clan uncle spoke earnestly. He did not deceive Lin Zhe, nor could he deceive one possessing the destiny celestial body. However, Lin Zhe was aware that there was a warning in Lu Hong's tomb. Beware of the Wanwu Tianqian sect. Clearly, Lu Hong may have sensed the survival of their branch in his lifetime. It was merely a contingency left by that cult leader. Hence, he did not trust her, which is why he left such a warning. However, this raises a question. Why did Lu Honglian divulge so many confidential past events to this Lu clan uncle, yet omit this crucial piece of information? Lin Zhe did not ponder this question too deeply, nor did he feel the need to, for destiny would reveal the answer to him. Prior to possessing the Tianming immortal body, Lin Zhe had already recognized the effectiveness of Tianming. Now that he truly possessed it, he comprehended its profound utility. Destiny is with me. With a resonant hum, destiny manifested. A thread of fate emerged, carrying answers. Through this thread, Lin Zhe beheld a pair of hands, as pure as jade. She personally placed the blood silk into Lu Hong's tomb, guiding the one who opened the tomb to the direction of the Wanwu Tianqian Zong. According to the trajectory of the original text, the true fire sacred demon art would be acquired by Wu Tong. Given Wu Tong's disposition, he would undoubtedly investigate the demon sect, and it would not be long before he traced it back to Lu Hong's tomb, ultimately leading him to the Wanwu Tianqian Zong. How intriguing. Another layer of schemes within schemes. Yet this time, the trap was not set for Wu Tong, but rather aimed at Lin Zhe. With this realization, Lin Zhe opened his eyes fully. At this moment, the aura of destiny surrounding him reached its zenith. Location locked. A radiant star appeared in Lin Zhe's vision. Found you. Chapter 129. Farewell Lu Hanyan in a pitch-black realm devoid of light. Lu Hanyan, who was nurturing demonic energy, suddenly opened her bright crimson eyes. She gazed into a certain void and sprang to her feet. Since revealing her true form, she had remained as calm as an unfathomable depth. But now her eyes sparkled with disbelief, tumultuous emotions churning within her. Is it you? The void trembled. Naturally, it is I, Lin Zhe's playful voice echoed, sister-in-law. You certainly made it easy for me to find you. As his voice resonated through the dark void, his figure emerged amidst the rippling layers of emptiness. Before Lu Hanyan stood Lin Zhe, clad in the Wuxia sacred weapon sword box, having traversed countless barriers to arrive at this clandestine refuge known only to her. How did you know of this place? Lu Hanyan felt a heavy weight in her heart, sensing that everything had spiraled beyond her control, surpassing even the confines of the chessboard. She had anticipated that Lin Zhe would seek the heavenly secrets, searching for every clue related to her, ultimately uncovering the Wanwu Tianxinzong ahead of her plans. However, she had never imagined that Lin Zhe could find his way here, to this absolute void. It was here that she had first discerned the heavenly secrets upon her descent into the demonic womb, a place imbued with a fragment of her true power, a sanctuary uniquely hers, utterly unknown to outsiders. Yet Lin Zhe had stumbled upon this place. Bypassing the Wanwu Tianxinzong as a contingency, he had directly located her final lair. Such a maneuver left Lu Hanyan completely bewildered by Lin Zhe's prowess. Each of his steps was beyond her expectations, every advancement beyond her predictions. This person is exceedingly sinister. In the face of Lu Hanyan's surprise and wariness, Lin Zhe appeared remarkably at ease. With the Tianming immortal body and the fully awakened Bahuang blood coursing through him, coupled with his exquisite cultivation and various techniques, no matter how many tricks Lu Hanyan possessed, she could never escape Lin Zhe's grasp. Lin Zhe could now be deemed invincible in the Qingyu. If he were to let you slip away in this land devoid of saint-level beings, then the name Lin Zhe could be written backward. He chuckled. There are always more solutions than difficulties, wouldn't you agree? His laughter was as confident and radiant as ever, imbued with an alluring mystery. Lu Hanyan remained silent. The two exchanged gazes from a distance, reminiscent of their time in the Lin family of that sunny afternoon. Back in the carriage. Yet this time, the enchanting atmosphere of the carriage was absent, replaced by a surging undercurrent of tension. After a long while, Lu Hanyan let out an ambiguous sigh that echoed through the dark void, the meaning behind it lost to the shadows. Lynch approached Liu Hanyan, their eyes locking in mutual scrutiny. Shall we have a chat? Lu Hanyan shot Lin Zhe a glance. If I were to decline, would you kill me on the spot? Lin Zhe smiled. Sister-in-law, how could I harm you? You are my sister-in-law. You never referred to me as sister-in-law before. Times have changed. Ask away. All right, my first question. Lin Zhe squinted. When did you become the leader of the demon sect? The title of demon sect leader had always remained unchanged, making Lin Zhe's question somewhat perplexing. However, Lu Hanyan understood the essence of his inquiry. To perfect her scheme, without raising suspicion among those involved, she had existed as Lu Hanyan during that time, not as the leader of the demon sect. During that period, she was indeed just a simple young lady of the Lu family, living her life along a predetermined trajectory as an ordinary person. She possessed Lu Hanyan's emotions and the future narrative of Lu Hanyan. But alas, she cast a glance at Lin Zhe, a flicker of complex light momentarily flashing in her crimson eyes. She was Lu Hanyan, yet ultimately, she was not Lu Hanyan. Since the moment you broke the game, my awareness began to awaken. The chaos of the goo worms occurred earlier than I had designed. My superficial consciousness began to revive, guiding Lu Hanyan to bring you to the Lu family, attempting to restore order to the chaos. But little did I know you would unravel the highest realm of the true fire sacred demon art in just a few days, astonishing the world with your innate true body and blood, completely awakening the true me. Such speed rivals even my demonic arts. The Lin Zhe of the Lin family, without blood or body, could never possess such capability. Lu Hanyan then shifted her tone, questioning Lin Zhe, her gaze filled with an unprecedented intensity, shining like a star. So, who exactly are you? At this point in the game, I've already exited. Before I leave, could you enlighten me? Did I lose to other formless players, or to the most sacred Qing song? In response, Lin Zhe stated directly, I am Lin Zhe. Besides that, I am no one else. Lu Hanyan's eyes brimmed with demonic energy, and as her gaze fell upon Lin Zhe, a shadow of malevolence silently approached from behind him. She continued, "Impossible. Lin Zhe should not be like you. If you do not wish to share, then so be it." Lin Zhe chuckled. "Not like me? Then how should I be? A figure you can manipulate at will? How can you be certain what you see is indeed the truth?" Moreover, Lin Zhe's lips curled into a smirk. "Sister-in-law, this certainly does not reflect the calm demeanor expected of one who has chosen to exit the game." With that, Lin Zhe casually reached behind him, grasping a pure, chilling flame of demonic energy. This flame was familiar to Lin Zhe. It was indeed the sacred demon True Fire. However, compared to Lin Zhe's previous sacred demon True Fire, Lu Hanyan's flame was evidently more pristine and sinister, brimming with an insatiable, overwhelming brutality. It held absolute dominion and devouring power over Lin Zhe's former sacred demon True Fire. This was the supreme sacred demon True Fire, positioned at the pinnacle of the entire demonic art series. Lu Hanyan intended to use this demonic flame as a lethal strike. It was evident. She sought to directly engulf Lin Zhe, this lower-tier practitioner of demonic arts, thereby controlling him. This notion was indeed clever. Unfortunately, Lin Zhe was not merely a practitioner of demonic arts. Lu Hanyan's demonic techniques had long been assimilated by Lin Zhe, becoming part of the Bahuang Blood's triune unity. To attempt to control Lin Zhe with demonic arts was but a fanciful dream. Bang! Lu Hanyan's sacred demon True Fire was crushed, erupting with a powerful, resonating sound. Upon witnessing her ambush fail, Lu Hanyan remained undeterred. She merely sighed, acknowledging that variables indeed live up to their name. In such a brief span of time, you have already embarked upon a different path. Perhaps I have been too short-sighted. Perhaps even back when the Jijidi army invaded, I should have entrusted the Mo Gong Daogua to you. Chapter 130. Are you the celestial body of destiny? Had you refined the Mo Gong Daogua, perhaps at this moment, we would occupy an entirely different realm. Lu Hanyan spoke thus. Lin Zhe, however, laughed aloud. If you had truly given me the Mo Gong Daogua, then you would have been the one truly finished. With a godlike comprehension at level 6, I possess the ability to usurp the Daogua. Your Dao is my Dao. My Dao remains my own. If Lu Hanyan had genuinely bestowed the Daogua upon Lin Zhe, not only would Lu Hanyan meet her demise, but the formless true self behind her would also suffer the same fate. Lu Hanyan failed to grasp Lin Zhe's meaning. You need not understand. The second question, since we were discussing Daogua, Lin Zhe regarded Lu Hanyan, reminiscing about their days together in the Lin family. His gaze grew complex. If I were to refine the Daogua according to your scheme, what fate would await the Lin family? Lin Zhe was never one to be swayed by emotions. Within his heart, the thirst for power always superseded romantic entanglements. If Lin Zhe were to choose between eternal life and an unwavering love, he would unhesitatingly opt for the former. Yet, reflecting on the past 18 years, where members of the Lin family have perished or been injured, Lin Zhe had grown accustomed to the treachery, schemes, and deceit. Thus, he had concealed himself early on, shrouding his brilliance. Over these 18 years, Lin Zhe's world was small, with few individuals leaving a profound mark on his memory. It could be said that apart from Lin Ao and Lin Mo, only Lu Hanyan remained. If possible, Lin Zhe still hoped for a peaceful parting between them. Meeting Lin Zhe's gaze, Lu Hanyan fell silent for a considerable time. Finally, her blood-red eyes flickered as she spoke. If you were to bear the fortune of the Qingyu to attain the Dao, I would surely consume you, using a blood sacrifice to the Lin family to conclude the final karmic ties. Upon uttering these words, both fell silent. After a long while, Lin Zhe sighed deeply. You know, I'm a nostalgic person. Had you spoken a kind word just now, extricating yourself from this predicament, perhaps I would not pursue the matter further. Lu Hanyan shook her head. Regardless of past dreams and memories, from a moment I awakened the Mo tie, transcending the formless became paramount. Even if there may be a story between us, even if we were to create a new family with numerous children, ultimately, I would sever all ties between us and perform a blood sacrifice to attain the Dao. Lin Zhe sighed softly, his expression turning cold. So there is nothing to discuss? Words are futile. Let us take action. With that, Lu Hanyan unleashed an overwhelming demonic might. Boom! The blood-red, demonic flames surged like a great wave, sweeping towards Lin Zhe with the force of a tidal wave. In an instant, the winds rose, and the heavens and earth were turned upside down. The dark void trembled, and an endless storm erupted, tearing apart all in its path. A terrifying wall of fire descended from the heavens, as if the Milky Way were cascading down 3,000 feet. Then, the wall of fire morphed, enveloping Lin Zhe entirely, as countless demonic dragons surged from the flames, charging fiercely toward him. Faced with Lu Hanyan's all-encompassing assault, Lin Zhe merely struck casually. With a single blow, he quelled the fire dragons and demonic flames, erasing them into nothingness. Looking ahead, Lu Hanyan had already vanished without a trace. From the moment Lin Zhe discovered the lair of her true form, she had realized she was no match for him and had seized the opportunity of her grand attack to escape into the void. Observing this situation, Lin Zhe remained unfazed. Can she truly escape? A slight smile curved his lips, and the violet light of destiny in his eyes erupted. Rewind. As the command to rewind fell from his lips, Lin Zhe issued the highest decree to this realm. In the past, Hong Tian, with merely a half-step into the divine sea and lacking the celestial sutra, could command the heavens to reverse time. Now, Lin Zhe, at the limit of the Xian realm, enforces the law, having also unraveled the celestial sutra. His every action and thought harmonized with the supreme heavenly path, mastering destiny. All he did was real. All he thought was the world. Destiny is mine. Borrowing a phrase from Hong Tian, at this moment, Lin Zhe faced no possibility of cannot, only that of will or will not. Buzz. The dark void rapidly retreated at a visible speed. The figure of Lu Hanyan, who had fled, reappeared in this realm. Gazing upon the familiar world, upon the familiar silhouette, Lu Hanyan stood still for a moment. Time flowed backward. Mastery over time and space is a means reserved for those who have transcended the formless. The second step of a sage. In this land of Qingyu, apart from Qing He, who possesses the bloodline of the Qing Sheng, it is inconceivable for another to wield the power over time, unless Lu Hanyan narrowed her demonic eyes. Could it be the celestial body of destiny? Lin Zhe ignored her. He continued to command. Confine. The vast power of the heavens instantly encased Lu Hanyan like a prison. Chains of divine laws extended from a void, entwining her and leaving her nowhere to hide. This move left Lu Hanyan momentarily stunned. While time flowing backward could be associated with Qing Song, the power to command the heavens in confinement. Where did it originate? This sort of strength appearing in the sealed Qingyu. It's simply, Lu Hanyan furrowed her brow. Time rewind. Heavenly confinement. Variables. Lu Hanyan's pupils suddenly contracted. She considered a possibility. You are the celestial body of destiny. At this moment, even Lu Hanyan, who had previously speculated Lin Zhe's connection to Qing Song without changing countenance, finally altered her expression. Is indeed true. If Lin Zhe is the celestial body of destiny, then all of this can be explained. 18 years ago, why was the heavenly mechanism of Qingyu in disarray? Why did the predetermined trajectory of fate deviate? How could Lin Zhe achieve what others cannot, forcefully breaking the situation with terrifying prowess? All these questions have found their answers. For Lin Zhe is the celestial body of destiny, an incredible miracle of the great Tao that exists only in legend. This is bad. Realizing this, Lu Hanyan immediately began to resist. An immortal body approaching completion stood before her. If she did not exert all her means to break free, she would never have another chance to turn the tables. Once destiny enters the fray, it grants no second chances. 10,000 paths of Samara. Before the celestial body of destiny, Lu Hanyan finally unleashed her true power. She ceased to hide and employ petty tricks, opting instead for a direct confrontation. At this moment, an overwhelming tide of sinister, demonic energy erupted, shattering the entire dark void. Boom! The malevolence surged. The heavens of Qingyu instantly transformed into a blood-red expanse. Streams of Azura blood and demonic energy flooded the entire Qingyu, morphing into countless sinister demonic puppets, transforming the realm into a boundless sea of corpses and blood. Within the blood sea, a pair of crimson demonic eyes awakened from slumber. An unparalleled fiend descended upon Qingyu. Chapter 131. All saints are alarmed. Rumble. The azure sky cleaved through the clouds. The blood sea churned. Qingyu once again fell into a sea of corpses and blood. The sky was filled with crimson, immersing the entire realm in a frenzy of bloodshed, awakening the most sinister, demonic nature within every soul. The cries of birds echoed through the mountains. The winds howled through the forests. All beings upon the earth succumbed. In an instant, the world was turned upside down, and murderous intent surged forth. The darkest hour in Qingyu had descended once more. Many elders of Qingyu, who had experienced the apocalyptic calamity, awakened from their slumber. They gazed in horror at the celestial phenomena in the sky, unable to believe their eyes. This is the Demon Lord? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I witnessed with my own eyes the Demon Lord perish at the hands of the semi-saint. The half-saint strike obliterated the vast expanse of the Qingyu, leaving no trace behind. How could the Demon Lord possibly escape this calamity? Yet this aura is unmistakably hers. To withstand the half-saint Qinghe's blow and remain unscathed, this is disastrous. In the Tianlan realm, a resplendent bloodlight soared into the sky above Qingyu. The saints from nearby realms were immediately stirred, swiftly projecting their will to the fringes of Qingyu to witness the unfolding tempest. Just like the aura from 8 millennia ago, that entity's demonic essence has once again made its move. Is there a chance this time? Perhaps, as the games played by the significant figures are always cautious. Yet each move can prove fatal. Such a commotion could not arise without reason. The last time Qinghe acted, he nearly lost his life. Will the protective shell of Qingyu be breached this time? We shall observe in anticipation. The collective will of the saints descended upon the eye of this tempest within Qingyu. Their gazes, sharp as wolves circling their prey, poised to pounce at the slightest sign of weakness from the mighty lion of Qingyu, ready to tear it apart, leaving no remains. It is evident that the storm of Tianlan is on the brink of resurgence. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Changhe sword sect, the sound of rattling chains echoed incessantly. Ancient, weathered eyes opened in the darkness, illuminating the past and present. The chaos has just begun. Are you all so eager to act? Such impatience. The frail, aged form of the half-saint Qinghe grew tall and imposing amidst the tremors of countless chains. Divine light erupted from within him, nurturing and warming his physique, liberating him from the shackles of mortality and restoring his former glory. In this moment, his gaze turned icy, a chilling light capable of freezing the entirety of Qingyu. It seems you have forgotten that I am a descendant of the supreme Qingtsang. The chains binding the half-saint Qinghe began to shatter inch by inch as he advanced toward the source of the aura. Though a million foes stand in my way, I shall proceed. Yet at this moment, a decree, light as a feather, reverberated throughout the realms, causing all to come to a standstill. Silence reigned. The ethereal voice of a celestial being echoed, plunging the world into a state of stasis. A mere whisper from the supreme being, 2 simple characters, rendered the very fabric of time and space in Qingyu motionless. The expressions of all were frozen in the terror of the previous moment. Only a few with profound cultivation could preserve the flow of thought within the stillness. Even then, they could only watch as the world remained in suspension, their bodies akin to stone, utterly immobile. What is this? How could this happen? Time itself has ceased. Is this not a technique reserved for high-tier saints? How could such an existence manifest in Qingyu? Could it be that the half-saint has intervened? In this still world, only their thoughts continue to swirl. The tumultuous sea of blood stilled. Atop the crest of the waves, the demonic-eyed Lu Hanyin narrowed her gaze, observing Lin Zhe as he strolled casually toward her. The flame of malice in her eyes flickered momentarily. She forcibly summoned her demonic essence, gathering immense power to shatter the world's stillness. Turning, Lu Hanyin unleashed a lethal strike toward Lin Zhe, the saint demon soul-devouring. Boom! An endless purgatory, a raging inferno. A massive demonic hand reached out from behind Lin Zhe. Without turning back, he simply uttered a light command, dissipate. With that word, the decree permeated the realm. Lu Hanyin's attack vanished in an instant, rejected by the world. Ceasing to exist, Lu Hanyin's brow furrowed. She had to admit, the heavenly fate immortal body was indeed a nuisance. In the fleeting confrontation between Lu Hanyin and Lin Zhe, the saints outside Qingyu also furrowed their brows. With time suspended in this land, who besides Qinghe could wield such power? Who is this individual? How could that entity's demonic essence confront him? Could it be that one was engaged in battle with another? No, as long as Qingyu remains intact and the fate unextinguished, those significant figures are still aligned, and even if they scheme against one another, they would not resort to such open conflict. This is indeed perplexing. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, one saint suddenly spoke up. I possess some knowledge of this individual. The eyes of the assembled saints turned toward him. What does Saint Yi have to say? Saint Yi replied, Have any of you heard of the heavenly fate immortal body? Upon hearing this, the saints were momentarily taken aback. The heavenly fate immortal body? They suddenly recalled the recent rumors from various realms regarding its emergence. Could it be true? Saint Yi nodded and said, "Indeed. My disciple was struck down to the point of shattered Dao heart, raving like a madman. If you truly consider yourself invincible, go to Qingyu and challenge the chess players." Then he would scream, calling him a devil. At this point, Saint Yi cast a helpless glance at Lin Zhe in the center of Qingyu. Now, I can somewhat understand my poor disciple's plight. Upon hearing Saint Ye's words, the expressions of the assembly shifted. The emergence of the heavenly fate. Could this be a contingency plan from that supreme being? The legend of the 9 celestial bodies traces back to antiquity, and their every appearance has been destined to dominate. Logically, no one could predict their arrival, not even Qing Tsong. However, Qing Tsong the Supreme, having unraveled the mysteries of antiquity, achieved the status of the first among the ancients. To what extent has his insight progressed? Can he foresee the coming of the heavenly fate? That remains uncertain. The arrival of the heavenly fate has expanded the game left by Qing Tsong the Supreme. Let us observe and proceed. The saints, witnessing the heavenly fate's involvement in Qingyu, exchanged knowing glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Meanwhile, within Qingyu, the half-saint Qinghe, poised to strike against the roots of the demonic sect, was momentarily stunned. He understood far more than those outsiders. He knew that Lin Zhe was not the heavenly fate. The true heavenly fate lay elsewhere. Thus, the question arises, if Lin Zhe is not the heavenly fate, how could he employ its techniques? Chapter 132, Blood Crystal. Karmic debt. Could it be that the myriad techniques of the immortal body have granted him insight into the heavenly fate after witnessing its manifestation? This seems to be the most plausible explanation. Upon this realization, Qinghe couldn't help but marvel. The myriad techniques truly live up to their name. However, one must ponder, how did he come into contact with the demonic essence? Given the nature of that demonic essence, it should have long been concealed, waiting for the right moment to strike. Had it not been for the upheaval in Qingyu, this individual would not have revealed himself. Even if one were to exert their utmost efforts to deduce its whereabouts, they would be unable to reach the demonic essence. How could Lin Zhe have discovered its location? Moreover, judging by the current situation in their clash, the demonic essence clearly found itself at a disadvantage. This left Qinghe utterly bewildered. He had personally witnessed Lin Zhe break through to the Ming Xian realm less than 3 days prior, lacking even a hint of the profundity inherent in the half-saint realm. With his Ming Xian form, even as a master of the myriad techniques, capable of harnessing the way of the heavenly fate, he should not be able to contend with and suppress the demonic essence. Qinghe glanced at the Qing Sheng sword box behind Lin Zhe. The sword box bore no signs of having been employed, indicating that Lin Zhe was relying solely on his own Dao, his own strength to suppress the demonic essence. This seemed utterly absurd. Was the demonic essence truly so easily subdued? She was a character of exceptional talent, capable of exploiting the loopholes in the Qing Sheng Dao and evading its restraints. Even Qinghe, the supreme ruler of Qingyu with the bloodline of Qing Sheng, once fell into a trap due to a moment's carelessness. Yet here was Lin Zhe, a mere junior who had yet to tread the path of the Ming Xian for 3 days, managing to contend with the demonic essence and even suppress it. After pondering for a long time, Qinghe could find no reason. Ultimately, he could only exclaim, "Impressive," in the skies above the Qingyu. The light of destiny within Lin Zhe's gaze grew increasingly potent. He strode forth in the manner of the heavenly emperor, wielding the divine authority of fate. Grant the path of the heavens. Heavenly punishment. This path, heavenly punishment. As the words of divine retribution from the heavenly emperor resounded, the world immediately bowed to the majesty of the emperor, exhausting its formidable might to lay down absolute slaughter upon Lu Hanyan. Boom! Thunderous roars erupted. The cataclysmic thunder descended upon the world. The overwhelming imperial power of destiny reverberated through the 8 directions, reigning over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Terrifying purple divine lightning filled the sky, and a dragon formed of endless thunder manifested between the azure heavens, coalescing behind Lin Zhe, serving as the imperial chariot, showcasing the grandeur of the heavenly emperor. Under this vast celestial might, Lu Hanyan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The world had forsaken her. It was violently repelling her. Her demonic essence struggled to assert itself before the dread authority of destiny, continuously suppressed. The once roaring holy demonic true fire now flickered weakly, like a candle flame in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Witnessing this, Lu Hanyan's expression turned grave. The flickering demonic light in her eyes shone erratically as she spoke. I never imagined we would arrive at this juncture. Lin Zhe remained silent, the chill in his gaze deepening. Thunder raged. The dragon of heaven roared. The fierce winds of Qingyu intensified. In light of this, Lu Hanyan's demonic light surged. In a moment of delirium, it seemed as if an ancient true demon had transcended time and space to arrive. She raised her hand and summoned forth from the Tianshan sect a blood-red crystal orb, which had been enshrined, soaring across countless miles into her grasp. Gazing at the blood-colored crystal orb in her hand, Lu Hanyan murmured softly, "This was originally meant for you to attain enlightenment and break through your demonic arts. I never expected it to be used on myself." This orb contained the essence and resentment of living beings that the Holy Fire sect had been covertly collecting since their defeat. It harbored the accumulation of 8,000 years, a testament to countless days and nights of devotion. Billions of souls floated within this blood-red crystal. The familiar wolves, numbering in the hundreds of millions, were also among them. Lu Hanyan activated her demonic powers and devoured the overwhelming karma and life essence contained within the crystal. Boom! The blood sea, previously suppressed by the divine thunder, surged once more. Countless skeletal remains emerged amidst the waves of the blood sea. They piled upon one another, forming a mountain of white bones, coalescing into the supreme throne of the Lord of the Blood Sea. Upon this throne, Lu Hanyan crossed the sea. The karma surged. The demons astonished the world. Witnessing this scene, the mighty beings across Qingyu displayed expressions of terror. This was dire. Such a terrifying accumulation of karmic energy could burst Qingyu apart. Damn it! When did that wretched being gather such monstrous karmic energy? Heaven is intent on destroying Qingyu. Quickly, activate the protective formation to dispel the karma. It is too late. At this point, we may only summon the half-saint to avert this calamity. Invoke the manifestation of the Elder Qinghe. Let the Elder appear. Fear gripped the hearts of those within Qingyu. Outside, the myriad saints also exchanged glances. There is still a backup. Such enormous blood, sacrificial karma. The methods of that being remain as brutal as ever. Alas, how many lives have suffered unjustly? A mere swarm of ants. Their meager existence is but a fleeting value in contributing to that being's grand design. The worthless demonic path must be eradicated. What is this? Does the Saint Zhou imply that he wishes to test my might? That is indeed the intention. I have long found you demonic scoundrels intolerable. Hey, now is not the time for us to bicker. If you wish to fight, step aside and do not obstruct our vision. Enough chatter. Let us commence and see if there is an opportunity to breach the path's prohibition. As the saints conversed, Lu Hanyan's demonic flames consumed the heavens, engulfing the world. In the realm of Qingyu, darkness enveloped all. The aura of the ancient true demon devoured the earth, heralding the world's end. It seemed that the entire Qingyu was on the verge of descending into the demonic abyss. Yet, before darkness could complete its course, the light of destiny burst forth. Reversal. The heavenly emperor once more commanded the world. A brilliant flash of thunder erupted within the darkened realm, radiating an exquisite brilliance. Boom! The thunder startled the heavens. In the darkness, a glimmer of light blossomed. It resembled the first ray of light in the universe, swiftly illuminating the entire world. Boom! The might of thunder split the skies, casting flickering shadows of lightning. Amidst the shifting lightning shadows, the world dimly perceived the fearsome demonic lord being stripped of her karmic essence. The gathered karma coalesced into innumerable vengeful spirits, entwining the demonic lord, causing her to suffer karmic backlash and descend into the purgatory of lost souls. Subsequently, amidst the flickering light, a majestic imperial figure launched the sacred spear of divine retribution. This strike pierced through the boundless darkness. It vanquished the ancient true demon. Bang! A single strike ended it all. Chapter 133. Lu Hanyan is dead. The boundless darkness and the tumultuous blood sea that shrouded the world were finally dispelled, revealing the clear azure sky once more. Across the heavens, all beings existed in tranquility. There were no clouds to roll or verdant greens to behold. No wind stirred, nor waves crashed. Only a solitary, desolate mountain remained. A crimson sunset hung low upon the western peaks. A broken, ruined body was nailed to the cliff of the desolate mountain. Lu Hanyan's demonic form was impaled by Lin Zai's thunderous sacred spear, pinned to the mountainside. The devastating wound spread from the point of the spear, covering her entire demonic body. Dark red blood, tainted by demonic flames, surged forth from the wounds like a spring, spreading across the mountainside. Her demonic blood flowed throughout the desolate mountain, dyeing it crimson, a hauntingly vivid red. The entire mountain was stained. The gushing demonic blood then abandoned the mountain, converging below into a blood-red river, rushing toward the distant sunset. The desolate mountain, the broken body, the blood river, and the setting sun, all of it appeared so shocking, so terrifying. It bore a tragic sense of a legendary finale. In the realm of tranquility, all beings were speechless. The terror that once accompanied the descent of darkness had vanished. The tumultuous undercurrents of the saints had ceased. At this moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with the awe-inspiring thunder and the imposing figure of the emperor, which brought forth shock and fear. They were immersed in that world-shattering strike and the remnants of the desolate mountain, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. After what felt like an eternity, they finally awoke when a gentle voice from the being who had slain the ancient true demon reached their ears. They heard that being say, flashy and extravagant. After a brief stillness, the emotions of the crowd surged like a flood breaking a dam, a torrent unleashed. What? The demonic lord has been defeated just like that. Good heavens! At that moment, I had even prepared my last words, but in the blink of an eye this is not the point. The key is the one who struck down the demonic lord. This person, do you recognize him? Goodness. Is this not the newly ascended sage who achieved renown just a few days ago? Has it only been a few days? He was able to defeat the demonic lord in a single blow? A single strike to vanquish the demonic lord. Such power. This sage has likely surpassed the realm of fate and ascended to the unparalleled status of saint. Has he not? Impossible. How can there be a saint in Qingyu? That is an absolute prohibition set by the supreme sage. Then tell me, what existence in this world could possibly defeat the demonic lord in a single blow? Back when the demonic lord wreaked havoc, even the half-saint Qinghe could not subdue her in a single strike. Indeed, look at how this sage evaluated the demonic lord as flashy and extravagant. This is simply astounding, incredible. The people of Qingyu were astonished, while the myriad saints lurking like wolves outside fell into silence. Zhongsheng exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a complexity that was beyond mere words. The extravagant display was indeed striking. After years of meticulous preparation, the magic embryo had traversed countless battlefields and burial grounds, accumulating the karmic energy of countless devotees, only to be met with a mere phrase of flamboyance. Observing its aura, it was undeniably a being of profound destiny. To challenge the formidable techniques of the formless magic embryo with such a profound existence was no trivial matter. If it could unravel the mysteries of the sacred realm and transcend the formless domain, what a magnificent sight that would be. Was this destiny truly invincible? With such a fated celestial body in existence, how could we ever hope to penetrate the depths of the Qingyu realm? As this thought crossed their minds, the saints felt a wave of discontent. The situation in Qingyu had endured countless trials and was nearing its conclusion, yet now appeared disrupted by the emergence of a destined celestial body. Where could one seek justice in such a predicament? Amidst their frustrations, another voice spoke up, asserting that despite its strength, the destined one was ultimately still bound by its fate. Until it entered the sacred realm, it would remain unable to attain true freedom. The speaker's gaze flickered, a glimmer of ominous intent reflected in their eyes. Those who could not transcend, even if they were celestial beings, held little weight against the supreme, formless entity that governed all existence. The emergence of this destiny had indeed disrupted the machinations of the magic embryo. Given the temperament of its master, how could it tolerate such an affront? Await the unfolding of events. The game of the formless entity was not so easily unraveled. In the desolate mountains of Qingyu, Lin Zai, embodying the gravitas of a celestial emperor, stood above the Blood River cliffs, gazing at Lu Hanyan, whose life hung by a thread after being struck down by a spear. With great effort, Lu Hanyan raised her head. "I have lost," she uttered, though her expression bore no trace of despair or disbelief. Instead, it was a visage of tranquility and liberation, as if she had finally emerged from the shadows of a predetermined path, gaining her long-sought freedom. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment before raising his hand, gathering the power of thunder. As we are kin, do you have any final words? Lu Hanyin shook her head. In my life, I have been subject to the whims of others, suffering from a lack of freedom. Now, as I face my end, attaining freedom is sufficient. Lin Zhe frowned. Subject to the whims of others? Do you remember what I told you? Qinghe had no choice but to enter the fray, as did I. We are, in essence, both players in this game. Lu Hanyin, in a daze, reflected on her creation, her thoughts, her destiny. Everything in this world was meant to follow her design, to tread the path of fate she had set. Yet, all beings possess spirit, including the magic embryo. She granted me thought. Qingyu bestowed me with spirit. I am an incomplete reflection of her, yet I am wholly myself. If possible, I would prefer to be merely an ordinary daughter of the Lu family, rather than a shadow executing her will. As she spoke, a glimmer of clarity emerged in her blood-red eyes. She gazed deeply at Lin Zhe, as if wishing to etch his image into her memory before her departure. You have disrupted her plans. She will not let this go easily. You must be cautious. The two shared a moment of silence, and Lin Zhe slowly raised the thunderous light in his hand. Lu Hanyin smiled in response. I have never asked anything of you. As I depart, may I leave this life as a daughter of the Lu family, and may my body be returned? Thank you, Zedi. Zidi. What a distant title that felt. Lin Zhe recalled when Lu Hanyin first arrived at the Lin family, addressing him in precisely this manner. He had watched her come, and now he would personally see her off. With a resounding crash, Lin Zhe's destined thunder pierced through the desolate mountain. From this moment onward, the magic embryo Lu Hanyin would no longer exist. Chapter 134. Heeding Destiny. Performing one's duty after traversing the Qingyu realm for 8,000 years and crafting countless legends of the magic sect, the curtain finally fell on the magic embryo. The dusky red sunset on the horizon was perfectly timed, casting its glow upon the closing of a legendary chapter. Against the backdrop of the crimson sunset, Lin Zhe withdrew the thunderous sacred spear that had pierced Lu Hanyin, cradling her broken form as he made his way toward the ancient grounds of Beichin. The sunset's brilliance elongated the silhouette of one man and one corpse until they vanished into the twilight. The powerful figures of Qingyu bore witness to this scene. Overwhelmed with emotion, they reflected on the justice of the heavens, remarking that the magic sect's misdeeds would ultimately meet with retribution. They spoke of the end of a legend and the emergence of new tales, lost in the reverberations of the magic lord's demise. Within the void, the half-saint Qinghe observed Lin Zhe's departing figure, his heart swelling with myriad sentiments. Yet, his lament was not for Lu Hanyin, for she was but a single magic embryo. Another would inevitably arise in her place. As long as the true master from beyond the realm remained, her covetous gaze upon Qingyu would never cease. This arduous battle was far from over. What truly stirred his emotions was Lin Zhe's astonishing and terrifying progress. The speed of his advancement was truly astonishing. Just moments ago, Qinghe had reflected on Lin Zhe's entire growth trajectory. The results were startling. Before the Dao Tribulation Mountain, Lin Zhe was merely a small cultivator at the cusp of the divine sea, lacking even the strength to contend with the withering. Yet, how long had it been since the conclusion of the Dao Tribulation? 10 days? In less than 10 days, Lin Zhe had ascended from the pinnacle of the divine sea to the zenith of destiny, possessing the terrifying power to vanquish the formless magic embryo. Such speed was indeed staggering. Throughout history, even in the unfathomable ancient times, had there ever been an exceptional prodigy capable of breaking through 3 realms, divine sea, heavenly origin, and destiny, within a mere 10 days? How many innate cultivators had to endure millennia to barely breach a single realm? Their cultivation time was measured in tens of thousands of years, while he measured his in days. This horrifying pace reminded Qinghe of a legend of the ethereal, celestial body. It was said that long ago, a sacred land possessed an ethereal, celestial body, pouring all its might into nurturing it, bestowing every resource within its domain. The ethereal, celestial body did not disappoint, displaying its innate power as effortlessly as eating or drinking. On its very first day, it ascended from the 3rd layer of the acquired realm to the 1st layer of the innate realm. On the 2nd day, it achieved the 4th layer of the innate divine sea. On the 3rd day, it reached the 6th layer of the innate destiny. By the 4th day, it attained the formless sage. By the 5th day, it became formless. Such speed was strikingly similar to Lin Zhe's current pace, effortless and natural. Was this not the hallmark of an ethereal celestial body? Qinghe even began to suspect that it was his own survival that had impeded Lin Zhe's progress, preventing him from surpassing the realm of destiny. Yet, how could one explain his astonishing comprehension? The ability to unravel the power of destiny and grasp the laws of destiny was equally unique and inexplicable. In this world, aside from the myriad laws, celestial body, there could be no second such being. Thus, Qinghe fell silent. In this moment, he could not help but entertain the outrageous speculation that had arisen among the leaders of the 9 sects during the Tao Tribulation Mountain. Lin Zhe might be a dual celestial body, a fusion of the myriad laws and the ethereal. Among the 9 celestial bodies, he possessed 2. Such an outrageous notion. Qinghe let out a long sigh, then turned and retreated into the forbidden area, returning to the guise of a stooped old man. In the dark, ominous depths of the Wanwu Tianqian sect, the senior members of the magic sect gazed silently at the horizon. The sect leader has fallen. I'm not blind. What shall we do now? The master of Wanwu Tianqianzong cast a sweeping gaze over all present. What else could be done? With the disappearance of our leader, our grand ambitions lie lifeless. As for the future, let us proceed with cautious steps. Out of respect for our years of camaraderie, those among you who wish to remain may take positions within Wanwu Tianqianzong and adhere to the rules. For perhaps there will be opportunities to pursue greater endeavors in the future. For those who choose not to stay, let us part amicably. Upon hearing the Master's words, the high-ranking members of the demon sect exchanged glances, a myriad of complex emotions intertwining in that moment. After a brief hesitation, the realization dawned that the tide had turned irreversibly. Take care, everyone. The first to depart made their exit, following suit with a second and third. Master, take care. One remarked, that person might find our leader. Perhaps they will trace their way back to Wanwu Tianqianzong. Master, be cautious. Soon after, the high-ranking members of the demon sect began to disperse, leaving only 2 guardians alongside the master. Aren't you both leaving? Do you not fear retribution from that individual? The master replied, let us not pretend. We have followed our leader for 8,000 years. We know who she is. One figure in black raised their head, revealing a skeletal visage beneath their hood. 2 fiery red flames blazed within the sockets of the skull. Our leader was a mastermind, capable of intricate strategies. 8,000 years ago, she evaded the half-saint Qinghe and dealt a heavy blow to him. Today is no different. Another figure leaned back in their chair, arms crossed languidly, and remarked, the old one speaks truth. If she could outmaneuver even the bloodline of the Qing sacred, how could she have met such a swift defeat today? She lacks the aura of the fierce warrior I once knew. With the departure of the common folk, the 2 insisted, do not hide behind veils of secrecy with us any longer. What instructions did our leader leave before her departure? The master shook his head with a chuckle. You are correct. On the day our leader left, she did impart some instructions, though they may differ from your expectations. The 2 straightened, their expressions serious. What instructions? The master simply uttered 2 words, future matters. Their fingers trembled, and the flames beneath their cloaks flickered. What do you mean? Literally. The master sighed. Our leader seemed to foresee this deadlock. On the day of her departure, she left behind a blood crystal, instructing that if she were to perish, it should be handed to Lin Zhe of Beichen. That is all she left behind. As for the rest, we must accept fate and do our best. Understanding dawned upon them. Chapter 135, One More Killing. In Huaguang Realm, Beichun, the Lu family held a funeral for their daughter, Lu Hanyin, who had gone missing for many days, causing distress for both the Lu and Lin families. When Lin Zhe returned Lu Hanyin to her family, they were greeted only by her icy corpse. The cause of her death, though monumental in its upheaval, was known only to the top powers of Qingyu. To the common folk, it was merely a tragedy that had befallen the realm, nothing more. Thus, Lin Zhe publicly declared that Lu Hanyin had met with misfortune while out, concluding her life unexpectedly. At her wake, the Lu family wept inconsolably, their cries echoing with heart-wrenching agony. Among them, Lu Zhen, the head of the Lu family, wept the most fiercely, tears streaming down his face, filled with sorrow. Yet his grief was not solely for his daughter Lu Hanyin, but rather for his own shattered prospects. He cared not for who had died, but rather who would take Lu Hanyin's place as the wife of the second young Master Lin. With her passing, who could possibly ascend to that role and elevate the Lu family? Hanyin, how could you leave us like this? Cursed be the villain, cried out in despair. As the Lu family lamented, many cast furtive glances at Lin Zhe, hoping their fervent cries would stir the heart of the now deified second young master. urging him not to sever ties with the Liu family due to Liu Hanyan's demise. Lin Zhe observed their intentions keenly, yet at that moment, he found himself lost in sorrow. As a human being who could remain devoid of emotions, having taken the life of someone who had been like a sister to him for so many years, it was impossible for him to feel no grief. Moreover, his relationship with Liu Hanyan transcended mere kinship. It had blossomed into something deeper. Though Liu Hanyan had never formally married, her absence was keenly felt. Lin Ao had ultimately decided to keep her within the Lin household, recognizing her worth and nurturing a bond with Lin Zhe. It was a natural progression for them to grow closer, and should it not work out, they could simply regard her as a daughter. The Lin family understood this dynamic, and Lin Zhe was no exception. In the past, he had considered the possibility of Liu Hanyan becoming his companion. Even after awakening memories from his previous life, he had thought to observe her closely and find a chance to send her away, rather than resorting to violence. However, Lin Zhe sighed softly. He reached out to gently caress Liu Hanyan's pale, bloodless face. But why must this be a trap? Just as Liu Hanyan had said, Lin Zhe despised being deceived. This was not merely a simple betrayal. It was a matter of his life to unravel the mysteries of Qingyu and achieve supremacy. Thus, Lin Zhe harbored resentment, wishing he could have ended her life sooner. If given another chance, he would still choose to kill her without hesitation. As for what came after, Lin Zhe released his grip. He cast one last glance at Liu Hanyan before turning to leave the Liu family. Let our past be erased. Upon returning to the Lin family, Qi Feihong finally arrived. Qi Feihong pays respects to Lin Zhongzhu. Lin Zhe merely glanced at Qi Feihong, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Qi Feihong sensed Lin Zhe's lack of enthusiasm. Had he arrived too late, or was it simply ill-timed? Shall I get to the point? Lin Zhongzhu, regarding the phoenix, I came to discuss it when I arrived at Huaguang. Before Qi Feihong could continue, Lin Zhe interrupted, pouring 2 glasses of fine wine and sliding one across the table. The phoenix is no longer of importance. I do not wish to discuss it today. To Lin Zhe, whether Qi Feihong sought the phoenix was inconsequential. The cosmic will was upon him, and with the completion of the celestial scriptures, he could now unravel most secrets, achieving what others could not. Finding a small phoenix was trivial. Yet at present, Lin Zhe was far too preoccupied with the chaos surrounding him. Having returned, the death of the Lin family's second prodigy and Liu Hanyan's demise weighed heavily on him, a tangle of events spiraling out of control. It was overwhelming. Lin Zhe even contemplated taking a month off to indulge in leisure to clear his mind. After all, let the chaos unfold as it may. He would return refreshed and invincible. Then, he could adopt the role of a mentor and have calm discussions about life aspirations. Come, let us drink. Lin Zhe invited Qi Feihong to join him. The latter, taken aback, replied yes. Thank you, Lin Zhongzhu. As they drank together, the wine of the Lin family felt rather lackluster to the 2 innate powerhouses. The more they drank, the more invigorated they felt, yet the flavor faded. Qi Feihong then retrieved 2 bottles of exquisite wine from his personal collection. Lin Zhongzhu, please do try this. Quite good, very thoughtful. It is an honor for our Qi Ling clan that Zhongzhu holds our wine in high regard. After saying this, Qi Feihong continued, You seem troubled, Zhongzhu? Lin Zhe did not respond, but instead wore an expression reminiscent of someone who has experienced much, and posed a question to Qi Feihong. How old are you? Should be nearing 230,000 years, Qi Feihong replied. Is there something wrong with my age? No, just drink. Indeed. The 2 sipped their wine, occasionally exchanging casual remarks. Suddenly, Lin Zhe's eyes erupted with a fierce purple light. This terrifying hue was akin to the descent of the heavenly emperor, as if a divine mandate had arrived. Qi Feihong, who was drinking, felt a jolt in his heart. What is happening now? Interesting. You, a mere deity of the sea, think you can seek revenge for your master? What? Qi Feihong did not comprehend. Lin Zhe merely waved his hand, and the void before him instantly collapsed. A figure tumbled from the void, landing clumsily on the ground. Wait, I am the Zhongzhu of the Wanwu Tianqian sect, here to visit Mr. Lin because the master left something for you. I apologize for my abrupt arrival. Please show mercy. The individual who fell from the void shouted immediately. Wanwu Tianqian sect. Lin Zhe's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. What did she leave? The Zhongzhu spread his hands, presenting the peculiar blood crystal left by Liu Hanyan before Lin Zhe. Before she departed, the master said that if she were to perish, this blood crystal should be given to you. As Lin Zhe gazed at the blood crystal in the Zhongzhu's hands, an unusual light flashed in his eyes. What is this? He looked deeply at the Zhongzhu. Do not tell me you are unaware. As a member of a demonic sect, he did not believe that the Zhongzhu of Tianqian would be so loyal as to remain indifferent to the relic left by the formidable master of the demonic sect. Indeed, this was the case. Knowing the master's prowess well, the Zhongzhu had been consumed by thoughts of unraveling the mystery of the blood crystal since the day he acquired it. This blood crystal was the only artifact left by the master, and it might contain the master's transcendent legacy. If he could decipher it, he would inherit the master's mantle and become another unparalleled demon lord. Unfortunately, the master was indeed the master. No matter how he researched, the blood crystal remained unresponsive, as if it were merely an ordinary stubborn stone. Without her recognition, others could not unlock it. Thus, he wryly smiled and confessed, I must admit, I have indeed contemplated the blood crystal. However, after pondering for several days, I could only sense the latent power of the holy demon true fire within, but nothing else. No matter the methods I employed, even using the holy demon true fire techniques inherited from our sect to refine the blood crystal, I could not perceive an ounce of its power. It is as if the holy demon true fire left by the master within the blood crystal is of a different nature than ours. It seems that a specific key is required to unlock this blood crystal. A specific key? Of a different nature? Lindsay pondered. He scrutinized the Zhongzhu closely. In his eyes, crimson demonic flames burned fiercely. Under the illumination of these demonic flames, the Zhongzhu was fully revealed to Lindsay. Within the Zhongzhu's body, a deeply concealed crimson demonic flame quietly burned, releasing strands of bloodthirsty demonic aura, evolving into a forest of demonic paths. Wildly rampant, however, as soon as these demonic auras touched the demonic flames in Lindsay's eyes, they instantly became as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. On the verge of collapse, Lindsay felt an overwhelming sense of power to devour and control them at will. Simultaneously, the demonic flames within him surged with intense desire. This sensation resembled the moment Lindsay absorbed the lower-level demonic energy above the Wolf City. Lindsay furrowed his brows slightly. Within the realm of demonic arts, one could absorb the next lower level. Absorbing the residual lower-level demonic energy from the Wolf City was possible because Lindsay's demonic arts were of a higher grade than those of the demonic sect members. It was unlikely that a figure of the Zhongzhu's caliber, entrusted with matters by Lu Hanyin, practiced a lower-grade demonic art. What techniques do you practice? The Zhongzhu replied, I am honored by the master's favor, granted the Xuanhua Demon Classic, which is of the upper tier of the Earth level. Upper tier of the Earth level? Lindsay squinted slightly, redirecting his gaze to the blood crystal. The holy demon true fire within him immediately began to circulate. In the next moment, the blood crystal in Lindsay's hand burst forth with a radiant bloodlight. Within this bloodlight, Lindsay sensed an exceptionally surging power of the holy demon true fire. The sacred fire burned brightly within, concealing boundless mysteries. Its strength resonated with Lin Zay's demonic arts, both originating from the same source. However, this connection was not like the ordinary true fire holy demon techniques. It was a unique case that came from the true fire holy demon techniques, yet transcended them. Just as the Zhongzhu had indicated, their demonic arts were not of the same nature as those practiced by ordinary sect disciples. Moreover, under the reflection of this shared source blood crystal, Lindsay's holy demon true fire experienced a profound sense of completeness and transcendence. Seeing this, Lindsay immediately infused his own holy demon true fire into the blood crystal. Moments passed. After a brief interval, Lindsay was slightly taken aback. He remained silent for a moment before glancing at Qi Feihong and the Zhongzhu, waving his hand. You may withdraw for now. Yes. After Qi Feihong and the others retreated, Lindsay elevated the blood crystal into the air. Waves of holy demon true fire were poured into the blood crystal as if they were of no cost. The blood crystal absorbed Lin Zay's holy demon true fire, becoming translucent, while streaks of crimson aura began to envelop the crystal, forming a thick haze of blood. Lin Zay's gaze penetrated through the blood-colored mist, revealing the truth concealed within. A graceful figure emerged from the blood mist. She stepped out from the haze, approaching Lin Zay. The wintry winds and snow could not obscure her brilliance, her elegance. Amidst the gently falling snow, she stood tall, clad in a form-fitting light blue gown, which could not conceal her enchanting curves. Her long, shapely legs swayed gracefully, as beautiful as ever. Her exquisite face remained unchanged. She looked at Lindsay, a faint smile gracing her lips. Though it is regrettable we meet again in this manner, I trust your anger has subsided now? Lindsay's expression grew complex. He sighed softly. How did it come to this? Lu Hanyin chuckled. If I had not perished, you would still be troubled, and we would not be sitting here to converse. Just as Lindsay was about to speak, Lu Hanyin added, more importantly. She gazed toward the distant sky, her eyes filled with a serene contentment. I am weary. I do not wish to spend my life as another shadow, manipulated by them, only to be reduced to nothingness in the end. She withdrew her gaze, looking at Lindsay, her smile growing ever more radiant. That expression of relief was so resplendent, so brilliant. Thank you. This simple thank you stirred unexplainable emotions within Lindsay. He wished to articulate something, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, Lindsay asked, did you leave this fragment of will merely to express your gratitude? Lu Hanyin shook her head. The demonic embryo is dead, yet my true self remains. You have slain the incarnation of the demonic embryo, disrupting her plans. Consequently, she will undoubtedly target you, although you are protected by the Tao prohibitions of the Qingyu. My true self is not to be trifled with. Just as she was able to bypass the Tao prohibitions to lay the demonic embryo thousands of years ago, her methods, capable of contending with Qing Tsang, are intricate and hard to guard against. Thus, you require this. Lu Hanyin pointed to the blood crystal in Lindsay's hand. I trust you have already sensed it. The demonic arts you practice may appear to be the true fire holy demon techniques, but they are not. While ordinary practitioners derive their true fire holy demon techniques from the formless true body, your method originates from me. Demonic embryo Lu Hanyin. Lu Hanyin wore a mysterious smile, reflecting her innate pride. She created me, infused me with her intellect and talent. Thus, I am but a second version of her. She is an anarchic entity, and so too am I a peerless demon. She seeks to control all, and I too yearn to escape her grasp. Therefore, I devised a counter-demonic technique within her own magical prowess. Chapter 137. Theft. This counter-demonic technique is predicated upon the weaknesses inherent in demonic arts. Any practitioner of demonic arts shall fall prey to its influence, regardless of rank or level. The prowess of this counter-demonic technique allows one to disregard the hierarchical structure of demonic arts and devour its practitioners. Upon hearing this, Lindsay became intrigued. He inquired, does this include your true self? If this counter-demonic technique could consume Lu Hanyin's true form, a top-tier Wuxiang saint, would that not be an ascension to greatness? Theoretically, this is possible, but in practice, it may not be prudent. Then what purpose does this counter-demonic technique serve? To free yourself from your true self by devouring all demonic adherents? Lu Hanyin shot Lindsay a glance. I have not finished speaking. Disrupting demonic arts is merely one function of the counter-demonic technique. Its true capability is to liberate me from the constraints of demonic fruits, thus freeing me from their oppression. Otherwise, should she remain alive, I would not only be unable to attain enlightenment, but would also be subjugated by her fruits, forever trapped and rendered powerless. How could I then speak of transcending? Lindsay continued, you are her avatar. By interfering with her plans, can you truly escape her notice? Thus, I cannot alter her arrangements. In the thought she bestowed upon me, the layout of Qingyu is paramount. Should I tamper with it, she would know instantly. Therefore, I must utilize her plan to achieve my objectives. Lu Hanyin's tone became light as she explained. Her original design was to have that little phone learn the true fire sacred demon technique, guiding him step by step into the demonic path, ultimately unraveling the fruits of demonic arts, achieving enlightenment through demonic arts, thereby completely controlling the fate of little phone. Once that little phone bears the fortune of Qingyu and breaks through the Tao Tribulation Mountain, at that critical moment, she could consume him with demonic arts and seize the fruits of the Tao Tribulation Mountain. This was her grand scheme. However, this precisely granted me a tremendous opportunity, a switch of dragon and phoenix. The demonic arts remain unchanged, yet the ultimate beneficiary shifts from her to me. If this continues, when the final day arrives, her expression should be quite entertaining. As for whether this path is feasible, perhaps it is not. Lu Hanyin chuckled, but it is surely better than doing nothing and awaiting my own consumption. If it succeeds, that would be best. If not, it would not be in vain that she created me, allowing me to traverse this mortal realm. At this point, Lu Hanyin cast another glance at Lindsay. Yet neither of us anticipated that before this plan could properly commence, you would completely disrupt the game. Time and fate. Lindsay acknowledged. So that is why you said, regardless of the circumstances, you would consume me to attain enlightenment? Yes. It seems I have indeed disrupted your plans. Lu Hanyin shook her head. Fixing her gaze upon Lin Zhe, no, you have empowered me. Lin Zhe fell silent. Lu Hanyin, however, remained unperturbed, continuing, stop overthinking. In my lifetime, I have never felt as joyful as I do today, especially when I think of her eventually coming down to accompany me. All the frustrations and grievances of these 8,000 years have been worth it. Destiny combined with the counter-demonic technique guarantees her defeat. Lu Hanyin's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. If she denies me a path to survival, then none shall live. But I wish for you to live. Lu Hanyin's expression faltered, turning her gaze. She met Lin Zhe's starry eyes. In the pitch-black cosmos, stars emitted a gentle glow that illuminated the depths of Lu Hanyin's heart. The two exchanged silent gazes for a long while. Eventually, Lu Hanyin lowered her head, her figure becoming ethereal. She solemnly declared, I can no longer live. The power of destiny is tyrannical. Your destiny has extinguished all my chances of survival. Under destiny, all things perish. Lu Hanyin's presence grew ever more faint. Are you departing? I have said all that I must. The essence of the counter-demonic technique and the fruits of demonic arts are contained within this blood crystal. It is time to go. Lu Hanyin's finger pressed gently against Lin Zhe's lips, and without needing to speak, he understood. This is the path I have chosen. I must bear all consequences myself. Yet, no matter what, Zaydi, Lu Hanyin's form transformed into countless twinkling points of light, her lower half completely vanishing, just as she was about to leave forever. A soft kiss was placed upon Lin Zhe's forehead. Gentle, tender. Thank you for empowering me. With this final expression of gratitude, Lu Hanyin's last vestige of will dissipated entirely. In her stead, a strange orb radiating a crimson glow and a crystal devoid of color, inscribed with blood-red characters, emerged. The orb bore resemblance to the Dao fruit seen in the forbidden grounds of the Sword Sect, likely the fruits of demonic arts. As for the inscribed crystal, it undoubtedly represented the counter-demonic technique. Gazing at these two objects, Lin Zhe remained silent for an extended period, until the warmth upon his forehead vanished completely. He finally regained his senses, casting a deep glance at the spot where Lu Hanyin had disappeared, then retrieving the wuxia sword box strapped to his back. Zhuji Jixing method in progress. Remaining time, 24 days. 24 days. A mere blink of an eye for an innate being. Originally, Lin Zhe intended to embark on an impromptu journey, to clear his mind before returning to confront them and discuss their ambitions one by one. However, now Lin Zhe felt that these 24 days stretched endlessly. Days felt like years. He could not wait. Scheming, planning. He had grown weary of this damned chessboard. He would forcibly ascend to sainthood and settle the score with them. A flicker of madness flashed in Lin Zhe's eyes as he reached out, grasping the fruits of demonic arts. The power of his divine-level comprehension, for the first time, manifested. Theft. You have comprehended the grand principles of the universe. Grasping the essence of the Dao fruits, you have pierced through the path of destruction of the world demon calamity. You have stolen the essence of destruction of the world demon calamity, usurping the primordial, becoming the progenitor of this path. With the theft of the Dao fruits, a terrifying surge of power erupted within Lin Zhe. The destruction of the world demon calamity. A torrent of blood-red energy surged forth as if galaxies were cascading, flowing down in a magnificent cascade. Countless malevolent energies intertwined in the space between heaven and earth, transforming the world into a demonic realm. Fiery demonic flames engulfed all, causing the very world to tremble. In that moment, the entirety of Tianlan was stirred. Saints awakened from their slumber. Is this the destruction of the world demon calamity? Is this not the Dao fruits of that great being? It seems that the victor has been determined. The fruits of Qingyu have ultimately succumbed to the demonic path. No, wait, this commotion does not resemble the refining of Dao fruits. It resembles the attainment of sainthood, achieving sainthood through the destruction of the world demon calamity. This is a grave situation. Chapter 138. Who is the ant? On the other side, in the darkness of the sword tomb, the semi-saint Qinghe, sensing the demonic energies, suddenly opened his eyes. The destruction of the world demon calamity? She has come. In an instant, Qinghe's murky gaze transformed into a brilliant clarity, radiating boundless light. A terrifying aura erupted from this aged form. His eyes pierced through the illusions, reaching the domain of rampant demonic energy. Before him, Qinghe's entire demeanor froze momentarily. Qinghe, having lived for so many years, had encountered myriad spectacles, yet he had never witnessed a scene like this. The destruction of the world demon calamity is widely known. It represents the Tao fruits of an otherworldly demon, a path through which the demon reigns supreme and earns an unparalleled reputation. Yet now, how has this demon's Tao fruits become Lin Zai's possession? Lanhua Dago and Ningjia Dago are not synonymous. The former refers to a saint of this path who has transcended the realm of Daga, voluntarily relinquishing the power derived from it for the benefit of future generations. Although those who refine it can attain sainthood, they merely inherit a pre-existing sacred position, forever bound by the wisdom of their predecessors. In contrast, the latter signifies an extraordinary talent that pioneers an unprecedented path, achieving sanctification by solidifying their own Douluo, thus becoming the progenitor of a unique path. This results in the re-establishment of a universally acknowledged sacred position, granting them ultimate freedom and profound transcendence. Currently, Lin Zai's actions, which resonate throughout Tianlan, are evidently aimed at reconstituting a sacred position, a task far more complex than merely refining Douluo. This leaves Qinghe dumbfounded. He cannot comprehend. The great demon has yet to perish. If the great demon remains unvanquished and the Douluo intact, how can one speak of reattaining sanctification? The variables in the Qing domain seem exceedingly peculiar. Or perhaps this is part of the schemes of that otherworldly great demon. He gazes at Lin Zai, enveloped in silence. This silence lingers for an extended period before he finally exhales a deep sigh. Whether it is a trap or an incomprehensible variable from the moment Qinghe, entered the fray and entrusted the sacred weapon, he had no other choice. As for the future of the Qing domain, I have done my utmost. Qinghe closes his eyes. The sacred blood within him begins to awaken and ignite. As the sacred blood burns, cracks that threaten to shatter the world spread throughout the entire Qing domain. A colossal magical formation emerges overhead, enveloping the Qing domain in an immense net. The Daojin, which has protected the Qing domain for countless years, finally reveals its true form under the burning of the sacred blood. The Daojin has manifested. Upon the emergence of the Daojin, the saints of Tianlan react swiftly, gathering once more outside the Qing domain. The Daojin is on the verge of shattering. Has Qinghe perished? No, that cannot be right. With the demons Douluo changing hands and the Daojin of the Qing domain fracturing, it is utterly incomprehensible. What chaos has unfolded within? While the outside world spirals into chaos, within the Qing domain, where demonic energy ebbs and flows, Lin Zai hovers in the air, embodying the supreme demon emperor, wielding the utmost malevolence. Threads of demonic flames swirl around him, constructing a bridge of annihilation. You have perused Yeshur Wojie under your terrifying comprehension. Yeshur Wojie has been completely unraveled and has been extrapolated to the 10th tier, LV10, grand completion. You have grasped the celestial grade low-tier technique, enhancing your divine level comprehension. Divine level comprehension LV6. With the infusion of the power of the Daga from Yeshur Wojie, Lin Zai's strength experiences a dramatic surge. The power once bound by the Daojin of the Qing domain has reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Once the Daojin shatters, Lin Zai shall descend upon the world with invincible prowess, heralding an era uniquely his own. One man, suppressing an entire generation. Feeling this explosive power within him, Lin Zai remains unfazed. He communicates with the core of the sword sect. There is no need for the semi-saint to self-immolate. I have other means. Qinghe. Without elaborating further to Qinghe, Lin Zai maintains the release of the demonic Ganoga, allowing it to continuously collide with the Daojin of the Qing domain. Until boom, the demonic flames incinerate the 8 desolations. A vast and overwhelming demonic might descends upon the Tianlan world from beyond. Buzz, as if the heavens of old are leaving their mark. A face strikingly similar to Lu Hanyan, possessing an uncanny resemblance, emerges amidst the endless burning demonic flames in the skies above Tianlan. Her arrival is akin to a deity descending to the mortal realm. She appears as the supreme goddess, effortlessly manipulating the river of fate, radiating grandeur and unmatched authority. Through the windows of heaven and earth, she casts a divine gaze. To her, the entire Tianlan world resembles an inconsequential sphere, easily crushed. The beings of Tianlan, merely gazing upwards, bear the burden of a life-altering disparity. Experiencing the weight of existence itself, they recognize her divine might, as radiant as the sun, and as oppressive as a prison. They all bow, bending their backs and submitting to this supreme being, offering the highest respect and the most fervent faith. Even the previously unyielding formless saints fall silent in her presence, conveying their reverence through their stillness. At this moment, the divine has arrived. The quietude of Tianlan is dominated solely by the gaze of that colossal face and Lin Zhe, who stands under the scrutiny of the divine. In the face of her gaze, Lin Zhe remains fearless and unyielding, oblivious to the awareness of being observed by an ultimate sovereign. Instead, a slight smile graces his lips. You have finally arrived. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the immense face above Tianlan remains unfazed. She simply states, to seize all things and transform them for oneself is the power of the Wu Yun Shanti. The entry of the Wu Yun Shanti was beyond my expectations. However, do you think that by stealing my Gua, you can defy the gods and Buddhas? A mere ant shaking a tree, unaware of its own limitations. Despite having the Dalu of Me Shu Mo Jie stolen and acknowledging Lin Zhe as the legendary Wu Yun Shanti, the unparalleled great demon enveloping the entirety of Tianlan remains unperturbed. In her eyes, there is an indifference akin to that of a deity, dismissing all variables. Just as Lu Hanyin proclaimed, her true form is exceedingly arrogant. Let us see who truly reigns supreme. Lin Zhe removes the sword box from behind him. He steps beyond the confines of the Qing domain. In the next moment, freed from the constraints of the Daojin, the saintly power within Lin Zhe, which had swelled to unimaginable proportions, instantly reverts to its primal state. Boom! The formless, saintly shadow of the eight desolations coalesces. The Mei Shu Mo Jie solidifies. Two Daluo converge. Two sacred positions are immediately conferred upon Lin Zhe. Ling Shi is instantaneously sanctified. The formless realm materializes in an instant, and the two Daluo reach their zenith. With a resolute focus, the sword box from the beginning of time unveils a sacred weapon that soars skyward like a dragon, shattering the heavens. Grasping the dragon's head, Lin Zhe wields a strikingly sharp, black and white sword, ablaze with the essence of yin and yang, firmly in his grasp. Boom! All phenomena are obliterated. The reversal of yin and yang. Lin Zhe points his sword at the supreme saints. The sword energy pierces the sky. Chapter 139. The Eight Desolation Sacred Clan Boom. As the word ants falls, a terrifying pressure that reverberates throughout the Tianlan realm sweeps across the heavens. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Tremble, tremble, tremble. The sky rends asunder, and the earth mourns. The entire world quakes violently before the eyes of the populace. Visible ripples of reality oscillate in the void, casting reflections of twisted illusions. Amidst the chaos, the Tianlan realm shatters. Pitter-patter. From the fractured sky, a light rain begins to fall. The rain is dark red, reminiscent of long-congealed blood. It harbors an ominous and malevolent power, with an endless breath of demonic energy accompanying the rainwater, drenching the world known as Tianlan. As the rain descends, it touches the flowers, grass, and trees, instantly draining them of all vitality, causing them to wither in an instant. Looking around, the once verdant world is being relentlessly eroded. Life extinguished. It is as though a breathtaking landscape painting is being devoured by drops of ink. With a clatter, the black rain intensifies. It strikes the protective spiritual energy of the cultivators, shattering it without resistance, penetrating their defenses as if entering an unguarded realm. Those touched by the black rain find their spiritual energy waning, continuously flowing skyward to the singular demon. It has arrived. At this moment, the great cultivators and saints across the domains of Tianlan can no longer remain seated, for they are all too familiar with this scene and profoundly understand its implications. Before me lies a torrential downpour of black rain, a manifestation of the unparalleled demonic power known as Miesher Emogia, now unleashed to its utmost pinnacle. Its might is akin to its very name, world annihilation. In a distant past, this supreme demon descended upon Tianlan, intent on obliterating its realm and transforming the essence of all living beings into sustenance to fuel its infernal flames. On that fateful day, the black rain poured forth. The world was shattered. That moment mirrors this very instant. Yesterday reoccurs. The only difference lies in the fact that back then, it was the demon itself that wielded this power, its formless essence overwhelming Tianlan. Now, however, the world-ending calamity has found a new master. As the once great demon has had its Dao, fruit stolen, the roles of player and pawn have silently exchanged. In a fleeting moment, all present were left speechless. The situation in the Qingyu domain has evolved to a point where they can no longer comprehend it. This game has become utterly chaotic. Amidst the rampant black rain, a divine visage, akin to a god surveying Tianlan, began to reveal a hint of unusual hue. The highest realm of Mia, Emogia, it seems that after its theft, this individual has innovated upon the original, ascending to a new echelon. This cannot be. The formless celestial body merely alters the recognition of the law's imprint. How could it elevate the realm of the Dao fruit to such heights? The immense visage glanced once more at Lin Zhe, who brandished the primordial holy weapon that soared like a dragon across the vast skies. The azure sword. Additionally, in the depths of those profound eyes, the towering ethereal figure of holiness behind Lin Zhe became incredibly radiant in the dim world shrouded by black rain. So it is you, Ba Huang Shengzu. The weighty voice of the immense visage reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Yet, what responded was a supreme divine sword that cleaved through yin and yang, delineating the dawn and dusk of the cosmos. Lin Zhe raised his sword aloft, a single strike opening the celestial gate. The sound of the primordial holy weapon rang out with overwhelming might. A colossal beam of sword light, seemingly capable of severing the very fabric of the universe, surged upward, challenging Tianlan. As the sword was unleashed, chaos enveloped heaven and earth. The boundaries of yin and yang were torn asunder. The supreme, terrifying pressure of sanctity and dominance instantaneously filled the entire world. Under this unparalleled pressure, the realm of Tianlan appeared to be paused, completely immobilized. In this moment, there was neither wind nor cloud. Thought was void, and contemplation was null. At this instant, both heaven and earth ceased to exist for me. All could only observe from a distance as this realm oscillated under the influence of the primordial sword. Life and death remained unknown. Empowered by the dual pinnacle of holiness, the might of the primordial holy weapon was finally drawn forth, radiating boundless divine power. Once more, Tianlan was graced by the glory of the primordial being. After countless eons, the people of Tianlan once again recalled the essence of the primordial being. Yet, in the face of Lin Zhe's strike, the fearsome demon displayed little more than indifference. As a top-tier, formless entity, as long as the primordial being does not emerge, she reigns as the strongest in the world. Moreover, she is a paragon among formless beings, an unrivaled demon. In the Qing-Tsang domain, she could still manipulate the tides of fate. What could a mere holy weapon devoid of formless power and Qing-Tsang bloodline do against her? A demonic light flickered in her eyes. She conjured the tempest, summoning waves of annihilation in the realm of Tianlan. A colossal hand emerged from the eye of the storm, grasping Lin Zhe's sword light. With a resounding crash, the sword light was swiftly shattered. Waves of void rippled throughout the world, dispersing the black rain and all anomalies, restoring tranquility to the realm. Alas, is there truly such a vast disparity? The chasm between formless and formless is already a rift of cosmic proportions, let alone when faced with a demon of such unparalleled stature. In her eyes, we formless beings are likely no different from mere ants. As it should be, though the individual from the Qing domain wields the Qing Sheng holy weapon, they lack the Qing Sheng bloodline and are not of the formless holy realm, rendering them incapable of unleashing the weapon's true power. In this confrontation, they are unlikely to gain any advantage. However, should this occur, the secrets of the Qing domain would likely fall entirely into her grasp. No, it is still too early. The covetous forces eyeing the Qing domain are not limited to this one. Let us not forget who thwarted the demon's descent when it sought to annihilate Tianlan. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. Until the end, none can ascertain who the true victor will be. Moreover, you have just heard it. That individual explicitly mentioned the Ba Huang Shengzu, the Ba Huang Shengzu, an ancient race whose legacy stretches back to the primordial era. Their history is profound and enduring. Powerful, ancient, and mysterious are their eternal hallmarks, having once dominated the primordial age. Yet since that distant time, The existence of the Ba Huang Sheng Zhu has gradually faded from the sight of mortals, ultimately becoming mere elusive legends. Especially in this current era, unless one hails from a long-established lineage, even the name of the Ba Huang Sheng Zhu might remain unknown, let alone their former glory. Hence, when the demon invoked the Ba Huang Sheng Zhu, even among the exalted beings traversing Tianlan, only a few with ancient heritage would recognize their existence. Upon hearing the name of the Ba Huang Sheng Zhu, their expressions shifted, faces displaying a range of heavy emotions. The emergence of such an ancient race, long thought extinct, amidst this unfolding game, is indeed astonishing and increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 140, Defeating the Great Demon, Bia Fang Shengzu, the Destined Celestial Body. How many players remain hidden in the shadows, scheming in this Qing domain game? Scheming? One of the holy beings, the Yao Yang Sheng Zhe, suddenly scoffed. If it were merely a matter of players plotting against each other, that would suffice. What is truly alarming is the realization that, in the end, all of this could be the machinations of that old dog Qing song. The Yao Yang Sheng Zhe openly referred to the revered Qing song as an old dog, showing no shred of respect for a being of such sanctity. Others present were not taken aback by Yao Yang's words. After all, the ancestor of Yao Yang Sheng Zhe, the Yin Yang de Sheng, was one of the 8 saints felled by Qing song long ago. The Yin Yang de Sheng, a venerable, formless, holy figure renowned in Tianlan, held immense prestige and power within the realm. Under the aegis of the Yin Yang de Sheng, the descendants of the Yin Yang lineage thrived, commanding respect and living in luxury. Yet, the towering tree of the Yin Yang de Sheng fell, slain by Qing song, causing the entire Yin Yang lineage to plummet in power, leaving their descendants vulnerable to the covetous eyes of others. Had it not been for the contingency measures left by the Yin Yang de Sheng, allowing the lineage to barely produce a Yao Yang Sheng Zhe, the Yin Yang lineage would have likely turned to ashes in the tumult of these countless eons. As the saying goes, severing one's means of livelihood is akin to murdering one's parents. By slaying the Yin Yang de Sheng and annihilating its progeny, Qing Song committed both of these heinous acts. How could the Yao Yang Sheng Zhe not harbor hatred? This grudge is one that cannot coexist. Even if they were to exchange places, they would never grant Qing Song a shred of mercy. Just wait and see. The destined celestial body and the Ba Huang Sheng Zhu, along with that demon's earlier mention of the formless celestial body capable of seizing all for its own, bloodlight flickered in the eyes of Yao Yang Sheng Zhe, as if it could consume the entire Qing domain. Such rare and extraordinary entities have gathered in this small Qing domain. This holy being absolutely does not believe that there are no hidden plots at play. The expressions of the gathered saints subtly shifted, each lost in contemplation. Indeed, the simultaneous appearance of the Ba Huang Sheng Zhu and the destined celestial body in the Qing domain game is truly bizarre. It must be noted that such variables are beyond even the top-tier formless beings, like the great demon, to unravel. If there exists anyone capable of leveraging the Ba Huang Sheng Zhu and the destined celestial body as pawns, it would likely be none other than Qing Song, the foremost ancient saint. However, if it is indeed the work of the Qing Sheng's design, what could be his intent? Is he perhaps seeking to transcend the eternal? Eternal. At the utterance of this term, silence enveloped the assembly of saints. Though the myriad saints have ascended to the exalted realm of sanctity, reigning as the formidable sovereigns of Tianlan, the concept of Wuzhong remains a weighty and distant notion for them. In the illustrious ancient epoch of the Tianlan realm, only one primordial being, Qing Song, emerged. Furthermore, the elusive Wuzhong, existing beyond the realm of Wushi, is a far-off aspiration. All knowledge pertaining to the Wuzhong has vanished with the lost epochs of antiquity, shrouded in the mists of eternity. Their relationship to Wuzhong resembles that of the ignorant beings of the post-heaven to the supreme sacred realm. Both are shrouded in obscurity and remoteness. No way. A saint vociferously countered, asserting that Qing Song's attainment of Wushi already marked him as a prodigious scholar of the ages. To think that one could achieve Wuzhong through this game is an endeavor fraught with insurmountable difficulty. Moreover, if Tianlan truly possessed the opportunity to attain Wuzhong, it would have long since become the target of all realms, rather than languishing in the present. Indeed, it should be so, the Yao Yang saint interjected, his piercing gaze locked on Qingyu. Let us not concern ourselves with Qing Song's ulterior motives. This game has devolved into chaos. Today may very well mark the demise of your Qing Yu's shell. As he spoke, a resounding thud reverberated through the sky. A sword, embodying the essence of the five elements, cleaved the boundary between heaven and earth. The second wuxia, sacred weapon, unsheathed. The Yaoyang saint's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The destruction of Qin Yu was imminent. No sooner had he uttered these words than Lin Zhe's voice, resonant like the celestial decree, echoed throughout the domains of Tianlan. Reversal, inversion, prohibition. The very essence of Tianlan's power was set in motion by Lin Zhe, invoking the mandates of destiny. My will is the will of heaven. My heart resonates with the heart of heaven. Destiny resides within me. The ominous black rain, a harbinger of annihilation, re-emerged, coalescing into a torrent that surged toward the firmament. Simultaneously, the colossal hand of the demon appeared in a bizarre manner, striking toward the direction of the demon's grotesque visage. With a flourish, Lin Zhe's sacred form, imbued with the power of destiny, traversed the expanse between the torrent and the monstrous hand, wielding a wuxia sacred weapon in each hand, channeling the full might of their power. Two blades of sword energy cleave the air, racing toward the torrent and the demon's hand. With a swift motion, Lin Zhe unleashed a strike that shattered the heavens and obliterated worlds. The haughty demon face, which had long regarded Tianlan with disdain, finally exhibited a change in expression. Her pupils constricted, her demeanor shifting. Destiny? How could the formless celestial body wield the tyrannical power of destiny? Could it be that the formless celestial could also usurp the source of destiny? Impossible. The Tao of the 9 celestial bodies allows for only one being to exist in a lifetime. None may covet another celestial form, even among those of the same celestial lineage. How could this individual possess the dual supremacy of formlessness and destiny? The demon had no time to ponder further as Lin Zhe cleaved open the gateway to the heavens. The overwhelming force of his strike was now upon her. Even the demon, with her formidable prowess, felt the weight of this blow. In a moment of alarm, she was consumed by fury. How dare this insignificant ant? The demon unleashed twin beams of demonic light, attempting to dismantle the combined assault of the black torrent and the sword energy. Yet, against the dual wuxia sacred weapons, coupled with the perfected power of destiny from the celestial scripture and the awakened force of the 8 desolations blood, the demon's magic was as flimsy as paper. Collapsing under the onslaught, heavenly edict, disperse. The sword energy tore through the demonic light. The torrent engulfed the sky, submerging the grotesque visage. Subsequently, a colossal hand obliterated the very fabric of the world. With a singular blow, the demon's form shattered, revealing a captivating figure strikingly similar to Lu Hanyan. This was the true essence of the demon. At this moment, her garments lay in tatters, blood trickling from her lips, her exquisitely crafted face marred by 2 intersecting, ghastly sword scars, laying bare her disarray. The distinction between victor and vanquished had become abundantly clear as the black rain returned with a vengeance. It coalesced into a cataclysmic torrent once more. Lin Zhe, brandishing dual swords, traversed the black river, his sacred form radiating a resplendent golden light amidst the darkness. The illustrious purple light of destiny enveloped him, morphing into a magnificent dragon of heaven and earth coiling at his feet, serving as his celestial steed. In this moment, he appeared as a divine being, heralding dawn and salvation. He pointed his sword at the demon. Now, who is the ant? The demon, incensed, seethed with rage. Since her ascendance, she had never suffered such humiliation. To her, it felt as though an authority in a domain had been confronted by an inconspicuous figure, inciting her ire. Were it not for your theft of the world-destroying calamity, I would not have. The demon, not being a formless saint, relied solely on her Tao fruit for existence. The theft of a Tao fruit would lead a formless saint to plummet from their sacred status, losing all. Yet, as an entity of formlessness, she had transcended the constraints of Tao fruit, liberating herself from the shackles of time and space. The theft of her magic power would not diminish her strength. It would merely affect her standing. However, it was precisely this decline in standing that had precipitated her current predicament. For throughout her life, her might was rooted in the demonic path, and the essence of that path was the world-destroying calamity. Now that the calamity had been usurped and replaced with a new progenitor, she could no longer harness its power, lest she fall under Lin Zhe's dominion and be suppressed by his Tao fruit, rendering her combat prowess nearly nullified. In other words, in her confrontation with Lin Zhe, she could not utilize the very magic that sustained her akin to clipping her wings and extinguishing her might. In her hasty response, compounded by Lin Zhe's status as a being of destiny, she found herself at a disadvantage. Enough. As she began to speak, the demon hesitated. To argue further would only showcase her impotence. You shall not have a second chance. Lin Zhe remained silent, merely observing the demon, gazing at the face so reminiscent of Lu Hanyan. Memories of the past 18 years flooded his mind, yet ultimately, all those memories coalesced into a singular notion, strategy. His fury intensified. Exhausted, he was utterly fatigued. Let them all perish. Lin Zhe's gaze turned frigid. The wuxia sword box upon his back resounded with a clear, vibrant note. A river of sword energy ascended skyward. Above this river, a blazing sun scorched the earth. Once the remnants of the river extinguished, the serene night of the vast sea reigned supreme. Following the sun's descent, a radiant moon gradually rose from the horizon. As the moon ascended over the sea, in this cosmic interplay of day and night, a legendary sword transcended the barriers of time and space. The sword of sun and moon swept across the universe, heralding the emergence of the third sacred weapon. Boom! The three sacred swords hung in the void, exuding an endless, primordial might. Lin Zhe beckoned with an outstretched hand, summoning the swords to stand firm. The formidable sword energies fixated upon the demon, immobilizing her. The third? The demon's expression morphed into one of astonishment. You still possess a third? Before she could finish her thoughts, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. A blood crystal suddenly ascended from Lin Zhe's hand, floating at the center of the three wuxia sacred swords. The familiar aura emanating from the blood crystal plunged her into a state of bewilderment, conjuring memories of something critically significant from the depths of her mind. In an instant, her pupils contracted sharply. That entity had plunged her into an eerie silence for an extended period. In the next moment, the three sacred swords merged into one. Multifarious forces brewed and empowered. The inverse demonic technique, the power of destiny, the blood of the 8 realms, the calamity of annihilation. The blood crystal blossomed into a resplendent flower. It severed time and space, cut through causality, and unleashed a sword that emerged from the faint radiance of the flower. Whoosh! The sword's energy howled past. This sword, the dawn of creation, annihilation. Clang! Whoosh! The astonishing white blossomed. At that moment, the entire world turned pale, leaving only this blinding, singular shade of white. Beyond this, there was nothing else. After a brief moment, as the white light faded, a glance revealed a shattered landscape. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Where the sword energy passed, all manifestations were obliterated. And at the center of this devastation stood the great demon, her flawless form marred by countless scars. She resembled an unrefined clay sculpture, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Her formless true essence had been destroyed. Life had utterly vanished. The battle between Lin Zhe and the great demon had inscribed its conclusion. The great demon was defeated. In the realm, silence reigned, witnessing the great demon's downfall. The saints of Tianlan observed with an inscrutable gaze, their hearts a tumultuous tide, rendered speechless. The half-saint Qinghe, who had originally intended to lend Lin Zhe a hand with the blood of the Qing saint at the last moment, was also taken aback. The unparalleled great demon, entwined with the Qing domain and scheming for so long, had been vanquished so easily. A being of the highest caliber, capable of contending with the Qing saint, had fallen. Qinghe's eyelids twitched as he pulled at his own beard. He had envisioned various futures for the Qing domain. Yet, the current scenario was indeed beyond his wildest dreams. Above the firmament, Lin Zhe approached the great demon. The sharp tip of his sword, exuding a chilling aura, pressed against her neck. Surrender the method of the demonic embryo. Feeling the icy blade, the great demon, who had remained in silence ever since the blood crystal revealed its truth, finally regained her senses. She glanced at Lin Zhe, a strange, malevolent smile creeping across her face. The demonic embryo method? After being enraptured in the demonic realm for eons, I now realize who I truly am. She began to laugh. I lost. Yet I lost to her. Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. Speak plainly. The sharp blade pierced the great demon's neck. Black blood trickled down her throat. Unfazed, the great demon appeared enlightened, as if she had awoken and pierced through the veil of worldly illusions. What is there to a demonic embryo? Merely a misguided practice of the remnants of the demon god, the Huan Yuqi Xing Lu. consumed by the demon god and transformed into an external incarnation of a herbalist. The remnant of the demon god, the Huan Yu Qi Xing Lu. Ling Shivush momentarily stunned. Do you still not understand? I am the boundless anomaly, while she is the unparalleled demon. Tell me, who among us is the true demonic embryo? Thunder rumbled. A flash of insight struck Lin Zhe's mind. The great demon's words echoed those of Lu Hanyin when she spoke of the inverse demonic technique. She had said, "My true self is immensely arrogant. She created me and bestowed upon me her talents and thoughts. She is an unbridled anomaly. Thus, I too am an unparalleled demon." The great demon continued, transforming into an incarnation, shedding my old self. I die. A gentle breeze swept by. The shattered form of the great demon gradually dissipated with the wind, leaving only whispers in its wake. She lives. Chapter 142, Ling Huang da Sengi. With a sigh, the gentle breeze blew, scattering the ashes of calamity. The era of the formless great demon thus drew to a close. The blood crystal, too, fulfilled its purpose and vanished into nothingness alongside the great demon. In this intricate web surrounding the Qing domain, Lin Zhe ultimately triumphed splendidly in the first and most crucial battle. With only 3 of the 5 sacred weapons, he had already thwarted the great demon. What magnificent scenery would unfold when all 5 were unleashed? When he ascended to formlessness, truly transcending time and realms, what then? Thus, the scheme of the Qing domain had been unraveled. He would ultimately sweep across and reign supreme over the world. However, Lin Zhe did not harbor much joy at having defeated the great demon and overturned the chessboard. He turned his gaze towards the Qing domain, murmuring the words spoken by the great demon before her demise. I die, she lives. The remnants of the demon god, the Huan Yu Qi Xing Lu, the herbalist, transforming into an incarnation, the inverse demonic technique. He chuckled softly, a laugh filled with inexplicable complexity. It cannot be described as sheer joy, nor as anger. Yet regardless, she had indeed imparted a profound lesson to Lin Zhe in her formless state, allowing him to experience firsthand what it meant to be formless. Ultimately, the formless ones are indeed formless. They have traversed the river of time, enduring countless transformations, having consumed more salt in their lifetime than Lin Zhe has rice. Witnessing an incalculable multitude, their schemes and wisdom have long ascended to the pinnacle of the world, often contemplating hundreds of contingencies and variables with each move they make. These individuals are all seasoned foxes among foxes. Lin Zhe, a mere youth who had lived less than 50 years combined, attempting to compete with these cunning old foxes was indeed rather naive. The coffin buried in the Lu family need not be verified by Lin Zhe. It could be assumed to be an empty shell. Learning from adversity, this lesson was etched in Lin Zhe's mind. Next, Lin Zhe glanced at the various saints who, in their formlessness, observed this unfolding transformation from the shadows. As beings of the supreme holy realm, even if they were not as formidable as the formless ones, they should possess some insider knowledge. Let's go have a chat. Just as Lin Zhe contemplated this, a wisp of pure energy slowly descended from the heavens. This wisp of pure energy drifted down, settling in the void. In the next moment, within the Qing domain, the enchanting Miaoyu of the Changhe sword sect seemed to respond to some kind of calling. She abruptly turned her head towards that wisp of pure energy, only to be struck dumb. Suddenly, terror filled her eyes. You. It's you. No, I don't want to disappear. I don't want to go back. Whoosh. She instantly used her escape technique, fleeing thousands of miles away to evade the pure energy. Yet, her struggles and cries were ultimately in vain. Under that wisp of pure energy, Miaoyu was rendered powerless to hide. In mere moments, she transformed into a pink mist, exuding an endless aura of desire. The mist was captured by the pure energy and soared beyond the Qing domain to unite with it. Meanwhile, within the Qing domain, numerous others were experiencing similar fates to Miaoyu. They transformed into various colored mists, some like Miaoyu, representing desire in shades of pink, others embodying anger in crimson, and yet others symbolizing greed in yellow. 7 distinct essences converged from all directions, surging towards the pure energy in the sky, merging into one. Amidst the confluence of these countless essences, a graceful figure materialized from the infinite energy. She was so sacred, so pure, so majestic, and so beautiful. She appeared as an embodiment of a divine goddess walking among mortals, evoking nothing but reverence and respect. Upon her appearance, the hearts of the saints trembled, manifesting their formless selves. The trees in the forest bowed low. The rivers in the mountains ceased their flow. The gentle winds of the high heavens dared not howl. They expressed their utmost reverence towards this being through the wind, the trees, the water, and even a speck of dust. We pay homage to Ling Huang de Sheng, Lingyi Huang da Sengi, the most mysterious and ancient great sage of Tianlan. Her existence even surpasses that of the Saint Qing Tsang, whose timeline has long since faded. For her existence began with Tianlan. Since the inception of the concept of Tianlan and the records of its history, Ling Huang de Sheng has always been present. Likewise, in contrast to her antiquity, her cultivation realm resides in a realm of unfathomable mystery, known only through some conjectures drawn from her ancient existence. As the sovereign of the Ling clan, she is enveloped in an air of mystery, seldom making her presence known or descending into the mortal realm. Whether in matters trivial or significant, even during the pivotal moment when Qing Tsang broke through the primordial barriers and summoned the heroes for discourse, this esteemed Ling Huang de Sheng never made an appearance. It seems that nothing in this world could capture her attention. The sole instance of her intervention occurred during the time when the great demon sought to annihilate Tianlan and refine the realm, forcefully attempting to seize the Qing domain. It was she, the Ling Huang de Sheng, who thwarted the invasion of the great demon and averted catastrophe. That singular event allowed the world a glimpse into her formidable essence, revealing why she has endured since the inception of Tianlan. Now, with her reemergence, the other saints promptly conveyed their sincerity to her, while inwardly contemplating the significance of her appearance. What occasion could warrant the presence of the Ling Huang de Sheng? The world is far from the brink of annihilation as it once was. As the saints cast their gazes around, Ling Huang materialized, her calm and fathomless eyes fixated on Lin Zhe. In her gaze lay an impenetrable tranquility, akin to a deep pool obscuring its depths. Lin Zhe scrutinized this Ling Huang de Sheng, sensing the aura of the seven emotions law emanating from her. The fragmented desires corresponding to Miao Yu had returned to their origin. It seemed that this Ling Huang was indeed the true embodiment of the enigmatic Xian Yu Meng, the mastermind behind both Xia, Qing, He, and Miao Yu. It would be more accurate to refer to her as an incarnation, a manifestation of the Tao. After experiencing the events with Lu Han Yin and the Great Demon, Lin Zhe could no longer believe in the existence of a tangible entity behind the formless beings that pervade the world. However, what could have prompted the sudden appearance of this Ling Huang de Sheng? Contemplating her arrival alongside the seven emotions law, Lin Zhe inquired, "Are you Xian Yu Meng?" Upon hearing the name, the Ling Huang de Sheng paused momentarily. A glimmer of insight flickered in her tranquil eyes before she shook her head, stating, "I am not Xian Yu Meng, nor is there such a person within the Ling clan." Why this inquiry? Upon hearing her denial, Lin Zhe was momentarily taken aback. "You are not Xian Yu Meng? Then how do you explain Xia Qing, he being a fragment of your seven emotions law?" A sense of disbelief washed over him. However, upon further reflection, given the current circumstances, it was unnecessary for the Ling Huang de Sheng to deny her identity, nor did it hold any significance. Thus, the signature of Xian Yu Meng on the seven emotions law remained a perplexing enigma. Chapter 143, The Divine Tomb. Lin Zhe had initially believed that after vanquishing the great demon and showcasing his unrivaled prowess, the intricate web surrounding the Qing domain would unravel effortlessly. Yet, the reality was starkly different. He cast a glance at the Ling Huang de Sheng, the purple light of destiny in his eyes weaving through the threads of fate, seeking the imprint of the Ling Huang de Sheng, tracing its origins. Ling Huang de Sheng, the leader of the Ling clan, the most ancient and mysterious saint of Tianlan. Astonishingly, she was unaware of the existence of Xian Yu Meng. In other words, she remained oblivious to the fact that her fragment, Xia Qing He, had been tampered with. She was completely deceived by Xian Yu Meng. This alone was sufficient to raise numerous questions. Moreover, considering the sudden disappearance of Qing Tsang, the foremost primordial being of Tianlan, for no apparent reason only added to the intrigue. It was evident that a more formidable force was subtly manipulating the game behind the scenes. Lin Zhe withdrew his gaze, lost in contemplation. Why would Xian Yu Meng expose herself? With her capabilities, had she chosen to remain unacknowledged in the seven emotions law, Lin Zhe would have never discerned her presence. Furthermore, the manifestation of Xia Qing He, born from the seven emotions law, was precisely what Lin Zhe needed to awaken his 8 Desolations blood, which was otherwise incomplete without the refining spirit technique. It was as if this powerful 7 emotions law was fortuitously presented at the perfect moment, only to be perceived by Hong Tian, the destined celestial body. All of this seemed far too coincidental. Lin Zhe recalled a remark made by Hong Tian. Is my arrival and your birth, Lin Zhe, the convergence of 2 celestial bodies within the Qing domain part of your old scheming? Qing Song? Oh, how delightful. It seems you all are engaged in a grand game. The purple light in Lin Zhe's eyes deepened. A striking stream of information flashed through his mind. 22 days remain until the 9 extreme saint law is fully deduced. 22 days. If you are so adept at calculations and strategies, then by all means, calculate what will transpire in 22 days. The sudden outpouring of Lin Zhe's destiny aura prompted the Ling Huang de Sheng to grasp something profound. She regarded Lin Zhe with a knowing glance and calmly stated, "It appears that something has transpired with Miao Yu or Xia Qing He, something even I cannot discern." Lin Zhe shot a glance at the Ling Huang de Sheng. Noting her calm demeanor, she shook her head, stating, "It is merely the result of having seen and understood much. This too was the purpose of my appearance before you." With a wave of her hand, a gentle drizzle began to fall, soft as silk. The warm rain cascaded down upon this world. Ravaged by the conflict between Lin Zhe and the great demon, the rain nourished the parched leaves, rejuvenating them to reveal vibrant greenery. With the return of spring, the scars of battle faded, restoring the world to its original visage. "This is not a place for conversation," the Ling Huang de Sheng continued. "Please, follow me to the Ling clan for further discourse. Perhaps all that you seek lies within the answers of my kin." With that, the Ling Huang de Sheng stepped forward, unveiling a mysterious portal before Lin Zhe. Do all answers truly reside there? Lin Zhe patted his sword case, and the 3 holy weapons returned to their slumber within, their divine might subdued. He then cast a final glance back at the Qing domain before stepping into the long-sealed, enigmatic realm of the Ling clan alongside the Ling Huang de Sheng. As they departed, the winds stilled and the waves calmed, leaving behind the formless saints, now transformed into mountains and vegetation, silently regarding one another. The mysterious territory of the Ling clan lay enveloped in an expanse of boundless clouds. Within this cloud sea, peaks rose and palaces sprawled, with ethereal cranes occasionally calling as they soared to the heavens. Springs of unknown origin cascaded from the skies, flowing into the cloud sea, only to vanish in an instant. The grandeur of the scene resembled a celestial palace amidst the clouds, truly magnificent and extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Zhe stood atop the highest peak of the celestial palace, gazing out over the vast cloud sea. After a moment of reflection, he mused, "No wonder the Ling clan has always maintained an air of secrecy. Even their ordinary members are well concealed. It turns out your clan's territory is not of this earth." Indeed, the cloud sea before Lin Zhe was genuine. What he beheld through the clouds was Tianlan, the various domains of Tianlan. The Ling clan's territory is situated above Tianlan, perpetually within the realm of clouds, observing all that transpires in Tianlan from a vantage point. This perspective vividly illustrates the concept of the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, where heaven embodies the divine, earth represents essence, and humanity signifies energy. The Ling Huang de Sheng poured a cup of tea for Lin Zhe, presenting it before him. Not every member of the Ling clan possesses the ability to perceive the heavens and earth. Residing within the cloud realm allows my kin to observe the divine tomb of Tianlan at any time. The divine tomb of Tianlan? Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow, and before he could inquire further, the Ling Huang de Sheng continued, "Indeed, as you have heard, this realm of Tianlan serves as a grand tomb for the divine beings. My Ling clan serves as the guardians of this tomb." A chuckle escaped Lin Zhe's lips. Once upon a time, he believed he had merely entered a world of transmigration, engaged in battles against the protagonists. Yet, it turned out that this was no mere story, but a labyrinthine scheme. Now Tianlan has transformed into a tomb. This is becoming increasingly intricate. Very well. Lifting the teacup, Lin Zhe savored a sip of the Ling clan's aromatic tea, not particularly astonished by the words of the Ling Huang de Sheng. After enduring numerous twists and turns, Lin Zhe's interest in the nature of the Tianlan world has waned considerably. In truth, whether it be the Wuxiangs or the Wushu, he has little inclination to concern himself with their intentions. Lin Zhe's character has always been thus, as long as you do not provoke him. Whether you engage in battles in the Qingyu or aspire to ascend without beginning, feel free to amuse yourselves. Yet, those mischievous entities insist on seeking trouble, treating him as a mere jester. Very well, if you desire to play, I shall accompany you until the end. Let us see who the true fool is. Setting down his teacup, a fleeting crimson light flickered in Lin Zhe's eyes. At that moment, the Linghuang great sage spoke again, stating that it is precisely for this reason that the upper echelons of the Ling clan remain isolated from the world, with core members seldom venturing into the outside realm, guarding the divine tomb and its secrets through generations. While speaking, the Linghuang great sage glanced at Lin Zhe, adding that the seven emotions technique, which the people of the outside world so ardently admire, was thus created. As a new year commences, this book has reached a certain stage, and it is time to clarify various aspects regarding its content. This work is the author's initial foray on this platform, essentially an exploration of the market to gauge reader preferences, thereby paving the way for the next book. Consequently, the narrative unfolds primarily through a structured outline, discarding many unnecessary subplots, even integrating some significant ones into the main storyline. The entire text is expected to conclude in approximately 300 chapters. As for the plot, all significant foreshadowing related to the main storyline has already been laid down early on, sometimes encapsulated in a single phrase. Thus, the latter part primarily involves addressing these plot points and responding to the hints. For example, the recent confusion surrounding the Shiru Meng is not a new plot point, but an old one introduced in the first chapter, and her true form has already appeared in earlier texts. Moreover, let me provide a slight spoiler. She is connected to another crucial plot point regarding why, within the original trajectory, Lin Zhe would still willingly pursue Xia Qinghe despite the presence of his foster sister, Lu Hanyan. Additionally, the origins of his divine-level enlightenment are also subtly embedded within the narrative, and I have noticed that some readers have already deduced part of it. Regarding the update schedule, the previous lack of updates was due to a busy year-end workload. Now that it has concluded, I can at least ensure daily updates going forward. Thank you all once more for your support, and I wish everyone a happy new year filled with new beginnings. Chapter 144. The Ancient Heavenly Emperor, as she spoke. The Linghuang great sage withdrew a tome radiating a seven-colored glow, resembling gold and jade. On its cover were inscribed 3 ancient characters, suffused with the essence of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. 7 emotions technique. This technique, born from the unique talents of my Ling clan, can maximize our spiritual potential, allowing one divine entity to divide into 7 manifestations, which can further subdivide into infinite forms. Thus, although our Ling clan is few in number, we wield the strength of our entire lineage to secure the divine tomb of Tianlan, with every detail firmly within our grasp. The Linghuang great sage presented the 7 emotions technique to Lin Zhe. However, this technique is exclusive to my Ling clan, traditionally passed down through clan-specific spiritual seals, and never divulged to outsiders. She cast a deep glance at Lin Zhe, knowing that even if special circumstances allowed for its external transmission, without the guidance of our Ling clan's spiritual seal, one could not cultivate the 7 emotions technique to its utmost pinnacle. Given her understanding of the technique and her mastery over it, she could discern the traces of the 7 emotions technique within Lin Zhe. Furthermore, she confidently asserted that Lin Zhe had already reached an extraordinary level of proficiency, rendering his spirit exceptionally vibrant and harmonized, a matter of no small significance. The Linghuang great sage's words clearly suggested that Lin Zhe possessed the Ling clan's exclusive 7 emotions technique. However, she did not pursue the matter of Lin Zhe practicing it in secret. Given his demonstrated combat prowess, even if he had, it would merely amount to a triviality. What piqued her concern was the individual who had pilfered the 7 emotions technique. To have eluded her notice while stealing the technique, that figure must be far from ordinary. For the Linghuang great sage, the guardian of the tomb, this posed a significant variable outside her control, which was a major factor in her decision to meet Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe understood the implication of the Linghuang great sage's words. After contemplating for a moment, he made a gesture, and lo and behold, I too wish to investigate the underlying intricacies behind this. Come forth. The divine edict appeared in Lin Zhe's hand, signed by Shiru Meng, alongside the 7 emotions technique. He placed this tome next to the Ling clan's 7 emotions technique. The essence of this book is one of your fragmented 7 emotions, Xia Qinghe. Indeed, Xia Qinghe is at the heart of the matter. The Linghuang Great Sage had anticipated this. She nodded and glanced at the inscription on the 7 emotions technique. Noting the 3 characters, Shiru Ming. No wonder you inquired whether I was Shiru Ming, she mused. She then took up the 7 emotions technique, examining it closely. After a moment, she closed her eyes and initiated a temporal regression based on this 7 emotions technique. The chaotic breath of time swirled around the Linghuang Great Sage, and fragments of temporal rivers began to intertwine within her grasp. Her figure grew indistinct, blurred by the echoes of time. She delved into the crevices of time and space, searching through the long timeline of Tianlan for clues regarding Shiru Ming in this book. After a brief interval, the Linghuang Great Sage's figure emerged from the haze, becoming clear once more. Upon opening her eyes, an expression of helplessness filled her gaze. She sighed, indicating that they had indeed arrived, rootless and formless, without beginning. Upon hearing this, Lindsay was not surprised. From their initial encounter, he had surmised the Linghuang Great Sage's ignorance about Shiru Ming. Now, he simply sought to discern who Shiru Ming truly was and why she had delivered the 7 emotions technique to him precisely when he most needed it for his cultivation. He expressed his eagerness to learn further. The Linghuang Great Sage cast a glance at the sword sheath behind Lindsay. This is a long tale, one that traces back to an unparalleled existence from the ancient era. At the mention of this supreme being, the Linghuang Great Sage's eyes shone with profound reverence and longing. It was the ancient heavenly emperor. The ancient heavenly emperor. Upon hearing this name, Lindsay instinctively recalled the words of the ghostly figure in the Boundary River. The destiny contends with the emperor for divinity. This emperor must be the ancient heavenly emperor, right? The Linghuang Great Sage continued, stating that the ancient heavenly emperor was the creator of the ancient era. He brought an end to the world's chaos, establishing order among the myriad races and founding the ancient celestial court. He is revered as the god of all races, respected by heaven and earth. Under his guidance, the myriad races of the ancient times thrived in harmony, and the world flourished, with one brilliant era after another blossoming under his hand. Though the Linghuang Great Sage, the oldest among the Tianlan, typically exhibited a calm demeanor, accustomed to the weight of countless experiences. Her tone brimmed with admiration and yearning when speaking of the ancient heavenly emperor. It appears even beings as formidable as the Wuxiang sage have their idols. Lindsay chuckled softly, considering him an extraordinary figure worth meeting if the opportunity arose. The Linghuang Great Sage, however, directly stated that such an opportunity was no longer available. The tales of the ancient heavenly emperor and the connections between our Ling clan and him are knowledge I have gleaned solely from ancient legends passed down through generations of the Ling clan. Oh, Lindsay was somewhat taken aback. As the most ancient and traceable great sage of Tianlan, the leader of the Ling clan, how could Ling Huang have never encountered the heavenly emperor, learning about him only through ancient legends? Was the era of the heavenly emperor so distant from her own? According to the ghostly figure, the conflict of destiny with the emperor led to the shattering of the ancient times. It seemed implausible, as if sensing Lindsay's thoughts. The Linghuang Great Sage cast a glance at the sword sheath behind him. Many events have transpired within, resulting in discrepancies in the causality of Tianlan's time and space, which is why your understanding of Tianlan differs from mine. For instance, you believe I am the origin of the ancient Ling clan, the undying and eternal leader of the Ling clan. However, in truth, from the time my clan began guarding the divine tomb until now, the Ling clan has already passed down through 12 generations. Lindsay was momentarily taken aback, then cast a glance at the sword box behind him. Please continue, he urged. The Ling Huangda Sheng continued. In ancient times, the Taigu Tiandi entrusted our Ling clan with a grave responsibility, charging us with guarding the divine tomb to prevent malevolent forces from seizing its power and wreaking havoc upon the Taigu. Initially, with the vigilance of my clan and the suppression of the Tiandi, no nefarious individuals dared to covet the divine tomb, and thus we lived in peace. However, a cataclysmic event that shook the very foundations of the Taigu era soon transpired. A rebellion erupted in the heavenly court. Supreme beings united across various clans to resist the Tiandi's rule, igniting a fierce battle for supremacy that ultimately led to the shattering of the Taigu and the disintegration of the heavenly court, with countless powerful beings turning to ashes in that conflict. The Tiandi subsequently vanished without a trace. In the absence of the Tiandi suppression, those fortunate enough to survive the battle began to eye the divine tomb with greed. Our clan swore unwavering loyalty to the Tiandi, determined not to betray his trust. And thus we engaged in an ongoing struggle with those supreme beings, a contest that remains unresolved to this day. Hearing this, Lindsay furrowed his brow and posed a pivotal question. What exactly is the divine tomb? Why do both the Tiandi and those supreme beings regard it with such reverence? Chapter 145. The true nature of the primordial immortal body faced with Lin Zai's inquiry. The Ling Huang de Sheng succinctly replied, I do not know. You do not know? Lin Shi echoed. Indeed, whether it be the enemies who covet the divine tomb or the ancestors of my Ling clan, they all seem intent on keeping the secrets of the divine tomb hidden from others. The mystery of the divine tomb is best known by as few as possible. The Ling Huang de Sheng sighed. Thus, they have systematically erased all information pertaining to the divine tomb. Through immense powers, they have exiled all fates and destinies related to the divine tomb, causing all Ling clan members who once remembered its enigma to gradually forget, leading to a blurred understanding that has faded across generations. In my generation, all knowledge regarding the divine tomb has been utterly severed, leaving no remnants or fragments to trace back. Consequently, the Tianlan divine tomb has become but a riddle with only a few legends remaining, known to no one but those two individuals. Those two individuals? Lin Zai felt a stir in his heart. Based on the current context, he could surmise one of them. However, the Ling Huang de Sheng revealed without hesitation, at this juncture, you have likely guessed one of them. Indeed, it is the Ji Sheng Qing Song. As the sole primordial being to emerge since the shattering of the Taigu, he naturally possesses the ability to comprehend all. Upon Qing Song's enlightenment, I immediately sought his counsel regarding the secrets of the divine tomb. Lin Zai understood. He did not divulge this to you? The Ling Huang de Sheng shook her head. Neither does he know what the divine tomb truly is. All who are aware of its mystery cloak it in profound secrecy. Back then, Qing Song only advised me to refrain from pursuing matters related to the divine tomb and to focus solely on fulfilling the duties of our clan, leaving all else to him. Following that, as you're already aware, Qing Song traversed the three great ancient relics, forged Dao Jia Mountain, vanquished the 8 saints, established the Qing Yudao Ban, and ultimately, the Ling Huang de Sheng glanced at the sword box behind Lin Zai. He unleashed 5 swords, shattering the temporal fate and causality of Tianlan, sealing the divine tomb and isolating it from other realms. This is what I previously mentioned. The temporal causality of Tianlan has encountered a problem, and your understanding diverges from mine. For his 5 swords altered the timeline of Tianlan, disrupting the historical trajectory and distorting the normal perceptions of all. It was from that moment that the core of Tianlan shifted from the mystery of the divine tomb to the enigma of the primordial, falling into Qing Song's intricate design. The events that transpired thereafter bestowed upon you the 5 sacred weapons he left behind, and having inherited his lineage, you should possess greater clarity than I. After listening to the recounting of the Ling Huang de Sheng, Lin Zai remained silent for a long time, his brow furrowed. It appeared that Qing Song was indeed fishing for something. Therefore, the upheaval 18 years ago, my so-called transmigration, was not benign. After a lengthy pause, Lin Zai inquired, had the intricacies of fate not been muddled 18 years ago, what would you have done within the original framework? The Ling Huang de Sheng regarded him intently. Within the original framework, both you and the Lin clan would face annihilation. Why? Lin Shapresht. Because your Lin clan possesses the immortal fate token. To allow Wu Tong to penetrate the Qing Yu, witnessing Dao Jia Mountain is an indispensable step. Lin Zai nodded. So, in the original trajectory, both I and the Lin clan indeed perished? Correct. You and the Lin clan are merely insignificant pawns on the grand chessboard. Insignificant pawns? Lin Zai cast a sidelong glance at the Ling Huang de Sheng, a flicker of purple light flashing in his eyes. Previously, Lin Zai had believed that there was a formless entity orchestrating schemes behind the Lin clan. Yet now it seemed that even the ancient guardian of the tomb, Ling Huang de Sheng, was unaware of the Lin clan's true nature, blind to the existence of the Ba Huang bloodline. Ah, I have truly underestimated my ancestors. Lin Shi mused. You all conceal your depths so well. Could it be that Qing Song's intended catch is the individual behind the Lin clan? Upon reflecting on the Dao Jia Mountain left by Qing Song, Lin Zai realized that he had awakened his own Ba Huang bloodline there. With this revelation, Lin Zai suddenly felt a sense of clarity. It is entirely possible that he himself was the intruder. The villainous figure was none other than himself. Very well. There remains one final inquiry. Xia Qing He. No, it should be referred to as Su Rumeng. The Ling Huang Desheng had already clarified that within the original trajectory, Lin Zhe would meet his demise with no chance of resurrection. Yet just days prior, Xia Qing He had mentioned she experienced a similar dream, wherein she did not kill Lin Zhe. She had maneuvered within the established trajectory to perform actions beyond its confines, much like the individual behind the Lin clan who faked their death to escape without a trace. Furthermore, considering how she had deceived the Ling Huang Desheng, transforming Xia Qing He into the seven emotions law, it appeared this person held a special regard for Lin Zhe. If it were merely the Lin clan, the clan already had two individuals who had faked their deaths. She had no need to exert such effort on herself. In other words, Su Rumeng was likely treating Lin Zhe with unique consideration. Why? Because he was a transmigrator? The situation regarding Su Rumeng and Xia Qing He was becoming increasingly intriguing. The purple light in Lin Zhe's eyes lingered. At that moment, the Ling Huang Desheng suddenly asked, "There is something I am uncertain whether to inquire about. Is it important?" "It is of great importance." "Ask away." The Ling Huang Desheng's gaze drifted beyond Tianlan. It seems that in this world, the destined immortal body belongs to another. Lin Zhe was rendered speechless. Did not the great demon provide you with the answer? The Ling Huang Desheng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Are you suggesting the formless immortal body that can appropriate all things for itself? Before Lin Zhe could respond, the Ling Huang Desheng continued. Setting aside whether the immortal body can usurp the essence of another immortal body, one pivotal point remains. You cannot possibly be a formless immortal body. For I have encountered the true, formless, immortal body. You know it as well? The Ling Huang Desheng added. Do you recall the 9 Dao fruits in Qing He's possession? Qing Tsang. Lin Shi exclaimed. Precisely, it is he. The Ling Huang Desheng's gaze bore a peculiar intensity. The Dao of 9 immortal bodies. There can only be one in a lifetime. It is impossible for 2 identical immortal bodies to exist unless they are one and the same. Furthermore, Qing Tsang's sacred weapons are not wielded by just anyone. Lin Zhe replied, Forgive me, but there are indeed 2 identical immortal bodies in this world. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Hong Tian. You are mistaken. I am not Qing Tsang. The power of fate is something I possess through different means. Now, back to the primary matter. Who else is privy to the mystery of the divine tomb? Upon hearing Lin Zhe's denial, the Ling Huang Desheng let out a soft sigh, then glanced at Lin Zhe's hand. The other person has already perished at your hands. Chapter 146. Blood perished at my hands? Lin Shi realized. It is she, Li Yuhanyan. In this world, few hold enmity against Lin Zhe, and among those who have perished at his hands, only a select few are notable. Zhang Tong of Beichun, the bloodstained swordmaster from Dao Jie Mountain, and of course, the formidable Desheng of the demonic path, Lu Hanyan. Among them, only Lu Hanyan, as a Desheng of the demonic path, possesses the qualifications to delve into the enigma of the divine tomb. Moreover, within the realm of Tianlan, she is the sole figure who hails from the outside world. Indeed, as the Ling Huang Desheng articulated, this world has been severed from the ancient fissures by Qing Tsang, erasing all traces. Only those whose powers surpass the realm of Qing Tsang can fathom the location of the divine tomb. She stated that since the era of Qing Tsang, those who coveted the divine tomb have finally quieted down. For countless billions of years, Tianlan has remained tranquil, granting my Ling clan a brief respite. At that time, I believe this was what Qing Tsang had meant when he said he would take care of things, that the divine tomb realm of Tianlan would be eternally banished and forgotten by all. However, unexpectedly, the Ling Huang Desheng displayed a look of helplessness. One day, that great demon unexpectedly located the banished divine tomb realm of Tianlan, crossing realms from the outside and shattering the peace of this domain. This person possesses extraordinary talent, remarkable skills, and unfathomable strength. I have engaged with her across countless cycles, employing every means at my disposal, yet I have been unable to expel her from this realm. In desperation, I could only follow her into the Qingyu, keeping a watchful eye on her, placing my hopes upon the game left by Qing Tsang. Perhaps this is what Qing Tsang meant by saying to do what I believe should be done. Upon hearing the Ling Huang Desheng's words, Lin Zhe's brow slightly unfurled. Thus, the destruction of the Lin family was not merely due to the immortal fate order, but also because of her presence, correct? The Ling Huang Desheng nodded, affirming that the demonic saint's intentions are inscrutable and filled with schemes. since she chose to take a position within the Lin family. Entangling herself in their fate as a foster daughter, there must be reasons unknown to me. Therefore, how could I allow her to succeed? Lin Zhe acknowledged with a sound, then inquired, was the original trajectory of his intense infatuation with Xia Qinghe also orchestrated by your hand? Upon hearing this, the Linghuang de Sheng's gaze grew peculiar. She looked at Lin Zhe, hesitating for a moment before saying, perhaps that is a matter of his own? Lin Zhe's lips twitched slightly as he asked, and what are the two phoenixes? The Linghuang de Sheng gestured towards the far western edge of Tianlan, where the Tianjie volcano resides. There, an ancient phoenix lies in slumber. They are merely sacrifices pushed forth by the old phoenix ghost. When Qingtsong banished Tianlan, the lineage of the old phoenix ghost was also forced to remain imprisoned within Tianlan. Deprived of freedom, he dreams of returning. The Linghuang de Sheng's lips curled with a trace of cold disdain. Should there be an opportunity to escape this prison, he would gladly annihilate the entire Tianlan Phoenix clan, let alone two underdeveloped little phoenixes. So, it is. The true jester of the original narrative is indeed that one, manipulated by so many hidden hands. At this juncture, the entire background and progression of the Qingyu scheme have become clear. As for the remaining ambiguities, what is the point in overthinking? In due time, I shall personally traverse the river of time, and all will be revealed before Lin Zhe. With this thought, Lin Zhe decided to leave and seek a tranquil place to explore the mountains and waters. He bid farewell to the Linghuang de Sheng. Just as he was about to depart, Lin Zhe suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, you must know of the Huan Yu Qi Xing Lu, correct? The Linghuang de Sheng nodded, confirming that the Huan Yu Qi Xing Lu is an ancient secret text of the Taigo era, belonging to the Lingshan Palace. That demonic saint must have some connection with the Lingshan Palace through the Huan Yu Qi Xing Lu. However, that demonic saint is now deceased. Why do you inquire about this? It's nothing, thank you. With that, Lin Zhe departed the Yunzhong realm of the Ling clan and returned to the Tianlan mainland. Watching Lin Zhe leave, the Linghuang de Sheng stood in silence for a long while. Eventually, she sighed deeply. Qingtsong, what have you truly done? Having left the Yunzhong realm, Lin Zhe had already transformed into a formless sage, blending seamlessly with the cosmos. In his hurried ascent to the realm of the sage, he had yet to fully appreciate the exquisite nature of this realm, which stands in stark contrast to the innate existence. Only now, in a moment of leisure, did he truly comprehend the distinction between the sage realm and the innate. This represents a life state entirely different from the innate. In this state, one is liberated from the constraints of the physical form, bidding farewell to the shackles of lifespan. The formless being exists without self. I am everywhere. A blade of grass in the human world is me. A tree is me. A gentle breeze flowing through the mountains is me. I am inherently formless. Thus, as the cosmos endures, I shall not perish. In the vastness of a universe, where cannot I roam freely, the realm of formlessness is indeed marvelous. This is merely the first stage of the sage realm, the formless. What then of the second stage, the formless aspect, the third stage, the formless beginning, or even the ultimate formless end? Lin Zhe is filled with anticipation. Transforming into a wisp of gentle wind, Lin Zhe dispersed into the human realm, drifting into the homes of ordinary folk. Within the Qingyu, in the Taishan realm, at a humble farmstead, three simple-looking farmers gazed at the distant sky. Two of them could hardly contain their excitement and joy. Zaire has become a sage. Great ancestor, did you see that? Zaire has not only attained sagehood, but has also awakened our clan's Ba Huang bloodline. Their faces beamed with pride, their exhilaration nearly overflowing. Yet the youngest among them, a youthful farmer, wore a grave expression. He bowed his head in contemplation, pondering how, without my guidance, he could awaken the Ba Huang bloodline and even cultivate the Ba Huang true form. How could this be possible? It has only been a few short months since the scheme began. How has he achieved such progress? What has transpired within him? The young farmer muttered to himself. The two middle-aged farmers exchanged glances and spoke to him. Great ancestor, since Zaire has awakened the Ba Huang bloodline and become a sage, as well as cultivated the Ba Huang true form, inheriting the sacred weapon of Qingtsong, surely we need not remain hidden any longer, right? Huh. The young farmer suddenly realized something. Inheriting Qingtsong's sacred weapon? Wait, he's been a Dao Jia Mountain. Yes, Dao Jia Mountain. He must have awakened his bloodline there. Realizing this, the young farmer, referred to as the great ancestor, was instantly filled with excitement. This implies that the old ancestor retains at least a fragment of awareness. He has not been obliterated by that scoundrel Qingtsong. Excellent. Excellent. The heavens do not forsake our Ba Huang clan. Seeing the young farmers so elated, the two middle-aged farmers seized the opportunity to suggest, Great Ancestor, since we have such a favorable situation now, why not reunite with Zaire? Chapter 147, The Slayer of Phoenixes. With his current strength, he could act without restraint, leading our Ba Huang clan back to its zenith and reclaiming all that rightfully belongs to us. Upon hearing this, the young farmer's expression gradually sobered. He furrowed his brow, contemplating carefully. The two waited in silence. They had hidden away for far too long without returning home, far too long without seeing their beloved kin. The longing for their family had become unbearable. However, after a long time, there was still no response from the Great Ancestor. Finally, the Great Ancestor shook his head, urging patience. The current situation is far too strange. It has become utterly chaotic. I cannot yet ascertain whether this is yet another scheme orchestrated by that scoundrel Qingtsong. If all that is occurring now is a deliberate ploy by Qingtsong to lure us out, then if we recklessly approach him, wouldn't we be falling right into Qingtsong's trap? With a long sigh, the Great Ancestor looked on. We have concealed ourselves for so long. We have endured billions of years. We can afford to wait a few more years. Caution is paramount. Hearing the words of the Great Ancestor, the two men, though filled with impatience, understood that for the sake of their family's resurgence and the deep-seated enmity of the Ba Huang clan, they could only endure a little longer. As the esteemed Gaozu once proclaimed, after enduring countless years, we now finally glimpse the dawn of success on the horizon. What do the final years matter? The Ba Huang clan has suffered immensely and can no longer withstand any further risks. The two individuals sighed deeply in unison. They cast one last glance at the distant sky, emptied their minds of all distractions, and their eyes gradually returned to a state of void. Subsequently, they reverted to their ordinary lives as farmers, facing the earth and turning their backs to the heavens, commencing a day of toil. In the southern sky domain, within the illustrious Eternal Spirit Empire, a renowned storyteller, Mr. GodlyInsight, regaled patrons in a tavern with a fresh tale. This narrative revolved around the recent sensational incident concerning the Qing Sheng heir's slaying of an otherworldly demon, which had captivated the entire Tianlan region. His storytelling was meticulous and detailed, capturing even the minutiae as if he had personally witnessed the events, drawing listeners into the very scene. Mr. GodlyInsight was always enigmatic, possessing an uncanny ability to reveal details that ordinary folk could not fathom. Whispers circulated that he was a direct disciple of the ancient Tianji holy sect, mastering the art of heavenly secrets, thus allowing him to traverse the annals of history and comprehend worldly affairs. As for the veracity of such claims, the Tianji holy sect has long since faded into the annals of history, leaving its authenticity unverified. Only Mr. GodlyInsight himself knows the truth. In any case, to grasp the significant happenings in the Eternal Spirit Empire, turning to Mr. GodlyInsight was a foolproof choice. The Qing Sheng heir was originally a scion of a common mortal dynasty in the Qing domain. His family, having garnered too much merit, faced calamity after calamity, leading to a dwindling lineage, leaving only this lone sapling behind. Thus, he nurtured early wisdom, concealed his talents, feigned weakness, and how did he succeed? Just as the crowd was on the cusp of hearing this crucial revelation, Mr. GodlyInsight abruptly paused, leaving them breathless with anticipation. Mr. GodlyInsight, are you teasing us? Hurry and tell us. I will cover your expenses at the Drunken Immortal Tower for the next 7 days. To be interrupted at such a critical moment. The old rascal truly had no regard for others. The crowd laughed and chided Mr. GodlyInsight for his antics. Yet, he remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the second floor of the tavern. There, a handsome and charming young gentleman sat alone at a table, holding a cup of fine wine, watching Mr. GodlyInsight with keen interest. Upon seeing this figure, the usually eloquent Mr. GodlyInsight fell silent, his face betraying a grave expression. The crowd was perplexed. In the next moment, Mr. GodlyInsight suddenly rose, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating into the wind, becoming formless. The charming young man then leisurely consumed his wine and subsequently vanished into the void at a measured pace. Witnessing this, the tavern patrons grew even more bewildered. Only a few spies from the Eternal Spirit Empire seemed to grasp the situation, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hurried back to the Imperial Palace to report. Meanwhile, Mr. Gui Song transformed into a mighty river, rushing southward into the void sea. In the heavens, a majestic eagle suddenly plunged into the river. With a cry, its talons shattered the waters. The riverbed fractured, unleashing tumultuous waves. Amidst this chaos, Mr. Gui Song finally revealed his true form, collapsing weakly onto the ground. The eagle soared through the air, and a gust of wind swept past, bringing the charming young man's silhouette before Mr. Gui Song. This individual was Lin Zhe, who had been traversing Tianlan, reveling in its scenic beauty. For days, he had roamed various domains, enjoying his respite until he sensed a disturbance in his fateful power. Someone was manipulating his destiny. To dare flaunt the art of heavenly secrets before a being of destiny was akin to brandishing a sword before Guangong. Lin Zhe promptly concluded his leisure and followed the guidance of destiny to ascertain who would dare meddle with him. Upon arrival, he discovered that the one attempting to unravel his fate was none other than the storyteller, Mr. Gui Song. Despite Mr. Gui Song's efforts to conceal himself, he could easily deceive other saints. Yet, under the gaze of destiny, nothing could remain hidden. This so-called storyteller, Mr. Gui Song, was, in fact, an incorporeal saint, a respectable saint, relegated to the shadows, willingly posing as a mere storyteller and striving to evade notice. This piqued Lin Zhe's interest. He gazed at Mr. Gui Song and chuckled. "You were just recounting my tale, yet upon seeing me, you wish to flee?" Mr. Gui Song was at a loss for words, taking a long moment before responding, "It's instinctual. I've grown accustomed to running." What a peculiar habit of running. A saint reduced to such a state is indeed remarkable. Lin Zhe shot him a glance. "Have you offended Ling Huang?" Mr. Gui Song, or rather, now he should be called Gui Song Xingzhe, shook his head. "I have not offended Ling Huang. However, aside from her, I have antagonized the entirety of Tianlan. Would you care to elaborate? I am quite curious as to how you accomplished this." Mr. Gui Song cast a glance at Lin Zhe, his eyes shimmering with the light of celestial secrets. "How to explain this well? Let us put it this way. I was the one who killed that little phoenix outside the Qing domain." Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. "So, it was you." "The genesis of the Qing domain's predicament," Mr. Gui Song reluctantly admitted. "Indeed, I killed that little phoenix. And the old phoenix spirit will certainly not let this matter rest. For these years, I have been in hiding, fearful of revealing myself. However, I never anticipated that the old phoenix spirit would remain undisturbed, lounging atop the heavenly calamity volcano, doing nothing for all these years, causing me unnecessary anxiety. Conversely, other saints, especially one named Yao Yang, have pursued me relentlessly like mad dogs for years, following my every move. It is as though I had harmed their kin. I have often considered retaliating, yet when these ruffians could not match me, they would resort to summoning others. It was as if I had encroached upon someone's territory, rendering the entire world against me, leaving me surrounded by foes. This infuriated me greatly. As a disciple of the Tianji holy sect, we have always been the ones to stir the winds and clouds, never allowing others to stand above us. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Coincidentally, at that time, I was eager for success, engrossed in studying the myriad blood techniques and the myriad laws furnace of our sect, requiring ample bloodlines, special physiques, and high-quality texts to refine and extract. Many of those saints possess unique bloodlines and physiques, with a legacy of valuable texts within their sections. Thus, Mr. Gui Song sighed, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. Lin Zhe smirked, stealing bloodlines and pilfering texts. "No wonder you have reached such a state." He then queried, "As a member of the Tianji holy sect, did you remain oblivious to the grand scheme orchestrated by the saints of Tianlan? In the ancient texts of the Changhe sword sect, there are records regarding the Tianji holy sect, which excels in the art of celestial predictions and delights in exploring various esoteric arts, housing numerous extraordinary talents. They are most adept at navigating fortune and misfortune, deeply understanding the essence of survival. Historically, they have always operated from the shadows. Yet now, a disciple of the Tianji sect remains unaware of the Qing domain's situation." Gui Song Xingzhe immediately shook his head. "Had I known, I would never have dared to touch that cursed thing." He hesitated for a moment. "Alas, it seems that you, as an outsider yet deeply entrenched in this affair, are perhaps the only one with whom I can engage in a meaningful conversation. In truth, since ancient times, I have self-imposed slumber until I awakened merely 18 years ago. Regarding my slumber, you should be aware that in the past, Qing Tsang vanquished the ancient eight saints, one of whom was the esteemed Tai Xian, of whom I am the sole direct disciple. Long before Qing Tsang invited my master to Dao Jian Mountain to elucidate the boundless Dao, my master had a foreboding sense that a monumental upheaval was imminent. The dangers were so profound that even my master, with his unparalleled insight, felt a tremor of fear, sensing an overwhelming terror lurking behind it, capable of engulfing the ancient world. Thus, in an effort to evade this peril, my master and I resolved to distance ourselves from the Tianji Shengmen, retreating to seclusion for several eons. It came as no surprise to Lin Zhe when the Gui Tsang Shengzhe remarked that those from Tianji Shengmen are perpetually the most adept at self-preservation. The evaluations found across various texts concerning the Tianji Shengmen are unanimous. Where disciples of the Tianji Shengmen are present, safety is not guaranteed. Yet, in places devoid of their presence, danger is assured. Gui Tsang Shengzhe continued. Yet unexpectedly, my master received an invitation from Qing Tsang. From that moment, my master felt a disquieting premonition. Perhaps for the sake of the boundless Tao, my master ultimately chose to attend, leaving me to distance myself from calamity. Before departing, my master must have imparted some vital instructions. However, I have continually struggled to recall what those instructions were, as if my master deliberately sealed that portion of my memory. In any case, upon awakening, I found myself bereft of possessions, save for a scroll of one Shuesheng Shu and a tome of one Fa Rong Lu. I dedicated myself to these two secret arts left by my master, hoping to decipher my master's final instructions. In the one Shuesheng Shu, the bloodline of the phoenix ranks among the foremost, serving as an unparalleled treasure for cultivating this sacred art. At that time, two young phoenixes had emerged, leading Gui Tsang Shengzhe to sigh deeply. Alas, who would have known that within this situation lay such a vast misfortune? I had unwittingly become a pawn. How unfortunate! Lin Zhe nodded, acknowledging that in the original trajectory, it was indeed the phoenix he had slain, not the young phoenix. Gui Tsang Shengzhe acknowledged at that time. I did not dwell on it, merely feeling an inexplicable displeasure towards the young phoenix. Faced with a choice, I opted to eliminate the young phoenix. Such recklessness and impulsiveness were entirely unbecoming of my usual demeanor. In retrospect, I might have been ensnared, manipulated by others. It is no wonder that Yao Yang and the others sought to trouble me. Sigh. One cannot guard against every eventuality. Upon hearing Gui Tsang Shengzhe's words, the violet light of destiny flickered in Lin Zhe's eyes. Tai Xian is once again intertwined with the events surrounding the eight saints. Lin Zhe scrutinized Gui Tsang Shengzhe closely before asking, "May I be permitted to examine the Wan Fa Rong Lu and Wan Shuesheng Shu?" After a moment's contemplation, Gui Tsang Shengzhe acquiesced without hesitation. He retrieved a scroll and an ancient text from the void and handed them over. At Lin Zhe's level, even the great demons from beyond the realms could be effortlessly vanquished. Gui Tsang was no match for those great demons. Lin Zhe's willingness to inquire politely rather than resorting to outright theft was already a considerable gesture of respect towards Gui Tsang. Furthermore, Gui Tsang wished to leverage Lin Zhe's strength to uncover what arrangements Tai Xian had left behind. Lin Zhe accepted the Wan Fa Rong Lu and Wan Shuesheng Shu, perusing them gently. His divine comprehension activated immediately. You have examined the Wan Fa Rong Lu. You discover that the Wan Fa Rong Lu possesses the ability to assimilate the strengths of myriad schools, revealing the intricacies of various arts, amalgamating them into one. Discarding the dross while retaining the essence, innovating and interpreting the profound mysteries of the myriad arts. Should it be further extrapolated, supplemented by numerous textual materials, it may pave a new path entirely. You have examined the Wan Shuesheng Shu. You find that the Wan Shuesheng Shu can refine the bloodlines of countless races, purifying their concentration or allowing the bloodlines to intertwine, resulting in boundless transformations. Given sufficient bloodline fusion, it might yield an unparalleled divine bloodline. The insights into Wan Shuesheng Shu and Wan Fa Rong Lu flowed through Lin Zhe's mind. These two techniques bore a resemblance to the fusion of Lin Zhe's divine comprehension talent. However, compared to Lin Zhe's esoteric approach, the methods of Tianji Shengmen were more pragmatic and grounded, possessing a semblance of scientific inquiry. They incorporated various theories of energy pathways and bloodline affinities. supported by extensive empirical data. In an instant, Lin Zhe felt as though he had returned to his previous life, perusing various academic papers. The Tianji Shengmen were indeed a congregation of scholars. In the next chapter, the ambition to gather the knowledge of the world unfolds. Their research and discourse on the pathways of techniques and bloodline affinities left Lin Zhe, an erudite individual with a wealth of martial arts secrets, utterly astounded. Should there be sufficient techniques and bloodlines to supply these two methods for refining and extracting, it might indeed lead to the creation of something extraordinary. The intricacies of these two methods are unparalleled, worthy of being regarded as treasured legacies in any lineage, inciting the envy of countless individuals. However, regrettably, Lin Zhe did not fall among them. As an exceptional player, both his divine comprehension and ancestral bloodline of the 8 desolations far surpassed these two methods. Their existence, to Lin Zhe, was merely that of a diluted inferior alternative. He returned the scroll and tome to Gui Tsang Shengzhe. After receiving back the 2 secret arts, Gui Tsang Shengzhe exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, then eagerly inquired, "What is your assessment? Do you perceive any hidden pathways within?" Lin Zhe shook his head, simply stating, "These two methods possess boundless potential, their limits yet to be determined." Tai Xian de Sheng left them behind, perhaps intending to grant you a means of transcendence. Once you achieve transcendence, you may come to comprehend Tai Xian de Sheng's intentions. Gui Tsang Shengzhe sighed, "The sea of knowledge is boundless, and the law is limitless. In these years, I have pilfered so many bloodlines and techniques, yet I have only scratched the surface of the sacred arts. To achieve great success and transcendence is no easy feat." Upon uttering these words, Lin Zhe suddenly paused. The law is limitless. Having stolen so many bloodlines and techniques, something seems amiss. Since the incident with the Changhe Jianzong, how long has it been since he pondered matters of techniques and talents? He fell into silence, furrowing his brow. It seemed his state of mind had been subtly influenced. Lin Zhe sensed that his mentality might have encountered some issues. He had become too complacent, too content with his current state. Clearly, he had not yet reached a level of strength sufficient to overturn everything. Moreover, there were still numerous hidden hands behind the scenes in this game, surrounded by wolves, with crises lurking at every turn. How could he harbor a sense of waiting for flowers to bloom, passively observing the passage of time? Indeed, while the extrapolation of the 9 extremes Saint Law could propel Lin Zhe directly to the pinnacle of the Wuxiang Saint realm, granting him the power to oversee the chessboard, what lay beyond the chessboard? What if Qin Tsang reemerged? Or even the ultimate conclusion beyond the boundless Tao? When that time comes, how would he respond? Ever since Lin Zhe awakened his memories and realized he had traversed into a book, he had resolved to become the strongest, step by step ascending to the highest echelon, fully controlling his own destiny. Moreover, with such an extraordinary advantage, failing to rise to greatness would be an affront to its existence. Although Wuxiang is formidable, it is neither Lin Zhe's terminus nor a capital he could wield with impunity. It is insufficient, far from enough. Thus, something is amiss. Where did the problem originate? Could it be that achieving sanctification too swiftly, breaking through realms too fiercely, caused him to become unmoored? The divine comprehension he acquired, all derived from personal immersion and enlightenment, supplemented by numerous techniques for honing his state of mind, should not have led to instability in his mindset. Upon further contemplation, this line of thought seemed to have arisen after he had slain Lu Han Yin, momentarily ensnared by emotions that had taken root since childhood. Lin Zhe's brow slightly unfurled. Techniques evoked through emotional entanglements are often subtly insidious. Upon further contemplation, she orchestrated her demise to achieve her objectives while simultaneously eliminating the demon sovereign, exploiting every conceivable advantage. This indeed seems like something she could accomplish. It is no wonder that Lin Zhe harbored such thoughts. After enduring the great demon incident, he felt that these ancient foxes, having lived for countless years, possessed innumerable schemes. Even a casual utterance from them might be a calculated trap. However, Lin Zhe furrowed his brow once more. He recalled the recent revelations of the Tianming, Xiangjing, and the ominous words spoken by the specter, seemingly the previous generation's Tianming immortal body. The scripture is poisonous. What does it mean for something to be poisonous? Might his current turmoil of mind be a manifestation of this toxicity? If the scripture was indeed the cause, Having merely begun to delve into the scripture to appropriate the immortal body, he was already quietly influenced in his psyche. What bizarre machinations awaited him in the future, considering the undying, immortal 9 immortal bodies that have been passed down through numerous generations, leaving behind countless legends. There is likely a conspiracy lurking behind the immortal body that is even deeper than the Tianlan divine tomb. Lin Zhe's expression darkened. No, he must swiftly return to the right path. Continue practicing. Continue growing stronger. The Jujizi Shengfa must be deduced, and new techniques cannot be neglected. If the foundation of the Changhe sword sect is insufficient, then he shall supplement it with the foundation of a domain. If one domain is inadequate, then he shall draw from the entirety of Tianlan. If Qing Tsang can possess 9 Dao fruits, then he refuses to believe that, possessing the talents of fusion and self-creation, he cannot surpass Qing Tsang. With such thoughts, Lin Zhe began to strategize which domain to commence with to draw upon their collections. He remembered that beyond the Qing domain, the Lai domain was perhaps the strongest. Within the Lai domain, Lin Zhe pondered. The Gue Zongxingzhe waved his hand before Lin Zhe. Lin Sheng? Lin Sheng. Lin Zhe snapped back to reality. The Gue Zongxingzhe inquired. What are your plans next, Lin Sheng? You are a player within the game, yet now stand apart from it. Surely your every action is the focus of those individuals, akin to me as a fellow traveler. I wish to act alongside you, Lin Sheng, rather than remain isolated as before. What say you? Upon hearing the words of the Gue Zongxingzhe, Lin Zhe suddenly realized something. Wait, techniques. He fixed his gaze intently on the Gue Zongxingzhe, his eyes sparking with brilliance. Chapter 150, Lin Zhe enters seclusion, fusion. Self-creation under Lin Zhe's intense scrutiny. The Gue Zongxingzhe felt a chill run down his spine. What is it? I merely suggested collaborating. I did not imply anything else. Why are you looking at me like that? You are acting strangely. The Gue Zongxingzhe instinctively considered fleeing. At that moment, Lin Zhe, with an intense gaze, stated, You just mentioned how many techniques you have pilfered? Technique? The Gue Zongxingzhe was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in relief. Oh, you were merely inquiring about techniques. You startled me. Techniques have come and gone over the years. Today, I might disturb one sect. Tomorrow, I might rob another. I haven't kept a precise count, but it's certainly several hundred. Lin Zhe's eyes widened. Are you jesting? How many? Several hundred? Does Tianlan possess that many invisible sovereigns? The Gue Zongxingzhe explained. Those beings have lived for so long, with myriad doctrines and intricate forces beneath them. A single sovereign can be entwined with dozens of factions. When they were pursuing me, those sects assisted them, in a fit of anger, and precisely at a time when I lacked techniques to study and refine the myriad techniques furnace. I decided to take them all at once. Impressive. Lin Zhe's gaze towards the Gue Zongxingzhe became increasingly radiant. What a supreme treasure this is. The Gue Zongxingzhe should henceforth be known as the Treasure Sovereign. This is a connection to several hundred sects related to sovereigns. Even if the overall quality does not match that of the Changhe sword sect's direct lineage, quantity can make up for quality. With the techniques of several hundred sects, he refuses to believe he cannot cultivate or create a few Dao fruits. Moreover, it has not been stated that only these few hundred exist. Gazing at the Gue Zongxingzhe, Lin Zhe felt he was radiating light, the light of treasure. In light of this, may I ask, Gue Zongxingzhe, before he could finish his thought, the Gue Zongxingzhe waved his hand dismissively, saying just techniques. If Lin Sheng desires them, take them. They are not my own heritage. They were stolen from others. I wouldn't lose sleep over it if you read them and then discarded or burned them. It's rare for you, Lin Sheng, to show interest in these techniques. And I just so happen to be in a position to do you a favor and foster goodwill with this enigmatic breaker of the game. As he spoke, the Gue Zongxingzhe produced a treasure pouch and handed it to Lin Zhe. All the techniques I've gathered over the years are in here. Lin Zhe accepted the treasure pouch and, with a slight sense, was reassured by the quantity. He felt quite content. He declared this friend, Gue Zongxingzhe, is a companion I shall cherish. In the future, should you require anything, simply inform me. That's precisely what I was waiting to hear. The Gue Zongxingzhe replied with a smile. No need for formality. I'm glad to assist you, Lin Sheng. After saying this, the Gue Zongxingzhe's flickering gaze scanned the various shadowy corners. In the future, you cannot pursue me. Turning back, he continued, how fortuitous it is. Brother Lin, Our acquaintance is quite extraordinary, as if we are old friends. Since we resonate so well, why not find a place to discuss our aspirations? Lindsay considered for a moment and agreed. Coincidentally, I actually have another matter to entrust to you, Guizong brother. Oh, let's discuss as we walk. The two figures soared towards a human imperial dynasty. It is this way. I have had a passion for the martial arts of the world since childhood, perusing numerous texts, and I enjoy collecting various secret tomes and esoteric studies. This time, upon leaving the Qing domain, besides slaying the nefarious demon behind the scenes, I also wish to traverse through the various domains and witness their divine abilities. Now with the gifts from Guizong brother, I believe I will not have the time to visit them all myself. Furthermore, as you possess the myriad techniques furnace, you surely have not neglected to visit various sects to acquire their strengths, which aligns perfectly with my intentions. Therefore, I would like to request Guizong brother to visit various sects on my behalf. What do you think? The Guizong Shengzhe laughed heartily. What does it mean to be kindred spirits? This is the true essence of kindred spirits. My path is not lonely. With your personal endorsement, Lin Sheng. Who would dare show me a dismissive face next time I visit? I can hardly wait to see the expressions of my adversaries. Ha ha ha, how trivial. The two figures vanished into the distance. In the original location, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the shadows of the trees to flutter. Shadows materialize from the invisible. The expanse of Tianlan is limited for those of the saint level, and the commotion of their pursuit attracted their arrival. They gazed towards the direction the two had departed, their expressions complex, momentarily unsure of how to feel. What they spoke of was indeed our doctrinal legacy. How brazenly could they speak of it without a care? What do you do about it? The gathered saints fell silent. Very well, let us act as though we know nothing for the time being. Out of sight, out of mind. I am weary. Perhaps it is time to return. After agreeing with the Guizong Shengzhe, Lindsay sought a tranquil place amidst the mountains and waters to enter seclusion and contemplation. He sat cross-legged in the void. One by one, the treasured texts revered by the outside world flowed from the Guizong Shengzhe's treasure pouch, orbiting around Lindsay before vanishing into the void. In this cycle of emergence and concealment, the progress of his divine insight and talent was rapidly advancing. You perused Shaoxiang Yiyu Shu and grasped a profound technique of the Earth Grade. With a divine comprehension level of LV6, you delved into Tian Di Tong Shou, acquiring an exceptional Earth Grade technique. The accumulation of these techniques replenished and expanded Lindsay's foundational reserves once more. The nascent concept of a self-created methodology gradually crystallized in Lindsay's mind. He continuously contemplated, merged ideas, and relentlessly opened pathways to his own unique techniques. Days slipped by in seclusion, and within this fleeting passage of time, Lindsay's aura grew increasingly formidable. A novel force erupted within him, birthing silent new paths. When he finally emerged from his retreat, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous upheaval. Meanwhile, as Lindsay focused on the comprehension of techniques, Guizong visited the renowned factions of Tianlan as per their agreement. This time, he entered the libraries of others with dignity, returning to collect the techniques he had previously left behind, meticulously placing them back in their rightful places. After completing his task, he exuded an air of a sage, greeting old friends and reminiscing. However, after waiting a considerable time, his friends remained elusive. He could only lament aloud, shaking his head as he swaggered out the front door, leaving without a care. Disciples reported back to their respective sages, who feigned ignorance, choosing not to engage. Thus, time in Tianlan flowed in a subtle tranquility. On this day, within the confines of the Yongling Emperor's court at Luxia Mountain Villa, a wondrous wave radiated from the estate, expanding outward. Splendid and bizarre lights emerged from the void, accompanied by rippling waves that scattered across the mortal realm. Under this radiant glow, the sky dimmed, the earth lost its luster, and the winds came to a halt. Only the extraordinary light remained, rendering this moment eternal. It burst forth from the vastness of the cosmos, and within its illuminated domain, all beings fell silent. An indescribable sanctity arose from deep within their hearts, instilling a profound tranquility, akin to a clear spring flowing quietly. In this moment, they seemed to be cleansed of their souls, or perhaps they were utterly awed by an exalted existence, leaving nothing but vast divinity in their hearts. All beings gazed upward, oblivious to the boundless expanse of heaven and earth, left only with the vastness of their hearts. as they felt this sacred and magnificent light approach. Within Lu Xia Mountain Villa, the Gui Zong sage paused his workings with the myriad laws. He glanced towards Lin Zai's seclusion, noting the significant increase in his aura compared to 2 days prior. In just a short span, such progress was indeed spine-chilling. Half a month had passed since Lin Zai entered his retreat. During this time, the Gui Zong sage had traversed various sects, borrowing their treasured collections. He visited the Lu domain one day, the Lin domain the next, and the Nantian domain thereafter, completing a thorough exploration of all notable sects in Tianlan, substantially augmenting the inventory of techniques for both Lin Zai and himself. With each return of the Gui Zong sage, Lin Zai's secluded aura intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying and grand in scale. The Gui Zong sage recalled the early stages when the aura was sparse and contained within the Yongling Emperor's court, manageable by an incorporeal sage's understanding. As it matured, the aura transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, a magnificent cloud that overshadowed the vastness of the world. Now, it had become ethereal, emanating wondrous light, reverberating through the endless sea of clouds. This overwhelming sanctity, capable of complete purification and awe, sent shivers down the spine of the Gui Zong sage, a direct disciple of the great sage Tai Xian. As a revered disciple of the great sage Tai Xian and a prominent figure of the Tianji Holy Gate, the Gui Zong sage had witnessed countless peculiarities, including various nefarious arts. Yet he found Lin Zai's current state utterly inscrutable. Not only was it beyond his comprehension, but it also left him with an inexplicable chill of trepidation. Despite being a sage, he felt an uncharacteristic sense of helpless fear. Such sentiments paled in comparison to when he was hunted from all sides in his youth. Yet this was far from Lin Zai's culmination. The Gui Zong sage sensed that Lin Zai showed no signs of emerging from his retreat. His energy continued to evolve, nurturing some astonishing power. When the day finally arrived for him to break through, Tianlan would undoubtedly witness an unprecedented upheaval. In awe, the Gui Zong sage exclaimed, "What a remarkable individual!" If his predictions using the Tianji Holy Gate's secret arts were accurate, Lin Zai had only been breaking through for a mere few months. Achieving such feats in a short time, what a miracle! If someone told him that Lin Zai would transcend the formless in the next moment and eventually rival the Qing Song in breaking through the boundless, he would harbor no doubts. Such an extraordinary individual. The Gui Zong sage cast a glance toward the Qing domain and then the distant sky. The ancient chess game? The ancient Qing sage? Ah, the table has been overturned, and the head has been knocked off. How could one contend with such a remarkable being? The Gui Zong sage chuckled softly and returned to the myriad laws. Meanwhile, Lin Zai hovered in the void. The techniques flowed from his treasure pouch, encircling him before returning to the emptiness. On that day, Lin Zai acquired the most profound treasure inventory from the Qing sage's direct lineage at the Chang He Sword sect, amassing an astonishing progress of over 100,000, elevating his comprehension talent from LV4 to LV6. Now, with the Gui Zong sage's collection of hundreds of Tianlan sects, Lin Zai's talent underwent another remarkable transformation, advancing from LV6, 38,600-100W, to LV6, 69,700-100W. Only 30,000 progress points remained until he reached LV7. And with the Gui Zong sage's assistance, the inventory in his treasure pouch grew increasingly substantial. At this point, he had only absorbed half of it. LV7 was imminent. Observing Lin Zai's continuous growth in seclusion, the sages who had been silently monitoring him remained in collective silence, day after day. 7 days later, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted within the Yongling Emperor's court. Like a torrential flood, spiritual energy gushed forth from Lu Xia Mountain Villa, surging in all directions. Above, beams of holy light pierced the heavens and shattered the fabric of time and space, flooding the world. Simultaneously, the entire Tianlan divine tomb realm trembled violently. The heavens rumbled, and the earth quaked, as if the very fabric of creation was being torn asunder. The sages who had been vigilantly observing the movements of the Yongling Emperor's court in the South Tian domain widened their eyes in astonishment. Though they had anticipated this day would soon arrive, they never expected it to come so abruptly. It has come. Indeed, it has come. The formless. The mere utterance of the term formless left a bitter taste at the corners of the sages' mouths. The pursuit of the formless had consumed them for countless millions of years, yet they remained unable to grasp its essence. At last, someone had achieved the formless, but it was not them. A little over 20 days ago, they had just witnessed the extraordinary breakthrough of a young man, merely 18 years of age, who ascended to the realm of the invisible holy being. A mere 20 days. Having just achieved the invisible state, he then transcended to the formless. He treats the laws of heaven and earth and the gateway to the holy realm as mere playthings, effortlessly trampling upon them. In comparison, were they, who have lived for tens of millions of years, have they aged to the point of being akin to dogs? This is unprecedented. The assembly of holy beings felt a mix of astonishment and despair, each struck dumb. Chapter 152, 33 Fruits of the Tao. A cataclysmic upheaval. They remained silent, only to witness the world tremble once more. Terrifying fissures suddenly cracked open the fabric of reality, spreading like a web across the heavens. Streams of chaotic, void energy poured forth from these ominous rifts, raining down upon the earthly realm, heralding an end of destruction. The entire world fell into a shroud of darkness. The heavens and the earth lost their luster. The sun and moon were devoid of light. Then, amidst the countless cracks, a gray flame, radiating an aura of dark foreboding, suddenly ignited. The terrifying might of the holy path swiftly tore through the universe. No, this is... Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the gray flame. A hazy orb of wondrous light emerged from the flames, declaring its existence to the world. Upon its appearance, the darkness and ominousness that enveloped the world seemed to have found its sovereign, submitting to its dominion. Is this the fruit of the Tao? The holy beings were rendered speechless. How could a phenomenon of ascending to the formless suddenly give rise to a fruit of the Tao? Furthermore, judging by the unmatched might of this Tao fruit, it had evidently reached the pinnacle of its kind, mere moments away from transcending and comprehending the true essence of formlessness. What is happening? How could this be a fruit of the Tao? Did he not just seize the apocalyptic calamity of that outer demon? Could it be that he has pilfered someone else's fruit? The holy beings exchanged glances, contemplating the situation. They turned to the Guizhong Xingzhe in the Luexia mountain manor, who was still alive. Perhaps it was the innate talent of their Ba Huang holy clan, having comprehended a path of transcendence from chaos. Yet even so, this should not be the formless state. Before he could finish his sentence, thunder rumbled from the other side of the heavens. The apocalyptic thunder descended, accompanied by a mighty, celestial authority, delivering the ultimate judgment upon the world. Boom! Following this, amidst the earth-shattering brilliance of the thunder, another fruit of the Tao, radiating extraordinary light, emerged from the chaos, proclaiming its supreme majesty to the world. Upon witnessing this, the holy being's pupils contracted sharply. A second fruit of the Tao? The piercing sound of a sword echoed, resonating through the heavens and earth. An ancient divine sword tore through the barriers of time and space, descending from the distant primal ages. Its divine light was resplendent, subduing mountains and rivers, ensuring the eternity of heaven and earth. Its emergence compelled all swords to submit. All phenomena of the world converged into the realm of immortality. A fruit of the Tao, symbolizing eternal might, appeared in the sky. The holy beings were left dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The cacophony of chaos erupted once more. The fourth fruit of slaughter illuminated the heavens and earth. Then came a fifth, the sixth, the seventh, until the 33rd fruit. In the starry sky of Tianlan, 33 dazzling and brilliant stars emerged. Their light was eternal. Their divine might was as vast as the cosmos. Heaven and earth bore witness. Gazing upon these 33 radiant stars, which seemed poised to burst the world asunder, the holy beings of Tianlan wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They were completely lost. Who am I? What am I doing? Where am I going? The holy beings were in a daze. Meanwhile, the Guizhong Xingzhe, who had been studying the myriad laws and supplying Lin Zhe with techniques, felt a jolt and nearly pulled out his own beard. He knew Lin Zhe was working on something monumental, destined to shake Tianlan upon his emergence. Yet he never anticipated such a grand spectacle. 33 fruits of the Tao, not just one or two, but 33. Even Qing Tsong, the foremost ancient sage, only had 9. Good heavens! This is utterly outrageous. What manner of monster has emerged from the ether? In the skies above, within the realm of clouds. In the domain of the spirit clan, Ling Huang gazed upon the 33 brilliant stars, her eyes momentarily dulled. The appearance of the 33 fruits of the Tao left even Ling Huang, the oldest and most venerable sage of Tianlan, in a state of shock. How could such a thing occur? Qing Song, is this truly your scheme? Or is everything unfolding beyond your predictions? Ling Huang's fingers trembled. In this moment, even her unwavering faith in Qing Song, the source of the celestial body, began to waver. In a world enveloped by the fruits of the Tao, Lin Zhe transformed into a wisp of light, scattered among the Tao fruits. An immensely profound and mysterious power interconnected the 33 fruits of the Tao. They attracted and drew closer to one another, gradually forming 3 groups that occupied the trinity of heaven, earth, and humanity. Each group comprised 11. Under Lin Zhe's guidance, these 3 groups of Tao fruits gradually disintegrated, scattering, and then reassembling, undergoing this cycle repeatedly for dozens of times. Their forms finally stabilized. 3 entirely new powers were born. One represented the divine, governing the supreme with the authority of heaven and earth. Another embraced the world, nurturing all beings, bearing the weight of the sun, moon, and stars. The last wandered through the void, flourishing amidst the interplay of clarity and chaos, manifesting all things. Named Shun, Jing, and Qi. Subsequently, these 3 great forces, representing spirit, essence, and energy, returned to their primordial state, reconstructing Lin Zhe's body, forming a Tao body that transcended the boundaries of time and fate. The Tao body descended, and the formless was achieved. At this moment, Lin Zhe had indeed transcended the realm of the formless and entered the domain of the formless. He had become an everlasting and indomitable, formless great sage. Chapter 153, Godly Comprehension, Level 7, and not merely at the outset, but at the pinnacle of great sages, in the formless realm of formlessness. With the formidable assistance of his godly comprehension talent, Lin Zhe had digested all the techniques and scriptures within his treasure pouch, refining them according to his understanding in unique circumstances, discarding the dross and retaining the essence, repeatedly pondering over them. Ultimately, he fused all his life's learning into 33 unparalleled fruits of the Tao. These 33 fruits of the Tao were arranged in the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, safeguarding Lin Zhe's original path, cycling endlessly, giving birth to the profound mysteries of the formless, corresponding to Jing's Sun Luo, Qi's Wu Yang, and Shun Xiaoyao. With the augmentation of their power, Lin Zhe has now reached the limit of formlessness, drawing infinitely closer to that mysterious and unknown primordial realm. Throughout the annals of history, even during the tumultuous ancient era when many powers rose, if Lin Zhe were to claim the second position beneath the primordial, no one would dare to contest his supremacy. Compared to the previous great demon and the guardian Ling Huang, he now needed but a single thought to obliterate them beyond the myriad realms. From a single thought arises existence. From a single thought extinguishes. What a state of great freedom and transcendence. And yet, this is merely the surface manifestation of Lin Zhe's true form. The 33 fruits of the Tao were inspired by the bloodline of the Ba Huang, forged using the essence of the Ba Huang's origin. These 33 fruits of the Tao can give rise to Sun Luo, Wu Liang, and Xiaoyao. The 3 laws of Sun Luo naturally unify spirit, essence, and energy, and that is the ultimate attainment Lin Zhe has derived from this occlusion. As for the ultimate strength, Lin Zhe had never encountered a true wusher, and thus could not make an accurate comparison. However, he surmised that even if it did not surpass the realm of wusher, it could still remain undefeated. Furthermore, Lin Zhe's greatest reliance, his divine level comprehension, had finally transcended level 6 and ascended to level 7. You have perused countless texts and finally achieved enlightenment, gaining a deeper understanding of the essence of divine level comprehension. You have unlocked new abilities of divine level comprehension. Divine level comprehension has upgraded to level 7, 280,000 of 10 million. You have extensively studied various texts and finally discerned the true essence of the Tao. From now on, all your methods will transcend the Tao, unleashing multiplied power and significantly enhancing your battle awareness, allowing you to shatter myriad laws with sheer force. The capabilities of level 7 are as straightforward and forceful as its introduction suggests. One word, act. At this juncture, Lin Zhe could be said to have truly entered the ranks of the most formidable beings across the myriad realms, having genuinely grasped his own destiny. Then, Lin Zhe turned back and gazed into the distance, stars glimmering in his eyes. There lay the direction from whence he came. Now it was my turn to play. With a thought, Lin Zhe instantly vanished into the river of time and space. He traversed beyond time and space, observing the myriad beings floating in the river of time. Lin Zhe disappeared from Tianlan. The terrifying momentum dissipated, and the quaking world finally found a moment of peace. The wind stilled, and the trees rested. However, the hearts of the saints from Tianlan remained unsettled for a long time. They were petrified in the wind. In the Qingyu region, it was still that same farm. Incredible. Unbelievable. Having transcended the formless and reached the formless state, and having condensed a total of 33 Dao fruits, such an achievement has no equal even in the ancient times. The High Ancestor was astonished, exclaiming, "How could a descendant of the Ba Huanglin family produce such a monstrous prodigy? A miracle! A miracle! Truly astonishing." The High Ancestor found it unfathomable, unable to comprehend it. The other two were not as shocked. Their levels were too distant from those of the High Ancestor and Lin Zhe, merely feeling a sense of awe. They exchanged glances and recalled a topic from a month ago. Thus, they spoke again. "High Ancestor, what do you think of the current situation? Can we?" Before the sentence was completed, they saw Lin Zhe in the sky suddenly disappear without a trace. Where did Zayer go? The High Ancestor looked up, and then, with a thoughtful expression, remarked, "It seems we need not search for him." What does the High Ancestor mean? The High Ancestor glanced at the two, noting that 18 years ago, the chaos of fate in the Qingyu region could obstruct the probing of ordinary individuals. Yet, it could not deter such an ancient prodigy. He must have already returned to the past to find you. In the Qingyu region, 10 years ago, Lin Zhe descended through time and space. At the boundary of Qingyu, a layer of flowing light suddenly appeared. A powerful fluctuation immediately emanated, blocking Lin Zhe's entrance, issuing a warning and shielding Lin Zhe's view of the interior of Qingyu. This was the supreme Dao prohibition of Qingyu. It would guard the Qingyu region as it had for billions of years, rejecting all who coveted it, and punishing any who dared challenge the might of Wushi. However, this held no significance for Lin Zhe. If even the great demon could find ways to circumvent the Dao prohibition, how could he, Lin Zhe, not? He simply needed to enjoy the freedom of the Dao. With a thought, Lin Zhe dissolved the path through the Dao prohibition. He calmly entered and appeared at the battlefield where the Lin family's two elites had been annihilated. Kill. On the battlefield, the sounds of slaughter filled the air. The brutal war had reached a fever pitch. At this moment, two beams of white light descended from the sky. They enveloped two young generals clad in armor, displaying extraordinary valor. Soon, day and night became indistinguishable. The battlefield was plunged into chaos. When the confusion subsided, Bei Chunfang had lost his entire army. Did we win? What has happened? It felt like a dream. Amidst the din, Lin Zhe observed everything with clarity. He glanced at the location where the two beams of white light had descended. Though faint, it could not escape the attention of Lin Zhe, who had also awakened the Ba Huang bloodline. That was the aura of the Ba Huang bloodline. Ah, indeed. Lin Zhe clicked his tongue, shook his head, and once again stepped into the river of time. Over 2 months ago, at the moment of Lin Zhe's collapse. The beginning of it all, in the Bei Chun imperial capital. Young master? Young master? Young master, what has happened to you? Scoundrels! Which thief dares to show themselves? Alert! Alert! Quickly, escort the young master back to the manor. You two, hurry to the palace for the imperial physician. Go now. Due to the fainting of the Lin family's young master, the entire street descended into chaos. Within the tumultuous crowd, Lin Zhe subtly fixed his gaze upon a certain individual. He glided through the throng like a specter and approached that person. To his astonishment, "You're here at this moment." This individual wore a white dress, fresh and elegant as a secluded orchid, vibrant as the summer green shoots. It was none other than Lin Zhe's old acquaintance, Xia Qinghe. No, to be precise, it should be Su Rumeng. Chapter 154. What it fears is Lin Zhe himself. Through the river of time, Lin Zhe once again beheld Xia Qinghe, who had long since perished at Hong Tian's hands. Transformed into the 7 emotions law, he gazed deeply into her eyes, where deep violet light shimmered. Xia Qinghe regarded the Lin Zhe before her, as if he were invisible, fixated instead on the Lin family young master, who was being escorted back to the manor amidst layers of protection from the Lin family. She gazed intently. A pair of spirited, beautiful eyes sparkled with a look that Lin Zhe could not comprehend. Only when the figure of the Lin family young master vanished around the corner, never to be seen again, did she slowly withdraw her gaze. Then, as if she had finally regained her senses, having observed the commotion, she remembered the purpose of her visit. She no longer paid attention to the fainting of the Lin family young master and turned to enter study. Lin Zhe, too, thoughtfully retracted his gaze. With a fleeting thought, his figure vanished from the bustling Bei Chun imperial capital, re-entering the river of time. 18 years ago, at the boundary of Qingyu, two phoenixes ignited their life flames and breached the Tao prohibition of Qingyu. Upon entering Qingyu, the two phoenixes finally relaxed their tense hearts. Witnessing this, the Guizhong saint behind the two phoenixes was furious. Had such exquisite material flown away, just like that? If he missed this rare opportunity, how could he hunt for a second bloodline of phoenix under the protection of the old phoenix? No, even at the risk of being countered by the Tao prohibition. He had to give it a try. With this thought, the Guizhong saint struck out in anger. At that moment, the smaller phoenix seemed to sense something terrifying. A glimmer of sheer horror and disbelief flashed in its phoenix eyes. It was terrified. It trembled. It expelled its phoenix essence. Immediately after, a large hand reached through the boundary of Qingyu. The phoenix blood spilled into the air. The small phoenix was heartbroken, but faced with the might of the saint, it was ultimately powerless. It could only watch helplessly as the phoenix bled, enduring the pain and vanishing into the void. In the river of time, Lin Zhe witnessed all that transpired. He extended his hand, capturing this moment. Rewind. In the next instant, the world rapidly reverted to the moment before the smaller phoenix bled, as if it were a film played in reverse. He saw the fear and tremor of the smaller phoenix frozen in time. This tremor and fear emanated entirely from the small phoenix's heart, stemming from the depths of its soul, utterly genuine. When faced with a saint, all mortals would feel this way. Unfortunately, this fear did not seem to arise from the Guizhong saint. What truly feared was something else entirely, an unforeseen circumstance beyond its control. In the heart of this little phoenix, what could be more terrifying than the pursuit of a saint? Lin Zhe turned his gaze, piercing through countless miles, and beheld the current state of the Bei Chen Lin family. There, a new life had just entered this world. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. With a soft whisper, the world resumed its flow. Lin Zhe once again stepped into the river of time and space. After retracing time with his formless body, he had unraveled numerous mysteries. Now, only one question lingered. Dao Jia Mountain. The timeline reached back over a month prior to the juncture of the Dao Jia Mountain trial. Be cautious, my young friend. Despite the warning, the ancient battlefield witnessed Lin Zhe and the venerable Ku Rong engaging in their final bout, a strike that would determine their fates. Under the withering force of Ku Rong, Lin Zhe's physical body sustained its first injury, leaving a wound. A drop of dark blood fell into the soil of Dao Jia Mountain, quickly absorbed and vanishing without a trace. Was it the blood of the 8 desolations? A feeble whisper, unheard by anyone, resonated beneath Dao Jia Mountain. Lin Zhe's brow furrowed. So this was how one awakens? Indeed, he had been correct. The Bei Chen Lin family was likely the bait that Qing Tsang aimed to catch. Perhaps, for this world, they were the true arrivals. Time continued its relentless march, soon arriving at the confrontation between Lin Zhe and Hong Tian. Hong Tian summoned the sacred weapon, the Can Tian sword, using the power of destiny. This long-sealed holy weapon crossed realms, revealing a rusted blade at Dao Jia Mountain, seemingly poised to reassert the sanctity of the divine weapon in the realm of Qing. Yet, in the next moment, the Can Tian sword trembled violently, as if sensing something profoundly terrifying, abruptly severing the call of destiny and retreating to its sealed domain. Ong Tian, undeterred, summoned it once more. The Can Tian sword responded to the call of destiny, only to once again refuse it. Within the river of time and space, Lin Zhe remained silent. Now formless, he perceived the situation with clarity. The Can Tian sword was not flawed as Hong Tian suggested. It still adhered to the laws of destiny. It had indeed responded to the summoning of destiny. However, upon its arrival, it discovered a force here that was more fearsome and transcendent than destiny itself. It trembled before that power. That very force was the ancestor of the Lin family, sealed beneath Dao Jia Mountain, who wished to save the descendants of the Lin family. Yet weakened as he was, he lacked the strength to dispel the sacred weapon after Lin Zhe awakened his bloodline. Thus, the Can Tian sword did not fear this ancestor. It feared Lin Zhe himself. The great sage Lin Zhe, who transcended that time and space, traversing the river of time. Lin Zhe's expression tightened. At his current level, if he did not wish to reveal his existence, there was no power that could detect him in the continuum of time, especially within this uniquely sealed timeline of 18 years in the Qing domain. Only he, Lin Zhe, could traverse this temporal space. How could a mere Tian sword perceive his presence? Contemplating this, Lin Zhe pondered the implications of the Tian sword, one of the 8 holy weapons. The 8 saints stained with blood at Dao Jie Mountain, with the ancestors of the 8 desolations suppressed beneath. Could the Tian sword be connected to the 8 desolations? Did it sense Lin Zhe, who traversed time, due to his possession of the bloodline of the 8 desolations? With this thought, Lin Zhe immediately manipulated the river of time. After everyone had departed from Dao Jie Mountain, accompanied by an ancient sigh, the descendants of the 8 desolations stood still. The time at Dao Jie Mountain became fixed. Lin Zhe stepped forth from the river of time, descending with an unparalleled form, directly into the depths of Dao Jie Mountain. In the mysterious space at the base of Dao Jie Mountain, a shadow emitted a resonant sigh echoing through the ages, only to exhaust its strength and once more fall into a weakened slumber. The next awakening might be millions of years hence. But would he still be here then? Shaking his head helplessly, the shadow, dragging its fading form, sank into slumber, the red light in the dark space slowly dissipating. Yet in the next moment, the shadow seemed to sense something. With great difficulty, it forced its eyes open to gaze behind it. There, an extraordinary young gentleman stood, having arrived unannounced. Clad in a snow-white robe, he possessed a handsome visage, his eyes sparkling like brilliant stars, seemingly able to pierce into one's soul, emanating a formidable aura. His long hair cascaded behind him, gathered by a jade hairpin, complementing the elegant ancient jade at his waist, imparting an air of subtle grace. Such a figure would leave a profound impression on the shadow, especially since he was its own descendant, the very progeny of the 8 desolations that he had just awakened. The child named Lin Zhe, who had just departed from Dao Jie Mountain. Upon seeing the current Lin Zhe, even as the shadow neared its end, it could discern the situation with its knowledge and experience. Looking at Lin Zhe, the dimming red light in its eyes brimmed with satisfaction and pride. Good child. As it spoke, the red light in its eyes faded further. It was too weak, struggling to speak even a few words. Observing this, Lin Zhe employed the method of tranquility, linking his consciousness with the shadow, channeling a torrent of life force through their shared bloodline resonance. Do not exert yourself. Just then, sensing Lin Zhe's intention, Dao Jie Mountain began to tremble. The ancient celestial ladder, the rootless stone tablet forest, and the ancient battlefield simultaneously lit up with mysterious brilliance. A force so terrifying that it made the world tremble awakened. It surged forth like a slumbering dragon, breaking through the depths, exerting overwhelming pressure upon the space below. Influenced by this force, the shadow's eyes drooped, the once vibrant red light on the verge of extinction. I am but a flickering candle. Depart swiftly from this danger. The 8 desolations will understand. As the frail words fell, the shadow completely lost its breath, slipping into an endless slumber. The tumultuous Dao Jie Mountain subsided once more alongside the shadow as weakening, its great light concealed. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Dao Jie Mountain closely. Then, an overwhelming force erupted instantaneously. Danger? I refuse to believe in such superstition. Did he truly think that all the reading he did during that month of seclusion was in vain? With his current prowess, infinitely approaching the realm of the primordial, and the perfected body cultivated from the convergence of the 3 bloodlines of the 8 desolations, along with the supreme methods afforded by his god-level comprehension. Even without the destiny immortal body or the 5 sacred weapons, Lin Zhe felt confident in contending against Qing Tsang himself, standing undefeated. Not to mention the remnants of Qing Tsang's means left behind. At this moment, he could not even gauge his own limits. Today, he was determined to see just how formidable the ancient first saint, Qing Tsang, truly was. Boom! A terrifying pressure expanded rapidly from Lin Zhe's center, enveloping the entirety of the virtual realm in an instant. The extreme path, the 8 desolations, the divine tranquility, the intricate forest of essence. The boundless energy converged at that moment. A figure of unfathomable horror, magnificently towering and exalted, manifested in the virtual realm. It was as if the supreme deity, ruling over the 4 seas and 8 desolations, awakened from the primal ages, gazing upon the vast universe as but a mere corner, indifferent to all life. Heaven and earth lay within its grasp. Jia Mountain, too. It appeared as a quaint and exquisite toy, held delicately in the deity's palm, ready to be crushed at any moment. Just like this, bang. The deity's hand slightly closed. The Dao GM Mountain, standing unyieldingly for billions of years, known as the ultimate enigma of the Qing domain, shattered in a thunderous roar and shower of sparks, reducing to countless fragments. Nothing more than that. Accompanied by a soft whisper, Lindsay gently grasped the shadow, drifting in a shattered void. Subsequently, he stepped into the river of time and space, returning to the moment he achieved the formless state. Indeed, that moment. The saint is formless. The great sage is without appearance. From the instant Lin Zhe became a formless great sage, he transcended the constraints of time and space. In this world, the concepts of past and present ceased to hold meaning for him. He returned to himself. Wherever I am, the world is, and the present exists. The moment of sanctification. That familiar farm. His ancestor had just mentioned that he had returned to the past to find him. Lin Zhe's figure stepped out from the river of time and space, arriving before his ancestor and those 2 familiar figures. The 4 exchanged silent glances. After a moment of tense silence, a voice filled with excitement broke forth. Share. Following that call, the 2 rushed forward, their lips moving incessantly, their hearts brimming with unspoken words. Yet, when it came to expressing their feelings, they found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, all the deep-seated affection transformed into a simple acknowledgement. You've grown so much. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe felt a wave of emotion. It had been 10 years. In that time, he had believed that his father and second uncle had perished. But who could have imagined? The child Lin Zhe has met his father and second uncle. These 2 familiar figures were none other than Lin Jia's 2 outstanding members, Lin Lai and Lin Yang. Good child. The 2 were unable to finish their sentences. Suddenly, his ancestor, as if discovering something truly incredible, hurriedly pushed him aside and gazed toward Lin Zhe's back. There, a figure that had long haunted his ancestor's dreams lay quietly on the ground. This is you? His ancestor could hardly believe it. You actually brought the ancestor out? Lin Zhe cast a glance at his ancestor, shielding the elder behind him with a cold demeanor. Among the people of the Ba Huang Lin family, Lin Jia's 2 outstanding members were saved due to circumstances beyond their control. They were not acting out of their own volition. Moreover, they were Lin Zhe's closest kin, and he could empathize with them. As for the Ba Huang ancestor, even in such a weakened state, upon sensing the presence of his descendants, he still exerted his utmost to awaken Lin Zhe's bloodline for the sake of future generations. Lin Zhe naturally held a favorable view of this ancestor. He acknowledged him. However, as for the current ancestor, who spoke ambiguously, he would not hesitate to disregard his lineage if matters were not made clear. Sensing Lin Zhe's coldness, the weathered ancestor understood his intent. He was well aware of Lin Zhe's thoughts. Placed in that position, he would likely think the same. Thus, he felt helpless. Lin Lai and Lin Yang quickly interjected, Zaire, this is our ancestor, not an outsider. That elder, enough. The ancestor waved his hand to silence them. He then turned to Lin Zhe and said, I do not expect you to understand me, whether you acknowledge me or not. What matters is that you recognize the Lin family and the ancestor. Chapter 156, The Emperor of Ba Huang. Having said that, the ancestor moved past Lin Zhe and approached the shadow he had brought forth. The shadow before him, though emaciated and pale, with lips devoid of color, resembled one on the brink of death. Yet, the unique aura emanating from him still retained the supreme majesty of the unparalleled emperor of Ba Huang, who once dominated the realm. The ancestor recognized him instantly. He could never forget, nor would he. The call of the bloodline constantly etched the image of the ancestor into his mind, a reminder of the Ba Huang Lin family's mission, until death. Indeed, the figure before him was their progenitor, the supreme emperor of Ba Huang who once struck fear into the ancient heavenly court. Ancestor. Upon seeing the emperor of Ba Huang, the ancestor's emotions surged, and the feelings he had restrained for years finally erupted. He resembled a long-lost wanderer returning to the embrace of his kin, finding a safe harbor. Discovering that solitary towering tree, Lin Chongqing of the Ba Huang descendants pays his respects to the emperor ancestor. Chongqing has been unfilial. allowing the ancestor to suffer in Dao Jie Mountain. The Emperor of Ba Huang did not respond. He had exhausted his strength, leaving only a trace of true spirit deeply asleep. After a long while, Lin Chongqing trembled as he glanced at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe hesitated for a moment, nodding, then shaking his head. Seeing this, Lin Chongqing furrowed his brow. He gently placed his trembling fingers on the emperor's hand, and the powerful bloodline force surged into the emperor's being. One breath, two breaths, yet the emperor showed no signs of revival. His soul was on the verge of shattering. In such a weakened state, if he remained in Dao Jie Mountain for any longer, the consequences would be dire. Lin Chongqing's expression turned furious. Qing Song, you wretched scoundrel. How could you treat the ancestor so cruelly when the heavenly emperor and the emperor ancestor have always treated you well? Hearing Lin Chongqing's words, Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. The heavenly emperor and the ancestor have treated Qing Song well? Such a claim is not to be taken lightly. Before Lin Zhe could ponder further, he heard Lin Lai and Lin Yang anxiously inquire, Ancestor, how is the emperor ancestor? Lin Chongqing shook his head gravely, his expression far from optimistic. Lowering his head, he began to pace back and forth, discussing the emperor's condition while reminiscing about any possible solutions that could be applied to the ancestor. Although Qing Song was despicable, his methods were remarkably clever. That rogue, knowing he could not touch the bloodline of my Ba Huang family, sought alternative paths to the Ba Shi clan. Lin Chongqing spoke of Qing Song with gritted teeth, filled with loathing, yet he could not help but admire the man's abilities. The Ba Shi clan serves as an appendage to my Ba Huang family. Having served us for generations, their blood can be somewhat compatible with mine. With his celestial body, as long as he steals the Dao fruits of the Ba Shi clan, it would not be difficult for him to find methods to counter our Ba Huang bloodline. Moreover, coupled with the laws of the fragments from the ancient heavenly court relics, such as the Wu Jin monument, even the esteemed ancestor, as an emperor, would struggle to endure. After enduring years of confinement and depletion, the true spirit consciousness of the emperor ancestor has dwindled considerably, not to mention. At this point, Lin Chongqing paused and glanced at Lin Zhe. Fortunately, the ancestor emerged from the mountain in time, retaining a sliver of undying true spirit, sufficient to sustain a cycle of life and death. However, given the ancestor's current frail state, it would likely take millions of years for him to fully recover. Millions of years. At this critical juncture, our Ba Huang clan cannot afford to wait. With the collapse of Dao Jie Mountain, the emperor of Ba Huang emerges. Those rebels who conspired against the Ba Huang clan under Qing Song's leadership will undoubtedly not remain idle. Who knows what schemes they are now concocting? With these thoughts, Lin Chongqing's brow furrowed deeper. He then raised his gaze to Lin Zhe. You must have brought the emperor ancestor out of Dao Jie Mountain, presumably returning to the moment of awakening the bloodline during the trials at Dao Jie Mountain. At that time, the ancestor should have been conscious. Did he entrust you with any important matters? Lin Zhe pondered for a moment, recalling two phrases. Ba Huang mirror, clan members, does that count? Ba Huang miza. Lin Chongqing's brow twitched. Indeed, the Ba Huang mirror is the ancestral treasure of our Ba Huang clan. Should the Ba Huang mirror be in hand, the emperor ancestor would surely awaken from his stupor. While this was said, the worry etched upon Lin Chongqing's face did not lessen in the slightest. For the Ba Huang mirror had long since gone missing along with the disintegration of the Lin family. If the Ba Huang mirror were still in existence, how could Lin Chongqing have found himself in such dire straits over the years? Lin Zhe understood and asked, then what exactly happened? How did our Lin family end up trapped in the Tianlan Divine Tomb realm? Trapped in the Divine Tomb? Lin Chongqing smiled enigmatically. What if I told you that our Lin family originally belonged to this place? The Lin family are natives of Tianlan? Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes, as this situation deviated somewhat from his expectations. He had always believed that the Lin family was the sole outsider coveting the Shenmu. Reflecting on the timeline and perceptions manipulated by Qing Song, he suddenly inquired, First, answer me this question. Is the information provided by Ling Huang true? Lin Chongqing was slightly taken aback. You are quite perceptive, and rightly so, for you are the most unexpected variable in this final chapter. You have touched upon the crux of the matter. He gazed deeply at Lin Zhe. What Ling Huang has said is fundamentally true. She has not deceived you. The issue lies in the fact that these words were not meant to come from her, but from us, the Ba Huang clan. At this revelation, Lin Zhe's expression suddenly hardened. It should not have been Ling Huang who spoke, but rather the Ba Huang clan. Could it be that Lin Chongqing affirmed, indeed? As you surmise, There exists a guardian of the Shunmu, but it is not the Lin clan. It is the Ba Huang. As the words Ba Huang fell, all past clues began to connect in Lin Zhe's mind. The Ba Huang clan, the 8 saints, the 8 servant clans, and the ability to discern the remnants of the great sage Lin Zhe's San Tian sword beneath Dao Jie Mountain. A grand vision of a valiant defense of the Shun Mu gradually emerged in Lin Zhe's mind. Lin Chongqing spoke slowly. Qin Song's methods are indeed remarkable. He has altered causality and adjusted the trajectory of history, causing my Lin family to vanish from the historical flow, replaced by the Lin clan. He believed that by doing so, he could obliterate our mission and glory, thereby defeating my Ba Huang clan. What a delusion! Lin Chongqing scoffed. Even if everyone in the world forgets the Shun Mu and the existence of its guardian, my Ba Huang clan shall never forget. Our mission and glory are innate, engraved deep within our bloodline. Such secrets are beyond Qin Song's comprehension. Chapter 157. The Legacy of the Ba Huang clan. As Lin Chongqing recounted the glory of the Ba Huang clan, he exuded an air of superiority, his words rife with disdain for Qin Song. In Lin Chongqing's eyes, even though Qin Song was revered as a supreme sage, he was merely a lowly insect in comparison to the nobility of the Ba Huang clan. Lin Zhe was at a loss for words. You, a defeated foe, possessed the audacity to look down upon Qin Song, a being capable of severing the causality of Tianlan? Furthermore, is being a guardian of the tomb truly so sacred? Lin Chongqing seemed to perceive Lin Zhe's thoughts. Do you believe that guarding the tomb for others is a trivial matter? With the power of my Ba Huang clan to dominate the world, which entity of the ancient times could possibly be worthy of having my clan guard their tomb? Lin Zhe retorted, what about the ancient emperor? Indeed, the ancient emperor is worthy. Lin Chongqing chuckled. He is an exception, but not due to his power or status. Oh, the emperor is worthy, yet not because of his power or status. You will understand when I elaborate further. In essence, my Ba Huang clan guards the Shunmu not because its master is of great renown or significance. We guard it because within the Shunmu lies a malevolent existence. Its presence once plunged the ancient world into despair, causing the order of heaven and earth to collapse. It embodies the utmost evil, the darkest of darkness. If the power it left behind were to be seized by those with ulterior motives in the ancient world, it would unleash chaos and ruin upon it once more. Thus, the Shunmu must be safeguarded. As for who would guard it, Lin Chongqing displayed a reminiscent expression. To resolve this issue, the ancient heavenly court convened the 10 great monarchs for a discussion. For guarding the Shunmu, while it may sound simple, the actual requirements are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the guardian must possess immense strength to withstand all adversaries. This alone poses a challenge for over 99% of the members of the ancient heavenly court. The ancient world is teeming with myriad races and hidden talents. There are countless extraordinary individuals lurking in the vastness within the entire heavenly court. Besides the 10 great monarchs and the ancient emperor, no one else possesses the strength to conquer the entirety of the ancient world. Thus, this grave responsibility could only fall upon the 10 great monarchs and the ancient emperor. Secondly, the entity interred within the Shunmu is the very embodiment of evil and darkness. It possesses an extraordinarily powerful ability to bewitch, magnifying all malevolent thoughts within the hearts of men 1,000-fold, leading them into the depths of darkness. If one is spiritually abundant, the spirit wanes. If one is spiritually sufficient, the energy diminishes. If one is filled with energy, the spirit becomes void, making it utterly insidious. Even beings of the caliber of the 10 great monarchs, with the slightest misstep, could fall under its influence. Therefore, apart from possessing immense strength, one must also maintain a steadfast heart to resist the temptations and deceptions within the Shunmu. At that time, only the ancient emperor met these criteria, completely disregarding the dark temptations from within the Shunmu. Yet, as the sovereign of the heavenly court and the deity of all races, the ancient emperor could not remain stationed at the Shunmu. Thus, this heavy burden was ultimately shouldered by my clan's Ba Huang emperor. It can only be my Ba Huang clan, for we are the only clan in the ancient world capable of harmonizing the 3 essences of heaven and earth, integrating spirit, energy, and essence into a seamless whole. How could the evil within the Shunmu hope to corrupt my Ba Huang clan? Furthermore, our clan is vast, with numerous talents, and many of our ancestors hold significant positions within the heavenly court, each capable of standing alone, able to alleviate the worries of the monarchs. Additionally, my Ba Huang clan commands 8 subordinate servant clans, each with its unique strengths, whether in offense, defense, or strategy, all capable of fulfilling their duties to guard the Shenmu. Thus, in this realm, who but my Ba Huang clan could take on such a task? At this point, a renewed sense of superiority gleamed upon Lin Chongqing's face. Yet this was indeed deserved. After all, viewed in this light, the Ba Huang clan was practically the foremost clan of the ancient world, with the Ba Huang Emperor, a being second only to the ancient emperor, numerous capable individuals within, and 8 servant clans at their disposal. What an imposing force they represented. It would not be an exaggeration to call them the most formidable and malevolent force of the ancient times. It was no wonder Lin Chongqing felt pride in his lineage, deeming it a glory. In this moment, even Lin Zhe, a descendant of the Ba Huang clan, felt a flicker of pride in his family's strength. My ancestors are truly remarkable, Lin Chongqing continued. However, a subsequent upheaval threw the entire ancient world into disarray. This was what Ling Huang informed you of, where a powerful being defied the rule of the ancient emperor and initiated the battle of the gods. Lin Chongqing sighed. This war began with the Tianming emperor. He united the leaders of various races and incited 5 of the 10 great monarchs, challenging the ancient emperor. The remaining 3 had long considered retreating and seized this opportunity to distance themselves from the conflict, refraining from intervening in the battle between the ancient emperor and the Tianming emperor. What about our clan's Ba Huang emperor? Lin Zhe inquired. If possible, the Tianming emperor certainly wished to sway our clan's emperor, but he knew this was utterly impossible. At this juncture, a deeper reverence illuminated Lin Chongqing's eyes. For it is well known that the ancient emperor's name is Ba Huang. No wonder this esteemed ancestor previously stated that the ancient emperor was worthy of having the Ba Huang clan guard the tomb, not because of his power or status. Even if all forsook the ancient emperor, my Ba Huang clan would never betray him. Lin Chongqing added, in summary, the battle of the gods ignited. The ancient emperor faced 6 foes alone, valiantly contending against the multitude without faltering. The Tianming emperor and other powerful beings found it impossible to breach the heavenly court, leading to a stalemate in the battle. The monarchs and ancestors, witnessing this, wished to assist the ancient emperor in overcoming the formidable enemies, yet feared they were merely pawns in a scheme to lure the tiger from its den. Thus, they found themselves in a precarious situation. In this critical moment, a tremendous hatred ignited in Lin Chongqing's eyes. That wretched scoundrel has appeared. He has turned against us. He has betrayed the ancient emperor. Chapter 158. He is the disciple of the ancient emperor, and this individual is none other than Qing Tsong. Lin Chongqing's eyes were filled with an indelible hatred as he mentioned the name Qing Tsong, wishing to rend him to pieces and feast upon his flesh and blood. Because of him, the celestial emperor vanished, and the ancient world collapsed. Because of him, the order of heaven and earth was thrown into chaos once more, and myriad races reignited their disputes. Furthermore, it was because of him that my Ba Huang clan fell apart, with our kin suffering grievous fates, families torn apart. That scoundrel! Lin Chongqing clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening and cracking ominously. Lin Lai and Lin Yang also wore expressions of deep displeasure, as if Qing Tsong were their sworn enemy. In contrast, Lin Zhe remained relatively calm. Firstly, he was not directly involved and had only recently learned of his family's past. Thus, he had not yet fully absorbed the accompanying hatred. Secondly, having practiced numerous techniques, his cultivation level had long transcended the ordinary, and his resolve was as solid as steel, preventing him from losing his composure over this matter. He calmly inquired how someone of the celestial emperor's stature could be harmed by Qing Tsong. Lin Chongqing snorted coldly. That scoundrel certainly lacked the ability, but he could not resist his unique status, along with the means granted by the rebellious celestial monarch. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's heart stirred. Was Qing Tsong's identity indeed special? Recalling Lin Chongqing's earlier remarks about the celestial emperor and the celestial monarch being quite fond of him, Lin Zhe asked if he was a disciple of the celestial emperor. Upon utterance of these words, Lin Chongqing shot Lin Zhe a surprised glance. Did I guess correctly? Yes. Although Lin Chongqing was loath to admit it, he could only grit his teeth and nod. Qing Tsong was exceptionally gifted, and the celestial emperor held him in high regard, thus taking him as a disciple and making him the sole inheritor of the celestial emperor's teachings. It was precisely because of this that our clan, from the celestial monarch down to the younger generations of Ba Huang, treated Qing Tsong with great favor, treating him with respect and never guarding against him, regarding him as one of our own. Little did we expect that this scoundrel would commit such treachery, betraying his mentor at the most critical moment. Lin Chongqing's expression darkened. As black as ink. Were we not good enough to him? Lin Zhe shrugged, neither affirming nor denying. Some matters are beyond the realm of right and wrong. Perhaps it was merely because you obstructed his path. A being like the god of myriad races, akin to a blazing sun, is enough in this world. And then what happened? Lin Chongqing sighed. And then the celestial emperor went missing, the celestial monarch was heavily injured and retreated, and the ancient world crumbled into dust due to this divine conflict, turning into countless fragments. Order thus shattered. Subsequently, with the celestial emperor's suppression lost, Qingcong turned his spear towards the divine tomb, targeting my Bahuang clan. Lin Chongqing lamented that ultimately, it unfolded as you know. He began with the Eight Servants clan, the so-called ancient Eight Saints, discovering methods to restrain our clan, sealing and imprisoning the celestial monarch, continuously eroding his true spirit. His aim was to completely shatter the Ba Huang bloodline sealing, thereby opening the gates of the divine tomb. Having lost both the protection of the celestial monarch and the celestial emperor, our Ba Huang clan found itself powerless against that scoundrel Qingcong, left with no choice but to evade his wrath and await an opportunity. Thus, to escape Qingcong's pursuit, our clan was forced to split into two factions. One openly resisted Qingcong to draw his attention, buying more time for our kin. The other concealed themselves, taking the essence of the Ba Huang family and stealthily departing from the divine tomb, preserving the embers of the Ba Huang bloodline in hopes of a resurgence. Therefore, Lin Chongqing cast a complex glance at Lin Zhe. It was not that I, as an ancestor, lacked compassion, but rather that we chose to remain and fight from the very beginning. In this protracted struggle, anyone could become a sacrifice, including myself. Resistance, resistance, only resistance. Lin Chongqing turned and fixed his gaze upon the slumbering, celestial monarch of Ba Huang. Thus, I watched as the descendants of the Lin family perished one after another, remaining unmoved. For every sacrifice made by a Lin family member was a step towards future vengeance. Lin Zhe then asked why he later chose to rescue his father and second uncle. Although feigning death was a logical strategy, it could not withstand the scrutiny of the discerning. After hiding for so many years, did he not fear that this time, in taking such a risk, he would be caught by Qingcong? Lin Chongqing fell silent at this, a rare flicker of vulnerability crossing the countenance of the weathered elder. Indeed, why did I choose to take such risks? I have repeatedly asked myself. Perhaps after witnessing the deaths of so many Lin family descendants over the years, I finally developed a sense of compassion. Or perhaps I am not as great as I imagined, unable to bear the thought of seeing my own progeny extinguished. Alas, in the end, I too am afraid of becoming utterly alone, afraid of truly having no descendants, and thus facing total extinction. Looking at the celestial monarch of Ba Huang, Lin Chongqing's figure suddenly appeared more stooped, revealing the weight of age. Lin Lai and Lin Yang could not bear to witness this, and said, "Ancestor, this is not your fault, nor that of the family. All of this is the result of unavoidable circumstances. Had you not acted thus, our Lin family would have been obliterated from the very beginning, caught entirely in Qingcong's net. Indeed, our Ba Huang clan has fallen to such depths. We can only blame fate and Qingcong. Who could have anticipated that the celestial monarch would rebel? Who could have foreseen Qingcong's betrayal?" The two comforted Lin Chongqing. In the small farmhouse, silence enveloped the air. Silence, still silence. How many sacrifices of our lineage did this moment of silence cost? Finally, Lin Zhe sighed, softly, shifting away from this weighty topic. "Very well. I shall repay Qingcong for the deeds he has done to our clan, item by item. For now, let us discuss our next steps. You have been in Qingyu for many years. You must have devised various strategies." Lin Chongqing shook his head. That was in the past. The current situation has become a chaotic mess, with many people's schemes and efforts rendered futile. He glanced at Lin Zhe, stating that at present, not only he but even Qingcong seems to be at a loss. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Chongqing stroked his beard with satisfaction. "Our ancestor has emerged from the mountains, and you possess the strength to shatter the celestial calamity. This situation, for us, is not entirely unfavorable. In this regard, we have managed to gain some ground." Turning to Lin Zhe, Lin Chongqing, recognizing him as one capable of making decisive judgments, asked for his thoughts. Chapter 159. The three great secret techniques of the Ba Huang clan. How do I see it? I shall observe. Though he had learned from Lin Chongqing about the relationship between the Lin family and the Divine Tomb, there remained many unknowns regarding this scheme. For instance, the existence of Su Rumeng and that strangely responsive little phoenix. Are they related to the Ba Huang clan? And are they coming for the Divine Tomb? After pondering, Lin Zhe inquired, "Before this, I have another question. Speak. Have you ever heard of an entity called Su Rumeng?" Su Rumeng. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongqing's expression tightened, as if triggered by some instinctive response. "Where did you hear that name? Do you know her?" Lin Chongqing nodded, then shook his head. "I knew of her before, but now I no longer do." He continued, "Years ago, to prevent myself from falling into Qing Song's hands and revealing the secrets of the Divine Tomb and my clan, I cast away all core secrets related to the Divine Tomb using the Ba Huang bloodband. The information about Su Rumeng was one such secret. So, does this mean Su Rumeng has the most direct connection with the Divine Tomb and my Ba Huang clan?" "Precisely. Can you possibly unseal the information regarding her? This is of great importance to me." Lin Chongqing contemplated for a moment, stating that the Ba Huang bloodband is a life and death barrier employed by my clan in dire circumstances. Once activated, there is no turning back. To lift the bloodband, Lin Chongqing cast a fleeting glance at the slumbering Ba Huang Dijun unless the progenitor reverses the bloodband with the essence of their blood, or unless a clan member of profound cultivation wields our clan's treasured Ba Huang mirror to exercise the powers of the bloodline progenitor. We find ourselves back at the Ba Huang mirror. To awaken, the progenitor emperor requires the Ba Huang mirror. And to overturn the Ba Huang bloodband also necessitates the Ba Huang mirror. Its absence is indeed critical. Thus, where exactly is this Ba Huang mirror? Lost. Lost. One could certainly say it is lost. Lin Chongqing sighed, recalling how, during the fracturing of our Ba Huang clan, we were forced to split into two branches. They took with them the majority of our clan's heritage, and the Ba Huang mirror was among those treasures. We believed that with the capabilities of the Ba Huang mirror, they could easily safeguard themselves and find a quiet, hidden place to continue our bloodline's legacy, awaiting the day of resurgence. However, after all these years, there has been no news from them, nor have I sensed any trace of my clansmen. It is likely their circumstances are not much better than mine. Lin Shi interjected. "What, the deceased little phoenix from 18 years ago? Did you sense anything unusual? That little phoenix?" Lin Chongqing furrowed his brow, pondering. Wasn't it merely a sacrifice orchestrated by that old ghost phone? What of it? Is there something amiss? "It is nothing." Lin Zhe waved his hand, steering the conversation back on track. "You asked for my perspective, did you not?" After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I intend to leave the Tianlan Divine Tomb. This journey serves two purposes: to seek out more secrets regarding the past beyond the tomb, and to trace the whereabouts of another branch of our clan, to retrieve the Ba Huang mirror and heal our ancestor. Furthermore, there is a certain individual who deceived him and then vanished. He has harbored a grudge over this matter and is determined to capture her for a thorough education. Do you have a method to break through Qing Song's Dao restrictions?" Naturally. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Lin Chongqing felt a stir in his heart, then said, "Very well, I shall accompany you. Traveling alone is perilous. Having a companion affords some measure of protection. Our Lin family has been fractured for many years, and I too wish to seek out our former clansmen." Lin Zhe shook his head. "It is not feasible. The Tianlan Divine Tomb is not so simple, although it appears tranquil at present. We cannot ascertain what undercurrents may be surging beneath. We may already be surrounded by enemies. Now is a time when vigilance is paramount. Our Lin family is inherently weak. Should you leave Tianlan with me, our Ba Huang clan's guardian tomb, which we have safeguarded for so long, would be entirely compromised. All the years of effort and the sacrifices of countless clansmen would be rendered futile." Lin Chongqing sighed deeply, then relented. "Very well, be exceedingly cautious out there. Especially do not recklessly reveal your identity as a member of the Ba Huang clan." "I understand." The two quickly established their next course of action. Lin Chongqing then added, "By the way, you awakened your bloodline with the assistance of our ancestor, in the state our ancestor was in at the time. It is likely he could not impart our clan's core secret techniques to you, although with your current ability to disregard Qing Song's Dao restrictions, these secret techniques may not provide you with substantial aid. Nonetheless, possessing additional means while traversing the world is always advantageous." "Oh, the core secret techniques of the Ba Huang clan? Are they all saint-level methods?" Lin Chongqing was at a loss for words. "Still saint-level? You are quite the dreamer. Those who attain sainthood are embodiments of the Tao, the progenitors of the Tao. There are not so many saints and saintly techniques in this world. Do you truly believe that everyone can easily achieve sainthood as you have, with each person possessing 33 Tao fruits? Saints are not as common as dogs, and great saints do not roam freely. It is merely that Tianlan is somewhat unique, making you perceive the abundance of saints. Once you venture beyond, you will comprehend how rare true saints truly are. Casting an exasperated glance at Lin Zhe, Lin Chongqing continued, "Our Ba Huang clan is founded upon our bloodline. Unlocking the potential of our bloodline is our core. Therefore, I shall impart to you the 3 great secret techniques regarding our clan's bloodline: immortality, true form, and transformation into Xian." With that, Lin Chongqing pointed a finger and pressed it against Lin Zhe's forehead. In an instant, the 3 great bloodline secret techniques manifested vividly in Lin Zhe's mind. You have comprehended the core bloodline secret technique of the Ba Huang clan, immortality. You have grasped the true essence of divine immortality, solidifying your mental will, greatly enhancing your resistance to all negative emotions that may disrupt your spirit, and unraveling more secrets of mental applications, significantly augmenting your power. You have comprehended the core bloodline secret technique of the Ba Huang clan, true form. With a full spirit essence, you prove your path through strength. You have comprehended transformation into Xian. Your aura expands like the vast sea, connecting with the essence of transformation. Under the impetus of divine-level understanding, Lin Zhe fully assimilated the 3 great secret techniques in mere moments, wielding them as if they were innate instincts honed over many years. Although these so-called 3 great techniques appeared intricate, they essentially revolved around stimulating the potential of the bloodline, thus fortifying the physical body, safeguarding the spirit, and expanding one's spiritual energy. In Lin Zhe's understanding, it was akin to undergoing a template advancement, increasing both health and energy limits, doubling resistances across the board, and adding several passive skills, enabling him to leap from an elite creature into a boss-level entity. And just how formidable a boss is, those who have faced them understand. They are on an entirely different level than elite creatures. Yet, under the influence of the Ba Huang bloodline, nearly every member of the Ba Huang clan is akin to such a boss. In battle, it would be a grand siege akin to a boss assault from another realm. It is no wonder the Ba Huang clan was capable of achieving such unparalleled strength in ancient times, nearly becoming the foremost clan of the primordial era, all thanks to this bloodline power. On the other side, after imparting the 3 great secret techniques of the Ba Huang clan to Lin Zhe, Lin Chongqing found himself momentarily stunned. He scrutinized Lin Zhe closely, his aged visage twitching slightly. Given his bloodline realm and Lin Zhe's lack of intentional concealment, he could easily discern the formidable aura emanating from Lin Zhe, uniquely associated with the 3 core techniques: immortality, true form, and transformation into Xian. Moreover, the depth of his understanding and the development of his bloodline power surpassed even Lin Chongqing, the great ancestor. Yet he could swear that prior to this moment, there had been no trace of the 3 great techniques on Lin Zhe, nor had he trained in them beforehand. In other words, Lin Zhe had comprehended the 3 great techniques beneath his very nose. In an instant. Was this something so easily learned? What is it? Lin Chongqing pondered for a moment. Nothing. Considering Lin Zhe's ability to siphon power akin to the unoriginated celestial body and recalling his use of the heavenly mandate celestial body in battle against the great demon, Lin Chongqing realized that his descendant harbored some astounding secret. However, Lin Chongqing was not particularly interested in pursuing this matter further. Each individual possesses their own opportunities. Every strong person who has reached this stage carries their own secrets. As long as he could ascertain that Lin Zhe was a descendant of the Lin clan, that sufficed. Nevertheless, there are matters of great significance that require caution, and thus he felt it necessary to advise. There is something I must caution you about. Speak. The unoriginated celestial body and the heavenly mandate celestial body are held by Qing Song and the heavenly mandate emperor, both of whom are formidable figures. You must exercise utmost vigilance against them. Do not be careless. Lin Zhe understood the gravity of his ancestor's warning. However, matters concerning divine-level perception are not easily articulated, and he could not divulge them to others. He simply replied, "I am aware." That is good. After discussing several subsequent matters with the great ancestor and establishing urgent measures, Lin Zhe bid farewell to the 3. Great ancestor, father, uncle, and grandfather, I entrust you with their care. Lin Chongqing nodded. Go with peace of mind. Just as he was about to depart, Lin Chongqing suddenly added, by the way, I nearly forgot, since you have already broken through the Dao Tribulation Mountain. You may rest assured to reclaim the sacred weapons of the Ba Shi clan and the 8 Dao fruits left behind by Qing Tsong as the formation seal. With your current prowess, although they may not prove to be of significant assistance, they are nonetheless artifacts of the Ba Shi clan, inherently linked to the bloodline of my tribe. Utilizing them is certainly more advantageous than relying on the 5 sacred weapons of Qing Tsong. His possessions should be used sparingly, as one cannot predict the malice he may harbor. Lin Zhe acknowledged this with a nod. He was well aware of this, even without Lin Chongqing's admonition. Since the moment he discerned that his state of mind was compromised, suspecting that the Xian Jing might be tainted, Lin Zhe had endeavored to minimize his use of the Tianming Xianti. The same logic applied to Qing Tsong's sacred weapons. Utilizing another's possessions always felt unsettling, especially when they belonged to a cunning old fox. Thus, when he initially merged the 33 Dao fruits he had created, Lin Zhe solely considered the pure essence of his own Ba Huang bloodline, excluding the Tianming Xianti and Qing Tsong's sacred weapons from the core. For him now, both Qing Tsong's sacred weapons and the Tianming Xianti served merely as auxiliary tools. However, speaking of sacred weapons, should he not seek suitable materials to forge one himself? There is a certain satisfaction in nurturing something with one's own hands, rather than perpetually relying on others. With this thought, Lin Zhe's figure dissipated into the fabric of the universe. At the Changhe Sword Sect, deep within the Forbidden Grounds, the aged semi-saint Qing, he opened his eyes. The resistance of the Dao prohibition informed me of your arrival. Lin Zhe stepped through the void, appearing before the elder semi-saint. The semi-saint regarded him with an expression of profound complexity. Who would have imagined? A mere month ago, he was but a nascent figure in the Ming Xian realm, and now he has ascended to such heights. The great demon is no match for him. Ling Huang treats him with respect, and even the Dao prohibition left by Qing Sheng instinctively recoils from him. Such phenomena are unprecedented. What a spectacle! In that moment, the semi-saint was filled with myriad emotions. Lin Zhe, in turn, bowed graciously to the semi-saint, introducing himself as the junior Lin Zhe. I can no longer accept your courtesy, the semi-saint replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Lin Zhe smiled, saying, You have bestowed upon me the gift of teaching. How can you say you cannot accept? What Lin Zhe sensed from the semi-saint was merely the bewilderment of an old man who had devoted his life to guarding the Qing domain, much like before. Unchanged to this day, this may be a manifestation of sincere purity or perhaps a guise of deeper calculation. Regardless, he has rendered Lin Zhe a genuine favor, and thus Lin Zhe ought to treat him with respect. The semi-saint and Lin Zhe exchanged knowing smiles. It seems I, the old man, have benefited from your fortune. Now, please tell me, what brings you here today? Surely you are not here merely to reminisce, as we have only recently met. Lin Zhe, straightforward as ever, confessed. I must admit, I have come with a request. I seek to acquire the 8 Dao fruits, aside from those of the Changhe Sword Sect, along with their respective sacred weapons. I hope you can assist me. The semi-saint nodded, waving his hand to directly present the 8 Dao fruits before Lin Zhe. Take them. As for the sacred weapons, the semi-saint scrutinized Lin Zhe deeply. The Dao Jian Mountain is no more, and the sacred weapons array has lost its significance. You may retrieve them as you wish. You do not wish to inquire why. The semi-saint chuckled and shook his head. You clearly have the right to take them. Yet you come to ask me. How could I possibly presume to question your motives? Besides, I am counting on you to inquire of him on my behalf. Why? Lin Zhe remained silent for a moment. I shall certainly convey your message. After accepting the 8 Dao fruits, he bid farewell to the semi-saint and departed from the forbidden grounds of the Sword Sect. Chapter 161. Feng Yuan. Upon leaving the forbidden grounds of the Sword Sect, Lin Zhe initially intended to summon the sacred weapons of the Ba Shi clan using the power of Tianming, thus reclaiming the artifacts belonging to his clan and concluding the matter. However, upon reflection, the other 8 sects also descend from the ancient Dao lineage established in the era of Qing Tsong. Although their collections may not rival the bloodline of the Changhe Sword Sect, they are unlikely to be of inferior quality. Even though they may not provide substantial assistance to Lin Zhe at this juncture, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles without accumulating small steps. Even the smallest of mosquitoes is still flesh. Moreover, as the array lineage of the 8 sects, having been granted sacred weapons by Qing Tsong for many years, They may possess more artifacts related to the Bosher clan. A visit could prove worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Lin Zhe's figure scattered with the wind, merging into the ethereal mist, heading directly towards the nearest Kantian Dao sect. As Lin Zhe appeared at the Kantian Dao sect, an elder of celestial demeanor greeted him with a bow. Kantian Dao sect's Jiang He, at your service, Lin Sheng. The elder Jiang He was the same venerable sage, once known as Lao Jiang within the Dao Jie Mountain. After bowing, Jiang He was filled with a sense of nostalgia. How time has transformed our roles. Once, he held the esteemed position of a great sage in the Mingxian realm, the leader of the 9 sects, while the other was merely a talented youth still unfolding his potential. He regarded him with the respect due to an elder. Yet, how little time has passed. The roles have completely reversed. The other has soared to celestial heights, becoming the uncrowned sovereign of Tianlan, attaining the rank of great sage. Before him, Jiang He, the former great sage, now feels the weight of being a junior. What a marvel! Lin Sheng's purpose for visiting has already been conveyed by the semi-saint. He has stated that the 9 sects of the Qing domain will fully support Lin Sheng, and whatever you require, the 9 sects shall comply. Please, take what you need. Lin Zhe nodded, then requested, I apologize for the intrusion, Jiang sect leader. No need for apologies, Lin Sheng, please. Jiang He, not one to linger on words, led Lin Zhe onward. In the presence of a great sage, Jiang, he should have seized the opportunity to speak extensively, hoping to glean even a fragment of wisdom from Lin Zhe. Such insights from a great sage would be invaluable. Yet facing Lin Zhe, Jiang he found himself at a loss for words, feeling a sense of discomfort. The scene at Dao Jie Mountain felt as fresh as yesterday. The trial taker of yesterday has become the great sage of today. If only you could have delayed your ascent by a year or two. It would have been easier for me to bear. You do not even pretend. Enough said, it remains the same. What a marvel. With Jiang He, the great sage of Mingxian, personally guiding him, Lin Zhe encountered no obstructions along the way. Soon, he arrived at the location within the Kantian Dao sect where the Kantian sword is enshrined. Before him lay the offering platform, still bearing the same rusted broken sword as before. The rust, a testament to its ancient history, and the jagged, chipped edges spoke of the deep sorrows of the Bosher clan. Perhaps due to the complete awakening of his Bahuang bloodline and the practice of the clan's secret arts, upon seeing the Kantian sword again, Lin Zhe felt an inexplicable familiarity, sensing the ancient stories it conveyed. With a faint sigh, Lin Zhe grasped the hilt of the Kantian sword. Let us return home. As Lin Zhe clasped the Kantian sword, a wondrous wave of energy surged along the blade. It was the thrill of a bloodline connection. In the next moment, spiderweb-like cracks erupted across the sword's surface. With a resounding bang, the cracks exploded. The Kantian sword shed its tarnish, revealing the unparalleled brilliance hidden beneath its rust. The resounding cry of the sword pierced the heavens and the earth, cleaving through the clouds. An image of a broken sword, spanning the entirety of the world, emerged, heralding its return. After a lengthy pause, tranquility was restored within the Kantian Dao sect. Witnessing the transformation of the Kantian sword, Jiang he stared wide-eyed. This sword possesses such a profound change. Having wielded the Kantian sword for many years, the Kantian Dao sect had never uncovered any other aspect of this sacred weapon. Yet, this display of renewed glory, revealing its unparalleled sharpness, was something Jiang he had never witnessed in his lifetime. Thus, who among us truly holds the position of the sect leader of Kantian Dao Zone? Jiang he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, hesitating to speak. He understood that since the half-saint had instructed Lin Zhe to take the sacred weapon, there must be some profound reasons behind it that he was unaware of. Therefore, certain matters were not meant for him to inquire about or comprehend. He could only suppress all his questions deep within his heart. Lin Zhe withdrew the Kantian sword, and it seemed that the bloodline of Ba Huang within him had regained a hint of its former glory, albeit a modest enhancement. Nevertheless, for one at his level of existence, even the slightest advancement was indeed a rarity. What followed next? Lin Zhe immersed himself in the library of Kantian Dao Zone. After perusing its texts, he proceeded to Yinyang Xianmen to reclaim the sacred weapon and explore its storerooms. This cycle continued for several days. In the Huaguang realm, Wu Tong ultimately resolved to seek out the Feng Yuan left behind by her brother. She felt a pang of embarrassment at her foolish speculations from the previous days. After all, Lin Zhe had already ascended to sainthood, becoming the uncrowned king of Tianlan. With his realm and prowess, How could he possibly covet something as trivial as a Feng Yuan? Alas, her vigilance was in vain, and she had squandered precious time. With great haste, Wu Tong finally arrived at the site of her brother's demise, guided by her memories and a faint sense of her bloodline. This had to be the place. Frowning, she searched through the dense forest for the lost Feng Yuan. But why was the bloodline sensing so faint? This was impossible. Wu Tong glanced around at the lush greenery of the forest, vibrant with life. It seemed utterly bizarre. The place where Feng Yuan fell should not be teeming with vitality. It should be barren and lifeless, yet here it was thriving. But the bloodline sensing undeniably pointed to this location. The Feng Yuan must have appeared here. Perplexed, Wu Tong decided to follow the bloodline's guidance. She scoured the forest, and eventually, she found the site of the Feng Yuan's fall amidst a cliff. This precipice corresponded with the opposite mountain, appearing as though they were once one entity, severed by some unseen force. Peering down, a vast chasm unveiled itself before her eyes, its unique contours suggesting it had once cradled a colossal being. The surface was charred, as if scorched by a great fire. Could it be? Wu Tong's heart raced as she ascended into the sky to observe the chasm's shape from above. It unmistakably resembled a phoenix poised for flight. Chapter 162. The kind-hearted saint of Guizhong. How could this be? The sight before Wu Tong made her tremble, instinctively gasping in disbelief. How could this happen? She had witnessed her brother's fall firsthand. She had seen the rupture of the bloodline. In such circumstances, how could he possibly still be alive? Why? Wu Tong furrowed her brow. It was not that she could not accept the fact that her brother was alive. Rather, it was the unthinkable possibility that she could not fathom. For the one who struck down her brother was a supreme saint. The word saint is pronounced as Sheng Zhe, and written as Tian. His authority was beyond question. Under the wrath of such a saint, not even the elders of her clan could hope for resurrection from the ashes, let alone a mere fledgling phoenix. His revival seemed as absurd as an ordinary person daring to slap a half-saint, proclaiming him worthless. Was this not a pure jest? Yet this jest had somehow transpired. Gazing into the depths of the obsidian phoenix chasm, Wu Tong furrowed her brow in silence for a long time. After a moment, she descended into the valley, closed her eyes, and intensified all her senses, urging the bloodline perception to its utmost. She perceived the trajectory of the Feng Yuan, sensing its essence transitioning from deep to shallow, and then from shallow to deep, ultimately soaring into the sky and vanishing. Wu Tong was astonished. Had someone aided her brother? The Feng Yuan's essence fluctuating from deep to shallow corresponded with its gradual decline after the phoenix's fall, which was normal. But the subsequent resurgence, ascending back to its zenith, was undoubtedly the result of someone's intervention. Moreover, that individual must possess the ability to reverse the injuries inflicted by a saint, indicating they too were of saintly caliber. In the Qingyu territory, there were only two notable figures who could be considered of such caliber. One was the direct descendant of the supreme Saint Qing Tsang, the half-Saint Qing He. However, Qing He had little interaction with her Phoenix clan. It was inconceivable that he would intervene without reason. Furthermore, the two siblings had no acquaintance with Qing He, making his involvement highly improbable. Wu Tong swiftly dismissed this notion. The other candidate was, of course, the recently prominent Saint Lin Zhe. Suddenly, Wu Tong recalled a crucial detail. Her brother had fallen 18 years ago. Lin Zhe, this anomaly, was also born in Qingyu 18 years ago. Additionally, she remembered Lin Zhe's extreme reaction at Beichen Academy. "What is your name?" "Wu Tong." His demeanor suggested he had known her name all along. Yet, Wu Tong was merely a pseudonym derived from the Phoenix bloodline. As a member of the Phoenix clan, it was entirely reasonable for her to adopt the name Wu Tong. Even her brother might have chosen a similar alias, perhaps with slight alterations, as Wu Tong sounded more feminine. Wait a moment. Could her brother have chosen this name? Wu Tong suddenly realized something. She frowned, lost in contemplation. 10 days later, Lin Zhe completed the reclamation of the sacred weapons from the Bashir clan and perused the texts of the 8 major sections. This endeavor, as expected, did not yield a dramatic breakthrough in Lin Zhe's cultivation. He could only count it as a modest gain. After all, with the assistance of the Guizhong saint, Lin Zhe had nearly exhausted the renowned legacies of the Tianlan realm, reaching an extraordinarily formidable level of comprehension and resources. For him to make further progress now would require a vast accumulation of tomes. However, in terms of bloodline, the return of the Bashir clan's Dao fruits and sacred weapons had significantly enhanced Lin Zhe's innate bloodline of Bahuan. The power of the Ba Shi clan acted like an intricate array, firmly safeguarding the Ba Huang bloodline at its center, resonating harmoniously and complementing each other, resulting in advancements in all aspects. He had grown considerably stronger. Lin Zhe relished this sensation. The path of cultivation ought to unfold in such a manner, growing stronger, ever stronger, until reaching the pinnacle. With the sacred weapons and Dao fruits reclaimed, and having thoroughly explored the texts, it was time to depart from this comfort zone. Lin Zhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the distant horizon of Tianlan. There it seemed awaited a grander, more exhilarating journey for him to embark upon. Yet before that, Lin Zhe turned back to glance at Qingyu, this realm still shrouded in thick fog. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Lin Zhe vanished without a trace. In the southern celestial domain, the Guizhong saint was deeply engrossed in deciphering the myriad methods of the melting furnace. This technique bore a remarkable resemblance to the previous tome of Heaven and Earth sharing longevity. Perhaps, it can even be utilized this way? Fascinating. As the Guizhong saint diligently toiled, Lin Zhe's figure appeared behind him. Guizhong Xiong. The Guizhong Xingzhe regained his composure. Oh, it is Lin Xiong. Since you shattered the cage, achieving the status of a great sage unprecedented in history, we have not seen each other for over 10 days. I merely went to examine some buried old matters of the past. Upon hearing this, Guizhong Xingzhe's gaze exhibited a subtle shift. Could Lin Xiong truly discern the intricacies of this chess match? Lin Zhe cast a glance at Guizhong Xingzhe. Brother Guizhong, at this juncture, are you still withholding information from me? Before Guizhong Xingzhe could respond, Lin Zhe continued, you deliberately calculated my fate to draw me to the southern heavenly domain. Did you not? With your cultivation, such a clumsy error should not have occurred. Guizhong Xingzhe chuckled, about to speak, when Lin Zhe interjected. You brought me to the southern heavenly domain, where we fortuitously met, and subsequently introduced the Wanfa Ronglu, revealing that you had plundered the various Dao lineages of Tianlan. Then, under the pretext of assisting me, you leveraged my strength to strike at the Dao lineages, systematically consolidating their legacies into our hands. While this appears to be a mutual victory, in reality, Lin Zhe elongated his words. The sole beneficiary has been me from start to finish. Everything has gone smoothly, aligning with my desires. There are few kind-hearted individuals like you, Brother Guizhong. Guizhong Xingzhe's smile faltered. Did you realize this back then? If so, why did you? Lin Zhe replied. Such matters that benefit me, I naturally welcome with open arms. With that, he patted Guizhong Xingzhe's shoulder. Now, let us cease the idle chatter and get straight to the point. As you suspected, I am indeed a true descendant of the Bahuang clan. You serve the Bahuang direct lineage of the 8 Shizuzus, Tai Xian branch. Chapter 163. Tai Xian branch, 50 trillion futures. Lin Zhe did not hold back, directly revealing the connection between the 8 Shizuzu and the Bahuang clan. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's unambiguous admission, Guizhong Xingzhe's expression shifted slightly. Lin Xiong is of the Bahuang clan? I have heard of this. During the previous duel, I also heard that otherworldly demon mention it. Seeing that Guizhong Xingzhe continued to feign ignorance, Lin Zhe released the unique pulse of the Bahuang bloodline and took out the Tai Xian, a sacred weapon belonging to the 8 Shizuzu's Tai Xian branch. Under the activation of Lin Zhe's bloodline, the Tai Xian became extraordinarily vibrant, radiating an aura of affection and dependence, as if it had finally reunited with a long-lost kin. With the Tai Xian present, the truth can be discerned. As the Tai Xian appeared and displayed an affinity towards Lin Zhe, Guizhong Xingzhe was rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he sighed gently. Although he had anticipated this, he did not expect that there would genuinely be members of the Bahuang clan still existing in the current Tianlan. After saying this, Guizhong Xingzhe bowed to Lin Zhe. Tai Xian Guizhong pays respects to the Bahuang main house. Lin Zhe nodded. You knew of my identity long before. Did you calculate it yourself? Guizhong Xingzhe chuckled helplessly. Shaking his head, even the ancient powers could not locate the Bahuang clan. What merit do I possess to deduce the identity of the main house? My speculation was merely based on the nuances of the bloodline. When you clashed with that demon saint, and he revealed your Bahuang lineage, I kept a close watch on you ever since. Eventually, I indeed sensed a trace of affinity stemming from your bloodline. Thus, I intentionally drew you to the southern heavenly domain to stage this encounter. Guizhong Xingzhe continued. If you are truly a Bahuang clansman, then you should understand my intentions, and I ought to assist you. If not, I suffer no loss, for at least I have aligned myself with you under the watchful eyes of many, enough to instill some caution in my old adversaries. However, Guizhong Xingzhe shook his head, clicking his tongue in disbelief. You truly are a descendant of the Bahuang. In the face of Qing Tsong's onslaught, it is astonishing that a pure Bahuang bloodline still endures. Linzai glanced at Guizhong, speaking of surprises. You are more surprising to me. Qing Tsong has altered the causality and timeline of Tianlan, rewriting its historical trajectory. In this vast Tianlan, no one can know the glories and pasts of the 8 Shizuzu and the Bahuang clan, except for the venerable ancestor of the Lin family. That ancestor, having survived since the era of the ancient heavenly court, weathered countless storms, and being the most primordial Bahuang bloodline, possesses profound and mysterious means. Yet you, Guizhong Xingzhe, cannot evade Qing Tsong's grasp. So what merits do you possess? Upon hearing this, Guizhong Xingzhe's expression became contemplative. He explained, among the 8 Shizu, Yin and Yang excel at balance, the 5 elements at adaptability, and the Kan Tian at offense, while my Taishan branch specializes in divination. As I mentioned earlier, before Qing Tsong took action, my master had an inexplicable premonition of impending doom. This is no falsehood. At that time, my master felt that something was amiss, and before departing, he gathered the divinatory powers of the entire Taishan lineage, urging the Taishan Yin to its utmost, burning his essence to briefly enter the realm of celestial mysteries, attempting to forcibly divine the future changes. At this point, Guizhong Xingzhe extended a hand. 5. Guizhong Xingzhe pronounced emphatically, in that unknown realm of mysteries, my master beheld 5,937,000,000,000 possible futures. Linzai was taken aback. However, each of these futures filled my master with trepidation. I once inquired what he had seen, but my master merely shook his head, stating that if he revealed it, some events would cease to transpire. I asked him how many of those futures were favorable to us, jokingly suggesting that I could transcend the formless and achieve the formless, even surpass him. To my astonishment, my jest seemed to strike a nerve with my master, and he became enraged, accusing me of harboring ulterior motives, straying from the path. And having lost my way, he declared to the heavens that I was to be expelled from the Taishan lineage and sealed away. Guizhong Shengzhe's expression turned sorrowful. At that time, I did not comprehend my master's actions. I even harbored resentment towards him. I respected him deeply, venerating him like a deity. How could this be? He sighed. It was only when I awakened, witnessing the transformed Tianlan, that I understood my master's well-intentioned guidance. Guizhong Xingzhe cast a glance at Linzai, his eyes revealing a complex depth. I see now. So you intentionally killed that phoenix? Guizhong Xingzhe shook his head. That was not the case at that moment. I had just awakened and was rather impulsive. My temperament was somewhat fiery. However, his tone shifted. It is also difficult to say that I was not influenced by some other force. Linzai's expression became serious. Oh? What do you mean? Guizhong Xingzhe replied. You are aware that we of the Taishan lineage seek the way of heaven with a calm and detached heart, and we are quite sensitive to any aberrations in our mental state. Although I was resolute and eager for knowledge then, in hindsight, I realize I may have been overly hasty. It seems that during that time, something silently and subtly influenced my mental state, rendering me more irritable and guiding my decisions. Silently influenced my mental state? Linzai's eyes flickered with recognition. This sounded somewhat familiar. Chapter 164. The Trail of the Phoenix, of course. It could also be an illusion born from the demons within my heart during that period. In any case, Guizhong Xingzhe furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while. Ultimately, he shook his head, sighed. Changes in mental state are difficult to articulate. I can only suggest that there is a possibility. Linzai gave a soft grunt, signaling an end to the current topic. Let us return to the matter at hand. The primary reason for my visit is to address a significant issue. Guizhong Xingzhe, ever dutiful, responded promptly. It is indeed the responsibility of the 8 Servants clan to alleviate the concerns of the master family. Moreover, Lin Sheng, with your remarkable talents, how could Guizhong dare to disregard your request? Please, proceed. Linzai stated directly. I intend to shatter the Dao prohibition of Tianlan and venture into the outside world in search of vital clues regarding the annihilation of my clan years ago. I also wish to locate any surviving kin from that time. However, my departure and the dissolution of the Dao prohibition may precipitate unforeseen events in Tianlan. Therefore, I require you to keep a vigilant watch over this area, monitoring their every move. With a wave of his hand, Lin Zhe manifested a strand of will, transforming it into a seal that landed in Guizhong Xingzhe's hand. Should any significant upheaval occur, this object will ensure your survival, and I can return immediately. Guizhong accepted the seal, assuring Lin Sheng, "Rest assured, I shall guard the Tianlan Divine Tomb diligently." Lin Zhe continued, "Additionally, once the Dao prohibition is lifted, the Qingyu should also become accessible. At that time, I would appreciate your extra vigilance over the Lin family. The members of the Lin family are still unfamiliar with the profound mysteries of the innate realm, and they may inadvertently falter in interactions with outsiders." Guizhong nodded with a smile. "You need not worry, Lin Sheng. As a descendant of the Eight Desolates, the Lin family is naturally a household that I, as part of the Eight Servants clan, am obliged to protect." At this juncture, Guizhong, with eager anticipation, inquired, "By the way, Lin Sheng, since you have awakened the bloodline of the Eight Desolates, it stands to reason that there must be other kin from our clan still residing in this realm, correct?" Although framed as a question, his tone carried an air of certainty. After all, in Guizhong's perspective, the Lin family had suffered immense losses, leaving only Lin Ao and Lin Zhe as the last remnants. How could the ordinary Lin Ao, who had yet to enter the innate realm, possibly guide or assist Lin Zhe in his awakening? Thus, Guizhong was convinced that the bloodline of the Eight Desolates had not been extinguished. Beyond the Lin family known to the world, there must be another branch concealed in the shadows. This conjecture held immense significance for Guizhong, as the essence of the Divine Tomb War, along with the connection between the Eight Servants clan and the Eight Desolates, revolved around the latter. Everything began and would ultimately conclude with the Eight Desolates. If the members of the Eight Desolates were all perished, then why would Guizhong continue to struggle so fiercely? He might as well rest. Therefore, for Guizhong, the survival of more kin from the Eight Desolates provided him with ample reasons to fight and hope for victory. Meeting Guizhong Shengzhe's expectant gaze, Lin Zhe's expression remained unchanged. He shook his head in denial, stating, "No, I'm the only one in this realm. My awakening of the bloodline is merely due to certain rare and irreplicable fortuitous encounters." Lin Zhe chose not to disclose the existence of his esteemed ancestors and relatives to Guizhong. Those who had achieved sanctity were far from simple, and one had to be cautious when dealing with these ancient foxes, lest they find themselves led astray. He continued, "It is precisely for this reason that I must venture into the outside world to search for traces of other clansmen." While speaking, Lin Zhe suddenly sensed something. Someone was urgently calling his name. As a being of the Wuxiang realm, uttering his true name would reveal his true self across the endless expanse of time and space. Following the sensation, Lin Zhe moved forward. Is it her?" He paused. "What is it?" "It's nothing. I just recalled something that requires further confirmation. In any case, I will leave Tianlan in your capable hands." Before departing, Lin Zhe cast another glance at the Wanfa Ronglu in Guizhong Xingzhe's hand. Almost forgetting, he tossed back the bag of treasures that Guizhong had previously given him. "Your bag of treasures. The techniques you brought back have sparked some insights in me, all of which I have stored in the bag. I believe they may assist you in your research of the Wanfa Ronglu." With that, Lin Zhe's figure vanished, heading towards the source of his perception. In the Qingyu, at the Huaguang realm, in the place where the phoenix descended, Wu Tong was resting, recuperating from excessive exertion. After a moment, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a familiar scent. "You have arrived." Opening her eyes, she beheld the same figure as always. Even after achieving unparalleled sanctity, he still bore the refined demeanor of a gentleman. Clad in snow-white garments, with long black hair tied back by a jade hairpin, and adorned with a piece of ancient jade at his waist, he exuded an air of noble elegance. At first glance, he appeared to be merely a well-bred youth, and no one would suspect that he was a supreme being commanding the Tianlan. The newcomer was Lin Zhe. It had been approximately 2 months since their parting in Beichin. Indeed, 2 months had passed. Yet, as Lin Zhe looked upon Wudong, he realized that she had remained unchanged while he had ascended to sanctity. A strange feeling of nostalgia washed over him, as if time had slipped away, leaving only a vague sense of dislocation. In response, Wutong smiled wryly. "At that time, I was merely afraid you would seize me. I did not expect that it would be my own overthinking." After sharing a laugh, Wudong turned serious. "I sought you out today for a matter of great importance." With that, her smile faded, and she gazed intently at Lin Zhe. "You know my brother, do you not?" Lin Zhe's brow subtly furrowed. His knowledge of Wu Tong stemmed from a certain novel in his previous life, a secret he had never revealed to anyone, save for his extraordinary comprehension. How had Wu Tong come to know? He discreetly scrutinized her. What makes you say that? Wu Tong pointed to the charred ravine behind Lin Zhe. This place should contain the remnants of my brother's phoenix essence. However, upon investigation, I discovered that my brother's essence had fully restored and reformed his phoenix body many years ago. Clearly, someone assisted him. Within the Qingyu, the only ones capable of reversing a saint's injuries, aside from the semi-saint Qinghe, would be you. Furthermore, your reaction when you inquired about my name suggests that you are the only one. Ah, I see. Lin Zhe acknowledged. On the surface, it indeed appears to be so. Yet, regrettably, Lin Zhe denied. It was not I. Another person aided him. Wu Tong's expression faltered. Not Lin Zhe. If not you, then who could it be? However, just as Wu Tong was engulfed in uncertainty, Lin Zhe shifted the conversation. I, too, am quite curious about the answer to this question. Chapter 165. The one behind the scenes is you. As soon as the words left his lips, an enigmatic wave of energy rippled around Lin Zhe, fleeting like water. Instantly, the entire world underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Before Wu Tong's eyes, flowers and grasses rapidly withered, only to bloom anew, then wilt again, cycling through life and death. The gentle mountain breeze and falling leaves defied gravity, swirling upwards in a chaotic dance. In the sky, the sun and moon hung upside down, and the stars shifted positions. The entire world seemed to regress rapidly, as if entering a time tunnel, experiencing the passage of ages. The rapid changes disoriented Wu Tong. By the time she regained her senses, the phoenix-shaped ravine had vanished, replaced by a dense forest ablaze with fierce flames. A faint phoenix phantom soared amidst the treetops, spreading its wings in the vastness of heaven and earth, emitting a resounding cry. Before this phoenix apparition stood a tall and imposing figure, standing resolute in the firelight. Gazing back at the phoenix shadow, Wu Tong was taken aback. Had she returned to the past, to the moment when her brother broke free? But had it not been said that no one could manipulate the timeline within the Qingyu? She looked at Lin Zhe, astonished. Have you transcended the realm of Qing Tsong to the saint? Lin Zhe paid her no mind. He silently gazed at the figure of the phoenix before him. In that moment, his eyes grew particularly profound, filled with an enigmatic darkness. Noticing that Lin Zhe ignored her, Wu Tong shifted her focus to the phoenix apparition. Understanding Lin Zhe's situation was secondary. It was more pressing to ascertain what was happening with her brother. The phoenix figure flickered intermittently, as if whispering some secret to the person before it. The individual frowned, seemingly weighing the significance of the phoenix's murmurs, caught in hesitation. This continued for quite a while until he finally spoke, his tone heavy. This is my last assistance to you. From now on, regardless of life or death, victory or defeat, all debts shall be erased. The future of this realm, its direction, will no longer concern me. With that, he raised his hand, releasing a brilliant primordial light that fell into the earth beneath the phoenix apparition. In the next moment, the flames in the forest surged with intensity, akin to a parched riverbed rediscovering its source, once again roaring with vigor. Boom! An infinite blaze erupted from deep within the earth. In the forest, the flames blazed fiercely. The resounding cry of the phoenix echoed through the heavens. Boom! The ground trembled. A towering silhouette of the phoenix shattered the earth's constraints and ascended into the sky, destined to be reborn amidst the endless flames of rebirth. Faced with the phoenix's impending resurrection, the man merely cast a fleeting glance, leaving behind a weighty remark, "Take care of yourself." With that, he turned and vanished without a trace. As he departed, the vast flames promptly dissipated into the clouds. The mountains and forest fell into a profound silence, devoid of sound. Lin Zhe remained silent, as did Wu Tong. She occasionally glanced at the clouds where the fiery phoenix had vanished, then at the retreating figure. Ultimately, she turned to Lin Zhe, hesitating before breaking the silence. You said that the one who helped my brother was not you. But if I am not mistaken, that person, Wu Tong, was momentarily stunned upon laying eyes on him, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Zhe, almost 8 parts alike. Both were youthful, embodying the vigor of their prime. If they were not one and the same, then he must be your elder brother Linja, correct? Yet as soon as she spoke, doubt crept in. But wasn't he already dead? How could that be? After a moment of silence, Lin Zhe withdrew his gaze and spoke with remarkable calmness. In a Lin family cemetery, there is no body of Linja. In truth, regarding Linja's final whereabouts, Both my family and the Beichun royal family have reached a consensus. Linja perished in an unexpected conflict, leaving no remains. He glanced at Wu Tong, his eyes glimmering with a shadowy depth. Do you understand what it means for there to be no remains? It signifies that no body was found. Wu Tong nodded hesitantly. After that conflict, my Lin family dispatched individuals to conduct a thorough and exhaustive search of the war-torn area. There, they encountered several beasts feasting on decaying corpses. Within the beasts' stomachs, they discovered undigested fragments of flesh and bone, along with a piece of ancient jade symbolizing my Lin family's lineage. Lin Zhe unfastened the ancient jade from his waist. It bore the characters engraved upon it. Just like this piece, they were crafted from the same block of ancient jade, skillfully carved by the same master, and there were only two such pieces in all of Beichun. One represented me, and the other represented my elder brother, Linja. Wu Tong grasped the implication. So you believe that Linja was devoured by the beasts? Lin Zhe affirmed, stating that the scale of that conflict was considerable, and if Linja had encountered it, his survival would have been unlikely. Moreover, if he were still alive, why would he not have contacted the family? After so many years, there's been no word. Theoretically, he should be dead. Wu Tong forced a smile, questioning, how can you be so calm? Aren't you curious how your brother and my brother are acquainted, and why both of them would fake their deaths and disappear without a trace? Lin Zhe, maintaining his composure, replied, it is merely a chess game, fraught with perilous moves, both open and hidden. You'll come to terms with it. Wu Tong was perplexed. What do you mean? It means this is a game orchestrated by countless powerful beings, and we are merely pawns within it. I have awakened, while you remain ensnared in ignorance. Wu Tong was taken aback. Before she could inquire further, a strange light penetrated her mind. Boom! Countless images exploded within her consciousness. She witnessed all the past events surrounding the transformation of the phoenix. After a moment of confusion, she regained her senses, her form trembling, and her expression tinged with bitterness. How can this be? This cannot be real. Some cherished images in Wu Tong's heart shattered. Ancestor, did you push me and my brother forward as mere sacrifices? No. Lin Zhe dismissed Wu Tong's self-pity. He regarded her with eyes that held an abyss-like darkness. From the current circumstances, you are not merely sacrifices. His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating in Wu Tong's heart, causing her to shudder. Me? Wu Tong instinctively retorted. How could that be possible? While she could accept the notion of her brother as a mastermind, given the evidence before her, all signs indicated that her brother was no ordinary individual. But she, Wu Tong, had descended to this state. What merit did she possess to manipulate such a grand scheme? Lin Zhe remained non-committal, simply casting a probing remark. If that is not the case, have you considered your role in this scheme? Why did your brother insist on involving you? Why was it essential for one phoenix and one cog to enter the Qing domain? Was it merely to block the strike from Guizhong? At these words, Wu Tong's countenance shifted. Indeed, what role do I play in this scheme? If I had died back then, would I have sought Lin Zhe's assistance? But I do not even know Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's words ignited suspicion within Wu Tong. Could it be that the true self within her consciousness was silently observing everything? Was the current her not her true self? Contemplating this, Wu Tong felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She fell into deep thought. Lin Zhe observed all of Wu Tong's reactions. In truth, he was uncertain of Wu Tong's true identity and intentions. He merely speculated based on the events of the past and present, believing that Wu Tong's identity was not as simple as it appeared, prompting him to test her reactions. However, witnessing Wu Tong's response, a flicker of brilliant destiny extinguished in Lin Zhe's eyes. At that moment, Wu Tong abruptly shook her head, exclaiming, no. If I continue to ponder this, I will lose my way. She looked up, encountered Lin Zhe. You have talked about me. Now tell me about yourself and your elder brother Linja. He is your own brother. With your cultivation, did you not sense any anomalies? Lin Zhe shrugged. In this life, he had been reincarnated, and his memories from his past life only awakened at the age of 18. At such a tender age, how could he possess the keen insight to discern the vast machinations of the Qing domain? His ability to perceive the changes within the Lin family and deliberately conceal his brilliance was already a testament to his precociousness. Moreover, regarding his elder brother Linja, when the accident occurred that year, Lin Zhe was not yet 10 years old, and it had been nearly 9 years since their last meeting. Furthermore, Linja has always been rather taciturn and disinclined to engage in conversation, resulting in the two brothers lacking the intimacy characteristic of most siblings. At that time, Lin Zhe believed that Linja harbored a dislike for him, fearing that he might compete for the position of heir to the Lin family. However, it has now become evident that Linja did not dislike him. Rather, he was never truly Linja. Instead, he is another entity possessing a mature soul. An ancient being. In this regard, they're indeed brothers. One is a reincarnated traveler, while the other is an ancient being reborn. How intriguing. Thus, when it comes to Linja, Linze does not possess many vivid memories. However, this is of little consequence. Linze remarked that whether one is aware or not is insignificant. What truly matters is that Linja and your brother are evidently not merely our elder brothers. One is a dead phoenix who entered the Qingyu 18 years ago, and the other is a mortal scion of a royal family from the Lin clan. Logically, these two individuals should not intersect at all. Yet, they are acquainted with each other and have uttered words suggesting their final assistance to you. Clearly, they have been brought forth by other ancient beings from the very beginning. As for their respective identities, it is quite easy to deduce. Their ability to traverse freely in Qing Tsang's domain and manipulate the intricacies of Qing Tsang strategies is already a significant clue. Only a select few in the entire Taiga myriad races possess such capability. Once Lin Zhe exits Tianlan, he will naturally be able to correspond with them one by one. What truly perplexes Lin Zhe is Lin Zhe's arrival. Reflecting on Lin Zhe's words, "This is my last time assisting you. What transpires in this realm henceforth has no bearing on me." Additionally, consider that Lin Zhe had suddenly vanished amidst the chaos before the demon saint Lu Hanyan was to enter the Lin family, playing dead to evade all causal entanglements. It is not difficult to discern that Lin Zhe maintains a passive stance towards the upheaval of the entire situation. He does not wish to be involved. It is only due to certain irresistible forces that he was compelled to reincarnate within the Lin family. Thus, what power could compel an ancient powerhouse like Lin Zhe to enter the fray? Is Qing Tsang once again orchestrating this? But if it is Qing Tsang, then Qing Tsang's aim is to utterly annihilate all from the 8 desolations and eradicate the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. By having ancient powerhouses reincarnate into the Lin family, does he intend to utilize them as insiders, ultimately turning against him in a manner akin to the Divine Strife War, completely ensnaring the 8 Desolation clan? Lin Zhe pondered deeply. Wu Tong waved her hand in front of Lin Zhe, exclaiming, "Hey, what's the matter with their identities? Why are you only speaking halfway?" Lin Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Wu Tong, responding, "Because I cannot deduce it." Wu Tong rolled her eyes. "What are you pretending for?" Lin Zhe chuckled. "You certainly possess audacity. Are you not afraid of me?" Wu Tong shrugged her shoulders. "Afraid? Terrified. You're a great sage, after all. But thinking about it, since you are already a great sage, you could resurrect me after I die and kill me a few more times. Life and death would be a cycle of unrest. There is nothing I cannot conceive. Thus, what do I have to fear? After all, it is just a few dozen pounds of flesh. Feel free to play around with it." Lin Zhe shook his head in amusement. "Nothing has changed since their time at Beichen Academy." He inquired, "Now that you are aware of the circumstances, what are your plans moving forward?" "Originally, I intended to seek out my brother's Feng Yuan to replenish my essence and refine my true body. However now," Wu Tong spread her hands, "you are all scheming monsters, while I remain the only fool. Do as you please. A little phoenix cannot resist." Lin Zhe nodded. "They consider you a fool, and you do not seek revenge? Keep in mind, if it were not for that incident back then, you would still be enjoying the highest honors within the Phoenix clan. Perhaps even a Phoenix princess." Upon hearing this, Wu Tong's expression immediately hardened, resolutely stating, "I want to. Grandma will repay any grievance." With this remark, Wu Tong also expressed her desire to uncover their true intentions. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "What about their objectives regarding me?" "Very well. Then accompany me on a journey," Lin Zhe declared. "Where to?" "Of course, to settle accounts with them." Chapter 167. The peculiar threads of fate. Lin Zhe then regarded Wu Tong with a meaningful gaze, observing her every subtle reaction. The violet light of destiny subtly blossomed once more within Lin Zhe's eyes. Destiny's celestial orchestration. Wu Tong, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Huh?" Her eyes brimmed with confusion. She paused for a moment before uncertainly asking, "You want to take me along?" After a brief pause, she added, to confront them in battle? The ones who were at least at the level of saints, just like you and Qing Tsang?" Lin Zhe nodded. "What else? They have toyed with you, and you do not wish to witness their true faces and take charge of your own fate?" Confirming that Lin Zhe indeed meant this, Wu Tong appeared distressed. "No, brother, have you truly understood? I am Wu Tong, a little phoenix who is not only underage, but has also been pursued by saints. Right now, I struggle even to contend with an innate being. You want to take me to seek revenge against those lofty saints? You are overestimating me. I was merely speaking casually. Wu Tong quickly explained, upon reflection, those schemes and strategies seem inconsequential whether I am involved or not. I have no enmity or grievances with them. I do not even know them. So what reason is there for seeking revenge? She shook her head repeatedly in refusal, her expression clearly declaring that she did not wish to court death. Moreover, if we were to consider the schemes and calculations beneath the celestial order, wherein all beings are mere pieces on a chessboard, should I not extinguish the heavens themselves? Not all. That would be excessive. I am perfectly content as I am. In terms of stability, Wu Tong remained steadfast as ever. Afterward, she deftly turned the conversation back to Lin Zhe. Moreover, since so many powerful beings are plotting their moves, is it possible? Wu Tong paused, fixing her gaze on Lin Zhe, that your arrival to seek me out and confront them is also within their expectations? Are you not worried that I might turn against you at the last moment? This was not a baseless assertion from Wu Tong. Truthfully, after Lin Zhe unveiled the fog of uncertainty, she had begun to harbor some vague doubts about herself, fearing that a hidden ancient being lurked within her soul, ready to eliminate her and assume her place for some ulterior motive. Especially considering Lin Zhe had already progressed to this stage, his mental acuity and vision far surpassed hers. If she could contemplate such matters, Lin Zhe would undoubtedly have grasped them as well. With that in mind, how could Lin Zhe still dare to associate with her? In response to Wu Tong's inquiry, Lin Zhe chuckled. Ah, this is precisely what I desire. Wu Tong's expression froze momentarily. After a long pause, she managed to utter a single word, profound. Profound? Lin Zhe shifted his gaze from Wu Tong to the Phoenix deep valley before him, glancing at the place where the demon saint had fallen. His tone was enigmatic, and his eyes were deep as he murmured, "These ancient beings are truly remarkable. They calculate every step, swiftly reacting to any danger, as slippery as an eel." Wu Tong chuckled, not sharing the same sentiment. Although her realm of understanding was insufficient to grasp the myriad schemes and calculations of those wielding power, she knew one undeniable truth. Since her first encounter with Lin Zhe until now, it has only been 3 months, not years, in terms of brilliance. Who could rival Lin Zhe, the great sage? Wu Tong surmised that those behind the scenes were likely just as bewildered. Yet, regardless of how those shadowy figures perceived the situation or whether there were deeper schemes at play behind her, she remained resolute. In summary, she, Wu Tong, has no desire to oppose someone as absurd and irrational as Lin Zhe throughout her life. This sentiment, surely, would resonate deeply with the essence of the old Wu Tong within her, were she to exist. After all, both she and that entity have witnessed firsthand the grotesqueness of the individual before them. As Wu Tong pondered these thoughts, Lin Zhe's meaningful gaze fell upon her once more. She stiffened, promptly declaring her stance with utmost sincerity. "Rest assured, I am no ancient monster, and I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I swear." With these words, the threads of fate within the Tianming vision became increasingly clear. Lin Zhe perceived every strand of destiny connected to Wu Tong. Upon a cursory glance, he questioned, What is this?" His gaze sharpened, and after a moment of silence, he remarked, "Let us hope so." Wu Tong took a slight step back and inquired, "If there is nothing else, Lin Sheng, may I take my leave? Not looking for your brother?" "Looking? He resurrected and fled without me. I can barely safeguard myself, let alone search for him." The young lady, with modest abilities, felt utterly incapable and truly did not wish to trouble Lin Sheng. Thus, she sought a serene location to cultivate in seclusion, hoping to return once her bloodline was fully awakened. Lin Zhe replied with a nonchalant hum, urging her to proceed. "Did I mishear?" Wu Tong was taken aback. Was she truly being allowed to leave so easily? "Am I really going?" With that, she cautiously began to retreat. After taking several steps back without any obstruction from Lin Zhe, she wondered if he genuinely intended to let her go. Depart. She hastily turned and fled, leaving behind a trail of crimson flames in the air, fearing she might be too slow and Lin Zhe would have a change of heart. Wu Tong had left, and Lin Zhe did not intervene. In truth, her departure held little significance for him. Upon encountering Lin Zhe and Wu Tong, he could disregard Wu Tong's exit. His extensive dialogue with her stemmed from a mere suspicion that her identity might be extraordinary. He aimed to provoke her into revealing more vulnerabilities to deduce and observe the threads of her destiny. What he discerned was that, when the fog was cleared, Wu Tong's destiny threads appeared relatively untainted, akin to an ordinary talented cultivator. The bond between her and Wu Tong was reduced to a mere faint line of kinship. This indeed could be considered a favorable development. However, as he watched Wu Tong vanish from sight, Lin Zai's brow furrowed slightly. For there existed a peculiar thread of destiny emanating from the void, ultimately pointing towards him, Lin Zai. And the essence contained within that thread was eternal time. A span so extensive it resembled an ethereal river of dreams. It intertwined the past, surged through the present, and washed over the future. Its intricate complexity bore a dreamlike quality, exuding an aura of incomprehensible fragmentation. Lin Zai had never encountered such an unusual thread of destiny, especially one so closely intertwined with his own. He observed Wu Tong's departing figure, frowning in contemplation for a prolonged period. After a moment, he raised his hand and gently waved it. An ethereal Ba Huang blood mark silently followed Wu Tong, permeating her fate. Let's keep an eye on this, he thought, casting one last glance at Wu Tong before vanishing like a wisp of wind. In the southern celestial domain, an ancient, weathered staircase exuding an aura of antiquity and depth appeared before Lin Zai. This staircase seemed infinite, ascending directly into the depths of the clouds, shrouded in heavy mist. Seemingly without end, the steps were marred with numerous weathered cracks, silently narrating the trials it had endured. This was none other than the Ascension Stairway, one of the three great relics of antiquity. According to the ancient legends of Tianlan, this was a celestial path leading to the divine court. Yet, the journey along this path was fraught with obstacles and endless. To date, no individual within Tianlan has successfully traversed the entirety of the staircase to witness the gates of the divine court. Of course, this was merely the public narrative. Those who have completed the staircase in secrecy would not proclaim their achievement to the world. As Lin Zai stepped onto the Ascension Stairway, a powerful, illusory force surged forth, attempting to ensnare him within a dreamlike state. This illusory power bore striking resemblance to that of the first trial of the Dao robbery mountain, potent and formidable. Raising his gaze to pierce through the void, he beheld the section of the staircase that was conspicuously absent. It appeared that the Dao robbery mountain was indeed a fusion of fragments from the three great relics of antiquity. Confirming this, Lin Zai disregarded the illusory influences of the staircase and ascended through the 9 layers of clouds, reaching the summit of the staircase. At the pinnacle, a grand and majestic archway stood tall, framed by an open sky beneath it. It was nestled deep within the clouds, resembling a colossal divine mountain, suppressing the entire horizon within sight. It also bore the likeness of an ancient giant from the wilderness, emanating an air of solemnity and grandeur, guarding the vast sea of clouds visible through the archway. Alas, this ancient giant had succumbed to decay, fragmented and broken. Countless fissures marred the surface of the archway, with several stones missing from its apex, strewn across the ground. The entire scene radiated a sense of desolation and fragmentation. However, this feeling of loss did not diminish the grandeur of the ancient giant. Rather, it added a layer of sedimentation honed by the passage of time. Were a mortal to gaze upon it, they would feel their insignificance magnified, a sense of reverence swelling within them, deterred from offending the divine presence. Standing before the imposing archway, Lin Zai's gaze fell upon the clear inscription adorning its surface, prompting a contemplative expression. Southern Celestial Domain? Is this the Southern Heaven? His eyes widened as he beheld the 3 eternal words etched upon the fragmented archway. Nan Tianmen, the Southern Heaven Gate, a name both familiar and evocative. In the ancient myths of his previous life, the Southern Heaven Gate also existed. Moreover, not only the Southern Heaven Gate, but this world also harbored monks and Taoists, with certain legends bearing semblance to the cultural anecdotes of Lin Zai's past life. Suddenly, Lin Zai recalled the fragments of world projections he had glimpsed in the River of Realms. Those fragments encompassed warriors of martial arts, practitioners of sorcery, and a vibrant profusion of demonic arts. Each of these fragments had once been part of the ancient world, yet after enduring the cataclysm of the divine war, they had evolved over countless years, ultimately forging their own distinct paths. Surely, for these worlds, the ancient heavenly court and other archaic entities had long since become absurd myths in history. Might the earth, where Lin Zai once resided, share a similar fate? Transforming from history into an ethereal legend? This notion warranted exploration. If he could uncover the remnants of Earth among the myriad ancient fragments after casting one last glance at the fractured Southern Heaven Gate, Lin Zai proceeded to his next destination. On this day, Tianlan once again trembled with turmoil. The breath of destruction swept across the entire realm. Amidst the chaos, time and space became disordered. Causality was inverted. The entirety of the world's time and causality was in disarray, manifesting layers of mirage-like illusions. The saints of Tianlan awakened immediately. Time and space were in turmoil. Causality was reversed. Was someone altering the fate of this realm? No, that was incorrect. It was not an alteration, but rather a transcendent light surged skyward from above the azure domain. Boom! The saints' pupils contracted sharply. Before their eyes, the supreme Tao prohibition enveloping the azure domain and connecting to the very essence of Tianlan shattered in an instant. The entangled destinies of Tianlan, which had persisted for countless years, found liberation in that moment. The disorder was set right. In the depths of the eternal volcanic valley, the colossal entity that had slumbered for years suddenly opened its crimson eyes. It unleashed a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the world. Subsequently, a colossal divine phoenix tore through the magma, erupting from the depths of the volcano, its wings soaring with fury. Its feathers resembled clouds descending from the heavens, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Boom! Within that shadow, a blazing holy fire enveloped the entire skyline. The entire western realm of Tianlan transformed into a crimson inferno due to its presence. Fiery, in the western domain, a burning sun ascended. An intangible yet palpable wave of flames spread from the Tianjia volcano across the entirety of Tianlan. Amidst the tumult, a terrifying heat scorched the earth. Boom! The long-silent Supreme being once again declared its existence to the world. The ancient phoenix spirit awakened. The eyes of the saints of Tianlan revealed a mixture of apprehension. Although the ancient phoenix spirit had remained dormant for countless years, never intervening in the affairs of Tianlan, its awakenings have been exceedingly rare throughout billions of years. Yet, they could not afford to forget such a formidable existence. Feng Laogui, Feng Jioga, a being that could rival the foremost divine spirit of Tianlan, Huang, especially since it possessed a notoriously bad temper. In their trepidation, the saints dared not to delay, even neglecting the significant matter of unsealing the Tao prohibition. Hastily paying their respects to Feng Jioga, we, your humble servants, pay our respects to the great sage of the Feng clan. However, the awakened Feng Jioga paid no heed to the reverent gestures of the saints. At that moment, he could accommodate no other thoughts. Consumed only by the exhilaration of breaking free from his confinement and the satisfaction of fulfilling his long-held desires. Finally, the day has arrived. Qingtsang Laogui, you can no longer restrain me. Feng Jioga's wings trembled with rage, ascending into the clouds, charging beyond the realm. Children, follow me. The heavenly fire rages, igniting the vast expanse. We are returning home. In the Tianjia volcano, shadows of phoenixes soared into the heavens, following in the wake of Feng Jioga. Chapter 169. Beware of the primordial 10,000 methods. They were a magnificent sight, akin to meteoric fireballs streaking across the sky, leaving behind a trail of vibrant flames. Beneath these trails, the entire western realm appeared scorched red, fervent and resplendent, forming an exquisite landscape. Only when the last phoenix had vanished did this breathtaking scene dissipate. The Tianjia volcano, from whence they originated, had now been left desolate, with no trace of the phoenixes to be found. The Phoenix clan, which had resided in Tianlan for billions of years, thus departed en masse, withdrawing from the stage of Tianlan. Witnessing this, the saints of Tianlan remained unusually silent for a considerable time. They are leaving? The Phoenix clan, after enduring for so long to see the Tao prohibition lifted, could have meticulously counted the legacies left by Qingtsang, yet they did nothing and simply departed? This was rather abrupt. The saints exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, they expanded their senses to search for the whereabouts of Feng Jioga and the Phoenix kin. The result? They truly left. They departed in such haste that not even a single phoenix feather remained. The expressions of the saints grew increasingly peculiar. After a moment, someone gently spoke. Perhaps it is for the best. With the absence of the great sage of the Feng clan, the opportunities left for us will only multiply. Esteemed colleagues, I shall take my leave first. As soon as the words left his mouth, the winds of the forest surged and the streams of the mountains roared. The saints of Tianlan transformed into various forms of nature, stealthily entering the mysterious and unknown Qingyu, eager to glimpse the brilliance created by the sacred Qingtsong billions of years ago. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe, having broken the Dao prohibition, had already departed from Tianlan. After the dissolution of the Dao prohibition in Qingyu, nothing particularly extraordinary occurred. Qingyu remained as it always had, and the people were unchanged. Thus, Lin Zhe departed directly, arriving once again at the edge of Tianlan, the Realm River. The Realm River, freed from the constraints of the Dao prohibition, now appeared clear and bright. Lin Zhe could easily perceive the essence of otherworldly realms on the opposite bank. At this moment, he merely needed a thought to traverse the boundary. However, gazing at the Realm River before him, Lin Zhe furrowed his brows. There was not a soul in sight within or outside the river. Hong Tian was nowhere to be found. No, to be precise, someone had taken action against Hong Tian. Having brushed against the threshold of the primordial, Lin Zhe could easily sense subtle changes. He detected 3 faint residual essences lingering at the scene. A battle had transpired between these 3 essences not long ago. One belonged to Hong Tian, another to the specter of the Realm River, which was the lingering consciousness of the previous fated immortal body. The last essence was powerful and unfamiliar. Only a being as formidable as the saints of Tianlan could embody such strength. Yet, among the saints, none bore resemblance to this essence. An outsider? Lin Zhe's gaze deepened. Akin to an ancient well, the Tianlan Divine Tomb is not a place where just anyone can come and go freely. Reversing, he attempted to reverse the flow of time to uncover the identity of the third party. However, as anticipated, the past of the Realm River remained murky and enigmatic, shrouded in a veil of mist that obstructed Lin Zhe's probing. Indeed, the one who acted was not an ordinary individual. In that case, let us try again, using the resonance of the fated immortal body to deduce Hong Tian's presence. Lin Zhe activated the fated immortal body to its utmost limit. Streams of resplendent purple light instantly enveloped Lin Zhe's form. Under the illumination of the violet radiance, the space and time surrounding Lin Zhe began to distort, continuously reversing. Ultimately, amidst the black mist, Lin Zhe discovered another fragment of resonating faded purple light. Found it. Lin Zhe absorbed that piece of purple light. An urgent image materialized before his eyes. In the image, Hong Tian and the specter were fleeing. A powerful presence, one they could not contend with, was pursuing them. That formidable being concealed itself within a murky black fog. It extended its demonic hand, pointing directly at Hong Tian. Hong Tian's pupils constricted suddenly. In this critical moment, the specter shielded Hong Tian, using its last ounce of strength to tear through the layers of reality, sending Hong Tian inside. Go! As the demonic hand approached. Boom! The image shattered at that instant. A tremendous force crushed this segment of the river of time and space, spilling over from the upstream to the downstream, striving to obliterate all who dared to glimpse this timeline. A terrifying power surged forth instantaneously. The violet light in Lin Zhe's eyes blazed. Scatter, buzz, the light of fate, akin to stars in the night sky, illuminated the entire Realm River, obstructing the terrifying force that spilled from the upstream to the downstream beyond this realm. Boom! The collision of 2 formidable powers stirred countless ripples in the void. The ripples trembled, causing the surrounding light of fate to waver slightly. This continued for a moment. Finally, the terrifying power dissipated, vanishing into the void. Observing the surroundings of the Realm River, the aftermath of the clash had left it battered and scarred, riddled with chaotic and mottled fissures. And all of this was merely a result of Lin Zhe's forceful attempt to peer into the past, which had drawn forth an unknown power. Primordial. Lin Zhe's expression tightened as he uttered these 2 words. Undoubtedly, the being that could cause Lin Zhe's faded purple light to tremble and feel vexing must be an exceedingly powerful primordial entity. And among the primordials, even the uniquely special realm of Tianlan, there was only one, Qingtsong. The transcendence and rarity of the primordials are evident. They have always been like dragons, seen at the beginning but never at the end, with only some unverifiable ancient legends remaining. Today, for Hong Tian, a primordial has taken action. Moreover, it was not at an earlier or later time, but precisely after obtaining the Immortal Sutra. What on earth transpired? Lin Zhe furrowed his brows, beginning to meticulously investigate his surroundings. Hong Tian was a clever individual. If something unexpected occurred, he would surely leave some clues behind. After searching for a moment, Lindsay indeed discovered some suspicious remnants of power. Gathering these remnants together formed several crooked characters radiating purple light. It is evident that the one who left the message was in a great hurry, indicating an urgent situation. The message read, Xianjing has poison. There is great terror in the mystery of the Xiantian body. Beware of the primordial 10,000 laws. The mention of the primordial 10,000 laws suggests that during his intense pursuit of a breakthrough, Han Tian must have gleaned some secrets regarding the fate of the Xiantian body from the lingering obsessions of the previous generation's Tianming Xiantian body, prompting him to leave this crucial information. His intentions were commendable, yet regrettably, Lindsay was not the 10,000 laws Xiantian body. As for the primordial 10,000 laws, let this generation of the 10,000 laws Xiantian body grapple with that. Lindsay waved his hand, erasing the traces left by Han Tian. Subsequently, he crossed the Boundary River, embarking on a search for the Bahuang clan and the demon sage Lu Hanyan, while also hoping to locate the unfortunate Han Tian, who had been hunted by the primordial being and fallen into the boundary layer. One could only wonder about his current state. Hopefully, he was still alive. Chapter 170. Shunwu Continent. Wushan in the endless expanse of the World River. Time seemed to stand still. Lindsay drifted through the long currents of various realms. Observing and searching, it was impossible to gauge how much time had passed. One day, in the Shunwu Continent, atop Wushan Mountain, a deep and resonant bell tolled, shattering the tranquility that had enveloped Wushan Mountain for nearly 10,000 years. The sound of the ancient bell echoed melodiously through the serene forest paths, reaching a long-sealed stone chamber. Moments later, two golden beams of light suddenly burst forth from the dark stone chamber. The Wushan bell is ringing? Has a divine envoy from the upper realm descended? With a thunderous crash that split the heavens and shattered the earth, the golden light surged forth from the stone chamber, manifesting as an ethereal, white-haired elder. The remaining practitioners on Wushan Mountain were also awakened. Upon seeing the elder emerge, they were taken aback and immediately prostrated themselves in reverence, not daring to show any sign of disrespect. We pay our respects to the Lushan Wudi. Those who bore the title of Wudi were the pinnacle of the Shunwu continent. Each Wudi was a transcendent being, having shattered the shackles of the mortal realm, able to ascend to the heavens and delve into the underworld, achieving what others could not, especially the Lushan Wudi before them. In terms of strength, he was a legend of Shunwu, having held the throne of the first Wudi for thousands of years, unshaken by anyone. In terms of status, he was the first and only ascendant in the history of the Shunwu continent, the disciple of the Wushan, the myth of Shunwu. His presence was akin to a stabilizing anchor, firmly holding the domain known as Shunwu, leaving its powerful beings in awe. However, this Lushan Wudi had remained secluded on Wushan Mountain for several millennia without making an appearance. There were even rumors suggesting that he had perished due to a failed ascension, allowing others to take his place. Such whispers had circulated within Wushan Mountain, causing some ripples, yet the Lushan Wudi had never personally addressed them. Now, a mere bell toll had evoked such a loss of composure from this legendary figure of the age. Could it be that the sound of the bell was related to the ascension techniques left by the Wushan? This thought sparked curiosity among the people in the mountain. Their gazes towards the Lushan Wudi were tinged with an inexplicable hue. At this moment, however, the Lushan Wudi was preoccupied, his thoughts entirely fixated on the Wushan bell in the ancient house of the rear mountain. He suddenly approached the Wushan bell. The archaic bronze bell continued to tremble, emitting waves of azure energy. The intensity was particularly concentrated to the south. In the next instant, the Lushan Wudi vanished into the void, heading straight towards the southern region of the continent. In the southern domain of the Shunwu continent, the Longting Empire, Lindsay had arrived in this unfamiliar land. He surveyed the verdant mountains and clear waters surrounding him, basking under the golden sun, and could not help but exclaim in relief. Finally, a place to settle down. It had not been easy. Since stepping out of the Boundary River, Lindsay had lost count of how many worlds he had traversed and how long he had drifted through the currents of existence. He only knew that Lin Chongqing was right. Not every world was like Tianlan, nor did every world host an abundance of saints capable of accommodating so many of them. As Lindsay journeyed, he encountered the strongest worlds, each only capable of containing a mere innate second-level divine pulse realm. Such worlds, with their inherent limitations, could not bear even a trace of his aura. Lindsay vividly remembered that upon emerging from the Boundary River, he had unwittingly leaked a fragment of his essence. resulting in the catastrophic destruction of a world teeming with life, causing countless beings to suffer from an unwarranted calamity. Naturally, before departing, Lin Zhe had painstakingly reformed that world, restoring their time to the moment before their annihilation. After all, this was not akin to the projections within the Boundary River. These were real worlds inhabited by living beings. The thought of billions suffering due to his oversight was a burden Lin Zhe could not currently bear. As for the future, perhaps over time, he would learn to accept it, much like an elephant would not concern itself with the countless ants it may have trampled while walking. In any case, since that incident, Lin Zhe had been cautious while traversing the myriad realms, marveling at each new and wondrous world, yet each proved difficult to endure his arrival. This only deepened his longing for Tianlan. Once upon a time, Lin Zhe believed Tianlan was merely a novice village. Little did he know, it was not a novice village at all. He had inadvertently stepped into the pinnacle of international competition. Fortunately, after becoming familiar with the process, Lin Zhe gradually learned to let loose. Soon enough, he discovered a world that could somewhat accommodate his descent. Moreover, this world was connected to another, even more formidable realm, with great potential for development. It was worth exploring. Lin Zhe promptly made his decision. Thus, he descended into this realm. However, upon looking down, he found himself standing over a massive wolf, its form twisted and covered in bloody wounds. It seemed he had inadvertently crushed one. How fragile! Alas! Meanwhile, a richly dressed man and woman stood speechless, staring at Lin Zhe in disbelief. They exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Could it be they were not mistaken? Someone had actually crushed the local lord, the demon wolf king? Wait, no, that was not right. He seemed not to have stepped on it, but merely taken a gentle step forward, emerging from the void. Then, the demon wolf king was gone. The two trembled slightly. Whether stepping out from the void or the effortless act of dispatching the demon wolf king, it had ventured beyond their realm of understanding. They were clueless about the methods employed and could not fathom to which legendary figure he corresponded, whether a Wuxian or a Wudi. All they knew was that this individual before them was immensely powerful, far surpassing their understanding of the martial arts master, the Lord of Longshore City. Qin Mufeng of the Xinghai Academy, thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely intervention. The man named Qin Mufeng immediately bowed in gratitude towards Lin Zhe, mentioning his affiliations with the Xinghai Academy and the Qin family, two significant powers in Longshore City, thus establishing his identity and testing the waters. The other woman also responded quickly. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. The Qin family? The Xinghai Academy? Lin Zhe cast a glance at the two. Instinctively, his formidable will of the saints surged forth, seeking to glean information about this world through their mental fluctuations. Yet, just as his consciousness probed forth, the world dimmed. The realm lost its color, shrouded in darkness. The heavens turned dark, and the earth shifted. The entire world trembled violently, as if a fragile cloth had suddenly become riddled with cracks throughout its expanse. This realm was on the brink of collapse, spiraling towards annihilation. Qin Mufeng and Ruan Mei were gripped by terror. What was happening? But in the next instant, tranquility returned. The world regained its former serenity, and the apocalyptic scene seemed to have been but a fleeting illusion. Xinghai? I have not heard of it. As the two pondered in confusion, Lin Zhe's calm voice resounded. Moreover, there is no need for gratitude. I hail from a distant realm, and my arrival here was merely a serendipitous event. Chapter 171, Longshore City. Meanwhile, the Lianshan Wu Di, hastening southward, abruptly halted. Gazing at the fleeting, enigmatic celestial phenomenon above, he was momentarily struck dumb. The bizarre spectacle, though ephemeral, was so subtle that most would overlook it or dismiss it as a rare cosmic anomaly. However, as the foremost martial emperor of Sheng Wu and the disciple of the Wushan, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of Sheng Wu, just a step away from becoming the second descendant after his master. He comprehended that fleeting celestial change all too well. It was unmistakably a precursor to the world shattering, a primal tremor emitted by the spirit of the world itself, to instill such dread within the world. Even his master, the universally acknowledged first myth, paled in comparison. The fingers of Lian Shan Wu Di quivered. How could an ordinary celestial envoy possess such might? Lian Shan Wu Di was unaware of the identity of the lower realm individual, and he subconsciously deemed that prominent figures from the upper realm would not venture to this relatively barren lower realm. It was likely just an ordinary celestial envoy. Observing a glimpse of the situation, if an ordinary celestial envoy wielded such power, What are the eminent figures from the upper realm? Contemplating this, he pondered if his master's ascension to the upper realm had resulted in significant changes. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to locate that celestial envoy swiftly. That individual had just arrived in the lower realm and employed such means. Surely something unwise must have crossed his path. He must hasten southward to find that envoy to prevent further calamities. With this thought, Lien Shan Wu Di exerted all his strength to accelerate his journey southward, simultaneously issuing an urgent decree to the southern nations to locate the unfamiliar powerhouse. On the other hand, Qin Mufeng and his companion remained engulfed in confusion and dread. The recent moment of obliteration, apart from Lien Shan Wu Di, was likely felt most acutely by the two of them, as the thoughts of the great sage Lin Zhe had been directed squarely at them. In a daze, they seemed to behold a demonic deity towering over the entire world, wielding dominion over life and death, capable of reversing the yin and yang, ready to dispense judgment of finality at any moment. They were ensnared in the terror of that fleeting moment, almost succumbing to despair as warriors, struggling to extricate themselves from the experience. Observing this, Lin Zhe sighed inwardly. This place was not Tianlan, where he could act with impunity. It was better to employ a gentler approach. Calming himself, Lin Zhe's tranquil voice seemed imbued with a special enchantment, soothing the turmoil within the hearts of the two. They soon regained their composure from the recent upheaval. Subsequently, they exchanged glances, their eyes full of bewilderment. What had just transpired? Yet there was no time for excessive contemplation. Qin Mufeng gathered his thoughts, as neglecting a powerful figure was an exceedingly disrespectful and perilous act. Thus, he echoed Lin Zhe's sentiments. While this may have been merely a trivial occurrence for you, esteemed elder, it has been a life-saving grace for both of us. This debt of gratitude is indelibly etched in our hearts, and we must repay it. Though he spoke thus, Qin Mufeng's mind was rapidly turning. The foreigner seemed to be a potential martial saint or even martial emperor. His attire was opulent and elegant, crafted with exquisite precision, leaning towards a retro-conservative style reminiscent of the Dongyu Tian Shu Empire. Adorned with jade at his waist, he exuded an air of noble composure, his demeanor dignified yet youthful. He was likely a scion of a prominent family from the Dongyu Tian Shu Empire, based on his observations of Lin Zhe's speech and attire. Qin Mufeng quickly formed a rough judgment of Lin Zhe's identity. However, was there truly such a young powerhouse of at least martial saint caliber in the Tian Shu Empire? Moreover, it was strange that a figure of such significance, like a martial saint or martial emperor, could enter their Longting kingdom without any whispers of forewarning reaching them. Especially pertaining to Longshire City as a key city, could there be changes within the imperial hierarchy? With this in mind, Qin Mufeng continued. Since you are new to our Longting Empire and unfamiliar with the surroundings, it may pose various inconveniences. Might I suggest you accompany us back to Longshire City, where we can extend our hospitality and repay your immense favor? He then inquired, what are your thoughts on this, esteemed elder? Lin Zhe contemplated for a moment and asked, what is Longshire City, and how far is it from the heart of this nation? Qin Mufeng promptly replied, rest assured, esteemed elder. Longshire City is one of the 3 major cities of the Longting Empire, situated at the core of the empire. It boasts a rich historical heritage and an unparalleled level of martial prowess, hosting various key organizations. It is not far from the imperial capital, and with the Bloodsmoke steed, one can reach it in merely half a day. 3 major cities? There must be ample information available for inquiry. Let us proceed to explore. As I arrive in this realm, venturing to Longshire City will allow me to experience the customs and practices of this otherworldly place and observe the local cultivation system. Furthermore, it stands to reason that this realm is one of the myriad fragments that emerged after the ancient world's shattering. Thus, it should bear traces of the ancient world's legacy. Lin Zhe could use Longshire City as a starting point to trace back to the origins and uncover the significant events that transpired following the War of the Gods. Upon seeing Lin Zhe acquiesce, Qin Mufeng's expression brightened instantly. Without a doubt, forging a connection with such a formidable being was a dream come true for many. This might be a fortuitous opportunity for their Qin family. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. Qin Mufeng began to express, please allow me to. However, upon surveying the scattered goods and the lifeless bodies strewn about, he hesitated. Esteemed elder, please forgive us. Our journey has been fraught with peril. We encountered an ambush from enemies, which summoned the demon Wolf King, and our carriage and servants have suffered greatly. We must trouble you to accompany us to a nearby small city's relay station." Before Qin Mufeng could finish his sentence, Lin Zhe interjected, "There is no need for such trouble." In an instant, he appeared beside Qin Mufeng, saying, "Simply direct me towards Longshore City." "Ah, just a direction?" Qin Mufeng was bewildered but complied, pointing towards a direction, that way. The moment he spoke, a remarkable transformation akin to time reversing unfolded around them, as everything swiftly retreated. In the next instant, a magnificent city loomed before them. Atop the towering city gate, 3 dragon-like characters were deeply engraved. Longshore City. A throng of people bustled beneath the city gates, entering and exiting in a ceaseless flow. The familiar clamor resonated in their ears. Everything felt as it once was. They had returned to Longshore City. Qin Mufeng and Ruan Mei were utterly astonished. What sorcery was this? Was it the mythical ability to traverse distances in an instant? Unbelievable. Chapter 172, Destiny Denial. Lin Zhe paid no heed to the astonishment of Qin Mufeng and his companion. From a moment he beheld Longshore City. He had subtly employed a glimpse into the threads of fate to observe the city's destiny and seek its ancient traces. He witnessed the city's resurgence a millennium ago, its decline 2 millennia prior, and the deep-seated history buried beneath the sands of time. As Lin Zhe explored the threads of fate of Longshore City, 2 sharp-eyed guards atop the city gate noticed the 3 individuals who had appeared outside the gates. "It's the second young master and Miss Ruan. Hurry, go inform the family head. They have been found. I will go to assist the second young master." With that, one of the guards, appearing more robust and sturdy, leapt from the city wall, gliding down like a swallow, landing gracefully before Qin Mufeng and Ruan Mei. "Second young master, Miss Ruan, we have finally found you. How do you fare? Are you injured?" Upon seeing the guards arrive, Qin Mufeng, initially astonished by Lin Zhe's methods, immediately wore a dejected expression. "Even you are aware of it?" The guard, with a grim demeanor, nodded. "As soon as you 2 set out, the Chun family began to stir." Qin Mufeng, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Aside from those despicable rascals of the Chun family, no one else would dare to disturb the Qin and Ruan families." The guard continued, "The Chun family has been gaining momentum in recent years, clearly aspiring to seize the position of city lord. They certainly cannot idly watch as our families unite through marriage, which would undermine their standing." After speaking, the guard cast a glance at Lin Zhe, only to find Lin Zhe gazing back, his eyes filled with an inquisitive intensity. Under Lin Zhe's scrutiny, the guard felt as if he had become transparent, his corporeal existence offering him no sense of security. That gaze resembled the discerning scrutiny of a deity from a higher realm. Peculiarly, the guard felt a chilling sensation creeping down his spine, a shiver of dread coursing through him. "Young master, this is—" the guard began, but Qin Mufeng quickly signaled him to maintain decorum and stated, "This esteemed elder is my and Xiao Mei's savior. Had it not been for his timely intervention, we would not know how today might have concluded. Quickly return to inform my father and prepare the household to welcome the elder. Go and be swift." Qin Mufeng's earnestness made the guard acutely aware of Lin Zhe's significance. Not daring to delay, he expressed his gratitude for Lin Zhe's life-saving intervention and prepared to return to the Qin residence. At that moment, a voice, dripping with arrogance, interjected, "Oh, is that not the second young master Qin? After 2 days, why do you appear so disheveled? Did you take Miss Ruan out for a wild escapade, only to be caught in the act?" A young man clad in purple emerged, his demeanor flippant as he scrutinized Qin Mufeng and Ruan Mei, revealing a hint of undisguised regret in his eyes. He then turned his gaze to Lin Zhe, a shadow of malice flickering beneath the surface. It must be him, he thought bitterly. If it weren't for him, how could Qin Mufeng and Ruan Mei have returned alive? The purple-clad youth's words were particularly jarring. The guard's face darkened, ready to confront the insolent youth. However, Qin Mufeng shook his head, dismissing him as nothing more than a barking dog, unworthy of a response. Disregarding the purple-clad youth, Qin Mufeng directly addressed Lin Zhe. "I apologize for the spectacle, esteemed elder." Lin Zhe, however, chose to ignore him, continuing to observe the guard. Realizing his oversight, Qin Mufeng added, "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my family's personal guard, a Chinching warrior, not an outsider." "A Chinching warrior?" Lin Zhe pondered, noting that this rank belonged to the 4th tier within the hierarchy of Longshore City. Is this truly the extent of their 4th tier? He mused, furrowing his brow. According to Qin Mufeng, Longshore City was one of the three pivotal cities of the empire. Yet, the fourth-tier warriors here seemed only to match the fifth level of Tianlan's postnatal realm. Such limited capability could hardly accommodate even a fraction of his will, let alone allow him to manifest in this realm. Could it be that a certain stage of this world-S system is as disparate from Tianlan's innate levels as heaven is from earth? After pondering this, Lin Zhe inquired, "Where can one find an extensive collection of books?" Startled by the abruptness of Lin Zhe's question, Qin Mufeng hesitated, initially thinking they were still discussing matters regarding the Qin family. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Yes, the Xinghai Academy is the answer. Since the inception of Longshore City, it has been the epitome of knowledge, unmatched even by the three major families. If you wish to visit Xinghai, I can guide you. My Qin family holds a certain standing in Longshore City and can facilitate introductions." Lin Zhe nodded, "Then let us proceed." With that, Lin Zhe entered the city, completely ignoring the purple-clad youth. He had no interest in the enmities of the Qin family, nor did he wish to delve into them. His purpose in traversing this world was merely to experience its peculiarities and seek traces of the ancient. As Lin Zhe departed, Qin Mufeng and the others hastily followed, leaving the purple-clad youth visibly disgruntled. "How foolishly audacious," he muttered. "Does he dare to meddle with those whom my Chun family seeks to eliminate?" One of his attendants, visibly concerned, remarked, "Fourth young master, that individual saved Qin Mufeng from the hands of the Demon Wolf King, suggesting he possesses at least the strength of a Liang warrior. If a Liang warrior were to visit the Qin residence, it could jeopardize our plans." The purple-clad youth's eyes narrowed. What of a Liang warrior? In Longshore City, even a dragon must bow down. Suddenly, he froze, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over him. The entire world around him gradually faded in color. He felt himself becoming increasingly detached from reality, as if the world was abandoning him. A wave of suffocating despair surged through him. "What is happening? Fourth young master, are you all right?" He heard his attendant's voice, but he could no longer respond. The world had forsaken him. Heaven and earth denied his existence. His corporeal form began to dissipate. "No!" he cried, his eyes wide with terror. Yet he was powerless to change his fate, helplessly witnessing his own obliteration into nothingness. Outside Longshore City, the purple-clad youth's attendant also came to a halt, bewildered as he glanced around. "Wasn't there someone here just now? What brought me to the outskirts of Longshore City?" "Ah, I was here to assist the fourth young master, wasn't I?" "Wait, fourth young master? My Qin family only has 3 young masters, doesn't it? Growing old, and I can't even remember that." Shaking his head in resignation, he hurried back to the Qin residence to report Qin Mufeng's return. Chapter 173. Inviting the Lycian martial emperor, the disappearance of the Chun family's 4th young master drew no attention from anyone, nor could it distract Lin Zhe. Ever since Lin Zhe refined the immortal scripture and achieved the great saint level, he had become a living embodiment of destiny in the mortal realm. Even the most formless of holy beings could not casually invoke his true name or trace his path, lest they incur karmic retribution, much less antagonize a family like the Chun. The demise of the Chun family's 4th young master was merely a natural consequence of destiny's backlash. Such insignificant characters were not worthy of his direct intervention. At this moment, he had entered the library of Xinghai Academy, guided by Qin Mufeng's introduction. With the endorsement of the 2nd young master of the Qin family, Lin Zhe experienced a smooth entry, encountering no unpleasantness. Almost all the collections of the Xinghai library were open to him, saving him considerable trouble. Grabbing a volume titled Han-Hai Qin Tianju, Lin Zhe quickly perused it, grasping its profound intricacies. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. "You have browsed the Han-Hai Qin Tianju. You have comprehended a spiritual level martial art." Lin Zhe's brow flickered with intrigue. "Excellent. It is confirmed that my exceptional comprehension is applicable to techniques beyond the Tianlan system. Although the progress was minimal, every little bit counts." Given the astronomical numbers required for Lin Zhe's current advancement, even the vastness of Tianlan could not suffice, compelling him to traverse multiple worlds and accumulate knowledge gradually. Having confirmed this, Lin Zhe turned his focus away from the progress of his comprehension and immersed himself in the scholarly tomes of this realm. After studying the Han-Hai Qin Tianju, he discovered that while the martial system here may be weaker, as exemplified by the Qinqing warrior, it possessed its own merits. Unlike the cultivation methods in Tianlan, the martial practitioners of this realm placed greater emphasis on the exploitation and development of their physical forms, to the extent that they seemed to focus solely on the corporeal. They believed in shaking the heavens and earth with their bodies, constructing bridges between realms through sheer physicality. Their bodies were regarded as the greatest divine treasure bestowed upon them, evoking a sense of achieving sanctity through physicality. Thus, this realm possesses a unique perspective in the study of the essence of qi, and their ingenious thoughts often illuminate a completely new path for Lin Zhe. This naturally piqued Lin Zhe's interest. He could delve into this area, drawing upon the unique insights of another world to inspire his own understanding. This might very well expedite his quest to uncover the opportunity for ascension beyond the infinite, allowing him to shatter the boundaries of the infinite realm. Consequently, Lin Zhe immersed himself in the study, savoring every moment. The library fell into a profound silence. In the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, exuding an aura of authority with an air of unspoken power, was meticulously analyzing a confidential document that had just been urgently dispatched from the upper echelons of the empire. The information gleaned from this document caused even him, a seasoned master of martial arts who had long resided atop Longshire City, to shudder and change countenance. It was none other than an edict from the Lushan Wudi himself. As the city lord of Longshire City and a veteran martial arts master, he was no stranger to such edicts. After all, his cultivation had reached a level exceedingly close to the pinnacle of the Shengwu continent, allowing him access to that elusive realm. What truly astonished him was the identity of the issuer of the edict, the Lushan Wudi. This martial emperor was a living relic among martial emperors, the second legendary figure of Shengwu following the Wuxin. Long before the city lord was even child, the Lushan Wudi had already made a name for himself for thousands of years. He had essentially grown up listening to the legends surrounding this martial emperor. It was said that after dominating Shengwu and ascending as the foremost martial emperor, he retreated to Wuxin Mountain and had not intervened in worldly affairs for nearly 5,000 years. Now, this venerable figure had emerged from seclusion. Furthermore, he had issued an edict to their Longting Empire. The content of this edict was astonishing. It sought a mysterious new powerhouse that had recently appeared within the empire's borders. What sort of formidable individual could possibly warrant the Lushan Wudi's personal search? The city lord found himself perplexed. How could such a powerful being draw the attention of the Lushan Wudi without the slightest whisper reaching them in Longting? Did this person truly exist? The city lord pondered deeply over the profound implications behind this edict. At that moment, a guard entered to report. "Come in." The guard hastily approached the mansion. Reporting to the city lord, the second young master of the Qin family and the young lady of the Ruan family have just returned to Longshire City. The city lord responded with a nonchalant grunt, not lifting his head, merely remarking, "They are quite fortunate to have escaped from the clutches of the demon Wolf King." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the guard. "You may go." The affairs of the three great families were of little concern to him. He understood their dynamics well. Under normal circumstances, he might have inquired about their conflict, but at this moment, nothing was as pressing as the edict from the Lushan Wudi. However, city lord, it wasn't merely a matter of luck for Qin Mufeng and the others. Rather, an unknown powerful stranger rescued them from the demon Wolf King. This individual has now entered our Longshire City and is currently at Shanghai Academy. Upon hearing this, the city lord lifted his head, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his gaze. An unknown powerhouse? What a coincidence! Is such a thing truly possible? The city lord's expression grew serious. Elaborate on this matter in detail. The guard promptly recounted the events. The fourth young master of the Chun family had also visited, and we anticipated a confrontation between them. Yet, the city lord nodded. So, the fourth young master of the Chun family has indeed confronted this individual? The guard hesitated, his expression suddenly turning perplexed. The city lord furrowed his brow. "What troubles you?" After a moment's hesitation, the guard replied, "City lord, if memory serves, doesn't the Chun family have only 3 young masters?" The city lord's expression froze. "What nonsense! You just mentioned the 4th young master of the Chun family. Are you jesting with me? Since when did the Chun family have?" At this point, the city lord halted. "Wait, how many young masters does the Chun family actually have?" He struggled to recollect, as if a mysterious force was clouding his memory, distorting his understanding. He had forgotten certain crucial details. Realizing this, a wave of alarm surged within the city lord. "This is bad." He quickly etched several blood-red marks onto his hand. Moments later, he paused. Bewildered, he lifted his gaze. "What was I just doing? Wasn't I saying that an unknown powerhouse had arrived in Longshire City?" He glanced at his hand. Suddenly, he stood up, his pupils constricting in shock. Like a startled prey, He was engulfed by unease and trepidation. Go, go. His fingers trembled. Quickly relay a message to the imperial capital. Summon the Lushan Wudi. Chapter 174. You are looking for me? In Longting imperial capital. With a whoosh, a streak of blue light, piercing through the clouds and breaking the sound barrier, thundered across the sky. Boom! Within the resplendent Dragon Emperor's divine palace, an ethereal elder with white hair descended from the heavens, cutting through the clouds with an aura that could rend the skies. Draped in the essence of clouds and radiating brilliant light, he emanated waves of air that swept through the divine palace as if a divine being had descended, imposing an overwhelming pressure upon the surroundings. Those unaware might assume he had come to exact vengeance and obliterate their Longting imperial capital. The denizens of the divine palace could not help but feel a mixture of reverence and fear. The legend of the martial emperor was indeed mythical. The mere presence of his might far surpassed that of their dragon emperor, should he truly engage in combat. The sheer force emanating from the Lushan Wudi could upheave the very foundations of the divine palace. The dragon emperor felt a pang of despair, recalling that he had not ventured out to test his sword for many years, and now he was met with such an intimidating display. This was entirely unnecessary. The Lushan Wudi's power had already been established by the lives of countless formidable beings. He had no intention of overestimating himself, wishing instead to live a few more years. Thus, the Dragon Emperor quickly clasped his fists in greeting. I, Long Yin, pay my respect to the esteemed Lushan Senior. Seeing their emperor take the lead, the others in the divine palace immediately bowed in submission, fearful of provoking the legendary martial emperor. We pay our respects to the Lushan Wudi. In response, the white-haired Lushan Wudi waved his hand, effortlessly raising the crowd. Upon hearing that the Longting imperial capital had responded to the edict and had found the individual sought after, he wasted no time and made his way towards the divine palace. It seemed he had indeed frightened the people of Longting. He reigned in his overwhelming presence, transforming back into an ordinary-looking elder. Long Yin, my dear nephew, there is no need for such formalities. He then got straight to the point. I have received word that you claim to have found the person I seek. As the turbulent waves of air dissipated, the oppressive atmosphere lifted. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, we have received news that a mysterious stranger has recently appeared in Longting. As he spoke, Long Yin's face bore an incredulous expression. I can only presume this is indeed the individual you seek. I have never encountered such bizarre and peculiar powers. The Lushan Wudi's heart stirred with intrigue. Do elaborate. Long Yin cast a glance at the Lushan Wudi, unable to discern his depth, and cautiously ventured. Have you ever heard of a power that can completely erase the traces of a person's existence? Before the words fully left his lips, he quickly added, I mean truly erase. Even their parents, siblings, and friends would forget them entirely, to the extent that all remnants of their existence, the items they once used, would vanish without a trace. They would not even appear in the Empire's records. It would be as if this person had never existed. To completely erase a person's existence? The Lushan Wudi's expression shifted dramatically. He was reminded of the ominous signs heralding the impending collapse of the world. Could that moment truly signify the complete obliteration of a person's existence by Kiki? Such an occurrence is far more terrifying than the annihilation of the world, is it not? This transcends the mere boundaries of power and delves into the realm of causal laws. It is a force that only a legendary creator god could wield. At this instant, Lushan Wudi found himself deeply questioning his own judgment. Could that truly be an ordinary messenger from the upper realm? Or is it that all beings from the upper realm possess such an existence? Where is that individual now? Long Yin gestured towards the southwest of the empire, indicating that the person was right there. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the world, freezing everyone in that moment. Then, rumbling thunder resounded. The sky swirled with tumultuous winds. They continuously coalesced and gathered. Ultimately, a colossal face materialized above the entire imperial capital, gazing down upon the myriad of beings. It towered high in the heavens, its gaze indifferent, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. It resembled a deity, observing the fish within a pond from a realm beyond. A chilling tremor coursed through all present. What could this possibly be? Amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, the visage of the deity spoke. Are you seeking me? In Long Yin's realm, within the library of Shanghai Academy, Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. The Wudi was no more than this. The highest achievements of this realm were not as he had anticipated. They did not present a vast chasm from acquired to innate. The limits of this world were not significantly stronger than those of other minor realms. Yet it could accommodate Linzei, a grand sage. Could it be related to that with Shun, or the upper realm? Linzei flipped through a book about the royal family of Long Tengdigua. It recorded a unique form of true essence exclusive to the Long Tung royal family, Long Tung Jin Yuan. It is said that once Long Tung Jin Yuan is activated, the user's body becomes enveloped in a layer resembling tightly knit dragon scales, while their form undergoes a sharp transformation, infusing their true essence with absolute violence, thereby greatly enhancing their combat prowess. It often allows one to battle beyond their rank. This transformation is referred to as Longhua. Lin Zei's eyes flickered. The text further noted, many talented individuals had attempted to decipher its principles and replicate Long Tungjin Yuan, yet all ultimately returned empty-handed. This Long Tungjin Yuan seemingly recognizes only the offspring of the Long Tung royal family. Those who are not royal descendants cannot even touch it. Lin Zei closed the book, now certain of his conclusion. It is of the Long Yi. The Long Yi are descendants of the dragon clan, inheriting the unique blood of dragons. Their existence parallels that of the Qi Ling Zhu in relation to the Phoenix clan, both being subordinate to higher races, one in an indirect manner, the other directly. In ancient times, the Long Yi were renowned among the myriad races, ranking among the foremost. However, in the Tianlan world, the Long Yi have become mere legends, let alone the pure dragon race. Lin Zei had only encountered them in the records of various orthodoxies and had never seen them in person. At that time, he felt a sense of regret. After all, as a descendant of Huaxia, the dragon's totem is etched into his very genes. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered a Long Yi in this small world. This world indeed possesses Long Yi. Lin Zei pondered. Does this imply that dragons once visited this realm? The existence of Long Yi cannot arise from nothing. If Long Yi exist, then their ancestors must have included a dragon, a world where dragons exist. No wonder this realm, while not powerful, can still accommodate me. At that moment, Lin Zei sensed that someone in this realm was attempting to probe his presence. In this unfamiliar world, someone had noticed his arrival. How intriguing. He turned and cast his gaze towards the individual who sought to uncover his traces. Are you seeking me? Chapter 175, The Dragon Family. The dragon race beneath the colossal visage, the world fell silent. Everyone within Long Tongdi Du seemed to have lost their souls, staring blankly at the gigantic divine face that loomed over the sky. Their faces were filled with an instinctual reverence and fear. They trembled all over with an incessant chill. Oh heavens, is this what a deity truly is? At this moment, the crowd finally comprehended the monumental nature of the deities described in ancient myths. They truly grasped the concept of divinity, its embodiment solidifying in their minds. All were engulfed in a profound sense of shock and terror at the deity's descent. The atmosphere around them heavy, as if plunged into an eternal night of demise. After a long while, a hero of humanity finally summoned the courage to represent all beings and offered a devout inquiry to the deity. Under the oppressive sky, an ethereal elder clad in white bowed to the heavens, and the master of Wuxin Shan, Lie Shan, respectfully welcomed the messenger from the upper realm. Lin Zei's gaze fixated on the white-robed elder Lie Shan, as a deep purple aura unfurled the threads of destiny, connecting him to this individual. The Wu Di commanded the Wu Xinzhong. The messenger from the upper realm must be this person. Do you know of my arrival? Lie Shan shook his head. I dare not pry into the affairs of the divine messenger. My ability to sense your presence is due to the Wu Xinzhong left behind by my esteemed teacher when he ascended. My teacher once stated that when the Wu Xinzhong sounds, it signifies the arrival of a divine messenger to the holy martial continent. And I shall guide you to the Wu Xinzhong, at which point you will understand everything. After speaking, Lie Shan glanced around. Our Wu Xinshan is located in the central holy martial region, while this place belongs to the southern Long Tengdigua. Please follow me to Wu Xinshan. I see. The Wu Xin, although the level of this world is not high, as its only ascendant, he must have grasped some profound truths of the world. It is not surprising that he left behind an artifact capable of sensing spatial anomaly. Perhaps he prepared the Wu Xinzhong for his failed ascension, or to guide himself back from the upper realm. With this thought, Lin Zei lost interest. He had initially believed that the one who sensed his arrival was that dragon. Unexpectedly, it was merely this. Turning, Lin Zei gazed at Long Yin. Compared to that Wu Xinzhong, he was far more intrigued by the dragon race. Observing Long Yin, he indeed sensed a wondrous and powerful bloodline within. The imprint of dragon patterns was etched within his soul. Truly, he is undoubtedly a Long Yi. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky. A bolt of lightning descended with blinding speed, striking before Long Yin. Boom! Long Yin's eyelids twitched as his complexion turned pale. His heart raced dramatically. This is it. In that moment, Long Yin's mind was flooded with memories of all the misdeeds he had committed throughout his life. However, upon reflection, he realized he had not truly done anything wrong, nor had he offended any deities. Why was this lightning targeting him? There were others in the divine palace far worse than he. As he pondered this, the punishment of thunder seemed to linger, failing to arrive. The roaring lightning flickered before Long Yin, gradually coalescing into the form of a young man clad in a white robe. Long Yin's pupils dilated. Could this be the deity? He immediately lowered his head and bowed to Lin Zhe. I, the mortal Long Yin, pay my respects to the esteemed deity from the upper realm. Lin Zhe ignored him, merely surveying Long Yin, using him as a focal point to trace the origins of the dragon bloodline generation after generation of ancestry, refining it through the ages. Ultimately, Lin Zhe traced Long Yin's bloodline to an individual named Long Mu. In his hands, he held a radiant golden orb, within which the shadow of a divine dragon could be seen swirling. This orb was indeed the source of Long Mu's bloodline. I have found it. Long Yin, with his head lowered, felt his skin twitch. He sensed that he was being scrutinized by this individual, rendering him almost transparent. Yet he could not comprehend what this being was truly observing. A solitary man, neither an extraordinary beauty nor a captivating figure. What could possibly attract attention? One might recall certain mythical tales of peculiar deities with unusual inclinations, and at that moment, Long Yin's countenance turned a shade of green. Lin Zhe's voice, laced with incredulity, intruded upon Long Yin's thoughts. What impolite musings occupy your mind? A shiver coursed through Long Yin's heart, and he quickly retorted, I would never dare. Lin Zhe pressed on. Is the precious orb left by Long Mu still in your possession? Upon hearing this, Long Yin and the royal lineage of the Long family exchanged alarmed glances. Long Mu was none other than the founding emperor of their Long Tongue Empire, the progenitor of the Long clan, the sacred martial emperor who paved the path for martial artists. Yet, the name Long Mu was that of their ancestral forebear, a name seldom uttered by the descendants of the Long family, and one that history books have omitted, as they have only referred to him as the Long emperor ancestor for millennia. Even today, many descendants of the Long family are unaware of the true name of their ancestor. Especially the fact that the ancestor Long Mu had left behind a precious orb was a closely guarded secret, known only to the reigning emperors and the clan elders, the guardians of the Long family, let alone the mention of the celestial envoy from the upper realm spoken of by the Lushan martial emperor. Unless Long Yin and the others exchanged glances, contemplating a possibility, they recalled the legend surrounding the Long emperor ancestor. It was said that in his youth, the Long emperor ancestor encountered a divine being from beyond the heavens, who bestowed upon him gifts of wisdom and power. Thus, he was able to forge the martial artist system amidst chaos, opening the celestial path of the sacred martial way. Could it be that this divine being was? Long Yin urgently inquired, do you have a connection with the ancestor? You may think of it that way, came the reply. Could truly be so? Long Yin's heart raced. He had encountered the very divine being that the Long emperor ancestor had met millennia ago. The ancestor had received wisdom from the deity, a gift that empowered him to create the path for martial artists. As for himself, Long Yin felt an insatiable desire stirring within, compelling him to halt further contemplation. Returning to the divine, the precious orb left by the ancestor is enshrined in our family's sacred grounds, untouched by outsiders for thousands of years. At this point, Long Yin paused, glancing at the Lushan martial emperor. Except for that martial deity from years past, he hastily added, forgive my rudeness, revered deity. The descendants of the Long family have been ineffectual, merely safeguarding the ancestor's orb without utilizing its potential. At that moment, the Lushan martial emperor appeared taken aback. Could it be that such a relic exists in the Long Tongue Empire? Why have I never heard my master mention it? He then turned his gaze towards Lin Zhe. Thus, the true purpose of this celestial envoy is not the martial deity's bell, but rather the precious orb? To Long Yin's apology, Lin Zhe merely nodded lightly, saying, lead me to it. Chapter 176. You are the celestial sovereign of destiny. Indeed, without a hint of hesitation, Long Yin complied with Lin Zai's request to view the Long family's closely guarded orb. It would be foolish to refuse, especially considering that this revered figure might very well be the original owner of the orb, not to mention the imposing aura that had just descended. It left no room for Long Yin to decline. Did he not see the esteemed Lushan, martial emperor, respectfully addressing the celestial envoy? Who was he, Long Yin, in comparison? With the power this being wielded, he could easily take what he desired, and no one in the sacred martial realm would dare to oppose him. That this deity would deign to inform him was a matter of courtesy and principle, a testament to their humanity. Should Long Yin dare to act ungratefully, he would soon encounter not humanity, but divinity. Long Yin turned, bowing slightly as he led the way. After you, revered deity. Under Long Yin's guidance, Lin Zai swiftly came upon the orb he had glimpsed through the lens of the celestial vision, a precious gem enshrined within the sacred grounds of the Long family, nourished by the offerings of its kin, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Revered deity, this is the orb left by the Long emperor ancestor. Lin Zai did not respond. He gazed at the orb, floating in midair and radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, his expression contemplative. After a moment, he lowered his gaze to the earth below. There, he beheld a colossal entity, long dormant beneath the soil of the sacred martial realm, perfectly preserved and now one with the earth. Its form resembled that of a serpentine dragon, adorned with antlers, eagle's talons, fish scales, oxen ears, and a belly like that of a giant clam. Indeed, it was the true spirit of the celestial dragon. Lin Zai then raised his eyes to the sky. Following the orb's trail, he noticed fragments of dragon spirits scattered across the heavens of the sacred martial realm. These shards of dragon spirits were being drawn together by a unique force in the central domain of the sacred martial realm, striving to reassemble themselves. The source of this extraordinary power was none other than the ancient martial deity's bell atop Wushan Mountain. How intriguing! Upon hearing this, Long Yin's eyes gleamed. Truly, the celestial being has discerned the secrets of this orb with but a glance. Just as Long Yin was about to inquire further to unravel the ancestral enigma that had perplexed the Long family for millennia, he witnessed Lin Zai grasp the orb in his hand. A surge of incomprehensible power flowed into the orb, which shimmered with vibrant hues. Then came a resounding roar, a cry of ancient and sacred might reverberating throughout the entire sacred martial realm. At the sound of this powerful call, Long Yin was instantly stunned, rooted to the spot. Something within his veins seemed to awaken, breaking free from the shackles of the mundane, responding to that exalted roar. A cataclysmic tremor rippled through the space. An illusory colossal being rose from the orb, expanding until it enveloped the very sky of the sacred martial realm. Long Yin's eyes quivered as the shadow cast by this immense form darkened the heavens. The minds of the people of the Long Tongue Empire became blank. Even the Lushan martial emperor was momentarily lost in thought. A dragon, in the sacred grounds of the Long family, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the orb. The long-sleeping true dragon began to awaken its consciousness. "Little Moo, is that you?" No response came. The spirit of the true dragon opened its massive eyes, and the figure of a man clad in white was reflected within its gaze. "You are not Little Moo." It then glanced at Long Yin, who trembled, whether from fear or excitement. It was unclear. Sensing the bloodline aura emanating from Long Yin, the spirit of the true dragon exhibited a flicker of understanding and sadness. A descendant of Little Moo's bloodline. So many years have passed. With a gentle sigh, the spirit of the true dragon composed itself and addressed Lin Zai. "Mortals, I do not know whether your awakening was orchestrated by Little Moo or was merely an unforeseen occurrence. In any case, your ability to rouse me indicates that you possess a potential that transcends the ordinary, a trait capable of surpassing this world. Thus, may I request a favor from you? Certainly, I would not let you undertake a journey in vain. In return, whether it be the secrets of my dragon clan or unparalleled techniques from realms beyond, or even certain bloodline spirits, I can promise you these." Lin Zai waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such matters could wait. With keen interest, he regarded the spirit of the true dragon before him. "First, enlighten me. As a true dragon of power, comparable to the celestial sovereign, and backed by the vast lineage of the true dragon clan, how did you fall to such a state of near extinction? Have you perhaps crossed paths with a formidable sage unafraid of your dragon lineage?" Upon hearing this, the spirit of the true dragon was caught off guard. Its enormous eyes widened slightly, revealing a mix of eagerness and the joy of encountering an old friend in a foreign land. You know of the celestial sovereign and the sages. You too hail from the ancient times? Ancient times. A spark of realization flickered in Lin Zhe's eyes. He had indeed found the right person. The ancient true dragon lineage had not disappointed him. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know of Tianlong?" Tianlong? The spirit of the true dragon's gaze sharpened, as if the familiar name resonated within. I believe I might know of it. Regrettably, when I descended into this realm, I sustained grievous injuries, causing the essence of the dragon spirit to scatter throughout this world. I expended the last of my strength to preserve this final fragment of the main spirit, resulting in the loss of countless memories. Otherwise, as I gaze upon the familiar shards of dragon spirits scattered across the sky, a hint of helplessness flickers in my eyes. In my current state, even if the dragon spirits were before me, I would be incapable of uniting them to restore my former glory. The chaotic scene around me only exacerbates this predicament. As for the others on the Holy Martial Continent, their martial paths exist solely due to my arrival. They are unlikely to expect much from me, and I would be fortunate if I could avoid adding to their troubles. However, a glance at Lin Zhe rekindled a glimmer of hope within the true dragon spirit. Responding to the hopeful gaze of the true spirit, Lin Zhe merely snapped his fingers. Instantly, the scattered dragon spirits throughout the world converged towards him. Had this occurred before my journey to the Star Sea, I would have hesitated to exert such influence over the world for fear of tearing it apart. Yet, after studying the system of this realm in the Star Sea and drawing parallels, I learned to integrate my own powers with the methods of this world, wielding them at will. Truly, the value of extensive reading cannot be overstated. Whether one is of high, medium, or low standing, acquiring knowledge is always beneficial, for there will inevitably arise a fitting occasion to apply it. As I traverse the martial world, possessing a plethora of skills is never burdensome. Under Lin Zhe's guidance, the scattered dragon spirits swiftly gathered, restoring the true dragon spirit. In mere moments, the aura of the true dragon spirit expanded and strengthened. In a heartbeat, the once fearsome aura of the true dragon returned with a vengeance. Power had returned. The overwhelming presence of the true dragon swept across the world, instilling tremors of fear. The inhabitants of the Holy Martial Continent bowed their heads, succumbing to the instinctual hierarchy engraved in their very beings, ruling over all. Yet this overwhelming power was short-lived. Within the confines of the dragon clan as forbidden grounds, the restored true dragon spirit trembled violently upon recognizing the figure before it, releasing a desperate roar of terror. You are the destined emperor. Chapter 177. Pursuit of the destined emperor. In that moment, the grand true dragon spirit appeared as a frightened kitten, its scales standing on end. Its enormous eyes were filled with disbelief, fear, and despair. The echoes of its frantic ramblings filled the dragon clan as forbidden grounds, as it seemed to have encountered a specter, utterly terrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you still be alive? I witnessed you perish at the hands of our dragon emperor. A fate sealed. How could you possibly? The true dragon spirit curled its massive form, the once majestic aura of the celestial spirit, now utterly diminished. As an ancient dragon, it understood all too well the terror of the destined emperor, fully aware of his true identity. He was the supreme being who dared to challenge the ancient heavenly emperor, the one who rebelled against the heavenly sovereign. This was the very figure it had once accompanied in battle, attacking with the might of a myriad of dragons. I witnessed his fall with my own eyes, but now he has awakened, appearing before me without warning. A nightmare, truly a terrifying nightmare. Observing the true dragon spirit, which resembled a fallen nightmare, Lin Zhe was at a loss for words. If I were the destined emperor, would I deign to converse with you? How could you have survived to this day? Upon hearing this, the true dragon spirit paused, contemplating. Indeed, the domineering demeanor of the destined emperor was far from what this individual exhibited. It scrutinized Lin Zhe once more, and within its vast eyes, the regal purple radiance shone brilliantly. No, the form may change in myriad ways, but destiny would never deceive. The destined emperor is destiny itself. You are the destined emperor. Lin Zhe sighed, realizing that this colossal being had likely been asleep for far too long. Its memories were muddled, and its mind was not yet clear. Allow me to clarify. I am merely the next inheritor of the destined emperor's legacy. This statement left the true dragon spirit momentarily stunned. Inherit destiny? Is destiny not the exclusive power of the destined emperor? Can this power truly be inherited? Moreover, if inheritance were possible, should it rightfully belong to our dragon emperor? Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. Do you not even know of the celestial body of destiny? What is this celestial body of destiny? Are we speaking of the same entity? The man and the dragon locked eyes, both falling into silence. Their understanding appeared to diverge significantly. It was akin to playing the same game, yet Lin Zhe had advanced to version 20, while the true dragon spirit remained stuck in the archaic version 10. Let's start from the beginning. Share everything you know with me. The true dragon spirit's tense scales began to relax slightly. This was indeed necessary, as my inquiries pertain to events of yore. With that, the true dragon spirit gazed skyward, remaining silent for a moment before slowly speaking. In that year, the heavenly court collapsed, the ancients fractured, the heavenly emperor vanished, and the destined emperor was gravely wounded and forced to flee. In a single night, the entire ancient order transformed, plunging into a new era. During this tumultuous time, various clans sought to seize the advantages of the heavens, vying for dominance and partaking in the remnants of the heavenly court, aspiring to become the rulers of the new age. Some occupied the celestial sanctums of the various emperors. Others took hold of the numerous blessed lands under the heavenly court, while others stole the divine weapons and tomes of the court. Chaos reigned as clans vied for supremacy, each claiming their territory. Naturally, our dragon clan was no exception. However, compared to them, we played a much grander game. At this point in the narrative, the tone of the true dragon spirit was laden with nostalgia. Each recollection compelled it to exclaim, "How daring they were back then!" It continued, "We set our sights on the gravely wounded destined emperor. That was indeed a significant undertaking. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Even the 8 desolate emperor, who could counter the weaknesses found by Qing Tsong, managed to endure the relentless erosion of such a powerful being for eons without perishing. How much more so the destined emperor, the figure who openly defied the heavenly sovereign, the true dragon spirit side, who could say otherwise? Yet in truth, given the circumstances of that era, how many could resist the temptation? The power of destiny was unparalleled, supreme above all. Even one as formidable as the heavenly emperor dared not covet it. With a mere command, the laws of heaven and earth would bend to his will, and all things would be rendered irreversible. How could such a sight not entice the curious? The true dragon spirit recounted, in those days, the destined emperor was unmatched, unparalleled, and no one dared to covet his authority. Yet now, here was a destined emperor who had clashed with the heavenly sovereign, suffering grievous wounds and forced to retreat. At that moment, he resembled an aged dragon guarding a vast treasure, stripped of its fangs. How could one not be tempted? Furthermore, our dragon clan once pledged loyalty to the heavenly emperor, serving him diligently. The destined emperor's treachery against the heavenly sovereign granted us the righteous cause to seek vengeance on his behalf. Thus, under the leadership of our dragon emperor, our clan nearly emptied its ranks, forming the myriad dragon formation to pursue and strike down the destined emperor. Along the way, we clashed repeatedly, engaging in countless battles, and I lost count of how many years passed. What I do know is that our clans suffered losses at the hands of the destined emperor, while he too was gradually worn down by our relentless pursuit, and victory seemed within our grasp. Then, one fateful day, after paying a heavy price, our dragon emperor ultimately killed the destined emperor. That scene remains etched in my memory for eternity. The true dragon spirit was filled with reminiscence. Alas, I was already at my wit's end, severely wounded by the breath of destiny, and fell into this realm, unable to fully recover. I know not whether my emperor succeeded in seizing the heavens at this point. The true dragon spirit suddenly glanced at Lin Zhe, the regal purple radiance in its eyes glaringly bright. It fell silent. And what transpired thereafter? The true dragon spirit turned away, making a conscious effort not to look at Lin Zhe. Later on, my dragon spirit faded, and I fell into a deep slumber within this ancient fragment, unaware of how long I had been asleep. Long enough for my dragon body to merge with the earth itself, until one fateful day, by a twist of fortune, someone in this realm inherited my bloodline, awakening my dragon spirit and allowing me to rouse briefly from my slumber. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe became intrigued and inquired about the nature of this fortunate coincidence. The conversation veered away from the topic of the dragon clan's reproduction. In short, it was the arrival of the child, Long Mu, that enabled my awakening and allowed my dragon spirit to resonate across the layers of reality. Sensing the existence of another powerful ancient remnant realm, it seems that there may be members of my clan in that world, and should I find them, my predicament could be resolved. Thus, I entrusted this matter to Long Mu, seeking assistance from the higher realms. As for what transpired afterward, you're likely already aware. Chapter 178. The 9 Great Supremes. Lin Zhe understood the subsequent events once he discerned that the so-called martial god Bel possessed the power to gather lost dragon spirits. Essentially, the martial god had uncovered the secret of the dragon spirit, subsequently establishing the martial god mountain and leaving the martial god Bel as a contingency, aiming to break through the realm and ascend in search of Dragon Clan warriors to rescue the dragon spirits. Lin Zhe, however, held no interest in this. His focus rested solely on one matter. Gazing at the true dragon spirit before him, a profound light flickered within his eyes. At this moment, my tale concluded, and it was now your turn. The true dragon spirit, curious, asked, "You mentioned the destined celestial body that inherits the heavenly mandate. What does that mean? Did our dragon emperor ultimately fail? Furthermore, you mentioned Tianlan. To my knowledge, before our clan pursued the Emperor of Destiny, there were already stirrings on Tianlan. The ancient powers were all fixated on the treasure of the divine tomb. Now, so many years have passed. Has the divine tomb been breached? Who emerged as the ultimate victor?" Lin Zhe replied, "You have many questions. Forgive an ancient dragon who has slept for too long and is eager to learn of the changes in the world. Let us begin with Tianlan." He continued, "Firstly, the situation in Tianlan is rather intricate. There has yet to be a true victor in this battle among the clans. Secondly, I am unaware of your dragon emperor's fate. After your clan mobilized to target the Emperor of Destiny, the Dragon Clan has disappeared from Tianlan. This also resolves one of your earlier queries. I had wondered why, in such a bustling arena, filled with all manner of demons and creatures, including the Phoenix Clan, the mighty Dragon Clan was absent. It turns out that the dragons were not absent, but engaged in a far more elevated game." Pausing for a moment, Lin Zhe added, "Moreover, the celestial body of destiny is a term used by our descendants. Its origins and the historical context have become obscure. It is said that only one person can possess the 9 celestial bodies in a single lifetime. If the previous generation does not perish, the next cannot arise. There are similar assertions concerning the other 8, collectively referred to as the 9 celestial bodies." At this point, Lin Zhe observed the expression of the true dragon spirit, which revealed a flicker of uncertainty upon hearing the term 9 celestial bodies. Only one person can exist per generation among the 9 celestial bodies? Could it truly be so? The true dragon spirit murmured softly, seemingly confirming some crucial revelation. "Besides the heavenly mandate, which others are there?" Lin Zhe responded, "There is the Wuyuan celestial body, which can transform all things for its own use, devouring heaven and earth. There's also the Kongling celestial body, which breaks through all bottlenecks, ascending directly to the 9 heavens with the accumulation of spiritual herbs. Additionally, there are those who comprehend the essence of heaven and earth." Before Lin Zhe could finish, the true dragon spirit's pupils constricted sharply. Wuyuan Kongling destiny, the third among the 9 celestial bodies, is indeed, could it be true? How can this be? The true dragon spirit seemed to have suffered a profound mental shock, speaking with urgency and confusion. "If one generation does not die, the next cannot be born. Does this imply?" Glancing at the expansive sky, it uttered with a tremor of soul-deep fear. Could the battle for the divine have led to the demise of all 9 great supremes? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's gaze sharpened. "Here it comes, the 9 great supremes." "The 9 great supremes? Do you mean the 9 among the 10 emperors of heaven?" The true dragon spirit shook its head, then nodded, remaining lost in the overwhelming shock of this momentous revelation. It muttered repeatedly, "How could this be? All 9 great supremes have fallen. Throughout ancient times, who possesses the power to eliminate all 9 great supremes?" Lin Zhe plucked at the strings of the world, creating ripples of air that quickly calmed the true dragon spirit. "Steady your mind." After a brief silence, the true dragon spirit shook its massive head, still in astonishment. "You descendants cannot comprehend what the 9 great supremes truly signify for our ancient world. Their existence is akin to 9 towering pillars supporting the very fabric of antiquity, embodying an epic narrative of sorrow and valor. The direct clash between the Emperor of Destiny and the Heavenly Emperor alone reverberated throughout the ancient world. How much more shocking is the notion that all 9 great supremes have perished?" Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow at this. "So that battle only involved the Emperor of Destiny and the Heavenly Emperor? What are the other 9 emperors of heaven? Were they not present? The true dragon spirit shook its head. Not quite. The 10 emperors of heaven are distinct from the 9 great supremes. One denotes the heavenly court, while the other represents the entirety of the ancient realm. However, in some respects, they're not vastly different. For among the 9 great supremes, including the heavenly emperor and the emperor of destiny, 5 reside within the heavenly court, while the remaining 4 have retreated from governance, living in seclusion among the myriad beings of the ancient world, regardless of their presence in the heavenly court or their governance of the world. The significance and status of the 9 great supremes in antiquity remain unassailable. Lindsay was at a loss for words. Then please enlighten me about who exactly the 9 great supremes are. Merely stating this does not clarify anything for me. The true dragon spirit paused, gazing deeply into Lin Zay's eyes, and spoke each word with gravity. The God's layers. The God's layers? Upon hearing this term, Lin Zay was taken aback. It is known that Tianlan is referred to as the divine tomb. The divine tomb and God's layers align perfectly. The true dragon spirit continued. If you know of Tianlan, then you should also understand the meaning behind the term God Slayer. I understand, but not completely. A look of great confusion crossed the true dragon spirit's face as it struggled to comprehend what had transpired in Tianlan. While it could grasp the complexities of ancient tales, being uncertain about God's layers seemed excessive. As I mentioned earlier, the situation in Tianlan is quite intricate. The true dragon spirit sighed lightly, realizing it had perhaps spoken in vain. Very well. It was an era of tyranny, where the heavens preyed upon the myriad clan. Have you witnessed it? It was passed down through my clan. I had not yet been born at that time. Please continue. The true dragon spirit seemed reluctant to elaborate further. In summary, during that era, the heavens acted without justice, periodically transforming into malevolent deities to hunt and subjugate the strongest of the clans, enslaving heaven and earth. This caused the myriad beings of the ancient world to live in constant fear, overshadowed by the tyranny of these evil gods, suffering silently under the whims of fate. It was then that 9 defiant individuals rose up. Chapter 179, Daluo Mountain. The place of the fallen heavens, they emerged during the dark era of celestial tyranny, bearing the banner of rebellion against the heavens, igniting a glimmer of hope for the beleaguered beings of the ancient world. As the true dragon spirit spoke of this flicker of hope, a spark ignited in its large dragon eyes. Indeed, it was merely a flicker of hope. After all, no matter how far we, the ancient beings, cultivate, we are forever products of the heavens. The Tao lies beneath the malevolent deity, who knows us all too well, wielding the power of life and death with a mere gesture. This has been proven countless times by the formidable beings of various races that have been devoured by the malevolent deity. Whether it be our dragon clan or the phoenix clan, we are but insignificant ants before that deity, unable to shake its power even if we expend all our might. We can only watch helplessly as the malevolent deity consumes them. What utter despair that is. Thus, at that time, not many held high hopes for them. Every race sought to distance themselves from the vortex of the ancient times, hiding their strong ones away to evade the malevolent deity as predation. Naturally, the thought of joining their ranks to oppose the malevolent deity was unthinkable. Some even advised them against engaging in such meaningless endeavors and suggested instead to focus on preserving themselves. However, the spirit of the true dragon revealed a hint of mockery or perhaps nostalgia, stating that a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. Someone must take the first step. Someone must stand up. Otherwise, in a world devoid of even a flicker of flame, how could one ever witness the light? The true dragon spirit chuckled softly, recalling words from a predecessor of our dragon clan who had lived through that dark era and fought alongside the 9 sovereigns in the battle against the heavens. He said that it was the most stirring declaration he had ever heard. Thus, he chose to follow the 9 sovereigns, fully aware of the slim chances of success. And despite the skepticism surrounding the rebellion against the heavens, he joined the cause without hesitation. For as that sovereign stated, someone must stand up, someone must take the lead. The flames in the true dragon spirit's eyes quietly burned. I could somewhat comprehend the sentiments of my predecessor. After all, even I, not having lived in that era, felt a surge of emotions, let alone the predecessors who had experienced the dark times firsthand. After speaking, the true dragon spirit glanced at Lindsay, and this embodies the significance of the 9 sovereigns to us ancient beings. Lindsay nodded in agreement. The lonely pioneers in the darkness, no matter which world they inhabit, deserve our utmost respect. He inquired what happened next. How did they succeed in rebelling against the heavens? The true dragon spirit shook its head gently, indicating that the hardships and sufferings of the battle against the heavens could not be fully captured in mere notes. The despair contained within could only be hinted at. After all, their adversary was the malevolent deity, the omniscient and omnipotent force of the ancient world. To emerge victorious, how many powerful beings had to sacrifice themselves? And how many wise minds had to unite in strategy? The tragic glory of that time is something that, without experiencing it firsthand, even the elders of that era might struggle to fathom. In summary, under the leadership of the 9 sovereigns and the collaborative efforts of various races, the malevolent deity was ultimately pinned down and slain by the sovereign heavenly emperor on Dao Jia Mountain. Huh, you mentioned Dao Jia Mountain? Linzes Gaze Sharpened. The heavenly emperor killed the malevolent deity on Dao Jia Mountain. The true dragon spirit nodded, confirming, indeed, Dao Jia Mountain, the mountain of the great calamity, is the very site of the fall of the heavens. The name itself is evident and easily comprehensible. Is there any confusion? No, please continue. What followed? Did the 9 sovereigns successfully strip the deity of its power? The true dragon spirit cast a meaningful glance at Lin Zhe, affirming, yes, all 9 sovereigns were stained with divine blood. They harvested the blood of the heavens and refined it, thus giving rise to 9 forms of unparalleled sovereign power. Aside from the 9 sovereigns, none other may touch or covet even a fragment of it. With this power, the 9 sovereigns traversed the ancient world, unmatched and unrivaled. Among them, the sovereign who personally slayed the malevolent deity took the place of the heavens and transformed the sky, standing above the azure heavens. Revered as the god of all races, earning the adoration of countless beings. Under the governance of him and the other 8 sovereigns, the ancient world gradually regained its vitality, restored order, and entered a new era. This is the tale of the slayers of deities, the 9 sovereigns. To me, they are invincible new gods and the epitome of faith. Thus, you speak of the 9 sovereigns' legacies, yet all have fallen. How can this be? The true dragon spirit sighed and shook its head, still finding it difficult to fathom. How could this be possible? The 9 sovereigns have fallen. In the grand tapestry of the ancient world, after the demise of the malevolent deity, who could possess such capability? Surely the 9 sovereigns did not turn against one another? Even if the heavenly emperor and the heavenly mandate emperor fought over divine power, what the other 4 sovereigns who had retreated to govern the myriad races? Could they also have clashed? Yet, in the end, all fell, leaving no victor. At least thus far, the one who set the stage at Dao Jia Mountain, Qing Tsong, is likely still alive. Lin Zhe pondered the name Qing Tsong. After learning of the tale of the slayers of deities, he realized that the name Qing Tsong was quite intriguing. Qing Tsong, azure heavens, the heavens, and Dao Jia Mountain, the so-called site of the heavens. He cast a deep glance at the true dragon spirit. At that moment, the true dragon spirit was still contemplating the extremely abnormal incident of the 9 sovereigns' demise. Suddenly, it had a thought. It fixed its gaze on Lin Zhe, pondering the legacies of the 9 sovereigns. The heavenly mandate emperor perished at the hands of our dragon emperor. Yet now the heavenly mandate has passed to you. This is not good. Does that mean our dragon clan could be targeted by those shameless forces? Just as they could target the dragon clan, which has severely weakened the heavenly mandate emperor. Indeed, it was referring to the Phoenix clan. This is disastrous. The true dragon's spirit trembled, a surge of wrath flashing through its enormous dragon eyes. It immediately utilized its dragon spirit to resonate with the dragon body buried deep within the holy martial continent, which had nearly merged with the world. Roar! The dragon's fury echoed through the skies. Boom! The holy martial continent erupted in a great earthquake, the ground fracturing in layers. A colossal being from the ancient era finally revealed its true form in this realm, forging a divine miracle. My friend, thank you for aiding me in restoring the dragon spirit. I shall forever remember your great kindness. A piece of 7-color dragon scale fell from the massive dragon body before Lin Zhe. This is my life scale. Should you ever summon me in the future, at any time or place, I, Long Yu, will surely arrive. Chapter 180. The Heavenly Mandate Emperor's Contingency Plan. Though it knows it may never be able to assist this one, the true dragon spirit is neither blind nor deluded. It initially believed that no formidable beings could exist in this small place called Holy Martial, hence it did not observe closely. However, Lin Zhe's ability to manipulate the world and gather the dragon spirit to restore it to its complete form made even a fully realized true dragon feel a thrill of astonishment. What does this imply? The answer is all too clear. This being who has crossed realms may not be an exalted sage, but is surely at least a demigod. Furthermore, with the heavenly mandate celestial body inherited from the heavenly mandate emperor, even true sages would likely find themselves at a loss against him. Such a figure. How could the likes of it require assistance from Long Yu? Regardless, Long Yu owes a debt of gratitude to this individual, a kindness that may not weigh heavily on their mind, but as a true dragon, Long Yu cannot leave it unreturned, even if it means seeking aid from the ancestors and the Dragon Emperor, if all is well with the Dragon Clan. With this thought, the slumbering true dragon body suddenly opened its eyes, its long-dulled pupils regaining their luster. No, it must return quickly to check. Roar. With a furious roar, Long Yu soared into the heavens, heading beyond the world. At that moment, Lin Zhe stepped forward and blocked Long Yu's path. He said, "Do not rush. Even though the Dragon Clan faces peril now, what can a mere true dragon of the Fate Realm accomplish?" Upon hearing this, the true dragon Long Yu widened its lantern-like eyes. It was bewildered and deeply shocked. Listen to what is being said. What does it mean? Merely a true dragon of the Fate Realm? The Fate Realm, beneath the sanctified, the most formidable entity bestowed with the illustrious title of Decian, stands as an unequivocal pinnacle of power across epochs and tribes, an undeniable leader of the highest order. And then there are the true dragons. The lineage of the true dragon possesses an extraordinary and unparalleled gift, each member an epitome of their era, capable of single-handedly facing 1,000 foes. They represent one of the most potent bloodline inheritances among the myriad races of antiquity. Together, these two forces create an unrivaled powerhouse, a primordial titan. How has it come to be reduced to mere 2 words in your discourse? Do you regard the saints as mere cabbages, to be planted wherever one pleases? Were it another person, Long Yu would certainly take the opportunity to impart wisdom, to elucidate the true essence of the fate-laden true dragons. Yet for now, it seems prudent to let it be. Your might is undeniable, and thus your rationale prevails. Lin Zhe added, and considering the passage of years and the changes that have transpired, the status of the dragon realm remains uncertain, necessitating careful deliberation. Coincidentally, I too wish to traverse the ancient realm in search of answers, and presently lack a competent guide. Why not accompany me? To accompany you? Then I must express my gratitude, esteemed sir. Long Yu readily acquiesced to Lin Zhe's proposal. Firstly, Lin Zhe's reasoning was indeed sound. Secondly, with Lin Zhe's strength, should any unforeseen events arise, there would be some measure of protection. However, while Long Yu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, a shadow of doubt flickered within. Their dragon clan had once targeted the Tianming emperor, leading to his demise, creating a deep-seated enmity between them. Yet here stood Lin Zhe, a being imbued with a legacy of Tianming. What connection does this inheritance have to the Tianming emperor? By suggesting to travel together, could he be intentionally seeking out members of my clan through me? Contemplating this, Long Yu turned his gaze forward, leading the way. Behind the colossal form of the dragon, Lin Zhe's eyes shimmered with a different hue as he observed Long Yu. Long Yu harbored suspicions. Was Lin Zhe any different? Ever since being deceived by Lu Hanyan, Lin Zhe had become exceedingly wary of placing his trust in anyone, particularly those ancient beings who had lived for millions of years, each possessing countless schemes. If one were to believe them without reservation, one might unknowingly tumble into a pitfall. Thus, whether it be the Ling Huang Lin Changqing of Tianlan or the true dragon before him, Lin Zhe had never truly placed his faith in either. Especially this true dragon named Long Yu, a survivor from the clutches of the Tianming emperor. As he watched the dragon's majestic form recede, Lin Zhe's eyes glimmered with Tianming's purple light. From the moment Long Yu claimed to have been grievously injured by the Tianming emperor and cast into this realm, Lin Zhe had felt a twinge of skepticism. After all, as a fully realized Tianming body, Lin Zhe understood better than anyone the true nature of Tianming's power. Under its illumination, even if Lin Zhe were to be on the brink of death, the watchful gaze of Tianming would show no mercy to those who covet. Those wounded by Tianming are fated. Death is merely a matter of time. Yet this true dragon had somehow survived from antiquity to the present. Moreover, when Lin Zhe gathered to restore the dragon spirit, he had detected no signs of damage to its fate. How could the illustrious Tianming emperor's gaze overlook a true dragon of fateful significance? This was utterly contrary to the natural order. Thus, only one possibility remained. The master of Tianming had intervened to prevent its demise. In other words, this dragon's existence was a deliberate act by the Tianming emperor. It was one of his contingency plans. Lin Shi squinted thoughtfully. Both man and dragon, with minds adrift in contemplation, soon departed from Shengwu, reaching the borders between Shengwu and the Upper Realm. On the Shengwu continent, the likes of the Lishan martial emperor and his companions stood dumbfounded, watching as one man and one dragon departed. They exchanged glances, each bewildered, wide-eyed, and speechless. A dragon and a deity. This day would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of Shangwu. At the dark juncture of the two realms, the colossal dragon's form filled the entire black void. Above the dragon's head, Lin Zhe, clad in white robes, stood ethereally. A fractured void passage lay quietly before them. The man and the dragon lingered at the boundary for a time. It was all too chaotic. What had transpired in this realm? It seemed the very fabric of time and space at the boundary had been shattered, all laws thrown into disarray. No wonder that martial deity had remained silent for so long. Long Yu clicked his tongue in astonishment. Judging from the primal perception, this realm was among the larger and stronger fragments scattered from antiquity. Yet now, even the boundary was in ruins. The interior was unimaginable. It seemed the inhabitants were nothing less than battle maniacs, having fought since the era of antiquity until now. Long Yu looked up at Lin Zhe. What do you think? Is it possible to enter this realm? Lin Zhe furrowed his brow and nodded. Entering is not difficult. However, within the chaotic and shattered boundary, Lin Zhe sensed a remarkably familiar aura. That is wait. Long Yu suddenly seemed to behold something terrifying, his eyes widening in alarm as he exclaimed, "By the heavens!" Before Long Yu, at the boundary, a ghostly figure enveloped in black mist slowly emerged. From within the haze, two blood-red, demonic eyes appeared, quietly fixated on Lin Zhe, reminiscent of their encounter by the Tianlan River. Chapter 181. The Reappearance of Hong Tian, Half-Man, Half-Ghost. In the dark void, at the shattered boundary to the heavenly path, Long Yu occasionally glanced at Lin Zhe, then at the suddenly materialized ghostly figure, mumbling in disbelief. What in the world? He could not comprehend how yet another Tianming had appeared. Had he awoken from a slumber only to encounter two Tianming in succession? When did the supreme power of Tianming become so easily reproduced? Long Yu's confusion went unanswered. Lin Zhe and the ghostly figure stared at one another, the atmosphere thickening with tension. In that moment, phrases began to swirl in Long Yu's mind. True and false Tianming? The Tianming War? The methods of future generations are rather sophisticated. He cautiously stepped back, granting Lin Zhe and the ghostly figure room for conflict, lest he be caught in the aftermath of their struggle. However, at that instant, the ghostly figure shifted its gaze from Lin Zhe, swiftly locking onto Long Yu. A piercing light of destiny instantly bore down upon Long Yu. Lin Zhe also gradually turned his attention to Long Yu. Long Yu remained silent. Why were the two of them looking at him? Just as Long Yu was about to speak, his consciousness abruptly became hazy. A peculiar force squeezed at his awareness, forcibly seizing control of his body. In the next moment, Long Yu's eyes lost their luster. He became as cold and unfeeling as an ancient ice, towering like the heavens themselves, indifferent to the plight of mortals. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure capable of distorting time and space, shaking and commanding all within its domain, instantly enveloped the entire realm, suppressing the past, ruling the present, and controlling the future. The supreme and boundless force of destiny suddenly towered above the vastness, forcibly converging all fateful destinies into a singular point, rewriting the predetermined connections. Boom! A colossal hand, commanding the course of history and correcting the erroneous paths, descended from the heavens, grasping at the ghostly figure, as if a deity had descended to seize the throat of fate. Beneath this immense hand, the ghostly figure appeared minuscule and fragile. It seemed to convey the message, "You insignificant creatures dare to defy the heavens?" Its destiny, compared to that of the colossal hand, was but a firefly against the moon. One was heaven, the other earth, utterly incomparable. Witnessing this, Lin Zhe mused to himself, as such terrifying and boundless power of destiny could only stem from one source. The Tianming Emperor. Long Yu was indeed the contingency left behind by him. The purpose of his existence must surely be to eradicate the ghostly figure, to rectify the wrongs, and restore order. Upon reflection, It appears that the one who initially intervened against Hong Tian and Guiying at the Boundary River was indeed he, as the progenitor of destiny. He is engaged in the extermination of the heirs of that very destiny. Moreover, considering Guiying's remark about the toxic nature of the celestial scriptures, alongside Hong Tian's caution regarding the primordial myriad laws, Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Could it be that the 9 supreme beings have been secretly nurturing their own aims? With their formidable power, they could have long since quelled all past and future, resolving all causality without resorting to such soul-binding methods. There must be a deeper reason concerning the origins of the celestial body. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the Emperor of Destiny traversed the fabric of time and space, wielding a colossal hand of fate that overwhelmed Guiying. Just as Guiying was about to be obliterated into nothingness by the Emperor of Destiny, a resounding chime emanated from the ancient Wushan bell atop Wushan Mountain in the holy martial continent. The melodious toll resonated deeply within Long Yu's ears, stirring a flicker of struggle and a glimmer of sentience within his previously indifferent gaze. His consciousness was breaking free from the shackles of destiny. As Long Yu's awareness surged, the colossal hand that spanned time and space weakened slightly. Yet it pressed on relentlessly, conjuring a cataclysmic storm of annihilation. Under the ferocious tempest of destiny, the eerie black mist surrounding Guiying dissipated, revealing its true form. It was Hong Tian. Recognizing the familiar figure beneath the black mist, Lin Zhe was momentarily taken aback. The youth in the azure robe, who had once fallen into the boundary layer, could only be Hong Tian. However, unlike his former spirited self, Hong Tian now appeared emaciated, skeletal, and resembling a wretched half-human, half-ghost. The Wushan bell tolled once more. A stream of purple light surged forth from the depths of the bell's core, bringing time to a standstill. The decree of destiny had halted time and space. Brother Lin, aid me. Lin Zhe's gaze turned frigid as the 8 desolations blood within him surged rapidly, channeling his essence, spirit, and energy. Senlo, Wuyang, Xiaoyao, Jidaolin. With one hand raised to the heavens, Lin Zhe held his ground against the giant hand of the Emperor of Destiny in the stilled realm. The Wushan bell emitted a resonating hum, continuously reviving Long Yu's consciousness. Guiying Hong Tian sensed this as well, responding to the celestial power left behind by Hong Tian, assisting Lin Zhe in expelling the Emperor of Destiny from this temporal domain. The clash of formidable forces erupted like the collision of worlds, unleashing cataclysmic might. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar from Long Yu, the Emperor of Destiny was cast out from this space-time, dissolving into nothingness. Yet, the vast holy martial continent and the surrounding realms were also obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Only the ancient Wushan bell remained, spinning gently. What just happened? Long Yu awoke, bewildered, glancing around in confusion. Lin Zhe paid him no heed. He summoned the Wushan bell into his palm. As soon as the bell rested in Lin Zhe's grasp, a plethora of violet characters materialized before him. The Wushan bell was left for you and that old one. To see these inscriptions, it must mean that my brother Lin has arrived. Brother Lin, I trust you have observed that Hong Tian has fallen into a dire predicament. I truly do not know whom to trust anymore. I never imagined that my fate has been guided and controlled by someone all along. This guiding hand could be my past self or perhaps my future self. Upon reading this, Lin Zhe cast a glance at Guiying Hong Tian. After a profound look exchange between them, Guiying Hong Tian vanished mysteriously, akin to an obsession that, once fulfilled, dissipated into thin air. Ha ha ha, destiny, destiny. Those who toy with fate shall ultimately be toyed with by it. It is no wonder that no previous incarnations of the celestial body have met a good end. I am nearly driven mad. How long must this wretched fate torment me? The following lines were a chaotic scrawl, indicating Hong Tian's dismal mental state at that moment. Perhaps in this generation, I can only place my trust in you, who bears the same fateful burden of the celestial body. Go forth, enter that higher realm, and I shall bestow upon you all means to resist destiny. But remember, once inside, trust no one, not even myself. Chapter 182. Encountering the Small World. Kinjimin with his own stroke of the pen, Hong Tian's message within the Wushan bell concluded. Once Lin Zhe finished reading, these inscriptions were erased from existence by a powerful force of destiny, leaving no trace. Nearby, Long Yu tilted his head, as if his cognitive memory had encountered slight discrepancies. What was that bell? He observed Lin Zhe inspecting the Wushan bell and approached curiously. Although unaware of the specifics of what had transpired. The fact that even the holy martial world had been obliterated, yet this bell remained astonished Longyu. Is this the Wuxian bell? I had no idea that the artifact left by the Wuxian possessed such power. It certainly does not seem to belong to someone of the holy martial realm. Could it be that this individual, like us, originated from outside? Lin Zhe shot him a glance. Do you not know your own territory? Longyu reflected, recalling that during his arrival, his dragon spirit was in a weakened state. He had only superficially communicated with it, not gaining a comprehensive understanding. Furthermore, it was likely that the Wuxian's essence had diminished due to his prolonged slumber, rendering specific details hazy and indistinct. It seemed that Hong Qian had used the power of destiny to obscure his existence upon his arrival, fabricating a virtual identity which explained why it had gone unnoticed initially. Indeed, when pursued by the Emperor of Destiny, he must have possessed some means of survival. With this thought, Lin Zhe withdrew his gaze from the Wuxian bell and glanced at the location where the holy martial world once stood. Ultimately, it was shattered. Well then, he commanded, rebuild. The decree of destiny shall reconstitute the holy martial world that has vanished from the temporal river. The threads of fate of the holy martial world intertwined before Lin Zhe's eyes, ultimately restoring their original state. Let us proceed. Lin Zhe and Longyu turned to enter the higher realm. In the holy martial world, time rewound. Everything reverted to that moment before destruction. The Lieshan Wudi, grasping his grizzled beard, beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Master has returned." Suddenly, a look of terror crossed his face, quickly replaced by confusion. What has transpired? He dismissed it. My task is complete. With divine envoys and true dragons descending, it seems we have new ascendants appearing. Now, the priority is to ascend to the higher realm. I remember my master mentioning that should a new ascendant emerge in the holy martial realm, it would herald the opportunity for ascension across the boundary. At that time, I too shall ascend to the higher realm, continuing to follow my master's footsteps. Yet, what precisely is this opportunity for ascension? Furrowing his brow, Lieshan Wudi returned to Wuxian Mountain, contemplating the opportunity for ascension. In the mysterious higher realm, the figures of Lin Zhe and Longyu gradually materialized, respectfully invoking the divine. What the? A strange voice echoed in their ears. Before their eyes stood a multitude of Taoists clad in azure robes, gazing at Lin Zhe and Longyu with reverent awe. Brother, have we truly summoned the divine? I have no reason to. My summoning technique is not yet perfected. How could this be? Enough. Show some discernment and promptly pay your respects to the two divine beings. Yes, yes. The disciples of Kinjiman pay their respects to the divine, wishing the divine well. Hearing such words, Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly. What a familiar scene this was. If he recalled correctly, when he accompanied Hong Qian to retrieve the Tianming Xianjing and first entered that small world projection, the scene was remarkably similar. The same revered deity descended. The same disciples of Kinjiman were present. This could not possibly be mere coincidence, considering that beneath the guise of the ghostly figure was Hong Qian. And reflecting on how the ghostly figure had exiled the Tianming Xianjing to that small world, Lin Zhe's gaze sharpened. So from that moment on, you had already been revealing certain significant truths to me? Lin Zhe pondered. Meanwhile, Longyu seemed to have lost his senses. He charged towards several disciples of Kinjiman, demanding, "What did you say, Kinjiman? You audacious little spirits. How dare you claim to be disciples of Kinjiman?" In that moment, Longyu transformed into a wildly tempestuous youth with azure hair. Entering the upper realm, he was yet oblivious to the conditions of this realm and had no inkling of the current state of the dragon clan after so many years. For caution's sake, Longyu concealed his dragon form, masquerading as a human to traverse this world. At that moment, as a blue-haired youth, he wore an expression of fury, his hair bristling like a wild lion, as if his very faith had been desecrated, manifesting his deep indignation. A powerful aura of life naturally emanated from him, pressing down upon the disciples of Kinjiman, causing them to feel as though they were burdened by an immense weight, struggling to breathe. A mighty being. This must be an innate expert, one deeply entrenched in the innate realm. The disciples of Kinjiman exchanged fearful glances, each recognizing the terror reflected in the other's eyes. They hastily exclaimed, We return to the revered deity's words. Our Kinjiman has borne that name since the era of the Taichu Jilin Emperor, and it has been several centuries hence. There is no great being among us who has spoken of our transgressions. We did not know where we offended the revered deity's taboo. We implore your forgiveness for our ignorance. However, as soon as these words left their lips, The fury on Long Yu's face intensified. The Taichu Jilin Emperor era? Nonsense. You little spirits truly possess audacity. How dare you jest at my expense? The disciples of Kinjiman were at a loss. Saying Kinjiman is wrong, mentioning the Taichu Jilin Emperor era is also wrong. What do you wish from us? They exchanged glances, feeling apprehensive. Surely this esteemed being is in a foul mood, seeking a pretext for slaughtering for amusement. Alas, we are doomed. Please, revered deity, spare our lives. Spare us. Linza halted Longyu. Is there an issue with the Taichu Jilin Emperor era and Kinjiman? An issue? The implications are profound. The Taichu Jilin Emperor era predates the primordial heavenly court, marking the last epoch under the dominion of the malevolent deities. Every being from the primordial age, even if they cannot recall their own birth, would not forget the significant meaning embodied by the term Taichu Jilin Emperor era. Upon hearing this, Linza fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. So, we have returned to the time preceding the primordial heavenly court, have we not? Longyu vehemently shook his head in denial. Impossible. Even the time of the primordial heavenly court has been shattered beyond recovery. Let alone the malevolent deity era that existed long before the heavenly court. Linza gestured around. Take a moment to observe your surroundings and keenly feel the essence of this realm. Chapter 183. Taichu Jiji with your pinnacle of the mysterious life realm, coupled with your exceptional true dragon bloodline. It should not be difficult to perceive. Seeing Linza's serious demeanor, Longyu hesitated. He immediately surveyed his surroundings, expanding his perception of the world and carefully attuned to the environment. Indeed, there is a certain dissonance in the spiritual energy and Tao here. He looked upwards. Upwards? Longyu delved deeper into his perception. A shiver coursed through him, and he felt a chill. It was as if he had encountered a tremendous terror. When he opened his eyes, his expression was filled with dread. Looking up, he saw a shadow of an unparalleled supreme being overshadowing this realm. All the Tao of this world was under its dominion, or rather, the source of all laws and paths in this realm originated from it. Its name was Shun. Longyu uttered this enchanting yet perilous word with trembling lips. Shun, we are truly in an era where gods exist. Have we really returned to the Taichu Jiji? Longyu could hardly believe it. How could this be possible? After the 9 supreme beings slated, the consequences of Taichu vanished, and this time-space was utterly obliterated, forever lost. It cannot possibly re-emerge. Even the 9 supreme beings cannot reclaim it. After all, that era was the age of gods, a past that the 9 supreme beings, having united the myriad races of the primordial era, sacrificed immensely to finally exile. Such a feat is beyond the capacity of any single individual to interfere, unless someone from the later generations of the primordial can meddle in the fates of the gods. Wait a moment. Interfering with the gods. Suddenly, Longyu was struck by a terrifying possibility. His complexion turned pale. He gazed at the vast sky above. The azure expanse was boundless, soaring high and wide. The beings on the ground, in comparison to the vast heavens, were like insignificant ants, forever unable to glimpse the end of the sky, nor fathom its grandeur. Boom! A deafening thunderclap reverberated. In a daze, Longyu seemed to witness this realm morphing into a colossal hand. Everything was firmly grasped within that hand, controlling the fates of all beings, extending into eternity. Indeed, who else other than the god itself could dictate the will of the gods? Damn it! Longyu suddenly cursed, thinking it would have been better to perish on the battlefield. Linza cast a glance at Longyu. Why the rush? If it is truly as you suspect, then with that curse, you could have perished 800 times over, not to mention during those times when your words were even more grievous. Longyu smirked. That is quite true. Yet, this only makes our return to the Taichu Jiji all the more peculiar. Reflecting on it, from the battle against the gods to the Dragon Clan launching a full-scale assault on the Tianming Dijuan, then suffering grave injuries and being cast into Shengwu, followed by the awakening of the Tianming Xianyi, and finally, in a state of confusion, returning to the Taichu Jiji, everything seemed to be meticulously orchestrated. Longyu scratched his head and muttered, damn it, if I were to return to the era of the primordial, I would surely be deceived. It was simply insufficient, utterly inadequate. Forget it, let them do as they please. Longyu decided to cast aside these thoughts, as they were not his concern. After all, he could not comprehend it, nor could he resist it. In any case, since someone had orchestrated his arrival, he would follow the flow of events and eventually understand their intentions. Longyu gained clarity. With these thoughts put aside, he began to regard this world with a different perspective. The Taichu Jiji was a time that many had never set foot in. While this era may be one of darkness, for Long Yu, a being from the future, it was not entirely dismal. At the very least, there existed a wealth of divine secrets that had been lost and destroyed during the Taichu Jiji. Numerous heavenly runes, only grasped by the mightiest beings, and certain treasures born from the mysteries of the great Tao were all imprinted in Long Yu's mind. In particular, the present disciples of Kinjiman. Had it not been for later historical confirmations, who would have believed that this seemingly inconspicuous Kinjiman had birthed a man named Qing Song? Furthermore, who would have anticipated that this Qing Song accomplished the legendary feats of slaying gods and emperors? Neither the malevolent deities nor the heavenly emperor could surpass him. Such a legend would surely be too fantastical for even the protagonists of folktales to dare to pen. As Long Yu gazed at the disciples of Kinjiman before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. According to the disciples, Kinjiman had only existed for a few hundred years. By this timeline, Qing Song should still be honing his skills within Kinjiman. I shall now make my advance to secure his favor. Might this not grant me peace of mind for the future? How splendid! Long Yu suddenly perceived that visiting Taichu Ji was not without its merits. However, upon contemplating the profound cunning of Qing Song, who had even ensnared the evil god and the heavenly emperor, he feared that his impetuous approach would lead to being outwitted in mere moments. Long Yu was acutely aware of his own limitations. He had never been one to engage in mental games, especially not in the presence of such legendary figures. After some deliberation, Long Yu resolved to seek the counsel of a more astute mind. He cast a glance at Lin Zhe and transmitted all pertinent information regarding Qing Yimin into Lin Zhe's consciousness. What do you think? Upon receiving Long Yu's message, Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Qing Song, the pursuit has yielded fruit without toil. He had long wished to discern the true identity of the mastermind behind all this. But the question remained, how to approach him without raising suspicion. Lin Zhe remarked that if Qing Song was indeed as cunning as you suggest, the best approach would be to speak no falsehoods. Sincerity is always the most potent weapon. Lin Zhe gestured toward the disciples of Qing Yimin before them. We shall arrive as we came. Understood, Qing Yimin. A crisis had arisen. The leader of Qing Yimin was startled by the exclamations of his disciples, his face twitching in disbelief. What chaos is this? I'm still alive. The disciples, filled with anxiety, exclaimed that it was not the leader, but rather their senior brother, Li, and others who had encountered an incident while preaching in the village, summoning two deities. According to senior brother Li's observations, these two deities were likely transcendental beings of the innate fifth realm or above, and they were currently making their way to our Qing Yimin. What? Above the innate fifth realm? The day of the Spirit Emperor's celestial patrol is approaching, and yet such beings dare to reveal themselves? Are they not afraid of death? My goodness! The leader of Qing Yimin trembled with urgency. Go! Quickly instruct everyone to prepare a warm welcome for the two deities. What are you standing around for? Hurry! Yes, yes. The disciple hurried off. Chapter 184, The Great Formation. Qing Yimin, Lin Zhe, and Long Yu, guided by numerous disciples, arrive at this unique domain where Qing Song resided. Upon arrival, Long Yu quietly extended his mental perception, taking in the entirety of Qing Yimin. In his perception, the overall strength of Qing Yimin was rather modest, with the strongest barely reaching the second innate realm of divine veins. Seeing this, Long Yu felt a surge of joy and communicated with Lin Zhe, indicating that the clan's records were indeed accurate. At this moment, Qing Yimin had not yet grown powerful, and Qing Song had yet to rise to prominence. We have arrived at just the right time. Lin Zhe acknowledged with a sound, while his consciousness swept over every individual within Qing Yimin. Simultaneously, he secretly activated the boundless holy weapon within his sword box, using the power of destiny to trace the origins of the holy weapon that belonged to Qing Song. In an instant, Lin Zhe had observed nearly 10,000 disciples of Qing Yimin. However, none of them reacted to the holy weapon belonging to Qing Song within the sword box. This is unexpected, Lin Zhe mused, furrowing his brow. Given his current proximity to the boundless realm, coupled with his mastery of extreme techniques and the 33 Dao fruits, he had confidence that even facing Qing Song himself, he would remain unbeaten, not to mention pinpointing his existence with his holy weapon at a specific location. Unless, at this moment, Qing Song had not yet arrived at Qing Yimin. As Lin Zhe pondered this, a middle-aged Taoist in blue robes hurriedly flew toward them. This Taoist was the leader of Qing Yimin. Upon sighting Long Yu and Lin Zhe from afar, he needed no incantation. The hierarchy inscribed in the chain of life conveyed the formidable nature of these two beings. Great beings, absolutely formidable entities. A distinguished guest has arrived. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive me. After the initial greeting, the leader of Qing Yimin, now visibly anxious, glanced at the sky and lowered his voice, stating that both of them were aware that the day of the Spirit Emperor's celestial patrol was near, and this was not a suitable place for conversation. I beseech you, esteemed deities, to enter the mountain gate for further discussion. With that, the leader of Qing Yimin solemnly instructed a nearby attendant, "Open the Great Formation." Yes. As the words fell, a massive, mysterious formation diagram appeared in the air, then melded into the void, vanishing from sight. Please. The leader of Qing Yimin led Lin Zhe and Long Yu into the mountain gate. It was not until they passed through a layer of enigmatic mist that the leader of Qing Yimin let out a long sigh of relief. Turning, he finally had the opportunity to pay his respects, saying, "I am Qing Hong, and I greet the esteemed deities. I hope for your understanding regarding any shortcomings." Just as Qing Hong began to speak, he noticed Lin Zhe and Long Yu looking at him with stern expressions. A wave of heavy pressure surged within Qing Hong's heart. When had he incurred the wrath of these two? Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he activated the Great Formation, he was met with the astonishment of Long Yu. Who mused, "Is this the Great Formation? Intriguing, truly worthy of being the treasure of the god-slaying era." This formation has significant origins. Not merely origins. This mechanism was specifically developed to deceive the will of the evil gods. The predecessors of the anti-heaven faction relied heavily on the Great Formation to orchestrate their strategies. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle would remain uncertain. It is fortunate that the Heavenly Emperor is an unparalleled scholar to have created such a thing. At this point, Long Yu paused, and his expression suddenly changed. No, at this time, the Heavenly Emperor had yet to rise. From whence did the Great Formation come? What the hell? Hearing this, Lin Zhe's eyes flickered slightly. He opened his palm to reveal a small, ancient bell resting there, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Do not rush. Let's not forget, we're not the only ones who have come here. There's also a martial god. But this too is amiss. As a significant contributor to the god-slaying war, the Great Formation is steeped in the karmic energy of the evil god's demise. The 9 sovereigns had long since united to banish it, burying it alongside the evil gods in this segment of lost history. Logically, no one in later generations should have the capability to establish the Great Formation. The one who opened the formation is right before us. Why not inquire? Thus, Lin Zhe and Long Yu fixed their serious gazes upon Qing Hong. From whence did you learn of this Great Formation? Qing Hong was taken aback. Huh? He then sighed in relief, realizing it was merely this matter. He had thought he had inadvertently offended the two. He responded, "This Great Formation was passed down from the upper sect, which governs the territory of our Qing Yimin, the Yin-Yang Xianmen. According to the Xianmen, this formation has long been made public knowledge among the various great powers of the world. All sects, great and small, are required to master this formation. It seems this is not a secret. Could it be that the esteemed deity's location is still unaware of the Great Formation?" Lin Zhe and Long Yu exchanged glances. Long Yu then added, "We have encountered perilous circumstances, leading to certain unforeseen events. Our visit to Qing Yimin has spanned many years. It is fortunate that your disciple's invocation technique inadvertently opened a certain unexpected node, allowing us to escape." Qing Hong, upon hearing this, finally understood. So that is the case. I had thought that with the approaching day of the Spirit Emperor's celestial patrol, you two would dare to linger in the outside world. It turns out you have faced such trials. No wonder you were unaware of the existence of the Great Formation. Please do elaborate. Qing Hong continued, "Actually, my knowledge of the Great Formation is limited. I only know that approximately 500 years ago, the Yin-Yang Xianmen urgently summoned the various innate sects of the Yin-Yang domain to impart knowledge of the Great Formation, requiring all sects to master its execution. As it significantly aids in evading the senses of the heavens during the celestial patrol, thereby avoiding the Spirit Emperor's scrutiny. It must be said that this formation is indeed marvelous. Since its inception, the number of formidable beings from various clans sacrificed during the patrol days has dramatically decreased, allowing many key targets above the innate 5th realm to evade this calamity. It is hard to fathom what kind of extraordinary talent could devise such a heaven-defying technique. It is truly remarkable. After a moment of admiration, Qinghong remarked that perhaps the might of the Grand Formation has bolstered the confidence of the various clans. According to rumors circulating in the marketplace, the foremost powers of the ancient era intend to establish a vast formation network, transforming the major sects into focal points, thereby enveloping the entire ancient realm in the shadow of this grand array, completely obscuring the celestial mechanisms. Upon hearing the term vast formation network, Long Yu and Lin Zhe exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing a crucial point. This might elucidate why they could enter the realm of the deity without detection. They gazed skyward, realizing that their vast formation network had indeed come to fruition. Chapter 185, Lin Family by the Sea. Gazing at the distant mountains and inhaling the fresh breeze of the forest, Long Yu fell into a deep silence for an extended period. Finally, he murmured softly, "It's chaotic. Everything is in disarray." Long Yu began to doubt the very nature of his existence. Was all that lay before him merely a dream conjured in the moments before his demise? Yet if that were true, perhaps it would be for the best. Casting a sidelong glance at the contemplative Long Yu, Lin Zhe communicated telepathically, "Do not rush. There's another matter that will astound you even further." Long Yu's head snapped up. What more could there possibly be? Is this not chaotic enough? In response, Lin Zhe simply stated 4 words, "Qingtsong is no more." Long Yu was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Literally," Lin Zhe responded. "The Qingtsong you speak of is currently not within the Qingyi sect." Long Yu could hardly believe it. Impossible. He turned his gaze towards the towering peaks of the Qingyi sect, unleashing his powerful divine sense like a tempest, swiftly sweeping through the entire sect. Boom! The majestic might of the true dragon surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, overwhelming all in its path. A pair of true dragon eyes encompassed all changes in the universe. At that moment, everyone within the Qingyi sect felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end, and a profound sense of dread enveloping them. You are. Qinghong's face turned ashen, a great sage of the dragon race. In the absence of any anomalies detected by his divine sense, Long Yu seized Qinghong by the collar. "I ask you, is there a disciple named Qingtsong here?" "Qingtsong?" Hearing this name, Qinghong deduced that he must be a direct disciple who had learned the secret methods of the Qingyi sect. Yet, he could not recall having a disciple by that name. There shouldn't be any. Shouldn't be? The realization struck Long Yu like a thunderbolt, leaving him in a state of utter shock. How could this be possible? Compared to Long Yu's overwhelming reaction, Lin Zhe remained remarkably composed. He had grown accustomed to such unforeseen developments. Everything unfolding now was beyond the script he was familiar with, yet it did not faze him. He would confront whatever came his way. If there were benefits, he would seize them, and, if not, he would simply confront it head-on. With his current strength, he was more than capable of facing anyone, including the 9 supreme beings. As long as they dared to emerge, Lin Zhe would not hesitate to confront them. Why is it impossible? Qingtsong has long since reached the boundless realm. His origins have naturally been erased. Why can't he be absent from the Qingyi sect? Long Yu nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head. Logically, the power of the boundless could indeed accomplish this. However, the issue lies in the fact that this is the era of the deity. The deity's power surpasses the rules of the boundless. Lin Zhe shot a glance at Long Yu. "You are aware of the realm of the boundless?" "While I cannot fathom the power of the boundless, the memories of this past remain vivid. As an individual from the ancient era, who could resist such a grand and magnificent epic? I recall that elders in my clan once remarked that the deity's status is absolute and transcendent. His dominion over the myriad clans is inevitable. To illustrate, it is akin to the innate versus the acquired. No matter how powerful one's acquired cultivation becomes, the innate can suppress spiritual energy with a mere thought, rendering one's strength futile. Before the innate, mortals remain mere mortals, unable to transcend the chasm between the innate and the acquired. The deity's oppression of beings like us is even more profound. He is the singular deity, and in his era, he is the absolute sovereign. To him, all clans are but mortals, insignificant insects. He does not permit the existence of the boundless, and thus the boundless cannot exist. He is the source of all things and the end of all things. This is the ultimate realm sought after by countless cultivators. When discussing the concept of the boundless, Long Yu appeared contemplative. Boundless, boundless. What does it mean to be boundless? People often jest that this realm is defined as, if I say you cannot be boundless, then you cannot be boundless. That is the essence of being boundless. Lin Zhe smirked. So, the ultimate interpretation lies with me? Incredible. But if that is the case, how did the 9 supreme beings manage to surpass the malevolent deity? Was it truly solely reliant on this so-called vast formation network? He found that rather unconvincing. At that moment, Long Yu interjected, I know what you're thinking. The deity's absolute supremacy is indeed an irreversible necessity. However, the Tao encompasses 50, while the heavenly transformations yield 49. One must conceal themselves from the rest. The victory of the 9 supreme beings was a result of countless sacrifices for a singular, unparalleled glimmer of hope. They took advantage of the situation. This ties back to what I mentioned earlier about the deity's era and theirs. They acknowledged the deity's supremacy in the era of the beginning while denying his singularity in the ancient era, ultimately banishing his era to obscurity. Wait a moment. Denial? At this point, Long Yu suddenly had a revelation. He glanced at Lin Zhe, who instantly comprehended. Others indeed cannot interfere in the deity's era, but the deity's power can. The destiny immortal body, Hong Tian. Are you suggesting that this martial deity denied Qing Song's existence? Even if Qing Song is the weakest among the 9 supreme beings, Hong Tian would not possess the ability to negate him. Long Yu hesitated. Perhaps the Destiny Emperor could? Setting aside whether the Destiny Emperor could negate another supreme being. As far as I know, the Destiny Emperor and Qing Song travel the same path. Long Yu felt a headache coming on. His mind was overwhelmed. Each conclusion contradicted what he had previously understood. Enough. Since we are here, let us be at peace with it. Lin Zhe remained remarkably calm. Once we enter, do not trust anyone. Even without Hong Tian's warning, Lin Zhe, having been deceived before, was well aware. Some matters cannot be taken at face value. He must witness them with his own eyes. The first matter. Lin Zhe directed his gaze southeast of this realm. There lay a small fishing village and a young boy. Despite being a celestial body that emerged only after slaying a deity, it appeared in the primordial era before the deity was slain. This was indeed a reversal of heavenly principles. Lin Zhe needed to investigate this further. With a thought, he vanished from the Qingyi sect. Southeast, Linhai Fishing Village. No, it should now be called Linhai City. The saying goes, when one person ascends to greatness, even their chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Due to the emergence of an extraordinary genius, the once impoverished fishing village transformed into a flourishing city. On this day, the Lord of Linhai City celebrated the birth of a precious son, hosting an extravagant banquet. Noble families from all corners came to offer their congratulations, and even the emperor sent gifts. This was because the Lord's residence was the ancestral home of that remarkable genius. Although that unparalleled figure had severed his ties with the mortal realm and had not returned to Linhai for over a decade, his lingering prestige continued to shelter the Lord's residence, ensuring its enduring glory. Chapter 186. The Heavenly Emperor, Lin Bahuang. The Lord's residence was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. Brimming with joy, guests arrived in a continuous stream. Congratulations, Lord Lin. Congratulations on the birth of your precious son. Congratulations, congratulations. Hearing the chorus of well wishes, the middle-aged Lord of Linhai City could not suppress the smile that spread across his face. He laughed heartily while beckoning everyone to sit down. Once the guests were seated, they began to scrutinize the infant nestled in the city lord's arms. This examination turned out to be quite remarkable. The baby exhibited a celestial glow emanating from its head, surrounded by a veil of purple mist, with a faint golden membrane shimmering on its surface, resembling a divine child descending to the mortal realm. Undoubtedly extraordinary. Is it a manifestation of innate spiritual light? My heavens! A divine child has been born? The guests at the head table were astounded. Throughout history, whenever an infant was born with unusual brilliance or accompanied by divine light, it was invariably a sign of heavenly fortune, heralding greatness in the future. At the very least, such a being must possess an innate divine essence. Goodness gracious! With this, the Lin family would have 2 prodigious figures. With 2 divine guardians in the future, the Lin family is bound to ascend to greatness, transcending the ordinary. No wonder that old fellow has been grinning from ear to ear, laughing nonstop since the beginning. The guests exchanged glances, and even the food on the table suddenly lost its appeal. They acknowledged their envy. Who wouldn't feel envious in such a situation? Congratulations to City Lord Lin. Congratulations to City Lord Lin. I wondered why I felt so invigorated and in high spirits today. It turns out I was blessed by the spiritual light of the young Master Lin. Yet, despite their envy, they still needed to flatter him, as they hoped to gain some benefits from the Lin family. City Lord, judging by the young Master's aura, he is destined to become a figure who stirs the winds and clouds in the future. Have you had the chance to cleanse his meridians and examine his bones? This cannot be delayed. The City Lord replied with a hearty laugh. Who could argue with that? This little fellow has kept me on my toes. I fear I might delay his progress. Thankfully, in a few years, I will send him to his elder brother for personal guidance. The City Lord's words were both playful and boastful, as well as a warning to the crowd. Implicitly, he conveyed that the news of the divine child born into the Lin family had already been communicated to his elder brother, and they should refrain from harboring ill intentions. Upon hearing the mention of the elder brother, the crowd immediately grasped his underlying message. The elder brother spoken of by the City Lord was indeed the remarkable figure who transformed Lin Hai from a small fishing village into a grand city. The guests promptly began to shower the City Lord with compliments. City Lord, has the child been given a name? Naming is not urgent. It requires thoughtful consideration. I fear that a mundane name might bring misfortune. This was indeed a valid point. As the conversation unfolded, a maid rushed in and whispered a few words in the City Lord's ear. The City Lord's expression shifted slightly. My apologies, everyone. An urgent matter has arisen. I must excuse myself for the time being. Please enjoy your meal and drink well. Third son, ensure the guests are well taken care of. With that, the City Lord promptly departed with the maid. At the Lin family's library, Lin Zhe set down the Lin family annals with a gentle sigh, a puzzled expression on his face. He picked up another ancient book nearby, which bore 5 glaring characters. To Lin Zhe, these 5 characters were exceedingly eye-catching. He remained silent for a long time. This situation truly defied the heavens. He murmured softly. An elderly woman emerged from outside the library, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. She walked with an air of authority, exuding a formidable presence. She first cast a calm glance at Lin Zhe, then glanced at the Lin family's secret technique in his hands. Slowly, she spoke, to have evaded my notice, and entered the Lin family library undetected. You possess commendable skills. However, no matter how exceptional you are, you must understand the consequences of stealing my Lin family's secret techniques. Especially when the technique you have pilfered is the foundation of our clan, the Ziyue Huanshintong. As she spoke, a new crescent moon of violet hue enveloped the elderly woman's pupils, reflecting a mesmerizing moonlight. Surely you are aware of the owner of this technique, are you not? As she spoke, the elderly woman unleashed a powerful aura directed towards Lin Zhe, hoping to catch him off guard. However, it was as ineffective as a mud cow sinking into the sea. The elderly woman's aura dissipated instantaneously, failing to exert any influence. Observing this, the elderly woman furrowed her brow. A formidable opponent. When did such a person arrive in Lin Hai City? This complicates matters. As her thoughts raced, a stream of violet moonlight quietly flowed along the shadow of the elderly woman, heading towards the library's entrance. Naturally, the elderly woman's movements did not escape Lin Zhe's notice. Moreover, this technique originated from Lin Zhe's own creation, the Ziyue Huanshintong. Indeed, the technique employed by the elderly woman, the so-called foundational secret of the Lin family, was precisely the Ziyue Huanshintong that Lin Zhe had once imparted to that celestial body boy in the shattered world. Upon discovering the transformation of the small fishing village into Lin Hai City, Lin Zhe had sensed the aura of this technique. He had quickly traced its origin to the Lin family library, examining the entire history of the Lin family. The results were astonishing, leaving Lin Zhe momentarily speechless and in deep contemplation. For, in addition to discovering that the Ziyue Huanshintong, known only to him and the celestial body boy, genuinely existed in the Taichu era, he had also unearthed an even more outrageous revelation from the Lin family annals. The annals recorded that the Lin family had possessing extraordinary intelligence, a genius among scholars. Under his leadership, the Lin family became an unstoppable force, rapidly expanding, transforming Lin Hai from a small fishing village into the renowned heavy city of Lin Hai in less than 2 years. In the subsequent 3 years, the Lin family shattered the shackles of the mortal realm, entering the realm of innate divinity, thus becoming widely recognized as an unparalleled prodigy, with the Lin family standing tall and unyielding. A year later, the Lin family transcended the mundane, severing earthly ties, entering the ethereal realm. leaving behind a series of legends that sparked the imagination. This prodigious figure, who single-handedly propelled the Lin family and transformed Lin Hai, was named Lin Bahuang. Yes, the ancient celestial emperor, Lin Bahuang. The moment Lin Zhe spotted this name in the Lin family annals, he was utterly stunned. He had never anticipated that he had already met the celestial emperor of his own family. Nor could he have fathomed that everything in the shattered small world had genuinely impacted that lost past. What does this mean? Is it a reversal of causality? A defiance of the heavens? Where did things go awry? Lin Zhe began to mentally retrace the various events he had encountered, aligning them with the plot of the original novel. He remained silent. Outside the library, a flurry of footsteps echoed. Soon, a stream of Lin family members entered in succession. They formed a formation. With specific steps, they surrounded Lin Zhe within the library. "Grandmother, are you all right?" The city lord had also arrived at the library, swiftly positioning himself in front to shield the elderly woman. "I am fine." The elderly woman shook her head, her expression grave as she gazed at Lin Zhe. "You must be cautious. The intruder possesses considerable strength." "I understand. This thief is aware that my Lin family's Yue Huanshintong originates from Bahuang, yet still dares to covet it, indicating he has some strength. It seems Bahuang's absence for over a decade in the ethereal realm has finally led some individuals to grow restless. Do you have confidence?" The elderly woman leaned on her dragon-headed cane, her penetrating gaze concealing a hint of concern. In response, the city lord confidently stated, "Rest assured, grandmother. Bahuang left behind many celestial techniques when he departed. Coupled with my half-step innate cultivation, I am more than capable of defending against our foes. As a being of half-step innate caliber, claiming invincibility in this realm devoid of true innate beings is not an exaggeration. Moreover, with the legacy and techniques from genuine innate beings, he was indeed confident in repelling the enemy." However, when his gaze fell upon Lin Zhe, the city lord's brows slightly furrowed. The power granted by the half-step innate realm endowed him with unparalleled strength, alongside an unfathomable perception that transcended human understanding. Relying on this instinctive awareness, the city lord sensed an uncanny familiarity emanating from the approaching individuals. This sense of familiarity was inexplicably strange. It unexpectedly led the city lord to feel a strange impression that this rogue was not an outsider. How peculiar. After contemplating, the city lord spoke sternly. "You have intruded into my Lin family's precious library without permission. Is this not a blatant disregard for the Lin family's dignity?" Lin Zhe found himself momentarily speechless. He surveyed his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, he saw members of the Lin family, all of whom were his ancient ancestors. This stood in stark contrast to the Lin family of the later generations, which had fallen into disarray, leaving only a solitary descendant. If his grandfather were present to witness the immense prosperity of the Lin family, he surely would not have worn such a stern expression. With a gentle sigh, Lin Zhe said, "Please do not blame me, esteemed clan leader. Throughout my life, I have had a penchant for various extraordinary skills and secret techniques. Upon encountering the Ziyue Wanshin Tong, I simply could not contain my eagerness and did not wait to consult the clan leader before indulging my eyes. I hope you will forgive my rudeness." "Oomph." The city lord scoffed. "What a notion of forgiveness. Pray tell, how shall I forgive you?" To secretly observe another's inherited techniques is a grave offense that shakes the very foundation of their legacy. Such a monumental transgression cannot simply be brushed aside with a word of forgiveness. Rest assured, clan leader, I possess ample sincerity to resolve the misunderstanding between us." Lin Zhe replied with a smile. Speaking of sincerity, Lin Zhe had never sought rare resources such as heavenly materials, elixirs, or precious treasures throughout his life, leading him to be a wuxiang xingzhe with empty pockets. However, this was of little concern. "Here," Lin Zhe said, extending his hand to reveal a jade vial emanating a radiant glow, unmistakably a remarkable object. "And here," he added, summoning a flame-infused spiritual herb that manifested with the majestic aura of a phoenix. Lin Zhe presented these two items before the city lord, believing they would adequately convey his sincerity. Upon witnessing this, the city lord's understanding deepened. The mere act of summoning such extraordinary items from afar clearly indicated the identity of his visitor, an innate divine being. A true innate divine presence had graced the Lin family. The city lord's heart tightened, his previous confidence dissipating. The exalted status of a divine being was not something he, a mere half-step innate practitioner, could hope to contend with. One misstep, and the Lin family could face annihilation. Indeed, You are a divine being who has descended upon the Lin family. Please pardon my ignorance, for I failed to recognize your true form." The city lord acknowledged, "It is an honor for my Lin family to receive such gifts from a divine being. This sincerity is unnecessary. I implore you to retract it." Once Lin Zhe revealed his divine identity, the previously tense atmosphere softened, and their roles shifted. As the city lord began to bow in respect, Lin Zhe's eyelid twitched, and he quickly halted him. "There is no need for such formality. I am not unreasonable. It is true that I took without prior notice, and it is only right to make amends." Seeing that Lin Zhe did not appear to be speaking in jest, the city lord hesitated. He glanced at the items in Lin Zhe's hands. His mortal perspective limited his understanding, yet he recognized these were indeed exceptional treasures, particularly the flame-infused herb, which had raised the temperature in the library several-fold and invigorated the surrounding spiritual energy. If any clan member practiced fire-related techniques and consumed it, their future would be boundless. The city lord gulped. He desired these items, but reason advised against it. Why would this divine being bestow such significant gifts upon the Lin family without cause? Was it merely for having glimpsed the Lin family's Ziyue Wanshan Tong? That seemed unlikely, truly unlikely. The city lord could not fathom the underlying motives, sensing there must be a hidden agenda. "Please, esteemed divine being," he began again, when the elder behind him offered a suggestion. "In this region, we have not seen the presence of innate divine beings for decades. Yet today, one has suddenly appeared, heading straight for our Lin family, and has presented us with these two gifts under the pretense of an apology. Could this be connected to the Linghai?" Upon hearing this, the city lord experienced a moment of clarity. It was indeed the elder who had sparked the realization. Why would the Lin family merit the attention of an innate divine being? Only another innate being could command such respect. The individual before him was likely a friend of the innate being from Linghai. They had come to pay respect to the spiritual child and brought gifts for the Lin family. Recalling the spiritual correspondence previously sent to Linghai, the city lord felt increasingly convinced. His spirits lifted. He asked, "Could it be that you share a history with my son, Linghai? More than just a history, I suppose." Lin Zhe replied, tacitly acknowledging the city lord's assertion. "Indeed, it seems so. May I inquire your name?" The city lord asked. "One character, Zhe," Lin Zhe responded. "Sh." The city lord mentally nodded, recognizing the significance of a single character name, much like the deities from ancient myths. "Mr. Zhe, you have come today for the spiritual child of our Lin family, have you not? My son is indeed fortunate to have been born into this world and to have the honor of meeting an innate divine being and receiving gifts from you." On behalf of his son, the city lord expressed profound gratitude. Lin Zhe understood well the term spiritual child referred to. With a mere thought, he could perceive every action in the world. Regarding the spiritual child, Lin Zhe glanced outside the library at the infant, cradled in someone's arms, radiating a luminous aura. Dijun Lao Zhu. I did not expect our reunion to occur in such a manner. Chapter 188. The reversal of causality. Behold, this spiritual child emanates a divine light, possessing formidable innate consciousness. His body is enveloped in a golden aura. His physique is sacred, pure, and untainted. He is infused with purple energy, harmonizing with spiritual essence. With all meridians connected, his essence, energy, and spirit coexist and depend on one another, forming a perfect unity that is unparalleled. Such remarkable traits, throughout the entirety of antiquity, could only belong to the progenitor of the Ba Huang bloodline. There is no mistake. The radiant spiritual child is none other than the future formidable ancestor of the Lin family, the Ba Huang Dijun. Yet, gazing at the infant before him, still in the nursing stage, Lin Zhe found it challenging to reconcile this image with that of the majestic figure who would steadfastly guard the Dao Jian mountain for countless years, unwavering against the heavens. "Has his child been named?" Lin Zhe inquired. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's question, the city lord and the elder exchanged glances. "Not yet. I feared bestowing a mundane name would bring misfortune to the child. I intended to wait for his elder brother to return to seize a fitting character. However, now that my son has this great fortune to receive the divine being's presence, if you could bestow a name upon him, he would be most fortunate." Lin Zhe hastily interrupted. "I cannot allow you to say that any further. If you do, it would truly be a reversal of the heavenly order. Better to wait for his elder brother to return to name him. Moreover, I have come to Linghai for another matter, and my visit to the Lin family was merely a coincidence. You need not concern yourselves with me, nor should you make any grand gestures. I must take my leave now. That would be best, the city lord thought. Although he sensed an inexplicable familiarity with the divine being, and despite the goodwill Lin Zhe had shown towards the Lin family, he recognized that this was still an innate being of uncertain origins. The whims of innate divine beings are unpredictable. Should he inadvertently offend him, it would spell disaster for the Lin family. Such a situation should be avoided as much as possible. The city lord added, "In that case, my Lin family holds some prestige in Linghai. If there are any mundane matters that you prefer not to address directly, please feel free to instruct my family members to take care of them." "Thank you." Lin Zhe nodded, taking one last deep look at all the Lin family members before vanishing from sight. As Lin Zhe departed, the members of the Lin family collectively exhaled in relief. The innate beings depart as swiftly as they arrive, leaving no trace behind. The matriarch sighed, observing the city lord lost in thought, gazing at the spot where Lin Zhe had vanished. "What troubles you?" she inquired. The city lord shook his head. "It is nothing. Perhaps I am mistaken, but I cannot shake the feeling that this individual possesses a strangely familiar warmth." "Perhaps you sense the aura of Ba Huang upon him," she suggested. The city lord nodded, pondering the arrival of an innate being at the Lin family. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. To be prudent, I shall dispatch another spiritual message to Ba Huang to forewarn them. That would be wise. Now let us disperse. Be discreet after you leave, so as not to spoil today's joyous banquet. Yes, clan leader. With that brief interlude concerning the divine guest concluded, the Lin family returned to the warm atmosphere of their celebration. In the realm above the 9 heavens, Lin Zhe beheld the scene of the Lin family gather. Observing their smiles, he could not help but feel a flicker of joy within himself. This unexpected journey through Tai Chu, regardless of its outcome, had been worthwhile. He had encountered his ancestors, witnessed the flourishing Lin family of yore, and even conversed with the infant emperor ancestor. However, a thought lingered. Within this peculiar temporal plane, even the illustrious Ba Huang and the ancient Tian Di, who had transcended their origins, could trace their youthful paths. Yet, why had Qing Tsang diverged from his former trajectory and abandoned Qing Yimin? Was there some scheme orchestrated by Hong Tian? Lin Zhe had sensed no signs of Hong Tian's presence nearby, and considering Hong Tian's precarious situation, it seemed unlikely he had the capacity to provoke Qing Tsang while evading the pursuit of the Tian Ming emperor. As Lin Zhe pondered this, his gaze flickered. The Lin family's legacy of the Ziyu Huan Xian Tong suggested that Tian Di Lin Ba Huang had indeed attained the powers of an immortal body. This implied that the abilities of the 9 immortal bodies had inexplicably manifested before the slaying of the gods. Consequently, it was highly plausible that Qing Tsang had also acquired the powers of an immortal body at this time. Given Qing Tsang's ambition, would he still seek training in Qing Yimin after gaining such power? This notion seemed plausible, yet would completely upend the established order of causality. Moreover, this causality entailed the singular, supreme existence of the gods and the 9 great sovereigns, who possessed such formidable capabilities to disrupt and reverse the vast wheel of time and space. Lin Zhe furrowed his brows in deep contemplation. The toxic immortal scriptures had led to the demise of the 9 great sovereigns, suggesting a targeted scheme from the gods. The emergence of the Mishandazin and the 9 immortal bodies in the Age of the Gods had reversed causality, resurrecting the Age of the Gods. This bore the hallmark of the 9 sovereigns attempting to defy fate. Could it be? Lin Zhe raised his eyes to the boundless heavens, that the struggle between the 9 great sovereigns and the gods was far from over? Even now, were they still battling through myriad changes, each seeking a sliver of survival? Just as Lin Zhe delved deeper into these profound implications, the void beside him rippled, and the figure of Long Yu emerged. "Why did you suddenly leave? If it weren't for your command over Tian Ming, I would not have sensed your presence," he remarked, surveying their surroundings. "Have you uncovered the mastermind behind this?" The ability to invoke the powers of Tian Ming is no small feat. Scanning the area, he detected no anomalies. Lin Zhe shot a sidelong glance at Long Yu. "I was merely reflecting that while there is Qing Tsang in Tai Chu, there is also Tian Di. If we cannot locate Qing Tsang, should we not seek out Tian Di instead?" Long Yu shrugged. "You may be destined for disappointment. It is a vicious cycle. To find Tian Di, one must first locate Qing Tsang." Before Lin Zhe could inquire further, Long Yu continued, "The emperor spans across the ages, and no one can trace his origins. In various ancient chronicles, his first appearance is linked to a mysterious master of Qing Tsang, leading to the revelation of the emperor. It was then that the enigmatic Ba Huang clan first entered the annals of history." That sounds familiar, does it not? Long Yu mused, indeed. Long Yu sighed thus. I say the emperor is unparalleled, a prodigy beyond compare. Whether in his cultivation or the awe-inspiring Mishandazen in this era of Tai Chu, it is a cataclysmic event. Had it not been for later historical evidence, who would dare believe that under the dominion of the gods, there existed a supreme being capable of evading their influence and escaping their pursuit to achieve the status of Wuxia? It was precisely for this reason that the myriad clans of antiquity saw in the emperor a glimmer of hope to break free from the shackles of fate, allowing the rebellion against the heavens to gain strength. Otherwise, how could those cunning, long-hidden ancients ever join the emperor in a seemingly unwinnable battle? Regarding the emperor's existence, there was always a sense of reverence. Be it the former Ling Huang, Lin Chongqing, or the current Long Yu, whenever the emperor was mentioned, they could not help but express their profound respect. Such a magnificent figure would only need to bestow a modicum of fortune to benefit an entire lifetime. If only I could find him, I would have sought him out myself. Alas, Long Yu shook his head, sighing heavily. Let's not dwell on this any longer. After a moment, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Speaking to Lin Zhe, I have reconsidered. Why ponder so much? Regardless of how we arrived in Tai Chu and whose plans lie behind it, we are here now, and we cannot let this opportunity go to waste. Let's boldly embark on a grand venture. After all, whatever happens in Tai Chu has no bearing on us. We have millions of years until my birth. When that time comes, we can simply depart without a trace. Who would recognize us? Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Are you suggesting? Long Yu met his gaze, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. I previously mentioned that Tai Chu harbors many long-lost divine secrets and celestial materials. Especially now, those ancient beings are all avoiding the Ling Huang, too fearful to show themselves. We could. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their intentions clear without further words. Let's go. A gentle breeze swept through, and Long Yu vanished into the air. Lin Zhe cast one last glance at the Lin family estate before following Long Yu. His presence here was merely to observe his ancestors. He had no desire to interfere with their lives. As for Tian Di Lin Ba Huang, as Long Yu suggested, why ponder so much? First, let us engage in grand endeavors to bolster our foundations and strength. Perhaps this opportunity might even allow us to transcend to the realm of Wuxia. When the time comes, we shall navigate our fate as it unfolds. In the Wuchuan Holy Land at the Treasure Pavilion, it was time for the patrolling disciples to change shifts. Brother Yi, we appreciate your hard work over the next 2 days. Understood. Let us commence the routine inspection of the Treasure Pavilion. With a clang, the heavy doors of the pavilion swung open. Brother Yi, please inspect. The disciple in charge of the patrol was abruptly silenced, his eyes wide in shock at the scene before him. The pavilion was in disarray. Bottles and scrolls lay scattered about as if plundered by thieves. A chilling breeze swept through, sending a shiver down the disciple's spine. Damn it! Who could have dared to? Brother Yi halted the disciple's anguished outburst, his expression turning grave as he glanced deeper into the pavilion. There was movement. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, gathering a formidable aura. The disciple and the other disciples immediately formed a defensive formation, ready to encircle the intruder, particularly the one in charge of today's patrol. The theft of the Baogu occurred right beneath his very nose, and if the elders were to learn of this incident, he would face expulsion from the sacred grounds, reduced to the status of a mere mortal, or perhaps endure the sect's severe punishments, a fate worse than death. He could not forgive, absolutely could not forgive. His junior brother was enraged, his eyes aflame with fury, wishing to tear the thief to shreds. At that moment, Yi Shixiang extended his sword to block his path, his eyes transformed into a striking amber hue, intently gazing into the darkness. Do not approach. It is the Xueqing Shuangxing. Upon hearing this, the junior brother halted, his expression frozen. It was indeed the Xueqing Shuangxing, a name he had heard before, resonating like thunder. For across the entirety of Tai Chu, no bandit was more shameless or audacious than they. Their shamelessness stemmed from their status as formidable holy beings. Yet they disregarded their dignity as the ancestors of the Tao, resorting to lowly acts of thievery, plundering the treasure vaults of various sects both overtly and covertly. Their boldness was evident as they dared to wreak havoc on the very eve of the Ling Huang's divine inspection, reveling in their notoriety. Seemingly eager for the Ling Huang to discover their misdeeds and deal with them accordingly. In just these past few days, nearly 10 sacred sects had suffered at their hands, with thousands witnessing the formidable figures clad in snow-white and azure garments. Consequently, the name of the Xueqing Shuangxing swept through Taichu at an astonishing pace. Initially, the junior brother had laughed at the misfortune of those sects, thinking his own would learn from their mistakes and remain vigilant. Yet he never anticipated that the Shuangxing would strike so swiftly, and today it would be their turn to suffer. His countenance darkened. Yi Shixiang, however, commanded, "Go and inform the elders." Quickly, the junior brother, jolted from his stupor, hurried to the sect's main hall. Within the Baoge, only the increasingly potent sword aura of Yi Shixiang remained. He proceeded towards the darkness where the Xueqing Shuangxing lurked. Everywhere he passed, there were densely packed sword marks, filling the entire Baoge with an overwhelming aura of annihilation. Boom! A torrent of sword rain cascaded from the heavens, transforming the overwhelming force of destruction into surging waves. Each wave resonated deeply within the hearts of those present. Sensing this terrifying force of annihilation, the Xueqing Shuangxing paused momentarily. What a domineering power of destruction! How could such strength emanate from a mere cultivator of the divine sea realm? Could it be attributed to the sword in his hand? The azure saint among them fixated his penetrating gaze upon Yi Shixiang's sword. Ah, so is the Jimmy Tianjin, a peerless divine material among the treasures of the divine gold. It was a magnificent material sought after by the greatest of holy beings for forging exceptional sacred weapons. The azure saint was no exception, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What is a mere child doing with Jimmy Tianjin? It shall be confiscated. With that, the azure saint's enormous hand, imbued with formidable restraining power, surged towards Yi Shixiang. Yet, facing the azure saint's assault, Yi Shixiang stood resolute, sword in hand, forming a 3-foot azure peak before him, like a divine sword capable of shattering the very world, exuding an unparalleled aura of invincibility. One sword piercing the heavens. Slash! The blade, ablaze with world-consuming black flames, cleaved through the azure saint's restraints with overwhelming force. Whoosh! The pitch-black, annihilating sword light surged forth, unrelenting, directed straight at the azure saint's true form in the shadows. Splat! The sword aura struck, leaving a deep crimson mark upon the azure saint's palm, surrounded by destructive black flames that burned incessantly, rendering the wound increasingly grotesque and difficult to heal. Plop! Blood dripped onto the floor of the Baoge, as fervent as molten lava, melting the floor forged from celestial iron and spreading outward, transforming the area into a sea of molten fire. Roar! The flames blazed fiercely, a violent heat surging, illuminating a fiery glow that caused the temperature to soar, as if transitioning from the depths of winter to the scorching summer. The endless flames and searing heat distorted the light, subtly coalescing in the air to form the ethereal silhouette of a true dragon, exuding an overwhelming might. Boom! The might of the dragon resonated as if it were a tangible force, shaking the very heavens and earth, instilling fear in all who heard it. Yet, this extraordinary phenomenon was merely the result of a few drops of the azure saint's blood. The true extent of his power was beyond imagination. However, gazing at the ghastly wound on his hand, the azure saint was filled with disbelief. Beside him, the Xueqing, who had been quietly examining the secret tomes of the Wuchan Holy Land, momentarily withdrew from his reading to assess the two combatants. The so-called Xueqing Shuangxing were none other than Lin Zhe and Long Yu, engaged in their plundering activities. I bled? By a cultivator of the divine sea realm? The azure saint, Long Yu, muttered in a daze. For him, shedding blood was no significant affair. It was merely a superficial wound. Yet the troubling fact was that the one who had drawn blood from him was merely a divine sea cultivator. A divine sea cultivator. No matter how talented or formidable, it was inconceivable that such an individual could breach the defenses of a fully matured true dragon, especially one of royal lineage, imbued with the blood of the emperor dragon. Although he was not a saint, the title of Azure Saint bestowed upon him was indeed misleading, and he lacked the confidence to confront the lofty saints. Yet he dared assert that below the level of saints, he feared no one, especially during this exceptional period, when even those at the innate fifth realm and above dared not show themselves. He could boldly proclaim himself invincible in Taichu. Yet, as Long Yu traced the ghastly wound with a look of utter disbelief, he fixed his gaze upon Yi Shixiang with a haunted expression. Even with a sword crafted from Jimmy Tianjin, this was utterly absurd. Ridiculous. It was beyond reason. This individual must be hiding something extraordinary. Once more, Long Yu, refusing to be disheartened, resolved to take this strange individual seriously this time. Swish! Long Yu thrust out his palm again. Simultaneously, he scrutinized Yi Shixiang's attire and demeanor, attempting to piece together information about him in his mind. An individual as peculiar as this could not possibly be an unknown figure in history. As Long Yu launched his palm strike once more, Yi Shixiang remained expressionless, concentrating his sword aura. Whoosh! With one sword drawn, he declared his invincibility. Annihilate! The blade in Yi Shixiang's hand radiated the ultimate sharpness, capable of severing anything. Long Yu's imposing presence and palm strike were rendered as mere decorations before his 3-foot azure peak. The sword plunged into an uninhabited realm. Lawless. Only annihilation remained. Slash. Swish. There is some skill here. Yet, Long Yu nimbly dodged the sword energy. Such a strange phenomenon. While he could not withstand it head-on, he could certainly evade it. However, the moment Long Yu sidestepped, the sword energy pivoted as if guided by an unseen force, locking onto him once more. Unable to withstand it directly, he could not escape either. This was truly absurd. With no other option, Long Yu had to display his true dragon-esque might, forcefully confronting the sword energy. At the cost of a new wound, he swiftly appeared behind Yi Shixiang, seizing the sword from his grasp. Now holding the sword, Long Yu began to scrutinize the weapon forged from Jimmy Tianjin with utmost seriousness, eager to uncover what was so peculiar about it. At first glance, a fine sword. On the second glance, why does this seem so familiar? With another look, Long Yu's memories were stirred. It had been previously stated that there existed 9 unparalleled divine artifacts, independent of the heavens and earth, known as the Shitian Jiushensi, unmatched and unparalleled. Among the artifacts, there exists a sword, the very one I have forged. It stands as the most formidable weapon among the 9 divine artifacts, embodying a principle akin to that of its master, Zhiga Zhizuan. How to cease conflict? By engaging in battle. The Zhiga sword is here, and its wielder, observing the expressionless Yi Shixiang before him, found himself momentarily frozen, his back chilled with dread. Sweat poured down his back. He silently wiped the grip of the Zhiga sword and chuckled nervously before gently setting it aside. Indeed, it is an excellent sword, quite remarkable. Having spoken, he swiftly returned to Lin Zai's side, urging him to leave promptly. Lin Zai cast a sidelong glance at him. Are you not taking that sword? Long Yu immediately denied it thrice. I am not. I do not speak nonsense. I merely borrowed it to take a look. Lin Zai was rendered speechless, casting another glance at Yi Shixiang. The overwhelming force exuding from him, capable of annihilating all, was unmistakable. Lin Zai's eyes flickered with realization. Indeed, having injured Long Yu, a true dragon, across 2 major realms, this unparalleled destructive power could only belong to the Zhiga Xiantai among the 9 divine bodies. The Zhiga Xiantai, the mightiest spear among them. Its strength, compared to that of the Tianming Wen and other Xiantai, is remarkably singular, devoid of complexity. The Zhiga Xiantai is solely focused on assault. Yet, it is precisely this simplicity of attack that solidifies its esteemed reputation among the Xiantai. Its offensive capability is nothing short of absolute. What does absolute offense mean? To put simply, akin to the exaggerated advertisements of those online games from Lin Zai's past life, ignoring defenses, every strike a critical hit, every blow a cut. The essence lies in an unreasonable certainty of inflicting damage. Even a mere mortal of the first level of the postnatal realm, if endowed with the Zhiga Xiantai, would be able to draw blood even from a saint. Before the Zhiga Xiantai, all beings are equal, whether one stands as a lofty saint or as insignificant as an ant. All must reveal their health bars. When Lin Zai first learned of the Zhiga Xiantai's existence, he was envious for a long time. Although it lacks the flashy versatility of the Tianming Xiantai, its guarantee of hitting and hurting places it firmly within his top 3 rankings of Xiantai. Regrettably, Xiantai are difficult to find. Throughout the vast Tianlan, Lin Zai had only encountered Hong Tian, who likely sought him out. To discover the Zhiga Xiantai is no simple task. Yet, unexpectedly, an unintentional encounter has led to its arrival. Upon this thought, Lin Zai's gaze began to roam over Yi Shixiang. The Tianming Xianjing can traverse time, so why not the Zhiga Xianjing? Where might it be found? It doesn't seem to be present on him. Noticing Lin Zai's scrutiny, Yi Shixiang, who had maintained an impassive demeanor even before Long Yu, frowned slightly. He instinctively tightened his grip on the long sword, sensing that this individual might steal something of great importance from him at any moment. This person is not right. At the Wuqing Holy Land, within the secluded chamber of the Supreme Saint, an elder opened his eyes. He had witnessed the passage of time, his gaze piercing through the heavens and the earth, encompassing all before him. Alas, the elder sighed deeply. As a Supreme Saint, how could he be unaware of the arrival of the Snow and Qing dual saints? If he were able to intervene, would he allow others to stand over him, wielding authority and causing chaos within the sect? Sadly, he cannot. As a survivor of the last hunt, the spirit sovereign has never ceased his pursuit of him, always keeping watch. Should he dare to act against the Snow and Qing dual saints today, he would not need to wait for the next hunting day. He would be doomed. If he were to perish, what significance would remain for the Wuqing Holy Land? Return. Consider tonight's events as if they never occurred. The elder's words echoed through the skies. The elders, though reluctant, acquiesced, but venerable ancestor, they are too overbearing. The hunt is imminent, and each has their own fate. Let them be. The elders' resolve was unyielding. Despite their dissatisfaction, the elders could only comply. Yes, we shall abide by the ancestors' decree. By the way, what of Xiaoran? Has he broken through to Tianyuan? In response to the venerable ancestor, Yi Xiaoran had just broken through the Divine Sea 7 years ago. The Divine Sea? Very well. He will certainly miss this hunt. You should instruct him to rest for a while and avoid breaking through to Tianyuan until after the hunting day. Summon him to the back mountain. I shall personally convey this to him. Yes, venerable ancestor. Oh no, tonight, that lad is responsible for patrolling the treasure vault. This is bad. That boy is ever bold and unafraid. Should he encounter the Snow and Qing dual saints, venerable ancestor, I shall retrieve him at once. Venerable ancestor? Within the secluded wooden house in the deep mountains, there was already no one present. In the treasure vault of the Wuqing Holy Land, Lin Zhe was about to approach Yi Xiaoran for a friendly chat when a shadow emerged from the wooden shelves nearby, materializing into an elder clad in hemp garments. The moment this elder appeared, an oppressive aura emanating from a disparity of life levels enveloped the entire vault, sending chills down Long Yu's spine, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Undoubtedly, the newcomer was a saint. Is this a joke? It was merely a trivial item I sought. Long Yu leaned towards Lin Zhe, stating earnestly, "We truly must leave now." Fearing that Lin Zhe, with his Tianming Xiantai, might act recklessly, he added, "Even if you are unafraid, you must consider the spirit sovereign. Do not forget, our arrival is not legitimate. Do not act rashly." Long Yu intended to extract a few more benefits before the hunting day, planning to leave quietly. If a holy war erupted and the spirit sovereign was drawn in, or even if the solitary supreme existence behind him sensed something amiss, they would find it difficult to escape, let alone reap rewards, especially considering that one of the two individuals before them is destined to become the Zhiga Zhizuan. Long Yu genuinely feared that, as soon as he stepped into the Tai Chu, a sword from the heavens might suddenly descend to claim his life. Curse it! No one informed me that the Zhiga Zhizuan emerged from this Wuqing Holy Land. Lin Zhe cast a bemused glance at Long Yu. What nonsense is this? Do I seem like a hot-headed fool who would act without reason? He intended to befriend the Zhiga Xiantai, hoping to strategize for the Zhiga Xianjing in the future. Xiaoran greets the venerable ancestor. Upon seeing the elder, Yi Xiaoran immediately sheathed his sword and bowed in respect. The elder scrutinized Yi Xiaoran from head to toe. Seeing that Yi Xiaoran was unharmed, he sighed in relief. "Ah, it is good that you are unscathed." Then, the elder turned his attention to the so-called Snow and Qing dual saints. Upon seeing Long Yu, he expressed mild surprise, but soon shifted his gaze away. When he fixed his eyes upon Lin Zhe, he furrowed his brow. Was it a misperception on his part? The aura emanating from this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Yinyang great saint he had encountered years ago at the Yinyang Xianmen. Just as if he had inherited the teachings of the Yinyang great sage and refined the essence of Yinyang Dao, he still needed to cultivate further. Yet, the Yinyang great sage remains alive among the mortals, his sacred position secure. How could there be another to tread the path of Yinyang? Strange indeed. The elder fell silent for a moment. What is your connection to the Yinyang great sage? Lin Zhe smiled, but remained silent. Very well. With the arrival of the spirit emperor imminent, I do not wish to complicate matters and inadvertently attract his attention. I have come solely to bring back Xiaoran. As for this Wuqin sacred land, the elder departed with Yi Xiaoran, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a light-hearted remark. Please, make yourselves comfortable. After the elder's departure, the treasure pavilion fell into a long silence. Eventually, Long Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he has gone. What do you mean? Long Yu's eyes widened. Do you have any idea who that person was? After a pause, he continued, I'm not talking about the elder. I'm referring to the younger one. That was the future Ji Gu Supreme, one of the 9 most powerful beings in the primordial world, fighting alongside the heavenly emperor. How could I not be afraid? So you're quite bold after all. You were just about to confiscate his sword. Long Yu grimaced. Can we not bring that up? All right. What do we need to take? Let us hurry. We should leave now. I truly fear we may not return. By the way, what did he mean by the Enyang Great Sage? Are you of the Enyang lineage? Less prying. On to the next. The treasure pavilion returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 192. Dragon Clan Heaven in the Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land. The Dragon King Tianqing wore a grave expression, burdened with concerns. He swiftly traversed the Dragon Mountains, arriving at the Dragon Palace where the Dragon Emperor resided. Tianqing, what troubles you? You seem preoccupied, inquired a dragon general guarding the palace, noticing the king's unusual demeanor. As the eldest and most composed of the 3 dragon kings, it was rare to see him in such a somber and anxious state. Something significant must have occurred today. Tianqing did not respond to the dragon general, but solemnly commanded, guard the Dragon Palace. I have matters concerning the survival of our clan to discuss with the Dragon Emperor. Until I have permission, no one is to enter without consent. The Dragon General straightened, acknowledging yes. Rest assured, Tianqing surveyed the surroundings, leaving behind several seals before entering the Dragon Palace. In the Dragon Palace's heavenly realm, amidst the 9 layers of clouds, thick clouds obscured the sky. A magnificent ancient being cast a vast shadow from deep within the clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously. A grand and mysterious voice echoed in Tianqing's ears. Indeed, it seems that a matter of great significance regarding our Dragon Clan survival is at hand. I have never seen you so serious before. I pay my respects to your majesty, the Dragon Emperor. After greeting the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Empress, Tianqing got straight to the point. Your majesty, have you heard about the Shueqing twin saints plundering various sects recently? What? Are they coming to our Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land? Tianqing shook his head. On the contrary, it is the sects that were plundered by the twin saints that have come seeking our Dragon Clan's assistance. Oh, the imposing shadow appeared somewhat surprised. They claim that the Shueqing twin saints are of our Dragon Clan. A non-committal sigh drifted down from above the clouds. Qing's expression grew even graver. Indeed, at first, I found this absurd. Since the ascension of the Spirit Emperor, our Dragon Clan has adhered to the principles of conserving energy, resting, and refraining from interference with other clans. How could the Shueqing twin saints be of our bloodline? Until Tianqing produced a jade vial exuding golden light, containing a pool of crimson gold liquid. The people of the Wuchen's sacred land provided this irrefutable evidence. This is the blood of the Qing saint, who was wounded in battle against the denizens of the Wuchen sacred land. Tianqing gazed at the vial of crimson gold liquid, his expression filled with excitement. There was no doubt that this was indeed dragon blood. Moreover, it was royal dragon blood. This implies that the Qing saint is indeed your descendant. The shadow in the sky paused momentarily, then a powerful, formless wave swept over the entire Dragon Clan's Forbidden Land. My offspring are few, all still within the Dragon Clan. Tianqing nodded. Yes, therein lies the problem. The bloodline sensing indicates that the Qing saint is not under any of the royal dragon offspring, yet possesses the most legitimate royal dragon bloodline. Thus, I immediately joined forces with Lao He and Lao Jin, utilizing the combined strength of the 3 dragon kings to trace the source of the dragon blood. Ultimately, we discovered that the bloodline of the Qing saint originated from the royal dragon offspring, Qing. The drifting clouds in the deep sky ceased their movement. The Dragon Palace's heavenly realm fell into a prolonged silence. After what felt like an eternity, a distant sigh emerged from the depths of the clouds. Qing has yet to reach maturity. Tianqing remained silent. The imposing shadow gradually cast a mysterious light upon the earth, and from this faint glow, Tianqing could vaguely discern the outline of a mysterious being. Which generation is he of Qing? The Dragon Blood platform indicated that he is the 5th descendant of Prince Qing. The uniquely endowed Dragon Clan possesses a long lifespan, envied by all other races. Each Dragon Clan member takes millions of years from birth to maturity for their dragon blood to fully mature and nurture the next generation. Yet now, Qing has not even reached maturity, and his 5th-generation descendants have already emerged, making a name for themselves as the Shueqing twin saints. What does this signify? The answer is self-evident. Indeed, the Qing saint has crossed through time from the future, in this age ruled by the heavens. It is astonishing that someone could traverse from the future to the present. This indicates that in the distant future, there must exist a magnificent being capable of breaking the divine seal. Hence, the Qing saint has returned to the primordial era. Tianqing immediately inquired, Your Majesty, can you foresee events occurring tens of millions of years hence? A mysterious shadow cast a cloud of doubt. Does not equate to feasible. He does not allow it. In this realm governed by divine existence, all things are subject to the deity's rule. The rules of the divine are absolute, and if he does not permit it, all is rendered futile. Then can we attempt to make contact with the Qing saint and learn from him? Do not act rashly. The voice from the clouds grew solemn. Our dragon clan is of utmost importance to the divine. Every action we take could become the catalyst for divine discovery. Likewise, my descendant understands this, which is why he did not come to seek us immediately upon returning to the primordial era. However, he is clever, ultimately conveying vital information to us through the Xueqing twin saints. Tianqing paused for a moment. You mean the mysterious shadow shifted amidst the clouds, casting bolts of lightning. They can return to the past, indicating that a being capable of breaking the divine seal must have emerged in the future. However, this is only limited to breaking the seal, for if he could transcend the divine, the current primordial era would not exist, and the divine presence would have long been erased. Therefore, even if they triumph in the future, it is not a complete victory, but rather a fragmented one. Reflecting upon the legendary Mitian Great Formation that spread across the years, it must have dealt a significant blow to the divine's authority. Surely, the being from the future seeks absolute victory, hence the desire to reverse the past, manipulating causality to further weaken the divine. From this perspective, the future of all races, at least, appears promising, except for a dragon clan. Tianqing was taken aback. Except for us? The mysterious great being spoke softly. If you were that child, knowing that the future outcome is favorable, would you boldly immerse yourself in the past? Tianqing pondered for a moment. I doubt that child possesses such high comprehension. He has yet to reach the level of omniscience. If I were him, I would prefer to do nothing rather than act recklessly. Indeed, yet he still chose to act. Thus, I surmise that our future selves may have made an erroneous decision, leading to an imperfect conclusion for the Longzhu. Even Tianshui's complexion turned pale. Must we simply wait and watch? The Dragon Palace Tianjing had remained silent for an extended period until a sudden gust of wind swept through, heralding a resounding voice. Perhaps he possesses a solution. Who? Taishin Dashi. In chapter 193, Ling Huang, Taishin Dashi, as a legendary sage who has grasped the essence of the Godao, evaded the hunts of the 3 generations of the Spirit Clan's rulers, and mastered the art of celestial calculations, established the Tiangong Shengmen, which is regarded as a sanctuary by the myriad races of Taichu. Furthermore, he is the only sage of Taichu daring to adopt the name of celestial calculations for his sect. On the eve of the Ling Huang's celestial patrol, Tiangong Shengmen welcomed a multitude of visitors, all seeking an audience with Taishin Dashi in hopes of receiving guidance to evade the impending hunt. In the Tiangong Hall, the elders of the sect expressed impatience. Many Tianyuan cultivators have arrived to seek the sage's counsel. They were informed. They dismissed the visitors, instructing them that the fate of life and death is predetermined. It would be more prudent for them to return and ponder the grand formation, perhaps allowing them to escape calamity. Begone, do not linger here. With that, the elders returned to their fervent debates. Redirect the meridians of the Qi-Hai to the Ji-Mai, then employ water spiritual energy to counteract the fire spiritual energy. This is incorrect. You must consider the conflict between water and fire spiritual energies. What do you mean incorrect? This idea is intended for cultivators with robust physical forms. Robust? How powerful can one be? With such an approach, even those in the Divine Sea realm would perish. How dare you? Quiet, quiet. Look at this. The spring breeze and rain technique of the Wu-Wei Taoist sect, if we could master its key points. Indeed, and the pure world technique of the Wuchan sacred land. These are focal points for our study, right? I maintain that this presents a splendid opportunity. Indeed, previously we lacked the courage to act, while the Shuangxing of Xueqing have accomplished it for us. Now, we merely need to engage with the Shuangxing and strike a deal to yield our 2 treasure texts. This is a providential chance. What providence? Nonsense. Pardon my slip of the tongue. This is merely a fortunate coincidence. Nevertheless, we are contemplating stealing insights from other sect secret arts, which may lead to future scrutiny. Bah, stealing? Isn't that the Shuangxing's doing? If there are consequences, they should pursue the Shuangxing. Ah, that makes sense. I second that. As the elders continued to agree on seeking the Shuangxing for a transaction, they ultimately turned their gaze to the solitary figure seated on the altar. An elderly man in white robes, exuding an aura of profound detachment, his presence as deep as an abyss. The elder opened his eyes and surveyed the assembly. His tranquil gaze seemed to ripple with unspoken thoughts. He hesitated before ultimately releasing a barely audible sigh, alas. He closed his eyes again, choosing silence, allowing his disciples to make their own decisions. The elders were left puzzled. In previous discussions, the sage would at least express approval or disapproval. Why was he silent this time? Did this signify tacit consent? They exchanged glances, and upon realizing the sage's prolonged silence, they assumed it was an acceptance. Who will approach the Shuangxing? With the Linghuang's patrol imminent, I shall not go. Neither will I. All members of the sect, deeply versed in Dao, would never take risks, regardless of the importance of engaging with the Shuangxing. We are all unsuitable. Let us send a disciple as a representative. Agreed. That seems appropriate. Very well. Since you all are unwilling, I shall go. A young Taoist stepped forward. The moment he stood, Taishian Dashi, who had previously remained indifferent, suddenly opened his eyes. His piercing gaze fell upon the young Taoist. Master? The young man seemed taken aback. Taishian Dashi scrutinized him for several moments before inquiring, Guizong, why do you wish to go? Master, the creation of the Wanfa Ronglu and the Wanxue Shengshu is of utmost importance to our Tiangong men. We have invested immense effort into these two arts. Since there exists such an excellent opportunity to acquire their techniques, Guizong cannot bear to miss it. Furthermore, as my elder brother suggested, it would be more favorable for a disciple to approach the Shuangxing. Taishian Dashi remained silent for a long time before he let out a deep sigh. It is the will of heaven. He then closed his eyes again, gesturing with his hand, go. Yes. Guizong departed. Moments later, the hall was once again filled with lively discussion and debate. Shortly after, Taishian Dashi spoke again. You may all leave. The assembly, unsure of his intent but unwilling to defy their sage, complied and withdrew. Soon, the once bustling hall fell silent. When alone, a graceful figure appeared before Taishian Dashi. Junior Linghuang pays respects to the great sage. This figure, the Linghuang, was the master of the spirit clan, instilling fear across Taichu. Capable of celestial patrols, Taishian Dashi examined her closely, remarking, you possess more courtesy than your ancestors. The Linghuang smiled faintly, steering the conversation away from that topic. Taishian Dashi continued, it is said that one should show courtesy before engaging in conflict. You have offered your respects. How do you intend to deal with this old man? The Linghuang shook her head. The great sage has evaded the hunts of my father, Lingdi, and my ancestor, Lingsheng. I do not consider myself comparable to my father. How could I pursue the great sage? Oh, you do not come here seeking to hunt me, then? Are you attempting to recruit me? The Linghuang replied. The great sage jested. My spirit clan exists in accordance with the will of the divine. Should the divine desire to devour all beings, then you shall forever be our enemy. Interesting. It seems your intentions are far from trivial. The Linghuang moved gracefully within the hall. I dislike formalities, so I shall speak plainly. I have come to request an item from you, great sage, and this item is possessed solely by you within the entirety of Taichu. Taishian Dashi's expression subtly shifted. His form began to dissipate, drifting away from the mundane world. Why must you take such measures? We both understand the significance of that item. Even if you refuse me this time, I shall return. Regardless of where you may flee, I will find you. She glanced around. What a splendid Tiangong men. It would be a pity for it to be abandoned by you, great sage. You would not wish to witness the scene of the Tiangong men filled with corpses, would you? The Linghuang extended her delicate hand over the Book of Time, and I can assure you that during my tenure of Celestial Patrol, I will grant immunity from the hunt to all members of the Tiangong men. In Chapter 194, The Treasure Book of Time, the words Book of Time flowed from her lips with precision. Taishian Dashi's expression remained unchanged. From the moment the Linghuang arrived to demand the item, he knew that the predetermined fate had woven an intricate net above this world. Everything is destined to culminate in that which has long been ordained. You are indeed bold to speak so, since you are aware that the Book of Time is in my possession. You must also recognize that my evasion of the pursuit from 3 generations of your spirit clan, and even the individual behind you, relies upon this very item. Should you demand I relinquish the Book of Time, what fate awaits me, is it not for you to decide? The Ling Huang conjured a radiant golden pathway formed from countless celestial runes. As the Ling Huang, I speak with the authority of heaven. My words carry weight. After glancing at the pathway and then deeply observing the Ling Huang, Taishan Dashi fell into an unusual silence. This time, it was the Ling Huang's turn to be astonished. She had initially presumed that Taishan Dasheng would outright refuse her proposition, leaving no room for negotiation. To her surprise, he actually began to contemplate the matter. The cautious and life-preserving nature of Taishan, a figure not easily swayed by the demands of the Tianji Shangmen, made her skeptical. Furthermore, as the sole individual who had ventured onto the path of celestial evolution through the Book of Time, escaping the divine destiny's grasp and earning a reputation for evasion among the myriad races, Ling Huang doubted he would simply reveal his trump card. This thought caused her to furrow her brows. "Old man, may I inquire why you suddenly desire the Book of Time?" Ling Huang remarked. "Especially with the impending hunting day approaching. How could anyone here be so audacious as to cause such a commotion right under my nose? If not seeking death, this must be a deliberate provocation against me. How can I not notice?" Mentioning the Shui Qing Shuang, Sheng only deepened her frown, despite her efforts to track their whereabouts. Even employing the myriad eyes of her clan's 7 emotions technique, she could find no trace of them. They seemed as though they had descended from the heavens, utterly devoid of roots or origins. At this juncture, Ling Huang turned her gaze towards Taishan Dasheng and pondered 2 possibilities. Either they had defied the divine prohibitions to achieve the state of Wuxia, or their names had been inscribed in the Book of Time, thus securing their legacy. Both scenarios were variables that the divine would never permit. Should my master become aware of this matter, we would face another catastrophic obliteration. The catastrophic obliteration, akin to the celestial hunting, serves the purpose of consuming the essence of all living beings. However, the distinction lies in that the celestial hunting is conducted by each generation's Ling clan leader, emphasizing representation, akin to a periodic inspection. In contrast, the catastrophic obliteration is initiated directly by the awakened divine, who hunts personally. It would result in a sweeping cleansing of the entire world, where all formidable practitioners would become divine sustenance. Of course, some may survive, for even the divine understands the principle of not depleting the source. For those delicacies deemed precious, the divine would be willing to await their maturation. Yet, this does not extend to the spirit clan created by the divine. After each catastrophic obliteration, the divine rewards the Ling clan leaders, acknowledging their hard work and permitting them to return to the divine embrace. For instance, her grandfather, Ling Sheng, and her father, Ling Di, both fulfilled the divine's mission and were honored with the supreme grace of the divine, allowing them to return to the divine essence and achieve greatness once more. However, such an honor was still too heavy for the relatively young Ling Huang. She had no desire to meet her end so soon, as her reign had only just begun. Therefore, Ling Huang sought out Taishan Dasheng directly, hoping to obtain the Book of Time and resolve the matter before the divine awakens. Upon hearing Ling Huang's account, Taishan Dasheng remarked, "I see." Yet his eyes remained as tranquil as a deep well, as if he had anticipated this reasoning all along. After a moment of silence, Ling Huang patiently awaited his decision. At last, Taishan Dasheng declared, "I can entrust you with the Book of Time." A cold glimmer flickered in Ling Huang's eyes. "However, I have one condition." The coolness in her gaze diminished slightly, for she surmised that this condition would be exceedingly difficult. "But do speak. It would not hurt to listen." Taishan Dasheng shook his head, asserting, "This condition is not difficult for you at all." He spoke with grave seriousness. "I require you to swear an oath by the source of your spirit, vowing never to betray the divine in any form. Should even the slightest notion of betrayal arise, your spirit shall shatter, and you will perish. This oath would be witnessed by the Book of Time and the heavens." Ling Huang was taken aback. Had she misheard? Was the condition merely a promise to not betray the divine? Wasn't this her duty? Moreover, when had Taishan Dasheng begun to worry about the divine? Surely, he would prefer the divine's demise. Was he losing his mind? At that moment, Taishan Dasheng extended his hand, revealing an ancient tome imbued with the weighty essence of time, which appeared before Ling Huang. It naturally turned its pages, each one unveiling a lengthy expanse of time akin to history unfolding. "Swear the oath." Ling Huang could not fathom the true intentions of Taishan Dasheng. Nevertheless, after thorough contemplation, she concluded that this oath was effectively a gift. How could she possibly betray her own father, the divine? Thus, After multiple calculations to confirm that Tai Xiandesheng was not jesting, she promptly swore the oath, fearful that he might regret his decision. I, Ling Huang, swear an oath to the Book of Time. As she uttered her vow, the Book of Time erupted with a brilliant light, bearing witness to her oath. Subsequently, it was presented to her by Tai Xiandesheng. Staring at the Book of Time, now so close, Ling Huang found herself momentarily dazed. This tome, a treasure as ancient as her father, the Tsang Tian, had coexisted since the dawn of creation. It is said, the Great Tao encompasses 50, while the celestial evolution encompasses 49. Thus, it is called Tsang Tian. The elusive one leaves behind a single thread of hope. This referred to the Book of Time. To have such a treasure, on par with her father, Tsang Tian, placed in her hands was beyond her comprehension. After a prolonged silence, she hesitantly inquired of Tai Xiandesheng why. As he relinquished the Book of Time, the first hint of complex fatigue appeared in Tai Xiandesheng's eyes. Because this old fool wishes to try once more, he replied. Humans can triumph over heaven. Chapter 195. The Redeeming Tai Xian. Feng Fei humans can triumph over heaven? Ling Huang scoffed, unable to grasp the foolishness of such a notion. She departed, keeping her promise and not troubling Tai Xiandesheng or his disciples. Once Ling Huang had left, the weariness enveloping Tai Xiandesheng intensified. Come back, he summoned the departing masters of the various sacred doors. The masters, sensing an unfamiliar fatigue radiating from Tai Xiandesheng, began to speculate on what had transpired. Saint Ancestor, Tai Xiandesheng interrupted their inquiries. With a serious demeanor, he stated, from this day forth, I am no longer Tai Xiandesheng, nor will I protect the Tianji Shengmen. You may leave. The crowd was taken aback. Saint Ancestor, have we made a mistake? We plead for your forgiveness. Please, Saint Ancestor, have mercy. We have grown up in the sacred door, benefiting from its kindness. It is our home. If you let us go, where shall we go? A flicker of reluctance crossed Tai Xiandesheng's calm visage, quickly overshadowed by an eternal composure. I have grown old and increasingly powerless. I can no longer protect the Tianji Shengmen. Confusion clouded their minds. You are a sage, transcending time and realms. An existence that persists beyond the death of heaven and earth. How can you claim to be old? Tai Xiandesheng disregarded their reactions. This is all I have to say. You may all depart. With that, he closed his eyes, no longer paying heed to his disciples. The disciples understood that the Saint Ancestor had made his decision, and further protest would only displease him. They exchanged glances, signaling one another to retreat. Soon, the hall was left with only the one who had exchanged glances with the others. After everyone had departed, this individual approached Tai Xiandesheng and bowed respectfully. Master, your earlier dismissal and subsequent declaration of being unable to protect the Tianji Shengmen, was it because Ling Huang came to demand you surrender that divine artifact? Or was it to safeguard the lives of the disciples within the sacred door? Tai Xiandesheng expressed his appreciation, saying, you remain as perceptive as ever. Had it not been for your deep-seated obsession, you would likely have been the first among your 3 senior brothers to attain sanctity. The individual paused momentarily, puzzled by the mention of 3 senior brothers. Had not the master only accepted him in Guai Tsang? Could it be that the master would take on another disciple in the future? However, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. In the age of gods, delving into the mysteries of fate was an absolute taboo. Apart from his master, Tai Xiandesheng, any excessive inquiry into destiny would incur divine wrath. He swiftly set this matter aside and asked, Master, how do you intend to confront the spirit emperor? Tai Xiandesheng uttered words that left him utterly astounded. I've already given her. You mean to say? The disciple found it hard to believe. Why? Tai Xiandesheng shook his head. I must atone for this. Atonement? Soon, when that day arrives, you will understand. Go now. The disciple departed, and a mournful sigh echoed within the sanctum, soon succumbing to eternal darkness. By the looks of it, once we finish this last job, we must take our leave. What? Has the message to the Dragon Clan finally reached you? Long Yu hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he realized his careful intentions had been exposed. He grew slightly flustered. Actually, Lin chuckled. The old dragon's subtle thoughts were far too obvious. Just days prior, upon awakening, he was eager to return his kin. Yet now, in the era of Tai Chu, when the Dragon Clan truly existed, he hardly mentioned them, instead behaving unusually by seeking to seize treasures from various sects and clans. But in terms of treasures, which clan's riches could rival the profound heritage of the Dragon Clan? The true spirits of heaven and earth? This old dragon, neglecting the existing dragon clan to orchestrate such a grand scheme, truly feared others would remain oblivious, and that the spirit emperor would not uncover the truth. Lin Zhe, not being foolish, understood the underlying intentions behind Long Yu's actions. However, as this endeavor aligned perfectly with Lin Zhe's desire to gather the world's texts, he chose not to expose it, taking advantage of the situation instead. All right, who doesn't harbor a few secret thoughts? Let us hasten, while the spirit emperor has not yet sought trouble with us. You are more familiar with Tai Chu than I. Which clan shall we target next? Long Yu smirked. Ah, you are indeed a true bandit. After considering, for our final job, we must aim for something substantial. Let us directly raid the Phone clan. Lin Zhe was speechless. Are you trying to mix personal interest with public duty? I believe your dragon clan is quite wealthy. Long Yu smirked. I am not like those petty-minded Phone clan folk. I speak sincerely. In this time frame, there is a significant opportunity with the Phone clan. A truly great opportunity. Pray tell. Long Yu rubbed his palms together. Are you not seeking the Heavenly Emperor? Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly. Is he in the Phone clan? I do not know. Are you jesting with me? I would not dare. Long Yu insisted. But there is an individual in the Phone clan with a profound connection to the Heavenly Emperor. Feng Fei. If I recall correctly, during this time, Feng Fei is being pressured into a marriage within her clan. If we were to teach the Phone clan a lesson and rescue Feng Fei, it would be a great favor to her. In other words, we would be doing a service for the Heavenly Emperor. Do you not think this qualifies as a significant opportunity? Lin Zhe responded with a hum, then inquired, this Feng Fei you mentioned. She is the beloved companion of the Heavenly Emperor, the second princess of the Phone clan. Upon marrying the Heavenly Emperor, she was bestowed the title of Feng Fei. Because of her, the entire Phone clan has allied with the Heavenly Emperor. One could say the whole clan is her dowry. Anything else? Nothing more. Just with her name. Who would dare to slander her? So do you dare to go? Let us dispense with trivialities and lead the way. Splendid. Onward. As the two prepared to head to the Phone clan, a voice called out, Elder Saints, please wait. Startled, Lin Zhe hesitated, almost doubting his senses. The voice belonged to none other than, I am Gue Tsong, the second disciple of Tai Xian of the Tianji Shengmen. I seek to make a transaction with you esteemed elders regarding the techniques of various sections. A young Taoist appeared before Lin Zhe and Long Yu. Gazing at the youthful figure, Lin Zhe's face broke into a peculiar smile. Gue Tsong. It has been a while. Gue Tsong was taken aback. Elder, have we met before? Lin Zhe smiled mysteriously. You shall find out soon enough. Upon hearing this, Gue Tsong's lips twitched. As a disciple of Tianji Shengmen, he was all too familiar with such cryptic remarks, often using them to leave others bewildered. Yet, when such words were directed at him, he found no joy in it. Chapter 196, The Azure in the Book of Time. Speak. What transaction do you wish to propose? Gue Tsong collected his thoughts and got straight to the point. To not conceal it from you esteemed elders, I have come to trade 2 unparalleled secret arts, along with the friendship of my sect, for the techniques of your sex. Upon hearing this, Long Yu immediately became intrigued. Others may not know, but as a descendant of the Dragon Clan, he was well aware of the temperament of Tianji Shengmen. Not to mention, as an ancient force that cherished life to the they were among the first to align with the Heavenly Emperor, becoming the leaders of the 8 servants. This alone attested to the sharp insight of the members of Tianji Shengmen. Naturally, anything they deemed an unparalleled secret art would be of no inferior quality. Thinking of the various legendary accounts regarding Tai Xian within his clan and the unique divination techniques of the Shengmen lineage, Long Yu felt a surge of excitement. The 2 secret arts you mentioned, could they be the Tianji Gua Yin exclusive to your Tai Xian lineage? Gue Tsong shook his head, stating, the Tianji Gua Yin is the highest secret of our Tai Xian lineage and is never divulged. However, Gue Tsong then shifted his tone. The 2 unparalleled secret arts I speak of are not necessarily inferior to the Tianji techniques. Not inferior to the Tianji techniques? Gue Tsong stated emphatically. These 2 arts are the result of my sect as practitioners millennia of divination to seize the essence of heaven and earth. Our sect has named them the furnace of all laws in the sacred art of 10,000 bloods. While they are still being refined and perfected with the techniques you provide, we will be able to complement each other and fully develop them. Surely you esteemed elders are aware of the capabilities of Tianji Shengmen. This is no mere boast. Within a decade, we will perfect the sacred arts. At that time, my sect promises to provide you both with 2 copies in return. Having said this, Gue Tsong looked eagerly at Lin Zhe and Long Yu. Long Yu fell into contemplation. He did not doubt the capabilities of Tianji Shengmin, as history had already proven the terror of these old schemers. He merely felt that the name the Furnace of All Laws was rather significant. After all, the Heavenly Emperor is known as the supreme of all laws among the 9 great sovereigns. The leader of the 8 servants under the supreme of all laws was unexpectedly linked to the Furnace of All Laws. This felt somewhat connected, did it not? Lin Zhe, upon hearing those 2 familiar names, was left speechless in astonishment. The Furnace of All Laws, the sacred art of 10,000 bloods. So this was their origin? Was this a manifestation of karmic cycles? However, Lin Zhe felt something was amiss. The timeline seemed too early. If the Furnace of All Laws and the sacred art of 10,000 bloods were indeed born from his transaction with Gui Tsang upon returning to the past, that would be too premature. After all, in the future, Gui Tsang had only just begun to practice the 2 secret arts. Yet, at present, not even the war against heaven had taken shape. The supreme of stopping war was still confined to the Divine Sea realm, and Gui Tsang was already here proposing a transaction, boasting about perfection in a decade. Although a decade might be an exaggeration, with the capabilities of Tianji Shengmin, it would certainly not take them millions of years. Furthermore, if he wished, he could easily offer the original techniques they would eventually perfect to Gui Tsang under the pretext of aiding him. The timelines simply did not align. Speaking of karmic cycles seemed far-fetched. Lin Zhe is inclined to believe that this realm of time and space has become an independent existence since it was banished by the 9 supreme beings, completely severing ties with the future. His actions here may alter the past, yet they cannot influence the relative future. However, pondering this, Lin Zhe furrowed his brow. What then is the significance of this temporal rift? After some contemplation, Lin Zhe turned to Gui Zhang, suggesting, in that case, shall we visit the Tianji Shengmin? Coincidentally, I have some inquiries for Tai Xindasheng. That suits me perfectly, Gui Zhang replied. With the days of the Ling Huang's celestial patrol approaching, lingering outside feels rather unsettling. Gui Zhang immediately agreed. Very well. Please follow me. He led Lin Zhe and his companion at the forefront. As for whether the Xueqing Shuang Sheng might seize the opportunity to rob the Tianji Shengmin, that was preposterous. The Tianji Shengmin is not the Wu Chun Shengdi, with his master, Tai Xindasheng, present. Even the Ling Huang would lack the capability to do so. The group promptly proceeded to the Tianji Shengmin. In the heart of the heavens, the Ling clan's Ling Huang opened the weighty tome of ages. With the desires of her heart, she communicated with the vanishing essence. An ancient character immediately materialized on the page. Zhe. The Ling Huang exhaled a sigh of relief, a hint of a knowing smile gracing her features. Indeed, this was a wayward soul inscribed in the annals of time. Let us see how you evade now. The Ling Huang reached out to grasp the character Zhe, seeking its origin, determined to erase its qualification to be recorded in the Tome of Ages. Yet at that moment, another ancient character came into her view. Another wayward soul? Song? Upon recognizing this character, the Ling Huang felt a surge of anger. Unaware of her impending doom, how dare one take the name Song? She immediately shifted her target, preparing to deal with this brazen defiler of her divine father. However, at the instant she made contact with the character Song, something deep within her true spirit seemed to awaken. A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded into her mind. In this vision, there stood a young Taoist clad in azure, alongside the Ling Huang herself. Qing Song, the war has ended and now. The Ling Huang in the vision appeared somewhat childlike. Hesitating as she gazed at the young Taoist she referred to as Qing Song. Next week, Qing Song did not turn back, his gaze fixed upon the distant sky, declaring, the true battle has only just begun. The Ling Huang's childlike demeanor vanished, her face turning pale. How could this be? Did your master not already slay my father? Qing Song chuckled softly. I refer to him. The curse of the heavens, or perhaps it is simply human nature. To slay one heaven inevitably gives rise to another. The Ling Huang was stunned, as if seeing this man for the first time. Do you believe in me? Without a moment's hesitation, the Ling Huang replied, this question is superfluous for us both. I shall always stand behind you, even if you wish to eliminate the other 8 godslayers. Otherwise, she would not betray her divine father to deliver a fatal blow. Of course, this was also to avenge her grandfather and father, who were devoured by the malevolent deity. The Ling Huang's words stirred a complex and fleeting emotion within Qing Song's eyes. Speak, what do you wish for me to do? Qing Song hesitated. The Ling Huang sensed his reluctance, realizing that their forthcoming endeavor would be perilous. Chapter 197. If you won't let me hand it over, I will do so regardless. Though she spoke of danger, the Ling Huang's enchanting gaze brimmed with tenderness and mirth. For he cared. Sensing her gaze upon him, Qing Song silently avoided her. After a long pause, he gently stated, "One day, you will obtain the Tome of Ages. When that time comes, I hope you will hide it away, not surrendering it to the gods." Upon hearing this, the tenderness in the Ling Huang's eyes vanished, replaced by profound fear and confusion. The implication of Qing Song's words sent chills down her spine, even as the leader of the Ling clan. Do not give it to the gods. Were they not already banished by your combined efforts? What are you thinking? Furthermore, has the tome not already been returned by your master? Qing Song raised a hand to halt her questions. You will understand in time. The Ling Huang hesitated, gazing upon Qing Song's serious and resolute face, as if comprehending something. After a brief silence, she sighed deeply, ceasing her inquiries, and simply asked, "Then how shall I obtain the Tome of Ages?" During that past period, the tome has remained in the hands of that old fox, Tai Xian. The old fox held the tome, witnessing the changes of the universe. If I were to retrieve it, it would likely be. Qing Song chuckled and shook his head. Fear not, he will certainly give it. The Ling Huang was perplexed. Qing Song gazed into the distant sky, uttering a cryptic remark. He must, for it represents his last hope in the belief that humanity can triumph over the heavens. The Ling Huang remained puzzled. Despite being the leader of the Ling clan, a being of immense power above countless souls, in the presence of this azure-clad Taoist, she felt like a naive girl who understood nothing. Yet, she merely nodded, refraining from further inquiry. For since that divine punishment of heavenly fire in the Ling Shun Palace, she had resolved to follow this azure Taoist. Wherever he went, she would go. The vision of the Tome of Ages crystallized, and the ancient character Tsang dissipated like sparks of starlight. Receiving all this, the Ling Huang sat within the Ling Shun Palace, her gaze flickering uncertainly. Qing Tsang. No wonder that old fox, Tai Xian, dared to entrust this object to me. Yet if you believe that relying on this Qing Tsang can restrain me, you are sorely mistaken. Merely a fleeting illusion. At this point, the Ling Huang hesitated briefly. The Tome of Ages is a treasure of the natural wonders of the creation path. It spans past and future, adapting to changes while seeking eternity, representing the numerical transformations of the entire world. That old fox, Tai Xian, comprehended the way of change through this treasure, grasping a thread of survival, allowing him to stand alongside her divine father and repeatedly evade capture. What it presents, is it truly an illusion? Furthermore, this individual named Qing Tsang has left his mark in the Tome of Ages. Or perhaps, these are certain means possessed by that old fellow Tai Xian after mastering the tome completely. Contemplating this, gazing at the Tome of Ages within reach, the Ling Huang felt as though this treasure had become a scalding hot potato. After much deliberation, she paced back and forth within the Ling Shun Palace. Ultimately, she returned to stand before the Tome of Ages. I shall see what you are truly up to. The Ling Huang resolved to wield the authority of the heavens. Under the authority of the heavens, the Ling Huang approached as if a deity. In that moment, all malefactors shall be exposed. Divine right, activate. Beneath the overwhelming divine authority, the Tome of Ages began to turn its weighty pages. With each page turned, a heavy breath of time met her. The Ling Huang, exercising divine authority, traversed the Tome of Ages in search of the imprint of the character Tsang. Qing Tsang, reveal yourself. The resounding divine voice reverberated across the flowing river of history within the Tome of Ages. One breath, two breaths. The Tome of Ages remained still. The Ling Huang's expression shifted. How could this be? The Tome of Ages showed no sign of movement, which meant it had found no trace of this Qing Tsang's existence. In other words, Qing Tsang was a non-entity, yet this page still bore his celestial inscription. How could he be non-existent? Unless... The Ling Huang's pupils contracted sharply. The Tome of Ages indeed spans past and future, capturing the changes of all beings. However, if an existence lacks both past and future, then the Tome of Ages could no longer pursue anything about them. This also signifies an existence without beginning or end. Ling Huang furrowed her brows, a haunting pallor emerging between them. Under the divine prohibitions, this world should adhere to the immutable path of eternity. Yet now, the Book of Time has unveiled the presence of one who seemingly exists beyond the realms of beginning and end. coupled with the revelations gleaned from her conversation with Qing Tsang, the implications were all too clear. A significant crisis loomed. Gazing at the Book of Time, still swirling with the currents of history, Ling Huang's eyes reflected a shade of despair. Fate, indeed. When she first acquired the Book of Time, she intended to ponder its depths alone, much like the revered Tai Xiandesheng. For this would grant her the qualification to transcend the game board and engage in equal dialogue with her paternal deity. This was not an act of betrayal against the gods. Rather, it stemmed from witnessing her father, Ling Di, return to the embrace of the paternal deity, instilling a sense of resentment, a yearning for an equitable discourse. However, with the matter of the formless existence now at hand, how could she allow her private desires to jeopardize the monumental significance of this situation and endanger the legacy of the divine and her ancestral Ling clan? With a wave of her hand, she stowed the Book of Time and resolved to enter the realm of divine slumber to seek counsel from her paternal deity. As she departed, Qing Tsang's admonition echoed in her mind. Do not entrust it to the gods. The visions presented by the Book of Time suggested that, in some future dimension, her relationship with the one named Qing Tsang was profound, and she was implicated in their rebellion. She could not fathom how she could become such a person. Absolutely not. A look of disdain crossed Ling Huang's features. Such despicable tricks dare to cloud my judgment? If you wish for me not to comply, I shall do the opposite. In her youth, she harbored a hint of rebellion. In a flash, Ling Huang vanished from Lingshan Palace, reappearing in the realm of divine slumber. She bowed before the towering divine monument, intoning the sacred words. Paternal deity, I beseech your forgiveness for my unwarranted intrusion. However, this matter is of utmost importance and pertains to the treasured Book of Time. I dare not act unilaterally. I implore you to decide. The realm of divine slumber lay in eerie silence. The divine monument remained utterly still. A profound stillness enveloped the air. That majestic, supreme presence seemed to have long departed. Ling Huang gazed upward in astonishment, her surroundings filled with uncertainty. The divine is absent? Chapter 198, Tai Xiandesheng's Ascendance. A murky wind, unknown in origin, swept into the sacred hall, brushing against the silvered hair of Tai Xiandesheng. The gentle breeze stirred him from his weariness, and as he opened his tired eyes, he beheld an abyssal darkness, profound as the night, foreboding an end. So, you have indeed arrived. It is no surprise, even I, an old man, could foresee this moment's arrival. How much more so for you, who reigns omniscient above all. Tai Xiandesheng did not find this moment unexpected. He gradually closed his eyes, the essence of his Tao swirling within him. Yet, ultimately you have come in vain. Surrendering the Book of Time is the final act of atonement I can offer for this realm. Beyond that, I shall not interfere. The murky wind continued to flow, encircling Tai Xiandesheng as it listened to the whispers of the breeze. He chuckled softly, stating that the struggle for the Tao is devoid of sentiment. What I must do is beyond my concern. As for what I have done, it is indeed a transgression against the world. If you wish to hold me accountable, take my life without hesitation. Clang! The fierce wind surged through the window. Within the hall, the whispers of the wind gently echoed. Tai Xiandesheng shook his head in a complex expression of resignation. You refuse to take action? Very well. I shall do it myself. With that, the essence of the Tao within him suddenly shattered. A bolt of heavenly fire erupted from his essence, enveloping him entirely, consuming him in flames. The tranquil, murky wind quickened in response. You spare my life merely to instill apprehension. Yet, I have shared a bond with my master. He has shown me kindness. How could I cause him distress? Tai Xiandesheng's form twisted and charred within the inferno. Depart, depart. His voice faded into the murky wind. Thus, the legendary sage met his end in self-immolation. In the face of Tai Xiandesheng's sacrifice, the murky wind ultimately subsided. With the dark curtain of night lifting from the sacred hall, at that moment, Lin Zhe, who had just arrived at Tianji Shengmen, suddenly halted in his tracks. His Tai Xian Dao essence became startlingly clear and vibrant, as if it had broken free from some unseen restraint. Yet, alongside this liberation came an unprecedented sorrow that surged within Lin Zhe's heart. In his bloodline, an endless wail echoed. What is happening? Why does your face suddenly appear so pallid? A voice from ahead belonged to Long Yu, who was observing Gai Tsang's pale countenance with concern. Gai Tsang frowned, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. It feels as though master closing his mouth. Gai Tsang quickened his pace. Over here, come with me. The group hastened to the sacred hall, finding the great door tightly shut. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Guizong's unease intensified. He rapped on the door anxiously. "Master, I have brought the twin saints." No response came from within the hall. Tap, tap, tap. Outside the sacred hall, a figure in purple garments approached swiftly. "Brother, you have come too?" Could it be that the newcomer was the eldest disciple of Taishiende, Guizong Sr.? Without responding, upon seeing Guizong's pale visage, he anticipated grave tidings. Those who practice the art of celestial secrets in Tianji Shengmen possess instincts that are never unfounded. Every sense of unease foretells significant events. The two brothers exchanged glances and promptly pushed open the grand doors of the hall. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of a charred, withered corpse upon the meditation mat. "Master!" Guizong and his companion's expressions shifted dramatically, racing forward to the lifeless form of Taishiende, their trembling hands reaching out in disbelief. "Master, how could this be? I was merely gone for a moment, and upon my return, while you were away." Master entrusted the Book of Time to Ling Huang. What? Could it be that Ling Huang has gone back on her word? "Master!" The two brothers were engulfed in unending grief. Behind them, Lin Zhe sighed, touched by the moment. He finally comprehended the source of the sorrow he had just felt. The Bashir clan and Ba Huang clan shared a deep kinship, their bloodlines intertwined. The passing of a legendary clan leader naturally brought collective mourning. Standing before the body of Tai Xiandesheng, Lin Zhe offered a respectful bow, bidding farewell to this venerable elder of his kin. Meanwhile, Long Yu was plunged into a state of disbelief and madness, laced with fear, repeatedly muttering, "Tai Xiandesheng is dead? How could he die? This is utterly absurd and inconceivable. Have I been asleep for too long, and my mind has conjured illusions?" As he spoke, his body trembled slightly. Lin Zhe nudged him, asking, "What is wrong? Your reaction seems more exaggerated than theirs." Long Yu clenched his teeth, declaring, "We are in grave trouble. What on earth went wrong? We've been causing disturbances everywhere, yet we have not crossed paths with Tai Xiandesheng. How could he be impacted? This is disastrous. What do we do now? We should not have come here." Lin Zhe waved his hand, releasing a breath of heavenly fate. "Calm down and speak clearly." Long Yu finally began to regain some composure. He remarked, "You are unaware, are you? Tai Xuandasheng is not only a legendary figure of the Taichu era, but also one of the pivotal characters in the anti-heaven faction. He serves as the brain of the entire anti-heaven camp, akin to a military strategist. His extraordinary talents and esteemed virtues command even the respect of the heavenly emperor. He stands as another illustrious emblem of the anti-heaven faction, and many have joined solely because of his presence. Yet now, Tai Xuandasheng has. Long Yu pounded his chest in despair, pondering what the future holds. Have we inadvertently influenced what is to come? In contrast, Lin Zhe remained remarkably calm, simply stating, perhaps. He had grown accustomed to the transient nature of their circumstances. From the moment they stepped into Taichu, nothing remained constant. The bizarre disappearance of Qing Tsong, the premature emergence of the colossal formation, and the arrival of the heavenly emperor Lin Ba Huang. Each event was significant enough to shake the foundations of the future. In light of these experiences, the demise of Tai Xuandasheng was no longer as astonishing. The only aspect that intrigued Lin Zhe was his examination of Tai Xuandasheng's lifeless form and the subtle changes in the surroundings. Self-termination of the Tao fruit. Indeed, Tai Xuandasheng's passing was not due to a conflict with others. He had shattered his own Tao fruit, perishing in self-immolation. Chapter 199. Fragments of the Ba Huang mirror self-termination. The moment those words were uttered, Long Yu and Guizong were momentarily stunned. Their focus had been solely on Tai Xuandasheng's passing, and at that moment, their emotions were akin to the heavens' collapse, leaving no room for a thorough investigation into the cause of the great sage's death. Now, upon Lin Zhe's mention, they realized the discrepancy. Tai Xuandasheng had not fallen victim to the Spirit Emperor, but had instead succumbed to self-destruction. This revelation rendered them utterly speechless. They had considered the possibility of Tai Xuandasheng being slain by the Spirit Emperor or by the schemes of certain demonic great sages. Yet they had never fathomed that he would choose self-termination. How could such a formidable sage suddenly set himself aflame without warning? Guizong and his brother exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting confusion. After a lengthy silence, Guizong finally inquired, "What has transpired during my absence?" The purple-robe elder responded, "The Spirit Emperor paid a visit, seeking the Book of Time. It was willingly given by our master. Why? The purple-robe elder shook his head, stating, "Our master merely said one thing. He wishes to atone." Atone? What does that mean? Their master did not elaborate, only stating that one day, we would naturally understand. Gue Tsong opened his mouth, wanting to say something but found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he could only utter, "So, our master's self-immolation is also due to this so-called atonement?" The purple-robe elder fell silent, hesitating before nodding, perhaps. Gue Tsong noticed his brother's hesitation and, like a man grasping a lifeline, immediately asked, "Brother, you have always been perceptive. Do you sense something?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding. "Our master once casually mentioned, had I not been so deeply entangled in my obsessions, I would have been the first among us 3 brothers to attain sanctity." Gue Tsong's eyes momentarily froze. 3 brothers? Who else? The purple-robe elder shook his head. Our master did not elaborate, nor did I dare to pry further. Gue Tsong and the purple-robe elder fell into silence, at a loss for words. Silence, once again, enveloped them. Their minds were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Had their master fallen to the spirit emperor's hand, or been the victim of a demonic great sage's conspiracy, they could have contemplated vengeance. Whether they could take revenge or not, at least they would have a target. But now, learning that their master had willingly passed into the afterlife left them feeling unmoored. Bewildered once more, after a moment of silent bewilderment. It was the purple-robe elder, as the eldest disciple, who first managed to compose himself. He solemnly bowed before the lifeless form of Tai Xuan Dasheng. Rising, he wiped away the remnants of tears and approached Lin Zhe and the others. "The incident was sudden, and my brother and I were somewhat discomposed. I apologize for the disturbance." "No matter," Lin Zhe replied. "Thank you for your understanding." The purple-robe elder continued. "Although our master has departed, my Tianji sacred sect must continue to forge ahead. The transaction previously discussed between my junior and the 2 esteemed elders remains valid. The sacred weapon Tai Xuan Yin is witnessed by our ancestors. The reputation of the Shui Qing twin saints has never been favorable, and with the chaos now engulfing our Tianji sacred sect, it presents the perfect opportunity for the twin saints to take advantage." The purple-robe elder felt compelled to be cautious. Thus he naturally brought up their sacred weapon, Tai Xuan Yin. The implication was clear. Although their master had unexpectedly passed, the sacred weapon remained, and their foundation persisted. Should anyone wish to act, they ought to weigh their options carefully. Lin Zhe smiled, having never taken the transaction with the Tianji sacred sect to heart. On one hand, he had already perused the complete versions of the 2 texts. On the other, he had no need for them. As for the other texts acquired in the past, Gue Tsong had sought various sects collections for him, and today he returned the favor with records from the different clans. His true purpose for visiting the Tianji sacred sect was to seek guidance from the great sage of the Ba Shi clan regarding certain inquiries. However, he had not anticipated that plans would be overtaken by unforeseen developments. A legendary sage adept at the art of celestial divination had met his end in self-immolation. It remained a mystery what future this esteemed ancestor of the Ba Shi clan had glimpsed to choose such a fate. Lin Zhe sighed inwardly and gestured subtly to Long Yu. Understanding the signal, Long Yu presented a Qianquan bag to the purple-robe elder. This bag contained the various texts they had acquired over the past few days. The purple-robe elder accepted the Qianquan bag, and upon probing within, the furrow of worry on his brow eased somewhat. "Thank you, esteemed elders. May I ask your names?" "Just a single character. You." "Zhe. Truly?" It seemed he had heard something uncertain. The purple-robe elder raised an eyebrow. "Does Elder Zhe possess a small bell? Please do not misinterpret. I have been entrusted to deliver an item to someone whose name contains the character Zhe. It was said that this person would eventually arrive at the Tianji sacred sect, and I was to use a small bell as a token for recognition." Upon hearing this, a fleeting flash of purple light crossed Lin Zhe's eyes, his gaze deep as an ancient well. "When did this person arrive at the Tianji sacred sect?" "Approximately 500 years ago, that person visited our master, and I happened to brew the tea." 500 years ago. This corresponded precisely with the time mentioned by Qing Yi sect's master Qing Hong, coinciding with the emergence of the colossal formation. Did he say anything during his visit to the great sage? The purple-robe elder shook his head after brewing the tea. "I waited behind the door, and without our master's permission, I dared not eavesdrop. I only know that the individual seemed to be an old acquaintance of our master, and their discussion did not conclude on pleasant terms. It appears he sought to collaborate with our master on some endeavor, which was declined. An old acquaintance of Tai Xuandasheng? When did he meet him? Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes, pondering what had transpired with the little rogue Hong Tian after being pursued by the Emperor of Destiny. Subsequently, he approached me to entrust an item. Despite the disagreement with our master, he had no intention of interfering with others, so I accepted the matter. I wonder. Elder Zhe. The purple-robe elder had not finished speaking when a small, ancient bell materialized before him. Is this the item you refer to? Indeed, it is you. The purple-robe elder exclaimed. In that case, I have finally fulfilled this commission from 500 years ago. With that, the purple-robe elder produced a gleaming, irregular fragment of bronze mirror from thin air, returning what belongs to its rightful owner. The bronze mirror fragment landed in Lin Zhe's palm, and an overwhelming sensation of bloodline connection surged through him, causing the blood of Ba Huang within him to roar fiercely. Blood igniting, qi howling. The ancient bloodline, responding to the call of this lens, seemed to be reborn, radiating layers of vibrant energy. Under the gentle warmth of this energy, the bronze lens found its rightful place, gradually merging into Lin Zhe's true form of Ba Huang. In Chapter 200, meeting Hong Tian again, Lin Zhe came to a profound realization. Undoubtedly, this fragment of the bronze mirror originated from the treasured Ba Huang Jing of their clan. However, it remained a mystery as to why the Ba Huang Jing had shattered and ended up in Hong Tian's possession. Lin Zhe was determined to connect with the Ba Huang Jing using the power of destiny, to uncover the events that had transpired with Hong Tian. Given the unique nature of the Ba Huang Jing, it should allow him to bypass Hong Tian's true realm of destiny, revealing the past during the time he possessed the mirror. Yet, Lin Zhe hesitated as he gazed into the endless sky. Utilizing the power of destiny to delve into the Ba Huang Jing and Hong Tian, the inheritor of the celestial body, would certainly require serious commitment. With Lin Zhe's current cultivation level, which was incredibly close to the boundless realm, combined with the sensitivity of the destiny power that originated from the heavens, if he were to act decisively, the so-called celestial net would likely be unable to conceal him. If the divine being of the heavens were to be drawn to him, it would spell disaster. Lin Zhe was brave, not foolish. He did not wish to confront a divine entity that transcended all. However, upon reflection, he recalled that he had left Tianlan to explore the ancient past and seek out the lost members of the Ba Huang clan. With his true purpose not lying in the primordial era, his unintentional entry into the primordial era could be said to have been for the sake of Hong Tian. Should there be any signs of discovery, he could simply depart without hesitation. After all, with the Spirit Sovereign's impending celestial inspection, he intended to leave soon anyway. Moreover, during this time, he had collaborated with Long Yu to seize numerous treasures, thus enhancing his foundation, which could not be deemed a loss. Thus, Lin Zhe resolved to harness the power of destiny alongside the fragment of the Ba Huang Jing to probe into Hong Tian's past. Without delay, he entered the void and activated the true realm of destiny. Destiny manifest. With a resounding boom, the fabric of time and space trembled. The river of time rippled gently. The past immediately emerged before Lin Zhe's eyes upon the fragment of the Ba Huang Jing. A figure traversed time and space, clad in familiar azure robes. Indeed, it was Hong Tian. However, the Hong Tian within the fragment now bore a few more years of maturity and the marks of time's trials. The once spirited youth had been replaced by a visage worn and battered by fate. Lin brother, you have finally arrived, Hong Tian remarked, a hint of surprise in his expression. Did you know it would come? As a being of divine destiny, Hong Tian's every aspect was a forbidden enigma to others. To capture even a trace of his essence was no small feat. To glean further insights from the Ba Huang Jing would necessitate the intervention of a divine body of destiny itself, breaking through its own true realm. Yet, Hong Tian had anticipated Lin Zhe's quest for the traces within the Ba Huang Jing and had left behind a fragment of his will. This indicated that Hong Tian had long been aware of Lin Zhe's possession of the power of destiny. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flickered across Hong Tian's face. I did not know initially, but as I gradually encountered those remnants of the past, I came to understand. After all, in this world, there has never been just one divine body of destiny. Lin Zhe pondered. Are you referring to the Emperor of Destiny? At the mention of the Emperor of Destiny, a fleeting shadow of hatred crossed Hong Tian's eyes. Indeed, he is the true and singular embodiment of destiny. The rest of us, mere substitutes and nutrients hidden behind his curtain. Once we celestial bodies mature, it shall be our demise. Such is the nature of destiny, and so it is for other celestial bodies as well. This explains why the 9 celestial bodies are invincible in their era, yet continuously perish and pass on their legacy. This is also why I cautioned you to be wary of the original myriad laws at the river boundary. Yet now it seems I have been overly cautious. Hong Tian added, his gaze filled with complexity as he looked at Lin Zhe. Brother Lin, your abilities far exceed my expectations. It seems that after the Emperor of Destiny pursued you, you have endured much. Lin Zhe inquired, where is your true form now? I can seek you out and lend my assistance. Hong Tian shook his head. The will I have left behind is not for lamenting to you, Brother Lin. There are matters I must impart to you. First, do not seek out Qing Tsang again. He has never truly existed. Qing Tsang does not exist. Before Lin Zhe could ponder this further, Hong Tian continued, but you can believe in him forever. Anything he has left behind, you can accept without reservation. Having said that, Hong Tian immediately added, second, the Book of Time. The Book of Time from the primordial era should now have been handed over to the spirit sovereign by Tai Xian, who will likely present it to the divine being. You cannot obtain it in this time. However, in our original temporal domain, the Book of Time has never truly been liberated to return to the essence of the world. It has been left by the heavenly emperor within the Dao Palace of the 33rd heaven. You must secure it. Third, be cautious of that dragon by your side. He is a contingency left behind by the Emperor of Destiny. His earlier actions beyond the primordial era were merely a deliberate ploy to mislead you. A ploy to mislead? Lin Shi echoed. Indeed, Brother Lin, the Emperor of Destiny has always sought to eliminate you. Lin Zhe's face displayed considerable confusion. When had he ever incurred the Emperor of Destiny's wrath? Was it because he had appropriated the power of destiny, making him a thorn in the Emperor's side? Why? Hong Tian did not answer, but instead asked, do you know who the current incarnation of the Emperor of Destiny is? Before Lin Zhe could respond, Hong Tian heavily uttered 2 words. Phoenix. The little phoenix that was forcefully killed by Gui Zong when it intruded into the Qing domain. Is it him? Lin Zhe's mind raced. When Gui Zong had mentioned feeling influenced by some force that led to the death of the little phoenix, Lin Zhe had felt a sense of familiarity, but had not given it deep thought. After all, at that time, the existence of the Emperor of Destiny was still too distant for him. Yet now, he recalled the notion of celestial scriptures being toxic. Gui Zong being influenced inexplicably was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Emperor of Destiny. Now I have indeed found the original protagonist. Lin Shi mused. The Emperor of Destiny has quite the formidable background. However, if this were the case, then the events 18 years ago, Gui Zhang's erroneous killing of the little phoenix that altered the course of the plot, had surely been orchestrated by the Emperor of Destiny. Why would he deliberately change a script that had already been established? Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes, recalling how he had glimpsed fear and trepidation in the eyes of the Emperor of Destiny during his time as the little phoenix. It seemed as though what he feared was. Lin Zhe rubbed his temples. With this line of thought, it appeared that the root of all problems circled back to himself. Ultimately, it was his crossing that had unexpectedly impacted the Emperor of Destiny. Well, that's another target added to the list. After leaving the primordial era, I shall seek out the current incarnation of the Emperor of Destiny to have a thorough discussion and interaction. At that moment, Hong Tian spoke again. Brother Lin, this may be our final meeting. Chapter 201, on tient es farewell. Why do you say that? A shadow of melancholy and acceptance crossed Hong Tian's face. Because the true Hong Tian has been dead for many years. From the moment we met, any Hong Tian you have encountered is merely a shell of myself, a remnant lost in the struggle against the shackles of destiny. Now, this shell has fulfilled its purpose and can finally be rid of this weary existence. Lin Zhe was taken aback, opening his mouth as if to speak, but hesitating. After a long moment, he sighed softly. In our acquaintance, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Hong Tian gazed calmly at Lin Zhe, his eyes devoid of ripples or traces. Brother Lin, if you have the heart, when you reach the remnants of the ancient realm, please watch over the holy land of destiny for me, should it still exist. As for everything else, at last, Lin Zhe cast a glance at Hong Tian, whose eyes brooded an inscrutable emotion. Let fate decide. After uttering these words, the marks left on the shattered Ba Huang mirror began to fade. Thus, the essence of Hong Tian's presence ultimately transformed into a wisp of dust in the river of time. Brother Lin, take care. With that, Hong Tian took his leave. Accompanied by the sound of this fragmentation, Lin Zhe returned. In reality, it was but a fleeting moment. Long Yu and the others remained oblivious. Lin Zhe raised his gaze to sense the supreme existence, which showed no signs of disturbance. Yet, one could not afford to be careless. It is always prudent to exercise caution. Quietly, Lin Zai activated the Bahuang blood, ready for any eventuality. This item was indeed left by my friend. Thank you for your trouble. No need for such formalities, Brother Z said hurriedly. Given the benevolence you have shown to my Tianji sacred sect, this small matter hardly warrants your gratitude. Furthermore, that esteemed one had compensated adequately long ago. Then it is settled. Neither he nor I enjoy being indebted to others. Lindsay nodded, preparing to take his leave. He glanced at Long Yu, his gaze becoming profound. This old dragon, Hong Tian, advised caution. Yet, even without Hong Tian's warning, Lin Zui had never truly confided in Long Yu or placed his trust in him. Their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation, each fulfilling their own needs. As always, I am grateful for teacher Liu Hanyan's lesson. Lindsay had gained much from it. He would no longer easily trust anyone. As for Hong Tian's words about not trusting anyone once inside, including oneself, that required careful contemplation. Let us depart. You still wish to visit the Feng clan. What do you mean? Long Yu shot Lindsay a glance. Isn't this an attempt to facilitate your connection with the Heavenly Emperor? Of course. If we could stir up some trouble within the Feng clan and diminish their arrogance, I would not object. This old dragon indeed harbors intentions to retaliate against the Feng clan. Whether he has been influenced by the Heavenly Emperor remains to be seen. After all, the earthly incarnation of the Heavenly Emperor is a phoenix. One cannot dismiss the possibility that a grand banquet is already prepared for him in the Feng clan's territory. A subtle smile graced Lin Zoe's lips. He had never shied away from a fight. Enough of the idle chatter. Lead the way swiftly. Long Yu felt somewhat perplexed. What had suddenly ignited such excitement in him? Never mind. It was of no concern to him. The priority was to stir things up in the Feng clan. Thinking of it, I too feel quite exhilarated. Thus, the man and the dragon, each harboring their own thoughts, proceeded towards the territory of the Feng clan. In the Feng clan, within the Feng Huang Tian Palace, Your Majesty, the princess refuses to leave her chamber, throwing things and having tantrums of late. She even declared that should you pressure her into a marriage alliance, she would smash your most treasured Liuli fire jade. The palace blazed with sacred flames, an unending expanse of fire that would never be extinguished. The crimson golden flames of the phoenix seemed poised to reduce the entire world to ashes, an oppressive heat enveloping all. A mere whisper of wind could transform millennia of frozen ice into nothingness. Accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry, a pair of immense crimson eyes emerged from the endless fiery domain. The ancient, mystical being emitted a thunderous voice of ages. This girl's temper is nothing like her mother's, remarked a strikingly handsome young man adorned in blazing crimson feathers. Yet, one cannot entirely blame the princess. After all, Your Majesty, you understand well how the spirit race is perceived among us, the myriad clans of Taichu. The Feng clan and the Dragon clan are the true spirits of nature, the leaders among all clans. To require the princess to ally with those of the spirit race is indeed somewhat. The ancient being sighed through the ages. How could I not know? Since the spirit race was created by the gods, they have grown increasingly powerful, blessed by divine favor, monopolizing the path of divine cultivation. If this continues, even our dragon and phoenix clans will be suppressed by the spirit race. The ancient being's tone suddenly grew somber. The handsome young man's expression shifted. Your Majesty, could it be that your injuries from the battle with the spirit saint have yet to fully heal? The crimson golden eyes within the sacred flames remained fixed, the flames swirling with infinite mysteries. Your Majesty, the situation of the spirit race has changed. What? The ancient being murmured with fiery intensity. Strange. How could the spirit race's momentum shift so suddenly? Could it be that a formidable figure has emerged to confront them? Yet, our dragon and phoenix clans have been avoiding the gods, and the Taishan lineage has not opposed the spirit race. What a mystery. The burning phoenix flames held the ancient being's gaze in silence for a long while. Very well, let's observe further. As for that princess, inform her that as long as she does not shatter my fire jade, she may do as she pleases. Yes, leave. All of you, get out of my sight. The voice of the Feng clan princess echoed angrily from her chamber. Talp, talp, talp? Huh? The attendant made a shushing gesture. The Feng clan members immediately complied, falling silent. Creak. He stepped in with steady strides. A jade cup flew toward him. Thud. I'll let you in here. The visitor set down the jade cup, revealing a handsome face imbued with the aura of an imperial deity. What? Are you so angry that you no longer recognize even your brother? The chamber fell quiet for a moment. A fiery, vibrant figure rushed out, leaping toward the man. Brother, you finally emerged from seclusion. The visitor was none other than Feng Taichu, the prince of the Feng clan. Feng Taichu gently patted his sister's shoulder. All right, you have no idea, during your seclusion, our father, that old fool, has been neglecting you and instead arranging for me to marry those lackeys of the spirit race. You must help me speak to him. My apologies. Wrong chapter. Those who have read ahead, please refrain from spoiling. Chapter 202, Master. Very well, I shall speak on your behalf. Others may fear the spirit race, but I do not. Feng Taichu affectionately ruffled the Feng princess's hair. Upon mentioning the spirit race, a fierce glint flashed in Feng Taichu's eyes, unrestrained. Upon hearing this, the Feng princess's brows furrowed slightly. She looked up at Feng Taichu, who remained as radiant as ever, exuding the regal aura of a natural-born ruler. He continued to show her such affection. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt that her brother seemed somewhat changed after his retreat. Perhaps his successful seclusion had endowed him with greater confidence to pursue his ideals. Or perhaps she was merely being overly sensitive. After pondering, the Feng princess tentatively asked, Brother, to what stage have you advanced? Feng Taichu smiled indulgently, not providing a direct answer, merely stating, the stage is not important. What matters is that I can ensure you no longer suffer grievances. The Feng princess pouted, playfully responding, It's not as serious as you say. Everyone is very kind to me. This marriage alliance with the spirit race. Father is merely worried about future changes that might leave him unable to protect me. I understand that. Feng Taichu chuckled, offering no further explanation. At that moment, voices from the Feng clan members could be heard outside. Your Highness, your friend has arrived. Upon hearing this, the Feng princess quickly silenced her clan members, responding loudly, Saying she has come? Good. I shall see her shortly. Lead her to the sacred fire palace. The princess was relieved she had reacted quickly enough to prevent her brother from noticing. With a casual demeanor, the princess of the Feng clan turned and said, Shengshi came looking for me. Brother, you've been in seclusion for so long. Would you like to accompany me? Her brother, Feng Taichu, had always shown little interest in the trivial matters of girls. Most days, he was either handling state affairs or observing the conditions of various clans, engrossed in the grand events of the world, and he had no intention of indulging in frivolities. Her words were merely a strategic retreat, a performance for show. However, as soon as she spoke, Feng Taichu responded with two simple words. All right. It had indeed been a considerable time since he last saw that girl, Shengshi, and he was curious if she had changed in appearance. The princess's smile instantly froze, gradually becoming stiff. But brother, aren't you busy? There must still be many state affairs awaiting your attention. Besides, it would be inconvenient for you to join a gathering of girls. Feng Taichu teased, What? Can't a brother take a break from his duties? Her nervousness prompted him to jest. Is there a little secret you don't want me to know? Let me guess. Could it be that a wild boy has caught your fancy? The princess's smile slowly faded. She resolved to employ her ultimate weapon, pouting. Not at all. It's just that it would be inconvenient for a man like you to accompany us. All right, you go back to your duties, she urged. Feng Taichu, with a resigned shrug, appeared mysteriously enigmatic. Very well, I only came to check on you after hearing you were wronged. If you're fine, then I can rest easy. With that, he turned to leave, but not before reminding her, remember to take your protective talisman. If there's danger, summon me and father immediately. I could recite your instructions by heart. Feng Taichu chuckled helplessly, You little girl. The palace doors slowly closed, casting shadows on Feng Taichu's face. His warm, affectionate smile vanished, replaced by a visage of frost. Beneath that icy exterior lay an overwhelming murderous intent, one that could engulf the world and transcend the ages. Despite the sweltering summer heat in the land of the Feng clan, layers of chilling frost quietly formed, freezing the blazing Feng sacred fire. A biting wind swept through as Feng Taichu departed, laden with frost. This time, he would not let it go. Outside the Feng territory, the princess softly addressed the exceptionally handsome man before her. You should leave quickly. My brother is not easy to get along with. Well, he's not bad. He is quite good, actually. It's just that he holds some biases at times. If he discovers you. At this point, the princess's face flushed slightly as she cast a reproachful glance at the man. She then retrieved a phoenix jade from her bosom and placed it in his hand. The jade felt warm, exuding her subtle, captivating fragrance. Here, take this. After you cultivate for a while and gain some reputation, it will be useful. The man was moved, opening his mouth to speak but hesitating. The The princess added, "All right, hurry and go." "Thank you, princess. If I achieve success in the future, I will repay you generously." "Good. Then I shall await your return." The princess's eyes sparkled with joy, akin to the crescent moon in the sky, bright and enchanting. Laughing, she seemed to feel that her words carried an unintentional implication, and blushing, she ran off, leaving the man with a graceful silhouette. As he gazed at the princess's delicate figure swaying in the wind, the man inexplicably smiled before turning to leave. However, just a few hundred miles from the Feng territory, a blaze of Feng sacred fire suddenly erupted before him. Amidst the dancing flames, a figure, exuding the might of a god or emperor, materialized before him. Hadieting en awa spirinoha. Clad in a resplendent, fiery red-gold robe, the newcomer was none other than Feng Taichu, the prince of the Feng clan. At this moment, fury glistened in his eyes, hardened by the passage of countless ages filled with resentment. He uttered not a word. The heavens and earth resonated with an overwhelming blaze capable of melting all things. A gigantic hand, composed of countless flames, descended upon the man with ruthless intent. Intent on delivering a fatal blow. The man's expression shifted slightly as he immediately summoned all his strength to resist Feng Taichu's lethal strike. However, he was still too inexperienced to contend with this godlike figure. His protective aura was obliterated in an instant by the boundless sacred fire. Was this to be his end? Just as the crisis peaked, a resounding slash echoed as a divine sword of yin and yang descended from the heavens. It entwined black and white energies, reversing yin and yang, creating life anew. The earth-shattering sword aura pierced through the fiery domain, tearing apart Feng Taichu's flaming grasp and shattering his fiery prison. The world returned to tranquility. A figure clad in unparalleled white descended before the man. The man exclaimed in astonishment, "Master?" Upon hearing the title Master, the white-clad man wielding the yin-yang sword felt his lips twitch in disbelief. What was happening? The Heavenly Emperor had called him Master? Indeed, the white-clad figure was Lin Zhe, who had come to the Feng clan, and the handsome man who addressed him as Master was none other than Lin Bahuang, the young boy who had once learned the Ziyue Wanshin Tong from him in the vast expanse of the Taichu era. Upon arriving at the Feng clan, Lin Zhe had seen the presence of his ancestor from afar. At that moment, he marveled at the irony of trying to nurture flowers that would not bloom while inadvertently planting willows that grew into shade. As the time to depart drew near, he unexpectedly encountered the Heavenly Emperor ancestor. Yet, considering the original timeline, it was not surprising, as the Heavenly Emperor ancestor had likely formed a union through an alliance, culminating in a destined relationship. While Lin Zhe pondered this, he had yet to formulate a greeting when he witnessed someone launching a thunderous attack against his ancestor, clearly intending to render the Heavenly Emperor ancestor irreparably harmed. This was intolerable. He immediately intervened, drawing forth the long-sealed Qing Tsang Wuxia sacred weapon. With a sword drawn across the sky, Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes, observing the unscathed Feng Taichu before him. His previous strike had not been light, and it was not something just anyone could withstand. "Master, how did you end up here?" Lin Bahuang's voice brimmed with excitement. "Since our parting in youth, I thought I would never get another chance to see you." Lin Zhe's lips twitched slightly. "We can catch up later. The person you have encountered is not simple." Lin Bahuang nodded, his expression turning grave. "Thank you for your concern, Master. If I am correct, this individual is likely the prince of the Feng clan, Feng Taichu, the legendary born ruler, a paragon above all clans in the Taichu era. He gained fame at a young age, having broken through to the Tianyuan realm even during the Lingdi era, and has since remained in seclusion. By now, he has undoubtedly attained the realm of Mingxian Daxian. Master, please exercise caution." Lin Bahuang refrained from uttering frivolous reassurances like "you need not worry about me." From their earlier clash, he could discern that his master's realm was undoubtedly on par with Feng Taichu, at the very least. Since his master was willing to intervene on his behalf, there was no need for further words. All he needed to do was provide information about his opponent and advise caution. The rest was for his master to decide. However, reflecting upon it, how astonishing was it that the mentor he had encountered in his youth was this powerful. Those who could contend with Feng Taichu were undoubtedly renowned leaders among various clans. He had truly been fortunate in his youth to have encountered such an exalted being. The Tao itself aided him. In this world, there was surely a place for him, with a slight bow to show respect to his master. A blazing ambition ignited within Lin Bahuang's eyes. The name Feng Taichu did not resonate with Lin Zhe. However, Long Yu was likely familiar with it. After all, Feng Taichu was not only a natural-born sovereign, but also the prince of the Feng clan, a figure undoubtedly etched in history with vibrant strokes. In a fleeting thought, Lin Zhe's consciousness drifted toward Long Yu, only to discover that, in the blink of an eye, this individual had vanished miles away, trembling in fear. Do you know who he is? Long Yu's lips quivered, his large eyes filled with terror. How could he not recognize Feng Taichu? Even if Feng Taichu were reduced to ashes, he would still recognize him. It was Long Yu's relentless pursuit of him that nearly led to his demise on the Shungwu continent. He was the Tianming Emperor. Feng Taichu is the Tianming Emperor. The mystery unraveled. No wonder the Long clan dared to pursue Tianming with such fervor. It was intertwined with deep-seated animosities. Lin Zhe cast a strange glance at Lin Bahuang behind him. Additionally, Hong Tian mentioned that the Tianming Emperor had always sought to eliminate Lin Zhe himself. Could it be that the enmity between him and the Tianming Emperor began here? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Feng Taichu's murderous intent surged even more. After Lin Zhe thwarted Feng Taichu's lethal strike, he seemed enraged, his killing intent magnifying. His eyes were filled with a cold, merciless resolve to kill. A tempest erupted from the ground. Under the onslaught of Feng Taichu's murderous aura, a cataclysmic storm materialized from thin air, with merciless blades of wind sweeping across the heavens and earth. Wherever it passed, chaos ensued. The entire world was riddled with countless irregular cracks, rendering the landscape fragmented and disarrayed. Feng Taichu stood amidst the wreckage, mastering the principles of life and death. With a single hand, he overshadowed the sky. Boom! The colossal hand, destined to obliterate all, spanned the horizon, annihilating all manifestations. Simultaneously, a dazzling brilliance of Tianming radiated from the center of the giant hand, showcasing the majesty of the heavens. Tianming, annihilation. Witnessing this, Lin Zhe thought to himself that indeed, the Wan fashion and Zhiga Xian'is had returned to the past. And so too had the Tianming Xian'is. However, unlike Wan fashion and Zhiga, the cultivation of the Tianming Xian'is had also been transported back. According to Lin Bahuang, Feng Taichu was likely at the realm of Ming Xian. Yet, whether it was his earlier disarming of Lin Zhe's sword or his current display of commanding Tianming, he was far beyond what Ming Xian could reach. This power seemed to hint that a fragment of the Tianming Emperor's true essence had transcended back to Taichu, descending upon his former self. Given this realization, Lin Zhe's gaze ignited with fervor. He extended his hand and withdrew a second sacred weapon from his sword case. The esteemed Tianming Emperor had personally descended to extend an invitation. How could he refuse? Let's engage in battle. Bang! In that instant, Lin Zhe rapidly circulated the blood of the 8 desolations. The Tao fruits of the 8 Shizhu and the sacred weapons of the 8 Shizhu resonated in harmony within his veins, propelling the blood of the 8 desolations to its utmost evolution. Immortal, a cascade of celestial wonders. True body, a golden lotus from the earth. Transforming, a majestic purple aura surged forth. The true form of the 8 desolations, supreme. Lin Zhe revealed his true form, wielding an overwhelming force that reversed the edge of his sword. His divine comprehension reached level 7, the pinnacle. The myriad phenomena converged within a single sword. This sword, the dawn of creation, clang. The unparalleled edge intertwined with the colossal hand of Tianming, 2 immense powers clashing in a display of infinite transformations. In the span of a heartbeat, they exchanged blows countless times. The powerful aftermath of their battle stirred a tempest, resonating with the hearts of all. Is this the true power of the world's paramount beings? Hidden behind Lin Zhe, Lin Bahuang gazed at the astonishing spectacle of their combat, his eyes brimming with fervent desire. If he possessed such might, perhaps he could. Lin Bahuang tightened his grip on the Feng Wang treasure, the deeply buried obsession within him sprouting further. Chapter 204. The Transcendent Confrontation with the Tianming Emperor. Within the Feng Wang Heavenly Palace, amidst the endless realm of flames burning with an indomitable fire, an ancient being opened its scarlet golden eyes once more. The aura of Taichu? Who is he battling? In the next moment, a hint of confusion flickered in the crimson eyes. No, this power could not possibly be wielded by someone of Taichu's age. Upon realizing something, the ancient Feng Huang's eyes filled with dread. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, colossal wings emerged from the depths of the fiery domain, their outlines faintly visible. What has transpired in my later generations? Meanwhile, high above the 9 clouds of the Dragon Clan's celestial realm, a mysterious colossal entity observed this monumental battle that shook Taichu. Thanks to Long Yu's identity as a member of the Dragon Clan, he was privy to far more secrets than the Feng Wang. Thus, he understood all too well that this was a conflict rooted in grievances of the future. Feng Taichu's mother had given birth to an exceptional son. A voice echoed from the 9 clouds, the Dragon Emperor's lament evident. Clearly, in that unknown future, the Feng clan emerged as the significant benefactor. But what a Dragon Clan? The Dragon Emperor's profound gaze pierced through the vast expanse, landing squarely upon Lin Zhe. Clad in white, he was one of the dual saints of Xueqing, alongside that descendant of the future. Logically, this individual should belong to the Dragon Clan. Yet, regrettably, the Dragon Emperor sensed not a trace of dragon blood within this Xue saint. The future of the Dragon Clan. Above the 9 clouds, thunder rolled, and the sea of clouds surged. Boom! Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, the colossal entity cast a grand shadow upon the mortal realm. A pair of crimson dragon eyes projected a dim red light from the depths of the cloud sea. In the realm of the heavens, the Spirit Emperor awaited the return of the Father God, overlooking the myriad of beings below. At this moment, she furrowed her brow, her exquisite eyes filled with disbelief. Feng Taichu, and another cultivator, quasi-primordial realm, individual not recorded. Under the supervision and regular purging by her spirit, the entirety of Taichu's sacred realm was documented. Who had evaded extermination, who was scheduled for the next hunt, who was intentionally allowed to live a little longer, who would face execution upon the Father God's awakening, and who had secretly reached an agreement with her spirit clan. She had it all accounted for. The movements of all clans in Taichu were meticulously arranged. Yet now, the documented Feng Taichu had deviated from the plan. The other, even more alarming, had suddenly appeared. Moreover, both were perilously close to the quasi-primordial realm. The Spirit Emperor pressed her lips together, glancing down at the Book of Time in her hands. It seemed her speculation was highly plausible. Indeed, someone from the future had broken through the divine restrictions, achieving a status parallel to that of the gods. And now, that individual was attempting to influence the past to secure further victories. Father God, where are you? The Spirit Emperor tightened her grip on the Book of Time. She needed to contact the Father God swiftly and present the Book of Time, for the consequences of delay were unimaginable. Under the ever-changing skies, the battle between the two most formidable beings in the world raged on, intensifying with each passing moment. The Tianming purple light in Feng Taichu's eyes grew increasingly potent. He transformed into the Tianming sovereign, commanding the heavenly Tao and wielding the supreme cosmos. The aura emanating from him, capable of silencing all existence and destabilizing the world, surged ever higher, determined to obliterate every threat in this moment. Lin Zhe's own aura rose in tandem with Feng Taichu's strength. Gulme. The Wuxia sword case opened once more. Lin Zhe drew forth a third sword from within. 3 sacred weapons encircled Lin Zhe, arranged in the formation of the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, contesting the celestial mandate of Feng Taichu without yielding an inch. With a swift flash, the clash between the two resumed, and in the blink of an eye, they had engaged in over 1 million exchanges, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back amid the radiance of the sacred swords, Lin Zhe declared, "If the power you sent back is of this caliber, then today you shall not slay anyone." The celestial mandate's imperial aura in Feng Taichu's eyes remained undiminished. He did not respond to Lin Zhe, but merely uttered softly, "Celestial mandate, return to origin." Upon these words, it was as if the supreme celestial emperor had issued the highest decree. Beneath the cold divine oracle, a purple seed emitted a blinding light deep within Lin Zhe's heart. An indescribable sensation of manipulation surged through him. It felt as though he was on the verge of losing himself, becoming a puppet of the celestial mandate. The source of this malevolence was the celestial body of destiny that Lin Zhe had stealthily acquired from Hong Tian. The celestial scripture was indeed toxic. However, he had long anticipated this. From a moment he sensed something amiss, Lin Zhe had prudently cast aside the power of the celestial body of destiny, establishing a foundational Tao fruit centered around his own Ba Huang bloodline. Should any backlash or hidden dangers from the celestial body arise, Lin Zhe could immediately suppress it and safeguard his core essence. With a flicker of thought, Lin Zhe's Bahuang blood surged within him like a tempest. Essence of the myriad, boundless qi, the freedom of the divine. The 33 Dao fruits instantly activated, soaring to the heavens. Boom! The manifestation of the Dao fruits shone brilliantly like stars. Their emergence turned day into night, stripping the world of its colors. At this moment, only these 33 resplendent Dao fruits illuminated the dark starry sky. Under their immense power, this moment became eternal. Bang! The shackles of the celestial mandate shattered in response. The brilliance of the 33 Dao fruits completely suppressed the radiance of the celestial mandate. It seemed that Feng Taichu was on the brink of defeat. Yet Lin Zhe remained ever vigilant. He opened the Wuxia sword box, his right hand resting on the fourth sword. The presence of Lu Hanyin, the Formless One, was already formidable enough. Moreover, as one of the 9 supreme beings of antiquity, the Celestial Mandate Emperor should possess far more than this. He could not believe that such an entity, once capable of contending with the divine, would possess only these meager means. The esteemed Celestial Mandate Emperor, even if only a fragment of his will were to descend, should not be so limited. Faced with Lin Zhe's provocatively charged words, Feng Taichu remained silent. He merely expanded the true realm of the Celestial Mandate, clashing with Lin Zhe, the situation increasingly turning against him. Observing this, Lin Zhe also refrained from speaking, silently intensifying his grip, just as Feng Taichu found himself at a disadvantage, his momentum threatening to plummet, suddenly, as if rebounding from the depths. Feng Taichu's aura surged once more, surpassing any previous intensity. The vast true realm of the Celestial Mandate enveloped the heavens. Forbidden technique. Sword artifacts sealed. The Celestial Mandate Emperor issued the highest decree. Lightning flashed. Feng Taichu's figure became indistinct amidst the dazzling light. Whoosh! He brandished the punishment spear of thunder, acting on behalf of heaven. Death. A strike of certain kill. Seeing this, Lin Zhe's gaze lowered slightly. This strike was peculiar. Instinctively, he sensed the location of Long Yu. Sure enough, a bolt of celestial lightning had coalesced, transforming Long Yu entirely into a thunder dragon spear. In tandem with the Celestial Mandate Emperor, one bright, one shadowy, silent and stealthy. Chapter 205. The End of Taichu. Departure. This was the grand gift meticulously prepared for him by the Celestial Mandate Emperor. A contingency plan planted eons ago, with Long Yu as its bait. Those cunning old foxes, having witnessed the ebb and flow of causality and time, truly knew how to play the game. Lin Zhe immediately struck the Wuxia sword box. The fourth sacred sword emerged in response. The cold gleam of the blade was as sharp as frost against Taichu. Lin Zhe raised the sword, intending to cleave through all manifestations of chaos. But at that instant, Lin Zhe hesitated. Something was amiss. For a figure such as the Celestial Mandate Emperor, this underhanded trick was too direct, too petty. Did he truly not anticipate that Lin Zhe had suspected Long Yu from the outset? What if Lin Zhe were to deflect this attack? Such a setup to kill him was far too dismissive. Lin Zhe suddenly recalled Hong Tian's words. The previous actions from beyond the realm were merely a feint. The true target of the Celestial Mandate Emperor's assassination had always been you. A flash of realization struck Lin Zhe's mind, recalling Hong Tian's warning before entering Taichu. Once inside, trust no one, not even myself. A ploy to kill me. Boom! A bolt of thunder surged through Lin Zhe's mind. Not good. The Celestial Mandate Emperor's true target was never Lin Zhe. Whoosh! Lin Zhe retreated sharply. He redirected his sword, disregarding the dual assault of the Celestial Mandate Emperor, pivoting instead towards Lin Bahuang, unleashing a strike that shattered the fabric of time. As expected, at that moment, a ghastly figure shrouded in ominous black mist loomed behind Lin Bahuang, extending its deadly claws towards his vital essence. The true target of the Celestial Mandate Emperor's malevolence had always been the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Bahuang. Whoosh! Lin Zhe's sword energy arrived just in time. The ferocious sword pressure sliced through time and space, unleashing a tempest of chaotic winds akin to shards of glass. The sword energy swept across, and the storm dispersed the ghastly black mist, revealing the truth hidden beneath. Clad in a simple blue robe, with disheveled hair that matched his languid demeanor, it was unmistakably Hong Tian. No, to be precise, it was the remnant of Hong Tian's physical form. The true Hong Tian had long since perished. What remained in this world was merely a puppet, manipulated by the celestial mandate emperor. The sword energy was sharp, effortlessly tearing apart Hong Tian's body, reducing him to countless fragments that scattered in the wind. Buzz! The swift winds whispered softly. In a fleeting moment, Lin Zhe seemed to hear Hong Tian's farewell. Brother Lin, take care. On tient départed. This time, he left no trace of his corporeal existence. The old dragon, Long Yu, had also been transformed by the celestial mandate emperor into a lethal punishment dragon spear. Among the three who entered the Taichu era, only Lin Zhe remained, solitary and alone. Lin Zhe's expression darkened slightly. Meanwhile, Feng Taichu, who had remained unresponsive until now, finally curled his lips into a smirk. Boom! He unleashed an even more potent aura. The mandate is with me. His declaration resonated with authority. He wielded the celestial mandate's path, descending absolute divine retribution. All evil shall be annihilated. Clenching his palm, the surrounding space of millions of miles began to collapse, seeking to utterly eradicate Lin Zhe and Lin Bahuang. Master, Lin Zhe nodded, stay close to me. Whoosh! The Wuxia sword box opened once more. Lin Zhe directly drew forth the fifth sacred weapon. Thus, all five swords emerged. The complete Wuxia sacred weapons finally reappeared in the world. Boom! The presence of the five sacred swords froze the entirety of Taichu. An overwhelming sword pressure defied the celestial mandate. Clang! Myriad swords surged. A river of sword energy enveloped the vast heavens. This world was destined to witness the ultimate confrontation between two supreme beings. But at that moment, the Phoenix gem, tightly gripped in Lin Bahuang's hand, suddenly radiated a blinding warm red light. A figure of unparalleled beauty, adorned in a phoenix robe, emerged from the crimson glow, shielding against the impending calamity. Upon seeing this figure within the Phoenix gem, Feng Taichu fell silent. The usually unyielding countenance of his revealed a hint of hesitation. With a single breath, followed by another, he waved his hand, causing the multitude of divine decrees to vanish into thin air. He then turned and stepped into the shattered fabric of time, disappearing from sight, leaving behind a helpless sigh. Alas! Witnessing Feng Taichu's reluctant departure, Lin Zhe sheathed his sacred weapon and shifted his gaze to the Phoenix Jade. The jade still bore the fleeting traces of the graceful figure from earlier, an entity that undeniably belonged to a different realm of existence. It seemed to be the handiwork of the future Feng Fei. How intriguing. These two siblings, one seeking to slay the celestial emperor, the other striving to protect him. Diverting his attention from the Phoenix Jade, Lin Zhe inquired, how did you suddenly cross paths with him? Lin Bahuang smiled wryly. Perhaps it is because of my sister, that princess of the Feng clan. To be frank, I fortuitously entered the secret realm of the Feng clan and developed a bond with that princess. I suspect that is why Feng Taichu mistook me for a schemer with ulterior motives towards her, leading to his murderous intent. Ah, ici, Lin Zhe teased. Are you one such schemer? Lin Bahuang's expression grew slightly pained. Every heart yearns for beauty. Yet, I am but a humble disciple. How could I dare to mislead a fair maiden? Even if she harbored feelings, her kin would never permit it. Otherwise, we would not be in this predicament today. I shall wait until I have achieved something worthy of her. Lin Zhe chuckled. You possess a clear mind. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Indeed, you will become the foremost figure of the ancient times, with your sister's husband trailing behind you. Although, it seems you will eventually part ways. I wonder how that will transpire. Reality has already rendered you lost, and yet it infuriated your brother-in-law to the extent that he would reverse time and alter fate to eliminate you. What a chaotic family dynamic. Is this infidelity, or merely a failure in time management that led to your downfall? For a moment, Lin Zhe pondered many thoughts, envisioning a dramatic series of 52 episodes for the prime time slot of 8 o'clock. Then I am grateful for your auspicious words, Master. Might you have time to spare? It has been decades since our last parting, and I have yet to repay your teachings, which fills me with great shame. Now, by a stroke of fortune, I find myself reunited with you, and once again, you come to my aid against formidable foes. Your kindness towards me is immense. Yet I do not even know your name. I am truly ashamed. I hope for your understanding. Lin Zhe glanced at the lofty clouds above, shaking his head. I fear there's little time left. My ruckus with the Celestial Emperor cannot have gone unnoticed, though I do not comprehend why he refrains from intervening. I can no longer be so obstinate. Focus on your cultivation. One day, we shall meet again. At that time, you will undoubtedly learn my true identity. Chapter 206. The remnant realm of antiquity, however, when that time comes, do not employ familial discipline upon me. Do not hold it against me for disrespecting ancestors. Heaven pity me. Master, you are the one who called yourself the Celestial Emperor. I shall not acknowledge it. With that, Lin Zhe revealed a mysterious smile to Lin Bahuang and departed from Taichuji. Your disciple bids you farewell, Master. Lin Bahuang watched as Lin Zhe vanished, taking a long while to retract his gaze. Fate and destiny, he mused, glancing at the phoenix jade in his hand, a sigh escaping his lips, touched by emotion. The Phoenix clan's secret arts, the pinnacle of essence, would suffice for a long time. Next, Lin Bahuang's gaze flickered towards an unnamed direction. I wonder how Xiao Ming is faring? Has she successfully acquired the legacy of that formidable figure of fate? He stored the Phoenix jade carefully, his solitary figure gradually fading into the sunlight. I shall first go and see. The remnant realm of antiquity, the largest fragment left after the shattering of the ancient world, retains a wealth of ancient traces, with the rules of heaven and earth most clearly defined, thus becoming the preferred choice for many ancient survivors to rebuild their homes. This led to numerous factions migrating here to establish order and vie for dominance in the post-ancient era. In no time, heroes emerged and prodigies flourished. In the blink of an eye, it became a time of diverse voices and competing vessels, as if the grandeur of the ancient times had been resurrected. Therefore, it became the central hub of the shattered antiquity, inheriting the name of the ancient world, aptly named the remnant realm of antiquity. On this day, at the North Sea of the remnant realm of antiquity, in the Zhenhai Celestial City, known as one of the great sovereigns of the North Sea, a renowned sect boasting a legendary dual saint lineage. Zhenhai Celestial City has never lacked visitors drawn by its fame. No matter the time, Zhenhai Celestial City is always bustling with activity. Especially today, the city is teeming with people. It is a day of celebration in Zhenhai Celestial City, as the current generation Saintess has achieved her first victory, defeating the long-renowned Dao Yi Saint Sun with absolute dominance, thereby joining the ranks of North Sea prodigies. This stirred much excitement. People began to inquire about the cultivation level of the Zhenhai Saintess, the techniques she employed, and to what extent had she mastered the Zhenhai Ping Tianju. In response, the Dao Yi Saint Sun simply uttered one phrase, Sainin Tai Huang Ti. Upon uttering these 5 words, the entire North Sea erupted in commotion. Who in today's world does not recognize the name of the Saint In Tai Huang Ti? Its legend can be summarized in 5 words. The 33 Emperor Bodies. Indeed, the Saint In Tai Huang Ti is one of the legendary 33 Emperor Bodies, ranking quite high among them. Throughout history, regardless of who its inheritor may be or the current era, the Saint In Tai Huang Ti has always secured a place among the top 10. It stands unrivaled. Thus, Zhenhai Celestial City chose to forego subtlety, openly hosting a grand banquet to proclaim the invincibility of their saintess, clearly announcing to all that their current generation saintess is indeed the Saint In Tai Huang Ti. Anyone who dares to doubt or challenge this is welcome to test their skills against the techniques of the Emperor Body. There is no fear that the saintess will suffer a collapse of her heart's resolve, for there is no need for such concern. The 33 Emperor Bodies are born to be sovereigns. They are destined to be invincible in the world. Among peers, the possessor of an Emperor Body cannot possibly lose. As for different generations, Zhenhai Celestial City is not to be trifled with. Should you dare to disrupt the order, Zhenhai Celestial City will certainly make you understand what sort of celestial sect is worthy of a dual saint lineage. The weight of a dual saint lineage is not something to be taken lightly. The Zhenhai Saintess is yet another newly risen prodigy, making this era increasingly thrilling. Who can argue otherwise? Just as the Zhenhai Saintess rises, the contemporary figure of the Huaidao Palace has also emerged. Oh, is that truly the case? There can be no doubt. I have heard that he has already gone to the Huanyue Palace. Given the nature of Huaidao Palace, if the current figure did not possess the strength to rival the North Sea, they would never allow him to emerge. That would be a slap in the face to the Dao Palace. This has become quite lively. The figure from Huaidao Palace has collided with the Zhenhai Celestial City's Saint In Tai Huang Ti. Not only that, but I have also heard that our ancient clan of the North Sea is about to make significant moves. Just recently, the North Sea was filled with turmoil. In a certain tea house within the Celestial City, a large group of visiting cultivators fervently discussed the tales of the Zhenhai Saintess and various contemporary powerhouses, sharing their insights. On the second floor of the tea house, a newcomer dressed in white slowly took a seat by the window, quietly listening to the discussions of the patron below. Amidst the throngs of people outside, the Jinhai Saintess, the Tao E Saint's son, the figure of the world, what a dazzling constellation, igniting the blood of this golden age. Had I been born in this era, it would surely have been a time of splendid brilliance. Regrettably, the figure clad in white gently shook his head. Clearly, he had aged and was no longer suited for the conflicts that transpired between them. After all, he had already engaged in fierce battles with the likes of the Tianming Dijuan, a top-tier powerhouse. To contend with these young saints, indeed, seemed a bit too much like bullying. This man in white was none other than Lin Zhe, who had just arrived in this realm. Thanks to the shard of the Ba Huang Jing left behind by Hong Tian, Lin Zhe easily sensed the unique resonance of the Ba Huang Jing and discovered the existence of the Taigu Sanjia amidst the vast expanse of the world sea. The Taigu Sanjia, a realm brimming with various ancient doctrines, where the laws of the world were fundamentally complete and unrestrained. It was more vibrant and youthful than the Taichu Ji, which Lin Zhe had inadvertently stumbled into. The entire world was infused with a positive and flourishing atmosphere. After all, there were no gods present, nor were there any spirit races intermittently hunting and gathering. Upon entering here, Lin Zhe truly felt as if he had returned to a long-lost expanse where fish could leap freely and birds could soar high. His heart was filled with elation. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" "A pot of fine tea," Lin Zhe replied, gesturing gracefully as he conjured a lustrous spirit crystal from thin air. The tea house attendant's eyes widened in astonishment as he quickly glanced around, cautiously clutching the spirit crystal in his palm. "Sir, this is too generous." Lin Zhe merely smiled. "Take it." At Lin Zhe's current level, spirit crystals and various resources held little value, mere numbers in the grand scheme. In his buoyant mood, he did not mind bestowing one. "I have a question to ask you." The attendant immediately patted his chest in assurance. "Please inquire. I shall speak with utmost candor." "Have you heard of the Tianming Xingdi?" At these words, the attendant's expression changed dramatically. "Tianming Xingdi?" The attendant's exclamation drew the attention of the surrounding patrons, who cast curious and bewildered glances at the two. The attendant quickly smiled apologetically, then lowered his voice. "Sir, why do you inquire about this? In our North Sea, those four characters are considered rather ominous." Lin Zhe smiled nonchalantly. "If it is for the sake of seeking the immortal, what can mere ill omens obstruct?" The attendant pondered while stroking the spirit crystal in his arms. Indeed, living in poverty is the true misfortune. After a moment, he asked, "What is it you wish to know?" "I come from the frontier, where the legends of Tianming Xingdi are scarce. I chanced upon some ancient texts and gleaned a few secrets. I have heard that your North Sea is the former land of Tianming. Thus I have come to seek knowledge." "Very well. Please wait a moment while I brew you a pot of fine tea, and then we shall discuss this matter thoroughly. The tale of Tianming Xingdi cannot be told in haste." With that, the attendant descended to prepare the tea. Before long, he returned, carrying a jade tray. "Sir, please. This is the finest tea in our establishment, brewed with sacred spring water from Jinhai Taiyangcheng. It offers a refreshing experience, nourishing the spirit with an everlasting aftertaste." "Thank you. You are too kind." Once Lin Zhe savored the tea, the attendant began recounting the ancient tales of Tianming Xingdi. To speak of Tianming Xingdi while in our North Sea, indeed throughout the entire Taigu Sanjia, is a name known to all, though this holy land has only produced one sage. Its prestige and status within the Taigu Sanjia cannot be compared even to the dual saint Jinhai Taiyangcheng. For what reason? It is all due to four words: Tianming, Giant Body. The attendant spoke with solemnity, emphasizing each word. All are aware that Tianming Xingdi was established by the followers of the Tianming Dijuan. They held a fragment of the Tianming Dijuan's doctrines, guarding the Daogong left by the Dijuan in the 32nd heaven, awaiting his return, thus being called the Tianming Zhengtong. Regrettably, this legitimate lineage, due to its limited inheritance of doctrines, could not replicate the might of the Tianming Dijuan, nor could they propagate the Dijuan's divine methods. They even failed to maintain the Daogong in the 32nd heaven, which was soon seized by others. Thus, the name Tianming Zhengtong became a jest in those times. However, it was not long before, whether by the scholarly pursuits of the original powerful beings, or perhaps due to the heartfelt sincerity that touched the Tianming Dijuan, they inadvertently unraveled the mysteries of Tianming. Miraculously, they managed to solidify the name Tianming Zhengtong. The attendant spoke with awe. The Tianming that originated from the Tianming Dijuan has indeed resurfaced within Tianming Xingdi, and it is hereditary. Whenever a generation of Tianming unexpectedly meets with misfortune, the next will quickly emerge among others in the Holy Land. This phenomenon incited envy among the powerful beings of other factions, who longed to usurp and seize the Tianming for themselves. However, the essence of Tianming is akin to that of a master and servant. Regardless of the identity or means of the usurper, it cannot be recognized or taken by outsiders. Even the supreme sages, when attempting to intervene, would find themselves repelled by Tianming. Thus, Tianming became the exclusive inheritance of Tianming Xingdi, passed down from generation to generation. Indeed, you heard correctly, from generation to generation. At this juncture, the attendant's tone grew somewhat wistful. Logically speaking, with a force as unreasonable as Tianming, once someone inherits it, and if its master remains stable and is watched over by others from the Holy Land, given time, another figure akin to a Dijuan would surely emerge. Yet, tragically, those who inherit Tianming often meet untimely ends due to various unforeseen circumstances. The reason behind this is truly the wrath of the heavens. The attendant sighed, noting that not only Tianming, but also Kongling, Zhiga, Buxiu, and even the myriad laws of the Tiandi would all meet premature ends due to various mishaps. Looking at the 9 supreme beings themselves, they too have perished, been injured, departed, or gone missing. Not one has enjoyed a peaceful old age. Is this not a curse from the heavens? It is clear that the heavens harbor resentment against the 9 supreme beings who have slain them, and their legacies have suffered as a result. Thus, how did the name of the Dao Jiu giant body come to be? This is precisely how it came to pass. These curses are nothing but blatant curses. The attendant then shifted his tone. However, despite the warnings, when the opportunity of the Jiu giant body truly presents itself, who can resist? Each individual believes themselves to be the most unique, convinced that with caution, even secluding oneself in the mountains for hundreds of thousands of years can break the curse of the immortal body. In the face of the achievements and glory that the immortal body brings, those curses seem trivial. As he had just stated, ill-omened, living in poverty and dying from it is the true misfortune. Were it not so, I believe you would not have come to our North Sea to inquire about the past of Tianming Xingdi. To this, Lin Zhe simply smiled. And then what? How did Tianming Xingdi fall into desolation? Did the Tianming giant body cease to inherit? The attendant replied, to speak of the decline of Tianming Xingdi, one must mention the most illustrious saint in its history. This individual was indeed unparalleled, a being of unmatched brilliance throughout the ages. Even now, those who lived in that era still find themselves overshadowed by his presence. The attendant's eyes glimmered with reminiscence. This saint's name was Hong Tian. Lin Zhe's hand paused momentarily on the teacup. In his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of light slowly dimmed. Hong, as in the Honyun giant body, and Tian, as in the Tianming giant body. Indeed, this Hong Tian possessed both the Tianming giant body and the Honyun giant body, a singular figure in history. Under the dual protection of Honyun and Tianming, this saint, Hong Tian, was favored by destiny from a young age, blessed with good fortune, and sailed through life without encountering hardships. A most unfortunate and meaningless demise. The curse of the heavens, which has led to the downfall of countless successors throughout the ages, seems to have lost its potency upon him. At merely 20 years of age, he has already ascended to the 5th realm of innate cultivation, his prowess rivaling that of the ancient powers, his combat strength unparalleled among his peers, with none able to match his stature. Consequently, the denizens of the Tianming sacred land regarded Hong Tian as their sovereign, believing him to be the sole savior capable of shattering the curse of the celestial body and restoring the ancient splendor of the Tianming lineage. Chapter 208. Hong Tian has lost his mind. However, the outcome was rather disheartening. The Tianming sacred land had languished in desolation for many years, now a mere shadow of its former self. The result was all too evident. Had that holy sun also perished? The attendant shook his head, complex emotions swirling within his eyes, suggesting that calling it a demise was somewhat of a stretch. Oh, he has lost his sanity. The attendant recounted that on the night when Hong Tian was on the cusp of achieving great mastery, poised to transcend the sacred realm, he inexplicably halted his progress, remaining stagnant in the realm of Mingxian. This pause lasted a full decade. During this span, Hong Tian did not rush to break through or continue his cultivation. but instead devoted himself to exploring ancient relics and visiting the remnants of ancient clans. As for the reason behind his actions, some powerful beings speculated that on that fateful night before entering the sacred realm, Hong Tian may have attained a profound understanding of the unity of heaven and earth, discovering something extraordinary, thus seeking an unknown answer. Yet, whether this was indeed the case, or if Hong Tian found the answer, remains shrouded in mystery. In any event, after that period, Hong Tian's spirit gradually waned, and his condition deteriorated as he drifted through the remnants of the ancient world. He would occasionally appear at a certain guishu or an ancient marsh, and at times, one could even spot him in a tavern in a small town, utterly intoxicated. This cycle persisted for another 7 years, until one day, 7 years later, Hong Tian's resolve plummeted into the abyss. "He has gone mad," the attendant whispered, recounting that on that night, he slaughtered all the high-ranking members of the sacred land and obliterated the entire Tianming inheritance. Among the surviving disciples, at least 80% fell to his hand. Following this, Hong Tian departed from the Tianming sacred land, never to return to the mortal realm. That once mighty Tianming sacred land met its demise with Hong Tian's departure, drawing the curtain on its legendary saga. Thus, it became a series of tales hidden from the world. After finishing, the attendant sighed softly, seemingly lamenting how a towering genius ultimately met such a tragic end. It truly incites sorrow. "Sir, this is all I know about the Tianming sacred land. As for other details, only the great figures and the survivors of the Tianming sacred land might possess that knowledge." After listening to the attendant's account, Lin Zhe fell into a long silence. He then lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp. "It is I who has wronged you all." The attendant's gaze subtly shifted. "Sir, your words. Are there still those among you who uphold the legacy of Tianming?" Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression changed dramatically. This person truly harbors intentions towards them. Fortunately, he had sensed this man's inquiry about the Tianming sacred land and had taken precautions while preparing the tea. Otherwise, the attendant felt a shiver run down his spine, quickly retreating several steps, hands forming a seal. "Ague, Fushio, take your positions." No one responded. Even the patrons around them, who had been engaged in lively discourse, fell silent. The attendant glanced around, only to find that the world had transformed into a grayish expanse. Everyone's movements were frozen in time. In this stillness, only he and Lin Zhe remained capable of motion. The attendant's pupils dilated in shock. When did this happen? He had sensed nothing. Watching Lin Zhe as he slowly mixed the tea, cold sweat instantly drenched his back. A formidable being, at least a powerhouse of the fifth realm. Damn it, he is from Jinhai Tiansheng. Truly, darkness under the lamp is to be avoided. Just as the attendant's mind raced with thoughts, Lin Zhe beckoned him, and an invisible yet powerful force pressed the attendant down onto the bench. A cup of hot tea gently floated before him. "First, I am not from Jinhai Tiansheng. They cannot afford me. Second, I harbor no ill will towards you survivors. If I wished to kill you, you would not be sitting here right now." Hearing this, the attendant forced a smile, saying, "Senior, your strength is impressive. I am in awe. Yet, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? If it is to seek the celestial body and scriptures of Tianming, I fear you shall be disappointed. When the Holy Sun went mad, our high-ranking members were nearly all slaughtered, and the sacred inheritance was completely obliterated. There is no longer a complete lineage among us. What we survivors can grasp is merely superficial knowledge. It may hold some value to ordinary cultivators, but I fear it would be beneath your notice, esteemed senior. Furthermore, due to past events, we have long severed ties with the Tianming sacred land and are no longer privy to its affairs. We are utterly unaware of its current state." The attendant made it clear that while they are indeed survivors of the Tianming sacred land, they possess nothing. Moreover, they have disconnected from the sacred land and know nothing, understand nothing. If you seek to acquire the celestial body and scriptures through us, I must firmly state, not a chance. Lin Zhe chuckled and shook his head, assuring him not to be anxious. "I am an old friend of your Holy Son." "An old friend of the Holy Son?" The attendant was taken aback. "You mean the Holy Son himself?" Lin Zhe smiled, but did not answer, merely repeating his earlier question. "Answer me. Do you still have anyone upholding the glory of Tianming?" The attendant cast a glance at Lin Zhe, then lowered his head slightly, responding resolutely, "I do not know. A true man of honor who does not betray his sect. It seems I must take such measures for you to believe me." The attendant chuckled inwardly, believing? That is not happening. He then raised his gaze to Lin Zhe. Upon locking eyes, he was taken aback. He beheld the resplendent, noble violet light in Lin Zai's eyes. He witnessed the return of the supreme ruler wielding the power of Tianming. He suddenly sprang to his feet. You are the heir of Tianming. Lin Zai cast a sidelong glance at the excited attendant. And now, the attendant clasped his hands in salute, gazing at Lin Zai as if he were a deity. Please allow me to guide you. The sacred land possesses true realms blessed by generations of Tianming. Since the sacred land suffered calamity and vanished into the void, no one outside the sacred land could possibly locate its whereabouts. Let us proceed. With a gentle breeze sweeping through, the tea house returned to its normalcy. Patrons resumed their lively discussions, sharing their extraordinary tales. As for the attendant by the window and the figure in white, they seemed to have never existed. No one remembered them. Nor did anyone recall the half-empty teapot left on the table. Chapter 209. The Tianming Sacred Land. In the boundless dark void, the tea house attendant paused at a certain location. After carefully scanning the surroundings, ensuring no one was present, he began to channel his incantations. A series of arcane techniques unfolded at his fingertips. 1, 2, 3. After precisely 73 incantations, the attendant finally grasped the air, summoning a talisman with the sacred method of Tianxian. Tianming Seal come. A dazzling violet light blossomed amidst the dimness. The talisman named Tianming Seal landed in the attendant's hand. Observing this, Lin Zai couldn't help but chuckle softly, reminded of how Hong Tian used to be. With a clap of his hands, he could summon whatever he wished. Truly, this is a fine tradition of her Tianming lineage. The attendant, sensing Lin Zai's gaze, offered an awkward smile. I beg your pardon. Since the year when the Hongtian Shengzi annihilated the Holy Land, the profound inheritance of destiny within our sect has been entirely severed. Presently, the ability to summon all things at will is merely a patchwork reconstruction derived from the teachings and discourses of the elders from years past, cobbled together from our fragmented memories. Naturally, it is rife with flaws and shortcomings, and cannot be compared to the true art of destiny. Please excuse our inadequacy. Lin Zai shook his head, acknowledging that the art of destiny is indeed the pinnacle of the world's great paths. The fact that you have managed to deduce it to this extent from fragmented memories is already remarkable. If the past generations of destiny were aware, they would surely feel a sense of comfort for you. Past generations of destiny? If they knew that the Holy Land of Destiny would one day fall to such a plight, they would likely be enraged to the point of returning to life. Alas! The companion forced a smile, then waved a hand, summoning a stream of purple ethereal light from the depths of the dark void. Please. The purple light shimmered. The sun and moon revolved. Amidst a whirlwind of transformation, Lin Zai and his companion found themselves within the long-lost Holy Land of Destiny. A glance revealed a scene of desolation. Everywhere lay crumbling walls and the echoes of decay. Weathered stone walls, indistinct inscriptions, and overgrown palace ruins. Everything before them seemed utterly discordant with the phrase Holy Land of Destiny. Yet Lin Zai understood that this was merely a facade intended to ensnare the enemy. The true Holy Land of Destiny lay hidden behind this layer of deception. He cast a sidelong glance at his companion, noting the layers of concealment. The companion helplessly shrugged, resigned to the situation. Our Holy Land of Destiny has always been the realm of the reincarnation of the celestial body of destiny. Ever since the Hongtian Shengzi vanished from the world, this celestial body has not appeared in the ancient realm for several 100,000 years. The wolves and tigers outside cannot help but feel restless, wishing to tear open our holy land to uncover the roots of the inheritance of the celestial body of destiny. Furthermore, even if they cannot grasp the wonders of the celestial body, they can glean insights into the mysteries of the great path of destiny from the remnants of our holy land. It is indeed difficult to guard against. As he spoke, the companion recalled the recent scene in the tea house, feeling a lingering trepidation. He had been hiding right under the nose of the Zhenhai Tiancheng, living peacefully all this time. Yet suddenly, someone came looking for him to inquire about the Holy Land of Destiny. Seeking information from survivors of the Holy Land about the Holy Land itself was far too sensitive. It startled him, making him tense up instinctively. He feared that people from Zhenhai Tiancheng had come to find him. Yet, a powerful figure from the first level of the celestial realm could be considered a formidable lord anywhere. The fact that a celestial realm expert would personally come here indicated that only the dual holy Zhenhai Tiancheng possessed such influence. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. This celestial realm expert was not from Zhenhai Tiancheng, but rather the new generation of the celestial body of destiny from their holy land. A celestial body of destiny that had already reached the celestial realm. Among the younger generation of the entire ancient realm, who could possibly rival him? Not to mention the older generation, even the masters of the holy lands and the titans of the immortal sex would have to bow their heads before him. With this thought, the companions' lingering fear transformed into excitement. Finally, after hundreds of thousands of years of perseverance, their holy land of destiny was about to witness the dawn of its glorious return. With a heart full of exhilaration and trembling hands, the companions summoned another talisman of destiny. Open. A radiant pathway leading to the true Holy Land materialized before them. Please. In the ancient palace of the Holy Land of Destiny, a venerable elder, aged and frail, was engrossed in drawing and writing on a scroll. As he wrote, he reminisced and deduced. At times he would pause, frowning. At other times he would gesture in the air, and yet other times he would write fervently. Eventually, he would tear up his work in frustration and start anew. After an innumerable cycle of this, the elders seemed to have finally achieved something. Yes, this is the right approach. The path to enlightenment spoken of by Elder Tianxing corresponds to this method of harmonizing with destiny. If I follow this line of reasoning and rely on the sensations from my memories, I should be able to reconstruct a method for harmonizing with destiny. Once he confirmed its feasibility, a hint of a smile appeared on the elder's withered face. The others present immediately inquired, "Senior Qi, have you succeeded? What is your level of confidence? Will you need to seek out more traces of destiny?" Elder Qi replied, "I am about 80% confident that it aligns with the original. The remaining areas of uncertainty will be marked for your future descendants. However, I believe it will be quite close to the truth, and there should be no significant issues." But just, Elder Qi, now frail, glanced at his withered hands. "However, I fear I may not be able to accompany you any further on this journey. The future of the Holy Land of Destiny, along with its classics, will depend on your efforts to restore the inheritance." A tremor ran through everyone's hearts, and their faces reflected sorrow. Among the remnants of destiny, Elder Qi's cultivation and qualifications were not particularly high. Moreover, after experiencing the destruction of the Holy Land, he seemed to have been weighed down by a heavy heart. His path of enlightenment obstructed, and he had not made any progress in hundreds of thousands of years. Furthermore, given his early entrance into the sect, he was naturally older than them. After such a long passage of time, his life force had been nearly exhausted, reaching its end. "Senior Qi, please do not say such things. I will go out and find you a longevity fruit." "Indeed, Senior Qi, you are our pillar. Please hold on and do not speak such despairing words." When the Holy Land of Destiny fell, the survivors had scattered and fled, with only a few choosing to remain and uphold the Holy Land. They had supported each other all this time and formed deep bonds, naturally unwilling to see Elder Qi bid farewell. Moreover, as the most senior among them, much of the restoration and deduction of the methods of destiny over the years could be attributed to him. If he were to depart now, it would indeed be a tremendous blow to the remaining members. Chapter 210, granting you the glory of eternal youth, observing the reluctant expressions on their faces. Elder Qi sighed deeply within. Did he not wish to extend his life for another few 100,000 years and continue alongside these old friends until they could once again witness the former splendor of the Holy Land of Destiny? Yet, the matter of longevity is a predetermined tribulation for everyone. He was willing but powerless. Alas, alas. Well then, life and death are fated. The song must reach its conclusion. Enough of this sentimental talk. While I still possess some strength, you must quickly inscribe and preserve my memories, for they may yet prove useful in the future. Senior Qi, enough. As practitioners of destiny, why must we behave in this manner? If you truly cannot bear to part, then focus on your cultivation. When the art of destiny reaches its zenith, perhaps a command will summon my spirit back from that endless abyss. The crowd's lips moved, their hearts filled with countless unspoken words, all condensing into helpless sighs. The completion of the art of destiny, how easily can it be achieved? As their vitality waned, how much longer could they endure? Alas! Just as everyone was engulfed in their thoughts, a massive hand suddenly reached out from the void. Immediately, an overwhelmingly vast and terrifying aura, as if the majesty of heaven had descended, engulfed the entire realm of the Holy Land of Destiny. Reverse. Boom. The divine sound reverberated. The supreme monarch of heaven commanded all things. Your loyalty is commendable. I grant you the glory of eternal youth. Like an absolute decree from the heavenly emperor, Under this divine command, the entire world began to spin rapidly. An unfathomable surge of life energy surged into Elder Chi's body. Buzz. The energy vibrated. Time flowed backward. The once frail and withered Elder Chi rapidly regained his vitality at a visibly miraculous rate. A head of dull, white hair gradually transformed into a deep black hue. The hunched back straightened anew, and the aged cheeks regained their youthful flush. Time was flowing backward for Qi Shixiao. The spectators were taken aback, astonished. This decree commanded the heavens and the earth, reversing the flow of time. Could it truly be? The destiny is upon me. The balance of yin and yang has been altered. Before everyone's eyes, the frail, aged Qi Shixiang vanished, replaced by a vibrant youth. Time had left no mark upon him. No matter how they perceived it, all they could see was his youthful exuberance, blazing like the initial rays of the sun. Boundless and infinite, it seemed as though it would never be exhausted, and there was no end in sight. Was this truly the secret to eternal youth? Qi Shixiang gazed at his own hands in disbelief, touching his rosy cheeks. Old, decrepit, he murmured tremulously. In his ears, there were no longer the heavy tones of aged years, but rather a voice that was both unfamiliar and yet deeply familiar. Silence enveloped the sacred hall. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Two figures stepped into the hall, basking in the sunlight. One was dressed as a tea-house attendant, one of their own. The other, adorned in rich, noble purple, emanated an air of divine authority that compelled everyone to bow in respect, sending waves of excitement through their hearts. Indeed, at that moment, emotions of surprise, daze, shock, disbelief, and a sense of relief filled the faces of all present. They wished to express something, yet tears streamed forth before words could escape. Ultimately, the myriad expressions of the people in the sacred land coalesced into a single utterance. Kata. Instantly, everyone in the hall bowed deeply to that exalted figure. We pay our respects to the Holy Master. We pay our respects to the Holy Master. Although only a handful of voices rang out, they resonated like distant bells, heavy as ocean waves. It was as if they were an army of thousands, observing the remnants of destiny before him. Lin Zhe felt a stirring in his heart. The sacred land of destiny was a meticulously designed breeding ground for fate. Every disciple of destiny was merely fodder in the hands of the Destiny Emperor. As lambs, they could never escape the invisible web of fate. This had been true throughout the ages, and Hong Tian was no exception. Thus, upon discovering the truth of this destined cycle, he resolutely ended this tragic recurrence, gifting everyone true freedom. Yet, even as tragic as this cycle of fate was, it remained a belief in the hearts of countless individuals. It was a home for many disciples of destiny. Perhaps it was this very thought that prompted Hong Tian to entrust him with the guardianship of the sacred land of destiny. With a gentle sigh, Lin Zhe waved his hand, and a soft force enveloped them, lifting everyone up. The sacred land of destiny no longer existed. There was no need to adhere to these old customs. Rise. The people within the hall shook their heads repeatedly, stating that as long as there was one of them alive, the lineage of destiny would never be severed. According to the rites of the sacred land, anyone inheriting the body of destiny was the holy son of this era. Since the time of Hong Tian, the sacred land had not seen a holy master or holy son for hundreds of thousands of years. We shall honor the old traditions and revere you as the holy master. After speaking, Qi Shixiang immediately bowed respectfully before Lin Zhe, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Holy Master. Thank you, Holy Master, for bestowing upon this old disciple a rebirth of youth." Lin Zhe nodded, expressing his appreciation, remarking, "The sacred land has been shattered for hundreds of thousands of years, yet you still maintain your original intent. You are worthy of this honor. Continue onward. The sacred land of destiny still needs you." Upon hearing this, Qi Shixiang appeared as though granted divine favor, his face radiant with piety and excitement. "Yes, thank you, Holy Master, for your grace." The others, witnessing this, felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. However, as the Holy Master stated, this was a reward Qi Shixiang rightfully deserved. Compared to Qi Shixiang's rejuvenation, they were far more concerned about the Holy Master's cultivation. The Holy Master could command destiny to such an extent, effortlessly bringing a dying person back to life and granting him the honor of immortality. Such ability undoubtedly indicated profound cultivation, having developed the body of destiny to an extraordinary level. Tianyuan, or Xian. As for the sacred realm, they dare not even dream of it. Each sage existed beyond the physical realm, attaining great freedom and transcendence, everlasting and immortal. Every sage left an indelible mark on history, wielding power over the heavens. They could not dare to casually envision the existence of a deity. Holy Master, please forgive this disciple's boldness. Given that the Holy Master can command destiny, causing Qi Shixiang to regain his youth and attain immortality, does this not imply that your cultivation has reached the Tian Yuan transformation? One disciple could no longer contain his curiosity. The others gazed at Lin Zhe, eager for a definitive answer. This answer was crucial for the remnants of destiny, who had languished for hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 2:11. I am the divine martial sage. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe merely smiled and remained silent. It seemed that the body of destiny had been absent from this world for too long, and people had forgotten why it was revered as the 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao. Tian Yuan? Ming Xian? How could one look down upon the body of destiny so? How could one belittle the gods and the Destiny Emperor? Yet it was understandable. The 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao only had one in each generation, unseen and untouchable by others. How could they truly fathom the terror of the immortal body? The true might of the body of destiny, as one capable of commanding destiny, placed all things of the universe and myriad paths within its control. My will is the will of heaven. My heart is the heart of heaven. Reversing one's lifespan is a feat achievable even through simple longevity fruits and elixirs, let alone the body of destiny. If one could not easily bestow the ability to grant someone immortality, requiring the cultivation of Tian Yuan or Ming Xian to support it, then the body of destiny would simply be a laughingstock. Seeing Lin Zhe smile without speaking, his demeanor exuding an air of inscrutable profundity, the people of the sacred land continued, "Please forgive us, Holy Master. Our cultivation is shallow, our understanding limited. We cannot comprehend the profound arts of destiny. However, based on our foolish observations, we estimate that the Holy Master has at least reached the Tian Yuan transformation to wield such celestial arts. After all, in the recent generations of the body of destiny, including Hong Tian, we have never witnessed such secret techniques being employed." Lin Zhe replied, "It is merely a few minor applications of destiny, not worth mentioning. Hong Tian and others did not utilize them simply because there was no need. Such methods ultimately cost destiny's power. Throughout the generations, the body of destiny has prioritized cultivation, spending resources wisely, and naturally would not engage in meaningless endeavors that waste destiny's energy. Moreover, in a place like the sacred land of destiny, how many could deplete their lifespans to the point where it warranted the Holy Sun's intervention? Yet Lin Zhe was different. On one hand, he himself possessed profound cultivation, nearing the realm of wuxi, capable of manipulating the rules of destiny with minimal cost. On the other hand, this body of destiny was essentially a gift. He felt no regret in using it. Furthermore, this entity was a decoy released by the Destiny Emperor himself. Lin Zhe speculated that the so-called power of destiny actually derived from the differentiation of the Destiny Emperor's true self, a restriction set for the immortal bodies to prevent the lambs from escaping his grasp. There were many secrets behind this immortal body. Reflecting on this, Lin Zhe couldn't help but recall his previous battle with the Destiny Emperor during the primordial era. That confrontation was but a mere taste, not delving too deeply. Yet, even through a narrow view, a glimpse could be seen. The Destiny Emperor was once a god slayer, one of the most powerful and ancient of the 9 supreme beings in this world. His strength was indeed formidable, yet that was merely a fragment of his will, transcending the primordial chaos, rather than his true form gracing the realm. Should his true self descend, given Lin Zhe's current state, it would undoubtedly result in a harrowing battle. Alas, in the contests among the saints, there are never any what-ifs. Such opportunities will not arise again. After traversing the primordial path and acquiring a plethora of divine secret arts, Lin Zhe's journey toward the boundless has gradually become clearer. This arduous path is nearing its conclusion. He can distinctly sense that his realm has begun to loosen, with only the final thread remaining to reach the unparalleled realm of the boundless. This thread might be the treasures of the 6 holy lands, or perhaps it is the 7 that lie just within reach. Lin Zhe's gaze flickered with a glimmer of profound light, his eyes deepening like an abyss. Tianming Dijun, we have ample time ahead of us. With this thought, 2 names swiftly emerged in Lin Zhe's mind. Ling Shengong, Ba Huangzu. Ling Shengong, nothing more than the legacy of his sister-in-law, it is entirely reasonable for him to seek trouble with the Ling Shengong. As for Ba Huangzu, it is of his own kin, ripe for exploration. Regarding others, he must contemplate how to establish rapport. Lin Zhe is a principled individual, never engaging in acts of oppression or slaughter. You speak of Tianlan and Tai Chu. Is that not the doing of Gui Tsang and Long Yu? What good deeds have Gui Tsang and Long Yu done that concern Lin Zhe? As Lin Zhe pondered his list, the worshipful gazes of the Tianming Holy Land's disciples converge upon him. What had they heard? That the methods to bestow immortality and invincibility were merely trifles in this man's discourse. The implications were profound. It seems that the true prowess of this master exceeds their expectations. The methods of the master are celestial. We are in awe. Upon hearing the admiration and exclamations from the disciples of the Tianming Holy Land, Lin Zhe regained his focus, a faint smile gradually appearing on his lips. Establish rapport? What rapport is left to establish when a ready opportunity stands before us? He raised his hand to silence the crowd. Instantly, they fell silent, poised to absorb the teachings of their master. Lin Zhe cast a glance at the desolate surroundings and directly addressed the matter at hand. Reflecting on the grandeur of the Tianming Holy Land in the past, now reduced to this state. How lamentable, how tragic, and indeed, how infuriating. It is said that after the calamity befalling the Tianming Holy Land, which factions caused you distress? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, puzzled by the master's intent. Could it be that he intends to? The thought sent their hearts racing. Could the Tianming Holy Land finally, at long last, lift its head to stand upright? Reporting to the master, the first to cause trouble after the calamity was Zhen Haitian. Wait, Brother Qi, amidst the crowd, wore a worried expression, halting the indignation of his fellow disciples. He then respectfully advised Lin Zhe, Master, the factions qualified to trouble our Tianming Holy Land are not to be trifled with. As you have heard, Zhen Haitiansheng is one of them. Zhen Haitiansheng holds an ancient legacy of dual saints, boasting 2 supreme saints as its backing. If we were to, Brother Qi carefully weighed his words, not out of disrespect for the master, but because the master, as Tianming CNT, is destined to achieve greatness above Zhen Haitiansheng. Such transient grievances cannot compare to the worth of the master's life. A life of immense value does not dwell in perilous halls. I humbly believe that we should bide our time, accumulating strength, and wait until the day comes to settle this score. Upon hearing Brother Qi's words, the disciples finally came to their senses, their faces flushing with shame. Indeed, they had been swept away in their fervor. Zhen Haitiansheng was an ancient lineage with a saintly presence. Opposing a saint is to court death. Their demise would matter little. But should they implicate the Tianming CNT, they would deserve 1,000 deaths for their transgressions. Yes, Brother Qi speaks wisely. We have not considered this thoroughly. We nearly became the sinners of the Holy Land. We hope the Master forgives Brother Qi for his perceived disrespect. Such truly are loyal and righteous individuals. Lin Zhe felt a deepening admiration for these pitiful souls who had persevered. He smiled and said, "Your unwavering loyalty to the Holy Land is no sin. You simply do not yet know me well enough. Speaking of which, since our meeting, we have yet to truly get acquainted." Boom! A terrifying aura of sanctity suddenly descended, enveloping the entire Holy Land. I am Shun Wu De Sheng. Chapter 2:12. Continue speaking, speak boldly. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhe uttered the title of Shun Wu De Sheng. He attained sanctity too early and in a chaotic manner. Just in terms of Dao fruits, there are a total of 33. Should he be titled by his Dao fruits, would he be known as the Xian Yao De Sheng, or the Wu Liang De Sheng, or perhaps the Yin Shi Shengzhe, or the Lu Dao Shengzhe? In truth, one could not encapsulate it all on a single page. If titled by bloodline, his ancestral figure, the Ba Huang Di Jun, still stands. After much contemplation, Lin Zhe recalled the title he held in Beichun, Shun Wu. It was his first title, not unpleasant, and held some commemorative significance. Thus, he decided to adopt Shun Wu as his holy title. As the name of Shun Wu De Sheng resonated across the vast heavens and earth, the oppressive aura of the saints surged once more above the Tianming Holy Land. Boom! Boom! Above the sky, clouds gathered and thunder rolled. Striking bolts of divine lightning cleaved the boundary between heaven and earth, shattering the world into fragments. Thick fissures spread across the firmament, reflecting upon all things in existence. Torrential waves poured down, cleansing all malevolent impurities. In an instant, before the eyes of all, the Tianming Holy Land appeared as a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of annihilation. However, in the next moment, all anomalies vanished into thin air. The azure sky stretched for miles, clouds swirling gracefully. Within the holy temple, a profound silence ensued. Everyone stared blankly at Lindsay. The sudden might of the saint had left their minds in utter disarray, causing a complete shutdown. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Silence, silence, and yet more silence. It is unclear how long passed before the disciples of the Holy Land emerged from their fragmented stupor. Their faces twitched wildly, mouths quivering incessantly. Their hearts raced uncontrollably, a tempest stirring within. I, the crowd trembled, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Shen Wu Desheng. It is the Desheng. What is a Desheng? They were oblivious. The world speaks of the chasm between the innate and acquired, a stark divide between the celestial and the mundane. Yet how could they know that the distance between the saintly realm and the innate is far greater than that between the innate and the acquired? For while there is a heaven-ordained divide between the innate and acquired, they at least coexist in the same world, existing in the same dimension as one life form. Yet the saintly realm, the existence known as a saint, is formless and intangible. There is no self in this world. Everywhere is the self. It could be the gentle breeze in the mountains, a ceaseless river, or the tiniest speck of dust in the air. It might wander here, or perhaps in realms beyond, or in some corner of the myriad worlds, brushing past you. Its existence is forever shrouded in mystery, as elusive as a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Without the fateful laws, ordinary cultivators, not to mention the ordinary cultivators, even those of the Tianming sect, would spend their entire lives without ever having the chance to meet a saint. Even when the Tianming Holy Land had not yet fallen from grace, the elders and leaders of the Holy Land had never encountered such a transcendent opportunity. The existence of saints has left them with nothing but tales and legends. Naturally, those who have never had the fortune to witness the saints are utterly incapable of fathoming the existence that stands at the pinnacle of sanctity, known as the Shang. They are only aware that the entire vast realm of Taigu, since its inception, has produced a mere handful of these great saints, countable on two hands. Each of them is a helmsman of the most ancient doctrines of Taigu, each an unparalleled entity renowned across the myriad realms. Now, such an existence has stepped from the realm of legend into reality, manifesting before them as their newly appointed Tianming Shangzhu. One can only imagine the tumultuous emotions swirling within them at this moment. Silence envelopes the surroundings. The wind whispers softly, trees stand still. The gathered crowd of the sacred land gapes in astonishment, unable to utter a single coherent word for an extended period. What grace! What merit do they possess to be bestowed with such glory? Observing the speechless individuals of the sacred land, Lindsay displays no other reaction. It is as he has stated before. In the Tianlan final circle, one enters at the pinnacle. He has nearly grown accustomed to the exaggerated reactions of outsiders towards the saints. As the crowd's emotions gradually stabilize, Lindsay continues. I have been a long-time acquaintance of your Shengzi, Hong Tian. Some time ago, he met with an unfortunate incident and ultimately could not overcome the curse perpetuated by the heavens within Tianming. Before his passing, he entrusted the Tianming Shengdi to me, asking me to watch over it. Thus, I have come from beyond the realms to meet you. Pausing briefly, Lindsay adds, my intention in entering Tianming Shengdi was to honor a dying promise to a friend, with no intention of becoming its master. However, since fate has conspired, and you sincerely regard me as your leader, how could I allow outsiders to insult my disciples? I shall protect you, Tianming Shengdi. Speak freely, aside from Jinhai Tiansheng. Who else remains? Lindsay's gaze sweeps across the crowd, encouraging them to speak boldly. Do not hesitate. The more, the better. Under the influence of Lin Zay's sacred presence, the hearts of the Tianming Shengdi crowd swell with a profound sense of belonging, akin to a long-abandoned child finally finding their parent. They can finally cease their life of evasion and hiding. Tears brim in their eyes, yet the next moment, those tears morph into flames of vengeance. For humiliation must ultimately be repaid in blood. One disciple boldly declares, Holy Master, aside from Jinhai Tiansheng, another significant force in Beihai, Wai Daigong, is also involved. Indeed, Wai Daigong seized the opportunity when Shengzi Hong Tian was in a frenzy, slaughtering the higher echelons of the sacred land. Forcibly claiming numerous Tianming ancient tablets inscribed with the insights of past saints. Excellent. Continue, Lin Zhe urges. Furthermore, there are the ancient clans of Beihai, the Wujia Wang family, and the Yuming clan from Tianyuan Sea. Wujia Wang, Yuming clan. And who else? Encouraged by Lin Zhe, the crowd of Tianming Shengdi begins to unburden their hearts, revealing the deep-seated hatred they have harbored. Names of various sacred lands spill forth alongside their respective transgressions, demonstrating that these are not mere fabrications. However, as they speak, a realization dawns upon them. It appears their adversaries are far more numerous than anticipated. The disciples exchange anxious glances, a sense of embarrassment washing over them. They wonder if their holy master might feel burdened by the multitude of enemies they have just named, especially considering that among them are several sacred doctrines. Yet in truth, Lin Zhe is unperturbed by the length of their list of adversaries. The more enemies, the better. He welcomes them all with open arms. Casting a glance around, he encourages, "Is there anyone else?" The crowd exchanges looks of confusion. It seems that the Holy Master is not yet satisfied with their revelations. Did they mishear him? Reporting to the Holy Master, these are the primary forces with deep enmity towards our sacred land. As for the smaller sects that merely take advantage of the situation, they do not warrant your concern. Lin Zhe nods. In that case, you may return to manage the surroundings of the sacred land. We must prepare to host guests. There ought to be some semblance of celebration. Host guests? The crowd is taken aback. Were they not discussing vengeance? How had the conversation shifted to festivities? Moreover, in their current state, what guests could they possibly entertain? They are left bewildered by Lin Zhe's words. However, the next moment would provide clarity and etch this experience into their memories forever. A resonating wave, piercing the heavens and earth, erupted from the center of the sacred hall. With a thunderous roar, Lin Zhe's sacred majesty surged forth, casting its gaze upon all. The overwhelming pressure instantly shattered the barriers of the Tianming true realm surrounding the sacred land, sweeping across the universe with an unmatched force, shaking the boundless skies. It rose from Tianming Shengdi, reached Zhenhai Tiancheng, and then spread instantaneously to Weideagong, enveloping the vast expanse of Beihai and the entirety of the colossal Tiger remnants. At this moment, countless beings within the Tiger remnants felt an overwhelming, soul-shaking terror emanating from this immense and awe-inspiring sacred might. Its divine power was as radiant as the sun, as oppressive as a prison, and as encompassing as a net. Under Lin Zhe's sacred authority, all beings bowed in submission. What terrifying sanctity this is! Which exalted transcendental being has descended upon our realm from the infinite continuum? Such a formidable presence must surely awaken some ancient will from the Taigu era. Amidst the collective astonishment of the remnants, a majestic figure unlike any other emerged in the heavens, gazing down upon all life as if observing fish in a pool. Under the scrutiny of this figure, everyone within the remnants, regardless of status, felt as if they were mere pawns, forever unable to escape its grasp. In that moment, upon this chessboard formed by myriad lives, they finally grasped the true essence of equality among all beings. This realization ignited a frenzied fear akin to encountering deities among the ancient spirits. In the midst of this terrifying silence, the towering figure that enveloped the entire Tiger remnants finally proclaimed a divine edict, announcing to the heavens and the earth, "From this day forth, Tianming Shengdi falls under my dominion." Zhenhai Tiancheng, Weideagong. The resounding divine voice reverberated throughout the cosmos. With each name uttered, the corresponding realm would tremble thrice, as if the world itself were tolling the death knell for them. Upon hearing these names, the myriad beings of the remnants understood all too well what was unfolding. Clearly, a great liberated transcendental being had come forth to support Tianming Shengdi. Consequently, the leaders of various factions within the remnants hastily ruminated over their past actions, wondering if they had ever partaken in the persecution of Tianming Shengdi. Those who had not breathed a sigh of relief, silently mourning for those who had met unfortunate fates. Meanwhile, those who had even the slightest involvement felt their hearts race with trepidation, their faces paling as they prayed fervently that their names would not be among those called. As the names of various sacred doctrines were announced, the grim tally of the deceased finally concluded. In that instant, some rejoiced while others despaired. Within 3 days, should you kneel before the sacred land, I shall show leniency and not hold past grievances against you. Otherwise, the imposing figure in the heavens issued a decree akin to that of a celestial emperor, establishing the cold final judgment, annihilate the entire lineage. With a thunderous proclamation, the divine edict resounded. The cataclysmic divine thunder illuminated the realm with a blinding white light, descending into the vastness. As the horrifying light and thunder faded, the sky has finally returned to its serene state, basking in the brilliance of a clear blue day, with gentle breezes caressing the air. For a moment, everything appears so tranquil and beautiful, as if the prior tumult was merely an ephemeral illusion. Yet, upon the remnants of the ancient realm, a sanctuary radiating a resplendent glow and exuding the essence of divine destiny shines eternally like the morning star. The laws of heaven are manifest. The ancient realm has fallen into chaos. The sacred land listens to the echoes of divine sounds still resonating in the air, gazing upon the magnificent figure that embodies both divinity and malevolence. The inhabitants of the sacred land find themselves momentarily stupefied, shaken to their cores. It dawns upon them that the banquet the Lord spoke of is of an entirely different nature. In that instant, they would rather remain in ignorance. Goodness gracious! Who is this Lord, truly? How can one act with such audacity, such arrogance, such unrestrained disregard? The crowd struggles to find an appropriate descriptor for this sovereign's demeanor. However, whether it be audacity or unrestrained boldness, the thrill is undeniably exhilarating. The sentiment of vengeance and exhilaration surges within them after the overwhelming shock. This is how it should be. Their new Lord's style of conduct is precisely to their taste. A wave of joy and excitement flows through the previously silent sacred land. After a brief moment, a young disciple can no longer contain himself and exclaims from the heart, "Wow, the Lord is amazing." His fellow brothers swiftly pull him back, whispering, "I know you are eager, but temper your excitement. Let us maintain decorum. The Lord is watching." Despite proclaiming refinement, his face flushes red, reaching the pinnacle of catharsis. Casting a glance at the crowd, who are also suppressing their exhilaration, Lin Zay's expression softens. He speaks. "What are we waiting for? Are the preparations for the sacred land in order?" Upon hearing Lin Zay's words, the crowd, already unable to contain their anticipation, responds loudly. "We shall obey the Lord's commands. We shall obey the Lord's commands." Their voices resonate with the weight of restrained silence accumulated over an epoch. After a moment, Lin Zay gestures for them to proceed, and the crowd hastily disperses to prepare the sacred land. As they step outside, they feel as if they are floating. "Let us go, Senior Brother Chi. We shall venture to the mortal town to procure some fireworks for celebration. I shall accompany you, and thus, this day shall be forever etched in the memories of the denizens of the sacred land." Chapter 214, The Sacred Realm. Zhenhai Tiancheng. This ancient Taoist sect, which had recently celebrated the birth of the sacred maiden destined to enlighten the world, now faces its darkest hour. The atmosphere within the sect is heavy with despair, a stark contrast to the spirited vigor of days past. The heights of their previous glory have plummeted to depths of despair. This situation leaves many disciples of Tiancheng feeling helpless and bitter, mocking their sect for falling prey to the inevitable decline that accompanies excessive prosperity. Yet, who could have foreseen that the long-dormant sacred land would have such a formidable presence backing it? It is akin to a primordial cultivator avenging a mortal family, only for a saint to emerge centuries later, claiming to seek retribution. Who amidst such confusion could remain unperturbed? The absurdity is palpable. It is incomprehensible what price the sacred land has paid to summon such an overwhelming, transcendent being. A collective sigh permeates the air. Atop the peak of Zhihai, the elders and esteemed guests gather for an urgent meeting to discuss how to respond to the accountability demanded by the sacred land. City Lord, in light of the formidable power protecting the sacred land, how should we proceed? Should we truly heed the words of that great saint and kneel before the sacred land? If so, what remains of our dignity? What remains of our dignity? Indeed, after this event, how can Tiancheng hope to maintain its reputation as the Northern Sea's mighty sovereign? How can we uphold the title of dual saints? How shall our disciples ever hold their heads high before others? I refuse to consent. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Alas, such sentiments are misguided. The situation is beyond our control. We must bide our time for the future. Indeed, it is akin to how mortals revere primordial cultivators. What harm is there in kneeling before the strong of the sacred realm? Kneeling before the sacred realm is not shameful. Kneeling before the great saint of martial virtue is certainly no disgrace. I would gladly prostrate myself before him every day if he would allow it. However, we must not only kneel to the great saint but also, in essence, to the inept beings of the sacred land. Furthermore, do we not possess our own sacred realm within Zhenhai Tianqing? We have too. A fierce debate erupts atop Zhihai Peak. Some advocate for submission, while others vehemently oppose it. The clamor of their discourse reverberates throughout the entire peak. Amidst the commotion, the city lord observes the discord with an air of calm, occasionally savoring a sip of this year's freshly harvested tea. As the cup nears emptiness, the tumult on Zhihai Peak gradually subsides. Only then does the city lord set down his cup and scan the assembly with a tranquil gaze. Have we concluded our quarrel? Alas, our bickering here serves little purpose. Ultimately, it is you who must speak. In response, the city lord shakes his head. I cannot provide an answer. This matter is no longer ours to deliberate. With that, the city lord gazes upward towards the clear, cloudless sky. At this sight, the elders and esteemed guests widen their eyes in astonishment, their breaths quickening. Are you implying that the dual saints are aware and have returned from the River of Worlds? The saints are formless and intangible. Their existence is never confined to a singular sacred domain. They traverse the River of Worlds, seeking new variables and opportunities that elude mortal comprehension. Even a sect such as ours, with its dual saints, may only encounter a saint once every few 100,000 years. Now, the sudden emergence of the saint of martial virtue has drawn the saints back from the void. The city lord nods gently. The elders realize. No wonder the city lord remains so composed. A higher power has intervened. Yet, it is true that matters of the sacred realm ought to be resolved by those of the sacred realm. To confront a saint as primordial cultivators would be more painful than death. Contemplating this, the assembly feels a flicker of resolve. What might the dual saints have to say about this? The city lord shakes his head. The verdict is yet to be determined. The two ancestral masters are currently in conference with another esteemed guest. Another esteemed guest? Could it be? Above Zhenhai Tianqing, in the sea of emptiness, two streams of chaotic time and space intertwine, creating a vortex that stirs the world. Opposite the chaotic currents, a cluster of leaves, seemingly adrift from nowhere, floats upon the void, creating gentle ripples. The two figures have transformed, no longer the passionate youths once known. The pursuit of the Tao is fraught with challenges. We have come far to reach this juncture. Brother Waya, do you truly wish to wade into this murky water, entangled in unnecessary karma? The leaves swirl and the ripples dance. Waya's life has never been weak. They have already wronged me. How can I retreat and allow my heart to be tarnished? The two streams of chaotic time and space intertwine in silence. After a long pause, they sigh softly. We, the saints, endure alongside the heavens, observing the annals of history. Epochs of 100,000, a million, or even a billion years have already passed. Brother Waya, what do you find so difficult to accept? Furthermore, this matter indeed originated from the missteps of your Waya Dao Palace. Mistakes? The leaves emit a derisive laugh. In this world, what is right or wrong? And where lies justice? Some have always viewed power as justice, while weakness is deemed original sin. In the past, I had the flourishing Wuya Daogong, and today, he holds the heavenly authority of Tianming Xingdi. Thus it is. Furthermore, in this world, what is there to fully comprehend? If one truly understands, why should we pursue the uncertainties in hopes of transcending the formless? If one were to truly see clearly, why must we contend with heaven and grapple with earth? In our lives, there are indeed elements that surpass the mere significance of existence. As these words were spoken, leaves danced and gradually dissipated into the void of the sea. Only a parting remark remained. If you two shall not depart, I shall walk alone. Take care. Afterward, the void fell into a prolonged silence. After a long while, two melodious sighs resonated, drifting away from the world. Zhenhai Tiancheng, the city lord, received a message from the highest heavens. He fell into a moment of silence. Although this outcome was not unexpected, it was within reason. Yet, when it truly arrived, the city lord found himself inexplicably at a loss for words. He tapped his fingers on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, the will of our esteemed ancestors has been conveyed. The elders stirred, promptly perking their ears to receive the teachings of the sage ancestors. The city lord continued, prepare a generous gift and send those who erred in the past to Tianming Xingdi to seek forgiveness. Furthermore, Zhenhai Tianqing shall henceforth sever all ties with Wuya Daogong. Is that understood? Chapter 215, Lingxingong. A hush fell over the room. The city lord furrowed his brow, casting a displeased glance over everyone. As the formidable aura of Ming Xuan's might gradually enveloped Zhenhai Taiyingke, exerting its pressure, his voice grew increasingly frigid. What? Do you not comprehend my words? Or are you dissatisfied with the directives of our ancestors? As the city lord's demeanor turned stern, releasing an icy pressure, the elders and guests of Taiyingqing finally emerged from their silence, exclaiming, "How could we dare?" The higher-ups of Taiyingqing had already anticipated the sage's decision. After all, no one wished to engage in a battle that was utterly unwinnable, devoid of any hope, including the two sage ancestors of Taiyingqing. Just as it was impossible for the innate to overcome the divine realm, in the presence of the formless great sage, the formless sage was hardly superior. The outcome was destined to be defeat. Moreover, given the strength displayed by the formidable great sage, he was undoubtedly among the elite of the great sages. The two ancestors had achieved enlightenment long ago. How could they not understand? Not to mention the upper echelon present, none would dare to confront the formidable great sage head-on. Despite some bellicose factions earlier exuding bravado, appearing willing to stand and die rather than kneel and live, when faced with the prospect of confronting the formidable great sage, these individuals would surely vanish. Their previous resistance was merely a hysterical attempt to maintain their pride and dignity. After all, the inhabitants of Zhenhai Taiyingqing had grown accustomed to their exalted position, backed by the two sage ancestors, while now they were asked to bow low, an adjustment that was indeed difficult to accept. With the sage ancestors intervening, wielding the highest authority, they naturally acquiesced. What truly rendered them silent was the latter half of the city lord's statement, severing all ties with Wuya Daogong. Present were those who had cultivated for at least 1,000,000 years. They certainly understood the implications behind those words. Clearly, the sage of Wuya Daogong was preparing for a confrontation. How could such a sage be so naive? We are merely astonished by the decision of Wuya Daogong. The city lord cast a glance at all, proclaiming, Wuya's life is no less than others. That sage had been so since youth. Enough. Let us not concern ourselves with others. Let us safeguard Zhenhai Taiyingqing. Yes, in the southern region of the ancient remnant realm, amidst the fog-laden, endless ancient forest, the magnificent and imposing Lingshan Gong stood tall. At this moment, those of the Ling clan, having long hidden from the world, gathered. You have come as well. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. No doubt that individual. He paused. The great sage transcended time and realms, untouched by the karma of destiny, calling upon his revered name, witnessing true sanctity amid endless reincarnation. If an ordinary person were to directly utter his name or title, they would undoubtedly be sensed. Hence, they refer to him as he. He had touched the threshold of the Wuxia realm. Since the departure of the 9 supreme beings, no other had been fortunate enough to approach such a miraculous state. Now, after billions of years, someone had once more grazed this untouchable domain. Might the Tiandi Daogong of the 33rd heaven be open this time? It is uncertain whether he can achieve Wuxia. That remains unknown. After all, since the Father God, the Wuxia realm has become the greatest curse. At this point, the members of Lingshan Gong fell into silence. As former subordinates of the divine, accomplices in the rebellion against the heavens, they possessed far more insider knowledge than others. The curse of the Wuxia realm was one that even the 9 supreme beings could not escape. The Dragon Emperor met his demise, and the Phoenix Emperor perished as well. Even the Ling Emperor, who guided their clan into the light, ultimately vanished without a trace. None escaped the curse of the divine. Let us send a grand gift and remind him. After all, it is rare to encounter one who touches the Wuxia realm and manifests in this world. It is also a chance to forge a connection. In the future, as we seek the Ling Emperor within the Tiandi Daogong, we will undoubtedly need his support. This is agreeable. I concur. By the way, what does the Ling Master say about this? The Ling Master, not to be confused with the Ling clan leader. The Ling clan leader has always been solely the Ling Emperor. Without a successor designated, the clan will not produce a new leader. The Ling Master is merely the first among the Ling clan, temporarily assuming the role of clan leader, referred to as the Ling Master. She is an extraordinary talent of our Ling clan, having comprehended the path of Wuxia for many years and recently returned with insights. If she were to learn of his existence, she would surely rejoice, as, finally, someone could share in the understanding of the path with her. There should be much common ground between them. However, the Ling Master has yet to issue any directives, has she not? Could it be that she is so engrossed in the path of Wuxia that she has lost touch with the outside world? Among the Ling clan, a mysterious figure cloaked in black hurriedly departed, exclaiming, "This matter is of great importance. I must seek the Ling Master's counsel." With that, the cloaked individual hastily left for the Lingshan Mountain, where the Ling Master often traverses the world. It is a barren, desolate mountain. Only those permitted by the Ling Master can uncover the truth of the barren mountain. Upon reaching the barren Lingshan Mountain, an ancient palace suddenly appeared before the cloaked figure. The fearsome aura of divinity immediately cascaded from the palace, shaking the very core of the cloaked individual. Sensing this, the cloaked figure took a deep breath and stepped into the palace. Upon entering the grand palace, a massive screen came into view. On the screen, a graceful figure cast its silhouette, her form enchanting, her posture alluring. Even in stillness, myriad charms blossomed in the breeze. "You have arrived." Her voice, melodious as a yellow aureole and clear as silver bells, echoed in the ears of the cloaked figure. The cloaked individual bowed slightly. "I had no choice but to come. You promised me protection when you sheltered my clan." "I certainly remember," replied the figure, slightly turning her head. "But do you recall why you fled? And why I offered you sanctuary?" The cloaked figure was about to speak, yet he found himself momentarily stunned. How could he forget that indelible hatred? Surely it was because... Yet, as the words formed, he faltered. What was the true reason for their flight? Why had they sought refuge within the Ling clan? Had he forgotten? His lips trembled, producing a question that resonated with the quaking of his very soul. Why? Upon hearing this, the graceful figure let out a gentle sigh. Then, she waved her delicate hand. The vast palace has vanished into thin air, revealing the stark shadows of desolate mountains once more. Go find him. A soft whisper reverberates through the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, the time and space of Ling Shun Mountain come to a standstill. Chapter 2:16. The vanished Qing Song in the dead of night. Within the Tianming Holy Land, the disciple Qi Shixiao, blessed with eternal youth by Lin Zhe, steps into the solitary sanctum of Lin Zhe. Disciple Qi Yu pays respects to the Holy Master. Lin Zhe is casually perusing the ancient texts and remnants of history compiled over the years in the Tianming Holy Land. What is it? Disciple reports to the Holy Master that all arrangements have been made in the Holy Land, and we are ready to reopen the mountain gates to welcome guests at any moment. As he speaks the words "at any moment," even Qi Yu, a seasoned elder who has witnessed life and death, feels a tremor in his heart. The reopening of the Tianming Holy Land is a lifelong aspiration for countless Tianming cultivators. Finally, at last, noticing the tremor in Qi Yu's voice, Lin Zhe raises an eyebrow in jest. "It seems you will not be able to rest tonight." Not merely unable to rest. If it weren't for the fear of disrupting the Holy Master's rules, they would be eager to personally greet visitors at the gates of various holy lands tonight. Qi Yu manages a nervous smile. "To be honest, from a moment we learned you are the great saint, we have been unable to sleep. We have been thinking about how you will lead the Tianming Holy Land back to the pinnacle of the ancient era. Yet we never anticipated it would unfold in such a gratifying and cathartic manner. Who can argue otherwise? Back then, they believed their new Holy Master would merely take them one by one to confront their enemies for vengeance. They never expected that it would not be them going to seek retribution, but rather everyone would come to them. The imposing demeanor and scene, Qi Yu can only describe with one phrase: awaiting the world to come and pay homage. One exhilarating sentiment. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe merely chuckles lightly. To others, Lin Zhe's actions appear tyrannical, a disdainful gaze upon the world, unparalleled and unmatched. However, for Lin Zhe himself, it is on one hand a matter of convenience. Personally visiting each family to collect debts, while pretending to be humble and taking advantage of the moment, may lead to delightful encounters along the way. Perhaps when Lin Zhe grows old and seeks to indulge in the world for amusement, he might enjoy this approach. Yet now that he has become a primordial being, he finds it beneath his dignity to play games with a group of youngsters who have yet to reach the holy realm. Efficiency and a quicker breakthrough to the primordial state take precedence. Thus, he announces to the world, inviting them to gather themselves. With a divine figure like him calling for assembly, how many among the ancient powers dare to disregard his summons? This is exceedingly convenient. On the other hand, Lin Zhe's actions are merely a matter of reciprocation, an eye for an eye. The oppression and humiliation suffered by the Tianming Holy Land in the past were no less burdensome than the demands Lin Zhe had set forth. Then prepare well. Tomorrow will keep you busy. Yes, Qi Yu acknowledges, but hesitates for a moment. Lin Zhe gently lifts his gaze. Is there something else? Indeed, there is one more matter, but I am uncertain whether I should voice it. I assume that with your level, Holy Master, You have already sensed it. Are you referring to the Wuya Dao Palace? Exactly. I have heard that the Wuya Dao Palace has entered a state of readiness for battle, prepared to confront our Tianming Holy Land at any moment. I cannot shake the feeling that the Wuya Saint would not be so foolish. Something must be amiss behind the scenes. I dare say, Holy Master, you must be cautious. A slight smile graces Lin Zhe's lips. The Wuya Saint, indeed a remarkable figure, a formidable person. None of those capable of attaining sainthood are simple characters. Lin Zhe is already aware of matters concerning the Wuya Dao Palace, and assures Qiyu there is no need for concern. That is a relief. I shall take my leave. Qiyu turns to depart, but is suddenly called back by Lin Zhe's furrowed brow. Wait, disciple is here. Please instruct, Holy Master. Lin Zhe gestures towards the ancient texts of the Tianming Holy Land. Why is there no mention of Qing Song in these records? In recent days, Lin Zhe has been diligently searching through the ancient archives of the Tianming Holy Land, probing into the events of the ancient past. It must be said that as an ancient Dao lineage, a holy land inheriting the path of destiny, their depth and capacity for intelligence gathering are beyond ordinary reach. Among these ancient texts, records of the 8 supreme beings, including the Heavenly Emperor, exist. Yet, there is a conspicuous absence of any mention of the nameless supreme, Qing Song. In fact, within the records of the Tianming Holy Land, neither the name Qing Song nor the title of the nameless supreme has ever been referenced. Upon hearing this, Qiyu furrows his brow in contemplation. Qingjiang, Qingjiang. He searches his memories and confidently responds, returning to the Holy Master, perhaps it is my ignorance. I have never heard of the name Qing Song. Lin Zhe's brow tightened slightly. I am speaking of the nameless supreme, one of the 9 great supremes, Qing Song. Qiyu's expression grows increasingly perplexed. The 9 great supremes? He glances between Lin Zhe and himself, then uncertainly inquires, hasn't there only ever been 8 great supremes from ancient times to the present, Holy Master? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's fingers tighten, and the brilliance in his gaze shines intensely. He scrutinizes Qiyu closely, confirming that he has not been influenced by any external force. Then he closes his eyes. The aura of time and space confusion surges and ebbs around him. His formidable will transcends the mundane, seated above the river of time, surveying the past and future. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Approximately half a quarter of an hour later, the chaotic time and space return to their rightful course. Lin Zhe emerges from the long river of ages. Observing the passage of time, the richness of history swirls in his eyes, but it cannot overshadow the astonishing cold light that glimmers deep within. Indeed, Qing Song has vanished. Lin Zhe hastily activates the Wuxia sword box, examining the state of the 5 holy weapons within. They lie quietly as ever, yet unlike before, all traces and sensations of Qing Song's existence have completely disappeared. Lin Zhe can no longer locate the source of the nameless Qing Song through these 5 holy weapons. Their origins, their creator, have transformed from a non-existent Qing Song into Lin Zhe himself. It is as if Qing Song has never existed in this world. They were crafted by Lin Zhe's own hands. Lin Zhe squints, his mind drifting back to the Qing Gate, which did not feature Qing Song during the era of primordial beginning. He also recalls the words spoken by Hong Tian before his departure. Do not seek Qing Song any longer. This person has never truly existed. Yet, you may always trust him. Lin Zhe momentarily falls into contemplation. Holy Master, is there something amiss with this Qing Song? Nothing to worry about. You may leave. Yes. Disciple takes his leave. Chapter 217. One family missing the following day. The Tianming Holy Land reopens. A hazy purple light of destiny begins to shine from the moment dawn breaks, proclaiming its return to the vast ancient world like an eternal morning star. It has opened. Quickly, hurry to pay homage to the divine martial great saint. Such a rare opportunity may not arise for millions of years. For this audience of congratulations, should one be fortunate enough to receive a few words of guidance from the great saint, it would indeed be a tremendous blessing. Without further ado, esteemed friends, I shall take my leave first. As the radiant light of Tianming shines, streams of brilliance swiftly weave through the clouds, racing towards the Tianming Holy Land. Fearing that a moment's delay might cost them the chance to be recognized and valued by the divine martial great saint. In an instant, the sound of piercing through clouds and breaking through the void fills the air, forming a grand symphony of vessels vying for the current. However, upon their arrival at the gates of the Holy Land, they discover that others have arrived even earlier than they. Outside the sacred mountain gate of Tianming, a vast throng of individuals has already bowed their heads in unison. Most of these individuals are familiar to one another, as they were once formidable figures renowned across their respective realms, representing their sects with great authority. Among them is the Grand Elder of Zhenhai Tianqing, a distinguished sage of Mingxian. Similarly, the head of the Wang family from the Taigu, Izu, stands tall as another Mingxian sage atop the remnants of the ancient world. Additionally, the former young emperor of the Yuming clan, a leader of an ancient and powerful lineage, is present. At this critical moment, where the elite from all corners converge, they all submit before the Tianming Shengdi, bowing to the divine edict of the Shenwu Dasheng. This sight delivers a profound visual shock to the onlookers. A gasp escapes some, instinctively trembling, yet they quickly avert their eyes, pretending nothing has transpired. This moment can be described as the darkest hour for these exalted beings, as they certainly wish to erase this humiliating chapter from memory. Should anyone dare to mock or react with derision, they would likely find themselves on the kill list of the prominent masters and elders. Though these dignitaries have just bowed before the Shenwu Dasheng, dealing with them is as effortless as turning a hand for those in power. One cannot deny the grandeur of Tianming Shengdi, a true testament to the legacy of the Tianming Emperor. It remains uncertain whether this gathering will witness the miraculous Tianming techniques of yore. The crowd begins to divert the conversation, discussing various topics while consciously ignoring the prostrate figures before them. However, while some feign ignorance, others deliberately seek to provoke. Beihai is not a realm dominated solely by Zhenhai Tianqing, nor is the entire ancient world ruled by any single faction. The lesser cultivators may fear the kneeling figures, yet they are unfazed. As the kneeling individuals squirm in embarrassment, the observers revel in their misfortune, some even wishing to add insult to injury. Isn't that Grand Elder Yin from Zhenhai Tianqing? Could it be that Zhenhai Tianqing could not retain your presence, and you seek to climb to greater heights? Have you come to pay your respects to the Shenwu Dasheng before even entering? Grand Elder Yan's countenance darkens, his expression shifting into one of deep discontent. You old fool, remain silent, and no one shall consider you mute. On such a joyous occasion, to be rendered a mute is intolerable. You know how I am. I cannot keep my mouth shut. Come, raise your head. I cannot capture your visage in my recording stone. Just then, a series of violet beams of light materialized before Tianming Shengdi. The arrivals are the disciples of Tianming Shengdi, led by Qiyu. Esteemed guests, I am Qiyu, the chief disciple of Tianming Shengdi. On behalf of the masters and the sacred land, I extend a warm welcome to each of you as we commemorate the grand reopening of Tianming Shengdi. Qiyu's appearance swiftly captivates the attention of all present. In that instant, the pupils of the prominent masters and elders constrict. As sovereigns of their realms, they cannot fail to recognize the boundless vitality radiating from Qiyu, an energy seemingly inexhaustible. Surrounded by this life force, Qiyu's physique remains perpetually locked in its prime, eternally youthful. Even external forces cannot diminish this terrifying vitality derived from the infinite cosmos, which replenishes and repairs him in an instant. In other words, he is immortal, an embodiment of eternal youth. Yet, how could such a state be attained by a mere second-stage cultivator? It is well understood that even the most powerful Mingxian sages must eventually face mortality. The answer is unmistakable. This immortal being is undoubtedly a creation of the Shenwu Dasheng. He has blessed Qiyu with the gift of immortality. Upon this realization, the esteemed masters and elders are left astonished. To create an immortal being and reverse the very essence of life and death, such prowess instills a deeper understanding of the enigmatic Shenwu Dasheng within everyone's hearts. Chief Qi, you are too courteous. Tianming Shengdi is indeed a monumental force within Beihai. We lamented the calamity that befell Tianming Shengdi in the past. Now that the sacred land reopens, how can we possibly miss this occasion? Laughter and pleasantries fill the air as Qiyu reciprocates with a smile. We have prepared a grand banquet within the hall. Please, everyone, follow me. The assembly promptly makes their way into the sacred land, their smiles radiating warmth. Before long, the once crowded mountain gate of the sacred land is left with only the darkened faces of the Zhenhai Tianqing and other factions. Without the edict of the Shenwu Dasheng, they dare not cross the line. After all, they have already endured such humiliation by kneeling. To provoke further ire from the Shinwu Dashang at this juncture would be to invite utter calamity. The sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate with one another. While the forces of Zhenhai Tiansheng remain prostrate, other sects, which harbor no animosity towards Tianming Xingdi, are already presenting gifts and taking their seats of honor. The atmosphere at the banquet is jubilant. Laughter and conversation ensue as everyone seeks to strengthen their ties with Tianming Xingdi. Yet, occasional glances dart towards the solitary main seat at the pinnacle of the sacred land, which remains vacant. Suddenly, spirals of violet feathers intertwine, coalescing into an unparalleled figure of ancient times. It is the manifestation of Tao, the corporeal form of the divine walking among mortals. The guests hastily set aside their conversations, collectively bowing towards the main seat. We pay our respects to Shinwu Dashang. We pay our respects to Shinwu Dashang. Lin Zhe pays no heed to the crowd. His gaze pierces through the mountain gate of the sacred land. In a gentle yet resonant whisper, he utters, "There is one missing." Chapter 218. I dislike this statement. Lin Zhe's words carry a calm tone, yet they strike the ears of the attendees like thunder on a clear day, sending shivers down their spines, especially those kneeling before the mountain gate of Tianming Xingdi. Their bodies instinctively tremble. The moment has arrived. The reckoning of the great sage is not something to be taken lightly. They can only hope that the foolish members of Huaidao Palace do not ruin the mood of the Shinwu Dashang, dragging them down with them. Thus, they press their heads lower, hoping to quell the wrath of the great sage and avoid being unjustly implicated. The many guests at the banquet exchange glances, ultimately adopting a silent demeanor, observing with quiet contemplation. In the midst of this heavy stillness, Lin Zhe's gaze pierces across the distance, landing upon the fully armed Huaidao Palace. Within Huaidao Palace, the palace master sharpens his weapon, adjusting his breath, and channels his spirit to its utmost peak. The elders beside him are eager for battle, their eyes occasionally flashing with fierce determination to fight for their sect. Palace Master, the proceedings at Tianming Xingdi have commenced, an elder reports. The Palace Master nods and points toward the palace's threshold. Are you afraid? Not at all. With the great sage and our ancestors by our side, this battle is the utmost honor for us of the Dao Palace. We fear nothing, even unto death. The ancestors of Huaidao Palace never undertake ventures devoid of certainty. Since the elder has resolved to engage in battle, how could they possibly refrain? Moreover, the Tianming Xingdi has been excessively overbearing. Even if we do not prevail, we shall never grovel like the cowardly rodents of Zhenhai Tiansheng. We of Huaidao Palace would rather die standing than live on our knees. We trust in our ancestor. Victory is assured. Fight, fight, fight. The blood and spirit of the Dao Palace disciples are ignited. The entire palace reverberates with the resounding cries of battle. The Lord of Huaigong beheld the scene, a knowing smile gracing his countenance. Excellent. In this battle, our Huaidao Palace shall undoubtedly triumph. For I, like you, steadfastly believe in every decision made by my son Huaigong. Disciples of the palace, heed my command. Prepare to face the enemy. As you decree, Lord. Kill. At this moment, the atmosphere of slaughter within Huaidao Palace reached its zenith. Yet, at that instant, a soft murmur echoed across the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Do you regret? I can offer you another chance to choose. The hearts of the palace's inhabitants skipped a beat. Was that the voice of the divine martial saint? To whom was he speaking? In the fervent atmosphere of the palace, no one responded for a long while. However, in the void unseen by mortals, a single fallen leaf resonated softly. Ultimately, silence reigned. Meanwhile, the great sages observing this event in the remnants of the ancient era suddenly had their eyes alight. Through Lin Zhe's words, they seemed to grasp the profound meaning behind Huaigong's reckless endeavor. Could it be that Huaigong intended, in the silent expanse of heaven and earth? After Lin Zhe's utterance, there was no reply from the palace. Thus, Huaidao Palace, today you should be disbanded. Boom! Above the celestial realm, a colossal hand materialized from the void, descending upon Huaidao Palace with an irresistible force. A hand that obscured the sky. With the might of this enormous hand, the world erupted into an unforgettable tempest. Violent gales rained down from the heavens, rampaging through the air. With no regard for anything, it swept away all within Huaidao Palace. The so-called sacred formations of Huaidao Palace crumbled like paper beneath the fury of the tempest. With a gust, they were obliterated. The calamity was equally visited upon every cultivator within the palace. Boom, boom. The howling winds roared like thunder. In the face of the apocalyptic storm, all beings were but ants, subject to the great forces of heaven and earth. People could only sway amidst the tempest, powerless to resist as they beheld that colossal hand, akin to a deity or demon, drawing ever closer, heralding death. Closer, closer. The great hand descended upon Waideo Palace, and the energy of this realm shifted dramatically. In this vast expanse, it was as if a grinding millstone had appeared. It bore down with overwhelming pressure, seeking to subjugate all. I just heard some of you say, "I would rather stand and die than kneel and live." The disciples of the palace widened their eyes in shock, their hearts quaking with unease amidst the gusts. This statement, the pressure of the celestial millstone, intensified abruptly. I do not favor such sentiments. Bang! An immense force struck instantly. No. Everyone within the palace, including the Lord of Wyagong and the higher-ups, felt their spines bend and their knees shatter. They were forcefully pinned to the ground, their bodies even embedding into the earth in a posture of utmost reverence, paying homage to the supreme sage of this realm. Immediately thereafter, the apocalyptic colossal hand fell. Boom! Accompanied by earth-shattering tremors, the magnificent palace, once spanning thousands of miles, vanished from sight. The towering Waideo Palace, once majestic, was nowhere to be seen. Even the mountain winds that blew by seemed mundane. Thus, the Waideo Palace, which had dominated the North Sea for countless millennia, was buried in the dust of history, leaving not a trace behind. Listening to the deafening roar in their ears, the high-ranking members of forces, such as Zhenhai, Tiansheng, trembled in response, especially upon hearing the words, "I would rather stand and die than kneel and live." For similar words had once escaped their lips. Now, they could only hope that the divine martial saint would show mercy, and after extinguishing Waideo Palace, would not hold them, mere mortals, accountable. The might of the saint was terrifying. Such a being was not of the same life form as those born of the heavens. They had witnessed with their own eyes how the divine martial saint merely exhaled gently. That breath spanned countless miles. The Waideo Palace, a dominant lineage upheld for tens of millions of years with a sage at its helm, had been obliterated. Not even a speck of ash remained. Such power, it seemed, even the Wyagong sage could not withstand. Yet, speaking of which, where was the Wyagong sage? He had spoken of resistance, yet had not been seen at all. They could not comprehend, nor could the inhabitants of Waideo Palace grasp until their last breath. Where was their sage? Between the void, a single leaf fell to the mortal realm, manifesting the figure of a young Taoist. We pay our respects to the Wyagong sage. The figure was none other than the long-vanished Wyagong sage. Upon appearing in the mortal realm, he disregarded the mundane disturbances, instead bowing deeply to Linzai. Wyagong thanks the great sage for his fulfillment. Linzai cast a glance at the Wyagong sage. Is it worth it? The Wyagong sage fell into a brief silence before smiling lightly. With conviction, he uttered two words. Worth it. Chapter 219. The cause and effect of the sacred realm. After proclaiming those two words, a more relaxed smile graced Wyagong's face, as if he had shed some shackles, thus attaining a spiritual elevation. He bowed once more to Linzai before turning to depart. His carefree and liberated figure shattered into the wind, vanishing from the mortal realm. This left many present in a state of bewilderment, each staring wide-eyed at one another. Wait, why did the Wyagong sage thank the divine martial saint? The saint's earlier breath had eradicated your father, your son, your descendants, and your entire lineage. One could hardly say it was a blood feud. How then did they greet each other like long-lost friends, speaking in riddles? The onlookers were utterly baffled by the Wyagong sage's behavior. However, the eminent beings from various sage lineages present understood the implications of the exchange between the two sages. At the entrance of the sacred mountain, within the ranks of Zhenhai Tiansheng, Elder Yin felt a cold sweat break out. At this moment, he was immensely grateful that their ancestral sage was not as ruthless as the Wyagong sage. Elder, why does your face look so pale all of a sudden? Have you deciphered the deeper meaning behind the two sages' riddles? Elder Yin shot a glance at the person beside him and solemnly replied, "We have survived a calamity. You should be thankful that our sage allows us to remain here kneeling, unlike the Wyagong sage." The individual was taken aback. The ancestral sage? How does this relate to their ancestral sage? Elder Yin gazed in the direction where the Wyagong sage had departed, softly stating, "The sage is formless, coexisting with the heavens. The great sage is without form, transcending cause and effect. To transform from formless to formless, one must first comprehend what constitutes cause and effect and sever ties with it. The existence of Dalu Palace was, in fact, the greatest cause and effect of the Huaigong sage in this life. Upon this declaration, the hearts of those in Zhenhai Tianqing jolted. Their expressions shifted dramatically. To comprehend cause and effect, to sever cause and effect. Did this not imply that, at this very moment, just as Elder Yin had previously stated, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief? Grateful that their ancestral sage had shown them mercy. Grateful that their ancestral sage had not compelled them to resist fiercely like Dalu Palace. The sage is unkind, alas, but within Dalu Palace, there still existed his biological father. His closest kin. Elder Yin shook his head. The sage coexists with the heavens. As long as heaven and earth endure, the sage remains eternal. Furthermore, due to their formlessness and transformation, they reside within the vastness of existence. Any of us might unexpectedly encounter the sage's incarnation or brush past them at the crossroads of our next life. They can possess countless friends and loved ones, numerous entanglements of love and hate. The long passage of time has decayed them, having seen through all matters throughout endless ages. The so-called closest kin, in the context of the countless entangled causes and effects across myriad dimensions, are but insignificant fragments. In the realm of Tiantian Shungjing, where heaven transcends all existence, the distinction between the holy and the ordinary has been irrevocably established since the sanctification of these beings. Given this reality, why must it be the Shenwu Dashing who intervenes, rather than the divine entity themselves? The answer is evident. As long as a sage does not transcend, they remain perpetually entwined in the web of cause and effect, subject to the whims of fate. Even the boundless sage, despite any intentions to orchestrate events, finds that the moment of the Wuya Daogong's destruction marks the conclusion of one cause, which simultaneously heralds the inception of another. The intricacies of karma are inextricable, chaotic, and perplexing. Yet, the Shenwu Dashing stands apart from these entanglements. As the elder spoke, his words instilled deeper trepidation and gratitude among the cultivators of Zhenhai Tiantown towards their revered ancestor. Meanwhile, the various sacred realms of the ancient remnants echoed similar sentiments. Indeed, Wuya's resolve was formidable, and his actions were decisive. However, can such a method truly sever the ties of karma? To transform the intangible into the formless, one must transcend the very essence of cause and effect. This transcendence necessitates enduring myriad causal experiences, leading to an enlightened understanding of the complexities of karma, ultimately achieving the cessation of cause and effect and attaining formless liberation. To emerge from the world, one must first immerse themselves in it. This is the essence of the matter. Yet, speaking of such principles is far easier than the arduous task of actualizing them. The deeper one immerses in the world, the more intricate the web of karma becomes, thus accelerating the comprehension of its transformations, while simultaneously obscuring the path to formlessness. This paradox presents an intricate conundrum that eludes understanding. Everyone is aware that to sever and transcend karma is essential for achieving the formless state. But how should this severance be interpreted? The method of severing karma varies for each individual, as their understanding of the Tao diverges, leading to distinct paths of choice. For instance, the Wuya sage and the Lingshan Palace's Ling Lord took vastly different approaches. The Ling Lord achieved his sanctification through the devouring of karma, utilizing an unparalleled technique to assimilate all forms of karma into himself, thereby dismantling the old to establish the new. Conversely, the Wuya sage opted for a path deemed cruel and contemptible by many. He forsook his biological father, his closest kin, his familial lineage, and countless disciples who placed their faith in him. Ironically, the disciples of the Tao Palace likely clung to the hope that their Wuya sage would rescue them from peril until their dying breath, unaware that their demise was orchestrated by their exalted sage. To the common folk, Wuya may indeed appear despicable. However, those residing within the sacred realms do not mock him, for he at least had the courage to take that fateful step, embarking on the path he deemed righteous, albeit solitary. Perhaps one day, they will no longer refer to him as Wuya, but as the Wuya Dashing. As for the sacrificed mortals, the heavens are indifferent, and so too are the sages. They regard the lives and deaths of ordinary beings with equal detachment, much like observing ants upon the ground. Lindsay, however, remained unfazed by these matters, as they bore no relevance to him. He was merely repaying a debt to Hong Tian, safeguarding the Tianming Shengdi, while furthering his own collection endeavors. The emergence of Wuya was merely an unremarkable twist in the monotony of life. With the annihilation of the Wuya Daogong, Lin Zhe clenched his palm, the legacy preserved for countless millennia now firmly within his grasp. Yet, this was still insufficient to bridge the yawning chasm of the primordial void. He cast a glance at the factions kneeling outside the sacred grounds of Tianming. I stand by my word. Arise, and I shall spare your lives. Upon hearing this, the kneeling cultivators breathed a collective sigh of relief, their anxieties momentarily alleviated. Yes, we express our gratitude for the Daxing's mercy. However, just as they began to relax, the Shenwu Daxing added, yet, while death may be averted, the consequences of your actions remain. You took advantage of my sacred land during its tribulations, pillaging and stealing numerous ancient scriptures and the insights of past saints. If I were to let you off lightly, my disciples would find no peace in their cycles of reincarnation. This proclamation once again stirred apprehension among the ranks of Jinhai Tiantown and the Wuji Wang family. Fearing the wrath of the extraordinary sage who had just effortlessly obliterated the Wuya Daogong, they hastily implored Daxing, "We sincerely repent and beseech your grace. We are willing to shoulder the losses incurred by Tianming Shengdi. There shall be no grievances." They prostrated themselves before Lin Zhe, seeking forgiveness. Lin Zhe remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the assembly, creating a tense atmosphere that made every heart race. The scrutiny of a Daxing is a burden few can endure. In the midst of this charged stillness, the exalted sage finally pronounced his decree. Enough. Your punishment shall be to offer up all the martial arts and scriptures of your respective traditions to replenish the void left in Tianming Shengdi over the years. Are you in agreement? In response, the assembly nodded vigorously. We comply, we comply. Thank you, Daxing, for your clemency. We shall adhere to your decree. To surrender their entire martial heritage would typically be a grave offense against their foundational doctrines, as it would enable others to exploit their vulnerabilities. Yet, what choice do they have? If they hesitated, those from the Wuya Daogong would eagerly await their demise. Lin Zhe then nodded, casting a knowing glance at Chiyue, signaling that it was time for him to take action. Under Chiyue's guidance, the grand ceremony to revive Tianming Shengdi commenced harmoniously. Attendees expressed their congratulations for the revival of its former glory, presenting their carefully prepared gifts. Outside, guests from distant lands began to arrive in succession. Within the sacred grounds, an atmosphere of joy and celebration enveloped the gathering until a visitor from the southern frontier reached Tianming Shengdi. At the main seat, Lin Zhe, who appeared to be meditating yet was actually absorbing the treasures of the Wuya Daogong, suddenly opened his eyes. An overwhelming divine will surged across the entire ancient remnants, and the brilliant light of destiny illuminated the skies. Time stood still. At the command of the sage, the very fabric of time and space froze. An imperceptible wave transformed the world into a colorless realm, silencing all existence. The inhabitants of Tianming Shengdi were rendered immobile. A cup raised in toast remained suspended mid-air, while a sword poised for a dance turned to frost. Every action was halted at the precipice of motion, save for the figure of the black-robed visitor from the southern frontier, who gazed upon the gray world and, amidst the profound silence, marveled. Remarkable! Such power! Had the ancient heavenly court still existed, you would undoubtedly be granted a position of celestial honor. In this gray realm, Lin Zhe's towering silhouette strode forward, and all frozen vessels instinctively cleared a path for him. The black-robed visitor, upon witnessing this, lifted his hood, revealing a weathered middle-aged face adorned with stubble. He spoke with a voice steeped in the weight of time. It has been long since we last met, guardians of Tianlan. As he finished, the figure of the black-robed man elongated infinitely, coalescing into a giant shadow, radiating a soft, glassy light amidst the gray expanse. The essence of this giant, akin to a dragon, possesses a spirit as vast as the ocean and a will that transcends the divine. The three fundamental forces of essence, energy, and spirit are perfectly amalgamated within him, forming a harmonious unity. This is the true form unique to the body. The surging bloodline within him resonates profoundly with Lin Zhe. The individual before him is, indeed, a member of the Bahuang clan who has wandered beyond Tianlan. Lin Zhe unabashedly proclaims his existence, ultimately drawing them out from their long concealment. Is Uncle Changqing well? Lin Zhe nods, then furrows his brow as he observes the black-robed man's veins. He is well, yet your bloodline is severely damaged. Did the elders of the clan not use the Ba Huang mirror to cleanse your blood? The black-robed man's expression turns pained. I am now the highest-ranking member among the remaining clansmen. Lin Zhe's expression tightens. Is the situation outside more dire than that within Tianlan? Has Qing Song pursued us? Qing Song? The name causes the black-robed man's eyes to deepen. The first matter I have come to address pertains to him. My memory, no. The memories of us all have encountered issues. You mentioned that Qing Song has pursued us, yet I know not who Qing Song is. The black-robed man speaks gravely, stating that the precise details of how our clan escaped to the remnants of the primordial era, and with whom we bear enmity, have all become obscured. A pivotal figure has vanished from the memories of us all, and even the clan's records contain blanks. This is a most terrifying matter. Lin Zhe is not taken aback. From a moment he delved into the entire temporal river and found no trace of Qing Song. He understood that a grave issue had arisen. That exiled time ultimately impacts the future. However, upon reflection, if it could not affect the future, those supreme beings would not have painstakingly orchestrated the events of the primordial era, nor would they have meddled with Hong Tian. Yet what confounds Lin Zhe is why, amidst so many variables, it is specifically Qing Song who has vanished. It is known that the great saint of Taixin even self-immolated during the primordial era. Yet this did not affect the later generations. The legacy of the great saint of Taixin remains unchanged. The only alteration seems to be the disappearance of Qing Song. This individual never existed from the outset. As for Hong Tian, Lin Zhe's gaze flickers, and he inquires, do you still remember Hong Tian? He possesses fragments of the Ba Huang mirror, a treasured artifact. It would be implausible to claim he has never interacted with the Ba Huang clan. Lin Zhe finds this hard to believe. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man's expression shifts rapidly. Of course, I remember. The fall of our clan's elders was instigated by him. This is the second significant matter I must convey to you. His importance is on par with that of the vanished Qing Song. What transpired? The black-robed man's gaze turns towards the southern region of the remnants of the primordial era, to a once great Tian Yin Xian gate, now reduced to ruins. Prior to the massacre of the Holy Land of Destiny, Hong Tian sought out the purple-robed seer, Shui Yirun. And Shui Yirun is the foremost disciple of the great saint of Taixin, one of the Ba Shi clans, and one of us. Chapter 221, Entering the Dream. Empress and Emperor. The foremost disciple of the great saint of Taixin, Shui Yirun. Lin Zhe recalls the figure in purple he encountered at the Tianji Holy Gate during the primordial era. It is he. He imparted to us an ultimate secret regarding Hong Tian and the Emperor. At this juncture, the black-robed man's expression becomes exceedingly grave. He states that as early as several billion years ago during the era of the primordial heavenly court, the Emperor and the great saint of Taixin had already foreseen today's upheaval. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe is momentarily taken aback. Why is he only now revealing this? Because at that time, Hong Tian had not yet approached him. Shui Yirun's soul imprint was personally sealed by our clan's emperor. It would only manifest at the moment Hong Tian sought him out, when Hong Tian had endured torment and truly wished to escape his fate, to break free from the grasp of destiny. Lin Zhe is left speechless. So, Hong Tian was arranged by the Emperor of Destiny, and subsequently by his own Emperor, the great saint of Taixin. He is entirely a pawn, manipulated by others, is he not? No wonder Hong Tian's gaze towards me before his departure was so peculiar. This fills Lin Zhe with not only sympathy for Hong Tian, but also a tinge of guilt. Sighing, he remains silent for a moment. So what exactly have they arranged for Hong Tian? The black-robed man shakes his head, stating that no one knows what the Emperor and the great saint truly intend for Hong Tian, not even Shui Yirun. Our task is merely to guide Hong Tian, ensuring he enters the Emperor's Dao Palace with the fragments of the Ba Huang mirror and a strand of true power from the Ba Huang. The Emperor's Dao Palace. Lin Zhe suddenly recalls that Hong Tian mentioned the Book of Time, which the Emperor left within the Dao Palace of the 33rd heaven. You must obtain it. No wonder he knew. It turns out this fellow had already entered. The black-robed man speaks gravely. To achieve this objective, our clan's elders sacrificed their essence, ultimately gathering a strand of true power from the Ba Huang, tearing away a piece of the Ba Huang mirror. Hence, our clan has fallen to its current state. At this point, the black-robed man glances at Lin Zhe and shifts the topic. However, we have always believed in the Emperor's far-sighted vision. We trust in the great saint's foresight. Everything we have done is for a more distant future. Now, seeing you here, witnessing your appearance in the holy land of destiny, I know that the arrangements made by the emperor and the great saint for Hong Tian have succeeded. If I am not mistaken, the fragment of the Ba Huang mirror that Hong Tian took should now be with you, correct? Lin Zhe does not deny this. Indeed, it is with me, and it was personally handed to me by the Shui Yiren you mentioned. Now is the black-robed man's turn to be stunned. What? Shui Yiren handed it to him? How can this be? Shui Yiren, in order to send Hong Tian into the emperor's Dao palace, had long since perished after exhausting his essence alongside our clan's ancestors. How could you? It is unfathomable. It is indeed beyond comprehension. For after hearing the words of this black-robed clansman, Lin Zhe finds himself enveloped in confusion. Not confusion of the mind, but turmoil of the heart. According to his account, the emergence of Hong Tian and his actions were all meant to pave the way for someone. And that someone at the moment when the foremost disciple of Tai Xian, Shui Yiren, placed a fragment of the Ba Huang mirror into his hands, could only be Lin Zhe. Furthermore, recalling the second disciple of the great saint of Tai Xian, Gui Zong, who similarly awakened in Tianlan with a mission, altering the initial narrative, and subsequently provided Lin Zhe with all the treasures of Tianlan. Just like a timely rain, whatever Lin Zhe lacked, Gui Zong happened to provide. Without a doubt, whether it be Gui Zong, Shui Yiren, or Hong Tian, they all seem to exist to fulfill Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. Every strategy calculated, every aspect of time and space discerned. The emperor truly lives up to his time. This may be the first time Lin Zhe has so vividly perceived the nature of the being known as the emperor. But why him? Among the multitude of descendants of the Ba Huang clan, why was he, Lin Zhe, chosen? Is it merely because he has traversed here from another realm? Does the emperor require Lin Zhe, this outsider, to unravel the predicament? Another realm. Suddenly, a thought strikes Lin Zhe. On the day his memories awakened, a crucial figure was present. First, answer me a question. Who is Su Rumeng? Lin Zhe gazes intently at the black-robed clansman. Upon hearing this, the black-robed clansman first regards Lin Zhe with a peculiar expression, then seems to recall something, achieving sudden clarity. He simply utters two words, Empress and Emperor. Empress? The instant Lin Zhe's pupils constrict, every detail in his mind magnifies, shatters, and then reassembles. Xiaqing, he is the Empress. In the original narrative, Lin Zhe harbored affection for her. Wu Tong is the sister of the Emperor of Destiny, a former Phoenix consort, her fate ultimately intertwining with Lin Zhe. Lastly, the Emperor chose him, while the Emperor himself mysteriously vanished. The black-robed clansman regards Lin Zhe with a curious expression. Is this news of such importance to you? Where is she? The figure clad in black sighed. Long ago, during the Battle of Divine Beings, the Empress had already perished, sacrificing herself to protect the Heavenly Emperor. In his wrath, the Heavenly Emperor exacted a bloody toll from the two great sovereigns. Alas, the beauty has departed, and the fleeting years are no more. They were once the most envied, celestial couple of the primordial world, their tale inspiring countless men and women to believe in the existence of sincere love that endures through trials. It is all the fault of that detestable Tianming Emperor. Alas, let us refrain from dwelling on this. Lin Zhe maintained a stoic expression as he continued speaking of her and the Heavenly Emperor. The figure in black pondered. It is said that the Heavenly Emperor and Empress were childhood friends, growing up together. In reality, perhaps it is true. The Heavenly Emperor and Empress achieved the state of the primordial, erasing their origins beyond pursuit. Had they not returned to us later and utilized our Ba Huang clan, we might never have known of this terrifying existence. Yet, the elders of our clan surmised from the Heavenly Emperor and Empress's treatment of us, and their occasional reminiscences, that they indeed grew up together, akin to a neighborly brother and sister. Neighborly brother and sister? Lin Zhe's memories were suddenly drawn back to the time when he sought the Tianming celestial scriptures in a small fishing village by the sea. It was a stretch of golden beach where the young Heavenly Emperor Lin Ba Huang played, alongside a little girl named Xiao Meng, who hid shyly behind her brother, dirty yet brimming with hope for the future. It was she. Chapter 222, a challenge to the primordial state, but if it were indeed her, then his connection to Su Rumeng would have ended at their meeting in the fishing village, with no further interactions. Lin Zhe was quite certain that his memories had not been tampered with, nor did any hidden essence of the soul reside within him. with his current cultivation nearing the primordial state and aided by the power of destiny. Even if a being like the Heavenly Emperor had interfered with him, he would have detected some trace. He was Linzei, a complete self. Moreover, he was indeed a transmigrator, having reincarnated into the contemporary Bei Chunlin family. The Heavenly Emperor Lin Ba Huang undeniably existed, rooted in the distant era of Tai Chu. Linzei had even rescued the Heavenly Emperor and taught him. Their respective timelines were not aligned. How could he and the Heavenly Emperor possibly be the same individual? Linzei felt he might be overthinking it. Yet in that case, why would Su Rumeng and the Heavenly Emperor choose to assist him? Was it because he had once aided them as siblings? It seemed this was the only plausible explanation. But if so, would that not create a complete time loop paradox? Linzei returned to the Tai Chu, where the Heavenly Emperor achieved enlightenment. The primordial shattered. Linzei transmigrated. Linzei attained enlightenment. And Linzei returned to Tai Chu, a meticulously designed closed loop with a defined beginning and end. Enough of this, Linzei thought, closing his eyes and rubbing his forehead in mild exasperation. Very well, if this is how you wish to play, then I shall intensify the flames and raise the stakes. Opening his eyes, a brilliant light shone within them. Have you misplaced our clan's treasury of techniques? The figure in black was momentarily taken aback. Were they not discussing the Empress and the Heavenly Emperor? How did the conversation suddenly shift to the treasury? Was this the thought process of a sage-level being? That is the foundation of our clan. It could never be lost. Currently, it is hidden within the Ling Shun Palace in the southern wilderness, guarded by the Spirit Clan. While our Ba Huang clan members diligently protect the treasured Ba Huang mirror day and night, as secure as fortresses, even if the primordial remnants were to collapse. Our clan's foundation would remain unshaken. Linzei slowly turned his head to glance at him. You mentioned the Ling Shun Palace? Yes. Since the disappearance of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, and the calamity that befell the imperial ancestor, the primordial realms have cast covetous eyes upon our Ba Huang lineage, seeking to seize our true blood and replace us. After we fled Tianlan, we had to be wary of Qing Tsang within while remaining cautious of the myriad clans of the primordial era, which left us exhausted and drained. At the critical moment, it was the spirit master of the Ling Shun Palace who intervened to save our clan, providing us with a sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Linzei could not help but smile. The Ling Shun Palace has sheltered the Ba Huang clan. Ah, dear sister-in-law, you had already devised countless escape routes before taking action. After a moment of silence, Linzei suddenly said, bring all the treasures of the Ba Huang clan here. I will enter seclusion for a period to challenge the primordial state. Challenging the primordial state is indeed a good thing. However, the figure in black felt something was amiss. He had endured humiliation and hardship for so many years just to await this moment. Yet, at this moment, he felt little sense of participation. Should you inquire about others? Inquire? There is no need for such complication. With the inheritance of these sages and the treasures of the Ba Huang clan, the gap in breaking through the primordial state has already been filled. The primordial state is waiting. Once I truly break through the primordial state and unlock the Heavenly Emperor's Dao Palace, what answers could I not obtain? Just follow the instructions. Linzei waved his hand, sending the figure in black back to the distant Ling Shun Palace in the southern wilderness. Remember to take the Ba Huang mirror with you. With a hum, the world resumed its flow. The still time and space returned to its primordial state. The denizens of the Holy Land continued with their previous tasks, entirely unaware of the momentary stillness of time. On the main seat, Linzei remained with his eyes closed, unperturbed by worldly matters, quietly absorbing the treasures of the boundless Dao Palace. No one noticed that a member of the once renowned Ba Huang clan had visited, nor could anyone foresee that a figure destined to shake the ancient world was soon to emerge. In the primordial realms, in an unknown time and space, Feng Jiuge, leading the Phoenix clan away from Tianlan, set foot upon a crimson plain. The heavens seemed to weep. After wandering through the realms for so long, he finally glimpsed traces of his kin in this nameless land. This is it. The rich phoenix, sacred fire, can have lingered here. Feng Jiuge spread his wings, igniting the entire crimson plain with dazzling, sacred fire. Children, unleash your phoenix blood. Let your kin hear your calls. In response to Feng Jiuge, there were resounding cries of the phoenixes. Soon, streams of crimson flames danced across the plain like shooting stars, illuminating the world. Before long, Feng Jiuge heard echoes of blood deep within the crimson plain. It was a sound reverberating through his very veins, shaking the essence of the phoenix. My emperor. It is the echo of my emperor. Feng Jiugu's massive phoenix eyes suddenly ignited with fierce flames. He immediately locked onto the source of the sound, striking through the crimson plane to reach its core. Beneath the molten depths, Feng Jiugu beheld a colossal shadow reborn in flames. That was Feng Jiugu paused. What was it again? He couldn't recall. After all, that was merely a pawn he had sacrificed for the freedom of the Phoenix clan. Yet now, this discarded pawn audaciously salvaged the remnants of the supreme Phoenix power. Unforgivable. Damn it. Stop. Who gave you the audacity to desecrate the supreme sovereign? Just as Feng Jiugu was about to lash out in anger, a pair of crimson golden fiery eyes manifested from the endless void within that colossal shadow. An overwhelming imperial majesty instantly filled the crimson plane, commanding the entire world. At this moment, all Phoenix clan members trembled as if encountering their bloodline progenitor, instinctively responding to the call of their ancestry. Feng Jiugu, do you not recognize the sovereign? Feng Jiugu was struck dumb, unable to believe it. You are the crown prince. The shrill cry of the Phoenix Emperor reverberated beneath the molten lava. The colossal beast devoured all remnants of the Phoenix's true blood. Subsequently, in midair, a figure cloaked in a crimson gold imperial robe emerged, exuding an aura of infinite majesty, the manifestation of the Emperor of Destiny. Had Lin Zhe been present, he would have undoubtedly recognized this figure as the prince of the Phoenix clan, Feng Taichu, with whom he had crossed paths during the Taichu era. The Emperor of Destiny had returned. Thunder roared and the heavens trembled. The emergence of the Emperor of Destiny brought forth boundless celestial might. His presence shone as brilliantly as it did in days of yore, akin to a blazing sun, eternally casting its light over the ancient skies. Chapter 223. The one true Phoenix, gazing upon the imposing figure that felt so familiar, Feng Jiugu's heart quivered. Many times he had awakened from dreams where only this figure filled his mind. Feng Jiugu could never forget him. The most radiant and formidable being in the history of the Phoenix clan. The invincible prince who led his people to break free from the shackles of the malevolent gods and defy the heavens. The Emperor of Destiny, Feng Taichu. It was this profound memory that caused his heart to tremble now, as disbelief washed over him. He distinctly recalled the prince being gravely injured in a fierce battle with the Dragon Clan, forced to retreat under relentless pursuit. The moment Feng Jiugu learned of the existence of the Destiny immortal body, he understood deeply that their prince, the great Emperor of Destiny, would never reappear. Yet now, the prince stood before him, proclaiming to the world the return of the Sovereign of Destiny with the same regal demeanor he once possessed. Could there truly be another Sovereign of Destiny in this world? The Emperor of Destiny spoke, his voice as haughty and disdainful as it had been in the past. Startled back to reality, Feng Jiugu quickly bowed. This sinner, Feng Jiugu, pays respects to your highness. The crimson gold imperial robe of the Emperor of Destiny swayed gently, and a vast force of heaven and earth straightened Feng Jiugu's form, dispelling the lingering confusion from years of confinement within the Tianlan volcanic calamity, reigniting within him the fervent flames of the Phoenix. Sinner, you are a great benefactor of our clan. Feng Jiugu lowered his head even further, feeling a deep sense of shame. When your highness was pursued by the Dragon Clan, I was unable to rescue you due to his majesty's decree regarding the divine tomb. I am unworthy of your highness. Furthermore, he lamented, now that the divine tomb remains elusive, I also feel I have failed in my duty to fulfill his majesty's dying wish. As a sinner with nothing to show, how dare I claim any credit before your highness? Hearing this, the Emperor of Destiny chuckled lightly, a sound filled with an inexplicable wildness. To achieve nothing is, in itself, a form of achievement. Had you truly come, it would have led our Phoenix clan into an abyss of despair. Feng Jiugu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning of the Emperor of Destiny's words. Were the Tianlan clansmen who were commanded to seize the divine tomb all here? He asked eagerly. Yes, the sinner, longing for home, rushed with all the clansmen as soon as the Tianlan path seal was broken. At this point, Feng Jiugu suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. Oh no, that little phoenix is still in the Qingyu region. The pair of siblings were sacrifices I selected to breach the Tianlan path seal. Thus, he had initially excluded them from his count of clansmen. However, the plan had changed, and with the Tianlan path broken, the little phoenix had yet to play its role. In a moment of panic, he realized he had forgotten about the little phoenix. I seek forgiveness from your highness. I shall return immediately to retrieve her. Wait, your highness is that phoenix? He pondered. Then the other phoenix, as your highness's sister, cannot possibly be. At this thought, Feng Jiugao felt a sudden pang in his heart. As if seeing through Feng Jiugao's thoughts, the Emperor of Destiny's gaze pierced through countless realms, landing upon a certain maiden. The once stern and domineering figure softened with a hint of warmth and affection, only to be quickly replaced by an expression of helplessness. He sighed gently. Time is short. In the remaining moments, I can only hope she continues to walk her path without a care in the world. Understanding dawned upon Feng Jiugao. So, it is indeed the princess. With this realization, Feng Jiugao comprehended that his mission to seize the divine tomb, which ultimately led him to remain in Tianlan, was likely orchestrated by his own prince. Even the selection of the pair of siblings as sacrifices was part of the prince's grand design. Yet, Feng Jiugao could not grasp why. If the prince had laid these plans eons ago, he would suddenly alter course? At this juncture, the Emperor of Destiny's aura deepened, heavy as a chasm. The dark violet of his destiny eyes reflected an inescapable gloom. I was deceived by Lin Bahuang, that heartless rogue. The sound of his fingers cracking echoed ominously. Were it not for my little sister. Feng Jiugao remained silent. He had always struggled to understand how the relationship between the prince and the heavenly emperor could have soured so drastically. However, he knew such inquiries were not for him to make. For now, he needed only to listen quietly. Enough. The outcome is already determined. To lament now would only show that I, the Emperor of Destiny, cannot bear defeat. With that, the Emperor of Destiny gazed into the infinite expanse of time and space, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity, as if lost in contemplation. Feng Jiugao gently inquired, Your Highness, what shall we do next? Feng Jiugao's question drew the Emperor of Destiny back to the present. He turned his head, casting a profound gaze upon Feng Jiugao, filled with complexity. Do you know why my father's true blood essence resides here? During the battle for the gods, the heavenly emperor, enraged by the death of the empress, slayed two great emperors, one of whom was the Phoenix clan's Feng Huang. The grudge of slaying an emperor is one that cannot be reconciled. Feng Jiugao recalled this enmity vividly. I shall never forget. Before Feng Jiugao could respond, the Emperor of Destiny interjected, This was a decision reached by my father and me, intended as a last resort. Feng Jiugao's eyes widened in astonishment. I never wished to reach this point. Yet, as the outcome is already set, I can only take this final step to exhaust all sources and become the one true phoenix of heaven and earth. To thwart Lin Bahuang's ambitions to consume my ancient world, the proclamation echoed like thunder. The words of the Emperor of Destiny struck Feng Jiugao's heart with ferocity. The one true phoenix. The implication was unmistakable. No wonder the prince had inquired if the Tianlan clansmen were all present. This was their ultimate purpose for existence. In that moment, their eyes met and silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, the Emperor of Destiny turned away, no longer looking at Feng Jiugao. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Eventually, Feng Jiugao's voice broke the stillness. I, Jiugao, may be dull-witted and unable to comprehend what your majesty and the prince intend to do. However, as a member of the Phoenix clan, I shall forever believe in the prince and follow his path. Take care, your highness. As he spoke, a series of heart-wrenching cries of phoenixes echoed from behind the Emperor of Destiny. The mournful sounds resonated through the air, and the lifeless bodies of phoenixes fell like rain from the sky. The thuds upon the ground echoed dully, reverberating within the heart of the Emperor of Destiny. A deluge of crimson rain cascaded from the heavens, warm droplets staining his face and obscuring his expression in shades of blood. We shall prevail, I promise you. With a thunderous roar, ancient flames surged forth. An ancient being, devourer of worlds, was reborn amidst the fire. Chapter 224. The end of the beginning in recent days. The Holy Land of Destiny had made a resounding impact in the ancient desolate realm, garnering much attention and acclaim. The news of the emergence of the new Holy Master of Tianming Xingdi, the Shenwu Dasheng, who subdued the forces of Zhenhai Tiansheng and Wuji Wangjia and decisively annihilated the Wuya Daogong, spread across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands like a cataclysmic tsunami. Once again, it showcased to the world the unrivaled might and unparalleled grandeur of the Wu Xiang Dasheng, prompting reflections on the true essence of the term Wuxiang. In an effort to curry favor with this manifest figure of contemporary might, various factions hurriedly presented their finest techniques and treasured scriptures. hoping to contribute to the revival of Tianming. They yearned for a few enlightening words from the great sage, knowing that even the smallest fragment of wisdom could benefit them for a lifetime. After all, every word uttered by such a being is akin to the profound sounds of the Tao, a priceless treasure. However, regrettably, since the great sage revealed his presence and obliterated the Wuya Dao Gong, he has vanished into the mists of myth, much like the legends foretold. The official stance from Tianming was that the Holy Master occasionally attains insights and has entered a secluded state with a duration unknown. Yet, in truth, it was merely a euphemistic expression of the sage's departure. Other Tao traditions with great sages also followed suit. This left the world lamenting in regret, pondering that it might take millions or even tens of millions of years to witness the Shun Wu Daxing again. Had the great sage truly retreated from the world? Alas, they arrived too late, missing the chance to pay their respects. Such a rare opportunity. A multitude of visitors arrived with joy, only to depart with disappointment, leaving the denizens of Tianming, such as Shi Yue, speechless. Why is it that our honesty goes unrecognized? It seems everyone has grown accustomed to this. For the great sage is intangible and elusive. To encounter him in any realm is already a blessing. So who would dare expect his presence to linger at a single moment? Moreover, should the Holy Master retreat into seclusion? If we were not disciples of Tianming privy to the truth, would you believe it? Even Wu Xiang, Daxing retreats. Would he not ascend to the status of the primordial beings of Tianting? The few exchanged smiles and sent the techniques offered by the visitors to the ancient site of Tianming as instructed by the Holy Master before his retreat. They carefully placed the scriptures before the ancient monument and prepared to leave. At that moment, a peculiar sense of chaos enveloped their minds, and the world spun around them, leaving them disoriented. What transpired? They felt a void in their thoughts, as if something crucial had slipped their minds. A Tianming cultivator suddenly glanced around, then at the scriptures on the ground. What are we doing here in the ancient site? And how did these scriptures end up here? This is strange. Let us report to Qi Shixiong. In Beichun, within the Lin family, Lin Ao, deep in seclusion, suddenly trembled and awakened from his profound contemplation. At this moment, he had touched the threshold of the innate realm, just a step away from breaking free from the shackles of mortality and ascending to the innate stage. However, at the pivotal moment of his breakthrough, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Something of utmost importance, more precious than life itself, had been erased from his consciousness. What did he forget? How could this happen? What have I truly forgotten? Lin outclenched his fists, his expression twisted in agony. Meanwhile, in the Lin estate, Xiao Tsui and Lin Ma paused momentarily, confusion etched on their faces, but quickly resumed their tasks. At that moment, Xiao Ran, responsible for intelligence and training in the Lin family, returned from a long day's work. Upon entering, he noticed Xiao Tsui and Lin Ma and said, "Today's training was commendable. Several promising talents emerged. We should focus on nurturing them. They may have a chance to glimpse the mysteries of the innate realm. With good fortune, they might stand beside the young master and witness the world of innate beings." However, Xiao Ran noticed the bewildered expressions on their faces. Young master? Who is Mr. Ye referring to? Xiao Ran's hand trembled, and the cup of tea he was raising halted. He gazed intently at Lin Ma and Xiao Tsui, suddenly exuding an unprecedented depth and chill. In that moment, it seemed he released something, merging with the shadow of another being. Lindsay, do you not remember? Lin Ma and Xiao Tsui remained perplexed. Witnessing this, Xiao Ran's pupils constricted and a glimmer of cold starlight flickered within. Awaken! A devastating aura began to manifest around Xiao Ran. He cast a glance at Xiao Tsui and Lin Ma, his eyes reflecting a cold indifference to life, steeped in the silence of eons. In that moment, he had transformed into another being entirely. He disregarded Xiao Tsui and Lin Ma, and with a swift motion, became a sword light that cleaved through the heavens, returning to the hidden realm of Shura Mountain. Within that realm, there was nothing but a suspended sword box. Upon opening the box, an overwhelming force of destruction surged forth. In the abyss of darkness, a long sword forged from the essence of annihilative gold lay quietly. Xiao Ran gazed at the obsidian blade, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable darkness. He reached out several times to seize the sword but ultimately retracted his hand. As if recollecting something, after a prolonged silence, he closed the sword box, sealing away the supreme sword, the source of destruction. Subsequently, a distant sigh echoed from the ancient epics. Atop the high heavens of the Taigu Sanjia, Linzei beheld the vast expanse of the earth for the first time, surveying the entire chessboard of the ancient world. The skies and earth stretched endlessly. The myriad laws and realms lay before him. From this day forth, the heavens could no longer obscure his sight, nor could the earth hinder his heart. Everything, on this day, became a mere flicker within his reach. He could manipulate it at will, erase it from any timeline. Simultaneously, this world lost the essence of Lin Zei's origin. The heavens bore no name, and the world left no trace. This is the essence of Wushi. Chapter 225. The Disappearing Dragon Clan of the Tiandi Daogong. Gazing down at the seemingly diminutive world beneath him, Lin Zei quickly lost interest in further contemplation. Understanding the power of Wushi and indulging in life's liberties could wait. At this moment, he yearned for expedience. He sought to comprehend the underlying truths behind the so-called cyclical nature of beginnings and endings. 33 heavens open at the command of the Supreme Sage. The long-sealed final layer of the ancient heavenly court, the Tian Dao Gong beyond the 33 heavens, was unlocked under the decree of the Wushi. The creaking sound of the doors echoed throughout the world. The heavens swirled, and countless palaces appeared. The resonant chime of ancient bells emanated from the depths of the clouds, piercing through the barriers between realms, revealing the ancient and mysterious heavenly palace once more to the world. At this moment, all within the ancient realms raised their heads in astonishment. The Tian Dao Gong has opened. How could this be? Has a mighty being finally broken the curse of the heavens and once again attained the realm of Wushi? Is the secret of the Tiandi Dao Gong about to be unveiled? Hurry, follow swiftly to pay homage to the Supreme Sage and catch a glimpse of the Tian Dao Gong. A flurry of radiant lights traversed the vast expanse of clouds, converging upon the ancient palace of the Celestial Emperor. In this moment, regardless of strength or age, all were captivated by the imminent opening of the Tiandi Dao Palace. Even the Wuya Shengzhe, who had severed their shackles and embarked upon the path of the formless, cast their gaze towards this celestial abode, following closely to its threshold. Apart from the southern wilderness, within the Ling Shun Palace, the ethereal figure of the Ling Master leaned gracefully against the cold window. Her enchanting eyes reflected the tranquility of time, observing the frenzied devotion of all towards the Tiandi Dao Palace. At the culmination of her contemplation, she inverted the cup of tea on the table before casting a final glance in the direction of the Tiandi Dao Palace, an eternal gaze. Subsequently, she tore through the boundaries and returned to the realm of Tianlan, where she had once set foot through the demonic womb. In a celestial realm above the clouds, Lin Zei stood before the Tiandi Dao Palace, glancing back at the 32 layers of heaven below. In the eyes of the primordial, no secrets existed. The imprints of the past and the enigmas of the 32 heavens instantly flooded Lin Zei's mind. The 33 heavens manifested as 33 extraordinary Dao fruits. Furthermore, the celestial abode endured, with the 33 imperial bodies eternally preserved. Indeed, this so-called 33 layers of heaven were fundamentally the manifestations of 33 extraordinary Dao fruits. It was this existence that gave rise to the legendary 33 imperial bodies, immortalized throughout the ages. Each holder of the imperial body claimed to be the son of destiny, an invincible monarch by birth, unaware that their entire existence unfolded in the shadow of another, becoming sustenance and puppets to that individual. This enigmatic figure was none other than the Ba Huang Tiandi, the founder of the ancient celestial court. For all Dao palaces, the source of their essence and core power emanated from the long-sealed Tiandi Dao Palace before Lin Zei. The ancient celestial emperor, what a cunning strategist. Thus I, rooted in the blood of Ba Huang, can deduce the 33 Dao fruits. It is indeed a result of bloodline guidance. Lin Zei spoke softly, his demeanor unperturbed, neither surprised nor sentimental. From a moment he discerned the paradoxical loop of his connection with the celestial emperor. He had anticipated the unfolding events. Moreover, he now stood at the primordial realm, at the same height as the celestial emperor and the sovereigns. When soldiers come, one must block them. When water flows, one must dam it. With a weapon in hand, there is no fear. He was eager to unveil the design concealed behind this. Pushing open the dust-laden gates of the Tiandi Dao Palace, a magnificent and resplendent world unfolded before Lin Zei. The interior of the Dao Palace was not akin to a mere palace. It was a universe in itself, naturally forming a realm. The gentle warmth of the sun, the soothing breeze, the vast and boundless fields, and the lush green seedlings thriving within them greeted Lin Zai's sight. Before him lay an endless expanse of fields, adorned with vibrant green shoots. The fragrant breeze brought the warmth of early summer, enveloping him in its embrace. Lin Zai absorbed everything before him, as reflections of bygone days began to flow slowly in his eyes. He beheld a pair of youthful figures running under the warm sun of early summer. This pair, he recognized them. They were the youthful Lin Ba Huang and Xiao Meng, whom he had encountered during the era of Taichu. Lin Zai felt a stirring in his heart. The lush seedlings of early summer. Was this the origin of the name, Xia Qinghe? He murmured to himself, hastening through the field of seedlings. Just then, outside the Dao Palace, figures hurriedly streamed in. What? This is the Tianyi Dao Palace. Just a field of seedlings? What is there to behold? Is this the ancient secret left by the Celestial Emperor? TSK, what do you know? Since this field of seedlings could be regarded by the Celestial Emperor as a Dao Palace scene, it must harbor profound significance. Oh, I would love to hear more. What is this? Dragon bones. How could there be so many dragon bones? On the other side of the seedling field, a vast array of white, massive skeletal remains lay scattered among the crops. My heavens, no wonder the dragon clan faced extinction. It seems they all perished within the Tianyi Dao Palace. No, that can't be right. According to ancestral records, didn't the dragon clan pursue the Son of Destiny as a whole? Even if they were to perish, it shouldn't have been in the Tianyi Dao Palace. The emergence of these dragon bones left many perplexed. Meanwhile, Lin Zai withdrew his hand from the largest dragon corpse in the field. The essence of time in his gaze thickened to a near suffocating intensity. The dragon clan had long been eradicated. That fellow Long Yu was indeed the last true dragon in existence. What enmity could that person hold against the dragon clan? It is well known that the dragon clan pursued the Son of Destiny, ultimately vanishing alongside him into the annals of antiquity. Yet the person Lin Zai referred to was not the Son of Destiny, but rather Qing Tsong. Lin Zai furrowed his brow, casually flicking out 5 of his Qing Tsong divine weapons. Others might not perceive it, but having ascended to the primordial realm and fully mastered the Qing Tsong divine weapons, he could clearly sense the lingering fatal aura on these dragon bones, identical in origin to his own weapons. Undoubtedly, it was the vanished Qing Tsong who obliterated the dragon clan. This behavior inevitably reminded Lin Zai of some critical points. Qing Tsong exterminated the dragon clan, while the Son of Destiny left behind Long Yu, the last true dragon. After Long Yu perished in the era of Taichu, Qing Tsong completely vanished. The intertwining of these causal threads led Lin Zai to a possibility. Could it be that Qing Tsong's origins were somehow linked to the dragon clan? Chapter 226. The appearance of Qing Tsong. It is no wonder Lin Zai suddenly harbored such speculation. For not long ago, another had executed a similar maneuver to that of Qing Tsong, the Wuya Xingzhe. He leveraged Lin Zai's formidable reputation, bestowing the Wuya Dao Palace to Lin Zai as a token of establishing his supremacy. Subsequently, he watched as the Wuya Dao Palace turned to ashes, severing all ties related to himself, and embarked upon the pursuit of the formless path. Now, with Qing Tsong annihilating the dragon clan after the demise of Long Yu, he too obliterated any trace of his existence. The motivations of both were strikingly similar. Furthermore, considering feasibility, Qing Tsong had the support of the Son of Destiny. With 2 supreme beings joining forces, even a formidable clan like the dragons would meet a bitter end. Contemplating this further, Lin Zai increasingly felt it was plausible. However, Lin Zai, still frowning, surveyed his surroundings. Why, among so many options, did he choose the Tianyi Dao Palace? Was it possible he intended to use the bones of the dragon clan to set up a grand formation to suppress his master, the celestial Emperor Lin Ba Huang? After casting a few more glances at the dragon remains, Lin Zai continued deeper into the Dao Palace. Passing through a sea of dragon bones, Lin Zai reached the innermost chamber of the Dao Palace. Within this inner sanctum, there were no other artifacts, only an ancient tome steeped in the weight of time. It floated quietly amidst the fields of seedlings, exuding an aura of serene antiquity, untouched by the disturbances of the mortal realm. Lin Zai recognized this ancient tome. It was the very book of time that had traversed the boundaries of existence to inscribe his name upon it when he transcended the realm of Ming Xian, achieving a name in the annals of heaven and earth. At that time, it was this tome that recorded the character Zai next to his name, granting him the status of controlling the chessboard of existence, equal to that of heaven and earth. However, at that moment, he had merely obtained the qualification. Having just ascended to Ming Xian, he lacked the strength to match it and could only set it aside for the time being. But now, he possessed both qualification and strength. It was indeed the time to unlock the secrets of the Tome of Time. Taking a step forward, he stood before the ancient book, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. He had long been fascinated by this remarkable tome, known for its ability to elude the grasp of time, having heard countless legends about it during his time in Taichu. Especially the Tai Xianda Sheng, relying on the Book of Time, has meticulously calculated the past and future, repeatedly resisting the assaults of the Spirit Clan, and even evading the reckoning of the Tsang Tian. The Tai Xianda Sheng has held this book for quite some time. But what of Lin Zhe? With his godly comprehension and innate talent, if he were to delve into the Book of Time, he would grasp it in his hands. In the next moment, the long-sealed Book of Time opened a page of history. On the pages, formed by the river of time, was an eternally inscribed character. Zhe, you have encountered the ultimate secret of this world, the Book of Time. By mastering this book, you shall possess infinite possibilities. However, the profundities of this book are as cryptic as celestial scripture, inscrutable to the ordinary mind. With your absolute comprehension, you begin to attempt to decipher the Book of Time. Deciphering in progress, the celestial text is obscure. You grasp bits and pieces. Godly Comprehension LV7, 429W, 1000W. Deciphering in progress. You have gleaned some superficial insights. Godly Comprehension LV7, 466W, 1000W. The flow of information from the Godly Comprehension course through Lin Zhe's mind, revealing insights that left even the primordial being astounded. The progress made in mere moments was in the hundreds of thousands. How astonishing! He recalled his peak competition at Tianlan, where he had managed to sweep away the top legacies of various regions, achieving just over 100,000 in progress to elevate his talent to LV7. Yet now, merely deciphering the Book of Time, he casually leaped to tens of thousands. If he were to fully unravel this, would he not be assured of reaching the highest level? No wonder so many sought this ancient treasure with fervor. Lin Zhe sighed inwardly, then turned his attention away from the deciphering of the Book of Time. It would take some time. Seizing the moment, Lin Zhe flipped to the previous page of the Book of Time. According to the half-saint Qing He, the last person to achieve renown in this world before Lin Zhe was none other than Qing Tsang. He intended to explore through the Book of Time to uncover the true nature of this Qing Tsang. However, as Lin Zhe turned the page, he was met with a blank space. The character that should have existed had long since vanished. Clearly, the sudden disappearance of Qing Tsang could not be retained even by the Book of Time, an ancient treasure born from the same primordial path as the malevolent deity Tsang Tian. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhe's heart sank. The inability of the Book of Time to retain Qing Tsang's name spoke volumes regarding the gravity of the situation. It is crucial to note that the Book of Time holds a status parallel to that of the malevolent deity Tsang Tian. The fact that it could not preserve Qing Tsang's name could only indicate one thing. Qing Tsang's existence stands alongside the divine and the Book of Time. Just as Lin Zhe pondered this, he suddenly sensed a remnant engraving on this page resonating with his primordial holy weapon. This realization sparked within Lin Zhe, and the formidable might of the primordial surged into the Book of Time. Instantly, the world before him plunged into chaos. Soon after, a scene from the past materialized. In this vision, two figures clad in azure robes were engaged in a game of chess, one old and one young. The elder, whom Lin Zhe recognized as Qing Hong, the master of the Qing Yi sect from the Taichu era. The younger, with a demeanor akin to that of a strategist, pondered each move carefully, contemplating before action. Once a decision was made, he would not waver. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Qing Hong pointed at the chessboard, advising the young Taoist to cross from him to play without regret. The young Taoist nodded, acknowledging the lesson. The scene shifted again, revealing the young Taoist, now older. The elder looked upon him with pride, knowing there was little left he could teach. With the young man's talent, the Qing Yi sect could no longer hold him. To continue teaching would only hinder his path. The elder imparted a final piece of heartfelt advice. The path of cultivation is arduous. We cultivators must utilize all that can serve our purpose. Every person should be utilized to their fullest potential. If selfishness aids in achieving the Tao, there is no shame in it. The young Taoist bowed thrice to Qing Hong, declaring, "Disciple Qing Tsang shall forever remember the teachings of my master." With that, all images shattered. ultimately coalescing into the form of an azure-robed Taoist. He sat upon a blue stone bench, holding an ancient scripture, savoring its wisdom. The 2 lines of advice bestowed upon me by my master have benefited me greatly. Now I pass them on to you. In the vast emptiness, Qing Song's words resonated clearly in Lin Zai's ears. Lin Zai's eyes narrowed, a cold glimmer shining within. At last they had met. Qing Sheng. Chapter 227. The present world. Lin Zai's sentiment of finally meeting was profound. His feelings towards Qing Song were quite complex. Regardless of Qing Song's schemes, Lin Zai had undeniably inherited the Dao lineage and holy weapon he left behind, enabling him to reach this point so swiftly. This was an undeniable fact. Yet on the other hand, given his own Ba Huang bloodline and Qing Song's betrayal of the Ba Shi clan against the Tiandi, Qing Song was also an adversary of the Lin family from Ba Huang. Coupled with a series of subsequent events, all intertwined with Qing Song's influence. Qing Song's image in Lin Zai's mind was one of constant contradiction. In this moment, Qing Song's position was ambiguously both friend and foe to Lin Zai. Hearing Lin Zai's poignant words, Qing Song smiled into the wind, his laughter imbued with an intricate blend of emotions. Whether we meet or not is inconsequential to you and me. What truly matters is your perspective on this world, on all things, and on everything. My perspective? Lin Zai scrutinized Qing Song intently, returning the same words to him. This is of little significance. What truly matters is the truth behind it all. Upon hearing this, a slight grin appeared at the corner of Qing Song's mouth. For humanity is forever tenacious in their pursuit of truth, just as a certain individual from years past has remained unchanged to this day. The individual you speak of, are you referring to yourself? Qing Song gazed deeply at Lin Zai. That individual could be me, or could be you. Lin Zai's eyes turned cold. You deliberately left this message within the book of time to confound me? I have no time to indulge in your riddles. Ah, young ones truly lack patience. Qing Song shook his head with a chuckle. No matter how I may phrase it, I am, in a sense, your half-mentor, am I not? Lin Zai retorted with a cold smile. If you wish to be my mentor, then cease your concealment and speak plainly with me. I have not been concealing anything. Qing Song maintained a gentle smile. I'm not being forthright with you right now. Furthermore, with your current level, if you dedicate some time, what is there that you cannot comprehend? However, there are certain truths that should not be spoken by one who is, in essence, non-existent. In the fruit of beginnings and endings, Qing Song should not appear. Non-existent? Lin Zai furrowed his brow, for he had heard this sentiment more than once. Hong Tian had also uttered such words. Yet, within the Book of Time, there were indeed images of Qing Hong guiding Qing Song. Moreover, the fruit of beginnings and endings need not concern itself with the words of a non-existent being. My presence here is solely to convey these 2 pieces of advice from my master, for this is Qing Song's obsession. Whether you heed them is entirely up to you. With that, Qing Song's gaze drifted to an unknown void. It is time for Qing Song's final moments to conclude. Henceforth, you shall acquire all that you wish to know. Someone has been waiting for you at the end, or rather at the beginning, of the cycle for a long time. At this point, Qing Song shifted the conversation. However, before that, you must be cautious, for someone may not be able to restrain themselves from taking action. This is your final opportunity that I have left for them. Of course, as I've said before, the opportunity is laid before you, but whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Having spoken, Qing Song vanished into the winds with an inexplicable malevolence, his figure dissipating within the tome of time. As Lin Zai witnessed Qing Song's complete disappearance, he murmured in bewilderment and returned to the Tiandi Daogong. Concurrently, at the rear of the tome of time, at the end of the Tiandi Daogong, amidst a verdant field of seedlings, a colossal divine gate quietly opened. Within this divine portal, Lin Zai beheld a vision that shook the very foundation of his Dao heart. Upon comprehending the revelation within the gate, Lin Zai's spirit trembled, and he hastily stowed away the tome of time before rushing into the divine portal. Tianlan had transformed into a different person entirely. Ye Xiaoran, bearing a sword box upon her back, arrived outside the Changhe Zone. A piercing cry of a phoenix resonated across the horizon. A blazing radiance descended beside Ye Xiaoran, manifesting the silhouette of an individual clad in a crimson-golden imperial robe. He cast a glance at the sword box behind her. After so many years apart, is your Zhiga sword still sharp? Ye Xiaoran remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the direction of the Changhe Zone. Ha! Do you truly believe Lin Bahuang still cherishes the bond of brotherhood with you? If you do not take action against him, he would relish nothing more than to refine and devour you. Xiaoran continued to offer no reply. You foolish imbecile. Take your Zhiga sword and leave. Do not hinder me. With a mix of disappointment and frustration, Tianming Dijuan shot a fierce glare at Xiaoran. He then stepped forward, following the resonance of bloodlines, to find Wudong in the Qingyu. With a whoosh, sacred flames erupted in the void. The figure of Tianming Dijuan materialized not far behind Wudong. Observing her, the usually cold and unyielding Tianming Dijuan revealed a flicker of warmth and affection in his eyes. Yet, it was not long before this warmth was supplanted by resolve. For apart from him, Wudong was the last phoenix in existence. Little sister, bear with it for now. Once I have tidied up this mess, I shall surely reshape this realm and restore everything to its rightful order. With that, Tianming Dijuan closed his eyes. An overwhelming, devouring force surged towards Wudong. In a breath, in two, time stood still, and darkness enveloped the world. In the pitch-black void, the furious roar of Tianming Dijuan echoed. Lin Bahuang, you shall perish. Beyond the divine gate, tall buildings stood in a row. The asphalt road bustled with traffic. Beneath the steel structures lay various shops familiar to Lin Zhe. The air was filled with enticing calls of vendors, accompanied by music that once captivated the masses. Everything is 2 yuan, clearance sale. New store opening, buy one get one free. The promotion ends tomorrow. Seize the opportunity to purchase now. Lin Zhe stood before the cars, silently gazing for a long time. Passers-by cast strange glances in his direction, for his attire and demeanor seemed utterly out of place in this world. Ignoring the odd stares, Lin Zhe expanded his senses. With the might of the Wuxia realm, he surveyed the entire history of this world from its inception to the present. This is no illusion. This is a world that exists in reality. Hey, buddy, which character are you cosplaying? You look quite the part. Mind if I take a couple of pictures? Lin Zhe shot him a glance. Then, he became incorporeal, vanishing from the street. The man with the camera was left dumbfounded. He stared left and right for a moment. Then suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell, I've seen a ghost. Chapter 228. All are blood of Bahuang, sacred corpse at night. Within the bustling and vibrant steel city, amidst the neon lights and the din of traffic, Lin Zhe's presence was shrouded in an inexplicable gloom, his aura starkly contrasting with the lively night world around him. This was not what he had repeatedly confirmed, despite this world seeming familiar. Its visage mirroring that of Lin Zhe's memories. It was merely a semblance. This world before him was not the earth of his past life, for it lacked what should be present. Yet, what should not be present was abundantly scattered everywhere. For instance, in the dim alleys at midnight, under the flickering yellow lights, a pair of crimson eyes stealthily approached Lin Zhe's solitary figure, which stood in stark contrast to this world. Behind him a low, beast-like growl echoed, followed by heavy, hurried footsteps. A claw emerged from the shadows, revealed in the light, lunging towards Lin Zhe with blinding speed. It was a young man, his visage twisted in a snarling grimace, resembling a feral wolf. Delicious blood meal. Mine, mine. As the delectable lamb was about to succumb beneath his claws, destined to become the most exquisite feast of his life, a clang, at the moment of his miss. It was as if an invisible wall materialized in the void, crashing into him and leaving him disoriented. Immediately afterward, an unknown force immobilized him mid-air, rendering him powerless. What the hell? The young man thought he might be drunk, experiencing a hallucination. How could there be an invisible wall? How could he inexplicably remain suspended in mid-air? Yet, as he pondered, the lamb turned to face him. In the next moment, with a thud, the young man's pupils constricted sharply, his body tensing like a startled cat, and he instinctively knelt, prostrating himself on the ground, trembling with primal fear. He did not understand what was happening to him. He only knew that an inexplicable force overwhelmed him, compelling him to submit, a submission etched deep within his soul and ingrained in his very blood. Every pore, every cell of his body conveyed the utmost, most terrifying dread, informing him that the person before him was a supreme sovereign to whom he must submit and revere. He was the ancestral king carved into his bones and blood. To submit, to kneel, it was the only natural law he was bound to obey. Beneath the king, all traitors perish. What on earth is this? Just as the young man was gripped by fear, he noticed the lamb gradually retreating, its footsteps growing distant. Step by step, it left the dark alley, and only when the footsteps had completely faded away did the binding force, rooted in blood and soul, slowly dissipate. The young man gasped in relief, as if spared from death, panting heavily. I survived. My God, what just happened? Before I even got close, As the young man caught his breath, he reflected on the events that had just transpired. Suddenly, he recalled something. What had occurred bore striking resemblance to the rumored bloodline suppression of the royal family. Could it be that he encountered a member of royalty? Recalling the legends surrounding the aristocracy, he gasped. The young man clutched his chest, his heart racing, still shaken to the core. The night deepened. Lindsay walked beneath the lights. Passers-by cast their glances at him. Some were astonished, some disdainful, while others, like the man from the alley, exhibited greed, bloodthirst. Indeed, this world was rife with creatures akin to that man in the dark alley. They hid among ordinary people, known as the Shahangs. The Shahangs were those whose bloodline awakening was unstable, often becoming deranged and bloodthirsty. In contrast, there existed those with stabilized bloodline awakenings, referred to as Juxings, standing above the masses of this world. However, whether Shahangs or Juxings, the so-called bloodlines they possessed all stem from the Bahuang tribe. This Bahuang tribe was none other than. Rather, it is an individual with an intimate relationship with Lin Zhe, one could even say a blood relative. This person is none other than Lin Zhe's third uncle. Indeed, Lin Zhe's third uncle, who happens to be the youngest son of the late Lin Ao, Lin Zhe's grandfather, who passed away prematurely. This is something Lin Zhe cannot overlook. At his current level of enlightenment, a mere glance at this world grants him omniscience, allowing him to perceive everything with clarity. He can instantly recognize the source of their bloodline. This implies that every individual in this world is a descendant of his third uncle. By the lineage count, the unbalanced individual encountered in the dark alley ought to refer to Lin Zhe as his granduncle. To claim that the Ba Huang clan's bloodline is dwindling? Look around. An entire world filled with the descendants of the Ba Huang clan, all of whom are Lin Zhe's kin. In certain respects, this could be seen as a fortuitous circumstance. Yet, Lin Zhe finds no joy in it, for their existence is not natural. They are the products of the Ba Huang blood experiments. They are mere experimental subjects birthed upon the bones of his unfortunate third uncle. Recalling the past, Lin Zhe can vividly see the birth of each experimental subject. He witnesses the lifeblood of his uncle being drained, his soul torn asunder, never finding peace in death. The entirety of this world serves as a laboratory built upon the remains of his uncle. Only the 9 sovereigns possess the audacity to orchestrate such a grand scheme and conceal it within the celestial palace of the Tian Di Daogong. Cursed be those vile beings. Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suppressed anger igniting within. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Lin Zhe's figure vanished into the night. In Tiansheng, within the royal sacred palace, a multitude of high-ranking royal officials gathered. What is happening? How could the sacred remains suddenly exhibit abnormal energy fluctuations? Unbeknownst to them, the data department is conducting a thorough investigation, analyzing the root cause of the anomaly in the sacred remains. Is there a lead? Based on the unusual reactions of the sacred remains, it appears that a mysterious force within them has sensed the presence of kin. It is akin to how we of the royal bloodline can sense one another. What? Kin of the sacred remains. How is this possible? The sacred remains are a divine treasure bestowed by the heavens. How could they possess such a connection? This is utterly inconceivable. However, if indeed the kin of the sacred remains have arrived, let us bolster our patrols and investigations, ensuring that all regions remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences. Additionally, instruct the data department to expedite their analysis to ascertain the cause of the sacred remains' abnormal reaction. Any findings must be reported immediately to the highest council. Yes. Chapter 229. Younger brother Lin Chun meets second brother. The matter concerning the sacred remains is of monumental significance. Any misstep could jeopardize the foundation of our clan for generations to come. Everyone, remain diligent and do not allow the slightest negligence. Yes, Governor, we understand. The imposing middle-aged man, known as the governor, nodded, casting a glance at the infant bones encased within the energy pillar, meticulously protected, confirming that there were no discrepancies. He finally felt reassured. He then proceeded towards the isolation chamber adjacent to the laboratory. Inside the isolation chamber were individuals exhibiting frenzied and chaotic behaviors, their bloodlines spiraling out of control. Upon noticing someone approaching, they immediately surged forward but were repelled back by the thick energy shield. Witnessing this, the governor's heart sank. Are their violent symptoms still unresolved? The researchers beside him adjusted their glasses, explaining that the awakening-enhancing agents had disrupted the stability of their sacred bloodline, resulting in adverse, unknown mutations. We are attempting to predict the direction of these mutations and preemptively halt their adverse transformations. The governor approached the thick protective barrier, observing the rampaging individuals beyond. What will happen after we halt the mutations? Their bloodlines have already been compromised. If they can return to a normal existence post-mutation, that would be a considerable stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, the governor's expression darkened. Agents, always comes back to agents. These wretched extremists will not rest until they have turned the entire world upside down. The researchers adjusted their glasses once more, the lenses reflecting an unusual light. The secrets of longevity lie hidden within our bloodlines. Even without these agents, the allure of immortality is enough to drive people to madness, willingly becoming mere shells of their former selves. No one is exempt. The governor cursed at the extremists, unaware that his own royal lineage is also a form of extremism. They too guard the sacred remains, tirelessly researching the secrets of bloodlines, and are engaged in the development of various enhancement agents. The only difference is that, compared to the extremists, they possess a semblance of legitimacy, along with a flexible moral compass that can be altered at any moment for the benefit of the royal hierarchy. These scoundrels, one day, I shall reclaim a portion of the sacred remains from their grasp and bring them to their knees. The researchers remained silent, merely adjusting their glasses. How did the extremists manage to infiltrate the heavily guarded sacred remains laboratory? Why has a portion of the sacred remains been stolen? After all these years, why have we failed to eliminate the extremists? He cast a glance at the high-ranking royals within the laboratory, stirred by the anomalies of the sacred remains. The reflections upon the lenses grew increasingly profound. The intricacies within are vast. Accelerate the data analysis of the sacred remains. We must swiftly identify the source of this disturbance. Just as the two were discussing matters related to the experiment, the Emperor has arrived. A resounding voice echoed throughout the laboratory. Upon hearing this booming voice, the governor and the high-ranking royals were taken aback. The Emperor himself has been stirred. They hurriedly knelt, demonstrating the utmost sincerity to the Emperor. The Emperor, the sovereign of the royal bloodline, the unparalleled ruler of this world. He is among the firstborn from the sacred blood of the remains, a natural awakener and the pioneer of all awakeners, the progenitor. He is also the most powerful and ancient being among the living awakeners. As for how powerful he truly is, ever since the primordial war concluded and the Emperor emerged as the last victor, he has refrained from taking action for decades. In recent years, he has secluded himself for an extended period. People have nearly forgotten his might. Yet, the countless immortal legends attest to the Emperor's unparalleled strength without question. He exists like a deity walking among mortals, a pillar of unwavering faith in the hearts of all awakeners. To meet the Emperor is akin to revering the divine. We pay our respects to your Majesty the Emperor. Amidst the reverent voices that echoed, as if in the presence of a deity, the impeccably dressed, enigmatic Emperor stepped into the laboratory. He paid no heed to the assembled crowd, swiftly crossing the room to stand before the energy shield enclosing the sacred remains. He examined the sacred remains with meticulous attention. Then, closing his eyes, he began murmuring an incantation. Noticing that the sacred remains remained unresponsive, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. His father's earlier reaction clearly indicated a connection to the true kin of Bahuan. Why has there been a sudden lack of response? The Emperor stroked his chin, pondering his father's reaction in perplexity. Could it be that I have made an error? That should not be the case, he murmured softly. He remained silent, while the others in the laboratory dared not lift their heads to glance. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. Eventually, the Emperor relinquished his inquiry. He let out a soft sigh. It seems the moment foretold by the disaster teacher has yet to arrive. With that, he intended to take his leave. However, at the moment he turned, he discovered that an individual clad in a flowing white robe, with hair cascading like a waterfall, had appeared beside him. An exceptionally handsome young man, dressed like a son of a noble family. This young man was none other than Lin Zhe. The two exchanged glances, each a stranger to the other. Yet the kinship within their bloodlines resonated profoundly. After a lengthy silence, Lin Zhe gently sighed. What is your name? In the laboratory. Upon hearing this sudden, unfamiliar tone, everyone present quickly raised their heads. This is bad. A bold renegade. How dare you approach His Majesty the Emperor? Protect the Emperor. The laboratory erupted into a flurry of activity as the high-ranking officials displayed extraordinary capabilities that defied human comprehension. At this moment, the emperor suddenly extended his hand, unleashing a formidable mental pressure that silenced everyone in an instant. This is His Majesty the Emperor. The emperor's cold gaze pierced through the crowd, compelling them to recognize the gravity of their insolence. Bewilderment spread across the faces of the assembly. Who? A bunch of avaricious fools. Cleanse your ignorant hearts, and behold who stands before you. The true ancestor is in your presence. Dare you not recognize him? The true ancestor? As the crowd exchanged confused glances, a collective sense of bewilderment filled the air. In the midst of their astonishment, the emperor bowed respectfully towards Lin Zhe, stating, "Second brother has come, and my younger brother Lin Shun was unable to greet you properly. I beg your forgiveness." Second brother? The emperor's second brother? Wasn't he the initial awakener of His Majesty's generation long deceased? Some were visibly perplexed, yet others began to piece together the fragments of truth from the emperor's demeanor and cryptic words. However, this revelation was, to say the least, terrifying. In response to the emperor's gesture, Lin Zhe reached out and helped him to his feet. Lin Shun, did you choose this name for yourself? The Emperor Lin Shun indeed did not miscall him as second brother. He was the first life nurtured from the bloodline of the third uncle, akin to being the son of the third uncle himself. From a blood relation perspective, and considering the timeline of Tianlan, he was indeed entitled to call Lin Zhe his second brother. Chapter 230, Catastrophe. Your time has come. It was my teacher who nurtured me. He bestowed upon me this name. Chun, meaning the initial dawn, signifies his hope that I would forever embody the light of dawn, bringing hope and illumination, never succumbing to darkness. It also implies that I would always witness the sun rise anew. Lin Zhe responded, "Is my identity also revealed by him?" The Emperor Lin Chun nodded, stating, "Teacher Catastrophe once mentioned that if one day I sensed unusual fluctuations from Father's sacred remains, it would undoubtedly be his nephew. That is, you, second brother. Teacher Catastrophe." A fleeting shadow crossed Lin Zhe's eyes. The old man had made his intentions clear, leaving no room for concealment. Fearful that I might not recognize you, he deliberately left a breadcrumb trail for Lin Shun. Did he? Catastrophe. Among the great powers of the ancient world, there existed only one by that name. The creator of the catastrophe immortal body, one of the 9 supremes. Clearly, the one responsible for the untimely demise of the third uncle, who subsequently seized the body to create these awakened bloodlines, was none other than the catastrophe supreme. From the very onset, he had strategically placed his pieces here, awaiting Lin Zhe's arrival. As for when he had incurred the wrath of the catastrophe supreme, or why the latter sought to target him, Lin Zhe had ceased to care. Once the cycle began with the heavenly emperor Lin Bahuang, certain individuals were inevitably drawn into his orbit. Moreover, upon discovering that there existed a world akin to Earth hidden within the heavenly emperor's Dao Palace, and recalling the past coincidences, Lin Zhe had begun to formulate some hypotheses regarding this cycle. Yet, he hoped he was mistaken. Did your teacher Catastrophe mention anything else? He also said, if second brother arrives, then everything has reached its final moment. He will await your arrival at the end of the sacred remains. If, Lin Shun faltered, Lin Zhe seamlessly continued, if I were bold enough? Lin Shun could only smile awkwardly. Close enough. Close enough? It is vastly different. This old man is blatant, utterly unmasked in his malice. Lin Zhe's gaze fell upon the so-called sacred remains, his suppressed fury palpable. These remains were none other than the bones of Lin Zhe's third uncle. Enshrouded around these bones was a vast expanse of ominous darkness. Within it lay an unfathomable reservoir of sinister power. An ominous aura and the curse of catastrophe surged towards Lin Zhe. It materialized in midair as a gigantic, menacing skull. Flaunting its presence, it seemed to defiantly declare war upon Lin Zhe. Should Lin Zhe dare to take hold of these sacred remains, he would undoubtedly be beset by an endless onslaught of malicious curses, forever entangled in catastrophe. This indeed exemplified the power of the catastrophe immortal body. The catastrophe immortal body, the most ruthless existence among the 9 immortal bodies, is the embodiment of the utmost wickedness and toxicity in the universe, the personification of all misfortune and calamity. Once targeted by the catastrophe immortal body, one would endure the most vicious tortures imaginable. It possesses countless methods to ensure one cannot live nor die, experiencing the pinnacle of evil. And the power left by the catastrophe supreme upon these sacred remains is a curse. Should Lin Zhe become tainted by this curse, his combat prowess would diminish by at least 30%. However, this was not the source of Lin Zhe's ire. What truly incensed him was the incomplete state of these bones. They had been torn asunder, missing pieces here and there, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. The misfortune of the third uncle, who succumbed to illness in his youth due to the catastrophe, was bad enough, and now his remains were rendered unrecognizable. How could Lin Zhe, as a scion of the Lin family, bear this? At this moment, Lin Zhe's gaze turned frigid, piercing through the ranks of the royal officials, instilling a profound chill that penetrated to the bone. You have inherited his bloodline, yet why do you fail to honor your ancestors? The soul-stirring inquiry resonated among the royal officials. Images of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and realms of suffering flooded their minds. Several high-ranking officials, burdened by guilt, could not withstand the terrifying pressure of life and death, succumbing to panic. Demon! Lin Zhe's icy words rang out once more. How dare you, such wretches, tarnish the bloodline of my Lin family? Bang! Blood blossoms erupted among the crowd. A mist of crimson filled the air, assaulting the senses with a pungent scent of blood. Hiss! The officials were instantly gripped by fear, drenched in cold sweat. A few high-ranking officials, who had close ties to them, hastily begged for mercy, exclaiming, "True ancestor, forgive us. We dared not offend the true ancestor, nor our ancestors. We beseech your understanding." The long-secluded Emperor Lin Chen quickly reacted to this. "This matter is due to my younger brother's oversight. I implore second brother to forgive us." After eliminating a few unworthy descendants who had defiled the third uncle's remains, Lin Zhe issued a decree. Kulme. Countless infant bones swiftly flew into the royal laboratory from all corners of the world, automatically filling the sacred remains, completing them. However, with this completion, Lin Zhe's fury intensified, for one rib was still missing. And why did this missing rib not respond to Lin Zhe's summons? The answer was all too apparent. Second brother? No need to elaborate. This is a deliberate provocation by the catastrophe. Even if you guard it daily, you cannot prevent it. Even the sacred realm is but a pawn manipulated by the Supremes. What hope do mere mortals have? Lin Shun was perplexed. What benefit does it bring to my teacher to enrage second brother? The more powerful one is, the more one comprehends Lin Zhe's terror. Provoking a formidable adversary is hardly the act of a wise individual. Yet, catastrophe is an exception, for he feeds on fury, he feeds on despair, he feeds on hatred, sustaining himself on the dark aspects of all living beings. The more Lin Zhe rages, the stronger he becomes, whether it be leaving curses upon the bones, tormenting the people of the Bahuang clan, creating imbalances and chaos, or dismembering the third uncle's remains. All were preparations by catastrophe to provoke Lin Zhe in anticipation of battle. Yet, regrettably, this strategy served no purpose beyond inciting his wrath. Divine Insight LV7, 1359W1000W. You have perused numerous texts and finally attained enlightenment, gaining a deeper understanding of the essence of your divine insight talent. You have developed a new ability within your divine insight. Divine Insight has upgraded to LV8, 359W100 million. From this moment forth, you will possess an invulnerable body, immune to all forms of damage, disregarding all negative states. With the continuous enhancement of the Book of Time, Lin Zhe essentially carried an infinite experience gift pack. Divine Insight had long been nourished to LV8, acquiring the power of invulnerability. Whether it be curses or leveraging Lin Zhe's fury, invulnerability grants absolute exemption. In other words, when Lin Zhe stored away his uncle's sacred remains, the curse, upon contact with Lin Zhe's body, was purified by boundless radiance before it could exert any corrosive effect. Subsequently, Lin Zhe's figure became ethereal, vanishing within the laboratory, leaving behind a thick layer of frost that had formed on the ground. The frost was piercing, chilling to the soul. Calamity, your time of death has arrived. Chapter 231. Dialogue with the Calamity, sovereign in the world beyond the divine gate, within a tower of calamity entwined with endless ominous energy. Lin Zhe's figure broke through layers of cursed calamity, materializing within the tower. Before him stood a tall figure clad in a white lab coat, busily pacing with various reagent bottles, engrossed in his experiments. His focus was so intense that even as Lin Zhe arrived, He merely glanced up before resuming his work. He resembled an exceptionally dedicated workaholic, one among the multitude, rather than the great sovereign who once defied the heavens to save the ancient world from peril. With a mere quarter of an hour remaining until the experiment yielded results, the Calamity Sovereign remarked, "I know you are eager to end my life, but I kindly ask for your patience while I complete this experiment." "Thank you." The Calamity Sovereign meticulously mixed various containers and set the timer on the clock before turning to face Lindsay. "In the meantime, let us discuss a topic of mutual interest, such as your Ba Huang bloodline." Contrary to the stereotypical image of a sinister villain, the Calamity Sovereign, with his short, tousled hair and a pair of spectacles, appeared exceptionally cheerful and refined, making it hard to conceive that he embodied the darkest and most malevolent force in existence. He provided 2 chairs and poured a bubbly drink for both Lin Zhe and himself, treating his guest as an ordinary person would. "This special beverage was brought to me by a friend long ago. It was over this drink that we became brothers, and he convinced me to leave Yawang Mountain. I believe you will find it delightful. Please." After saying this, the Calamity Sovereign took a generous sip. Lindsay, gazing at the familiar drink, felt a momentary pause in his heart. "About that friend." The Calamity Sovereign waved his hand, interrupting Lindsay. "Please, let's not mention him at this moment. How disappointing. Compared to him, I prefer the current you. After all," he continued, gazing at the bubbling beverage, "you willingly embraced the curse, risking confrontation with an ancient sovereign, all to reclaim your uncle's missing remains. If it were him, he would have orchestrated this personally to research the next level of Ba Huang blood, regardless of family ties. You are far more relatable than he is." After this reflection, the Calamity Sovereign redirected the conversation. "Now, back to the main topic. Looking at the clock, I must say, your family's Ba Huang blood is indeed a masterpiece crafted from the depths of Lin Ba Huang's lineage. Despite my extensive research into it over the years, I have drawn few conclusions." The Taishian lineage? Lindsay suddenly recalled the monumental texts, 10,000 Bloods Sacred Technique and 10,000 Laws Crucible, from the Tianji Sacred Gate. Could it be that? The Calamity Sovereign affirmed, "As you surmise, your family's Ba Huang blood is not of natural origin, but rather a product of human intervention. It is worth noting that in ancient times, the Celestial Emperor, in an effort to balance the myriad races, deliberately transformed the divine path into the spiritual lineage, withholding the complete teachings. How could such a flawless entity as the Ba Huang bloodline be allowed to exist? Yet, unfortunately, nothing is absolute. In despair, there always remains a glimmer of hope. The Book of Time in the hands of the old Taishian is precisely that glimmer of life. Using the Book of Time, the old Taishian evaded the Celestial Emperor's pursuit several times, calculating the world's changes, and birthed the monumental texts, planting the seeds of hope. Later, a man named Lin Ba Huang became the 3rd disciple of Taishian, allowing that seed to take root and blossom into a magnificent flower. Lindsay was struck with realization. Lin Ba Huang was indeed the 3rd disciple of the great Saint Taishian. This revelation made the arrival of Gue Tsang and Shui Yiren's arrangements for Hong Tian understandable, as they were the elder brothers of the Celestial Emperor Lin Ba Huang, working on his behalf. Thus, it was the success of the Ba Huang blood that revealed possibilities, prompting them to follow Lin Ba Huang in defiance of the heavens. The Calamity Sovereign shook his head. Lin Ba Huang is a cautious individual. He would never engage in foolish risks, even with the Ba Huang blood he developed. Until he had pinpointed its weaknesses and shortcomings, he would not be foolish enough to utilize it himself or announce it publicly. Hence, he treated his own kin as experimental subjects for testing. Kin? At these words, Lin Zhe's heart jolted, and the image of a frail figure from Dao Jie Mountain suddenly surfaced in his mind. Indeed, it was the ancestor of the Ba Huang clan, the Ba Huang Emperor. Upon reaching this point, the Calamity Sovereign took another sip of his drink. This is what they call a descending spiritual child. Lin Zhe fell silent, and after a long pause, he replied, as if in contradiction, "But the timeline doesn't match. The spiritual child descended before he entered the Taishian lineage." Seeing this, the Calamity Sovereign smirked. "No need to dwell on that. I speak of the initial cause, while what you see is the outcome. Just as with the vanished Qing song, it ceased to exist from a certain moment onward." With that, the clock's hands reached the designated position, and the Calamity Sovereign rose to manipulate the containers in his grasp. Lindsay glanced over and remarked, "If you have acquired my uncle's remains, you should cherish and study them in hopes of unraveling the secrets of Lin Ba Huang's bloodline. Why scatter them across various locations, allowing them to be desecrated and trampled upon. Without turning his head, the Calamity Sovereign replied, "There's a saying about collective wisdom. In a vast sea of humanity, with myriad paths, each person possesses their unique insights and approaches. How would you know their capabilities unless you try? Just as you cannot predict if another Lin Ba Huang will arise. The myriad beings of heaven and earth are always filled with infinite possibilities and uncertainties. This is precisely what the divine fears and reveres. It has repeatedly consumed the world and hunted countless souls to eradicate the existence of uncertainties. Unbeknownst to them, the reason uncertainties are termed as such is that they are inherently unpredictable and variable. If uncertainties could be eradicated, they would no longer be uncertainties. Only that which cannot be killed or erased constitutes the essence of uncertainty. What I aspire to achieve is precisely based on this principle. The containers in the Calamity Sovereign's hands turned dark and murky. Bang! He had failed. Yet, regrettably, individuals like Lin Ba Huang are unlikely to ever be replicated. Chapter 232. The conclusion of Tian Lan, though reluctant to admit it, Lin Ba Huang is indeed remarkable in this regard, irrespective of his character. I have rebooted this world countless times, creating 30 million parallel specimens, each guided differently. Yet, I have not encountered a figure as imaginative as Lin Ba Huang. The Supreme of Calamity tidied up the failed experimental containers, then removed his white coat and discarded it into the trash. He faced Lin Zhe, his aura gradually intensifying. Observing this, Lin Zhe activated the Wuxia sword box. 5 supreme Wuxia sacred weapons slightly revealed their unparalleled sharpness. Thus, all these years, you have engaged in futile efforts. The Supreme of Calamity shook his head, but not entirely. At the very least, I have grasped the weaknesses of the Ba Huang blood and the characteristics of various derivatives quite well. The essence of calamity has also grown amidst this chaotic world. However, regrettably, the Supreme of Calamity scrutinized Lin Zhe closely. I have not fed on your anger and hatred, nor sensed the aura of curses upon you. It seems I, like Brother Tai Chu, have been outmaneuvered. I suppose I will not be your match. The Supreme of Calamity spoke with a tone of despair, yet an ominous presence around him thickened. Dark tendrils of sin emerged from the boundless inferno of humanity, bringing forth the most sinister and shadowy gloom of this realm. Hatred, anger, sorrow, desire, various malevolent emotions capable of utterly overwhelming a person blanketed the entire world, threatening to plunge the cosmos into despair. But whether one can prevail or not, it is essential to try. Thank you for your patience. Now let us commence. The Supreme of Calamity completely shed his earthly form, reverting to the formless and timeless essence of the Tao. The terrifying source of calamity thundered across countless space-time dimensions, manifesting divinely at this very moment, unveiling the supreme majesty of the exalted. The murky and shadowy darkness spread like a twisted serpent throughout the universe, with a force capable of uprooting the very ground. It eroded the heavens and earth, decaying all creation. A chill, decay, and horrifying dread instantaneously piled upon the entire ancient world. Whether it be the remnants of the ancient realm or the Tianlan world, all the dust of myriad worlds lay beneath the shroud of calamity. At this moment, darkness descended. Tianlan, beneath the gloomy sky, the murky winds howled like a rending scream. The wailing echoed like a devil's low murmur, resonating in the ears of the people, awakening the dark sins hidden deep within their hearts. The shadow of calamity loomed over each soul. The Supreme of Calamity had made his move. Outside the forbidden area of the Changhe Sword sect, Yi Xiaoran's gaze seemed to pierce through the vastness of existence. Witnessing the fierce clash of two entities that had transformed into the primordial essence of the Tao, still unwilling to act, this is the last opportunity he has afforded us. Behind Yi Xiaoran, a figure of unparalleled grace descended upon the world. It was the spirit master of the Ling Shan Palace, the one who orchestrated this realm, the formless great demon Lu Hanyan, who had tainted Tianlan with a demonic embryo. Yi Xiaoran glanced at her, his expression cold, remaining silent. Lu Hanyan paid no heed to Yi Xiaoran's aloof demeanor, simply stating, "I recall that this lad from Yawang Mountain is the youngest among your 9, and least skilled in battle, often hiding behind your elder brothers to cast poison and curses. Yet now, this lad who once concealed himself must face the challenge alone. It seems that in your heart, the weight of Lin Ba Huang surpasses all else." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran, typically indifferent, revealed a flicker of struggle in his eyes. And the Jigu sword box behind him began to hum. Ultimately, however, the Jigu sword fell silent, returning to tranquility. Lu Hanyin intended to say more. But at that moment, two flames streaked across the sky, riding the wind. Do not speak. You cannot awaken one who pretends to sleep. The flames materialized, revealing the figures of the Destiny Emperor Feng, Taichu, and Wudong. Lu Hanyin's gaze fell directly upon the disheveled Wudong, then glanced at the Destiny Emperor. Her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. The Destiny Emperor sighed. A part is in Lin Bahuang's possession. To this, Lu Hanyin merely smiled, unsurprised. His actions stemmed from the ease with which your individual weaknesses could be exploited. Thus, like the Jigu Supreme, the Destiny Emperor fell into silence, unable to refute. After a long while, the Destiny Emperor finally spoke. Take action while calamity distracts Lin Zhe. With that, he pressed a palm down towards the Sword Sect's forbidden area. Deep within the forbidden area of the Sword Sect, the shimmering remnants of swords, imbued with a demonic aura, instantly responded to their master's summons, becoming invigorated. The sound of swords ringing harmonized into a tumultuous river, fiercely sweeping through the sword grave filled with demonic energy. As the torrent of sword energy surged, the forbidden area revealed its ancient visage. It was a primordial divine mountain, shrouded in dust from the remnants of swords. Lying in slumber beneath the depths of the forbidden area, boom! In that instant, ancient taboos erupted from their seals. Waves of penetrating primordial demonic energy burst forth from the divine mountain. Just a gentle exhalation was a terror 1,000,000 times more fearsome than the demonic presence within the Sword Sect's forbidden area. This is the true location of the Dao Jian Mountain, the genuine land of the fallen heavens. It had remained sealed within the Sword Sect's forbidden area until today, finally manifesting its prehistoric form, reflecting the myths of heaven slaying from the ancient era into reality. It was at this moment that the slumbering Qinghe within the Sword Sect's forbidden area opened its eyes. How could there be a Qinghe beneath this forbidden area? Qinghe's expression changed dramatically as several figures materialized before the pitch-black Dao Jie Mountain. Not good. Qinghe immediately blocked their path. Halt! The Destiny Emperor cast a glance at Qinghe. His eyes filled with complex compassion. Your existence concludes here. Step aside. I have no intention of killing you. Confinement. The Destiny Emperor commanded the heavens and earth. The immense power of destiny swiftly confined Qinghe to the side. Let us begin. Reclaim the sealed divine body. For our ancient world may not be devoid of another chance to fight. Lu Hanyin shook her head. He would not so easily return the divine body. He still had a backup plan. In the heartland of the Tianlan spirit clan, the Ling Huang great sage lingered above the clouds for an extended period. One must never betray the divine. Do not offer the book of time to the divine. Ha ha! The Ling Huang great sage laughed, his laughter tinged with sorrow. Qingcong no. Limba Huang, is this truly the answer you provide me in the end? Ha ha as he laughed. Two streams of tears rolled down the corners of the Ling Huang great sage's eyes. What a master-apprentice betrayal. What of changing the heavens and the earth? You have been deceiving me from start to finish. Chapter 233 Lin Zhe. Linja. All of this has merely been a play you orchestrated to refine my ancient world. In the moment of virtual death in a dream, I laughed at her naivety, unable to discern the true nature of people. Yet in the end, the truly foolish one was myself. Ha ha! The Ling Huang great sage laughed and cried, biting his lip, seeming somewhat possessed. Limba Huang, what do we truly signify in your heart? Bang! The sea of clouds surged. The fury of the Ling Huang great sage shattered the entire heartland of the spirit clan, pulverizing it. Fragments and dust danced amidst the smoke, obscuring the figure of the Ling Huang great sage. The sea of clouds fell silent. After a long, long time, amidst the vast sea of clouds, that solitary figure finally emitted a familiar soul's inquiry. Why? In the turmoil of the spirit clan's sea of clouds, Lu Hanyin, standing before Dao Jie Mountain in the Sword Sect's forbidden area, seemed to sense something. She abruptly turned her head. A calm expression, nearly icy, finally revealed a trace of unexpressed sentiment. So, this is your backup plan. In terms of being ruthless, you never fail to disappoint me, Lu Hanyin remarked. The voice of the Dao resonated through the heavens and the earth. A phantom of a heavy, ancient book manifested in the vast azure sky. That is the phantom of the Book of Time. It has turned a page in history. tearing apart the vow made by the Spirit Emperor before the Tai Xian Great Sage in the Book of Time. Those who break their oaths shall face punishment. Thus, under the shroud of divine punishment, the Spirit Emperor became ethereal. A profound and enigmatic power radiated from the Spirit Emperor, ultimately flowing into Lu Hanyan's being. This sovereign of the Spirit clan could not escape her fate, returning to the embrace of the divine as her ancestors had before her. With the return of the Spirit Emperor, Lu Hanyan's aura surged in strength. A verdant, door-shaped seal manifested upon her brow. Upon witnessing this, the Destiny Emperor was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the occurrence. Lu Hanyan appeared unfazed, maintaining a tranquil demeanor regardless of the unfolding events. She spoke calmly, stating that the Spirit Clan was born of her essence. The existence of the Spirit Clan is, in essence, a part of me. After the Spirit Emperor dissipated, this portion of my essence returned to me. Similarly, akin to the seven emotions technique, the love and hatred she harbored for Qing Song, or Lin Baoang, would also become a part of me. This amalgam of intense emotions, entwined with love and hate, would perfectly align with the dominion of calamity. Upon hearing this, the Destiny Emperor's pupils constricted. He turned sharply towards the location of the Calamity Sovereign. 5 majestic swords of the heavens had gathered formidable celestial might, manifesting the once mighty aura of the Heavenly Emperor, bestowing divine retribution upon all traitors. Heavenly punishment. Behind the divine gate, Lin Zhe unleashed the 5 swords. Xianyao, Wuliang, Senluo, Jidao. The supreme and sacred power was unleashed in this sword strike that could cleave heaven and earth. The sword tore through the chaos, shattering the ominous cage of calamity. Amidst the myriad flickering shadows of the great paths, a single sword rent asunder the source of calamity. Slash! Boom! In the cacophony of shattering, calamity was dispelled. The victor was determined. Those shattered sources of calamity were entirely captured by Lin Zhe's thieving power, transformed for his own use. You have stolen the fruit of calamity, becoming the progenitor of this path. A wave of jubilant excitement surged from the divine-level comprehension. Yet, Lin Zhe found himself too preoccupied to pay attention, nor did he wish to. At this juncture, the origins of his divine-level comprehension and the closure of his connection with the Heavenly Emperor Lin Baoang were increasingly aligning with Lin Zhe's conjectures. However, as Lin Zhe had previously stated, he would prefer to be mistaken. Yet sometimes, the truth stands stark before one's eyes. The friend mentioned by calamity, the demise of the Tai Xian Great Sage, and the 8 Desolation bloodline derived from the 10,000 blood sacred art. Could the power of calamity be considered a fruit of the path? Lin Zhe sheathed his sword, suddenly feeling that this vast world could not accommodate him alone. An unprecedented sense of solitude enveloped Lin Zhe. It turned out, I am indeed a villain. With a deep sigh, Lin Zhe stepped out of the realm of the Divine Gate, carrying with him a profound loneliness. Beyond the realm of the Divine Gate lay the shattered primordial. The myriad realms of the primordial shone like countless stars in the dark void, drifting like sand and gravel in a river. At a glance, it resembled an abyss or a vast ocean, majestic and grand. Yet now, the entire world, the entirety of the celestial sea, lay beneath his feet, within his sight. Lin Zhe gazed silently. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Lin Zhe approached, and the figure showed no surprise at his arrival. Without turning, he remained as tranquil as Lin Zhe remembered from his childhood, as if he had comprehended the natural principles of the way. Lin Zhe regarded him deeply before speaking, saying, "In my childhood, I always thought you disliked me for fearing I would contend for the Lin family legacy." This familiar figure was none other than Lin Zhe's elder brother. Linja. Linja gazed down upon the vast expanse of the primordial realms. "I too did not anticipate how mischievous you would be in your youth." Lin Zhe smiled silently before asking, "Then, who might you be?" "If you refer to our relationship, I am your elder brother, unchanged, whether in the past or present. If you are referring to my identity, you may call me the Undying Sovereign." The Undying Sovereign. Lin Zhe sensed a terrifying power from the Undying Sovereign Lin Zhe that far surpassed that of the Calamity Sovereign. Calamity must have summoned you. Lin Zhe's eyes held the vastness of the celestial sea, his entire being radiating a sense of detached tranquility akin to the way. He remarked, "Calamity hails from the Medicine King Mountain, where its denizens are not known for their combat prowess. During the past war against heaven, they primarily served to restrain and disrupt, while the true battlefield was managed by Zhigo, One, Fa, Destiny, and myself. It was a blunder that destiny did not draw you into his ranks. The principles of heaven and earth are absolute, and the way is inherently non-interventionist, Lin just stated calmly. Everything in the mortal realm has its own destiny, its own karmic ties, and its own balance. Forcing intervention will only exacerbate matters, as is evident now. I have already erred once. I cannot afford to repeat my mistakes. Who wins or loses is no longer a concern to me. Yet you still could not escape. Lin just shook his head, whether you escape or do not. It is best to let things unfold naturally. Regardless of your ultimate choice, I will respect your decision as I always have. With that, Lin pointed ahead. An ancient gate of the Heavenly Emperor had opened before Lin Zhe, unbeknownst to him. Time has come. Go, witness the dreams within your heart, as well as those in his. With that, Lin turned and departed, heading towards Tianlan, awaiting the final outcome. Chapter 234. Finally meeting Lin Bahuang. Watching Lin Zhe's serene figure depart, Lin Zhe took a deep breath and stepped into the Heavenly Emperor's gate. With a flash of white light, Lin Zhe reappeared in the steel city of the realm of the Divine Gate. The bustling streets were still alive with the sounds of traffic and vibrant commerce. The onlookers gazed at Lin Zhe with astonishment, some even capturing his image with cameras. Yet this time, there were no 8 desolation clans, nor were there any imbalanced ones or awakened ones. There was only the ordinary, just the mundane. The air was filled with the familiar scent of industrialization. It felt as if he had returned to Earth in his past life. Everything was so familiar, identical. Yet, in truth, Lin Zhe could sense that this was not real. He had merely arrived in a dreamlike world, a dream constructed by a wayfarer longing for home after a prolonged absence. Although, with his capabilities, this dream could perfectly replicate the Earth of his past life, or even surpass it, it was still not the same. Ultimately not the same. A hint of bitterness surfaced at the corners of Lin Zhe's mouth as he disregarded the bustling crowd and made his way toward the home etched in his memories. Before him, the entrance to the home he had glimpsed in the heavenly ladder illusion of Dao Gem Mountain reappeared. With a heart laden with unspoken emotions and uncertainty, Lin Zhe pushed open the door. Accompanied by the sound of the door chain scraping, the door swung open. A familiar voice reached Lin Zhe's ears. Damn it, foolish teammate. Even standing, still you managed to mess up. Following the voice, Lin Zhe walked toward his former room. Inside, a disheveled youth with a penchant for gaming was skillfully playing the piano on a keyboard. The sight was reminiscent of Lin Zhe before his transmigration, albeit slightly less unkempt. Sensing the presence behind him, the gaming youth did not turn, but merely waved at Lin Zhe, saying, "There's food in the fridge. It's your home, so don't be shy. I'll chat with you after I'm done with them." Lin Zhe sat upon the bed he had not visited for nearly 19 years, feeling the familiar texture of the sheets. Everything was so comforting. Stop berating yourself. Leave some virtue for yourself. Huh, virtue? The youth addicted to the internet casually lit a cigarette, stating that everyone already knew he had discarded this habit long ago. With a sigh, Lin Zhe remarked on the journey he had traversed. The internet-addicted youth chuckled, exclaiming that he had long held back these words, and only by sharing them with Lin Zhe, the former version of himself, could he find meaning in his existence. However, mere conversation felt dry and lengthy, so he proposed they play a few rounds while talking. As he spoke, another computer appeared beside him. Lin Zhe sat down and opened the familiar gaming interface from his memories, entering the matchmaking screen. The voice of the internet-addicted youth resonated in his ears. This story must begin from the day I crossed over. You remember that day, right? The illusion in Daoji Mountain? That day marked my 19th birthday. I was joyfully preparing to return home for a birthday celebration, eager to share tales of university life with my parents. But alas, fate had other plans, and I inexplicably found myself in Taigu, or rather it was called Taichu back then. As the game successfully matched, the youth swiftly maneuvered his fingers, locking in his favorite hero, typing, "Mid-lane on the second floor, if not, I'll send you home." After selecting his character, he continued. Upon arriving in the Taichu world, everything was foreign and bewildering. A significant issue confronted me. The language barrier. Unlike the novels, I had no powerful golden finger or the original owner's memories. To me, the Taichu world was merely a blank canvas, cruel and unfamiliar. I despised this place and had no desire to traverse here. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, enveloping his face in a mist. On Earth, I had a happy family, had been accepted into a prestigious university, and enjoyed the innocent flirtations of youth. Why would I traverse here for such torment? Suddenly, the sound of the game commencing echoed from the computer. The youth immediately began to play, urging Lin Zhe, "Come on, help me in the mid lane." Lin Zhe questioned, Aren't you farming the lane? The youth replied, You are me, and I am you. If I farm, it's as if you're farming too. He continued, Earlier, I mentioned the language barrier, right? That truly troubled me. I was forced to learn a foreign language while pretending to be mad, feigning amnesia. I had no memories of the original owner, nor any knowledge of the language system, so I had to rely on my active insanity to avoid revealing that I had taken over someone else's identity. Consequently, I became known locally as a fool, unable to comprehend or utter a single word, possessing only strength. What could I do? I had to endure in silence and learn quietly. After about half a month, I began to understand some simple phrases and finally grasped my new name, Lin Bahuang. This name felt somewhat awkward compared to my real name, Lin Zhe, but at least it shared the same surname. As a mere transmigrator, I shouldn't demand too much. Having a name was already a blessing. Looking at neighbors named Dogdan, Taiju, and Tegan, I realized Bahuang's father was relatively cultured among fishermen. The youth, Lin Bahuang, inhaled deeply from a cigarette. Eventually, I began to accept everything. After all, I was here, and there was no going back. What other choice did I have but to accept? Should I scream that my fate is mine to control and then take my own life? No way, I want to live. For living holds the promise of a future and the hope of returning home. I began learning the Taichu language while following in my father's footsteps, taking up fishing for a living. Thankfully, during my time on Earth, I enjoyed watching fishing videos and tide chasing, which taught me some skills. In Taichu, I managed to sustain myself, and with my father's guidance, we often brought home decent catches, ensuring our livelihood was not a significant issue. During this journey, I encountered a girl around Lin Bahuang's age, the same little Meng you saw in the cycle of Taichu. Our relationship developed swiftly. Why? Because she had no father, and I had no horse. I was foolish, and she was mute. What a perfect match, a pair seemingly crafted by fate. Though Lin Bahuang spoke lightly, the tenderness in his eyes was undeniable. In the vast sea of humanity, two lonely and pitiful hearts naturally gravitate towards one another, finding companionship. Chapter 235. The days of even after billions of years, I still vividly recall our first meeting during that early summer when the rice seedlings were green. Under the sunlight, she, born deaf and mute, was timid and wary of everything, solitary and alone, as if cast away by the world, lonely and unable to voice her feelings. She was like another version of myself. Lin Zhe glanced at Lin Bahuang, asking, You say she is mute? Lin Bahuang took another drag of a cigarette, reflecting on the cyclical nature of existence. In this endless cycle, I must change something so that our past selves do not suffer as we once did. Lin Zhe sighed inwardly, aware that ultimately, he had still taken her life. Upon hearing this, Lin Bahuang's hand holding the cigarette froze. He remained silent for a long time, the only sounds coming from the game as the mid-lane met its demise. Staring at the grayish-white screen, Lin Bahuang finally spoke, If only you could scold me a little. Lin Zhe shook his head, replying, Everyone in this world may scold you, but I hold no such right. Compared to Lin Zhe, it was evident that Lin Bahuang had endured far more suffering. It was precisely because he experienced the hardships Lin Zhe had not that Lin Zhe could enjoy his current happiness. Lin Zhe understood, well, what kind of person he once was. Although he could not be deemed a saint, he was an upstanding youth educated in a modern civilized society, possessing the necessary moral boundaries. He pondered how he had arrived at this point. Sometimes, society serves as the best teacher, compelling individuals to confront alternate versions of themselves. In this moment, Lin Zhe needed neither to condemn nor judge him. He simply needed to listen attentively, savor his solitude, and comprehend his pain. In response, Lin Bahuang exhaled smoke rings, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. He continued, with Xiaoming's companionship and a deepening understanding of this world, it became essential to have enough fish to eat and stay warm. Without basic sustenance, who could appreciate the beauty of a world? Gradually, I began to truly accept the Taichu world and attempted to integrate myself into it. After all, reality dictates that one must learn to accept the present rather than dwell in elusive dreams. I devoted myself to learning and comprehending the knowledge of Taichu, employing some techniques from my past life to enhance my fishing skills and improve my living conditions. Our lives gradually improved. I rarely reflected on Earth anymore. Yet at times, during the stillness of the night, I would think of my parents far away on Earth, reminiscing about my unfinished 19th birthday. I wondered how they fared after my sudden departure, if they could accept my abrupt passing and bear the grief of a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child. Lin Zhe felt like an unfilial son, unable to provide for his parents in their old age. As Lin Bahuang spoke, a lingering gloom clouded his eyes. There is no turning back. After finishing one cigarette, he pulled out another and took a deep drag. Lin Zhe, upon hearing this, felt a deep sense of discomfort. For Lin Bahuang's feelings were, in truth, his own. However, in this lifetime, due to his memories awakening only at 18 and being reborn with another familial bond, those emotions had dulled considerably. After all, as Lin Bahuang had said, in a previous life, I enjoyed a harmonious family on earth with a life of affluence. I successfully enrolled in a prestigious university, paving the way for a promising future, rather than being a carefree and cynical orphan who would willingly endure hardship by traversing to this realm. Lin Zhe sighed inwardly. So what happened next? Lin Bahuang smiled slightly. For my thoughts at that time were rather simplistic. Regardless of the world, wealth is always a form of currency, and without it, progress is hindered. The solution was clear: earn money. With my growing understanding of the Taichu world and the passage of time, I was able to access more resources, utilizing the knowledge from my past life to amass wealth from the disparities of this era. However, I soon discovered that affluence comes with its own set of troubles. Lin Bahuang reminisced. As our family grew wealthy, my father began to contemplate sending me to the city for treatment of my amnesia. During that period, I gradually learned the Taichu language and could articulate simple phrases. Yet my proficiency was still significantly lacking compared to an average person. Naturally, if a cure could be found sooner, it would be pursued, for which parent does not love their child? Moreover, I had displayed hints of talent, and my father was unwilling to squander my gifts or miss the opportunity to change my fate. The saying goes, the poor cultivate literature while the wealthy practice martial arts. With newfound wealth, martial training became essential. Only through martial prowess could one transcend social classes and seize control of their destiny. It was then that I realized the Taichu world was far from ordinary. It was steeped in legends of deities and cultivators. Although I later learned that these so-called deities were merely innate beings of the celestial realm. The revelation was a profound shock to me at the time. What man does not dream of embodying ancient heroes, wielding swords against evil? I was captivated, yet I harbored concerns. Lin Bahuang extinguished his cigarette. Who knows how powerful these deities truly are? According to ancient mythology, they could foresee mortal fates, traversing the heavens and delving into the underworld. As a transmigrant, within the context of the Taichu world, I was considered an outsider, a celestial demon, who could predict how the deities would regard an outsider. Surely, it could end in disaster. I feared they might uncover my true identity, leading to my untimely demise and the destruction of the stable life I had only just begun to establish. Fortunately, based on news from the city, it seemed that deities largely remained aloof, rarely descending to the mortal realm. What remained were merely cultivators, and the strong among them were seldom encountered. They were the pillars of their nations and the sovereigns of their factions, entrenched in the prosperous centers, too preoccupied to concern themselves with ordinary folk. As for the weaker ones, they appeared to be inconsequential, at least not capable of divining souls or fates. Thus, I chose to avoid the central cities, taking Xiaomeng to several marginalized urban centers to pursue my studies, starting with foundational knowledge. Xiaomeng was delighted, for it was said that martial training could enhance physical health and cultivate spiritual energy, possibly even curing her deafness and muteness, which invigorated her throughout our journey. Yet, deep down, I understood that her excitement stemmed from fear. Fear of falling behind, fear of losing me, fear of my ascendance into the light while leaving her in darkness. What a fool she was. Chapter 236. The gift of fate. Only when speaking of Xiaomeng did the shadows in Lin Bahuang's eyes dissipate, replaced by warmth. Thus, we embarked on the path of cultivation. As for my innate talent for chi refinement, thank the heavens, I was not burdened with the misfortune of a wretched, talentless beginning, nor was I victim of some innate deficiency. Perhaps due to my 2 lifetimes, my soul underwent some transformation during the transmigration. Or perhaps Lin Bahuang's constitution was inherently sound. In any case, my aptitude for chi refinement was commendable, with an understanding that surpassed the average. Xiaomeng, deprived of her hearing and speech by fate, must have been granted exceptional roots in return. Her talent was also noteworthy. That girl was so overjoyed that she struggled to sleep for several nights. Thus, we swiftly embarked on our cultivation journey, until our skills reached the 3rd layer of postnatal bone refinement. Lin Zhe spoke softly. An incident occurred. Lin Bahuang acknowledged with a sigh, his gaze clouded with worry. We've run out of money. Lin Ba Huang extended his hand, revealing spirit stones radiating a myriad of ethereal colors. Cultivation is costly. If it weren't for our innate talents, we would have depleted our funds long ago at the second layer of postnatal refinement. We must secure more wealth. How can one become a grandmaster without it? Yet, finding a way to earn money proved to be a challenging endeavor. Alas, only upon entering the path of cultivation did I realize the multitude of rules governing it, far surpassing those of ordinary life. Most of my quick money schemes had already been monopolized. As for other swift means of earning, any attempt on my part could lead to dire consequences, possibly resulting in death or being unjustly accused. Where were we? Two individuals at the third layer of postnatal refinement, lacking any background or support, could hardly stir the waters in this great city. Moreover, cultivation is a long-term endeavor. After acquiring a sum, one must seek more. Without a stable source of long-term income, this path cannot be sustained. After much contemplation, we decided to retreat to Lin Hai, to establish a foundational base by reaching out to family and friends, developing a family enterprise that could support both my and Xiao Meng's cultivation. Although Lin Hai is a small town, it possesses its own merits. At least in that place, two individuals at the third layer of postnatal refinement could hold sway, solidifying our foundation. Indeed, with the groundwork I had previously laid in my return after completing my studies, the people of Lin Hai were inclined to trust me. We swiftly established a family business centered around the Lin clan, prospering with each passing day. Lin Ba Huang's eyes glimmered with gentle reminiscence as he recounted this period. Those days were perhaps our happiest and most stable times. Thus, the subsequent events marked a pivotal shift in my mindset. Was the family dining at the middle and upper tables? How could they play games like this? Damn it, it's 20. Let's report these two fools. The chat screen was filled with performances from the artists of Zuan. Yet, both Lin Zhe and Lin Ba Huang were disinterested in this game. They merely sought to share their past within the familiar scenery. As Lin Ba Huang reflected on the past, an unprecedented indifference and coldness flickered in his gaze. However, where there are people, there is a world of conflict, and where there is conflict, there are disputes, especially for cultivators wielding extraordinary powers. With formidable weapons in hand, the desire to kill arises. As the Lin family's enterprise flourished under our protection, even the most cautious could not avoid entanglements with other factions, leading to inevitable conflicts. Lin Ba Huang extinguished the ash in the water, burying it. It was akin to crushing an ant beneath his foot, his eyes icy as never before. That was the moment I truly witnessed the cold cruelty of the Taichu world. High-level cultivators wielded life and death over lower-level cultivators and common folk, acting with impunity. In their eyes, human life was as worthless as grass. There was no law, no justice. Survival of the fittest was the fundamental principle, and might makes right. It was then I realized that this was not Earth. In this realm, one must be ruthless to stand firm. If you do not kill, others will kill you. To escape this plight and truly grasp my own fate, I must ascend step by step until I reach the pinnacle. Lin Zhe remained silent, for in this matter, he possessed a greater understanding than Lin Ba Huang ever did. After all, before the awakening of his memories, he had lived in this world for 18 years, while Lin Ba Huang had nothing. If he continued to exist with earthly ideals, he would surely be the one to suffer. For the subsequent decade, Xiao Meng and I found ourselves entrenched in the arduous existence of lowly cultivators, perpetually engaging in superficial exchanges, rife with deceit and treachery. It was a period marked by relentless suffering, where I often teetered on the brink of death, narrowly escaping fate's grasp. There were numerous occasions when my impatience led me to haphazardly explore various fragmented techniques, resulting in a perilous deviation from the righteous path of cultivation. Had it not been for Xiao Meng's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. The path of cultivation, I lamented, is indeed exceedingly arduous. After this lamentation, I continued until one fateful night when I stumbled upon a dying azure dragon hatchling. An azure dragon? Lin Zhe blinked in astonishment, suddenly recalling the myriad dragon corpses scattered throughout the Tiandi Dao Palace. Indeed, as you surmise, I seized control of the dying hatchling, transforming it into my inaugural experimental subject, the being you now recognize as Qing Tsong. Thankfully, I possessed a modicum of innate talent and insight gleaned from my previous misadventures. However, the most significant asset was my resilient soul, a remnant of my existence as an otherworldly demon. Without it, I would have been incapable of performing the soul severance necessary to usurp the hatchling's essence. At that time, I consider myself fortunate to have encountered such an extraordinary opportunity, acquiring the ancient divine lineage of the Dragon Clan. Yet, in truth, Lin Ba Huang's gaze turned icy, as if it could engulf the entire primordial world. It was only later that I realized this was not mere luck, but rather the universe's profound malice directed at me, the otherworldly demon. Just as all gifts from fate bear a hidden price, it is not that retribution is absent. Rather, the time has yet to arrive. Chapter 237. The origin of Qing. Song Lin Zhe listened intently to the tribulations of his past self, observing the coldness in Lin Ba Huang's eyes, which seemed capable of consuming the primordial world. Lin Zhe began to comprehend that this so-called primordial malice was indeed the true architect of his dire predicaments. Thus, you sought the annihilation of the Dragon Clan, ensuring the complete eradication of Qing Song. Precisely. However, at that time, I was not yet known as Qing Song. The name was bestowed upon me after I entered the Qing Yi sect and became a disciple of my revered mentor. Lin Ba Huang flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued. The Qing Yi sect, much like the Songjian Mountain where Beichen resides, reigns over this coastal region, presiding over more than 20 nations, truly transcending the mundane world as a celestial sect. If given the chance, anyone would aspire to join the Qing Yi sect, to study its sacred texts and receive guidance from celestial beings, except for me. As I once articulated, I could hardly fathom the might of the innate celestial beings. Who could say if they might perceive my soul and unveil my identity as an otherworldly demon? Thus, even as I yearned for the high-level inheritance of the Qing Yi sect, I could only linger on the periphery with Xiao Meng, inching closer and gradually grasping the profound truths of cultivation, thereby honing my judgment. Fortunately, times had changed, with Qing Song, a formidable experimental subject bearing the bloodline of dragons. I could finally experiment boldly, undertaking endeavors I once deemed too perilous. At the forefront of my ambitions was, indeed, to enter the Qing Yi sect and obtain the innate inheritance. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe experienced an epiphany. He finally understood why it was said that Qing Song had never truly existed from the outset. He also grasped why Qing Song, who should have been learning at the Qing Yi sect, had suddenly vanished. It makes sense now. No wonder I did not encounter Qing Song at the Qing Yi sect. It was because I taught you the Zi, Yu Huan, Xian Tong, and with the existence of the Wan, Facnt, you no longer needed to study at the Qing Yi sect, thereby bypassing that step. Lin Ba Huang's frigid gaze reflected upon the computer screen, and the progress of the surrender vote dissipated, returning the game to its inception. He declared, "This is precisely what I intend to alter and eradicate." Lin Zhe nodded, continuing to play the role of a listener, absorbing the tale of his past self from a third-party perspective. With the body of an azure dragon, I seamlessly entered the Qing Yi sect, earning the recognition of the sect master, my first mentor, Qing Hong, and became his disciple. When mentioning the term mentor, Lin Ba Huang paused briefly. You likely know that I, or rather you, have had two mentors throughout this lifetime. One is Qing Song's master, Qing Hong, and the other is Lin Ba Huang's master, Tai Xian. Lin Zhe nodded gravely, recalling the profound sorrow that engulfed him when Tai Xian transcended. The venerable Tai Xian, the oldest and most powerful sage, imparted upon me the wisdom of strategizing on a grand scale, equipped me with unparalleled abilities, and taught me to engage in the cosmic game of existence. In contrast, Qing Hong was the catalyst for my awakening as a cultivator, reshaping my values and outlook on life. In terms of knowledge and experience, Qing Hong could not compare to the sage Tai Xian, but he unreservedly shared his journey and beliefs with me, which proved invaluable in my subsequent cultivation and interactions with others. Through him, I also comprehended the meaning of the heavens and justice, which ultimately led to my adoption of the name Qing Song. To this day, I vividly recall the words my master spoke on the day I entered the sect. He said, Lin Ba Huang's gaze deepened, resembling an unfathomable abyss. In this world, the heavens are devoid of justice. All cultivators are but fodder nurtured by the divine. Regardless of their stature, one day they shall face the fate of being devoured by the gods. Can you imagine my feelings at that moment? Lin Ba Huang rose and approached the window. I was just a well-rounded young man from Earth, unexpectedly thrust into the primordial realm, awakening in a world of strangers, surrounded by solitude and alienation. Yet, I could not falter. I had to meticulously conceal my true self to avoid detection and acceptance of the circumstances here, acquiescing to the absurd rules of the primordial realm. I could endure this for the sake of a future that might one day lead me home, suffering in solitude, climbing step by step. But now you tell me that no matter what I do, no matter how much I endure, I shall ultimately succumb to the fate of being devoured by the gods. Why? Why should some inexplicable force unconditionally negate all my efforts? Did I traverse realms merely to amuse you, to be manipulated by your whims? Lin Bahuang's tone turned ominous. I cursed the primordial realm and damned the gods. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe too felt a surge of indignation. I can empathize. I cannot tolerate such an affront. Thus, the desire for divinity, slaying, and god-killing was born in that moment. Lin Bahuang nodded. From that instant on, I began to traverse the world more as Qing Tsang, concealing my true identity as Lin Bahuang in the shadows, growing stronger through Qing Tsang's trials and errors. The path traversed by Qing Tsang became my own, allowing me to sidestep his missteps and refine my journey. Initially, this endeavor progressed remarkably smoothly, so much so that I believed I could further my goals through this method. However, ignorance breeds fearlessness, while knowledge fosters reverence. The more powerful I became, the more acutely I felt the despair and helplessness of mortals when confronted by the divine. I have questioned more than once whether I could truly escape this damned cage, resist the dominion of the gods, and fulfill my long-held aspirations. Before such beings as the gods, I am painfully insignificant. I waver, I am lost, and I am fearful. At this moment, Lin Bahuang fell into a profound silence, one that stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he resumed speaking until one day, I encountered the second turning point of my fate, the Tianji Sacred Gate. I traversed the world, having heard countless legends about Tai Xian de Sheng. He is the only being in this realm capable of engaging in a game of wits with the divine and emerging unscathed, repeatedly evading the relentless pursuit of gods and spirits. It is often said among mortals, the great Tao comprises 50, with heaven grasping 49. One escapes. Tai Xian de Sheng is that singular entity beyond the control of the heavens. If I wish to truly break free from my confines and fulfill my long-cherished desires, I must seek the assistance of Tai Xian de Sheng and acquire his formidable skills. But who is Tai Xian de Sheng? If I were to seek him out, would he not perceive the essence of my otherworldly, demonic nature? Chapter 238. The beginning of all things, but do I have any other choice? Lin Bahuang spread his hands. In this world, even the powerful dragon and phoenix clans must submit to the authority of the divine, firmly held under the control of the gods, perceiving both past and future, commanding the endless changes of this realm. What significance do others hold? I have no options left. I can either venture forth to confront Tai Xian or await my demise. With death as my only certainty, I might as well tempt fate, praying that Tai Xian de Sheng is a man of reason. Thus I set forth. It was precisely this journey that enlightened me further, allowing me to grasp the profound concept of the escaping one, a slender thread of hope. Upon seeing me, Tai Xian de Sheng accepted me immediately, taking me as his closed-door disciple and imparting his unparalleled skills. However, those who are familiar with their own affairs know best. Although I, Lin Bahuang, possess a modicum of comprehension and talent, it is all relative. When compared to ordinary individuals, I may shine, but against the heirs of the saints, such as Lin Jie of the Wu Wei Dao sect, or Yi Shao Ran of the Wuqian Holy Land, or even the illustrious Feng Taichu, I fall short. They were unable to become Tai Xian de Sheng's disciples. What right do I have? Hence, I directly questioned my master about why he chose me. Can you guess how my master responded? How so? At the level of Tai Xian de Sheng, he would make such a choice. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment and said, I believe he cannot see through your destiny. As for why that is so, Lin Zhe lowered his head, extending his hand. In his palm appeared the tome, symbolizing the escaping one, the Book of Time. It is because of this. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Bahuang applauded, exclaiming, as expected of me. You are entirely correct. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes. Having reached his current state, he had eliminated all impossibilities, leaving only one answer. As you surmised, my master said, this slender thread of hope does not refer to a specific entity. It signifies transformation. It embodies the infinitude of possibilities birthed from despair in a vast universe. There's a saying that rings true. Nothing remains eternally unchanged except for change itself. When a variable arises in a realm of eternal existence, it signifies that the opportunity to shatter eternity has arrived. And I, the otherworldly demon Lin Bahuang, and the opportunity in my master's eyes. He cannot discern my fate nor perceive the threads of my causality, as if I do not belong to this world, not governed by its rules. For billions of years, I am the sole anomaly in the entire Tai Chu world, the only one like this. This also means that the gods cannot see me. I exist beyond their gaze. Thus, my master decided to nurture me, imparting all his skills, including the Book of Time, to break the stalemate of the Tai Chu world. Lin Ba Huang resumed his seat, once naively believing this to be the uniqueness of my status as a transmigrator. Little did I know, it was actually the creative path of the Tai Chu world, a second immense malice directed at me as an otherworldly demon. Would I must ultimately be repaid? Lin Zhe glanced at the Book of Time in his hand, as if beginning to understand the malice Lin Ba Huang spoke of. The Book of Time is impartial. It grants one the means to break free from fate and defy the divine. However, to prevent oneself from becoming a second god. It also embeds the seeds of one's own downfall within all gifts of fate. No wonder my former self was driven to madness, becoming ruthless and merciless. Later on, my master imparted to me the Book of Time, naturally bestowing upon me the 10,000 blood sacred art and the 10,000 methods crucible, 2 seeds of hope, crystallized from his lifelong efforts. They possess the power to transform decay into the miraculous, to amalgamate the strengths of various schools while discarding the dross, thereby forging a transcendent path that surpasses all, perfecting the essence, energy, and spirit, existing beyond the control of the divine, resplendent with infinite possibilities. In pursuit of this path, I devoted myself to gathering the most potent essences of spirit, energy, and essence from this realm. First, I sought the supreme essence represented by the dragon and phoenix races. With Qing Tsang's identity, acquiring the dragon essence was effortless. However, the phoenix proved elusive. Next, the unparalleled divine essence, monopolized by the spirit clan, was even more challenging to obtain than the phoenix. Finally, the human essence represented by the human race was facilitated by my master, the leader of the human clan, who personally invited the formidable powers of Yin-Yang Xianmen, New Moon Mansion, and Wuxing Holy Land to collaborate in creating the strongest essence. This invitation also marked the nascent formation of our anti-heaven faction. Yet, this was far from sufficient. To truly rebel against the heavens, I needed more talent, more fresh forces. Thus, Lin Zhe naturally continued. So you utilized the Book of Time to deliberately approach Feng Fei and Ling Huang, leveraging them to acquire the spiritual essences, sowing the seeds of rebellion among the Phoenix and Spirit clans. However, it cannot be deemed manipulation. Ling Huang had witnessed the devouring of her grandfather and father by the gods during her childhood, making her a rebellious girl with grievances against the divine. I merely catalyzed the growth of that resentment at the right moment. Lin Zhe shot him a glance. Do you believe that? Lin Ba Huang fell silent, merely smoking, lost in thought. Lin Zhe then flipped through the Book of Time in his hands. His god-level comprehension was still absorbing experience points. Now, he was not far from attaining god-level comprehension level 9. As he drew closer to level 9, Lin Zhe gradually sensed more. Faint, ancient images flickered through his mind, gradually releasing from the depths of his soul. He closed his eyes. Brother Ba Huang, this is for you. Isn't this the phoenix jade you gifted me long ago? Indeed, I infused it with my phoenix's true blood, so that even when Tonger is not by your side, she can accompany you in another form. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Ba Huang retrieved a block of crimson phoenix jade from his drawer and tossed it to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe grasped the jade tightly, feeling the overwhelming longing of the phoenix maiden transcending eons resonate within his heart. At that moment, Lin Ba Huang sighed once more. Indeed, I have changed greatly, though I cannot pinpoint when. I began to leverage everything around me, just as the calamity foretold. When the 8 desolations first took form, I hesitated to employ it myself, fearful of repeating past mistakes. I also refrained from letting Qing Song use it, for at that time, he was an indispensable part of my plans. Thus, I created a spiritual child among the Lin family, allowing my kin to become the first experimenters of the 8 desolation blood. This marked the beginning of everything. Chapter 239. The Book of Time. Causes and consequences. I never deny my selfish motives. Initially, I sought to approach them for my own goals, leveraging their strengths. However, in the beginning, I never intended to harm them. When others treated me well, I would repay them 1,000-fold. Whether it was the early Ling Huang or the brothers who later fought alongside me against the gods, my thoughts were simple back then. devoid of intricate schemes or deep-seated hatred for the Tai Chu world. My sole aspiration was to break the god's blockade, reach the pinnacle of cultivation, and then, when I wished to return home, simply to visit, perhaps even invite Tai Chu and Xiao Ran to join me on Earth as guests. Longing for the primordial beginnings, I returned once more to converse with my esteemed mentor, cherished friends, and beloved confidants about the thoughts that dwell within my heart. Between the realms, I traverse gracefully through the mortal world, perhaps even accompanied by others in search of new worlds to explore and enjoy. What a delightful and carefree existence it is. A fleeting reminiscence of the past flickered in his icy gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by a profound chill. Yet, as one exists in this world, certain things inevitably change, especially as my cultivation deepens and the truths I perceive multiply. It was then that I comprehended that some matters are destined from the very beginning. Lin Bahuang's gaze fell upon the Book of Time. It is said that in an era long past, the path of creation forged endless chaos, shaping the heavens and the earth into a singular realm, known as Tai Chu. Transforming the chaotic heavens and earth into a singular realm, known as Tai Chu. As Tai Chu was born, the great path descended, leading to the division of 50 into the vast expanse. Among them, 49 transformed into the heavens, known as Tsangtian, tasked with maintaining the order of Tai Chu and safeguarding all beings within this realm. The remaining one represented a fleeting glimmer of life, bestowed upon all creatures, promising them the potential to manifest countless miracles. Yet, on a fateful day, Tsangtian developed human desires, giving rise to selfishness. It defied the original intent of the path of creation, audaciously attempting to turn Tai Chu into its own pasture, seeking to reclaim that which had escaped, in an effort to remedy its own inadequacies. However, Lin Bahuang contemplated this and interpreted it in terms familiar to our Earth. A family patriarch passes away, leaving behind a fund meant for the eldest son, intended to elevate the family and care for its members. If the eldest son fails in this duty, hidden clauses within the fund would activate, leaving behind a fund. This fund is inherited by the eldest son, intended to expand and nurture the family and care for each member. However, after all, it commands the powers of the 49, and to overthrow it is no small feat. Just look at Master Tai Xian, who has wielded the Book of Time for countless years, yet still can only evade Tsangtian, unable to face it directly, let alone subvert. Master Tai Xian is a being of Tai Chu, inherently bound to its essence. Conversely, Tsangtian's authority governs the Just look at Master Tai Xian to understand this. How long has he held the Book of Time, that singular entity? Yet, he could only evade Tsangtian, unable even to confront it directly, let alone overthrow it. Why? Ultimately, Master Tai Xian is a being of Tai Chu, inherently a member of the primordial life. Meanwhile, is it a denizen of Tai Chu or an outsider? Or perhaps a life form governed by entirely different rules? Moreover, for the Book of Time to challenge it, it must seek out an existence akin to itself, born from that which has evaded, and not under Tsangtian's dominion. This does not hinder it from expanding possibilities with its own powers, creating potential. Even if the chance is infinitesimal. Lin Bahuang cast a glance at Lin Zhe, contemplating the absurdity of an infinitesimal chance. It sounds outrageous, almost impossible, does it not? Yet, when that infinitesimal chance manifests for an individual, it becomes a certainty. Alas, we are that certainty. Hence, I traverse to Tai Chu. Even if this chance is but an infinitesimal fraction, it remains a possibility. At this juncture, Lin Bahuang cast a glance at Lin Zhe, contemplating the infinitesimal fraction. The Yangqing Long and my acceptance into the fold under my mentor are but gifts of destiny bestowed upon me as the child of fortune. But do you think it is benevolent? Lin Bahuang let out a cold laugh. No, it harbors deep malice within those two gifts. To prevent me from slaying Tsangtian and becoming another god, it has been laying traps for me from the very beginning. First and foremost, there is the But do you think it is benevolent? Lin Bahuang chuckled coldly. No, within these two gifts lies its greatest malice. To prevent me from slaying Tsangtian and becoming another deity. It has been digging pits for me from the very beginning. First and foremost is the existence of Qingtsang. Originally, occupying Lin Bahuang's body was a massive cause and effect, forced to rely on this world for existence. Secondly, The Book of Time, a name etched in the cosmos. My mentor bestows the Book of Time upon me, and thereby ensuring that I could never escape Tai Chu, forced to rely on this world for my existence. Secondly, the Book of Time, a name left in heaven and earth. I will be bound within the fundamental rules of the eluding one. These rules only apply to beings of Tai Chu, granting them enhancing my capital to contend against Sangtian. However, once I truly leave a name in heaven and earth, I would enter the foundational rules of that which has evaded, achieving no end. When these two aspects combine, Lin Bahuang's smile turned frigid. It aims to make me a servant to the realm of Tai Chu for eternity. Forever its free guardian. One exquisite scheme. How cunning. I was brought to this wretched world, left adrift and lost. I would not seek retribution, yet it demands a lifetime of servitude without the hope of transcending. What manner of reasoning is this? All I desire is to return home. Is that truly so difficult? This cursed realm of Tai Chu, this loathsome entity. I shall ensure its demise. Lin Bahuang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. The terrifying gaze that Lin Bahuang had is that so difficult? This damned world of Tai Chu, this wretched and inferior existence. I shall see it perish. It must pay the price. Chapter 240. Reluctance, obsession, opportunity. After ending the call, Lin Zhe let out a long sigh, casting the terrifying gaze Lin Bahuang had previously held, filled with hatred toward the heavens, softened. Hello, Mom, have you finished work? Don't buy too much. Perhaps I went mad the moment I discovered the malice behind the Book of Time. If not for this madness, how could I have endured until today? From the moment you arrived, I have been telling you, I do not wish to traverse. I do not want to. I am not an unanchored orphan. Having lost count after countless repetitions, you are indeed mad. Lin Bahuang smiled. Yes, from the moment I discovered the malice behind the Book of Time. Perhaps I have been mad all along. If it weren't for this madness, how could I have endured until today? Since you entered here, I can adapt. I can persuade myself to accept this reality. But just as I began to embrace it, slowly letting go of my dream of returning home, I have a father and a mother. I possess a happy family. Yet, due to the conflict between the Book of Time and Sangtian, believing I could one day reach the pinnacle of cultivation and fulfill my dream of returning home. For this goal, I have endured countless hardships and dreamed, very well, if I must integrate, I can convince myself to accept it. But just as I gradually came to accept it, slowly letting go of my dream of returning home, it dared to grant me hope once again. It allowed me to engage in cultivation, seizing the young Qinglong, leading me to believe that one day, through my own efforts, I could reach the pinnacle of cultivation and realize my dream of returning home. For this goal, I have endured countless hardships. I have dreamt innumerable dreams. I could even smell the fragrance of my homeland in my dreams and see the smiles of my loved ones. I have been led like a dog this entire time. I have indeed lost my mind. Lin Zhe quietly, I would grit my teeth and tell myself to stand up again. But what was the outcome? In the end, such an act would be the most shameless and vile behavior, a denial of his own past. My so-called destiny change and escape from confinement were merely components of fate. Bang! Lin Bahuang crushed his phone, his eyes filled with dark bloodlust. I have been led like a dog, compelled to follow its whims. I have indeed lost my mind. Lin Zhe quietly listened, refraining from uttering a word. He had even been played by Lu Hanyan once. Merely recalling this incited a tempest of anger and revulsion within him. Fortunately, Lin Zhe possessed such an act would be the most shameless and vile behavior, a denial of his own past. He was acutely aware of the unsettling feeling that arises from being toyed with and manipulated. This sentiment, born from his experience in the Tianlan Peak tournament, resonated deeply within him. He had been schemed against time and again, appending one chessboard only to set up another immediately. He had even been played by Lu Hanyan once. Merely recalling this incited a tempest of anger and revulsion within him. Fortunately, Lin Zhe possessed unparalleled strength. He could choose to disengage, overturn the table, or confront the unseen puppeteer with fierce defiance. But what of Lin Bahuang? Regrettably, he could not. This was the essence of his powerlessness. After a prolonged silence, Lin Zhe spoke. Let us go and prepare some fruits and vegetables. It has been far too long since I savored a meal prepared by my mother. Lin Bahuang shook his head, cautioning. It would be best if you did not meet them. Encountering them may cloud your judgment. Lin Bahuang and Lin Zhe were one and the same, yet also distinct. For Lin Bahuang was an otherworldly demon, a being of Earth. In contrast, Lin Zhe was both an Earthling and a native of the ancient primordial realm. I merely say this hypothetically. After all, even gods were not inherently malevolent, and a heavenly emperor is not guaranteed to remain your throne forever. One day, I too may grow weary, fatigued, or even harbor sinister thoughts. In that moment, I hope your Zhigu sword shows no mercy. Xiao Ran, have you ever considered that one day, you and I may turn our blades against each other? Second brother, oh, yeah, have never contemplated coveting your position as the heavenly emperor. If you harbor any doubts, I can depart from the heavenly court at once and seal the Zhigu sword. Sneering what? You refrained from acting earlier and now you regret it? Regret is of no consequence. It is a pity that with your Zhigu sword's unparalleled lethality, combined with the calamity power of the little prince, you could have slain Lin Zhe and concluded this cyclical saga. Yi Xiao Ran just as it did against the malevolent god. Reflecting on those words, Yi Xiao Ran remained silent for a considerable time. Within the Zhigu sword sheath, the sealed sword emitted mournful cries, seemingly seeking to soothe Yi Xiao Ran's tumultuous spirit. At that moment, the Tianming emperor cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xiao Ran. Sneering what? You refrained from acting earlier, and now you regret it? Regret is of no consequence. It is a pity that with your Zhigu sword's unparalleled lethality, combined with the calamity power of the little prince, you could have slain Lin Zhe and concluded this cyclical saga. Yi Xiao Ran raised his head, fixing a steady gaze upon the Tianming emperor. It was the first time he spoke. Perhaps that is what I truly desire. With that, Yi Xiao Ran chose not to utter another word, silently awaiting the final outcome. Inside the heavenly emperor's gate, both men lapsed into silence. From the computer screen, the warm greetings of teammates echoed. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Zhe finally expressed, "You expect me to judge my past from a neutral stance between two realms. This is no simple task. However, in certain aspects, I can empathize. Even now, I find it difficult to confront Lu Hanyin, who has deceived me once. He would have preferred to forego this singular opportunity rather than admit you into his fold and risk greater calamity. If such a being, one should not urge others towards virtue without having suffered themselves. I believe this is the very reason our esteemed mentor chose to depart willingly, not wishing for either of us to be put in a difficult position. As an ancient being who has possessed the Book of Time for so long, our mentor's insight is as clear as day. Even if he cannot see through your fate, he understands the essence of your character. Otherwise, he would have preferred to forego this singular opportunity rather than admit you into his fold and risk greater calamity. If such a being as our mentor were unwilling, even the Book of Time could not guide you. It could only wait, continuing to seek the next possible miracle capable of overturning the heavens. However, Lin Zhe sighed again. It is difficult for me to ascertain whether this is also part of the Book of Time's machinations. After all, the bonds of gratitude and entanglement are not easily articulated. The author has made it clear. It is because of the one who has alluded that the protagonist's journey through time occurred, a progression of causation. The protagonist's traversal was initially a zero probability event, but the one who alluded forcibly influenced the external forces, transforming that these familial ties may well serve as a means to put you in a dilemma. Regardless of its nature, it is evident that it has indeed taken effect. I must add an S here. Reviewing the comments, some readers have confused the causal relationships. The author has made it clear. It is because of the one who has alluded that the protagonist's journey through time occurred, a progression of causation. It was merely after breaking through the endless cycle that I began to perceive more, recalling that hint I heard when my initial memories awakened. Talent awakening. It is indeed talent, not a system. The terminology that appears within the information stream has always pertained to divine-level comprehension and talent. Moreover, I would mindlessly become infatuated with Xia Qing He, the embodiment of the Empress. At that time, I began to harbor a vague suspicion. It appears you have been aware of this for quite some time. Lin Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Not too long, really. It was merely after breaking through the endless cycle that I began to perceive more, recalling that hint I heard when my initial memories awakened. Talent awakening. It is indeed talent, not a system. The terminology that appears within the information stream has always pertained to divine-level comprehension and talent. Moreover, in the original trajectory, I would mindlessly become infatuated with Xia Qing He, the embodiment of the Empress. At that time, I began to harbor a vague suspicion. It was not until the sound of a kill resonated from the computer screen that he gently spoke. I grew up alongside Xiao Ming, weathered storms together, endured, and scaled the heights together. She is the one who understands me best in this world, perhaps even better than I understand myself. How could she still embody Xia Qingyi? As for Xiao Meng, Lin Ba Huang visibly paused. Xiao Meng, he exhaled. She knew what I intended to do. She always did. Yet she never stopped me or urged me to reconsider. It was not until the sound of a kill resonated from the computer screen that he gently spoke. I grew up alongside Xiao Meng, weathered storms together, endured hardships, ultimately securing a critically important power for me. Lin Ba Huang turned to Lin Zhe, gazing deeply at him, uttering two words, but Xiao Meng seemed to have guessed my true origins. Perhaps it was those words that clashed with the primordial realm or those whimsical thoughts. She knew what I intended to do. She always did. Yet she never stopped me or urged me to reconsider. She merely silently supported me in all my endeavors. The process of contending against the heavens is exceedingly complex and protracted, for I wish to obliterate the book of time and slay the heavens, ultimately securing a critically important power for me. Lin Ba Huang turned to Lin Zhe, gazing deeply at him, uttering two words, empty spirit. Lin Zhe clenched his fingers. No wonder I can break through to the corresponding realm simply by studying the techniques. They were indeed correct regarding the dual celestial bodies. No, including Qing Tsang's power to transform all things and sources for my own use. It should be considered a triple celestial body. Lin Ba Huang nodded, then remarked, the process of contending against the heavens is exceedingly complex and protracted, for I wish to obliterate the book of time and slay the heavens. Yet its essence has fragmented into 9 parts, giving rise to 9 new candidates for the position of the celestial sovereign. Without unification among the 9, victory remains undetermined. The Book of Time seeks even more, merely obtaining the qualification to devour the celestial sovereign and becoming one of the 9 candidates. The Book of Time neither signifies successfully subjugating me to become its hound. Thus, in this intricate struggle, the primordial has ultimately reached such a conclusion. The deity has perished, thereby enslaving me entirely beneath the dominion of one. Lin Ba Huang scoffed coldly. I am far from satisfied with such a conclusion. I have endured enough of this cursed primordial. I have had my fill of its attempts to shackle me, merely obtaining the qualification to devour the celestial sovereign and becoming one of the 9 candidates. The Book of Time neither signifies victory nor defeat. I have suffered greatly. I have had enough of being manipulated. Each day here is a torment. It is a festering hatred. The only thing sustaining me is the thought of returning home. Home. It has become my unwavering obsession, my inner demon, my curse. I have had enough. I must change this wretched conclusion. Therefore, I can only leverage Qing Tsang to intervene in the final game, seizing more power without source. I have suffered greatly. I have had enough of being manipulated. Each day here is a torment. It is a festering hatred. The only thing sustaining me is the thought of returning home. Home. It has become my unwavering obsession, my inner demon, my curse. Lin Ba Huang and Qing Tsang's conquest of the myriad laws and the formless has reached the limit of what I can strive to change. I can only lie in wait. Therefore, I can only leverage Qing Tsang to intervene in the final game, seizing more power without source. I never anticipated that the ethereal essence I desired most would fall into the hands of Xiao Meng. Lin Ba Huang sighed deeply. I can be ruthless and ungrateful towards Xiao Ran and the others, even though I am well aware that their existence may hinder me. It is a gamble that I will not kill my brothers in the primordial for revenge. I could also turn my obsession into a deadly resolve. Yet, Xiao Meng was with me during my darkest days. When I was on the brink of madness, it was Xiao Meng who pulled me back. If returning home is my driving force for existence, then Xiao Meng is my sole source of spiritual sustenance. Home is my curse, while I can be ruthless and ungrateful toward Xiao Ran and the others, even though I am well aware that their existence may hinder me. It is a gamble that I will not kill my brothers in the primordial for revenge. I could also turn my obsession into a deadly resolve. Yet, the 33 sovereign body was an experiment I conducted in pursuit of an alternative. However, I regrettably failed. In the midst of this, I also uncovered a most repugnant truth. Perhaps my intervention with Qing Tsang had aroused the vigilance of one to safeguard its own existence. It scattered a portion of its essence among the myriad spirits of the primordial, once again retreating, resulting in the incompleteness of one. I delved once more into the sacred art of 10,000 blood and the furnace of myriad laws, hoping to discover a substitute for the ethereal essence. If I wish to utterly slay and devour one, there remains but one path: to refine the primordial, to consume all living beings. This wretched creature has drawn everyone from the primordial into this, using them as leverage against me. Everyone. It scattered a portion of its essence among the myriad spirits of the primordial, once again retreating, resulting in the incompleteness of one. The retreating one is indeed true to its nature. Whenever a crisis arises, it always manages to find a sliver of hope for survival. If I wish to utterly slay and devour one, there remains but one path: to refine the primordial, to consume all living beings, to reclaim all that has been scattered. This wretched creature has drawn everyone from the primordial into this, using them as leverage against me. Everyone. He trembled slightly and asked, and what of Xiao Meng? Lin Baohuang turned his back to Lin Zhe. Everyone. Xiao Meng is certainly included. I can no longer devise ways to circumvent the ethereal essence, for even if I manage to evade it, I will ultimately have to confront Xiao Meng. Chapter 242. The journey home is windy. Godly comprehension LV8, 9560 W1 billion. You comprehend the Book of Time? Lin Baohuang spoke. In Lin Zhe's mind, the stream of information regarding godly comprehension rushed past. An increasing number of ancient images surfaced in his consciousness. A hazy white silhouette floated within the depths of his soul. He trembled slightly and asked, and what of Xiao Meng? Lin Baohuang turned his back to Lin Zhe. Everyone. Xiao Meng is certainly included, and it will not permit any latent threats to exist. Do you think it would allow me, such an anomaly, an outsider, an entity beyond its control, to... The question of evasion has lost all significance. It has driven me into a corner. It is either I relinquish all grievances, accept the coercion of one. I harbor deep-seated resentment toward it and the primordial. It currently requires me. It is merely that no one else can temporarily fulfill my role. Once a being from within the primordial can transcend and replace me, it will undoubtedly eliminate me, the hidden danger from the outside, and it will not permit any latent threats to exist. Do you think it would allow me, such an anomaly, an outsider, an entity beyond its control, to persist? Impossible. It even seeks to eliminate the celestial sovereign for harboring selfish desires, let alone me, an intruder. Those not of my kind harbor different intentions. This adage applies universally. Moreover, I harbor deep-seated resentment toward it and the primordial. It currently requires me. It is merely that no one else can temporarily fulfill my role. Having spoken, both fell into silence. For a long time, Lin Baohuang finally spoke again. Otherwise, I can only kill Xiao Meng with my own hands, refine the entire, and truly rid myself of everything, regaining my freedom. What an extreme irony. What have I lived for? What have I done wrong to deserve such torment? Silence, silence, still silence. For a time, both Lin Zhe's personas were rendered speechless. While you and I shall exist as the ultimate antagonists of fate, dying and reviving, living and dying, until we are utterly obliterated from the essence of the Celestial Emperor. Having spoken, both fell into silence. For a long time, Lin Baohuang finally spoke again. Otherwise, I can only kill Xiao Meng with my own hands, refine the entire primordial, and truly rid myself of everything, regaining my freedom. What extreme irony. What have I lived for? What have I done wrong to deserve such torment? Silence, silence. Still silence. For a time, both Lin Zhe's personas were rendered speechless. Only the Book of Time, absorbed by Lin Zhe, moved without wind. He gazed at the position of Lin Zhe's heart. She said, all difficulties we shall overcome together. This time shall be no exception, no matter what happens. I fell into utter madness. I could not let go of this hatred, nor did I wish to behold the vile visage of one. But what could I do? All that remained of her in this world were two strands of preordained remnant thoughts. As I mentioned before, she understands me too well. She knows precisely what I wish to do. Thus, one strand of her remnant thought transformed into Xia Qinghe, half awake, half dreaming, approaching destiny. He gazed at the position of Lin Zhe's heart. She said, all difficulties we shall overcome together. This time shall be no exception. No matter what happens, I shall always stand by your side, for you are forever the light in my heart. Xiao Meng departed, sacrificing herself to save the Celestial Emperor, her life extinguished. All that remained of her in this world were two strands of preordained remnant thoughts. As I mentioned before, she understands me too well. It was before Xiaoming's departure that she voiced a question on my behalf. Why is this fleeting glimmer of hope so unjust? Lin Zhe lowered his head. What you witnessed in the predetermined trajectory was her sending you to Miao Yu. As for the other strand of remnant thought, it adhered to Xiaoming's will, evolving into another crucial figure in completing my plan. Ban Sheng Qinghe. That is Qinghe. Do you recall his question of why? It was not his confusion. Lin Bahuang smiled, yet his eyes shimmered with tears. However, Divine Comprehension LV9 Max, you have grasped the ultimate secret of divine comprehension, the return to the source of all laws. Congratulations, you have discovered your true self. A sudden pang of pain gripping his heart. He clenched his fists, asking, is this all you have done to convey to me? You altered Qingtsong and transformed suffering, and you will serendipitously cross paths in some distant time and space. May the winds guide your return. Lin Zhe's pupils dilated sharply, as the once vague, white silhouette in his mind crystallized with clarity. In that moment, time seemed to rewind, returning to the early summer fields of seedlings. Divine Comprehension LV9 Max, you have grasped the ultimate secret of divine comprehension, the return to the source of all laws. Congratulations, you have discovered your true self. Every time, she yearned to assist you. This time, she would not allow her existence to subject you to suffering in the ancient times, and you will serendipitously cross paths in some distant time and space. May the winds guide your return. Lin Zhe's pupils dilated sharply. You orchestrated Qingtsong's deliberate revelation of Lin Bahuang's identity as an outsider and his intentions to refine the ancient, staging the rift between Qingtsong and the sun shone brilliantly, yet could not match the radiance of her smile. Why? Lin Bahuang gazed up at the ceiling. She had never been a burden to you. Every time, she yearned to assist you. This time, she would not allow her existence to subject you to suffering in the ancient times, ultimately leading to your replacement and demise. Because of her death, you acquired the power of the ethereal, igniting the divine war, allowing your plans to unfold, enabling the Spirit Emperor to see Qingtsong's name inscribed in the Book of Ages. Ultimately, the Spirit Emperor, the primordial being with the deepest bond to Qingtsong, would personally obliterate Qingtsong's name, leading to Long Yu's demise in the Tai Chi. Thus, Qingtsong would vanish. You exploited destiny and the Phoenix Tai Chi to join forces and slay the ancient Dragon Emperor, capturing the entire Dragon Clan, leaving only Long Yu. This was merely the first step to sever Qingtsong's influence and liberate myself from the constraints of the Book of Ages. The second step requires me to carve out an original self, reincarnating in the ancient world as a native, thereby obtaining rightful status within this realm. Thereafter, this original self must etch its name into the heavens, utilizing the rule of unity to gain the blessings of the ancient creation, never to be seen again in the cycle of beginnings and ends. Chapter 243, The Final Decision Yet. This was merely the first step to sever Qingtsong's influence and liberate myself from the constraints of the Book of Ages. The second step requires me to carve out an original self, reincarnating in the ancient world as a native, thereby obtaining rightful status within this realm. Thereafter, this original self must etch its name into the heavens, utilizing the rule of unity to gain the blessings of the ancient creation pathway and achieve transcendence. However, and the Emperor of 8 Wilderness would all become inseparable parts of your heart. Here, you two have a home. This implies that my primordial self, the one still imbued with kindness, may very well tread a path starkly opposed to that of Lin Bahuang. Ultimately, I still forging genuine familial bonds and leaving an indelible mark that truly belongs to the ancient. As Xiaoquanzhe stated, you possess far more humanity than I. You would be enraged by the disintegration of your uncle's remains, seeking vengeance even against an ancient supreme. Grandfather, father, second uncle, animated only by obsession and inner demons. In pursuit of this empty vessel, his last glimmer of light, Xiaoming, departed from him. The one still imbued with kindness may very well tread a path starkly opposed to that of Lin Bahuang. Ultimately, I still could not fulfill my desires. The Book of Ages continues to secure a sliver of hope for the ancient world. Yet does it truly matter? Lin Bahuang concluded all his arrangements, his tone gradually becoming neutral, as if recounting another's tale. I know not when it began, but Lin Bahuang had already succumbed to insanity, becoming a mere shell. 2 realms, 2 bonds. You will scrutinize your past from the most impartial perspective and render your final judgment. The fate of the ancient world, whether it be destruction or survival, rests solely within your thoughts. Should you choose to annihilate the world and refine the ancient, which would not have been without its release. Although they failed to seize that opportunity, it mattered not, as long as you have yet to make your ultimate choice. That opportunity remains eternal. With that, Lin Bahuang fixed his gaze upon Lin Zhe. Now, everything lies within your grasp. 19 years on Earth, 19 years in the ancient times, no longer bound by oppression or coercion. Lin Zhe remained silent. Alternatively, he could relinquish the fate of the ancient world, whether it be destruction or survival, rests solely within your thoughts. Should you choose to annihilate the world and refine the ancient, avenging your grievances and fulfilling your long-held wishes, you would merge past and future, transforming the beginnings and ends of Lin Bahuang and Lin Zhe into an eternal existence beyond the confines of time. Henceforth, you would truly seize your destiny, no longer bound by oppression or coercion. Lin Zhe remained silent. Alternatively, he could relinquish ancient grievances and abandon the home on Earth. The name of the primordial self had been established. You need only return to the source of all laws, transforming beginnings and ends into thus transcending back where none could obstruct you, nor would anyone wish to thwart you. Unity and divinity would be eager for you to choose this path. Lin Zhe continued his silence. Or perhaps he could choose to do nothing, to let go of everything and return to Earth. Lin Bahuang turned his chair. The divine would remain intact. Compared to annihilation, it would merely suffer a slight division. Unity would not face destruction either, shattering its barriers and securing greater prospects for the beings of the ancient. You could realize your long-desired return home, acquiring the boundless cultivation. This path would yield victory for all three parties. But who would be the loser? Would anyone remember who that lost soul truly was? Lin Zhe remained silent still, willingly bidding farewell to this harbinger of calamity. This path, indeed, was the most favorable outcome they could reach through compromise. For if you chose this road, it was only when the opposing lineage ascended that Lin Bahuang rose to fetch fruits from the refrigerator, nibbling on them. Should you choose this path, shattering its barriers and securing greater prospects for the beings of the ancient, you could realize your long-desired return home, acquiring the boundless cultivation to traverse heaven and earth. This path would yield victory for all three parties. But who would be the loser? Would anyone remember who that lost soul truly was? Lin Zhe remained silent still. It was Xiaoming who sacrificed herself to wrest it from its grasp. Having said all that, I have conveyed my thoughts. It was only when the opposing lineage ascended that Lin Bahuang rose to fetch fruits from the refrigerator, nibbling on them. Should you choose this path, I shall not utter a word, nor will I say that you have betrayed Lin Bahuang. He lingered for a time amidst the ruins of the sword sect's forbidden grounds. Lin Zhe's figure emerged from the lost year. The gazes of the Emperor of Destiny and others immediately turned towards him. You have arrived. Lin Zhe cast a glance at the Tiandi gate. Lin Zhe remained silent. In that moment, silence became the predominant melody in his heart. Memories of the past flickered in his mind, conjuring the image of that beautiful. We ultimately failed to stop Lin Bahuang, that otherworldly demon. Lin Zhe closed his eyes in silence. The Tian Ming Emperor coldly snorted, his gaze sweeping over the immortal supreme and the Zhigu Emperor. Two fools. You are more deserving of death than that old man. The gazes of the Emperor of Destiny and others immediately turned towards him. You have arrived. Lin Zhe cast a glance at the Tiandi gate, causing all things to tremble, wielding the sword of the Heavenly Emperor to punish all beings. Yet, we ultimately failed to stop Lin Bahuang, that otherworldly demon. Lin Zhe closed his eyes in silence. The Tian Ming Emperor coldly snorted, his gaze sweeping over the immortal supreme and the Zhigu Emperor. Two fools. You are more deserving of death than that old man Tai Xian. With that, the Tian Ming Emperor's murderous intent surged, as if he wished to eliminate these two traitors before the final moment arrived. The celestial aura of Tian Ming descended. How confident are you? Lu Han Yin did not turn back. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the enigmatic Tiandi gate. 70%. Catching a glimpse of the disheartened Wu Tong from the corner of his eye, the Tian Ming Emperor's movements faltered. Brother, I am sorry. It is all my fault. The mechanical whisper of guilt from Wu Tong reached his ears. His lips trembled slightly. Ultimately, he could not bear to unleash his full power. He patted Wu Tong's shoulder. Alas, all the resentment and indignation transformed into a long sigh. After a moment of silence, the Tianming Emperor approached Lu Hanyan. He asked solemnly, "How confident are you?" Lu Hanyan did not turn back. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the enigmatic Tian-di gate. 70%. Chapter 244. Devour. Well done. Did Lin Ba Huang deserve this? He was living well until the Book of Time brought him over, subjecting him to constant fear. Furthermore, fearing that he might become uncontrollable like a deity, a myriad of traps were set. It was intended that if Lin Ba Huang was strong enough to withstand hardships and successfully kill the heavens, he would be cast aside as a useless pawn, and another would be drawn in. Faced with such a dire predicament, who would not go mad? Alas, did Lin Ba Huang deserve this? He was living well until the Book of Time brought him over, subjecting him to constant fear. Furthermore, fearing that he might become uncontrollable like a deity, a myriad of traps were set against him. From the very beginning, it was intended that if Lin Ba Huang was strong enough to withstand hardships and successfully kill the heavens, he would be used and then disposed of. If he failed, he would be cast aside as a useless pawn, and another would be drawn in. Faced with such a dire predicament, who would not go mad? Alas, the Tianming Emperor fell silent for a while, casting another glance at his sister Wutong. Is there truly nothing left for him to cherish in this world? Lu Hanyan said, "There is Su Rumeng. If Su Rumeng is still alive, there is room for negotiation." The Tianming Emperor paused. "With your abilities, but he does not allow it. Whenever I attempt to leave a trace, he hastens the process, pushing the situation to another level. If I were whole, I could naturally reverse causality and time to bring Su Rumeng back. However, I was fragmented into 9 parts during the compromise back then, and have long since merged with you. Su Rumeng is ethereal, and the ethereal is also Su Rumeng. I lack the ability to bring her back." After a moment, Lu Hanyan added, "I have also tried to become someone similar to Su Rumeng in his heart during the second life." Lin Ao suddenly felt a surge of inspiration and decided to stroll in the garden. Bathed in the bright sunlight, he entered the garden, and Su Rumeng occupies an irreplaceable position. For him, Su Rumeng represents his belonging in the ancient times, his entirety in the ancient world. With long hair styled in a half-updo, adorned with an ancient jade inscribed with the character Zay at the waist, the figure stood tall like a green pine. Above the sword sect's forbidden land, both remained silent, leaving only a long sigh that lingered on. Beichun, Lin family. After a prolonged retreat, Lin Ao suddenly felt a surge of inspiration and decided to stroll in the garden. Bathed in the bright sunlight, he entered the garden and sat leisurely. The gentle breeze brought him rare comfort. Unbeknownst to him, a figure invisible to his eyes had taken a seat beside him, clad in snow-white garments. With long hair styled in a half-updo, adorned with an ancient jade inscribed with the character Zay at the waist, the figure stood tall like a green pine, exuding a calm and profound aura, accompanied by an imperial majesty that seemed capable of commanding the world. This majesty was celestial, akin to a divine ruler. Bowing deeply 3 times, he stood up and took one last look at all the members of the Lin family, the warmth and emotion in his eyes gradually dissipating. He quietly observed Lin Ao, both remaining wordless. The grandfather and grandson savored this rare moment of tranquility in the garden. After a long while, "Nor can I treat all this as if nothing ever happened. I cannot repay kindness with kindness. If I were to repay kindness with kindness, how would I repay kindness?" He gazed deeply at everything before him, as if wishing to engrave them permanently in his mind. Finally, step by step, he approached his grandfather Lin Ao. The entire world was enveloped in a shadow of bleakness and despair. The walls of the world trembled. The entire realm began to collapse. Without beginning, the world plummeted. The ancient times faded away. The Tianming Emperor felt his omnipotent power quietly recede. "Nor can I treat all this as if nothing ever happened. I cannot repay kindness with kindness. If I were to repay kindness with kindness, how would I repay kindness? What I can do." The figure of the heavenly Emperor Lin Zay began to dissolve into ethereality. As night fell, the final curtain descended. He revealed a bitter sense of resignation. Very well, very well. This is what the ancient times owed you, and now the time has come to repay the debt." The world plummeted. The ancient times faded away. The Tianming Emperor felt his omnipotent power quietly receding. The laws of this world manifested no more. A towering shadow had enveloped the entire realm. The otherworldly demon he spoke of had evidently made its final decision, watching his body gradually dissolve. In this last moment of life, images of the past flashed in the Tianming Emperor's mind, of battles fought alongside his brother-in-law against the heavens. He revealed a bitter sense of resignation. Very well, very well. This is what the ancient times owed you, and now the time has come to repay the debt. A massive hand reached out from the shadow, seizing it. Tear, tear. The hand ruthlessly ripped apart the illusory book, as if venting millennia of hatred, bit by bit. Do you regret it? Back then, you would have been better off letting me devour you. At least the problem would have been resolved internally. The ethereal scraps fluttered to the ground. Yet Lu Han Yin merely watched quietly, the ancient deity regarding the shattered remnants with a mocking gaze. It sought to find a glimmer of hope for the ancient beings in despair. The ethereal pages violently turned. But in the next moment, a massive hand reached out from the shadow, seizing it. Tear, tear. The hand ruthlessly ripped apart the illusory book, as if venting millennia of hatred, bit by bit. Chapter 245. A game within a game. The scene shifts back to countless epochs ago in the primordial heavenly court, amidst the 33 heavens beyond the heavens. Within Lin Zhe's spiritual realm, a murky wind quietly drifts in. Have you come to witness my misfortune? No, on the contrary, I am here to assist you. He even clapped his hands in satisfaction, uttering coldly, well done. At this moment, the Book of Time seemed to finally awaken to some terrifying reality. But it had no more chances left. The ancient which existed since the dawn of creation, finally approached its end at this moment. Bang! Chapter 245. A game within a game. The scene shifts back to countless epochs ago in the primordial heavenly court, amidst the 33 heavens beyond the heavens. Within Lin Zhe's spiritual realm, a murky wind quietly drifts in. Have you come to witness my misfortune? No, on the contrary, I am here to assist you, and in doing so, I aid myself as well. I cannot idly watch as you wreak havoc upon my world in your quest for vengeance, potentially leading us to a cataclysmic conclusion that I dread. After all, your true enemy is the one who has caused you this profound suffering. You simply wish to exploit me to eliminate it completely. Of course, I have never denied this. My long-standing objection. Is it not a tad too late for you to be saying this? It is not too late. I can help you salvage everything. I can help you retrieve Xiaoming. Do you truly believe that it's feasible? I am the 49, it is but one. Do you recall Tai Chu? You and one conspire to force my hand, fracturing and exiling Tai Chu. Lindsay narrowed his eyes slightly. To retreat is to advance. To place oneself in a dead end is to be reborn. Oh heavens! It possesses little skill apart from its exceptional ability to flee. Whenever danger arises, it is always the first to escape. Yet this time, it may have overestimated its own cleverness. You Lin Bahuang, no, Lin Zhe, you could be an ally of one. Equally, you could be mine. What is your plan? Do you recall Tai Chu? You and one conspire to force my hand, fracturing and exiling Tai Chu. Yet, in doing so, you have also left Tai Chu to me, leaving it with no means of escape. Conversing with you is so effortless. Is it not threatening the entirety of the ancient realm? Then let us grant. How could you not foresee this outcome for us three from the very beginning? Rather than foreseeing, it is more accurate to state that one would inevitably act thus. For it can even kill me, let alone you, a lurking threat from beyond the realms. One day, it will corner you into a desperate situation, and what I await is precisely that moment. Lin Zhe fell silent for a moment. I understand now. You intend to turn the tables, forcing it into a dead end. You must extract the Book of Time from Tai Xian during the Tai Chu era. This is a necessary condition for tidying up the final aftermath. According to your original plan, let us stage a game within a game within a game. But this final game shall only involve you and me. The murky wind swirled around Lin Zhe. You and I can establish a covenant of creation, forming a symbiotic relationship. I simply wish to remind you not to expose yourself. Of course, to prevent you from becoming too engrossed in your masquerade and ultimately losing control. Who schemes against you? Because I am different from one, my desire is simple, to consume one and complete myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's eyes shimmered with divine light. He pondered for a long time. The murky wind remained patient, awaiting his response. After an unknown span of time, the murky wind swirled around Lin Zhe. You and I can establish a covenant of creation, forming a symbiotic relationship. Your demise means my demise. Furthermore, once accomplished, could still annihilate the ancient realm. It would simply be a more cumbersome process. You cannot, unless you're indifferent to your Su Ruming. The spiritual realm momentarily froze. Who schemes against you? Because I am different from one, my desire is simple, to consume one and complete myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's eyes shimmered with divine light. I have endured countless hardships and tribulations to ascend to this position of the heavenly emperor in the Taichu world. I have climbed step by step to reach this pinnacle. The murky wind also expressed admiration. It cannot be denied, despite being an outsider. This does not preclude my appreciation for you. Lin Zhe smiled. Yet do you not think my title of Heavenly Emperor is somewhat unmerited? The murky wind paused. You cannot be suggesting. Oh heavens, proclaim me your sovereign. The murky wind ceased its movement entirely. Within Lin Zhe, after what felt like an eternity, the laughter of the heavens rang out. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhe, you wish for me to acknowledge you as my sovereign? Ha ha ha. Very well. Let's wager. Let us gamble on whether our future can be forged successfully. This does not preclude my appreciation for you. Lin Zhe smiled. Yet do you not think my title of Heavenly Emperor is somewhat unmerited? The murky wind paused. You cannot be suggesting. Oh heavens, proclaim me your sovereign. The murky wind ceased its movement entirely. Within Lin Zhe's spiritual realm, an enigmatic silence enveloped. After what felt like an eternity, the laughter of the heavens rang out. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe, you truly possess an audacious tongue. Then what harm is there in me acknowledging you as my sovereign? Within the spiritual realm, two ethereal hands intertwined in a firm grasp. It is a pact. Within the collapsing realm of the ancient world, Lin Zhe emerged from the shadows, once more tearing the illusory book into countless fragments. He crushed each page, every fiber of its being. At last, I have you, you wretched creature. Once he had utterly crushed one. It would not be an exaggeration to say we are in a life-and-death clash with one. If you can maintain control and prevail until the end, then what harm is there in me acknowledging you as my sovereign? Within the spiritual realm, two ethereal hands intertwined in a firm grasp. It is a pact. This is what you deserve. I accept the outcome of our wager. Chapter 246. The grand conclusion from this moment forth. You shall be the sovereign of the heavens. The true heavenly emperor, the emperor of all laws. With these words, Lu Han Yin transformed and achieving complete restoration. At this moment, the 50 paths of creation resided within Lin Zhe. Heavens, earth, the expression in his eyes conveying unspoken emotions. Seeing this, Lu Han Yin generously approached Lin Zhe. Do not look at me like that. She extended her hand. Guo Song and Shui Yirun awakened from their dreams. They gazed around in bewilderment. Then they noticed their master, Tai Xian, seated. What is it? Nothing much. It just feels as though we have had an exceedingly long dream. By the way, where is the junior disciple? And achieving complete restoration. At this moment, the 50 paths of creation resided within Lin Zhe. Heavens, earth, realms, and skies are all within your grasp. Without beginning, Lin Zhe's figure gradually materialized. He opened the palace doors. Yi Xiao ran, Feng Taichu, Linjia, and others appeared, engaging in laughter and conversation. Upon seeing Lin Zhe approach, they all turned their heads. The two parties exchanged silent glances. After a long pause, what is it? Nothing much. It just feels as though we have had an exceedingly long dream. By the way, where's the junior disciple? Tai Xianda Shang glanced at the sky, a hint of a gratified smile gracing his lips. Let him be. Before the imperial palace of the 33 heavens, Lin Zhe's figure gradually materialized. He opened the palace doors. Yi Xiao ran, Feng Taichu, Linjia, and others appeared, gathering in the lush fields of young rice. She has been waiting for you for a long time. Linjia stepped forward, nudging Lin Zhe, guiding him down the narrow path. With excitement mingled with trepidation, Feng Taichu extended his arms. Welcome back, brother. Yi Xiao ran shoved Feng Taichu aside. Who needs your embrace, you big man? Do you not have any sense? Lin Zhe finally beheld the ethereal white silhouette that had captivated his dreams. Xiaomeng, I have returned. Let's go home. Earth. What a beautiful moment this is. Everything has been worth it. Why are you still standing there? Go on. The girl has had it the hardest. She has been waiting for you for a long time. Linjia stepped forward, nudging Lin Zhe, guiding him down the narrow path. With excitement mingled with trepidation, he hung up the phone. A gentle voice lingered in his ears. Do you think they will like me? They certainly will. Years later, within a bookstore, a youth. Lin Zhe finally beheld the ethereal white silhouette that had captivated his dreams. Xiaomeng, I have returned. Let's go home. Earth. Time rewinds to the origin of all things. Lindsay, lost in reverie, strolled along the long-forgotten, bustling streets. Ding, ding, ding. Hello, Mom? Why would I be crying? I'm simply overjoyed. In a moment, I shall surprise you both. I will be home shortly. What surprise? If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. I accompany my first wife, tomorrow my second. The youth tugged at his lips in silent exasperation. I was merely exchanging pleasantries. The youth thought to bluntly express that the Tian Dihui Ilu was poorly written, yet hesitated, fearing it might be hurtful. I believe you ought to refine your work further, otherwise it is destined to fail. What? Did you say something? I am illustrious Tian Di. Those passionate years now evoke nostalgia. So, do you still keep in touch with those brothers? Of course, I traverse between realms with ease, living a life of leisure. Today, I accompany my first wife, tomorrow my second. The youth tugged at his lips in silent exasperation. I was merely exchanging pleasantries. You're truly pulling me into this. Until the fiery voice of the Phoenix maiden echoed through the store. Ah, Brother Ba Huang, did that youth stir your memories? I believe you ought to refine your work further, otherwise it is destined to fail. What? Did you say something? I am the illustrious Tian Di. The youth feigned receiving a call. Oh? I must return immediately? Very well. I shall be there right away. Boss, I have matters at home. I must take my leave. Lindsay closed the bookstore. Emperor, the end. With this, the story draws to a close, and, until the fiery voice of the Phoenix maiden echoed through the store. Ah, Brother Ba Huang, did that youth stir your memories? Embarked on his journey after refining the primordial. Upon reviewing the comments, it became evident that readers were somewhat averse to dark endings. Moreover, Lindsay gazed at the departing youth, a glimmer of nine-colored light flickering in his eyes. This youth is different. In the future, we shall meet again. With that, Lindsay closed the bookstore. Emperor, the end. With this, the story draws to a close, and, as customary, I shall pen a concluding remark. In fact, this book had previously suffered from a copy error, leading to an erroneous release of the final chapter, wherein Lindsay, the last individual, embarked on his journey after refining the primordial. Upon reviewing the comments, it became evident that readers were somewhat averse to dark endings. Moreover, I had heard that such conclusions tend to result in abrupt endings, regardless of their motivations. Thus, I had no choice but to amend the ending to a more luminous one. And Xiao Meng embodies Kongling. But from whom does Kongling originate? Indeed, Su Rumeng can also symbolize the heavens, a part of it. Yet, upon reflection, this notion may be too profound, so I refrained from formally adopting it. I merely mention it here, as I believe some readers might deduce. Regarding the new book, the author had previously visited this station, having heard of a new site, and casually opened a trial work in the realm of invincibility, resulting in this version of the conclusion. However, whether this version or the previous one, the author has embedded a metaphorical explanation. Kongling represents Xiao Meng, and Xiao Meng embodies Kongling. But from whom does Kongling originate? Indeed, Su Rumeng can also symbolize the heavens, a part of it. Yet, upon reflection, unlike this initial trial, the new work is intended to be lengthy, and the pacing will naturally not be as rapid. In terms of tone, regarding the new book, the author had previously visited this station, having heard of a new site, and casually opened a trial work in the realm of invincibility. As I enjoy having a conclusion before crafting the beginning, leading to corresponding setups in the opening, I will not elaborate further. Until we meet again with the invincible narrative seems to be thriving. Thus, my new book will mirror this one, remaining a clear, invincible narrative, without suppressing the protagonist or their prowess. Of course, I shall present an alternative conclusion, which I personally believe aligns with the true trajectory of the story, here in the epilogue, allowing everyone to choose. Additionally, I will address some overlooked points in the narrative, clarifying basic logic and hints. This book is not overly complex. The tale it narrates is straightforward. As I enjoy having a conclusion before crafting the beginning, leading to corresponding setups in the opening, I will not elaborate further. Until we meet again with a new book, epilogue, analysis of certain questions, and the true conclusion released, I have noticed many readers expressing a desire to see the previous conclusion and certain ambiguities within the text. Therefore, the time point at the beginning of the first chapter already marks the third life. Yet in reality, his story commenced long before that. I will address some overlooked points in the narrative, clarifying basic logic and hints. This book is not overly complex. The tale it narrates is straightforward, with a direct, logical line. Overall, it encompasses 3 lifetimes. The first life, Lin Zhe on Earth and non-transmigrated individual. The second life. Clarifying this will help you understand the questions raised, particularly regarding the first chapter, which many feel does not align with the conclusion, believing the ending to be a forced resolution. In truth, the author possesses a penchant for crafting a grand conclusion. The world line you witness is merely the narrative of his tribulations, crafted into an exhilarating tale for himself. Furthermore, in the first chapter, pay attention to a significant point: talent. You may refer to the synopsis or the text. Clarifying this will help you understand the questions raised, particularly regarding the first chapter, which many feel does not align with the conclusion. Whereas talent is innate, this already hints at the protagonist's extraordinary identity. If it is indeed talent, why is there then deducing the identities and motivations of the characters leading to that point? Thus, this narrative was written in reverse, beginning with the conclusion and then constructing the opening. In the first chapter, pay attention to a significant point: talent. You may refer to the synopsis or the text, but the author has never indicated that the protagonist's advantage is a system. Rather, it has consistently emphasized talent. The system is an external force granted by a higher dimensional existence, whereas talent is innate. This already hints at the protagonist's extraordinary identity. If it is indeed talent, why is there also information flow suggesting prompts? Because this prompt itself embodies a being, the Kong Ling celestial body, Su Ru Ming. Just as the conclusion states, Su Ru Ming has always dwelled within Lin Zhe's heart. It revolves around the script where Dun Yi selects Feng Tai Chu as the next fated child to oppose the deity and the protagonist, Tian Di Lin Ba Huan. In this narrative, Feng Tai Chu perpetually consumes all fortune, continuously slaying the protagonist and the deity until utterly annihilating them, similar to the relationship between Feng Han and Hua Tiandu in Eternal Life, where both persistently battle until the final confrontation. However, allowing him to believe he can prevail, thereby exposing his flaws and ultimately capturing him. In this narrative, Feng Tai Chu perpetually consumes all fortune. He rejects Duni's script and its conclusion, intending to tear it apart, and seize control of his own fate. Thus, the original text remains unread and unfinalized. The protagonist only requires a basic understanding of the individuals involved and the overarching plot. Anything beyond that is subject to his discretion. Similarly, in the original text, allowing him to believe he can prevail, thereby exposing his flaws and ultimately capturing him. This is also why the protagonist claims at the outset that he has only witnessed the annihilation of the Lin family without further inquiry. He rejects Duni's script and its conclusion, intending to tear it apart and seize control of his own fate. Thus, the original text remains unread and unfinalized. The protagonist only requires a basic understanding of the individuals involved and the overarching plot. Anything beyond that is subject to his discretion. Similarly, in the original text concerning Lu Hanyan, the psychological portrayals lacking in depth and the absence of foreshadowing for a powerful persona, it is crucial to note that her hesitation does not equate to an immediate alliance with Feng Taichu or a commitment to avenge the Lin family. She refrains from siding with either faction. This subtly implies her stance. She is not aligned with either the Phoenix or the protagonist, positioning herself as a third party. Initially the leader of the demonic sect, later a divine being. Of course, some might argue that, given this context, the psychological portrayals lacking in depth and the absence of foreshadowing for a powerful persona render her existence as the leader of the demonic sect implausible. For instance, when Lu Hanyan's gaze flickers, revealing a fleeting spark within her eyes while observing Lin Zhe, the author intends to convey that this is not mere foreshadowing, but rather a clear indication that she harbors ulterior motives. If a traitor openly reveals their betrayal, they are hardly a competent infiltrator. In a strategic game, they would be the first to perish. The author's understanding of foreshadowing leans towards observing not merely what a character says, but rather their actions and the objectives they achieve. Words can be deceitful. Whose magic arts were discovered within the Lu household? Where did the book become tainted, revealing the demonic arts? Why was everyone affected by the curse except Lu? Who could have predicted that the protagonist is the true embodiment of the Heavenly Emperor? By the same token, Lu Hanyan could very well be a Lin Zhe rather than a divine entity, and indeed, this is the case. This notion is further elucidated in Chapter 99. There exists another instance in Chapter 73, where she observes the protagonist departing. Next, we consider the Phoenix siblings. Feng Taichu is deeply protective of his sister. His initial motivation to defy fate stemmed from the fact that the protagonist is his brother-in-law. The entire Feng clan, including himself, could be viewed as Wutong's dowry, their very foundation. Therefore, he keeps Wutong close, fearful that she might fall out of his sight and be deceived, suffering further harm. Second, she represents the sole, true Phoenix. If circumstances were to reach an irreparable point, Wudong would... There exists another instance in Chapter 73, where she observes the protagonist departing. Next, we consider the Phoenix siblings. Why does Feng Taichu persist in involving his sister, Wutong? First, Feng Taichu's true spirit sensed an unforeseen shift. The genuine protagonist, the Heavenly Emperor's essence, had awakened. Thus, Linja intervened to rescue him, stating that this would be his final act of assistance. Linja seeks no involvement in any conflicts, believing that all events are orchestrated by the natural order. Suffering further harm. Second, she represents the sole, true Phoenix. If circumstances were to reach an irreparable point, Wutong would serve as the fruit of his ascension, as later mentioned. This is also why, upon the protagonist's birth, Feng Taichu fled. In this lifetime, certain questions are addressed, and the true conclusion is revealed. Similarly, the esteemed Ji Guzhizun Yishaoran finds himself in a parallel situation. Albeit he arrived voluntarily and shares a close bond with the protagonist, akin to sworn brothers, though this relationship has evolved into something more tumultuous later on. What manner of individual is the protagonist? From the perspective of those from the ancient world, he exploits ultimately aspiring to annihilate the world, a true villain with insatiable ambition. Yet, from the protagonist's own standpoint, certain questions are addressed, and the true conclusion is revealed. Similarly, the esteemed Ji Guzhizun Yishaoran finds himself in a parallel situation. Albeit he arrived voluntarily and shares a close bond with the protagonist, akin to sworn brothers, though this relationship has evolved into something more tumultuous later on. Now, what manner of individual is the protagonist? From the perspective of those from the ancient world, he exploits every available resource. This disparity is precisely what Lin Bahuang fears most before orchestrating the final act, that his future self may diverge drastically from his past self. Perhaps this is precisely what Duni and the divine beings wish to witness. Yet, as articulated in the grand conclusion, what does it mean? This marks a pivotal moment in his character development. Lin Bahuang endures all manner of tribulations, while Lin Zhe enjoys the finest life imaginable. Because of this, Lin Bahuang leave an opportunity for the ancient world. The Calamity Alliance may indeed eliminate his original self and bring closure to the cyclical existence, thus generating numerous contradictions stemming from his own being. Whether these contradictions are a deliberate manipulation by Lin Bahuang, who acknowledges that Yishaoran owes him a life debt and would not dare strike against him, while Linja, adhering to a philosophy of non-action, would not interfere with the natural order, is uncertain. Ultimately, the cycle of beginnings and endings remains. Many are unclear about when this cycle commenced. The protagonist awakens now, leading to the unraveling of the original text. Where does this cycle originate? This concept reflects the characteristics of the author's depiction of the realm of the formless. The formless has no beginning, no origin. The formless exists across all time and space, manipulating every change. If the protagonist does not awaken, the script of Duni continues. Upon his awakening, adhering to a philosophy of non-action would not interfere with the natural order, is uncertain. Ultimately, the cycle of beginnings and endings remains shrouded in ambiguity. Many are unclear about when this cycle commenced. The protagonist awakens now, leading to the unraveling of the original text. Where does this cycle originate? This concept reflects the characteristics of the author's depiction of the realm of the formless. The formless has no beginning, no origin. All that was once non-existent shall come into being, and all that exists shall vanish, much like how Qing Tsang later disappears, leaving no memory behind. In essence, the formless entities have been continuously adjusting the past. You may recall a mountain named Ryushan. Yet in the next moment, that mountain may vanish, or perhaps you were the Zhou clan just a second ago. The past cycle is set into motion. He is fated to enter Taichu and will encounter a figure named Hong Tian who will guide him. We consider the remaining two celestial bodies. the void celestial body and the myriad spirits celestial body. These two celestial bodies belong to an important subplot, unveiling the celestial body's mysteries, but they hold little significance in advancing the main narrative. At the time, you may recall a mountain named Ryushan. Yet in the next moment, that mountain may vanish, or perhaps you were the Zhou clan just a second ago, only to find your ancestry transformed into that of the Chan clan, and you remain oblivious, even deeming it reasonable. Lastly, the concept of the celestial scripture being derived from the remains of a deity was also dismantled in haste to conclude swiftly. The above encapsulates the narrative, unveiling the celestial body's mysteries, but they hold little significance in advancing the main narrative. At the time, due to the interspersed clues in the preceding text, certain elements may not align with this true conclusion. The author will succinctly outline the necessary background conditions. Firstly, who could have anticipated that the new work would be reported for borrowing elements from my previous books on other platforms? Additionally, sowed discord to lead Dun Yi into underestimating the trap. The protagonist then cleverly entered Dun Yi's narrative, ultimately sharing in Dun Yi's downfall. Therefore, below lies an alternative conclusion for readers to choose from. Supplementary, the true conclusion. The late arrival of the genuine grand conclusion, with Su Ru Meng serving as her contingency plan, the name itself symbolizing a fleeting dream, the protagonist, although the protagonist later became aware of this. In this true ending, Dun Yi was cunningly ensnared by the protagonist and Song Tian, who, adopting a strategy of retreat to advance, sowed discord to lead Dun Yi into underestimating the trap. The protagonist then cleverly entered Dun Yi's narrative, ultimately sharing in Dun Yi's downfall. Therefore, you have triumphed. Song Tian then raised his gaze towards the shadow lurking behind the darkened sky. Congratulations. For the form that is melting away has transformed into the visage of Su Ru Meng, gradually fading, gradually rejuvenating. In an instant, it returned to that early summer when they first met among the rice seedlings. It returned to the moment of their initial encounter. Ba Huang Yi, heaven and earth unite. The hidden hand made its choice. In that moment, all things dissolve. The ancient world fades away. Every cause and every effect converges into a single eternal fruit. The mentor who devoted his life for the ancient world and the brothers who shared my aspirations. In the realm of void, Lin's for the form that is melting away has transformed into the visage of Su Ru Meng, gradually fading, gradually rejuvenating. In an instant, it returned to that early summer when they first met among the rice seedlings. It returned to the moment of their initial encounter. Ba Huangge, heaven and earth unite, without beginning or end. To this day, I still remember. I remember the beloved whose hand I once held through life, vanished entirely after I overcame Song Tian and chose to refine the ancient world. Even if I were to reconstruct the ancient world countless times, the little Meng, there would merely be a figment of my memories, rather than the genuine her. For I am no longer myself. She is no longer herself. In the boundless void, silence lingered for an eternity. This is my tale, though it bears certain unspoken regrets. I seem to possess everything, yet creating various versions of myself. That little Meng, who grew alongside me and ascended to great heights, are unlike me. Lin Zai's gaze shifted, directing itself towards the Emperor's shadow enveloped in darkness. Uncertain of what he beheld, a profound sentiment. I wish you well, Emperor. As his words fell, Lin Zai stepped forward, vanishing into the unknown realm, exploring the wonders of each world. In the boundless void, silence lingered for an eternity. This is my tale, though it bears certain unspoken regrets. I seem to possess everything. Yet, memories of the past flowed through his mind. In a daze, Lin Zai seemed to glimpse that early summer again, recalling the diminutive figure. He smiled in silence. In a burst of laughter, he disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Synopsis. Lin Zai traversed into the world of a novel, becoming a villainous side character. I wish you well, Emperor. As his words fell, Lin Zai stepped forward, vanishing into the unknown realm, exploring the wonders of each world. Until one day, Ba Huang Yi. Level 3 talent facilitates the fusion of martial arts. Level 4 talent grants understanding of the Ba Huang battle technique. Memories of the past flowed through his mind. In a daze, Lin Zai seemed to glimpse that early summer again, recalling the diminutive figure amidst the rice seedlings. He smiled in silence. In a burst of laughter, he disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Synopsis: Lin Zhe traversed into the world of a novel, becoming a villainous side character. Yet he awakened a divine level of comprehension. Level 1 talent allows for rapid understanding of martial arts. Level 2 talent enables the deduction of martial arts realms. Level 3 talent facilitates the fusion of martial arts. Level 4 talent grants understanding of the Ba Huang battle technique. Ba Huang battle technique at level 9. You have deduced the True Fire Sacred Demon technique. True Fire Sacred Demon technique at level 10.